Chapter 1, the recording site of The Voice of Dreams, Nightmare theme with Dragon Kingdom style. The Voice of Dreams, backstage rest area. At this moment, the promotional advertisement of the program was playing on the wall-mounted TV. The Voice of Dreams Season 3 is here with a bang. Hu Yanbing, Hu Haiquan, Zhang Liangying, and Shang Xiao for superstar guests join as lead mentors. Listen closely as dreams take voice. Posters of the 4 stars listening attentively flash by one after another. Finally, the frame settles on Chang Zhao's exquisite profile. Staring at the images on the television, Luo Chen took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He never imagined that just drinking a little alcohol would somehow lead to him crossing over into another world. And not only that, he had directly crossed over into the body of an amateur participating in the recording of The Sound of Dreams. What made it even more unbearable was, according to the rules of the 3rd season of The Voice of Dreams, after selecting the theme, the challenger must complete the extreme creation within 24 hours. However, Luo Chen was extremely unlucky to have drawn a theme that could be considered a nightmare for all contestants. Dragon Country style. When he selected this theme, the atmosphere at the recording site instantly hit rock bottom. Every gaze directed at Luo Chen was filled with sympathy. The reason was simply, the theme of Dragon Kingdom style is too challenging. In this era where Dragon Kingdom's culture is constantly being eroded by Western countries and even neighboring small nations, many have long forgotten the traditional culture of Dragon Kingdom. They idolize the cultures of other countries. Currently, there are virtually no songs featuring such traditional cultural elements in the music market of Dragon Country. This gives you an idea of how challenging the theme Luo Chen has chosen this time is. The reason the program team included this theme was to respond to the call from higher authorities. After all, Dragon Country is a nation with thousands of years of rich history. Our cultural heritage is, to be fair, far superior to that of other countries. After witnessing the current situation, the higher-ups have also taken some measures to help more people in Dragon Country understand its traditional culture. Promoting the Dragon Country's cultural style is naturally a good thing. After all, it has gained the attention of the higher-ups. If it's done right, it would mean having the official backing of Dragon Country. But all of this is contingent on the song being successfully composed. For his predecessor, such a scenario would have been nothing more than wishful thinking. His situation is just like that of most Dragon Country citizens today. He usually doesn't spend much time on Dragon Country's traditional culture. Suddenly being asked to create a song was extremely difficult for him. Not to mention this time Luo Chen had to challenge veteran musician Hu Haiquan as his dream mentor. This made it even more unbearable. Thus, this led to Luo Chen's crossing over. Unlike his predecessor, after organizing the memories in his mind, Luo Chen actually felt some anticipation for this theme. It's mainly because this is a parallel world quite different from Earth. In many aspects, they are indeed very similar. But there are significant differences in the cultural and entertainment fields. Many songs, poems, films, and other works from Earth do not exist in this world. This presents an opportunity for Luo Chen. However, Luo Chen also has concerns. That is, given his innate vocal limitations, even with the golden hits from Earth in his previous life. But to perform it well and achieve the desired effect is probably a very difficult thing to accomplish. At this thought, Luo Chen couldn't help but shake his head, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The girl applying his makeup noticed this and said with a sympathetic expression, "Are you feeling a bit nervous?" Luo Chen selected the theme of Dragon Country style, and the production team staff were already aware of it. Due to Luo Chen's good looks, the makeup artist girl held quite a favorable impression of him. However, Luo Chen did not respond at this moment, because an electronic voice sounded in his mind. Ding! The Entertainment King system is binding. Binding successful. As a transmigrator, Luo Chen was naturally familiar with systems. He quickly communicated with it in his mind to understand the system's functions. Simply put, the system will periodically release tasks, and upon completion, rewards will be granted by the system. Ding! Host, would you like to open the beginner's gift pack? Is this the beginner's benefit? Luo Chen's eyes flashed with delight as he hurriedly responded, "Activate. Beginner's gift pack successfully opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained master-level singing voice, master-level songwriting and composition skills. Master the song Blue and White Porcelain with ease." As the system's words fell, Luo Chen felt a mysterious power, as if traversing through time and space, descending upon him. It made him feel an indescribable comfort throughout his body. His mind was also filled with a wealth of knowledge related to composing and arranging music. Perhaps it was fate's will that the song Blue and White Porcelain given by the system turned out to be a Chinese-style song. Getting so much at once made Luo Chen feel incredibly satisfied. Interesting. Luo Chen couldn't help but say. But the next moment, he was surprised by his own magnetic voice. Although he had anticipated it in his heart, when actually facing it, Luo Chen couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised. At the same time, the makeup artist girl beside him was also stunned for a moment, then looked at Luo Chen with an even gentler gaze. However, the show's host Hua Xiao suddenly appeared in front of the two at this moment. Luo Chen, have you finished writing your song? The band will also need some time to familiarize themselves with it. Hua Xiao finally reminded, we only have 3 hours left for the show's recording. Hearing this, Luo Chen smiled and replied, Brother Hua, I'm already prepared. With that, he took out paper and pen and began writing. Seeing this, Hua Xiao couldn't help but freeze for a moment. He was naturally aware that Luo Chen had drawn the theme of Dragon Country style. He also knew that Luo Chen had pondered long and hard but hadn't put pen to paper yet. The way he sighed and groaned made it obvious at a glance that this guy was probably going to be eliminated. But looking at it now, the situation seems to be different from what was imagined. Thinking this way, Hua Xiao wanted to see how Luo Chen's writing was. However, in the next second, he gave up. Because Luo Chen was still composing the music. This part he couldn't understand. However, the production team did have professionals in this field. A dozen minutes later, Hua Xiao took the sheet music, which Luo Chen had written the lyrics, composed, and even arranged, to the band's practice room. Not long after, exclamations of surprise could be heard coming from the practice room. Chapter 2, Just Being Stubborn, Challenging Hu Haiquan. The hours passed by quickly. It was time for the show recording. Inside the recording hall of The Sound of Dreams, 500 audience members had gradually taken their seats. Bang! Suddenly, the lights in the recording hall abruptly dimmed. The audience in the venue instantly fell silent. The host Hua Xiao, dressed in a black suit, stepped onto the stage at the center of the hall, his emphatic voice resonating through the sound system. Thank you all very much for coming. This is the third season of The Sound of Dreams, sponsored by VD Mobile. As the lead host of Jujian Satellite TV, Hua Xiao's hosting skills are naturally beyond question. Under his leadership, the atmosphere at the scene quickly became lively. Go Zhang Liangying. Liangfen will always support you. Chang Xiao is the most beautiful. Whether it's the talented and beautiful female singer Zhang Liangying, whether it's Chang Xiao from the Cosmic Girls girl group, many viewers are cheering for her. This is precisely the purpose of the program team inviting them. Ratings, of course. Seeing the atmosphere at the scene so lively, the director backstage was also very happy. This was exactly the effect he wanted. And since the show hadn't officially started recording yet, the audience sitting below began to discuss. Finally, we get to watch it live. I heard this season has quite a few amazing ordinary contestants. Their challenges are bound to be spectacular. Judging from the show's preview, there really are many skilled participants, but I'm most interested in that guy who drew the Dragon Kingdom theme. Exactly, I'm here to watch him too. No need to watch? He's definitely going to lose. The production team had already posted this news on their official Weibo to catch everyone's attention. At this time, the Voice of Dreams was already a hot topic, and the news had spread for nearly a day. The news that Luo Chen had drawn the theme of Dragon Country style was basically known to everyone. Many people felt that Luo Chen's luck was just too bad. After all, it's not easy to get a chance to appear on a variety show. This is the perfect opportunity to build up one's reputation. Who would have thought the outcome would be so tragic? Although the show hasn't been recorded yet, everyone already knows Luo Chen's fate. To be honest, when it comes to a theme like Dragon Country style, I don't think Luo Chen can possibly create a good song. Yeah, even on the official Dragon Country music website, there are hardly any Dragon Country style songs. This concept was only introduced this year. Exactly. If the song he creates isn't good enough and doesn't live up to the Dragon Country style theme, Luo Chen is definitely going to get severely criticized. Don't forget, the official Weibo also mentioned that Luo Chen's challenge mentor is none other than Hu Haiquan. This is truly unfortunate. From this perspective, it seems inevitable that this guy was eliminated. Hu Haiquan is a veteran musician with a professional music team backing him. There's simply no comparison. The audience buzzed with discussion. Finally, it was time for recording. Hua Xiao's enthusiastic voice rang out. Now, let's welcome our first dream mentor to the stage, and he is Hu Haiquan. Next, dressed in a white suit and looking handsome and dashing, Hu Haiquan slowly walked out from the backstage. As he made his way toward the center of the stage, he greeted the audience on both sides. Finally, he came to a stop right in the center of the stage. The 500 audience members below the stage were also incredibly enthusiastic, with continuous applause and cheers. Meanwhile, backstage, the other three celebrities were seated on their exclusive sofas. Watching this scene through the screen, Zhang Liangying, dressed in a leather outfit that perfectly showcased her figure, couldn't help but smile and say, "Brother Haiquan looks very handsome today. He has the vibe of a Prince Charming." Beside her, Chang Xiao also nodded in agreement. Yes, Haiquan Ji is really handsome. Meanwhile, Hu Yanbing, who was drinking water, could only give an approving glance at the camera. No doubt about it. Everyone was full of confidence in Hu Haiquan's performance today. After all, in their eyes, the talent was undeniable. And Hu Haiquan's subsequent performance did not disappoint them. 4.5 minutes later, an original song meticulously prepared by Hu Haiquan and his team was completed. Not only was the composition excellent, but the lyrics were also exceptionally beautiful. The addition of traditional Chinese instruments like the pipa and arrow in the arrangement, combined with Hu Haiquan's exceptional vocal skills, prompted some audience members to rise to their feet. Their eyes moistened as they gazed in awe at Hu Haiquan on stage. Immediately, thunderous applause and cheers resounded throughout the recording hall. As expected of a veteran musician, truly outstanding. Indeed, the singing was really beautiful. It must be said, Hu Haiquan's skills are undeniable, not to mention his strong vocal technique. His emotional delivery was also spot on. From this perspective, I think Hu Haiquan has definitely won. Clearly, Hu Haiquan's song has already won over most of the audience present. As expected of a seasoned musician, just with this song alone, even if you're not his fan, many people couldn't help but applaud in admiration. Thank you all. Observing the audience's reaction below, Hu Haiquan expressed his gratitude to everyone around. He was also extremely happy in his heart. After all, this also proved his capabilities. At this thought, he couldn't help but think of that amateur Luo Chen who wanted to challenge him. In his view, if Luo Chen knew what was good for him, he should choose to give up right now. Otherwise, bang! Just at this moment, a sound effect interrupted his train of thought. He turned to look, and the red light on the stage, symbolizing the challenge, had lit up. Hu Haiquan's smile instantly vanished from his face. Below the stage, the cheering audience also fell silent in an instant. At this moment, everyone present reacted. Luo Chen still chose to challenge Hu Haiquan. Chapter 3, a rendition of Blue and White Porcelain immersed the entire audience. Hua Xiao froze for a moment. He genuinely couldn't comprehend Luo Chen's actions. Although the song Hu Haiquan just performed wasn't particularly classic, the audience's reaction clearly showed it was still quite powerful. Even if placed on the new song charts of major music apps, it could still rank in the top 10. Yet under such circumstances, Luo Chen still chose to confront Hu Haiquan head-on. In Hua Xiao's view, such an action was unwise. At this thought, he sighed. What a pity. He still had some fondness for Luo Chen. Meanwhile, backstage, the three dream mentors were also somewhat incredulous. Chang Xiao widened her eyes and murmured, "This is just too crazy." Beside her, Zhang Liangying parted her red lips slightly. It seems this amateur is quite confident in her abilities. Hearing this, Hu Yanbing curled his lips and shook his head. He could understand Luo Chen's behavior. It was simply a lack of clear awareness of his own abilities. Yet he still wanted to become famous. And defeating established musicians like Hu Haiquan was the quickest way to achieve fame. Hu Yanbing was not participating in this kind of music show for the first time. He had seen many such self-righteous young people. The ideas were beautiful, but the endings were often quite tragic. This time, he felt Luo Chen's outcome would be no exception. Soon, a young man around 20 years old appeared before the crowd. With sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, a straight and delicate nose bridge, deep dark pupils, an imposing demeanor, and a tall, slender figure estimated to be around 185 centimeters in height. Dressed in a white shirt and black jeans. Simple attire gives a clean and gentle impression. "Hello everyone, I'm Luo Chen." Luo Chen smiled and greeted the audience around him. Suddenly, the crowd fell silent. Luo Chen seemed too young in their eyes. At this age, choosing to confront Hu Haiquan head-on? They really didn't know whether to call Luo Chen confident or arrogant. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. Hua Xiao hurriedly said, "This is contestant Luo Chen, who has been pondering deeply over the song creation for a long time. Now, let's welcome him with our applause." The audience below the stage was still quite supportive. They all started clapping. At the same time, some female audience members began discussing among themselves. "Not to mention anything else, this guy is really handsome. Yeah, with looks like that, he could debut as an idol. Why even bother coming here for a challenge?" "Exactly, I think so too. Wouldn't it be better to just start a live stream or something?" Luo Chen probably didn't expect that some female viewers are already eyeing his looks. His attention was now focused on the system. It was all because the system had just issued a task. Ding! Task issued, challenge singer Hu Haiquan. Challenge successful, reward, 1 golden treasure chest. Such a task, Luo Chen naturally accepted. And coincidentally, the band on site was already prepared. Seeing this, Luo Chen nodded to the band behind him, then smiled at the audience and said, "Here's a song called Blue and White Porcelain for everyone. I hope you'll enjoy it." Hearing Luo Chen's words, the venue fell silent once again. Ready to listen, this level of professionalism is expected from an audience. But as the melody began, it took only a few seconds. Zhang Liangying and Hu Yanbing in the backstage lounge instantly widened their eyes. Is this a guzheng? Hu Yanbing and Zhang Liangying exchanged glances. They both saw shock in each other's eyes and confirmed they hadn't misheard. After all, they could only watch the performance on stage through the screen in the backstage lounge. However, before their shock could subside, the ethereal sound of a bamboo flute joined in. This instantly sent shivers down their spines. Even Chang Xiao could sense that something was amiss. This melody sounds quite pleasant. Putting everything else aside, just this intro alone is brimming with the rich essence of Dragon Country's style. Hu Yanbing took a deep breath and said. The other two nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the audience below couldn't help but shiver slightly upon hearing the crisp sound of the guzheng. It was as if an electric current had coursed through their entire bodies. Soon after, they found themselves completely captivated by the melody. The light and lively rhythm, occasional drumbeats, and the sound of percussion instruments immersed them in it. At that moment, Luo Chen's gentle voice sounded. The plain outline sketches the blue and white porcelain, with brushstrokes shifting from bold to delicate. The peony painted on the bottle resembles your first makeup. The slowly rising sandalwood scent through the window reveals your thoughts to me. The brush on rice paper pauses here, leaving the work half done. Meanwhile, on the large screen behind the stage, images of blue and white porcelain appear, synchronizing with the lyrics as they continuously change. At this moment, listening to Luo Chen's performance while watching the images and lyrics on the big screen, the audience couldn't help but become entranced. Even the three dream mentors backstage chose to momentarily set aside their astonishment, quietly immersing themselves in the charm of this song. Chapter 4, The Misty Watercolor of Jiangnan. The applause never stops. From the very first verse, everyone could already feel the unique charm of this song. And Luo Chen continued singing. The glaze color renders the beauty painting, its charm kept hidden. While your radiant smile blooms like a budding flower. Your beauty drifts like a wisp of fragrance to places I cannot reach. Hearing this, the audience was completely immersed in the song, unable to break free. The lyrics are truly so exquisite that they involuntarily evoke those beautiful scenes from memory. The three dream mentors backstage were at a complete loss for words. They were all musicians. Their emotional response was naturally much stronger than that of ordinary audience members. Beyond the melody of the song and the artistic conception of its lyrics, they also heard the shadows of orchestral instruments. In just this short span of time, Luo Chen had flawlessly blended the classical lyrics, melodies, meanings, and instruments of Dragon Country together. And this was not all. The astonishment Luo Chen brought them was far from over. Then came the chorus phase. Sky blue waits for misty rain as I wait for you. Smoke from chimneys rises, separated by rivers stretching thousands of miles. At the bottle space, Han script is written, imitating the grace of bygone dynasties. Consider it my foreshadowing for meeting you. When the sound of the pipa blended in once more, the three dream mentors no longer wore expressions of astonishment on their faces. Perhaps they had been shocked too many times to feel surprised anymore. They simply gazed with complex emotions at the radiant figure on the stage. Such songwriting, composing, and arranging abilities far exceeded their imagination. They truly had no idea how Luo Chen managed to do it. Sky blue waits for misty rain as I wait for you. The moonlight is salvaged, blurring the ending. Like an antique blue and white porcelain, serenely beautiful in its own way. Your eyes are filled with laughter. By this point in the song, Hua Xiao had already lost interest in flipping through the lyric cards in his hand. The director backstage was also stunned. The three dream mentors had long forgotten their roles. At this moment, everyone was like the audience below the stage. They completely opened their hearts and immersed themselves in the artistic conception of the song. It was like a misty ink painting of the Jiangnan region, where amidst the drifting clouds and rippling water, one could faintly glimpse the image of a fair lady in white, her sleeves and ribbons fluttering in the wind. Like a magical elixir that makes one forget worldly troubles. It made the audience present cast aside all earthly worries. And when Luo Chen continued singing, a white and blue koi leaped vividly from the bowl's base, copying the song-style inscription while thinking of you. The secret you've hidden in kiln-fired pottery for 1,000 years. Exquisitely delicate like an embroidery needle falling to the ground. Outside the curtain, plantains provoke sudden rain, door rings invite verdigris. And as I passed through that Jiangnan town, I caught your attention. In the splashed ink landscape painting, you faded away from the depths of the ink hues. These lines of lyrics are like a heartfelt letter written by the window with a brush full of grace, leaving endless aftertaste in reverie. The twists and turns in the lyrics stem from a heart like a double-threaded net, tangled with countless knots. Before the song could even finish, the crowd seemed to be carried away by Luo Chen's singing, transported through time to a riverside town in the south, experiencing the leisurely and peaceful life of the ancients from 1,000 years ago. There, free from the clamor of modernity, one could stroll in the misty rain and wander through mountain forests, as if transported into a fairyland. Amidst such imagery, Luo Chen sang the chorus twice more. Some audience members slightly parted their lips, as if humming along with Luo Chen. Yet no sound escaped, as though unwilling to shatter this tranquil atmosphere. When Luo Chen finished singing this song, the entire venue fell into silence. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. On the stage, Luo Chen could see that almost all the audience members had closed their eyes, their expressions soft, with smiles on their lips. At this moment, Luo Chen also smiled. However, he did not interrupt the tranquility of the scene, instead standing there quietly, waiting. After an unknown amount of time had passed, a round of applause broke out, pulled everyone back from that poetic reverie. Then, the applause grew louder and louder. Even, someone stood up excitedly. This action seemed to give a signal to others. Then, 1, 2. In the blink of an eye, the audience members rose to their feet. For the figure on stage, who shone brilliantly in their eyes, they offered their most thunderous applause. Backstage, the three dream mentors also couldn't help but stand up. Clap for it. If this were a normal live event, there should be cheers right now. But the current situation is entirely different. Apart from the intense applause, there was no other noise in the venue. Yet the expression on his face remained excited. At this moment, they completely overturned their previous belief that Luo Chen was bound to lose. After a long while, the applause continues. Seeing this, Luo Chen had no choice but to bow repeatedly in gratitude, which finally caused the audience to gradually quiet down. After sitting down, exclamations of admiration, sighs of emotion, and gasps of astonishment came one after another. At this moment, everyone's gaze toward Luo Chen had completely changed. This is hands down the best song I've heard this year, no contest. Indeed, both the lyrics and the arrangement give me goosebumps all over. So handsome and yet so talented, I'm totally in love. Not only them, but even the three dream mentors backstage couldn't hide their excited expressions at this moment. Gazing at Luo Chen's figure on the stage, Chang Zhao's beautiful eyes flickered with an unusual emotion. I couldn't help but freeze in astonishment. Meanwhile, Hu Yanbing and Zhang Liangying exchanged glances beside them. The excited expression gradually faded away. Instead, there was a touch of solemnity. Both were professional singers, and naturally, they had a profound appreciation for Luo Chen's songs. At this moment, they couldn't help but think. What if they were in Hu Haiquan's position, facing Luo Chen's challenge? Can I win myself? Though unspoken, both could see the answer in each other's eyes. Obviously, no chance of winning. At this moment, while admiring Luo Chen, they also felt concern for Hu Haiquan. Chapter 5, Hu Haiquan feels the pressure, and the outcome is suspenseful. At this moment, Cheng Xiao suddenly covered her mouth and said with a laugh, "Oh, brother Haiquan is really feeling the pressure now." Upon hearing this, Hu Yanbing and Zhang Liangying immediately turned their attention to the large screen. Indeed, Hu Haiquan's expression had already changed at this moment. It was completely different from how he had looked right after finishing his performance. The smile on his face was gone. Instead, there was endless solemnity. Unlike the three dream mentors sitting in the backstage lounge. After Hu Haiquan finished singing his song, he remained standing below the stage, waiting. So he witnessed Luo Chen's performance just now with his own eyes. And indeed it was so. During Luo Chen's performance, his emotional journey was nothing short of a roller coaster ride. From initial disdain, to utter astonishment in the middle, and finally complete admiration. In the brief span of this song, he couldn't even find the words to express his feelings. At this moment, he was already starting to worry in his heart. Could he really be eliminated by an amateur? Doubt lingered in his mind, but there was no one to ask. Couldn't even ask. Meanwhile, host Hua Xiao stepped onto the stage at this moment. His first words were full of praise for Luo Chen. "I have to say, Luo Chen, your performance of this song was absolutely amazing." Faced with such compliments, Luo Chen initially felt a bit embarrassed. He simply responded with thanks. However, Hua Xiao sighed again and said, "This song not only perfectly aligns with our theme this time, but the lyrics and melody are also exceptionally beautiful. I really want to know how you created it. Could you share some insights with us?" Hearing this, Luo Chen understood in his heart. This must be Hua Xiao giving him an opportunity. If I answer well, then it would be like campaigning for myself. So, Luo Chen thought for a moment and replied. "This song, Blue and White Porcelain, was written and composed by me. When I drew the theme of Dragon Country style, this idea suddenly came to mind. On one hand, blue and white porcelain is a representative type of ancient Chinese ceramics. Additionally, blue and white porcelain is composed of two colors, blue and white. White symbolizes purity and cleanliness, while blue in traditional Chinese culture represents spring and vitality. It can be considered an auspicious color. Hua Xiao does have a solid foundation in literature." Upon hearing this, he took over the conversation and said, "Indeed, blue and white porcelain is an indispensable part of our traditional culture. Luo Chen, you've managed to create such a beautiful song based on it, which shows you must pay great attention to the traditional culture of Dragon Country in your daily life. Many young people today can't compare to you in this regard." Faced with such praise, Luo Chen could only humbly accept it on stage. "I just hope those so-called young people won't cause him any trouble." After finishing the interview with Luo Chen, Changing the subject, Hu Xiao shifted his focus to Hu Haiquan in the audience. Brother Haiquan, don't stay in the audience any longer, it's time to come up. Although it was said in a joking tone. But everyone understood at this moment. It's time for the audience voting session. Which also means, one of Luo Chen and Hu Haiquan will definitely be eliminated today and leave the stage. When Hu Haiquan pretended to be calm and came onto the stage, Hu Xiao also faced the audience and said, "Now the voting time has arrived, please pick up the voting devices next to your seats, all 500 audience members present. Those who support Hu Haiquan, please press the red button. Press the blue button to support Luo Chen. Voting countdown now at 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Alright, voting has ended." At the same time, in the backstage lounge, Hu Yanbing, Zhang Liangying, and Chang Xiao were also discussing the final voting results. With a strong look of curiosity on her face, Chang Xiao asked, "Liangying Jia, who do you think will be eliminated this time, Haiquan Ji or Luo Chen?" Hearing this, Zhang Liangying hesitated for a moment. It's hard to say. Why? Because in terms of the song itself, although Haiquan's composition this time is quite good, Luo Chen's Blue and White Porcelain is truly outstanding. However, Luo Chen is, after all, just an amateur. If that's the case, then isn't Luo Chen actually in danger? As she said this, a look of regret appeared on Chang Zhao's face. Seeing this, Hu Yanbing and Zhang Liangying exchanged glances. They could see a strong sense of gossip in each other's eyes. However, since they were recording a show, there was no intention to continue the conversation. But deep down, both of them understood. Even though Luo Chen's song this time was exceptionally outstanding. But after all, this is a show, and some of the audience members present were already fans of Hu Haiquan. Naturally, these people couldn't decide who to vote for based solely on the live performances of the two contestants. So, who would ultimately be eliminated remained a suspense. However, soon after, Hu Xiao announced Hu Haiquan's results. Congratulations to Brother Haiquan for achieving the excellent result of 401 votes. And soon, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. It must be said, this is a very impressive achievement. 500 audience members, not to mention whether there were any abstentions. Let's assume there weren't any for the sake of argument. Among them, there would undoubtedly be a significant portion who are fans of the other three dream mentors. To secure 401 votes under such circumstances is remarkable. Pretty good already. If this were in the first 2 seasons of The Sound of Dreams, these votes would have secured advancement. Chapter 6, Hu Haiquan feels he's got it again, Luo Chen breaks the show's record. At this moment, the audience below also began discussing. Hu Haiquan managed to get these votes, why does it feel like he's got this in the bag? Exactly, that's why they say veteran musicians still have that strong edge. But I think the song Blue and White Porcelain is truly amazing. I agree, I'm betting Luo Chen will win. Seeing Hu Haiquan receive 401 votes, some audience members who loved Blue and White Porcelain now felt deeply regretful for Luo Chen. After all, if Luo Chen were to be eliminated because of this, they would truly find it hard to accept. Meanwhile, on stage, Hu Haiquan heard Hu Xiao say that he had received 401 votes. His originally grave expression gradually softened. He also felt a sense of relief in his heart. But in an instant, Hu Xiao then read out Luo Chen's results. And this instantly froze his expression that had just relaxed. His eyes were filled with shock. Because what Hu Xiao read was, "Congratulations to Luo Chen for achieving an excellent score of 472 votes. Also congratulations to Luo Chen for successfully completing the challenge. You've advanced to the next round." Silence. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. When Hu Xiao announced Luo Chen's results, the entire audience, including the staff, was stunned. In the backstage lounge, Hu Yanbing and Zhang Liangying both widened their eyes in shock. They seemed unable to believe the outcome. As for Chang Xiao, her gaze at Luo Chen was now filled with delight. Thinking about her agent saying the company would be signing some new talents during this period, Chang Xiao secretly made a decision in her heart. At this moment, almost everyone was shocked by Luo Chen's vote count. 472 votes. The Voice of Dreams has now reached its 3rd season in recording. No one has ever achieved such a high number of votes in the audience voting segment. It's safe to say that Luo Chen's performance has set a new record for the show. Bang! The whole place erupted instantly. No way, did he just break the show's record? Damn! I knew Luo Chen would win, but I didn't expect it to be a complete domination. This is just ridiculous, how could a veteran musician be taken down like this? I'm convinced, I'm officially a fan of Luo Chen now. Luo Chen's move was absolutely brilliant. Looking at it this way, you can't really blame Haiquan Gu. Exactly, as the saying goes, it's not that I'm too weak, but that my opponent is simply too strong. The audience's voices inevitably reached Hu Haiquan's ears. This made him feel even worse. Although earlier, after listening to Blue and White Porcelain from below the stage, he had already anticipated losing to Luo Chen. He had already prepared himself mentally to some extent. But when this moment truly arrived, he found himself still feeling distressed. He still couldn't quite accept this reality. For a veteran musician who has been in the music industry for over 20 years, in the field of music where he excels the most, at a music competition, he was defeated by a young man only 20 years old. The feeling is truly bitter. Bitter to the extreme. At this very moment, Hua Xiao also handed him a microphone and said, "Brother Haiquan's performance was actually quite good, it's just a pity that he still lost to Luochen. So, at this moment of farewell, is there anything you'd like to say?" Hu Haiquan shook his head with a somewhat gloomy expression. Then I forced myself to perk up and put on a strained smile, saying, "To be honest, I had already mentally prepared myself the moment I finished listening to Blue and White Porcelain." The song Blue and White Porcelain is a classic in every aspect, whether it's the theme of Dragon Country style, the artistic conception of the lyrics, or the melody and arrangement. A loss is a loss, and there's not much to explain, I'm thoroughly convinced. Lastly, I want to thank my fans for their support. Thank you all. Although Hu Haiquan was eliminated, however, his magnanimous attitude towards the defeat still earned him applause from the audience. Meanwhile, Luochen focused his attention on the system. Ding! Mission completed. Reward, 1 golden treasure chest. Enable? Start. Luochen was quite interested in the rewards. Golden treasure chest opened. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the emotion rendering skill. Cho character card obtained. The conditions for unlocking the system mall have been met. The system mall is now open. The host can exchange items in the mall using reputation points. Note, reputation points are derived from societal recognition. The next moment, an unfathomable force descended upon him once again. Luochen found that his mastery over emotions had become even more effortless. At the same time, according to the system's introduction, after acquiring the skill of emotional resonance, listeners who hear Luochen sing can more easily perceive the emotions he intends to convey. They can grasp the meaning conveyed in the song more quickly. This skill is indeed quite useful. This Cho character card can be used a total of 3 times. After using it, it can help Luochen master Cho's songs more quickly. Luochen initially wondered why there were no songs as rewards this time. After checking the store, Luochen understood. The items in the mall are indeed good, with a wide variety of categories, but they do cost quite a bit of reputation points. System, check personal attribute panel. Host, Luochen. Reputation points, 888. Skills, master level singing voice, master level composition and arrangement abilities, emotional rendering skills. Item, 1 Cho character card. After seeing such low reputation points, Luochen had no choice but to accept it. The numbers look pretty good, post it. But this is a bit too low, isn't it? And this was after singing the song Blue and White Porcelain. In the end, Luochen's idea of exchanging for a song first fell through. And with the challenge completed, the following segments of the show didn't involve Luochen much. Chapter 7, Netizens question, it's over Chang Xiao, this little cabbage, can't be kept anymore. After the recording of the show concluded, Luochen returned to the hotel arranged for him by the production team. The show crew was quite considerate towards these amateurs. Otherwise, with just the few $1,000s Luochen had on him, a room costing over $200 per night would have made Luochen feel uncomfortable staying there. After returning to the hotel, Luochen washed up and then rested. Anyway, the recorded episode won't air until 8 p.m. on Saturday. The Voice of Dreams is already in its 3rd season. Compared to the popularity of the first 2 seasons, this season invited Zhang Liangying, a top-tier female singer with both talent and looks, as well as Chang Xiao, a member of the popular girl group Cosmic Girls. Logically speaking, the ratings should have been through the roof. But that wasn't the case. The results can only be considered decent. After the premiere of the 3rd season of The Sound of Dreams, among similar music-themed variety shows, its viewership ratings only ranked 5th. To say in a typical provincial satellite TV, such results are already quite impressive. But when placed against Hangzhou TV, one of Dragon Country's 4 major regional networks, it inevitably falls somewhat short of expectations. The main reason is still, there are too many similar variety shows. If there isn't any special highlight or explosive point, then it's hard to attract viewers specifically. And so, as the broadcast time of the show approaches, to attract people's attention and boost ratings, The Voice of Dreams Season 3 released some program clips on its official Weibo. Among them, the most astonishing thing is naturally, amateur Luochen's classic work Blue and White Porcelain defeated veteran musician Hu Haiquan. This news spread. It immediately sparked widespread discussion. No way, is the production team joking? An amateur actually eliminated Hu Haiquan? This is just too ridiculous. Has my brother Haiquan's skills deteriorated this much? In my opinion, the production team is clearly stirring up drama. Probably another self-staged act, just trying to grab everyone's attention. Maybe this amateur is genuinely strong and actually defeated Hu Haiquan with real skills. Pfft, is this comment for real? How could an amateur be that strong? Exactly. If an amateur really had that much talent, they'd have gone viral long ago. As more and more people see this Weibo post, the voices of doubt are also increasing. The popularity continues to rise. And some even go so far as to, bored out of my mind, I directly searched for Luo Chen's information. Naturally, I found nothing. But when I discovered that Luo Chen had actually drawn the nightmarish theme of Dragon Country style, by the time the news spread again. So, The Voice of Dreams Season 3 Scandal. Amateur Luo Chen eliminated Hu Haiquan with backing. These two topics. After several hours, it successively made it into the top 20 trending topics on Weibo. Although the ranking wasn't high, it still caught the attention of many people. This time, it directly provoked widespread anger among passers-by. And this also startled the promotional team of The Sound of Dreams. It was supposed to be a program segment designed to attract viewers. How could it have attracted so much criticism? However, after director Zhang Yan personally stepped in and understood the whole story, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. He doesn't care at all about those criticisms. He even wants more. Because he knows, once the show airs, when the audience witnessed Luo Chen's prowess and heard the song Blue and White Porcelain, there was no need for explanation then. The audience would realize on their own how wrong they had been. Now, all that's left is to wait. After all, the more intense the current criticism, the more people will anticipate the show when it airs. Time quickly arrived at Saturday evening. Longdu. 20th floor of Yuehua Tower. In an office. Cheng Xiao, wearing a white printed shirt paired with blue jeans, looked fresh and pleasant, exuding a youthful charm. Paired with a pair of white sneakers, it further accentuated her fresh and refined demeanor. At this moment, she was gently tugging at Fong Lan's arm, coquettishly saying, "Oh, Lanjia, just take a look. Once you see, you'll know how good he is. I promise you'll sign him when the time comes." Fong Lan, the younger sister of Fong Hua, founder of Yuehua Entertainment. She holds a high position in the company. She is also Chang Zhao's manager. At this moment, after hearing Chang Zhao's words, he shook his head helplessly, sighed and said, "Xiao Xiao, you must understand that our company doesn't just consider talent when signing artists. Beyond ability, we place great importance on an artist's appearance and character. These are all factors that determine whether an artist can become hugely popular. His looks are outstanding, and I believe his character is even better than his abilities." Chang Xiao immediately responded. Fong Lan's expression instantly froze. Her lips twitched slightly. Cheng Xiao glanced at the time. She pleaded again, "Lan Jia, the show is about to start, just take a look. I promise you won't regret it." Seeing Cheng Xiao like this, Fong Lan's heart skipped a beat. This girl. Could she have taken a liking to that boy named Luo Chen? It shouldn't be that serious, right? Once this thought arose, Fong Lan's mind kept fabricating scenarios. Cheng Xiao went to South Korea to become a trainee at a very young age. The entertainment companies there are quite strict in managing their artists. This resulted in Chang Xiao being relatively unfamiliar with the opposite sex. After returning to China, Chang Xiao has also been busy with work. She's only 20 years old this year. Logically speaking, it's precisely the age when a young girl's feelings first awaken. If things were really as Chang Xiao had previously told her, Luo Chen is really good looking. So it's not impossible that Chang Xiao would be interested in him. Imagining this scenario, Fong Lan couldn't hold back anymore. She really wanted to see what was so special about that guy now. To make Chang Xiao act like this. Since you put it that way, I'll take some time to check it out. Go ahead and turn on the TV. Got it. Chang Xiao instantly became happy. She cheerfully ran to turn on the TV. Seeing Chang Xiao's reaction, Fong Lan's heart immediately sank with disappointment. Damn it. Looks like we can't keep such a fine little cabbage anymore. Chapter 8, The Slap Comes Too Fast, trending on Weibo Hot Search. But right at this moment, the show also begins. Fong Lan's attention was drawn back to the show. Because Cheng Xiao participated in the program, The Voice of Dreams. So Fong Lan had some understanding of it. And she was also familiar with one of the dream mentors, Hu Haiquan. Know his strength. As the show progresses. After listening to Hu Haiquan's performance, Fong Lan thought it was quite good. On the other hand, thinking about it, since Hu Haiquan performed so well yet still lost to that amateur named Luo Chen, it's easy to imagine that Luo Chen must have created an exceptionally outstanding song. Based on this line of thought, Fong Lan felt some anticipation for Luo Chen's upcoming performance. Soon, Luo Chen's figure appeared on the television screen. White shirt, black jeans. The vibe of the boy next door. This instantly caught Fong Lan's attention. With her years of experience, she could naturally tell that Luo Chen's striking good looks were completely natural. No cosmetic surgery involved. This is really exaggerated. After all, in the entertainment industry, many young idols have actually undergone cosmetic procedures on their faces. So it's just an initial impression. Fong Lan already has a bit of a favorable impression of Luo Chen. The corners of her mouth involuntarily curled up slightly. And beside her, Chang Xiao had been secretly observing Fong Lan's reaction. Seeing this, she couldn't help but cover her mouth to stop herself from laughing. She thought, this is just the beginning. Wait until Luo Chen starts singing. It's guaranteed to amaze you. Following Hua Xiao's introduction, the live band also began their performance. Just the melody alone started playing. The crisp sound of the guzheng, the ethereal notes of the bamboo flute. It instantly captivated Fong Lan. The production team even included the conversation between Hu Yanbing and Zhang Liangying in the backstage lounge in the edit. This was done to let the audience appreciate the excellence of the song's arrangement. Finally, Luo Chen's gentle voice reached everyone's ears. The plain outline of the blue and white porcelain fades from thick to thin. The peony painted on the vase resembles your first makeup. After singing just a few lines, Fong Lan had already unwittingly fallen into its charm. Especially when paired with the images of blue and white porcelain that appeared on the large screen behind Luo Chen. Fong Lan's thoughts were completely empty at this moment. The melody, flawless. The lyrics, tender and moving. The sentiment, poetic and picturesque. This blue and white porcelain is actually Luo Chen's original work. A piece where he composed the music, wrote the lyrics, arranged the music, and performed it himself. It's surprisingly outstanding. Is this really an amateur? The skills of these amateurs are just too strong nowadays. This level is almost unfair. Fong Lan wasn't the only one feeling this way. With the premiere of The Voice of Dreams, many people who learned about this through Weibo immediately turned on their TVs to watch. When they heard the song composed by Hu Haiquan performed so beautifully, yet it lost. This instantly ignited their anger. Some viewers directly chose to vent their anger online. I'm really speechless. How could Hu Haiquan lose after singing like that? It's understandable that Hangzhou TV wants to promote newcomers, but stepping on established musicians to climb up is just disgusting. I wonder if the higher-ups can step in and ban these backdoor newcomers. Yeah, is this rookie even worthy? But just a few minutes later, these online viewers who had been speaking up for Hu Haiquan were instantly proven wrong. As Luo Chen performed, the depiction of the misty rain scenery in Jiangnan within the lyrics makes the audience feel as if they were personally there. Such beautiful imagery leaves one lingering, unable to tear themselves away. With this feeling, after Luo Chen finished singing, many people hadn't yet snapped out of it. It wasn't until the sound of applause came from the television that they finally woke up. Someone couldn't contain their excitement and was about to share their feelings online. Upon logging into Weibo, they realized someone had already beaten them to it. Damn, what kind of divine song is this? It's got me all fired up. Tears. Never thought a single song could get me this emotional. Yes, especially with the Dragon Kingdom style. I never thought songs in the Dragon Kingdom style could sound so amazing. The things passed down by our ancestors truly have their reasons. I was just ignorant. After listening to the song, I was so shocked that I rushed to the kitchen to grab my eating utensils, but no matter how long I looked, I just couldn't capture the same artistic conception as before. The internet exploded with excitement over Luo Chen's song Blue and White Porcelain. The ratings of the show The Sound of Dreams skyrocketed as a result. Originally at just 12, the ratings eventually soared to 288. It jumped directly from 5th place among similar programs to second only to Hunan TV's King of Singers program. But this is understandable. After all, Luo Chen was previously an unknown, and his popularity indeed couldn't compare to the big-name singers invited by the Song King. However, after today's episode airs, it's believed that in the eyes of the audience, Luo Chen will no longer be seen as an unknown. As the episode airs, director Zhang Yan naturally has to keep an eye on the situation. Such ratings made Zhang Yan unable to contain his joy. As for those trolls who had been fiercely criticizing Luo Chen and the production team from the start, they all fell silent at this moment. Of course, it didn't just vanish outright. Instead, it transformed from an enemy force into an ally. Recalling those once laughable remarks, how they wished in this moment that they had never voiced them. Meanwhile on Weibo, as everyone discussed the song, the conversation turned to its creator, Luo Chen. And the resourceful netizens certainly didn't let everyone down. Someone managed to dig up the Weibo account Luo Chen had registered years ago. Within just a few hours, Luo Chen's Weibo account Luo Immortal went from having merely dozens of followers to gaining millions of fans. As time passed, Luo Chen and Blue and White Porcelain gained increasing popularity. Super Dark Horse Luo Chen eliminates Hu Haiquan. Luo Chen's original Dragon Nation style work Blue and White Porcelain. Dragon Nation style. Who is Luo Chen? A series of topics surged to the top of Weibo's trending list. On the short video platform Douyin, the official program team of The Voice of Dreams edited a video clip of Luo Chen singing Blue and White Porcelain, which was continuously being played and shared. The comments surpassed 100,000 within just a few hours. This night belongs to Luo Chen. Chapter 9, The Reserved Chung Xiao, the best time to acquire the blue and white porcelain. Long Du. 20th floor of Yuehua building. Still in that same office. After Fang Lan finished watching Luo Chen's performance, she took a deep breath. This slightly calmed my mood. The reason was simply, Luo Chen's song Blue and White Porcelain is of exceptionally high quality. It excels in every aspect: lyrics, melody, and artistic conception. In an era where catchy TikTok tunes dominate music charts, Blue and White Porcelain is truly in a league of its own. Just as Hu Haiquan mentioned on the show, this song is an absolute classic. And Chang Xiao, standing nearby, noticed Fang Lan's expression. She raised her head proudly and said with a smug expression, "Lan Jia, wasn't I right? This song is really nice, and Luo Chen is also very good looking." Seeing this, Fang Lan had no choice but to say helplessly, "Fine, you're right. This song is a classic, and Luo Chen is handsome, okay?" Teased like this, Chang Xiao now felt a bit shy. She lowered her head and stared at her white sneakers. However, the constantly swaying twin ponytails revealed her still cheerful mood. Upon seeing Chang Xiao's actions, Fang Lan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The little cabbage has grown up and will eventually be picked by someone. But then she recalled Chang Xiao's earlier mention of signing Luo Chen. Fang Lan said with a smile, "Xiao Xiao, do you have his phone number?" "Ha?" Chang Xiao didn't react immediately, raising her head in confusion. When she saw the meaningful look in Fang Lan's eyes, she understood everything in an instant. Her face flushed red in a flash. But still whispered, "Yes." After the last program recording was completed, Chang Xiao then found the staff to get Luo Chen's phone number. Out of reserve, she didn't take the initiative to call. This time, using the signing as an excuse to call was perfectly justified. Thinking of this, Chang Xiao couldn't help but want to give herself a pat on the back. "Chang Xiao, oh Chang Xiao, you're such a clever little thing." Thinking in his heart, his hands moved swiftly. Soon Chang Xiao managed to get through to Luo Chen's phone. "Hello, is this Luo Chen?" "This is Chang Xiao." "Chang Xiao?" Luo Chen, who was leaning against the headboard watching TV in the hotel room, felt somewhat confused. He certainly knew Chang Xiao, but he genuinely didn't understand why Chang Xiao would contact him. However, soon, Chang Xiao then cleared up his confusion. When he heard it was about signing with their company, Luo Chen hesitated for a moment. To be honest, he had never really considered this matter. "Give me some time to think about it, and I'll get back to you later." Hearing this, Chang Xiao was also very understanding. She didn't bring up the topic again. Instead, she started talking about things online and even asked Luo Chen about his new song. However, these past few days, Luo Chen has been practicing songs from memory in the hotel, paying little attention to online matters, so he managed to brush it off. As for the new song, Chang Xiao's words served as a reminder to Luo Chen. Today's episode aired, and his performance should be able to attract some fans. In that case, his reputation points should see a boost. Won't the songs from the next episode be available for exchange in the mall? With this thought in mind, after chatting for a while, they decided to discuss signing with the talent agency again when the show resumes recording in a few days. Luo Chen then said goodbye to Chang Xiao and hung up the phone. After that, Luo Chen logged into his Weibo account. Just logged in. Then came a series of message notification sounds. Luo Chen was instantly stunned. And upon seeing his follower count had actually reached a staggering 1,000,000. This time, Luo Chen truly realized that he might have really become famous. Of course, it was also because the influence of the song Blue and White Porcelain was simply too immense. After browsing some Weibo posts about himself, seeing that most of the comments below were praises, Luo Chen felt very happy. At the same time, due to the explosive popularity of Blue and White Porcelain, the Longwa style also became widely known. Some people even began actively paying attention to this theme. Regarding this, Luo Chen still felt quite happy. After all, as a citizen of Dragon Country, he also took pride in his nation's long and illustrious history. At this thought, Luo Chen's mind stirred. System, display the personal attributes panel. He was now eager to find out exactly how much his reputation points had increased from this wave. Host, Luo Chen. Reputation value, 526,688. Skills, master level singing voice, master level songwriting and composition ability, emotion rendering skill. Items, 1 J Cho character card. Over 520,000 reputation points? A song in the mall costs about 50,000 reputation points. Perfect, the songs for the next episode are secured. Although it's unclear how the system determines reputation points, these over 500,000 points are more than enough for Luo Chen right now. With that settled, Luo Chen went to sleep peacefully. But he never expected. On Weibo, Some celebrity singers or songwriters would see this level of popularity. They couldn't resist coming forward to share their thoughts. Some analyze the lyrics, while others dissect the composition. Others praise the use of traditional Dragon Country instruments in the arrangement. The reason for such actions. Apart from those who genuinely love the song, there are inevitably those suspected of trying to ride the wave of its popularity. But at times like this, no one really pays attention to such things. Yet whenever someone uncovers something novel, it always manages to attract considerable attention and admiration. And eventually, some antique collectors even took to Weibo, earnestly educating netizens about various aspects of blue and white porcelain. Talking about how excellent blue and white porcelain is. Finally, it emphasizes, now is the best time to acquire blue and white porcelain. It is highly likely that in the coming period, the market price of blue and white porcelain will experience a significant surge. This time, the online buzz surrounding blue and white porcelain and Luochen continues to skyrocket. Final. Blue and white porcelain. Luochen. Once again, it climbed onto the Weibo hot search list and ranked within the top 10. Chapter 10, National Level Musician Analyzes Blue and White Porcelain, Mysterious Singer Makes a Stunning Appearance. This phenomenon left many people dumbfounded. Just a song, could it really possess such immense charm? But the development of events went far beyond that. The next day, an article by Urban Entertainment Express on Weibo completely ignited the heat of this incident. Last night, everyone was focused on the Chinese-style song Blue and White Porcelain, sung by Luochen. Many people thought the song was beautiful, with elegant lyrics and a beautiful artistic conception, but they couldn't quite articulate why. Given this situation, we invited national-level musician Lu Hong to analyze this song. Below is the analysis by national-level musician Lu Hang. I will analyze the song Blue and White Porcelain from 3 aspects. First, regarding the lyrics, sky blue waits for misty rain, koi fish leap at the bowl's bottom, banana leaves provoke sudden rain, door rings provoke copper patina. The mastery of such lyrics not only enriches their artistic expression but also elevates their cultural taste and artistic depth, transforming static words into dynamic imagery that leaps off the page. It naturally evokes a vivid ink-wash painting of the Jiangnan region in the minds of every listener, creating an immersive experience. Moreover, the lyrics employ a blend of classical and modern writing techniques, achieving a fusion of past and present, giving the entire work a distinct Dragon Country flavor. It truly embodies the theme of Dragon Country style. As for the musical composition, the melody frequently utilizes the 3-note motifs common in Dragon Country's traditional scales, presenting the unique elegance, antiquity, and ethereal charm characteristic of Dragon Country music. In terms of arrangement, many traditional Longwa ethnic instruments were incorporated, a feature rarely seen in other songs. In the verse sections, apart from the guzheng, fewer instruments were used, aiming to highlight the inherent simplicity and elegance of the melody itself. In the chorus sections, however, the timbre of the instruments noticeably increases, creating a clear emotional progression throughout the song. The most astonishing part is the interlude, where the plucking of the guzheng, the crispness of the yabang, and the murmuring of the pipa culminate in a finale that emphasizes the pipa and castanets, leaving listeners longing for more and reluctant to leave. The use of instruments throughout the song can be described as masterful, proving with facts that traditional Dragon Country culture and modern pop music are not mutually exclusive. This is a highly groundbreaking song. It also marks a milestone in Dragon Country style music. Finally, in terms of the song's artistic conception, Blue and White Porcelain lives up to its name, stripped of all ostentation, simple yet elegant, portraying the sorrow of parting with delicate subtlety. Like a mountain spring quietly flowing over stones in the breeze, clear and bright yet meandering with endless charm. Even more enchanting is the misty rain of the Jiangnan region, evoking boundless reverie. Finally, Lu Hong concluded with the hopeful remark that the revival of Dragon Country's music is within sight. Such an evaluation immediately sparked. Those who read this article were utterly astonished. Who is Lu Hong? He is a nationally recognized musician. He has profound expertise in the traditional music of Dragon Country. One could even say they were the kind of people who received state subsidies. They originally thought the song Blue and White Porcelain was merely pleasant to listen to, or at most, it simply incorporated elements of Dragon Country's traditional style. But now, after Lu Hang's detailed analysis, they finally realized how profoundly layered Luochen's song truly was. They just thought it sounded nice. At this moment, they suddenly felt shallow. At the same time, their admiration for Luochen's talent deepened even further. Wow, you really don't know until you look. Turns out the song Blue and White Porcelain contains so much of Dragon Country's traditional culture. Learn something new. Luochen is awesome, teacher Lu Hang is awesome. After reading teacher Lu Hang's analysis and listening to Blue and White Porcelain again, I had different feelings. I have to say, Luochen's song is truly outstanding. The sky blue waits for the misty rain, while I wait for you, so romantic. But who am I waiting for, and who is waiting for me? A heartbreaking question from a single dog. Upstairs, stop waiting, you won't get what you're waiting for. Is there hope for the revival of Dragon Country's music? I believe so, but is Luo Chen truly deserving? Pfft, if Luo Chen isn't worthy, then are you? No one refuted Lu Heng's analysis of Blue and White Porcelain, which indeed boosted the song's popularity once again. In the end, it directly claimed the top spot on Weibo's trending list. It's just that the last sentence Lu Heng said, "There's hope for the revival of Longwa's music," gave some keyboard warriors a reason to put their keyboards to use again. Some mindless trolls began attacking Luo Chen. However, Luo Chen wasn't paying attention to this at the moment, because the time to record the next episode is approaching. Since in the first episode, Luo Chen eliminated Hu Haiquan. To ensure the show can continue filming smoothly, Hangzhou TV station once again spared no expense. A celebrity guest has been invited. Just a few hours before the show recording, the official Weibo account of The Sound of Dreams posted a message. Guess who it is? The illustration shows a man wearing a green dragon mask and dressed in a black suit. Chapter 11, The King of Killers finally appears, luckless Luo Chen. Of course, to allow the vast number of netizens to participate. The program team also provided a hint. Once held the highest album sales record. Multiple-time Golden Melody Award winner. The nation's king of pop. The King Slayer. The representative writer is a household name. 5 hints, but each one is more terrifying than the last. As soon as this official blog post was published, it immediately caused a huge uproar on the internet. Damn, this can't be real. A superstar like that would actually come to compete? I think this is just Hangzhou TV's hype, nothing but a cheap trick to grab attention. Are we sure the official account wasn't hacked? How much did the production team spend to afford a music legend of this caliber? The king of folk songs, the assassin of pop stars. Does this person really exist? Is there any expert who can give us a hint about who this might be? Don't worry, everyone. I was part of the live audience for this episode's recording. Wait for me to spill the details later. The identity of this mysterious singer has sparked endless speculation among netizens. At the same time, it instantly boosted the popularity of the show The Sound of Dreams. However, by the time of the program's recording, no one had guessed his identity. This made the netizens who were eagerly anticipating this episode even more frustrated. They were truly eager to find out who this person really was. Did the production team actually manage to invite such a big shot with this move? And soon enough, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The recording for the second episode of the 3rd season of The Sound of Dreams officially began. To make the show more effective, this time, the production team adopted a music reality show format. This means that the entire process of entering the recording hall will be filmed by the production team. And so, for the first time ever, the production team arranged a special car to pick up Luo Chen from his hotel. The driver was a slightly portly middle-aged man. Upon seeing Luo Chen, he excitedly said, "Teacher Luo Chen, that song Blue and White Porcelain you sang last time was absolutely beautiful. I saw on Weibo that people are saying now is the perfect time to invest in Blue and White Porcelain. I did some research and found their advice really makes sense." Before he could finish speaking, Luo Chen couldn't help but interrupt and ask, "So you bought it?" As soon as he said this, Luo Chen realized he had misspoken. A driver, after all, probably didn't have the means to afford Blue and White Porcelain. Little did he know, the driver's next words would make him so embarrassed that he almost wanted to get out of the car right then. "Yeah, I asked a friend to help me get a pair. I think they have great collectible value and will definitely appreciate in value soon. Teacher Luo Chen, if you're interested, I can give you my friend's contact information." Hearing this, Luo Chen could only respond with a smile. Given his current financial situation, he really couldn't afford to get into this. He was also puzzled in his heart. Is a driver really that wealthy now? It's also a sign that Hangzhou TV station is indeed rolling in money. The conversation between the two was also recorded in its entirety by the camera in the car. If everything goes as planned, it should appear on the show. I wonder what Luo Chen will think when he sees this segment. Meanwhile, outside the Hangqing Media Tower, many onlookers who had heard the news had already gathered here early in the morning. They saw a business vehicle pull up. Several staff members with cameras surrounded it. These onlookers knew immediately that a celebrity must have arrived. Everyone is craning their necks to see who it is. If it weren't for the security guards holding them back, they would have already rushed over by now. However, when they saw the people getting out of the car, the atmosphere at the scene erupted instantly. Holy cow, it's Zhou Huajian. At this moment, the identity of the mysterious guest is finally revealed. It is indeed the person hinted at on the program's official Weibo account. Zhou Huajian, once hailed by the media as the national singer and the king of pop. Wow, how did I not think of that? Now that I think about it, the show's hints were already pretty obvious. I have to say, Zhou Huajian's song Friends is really beautiful. I even sang it at my university graduation ceremony. Well, you're no match for me then. I won the title of Top 10 Campus Singers, all thanks to that song. Mr. Zhou Huajian is indeed quite good, but I can't help but feel a bit bullied. Yeah, looking at the current lineup of dream mentors on the show, I don't think any of them are up to the task. The truth is exactly as they said. When other singers found out that Zhou Huajian was invited to appear on this episode, even Hu Yanbing, who is exceptionally skilled at rearranging songs, wore a solemn expression. Needless to say, the same applied to the other few. After all, according to the show's rules, celebrity guests who come later have the right to challenge anyone. And when faced with this so-called kingmaker of the music industry, no one can remain calm. Thus, by the time Luo Chen finally arrived at the backstage of The Voice of Dreams, he saw Hu Yanbing, Zhang Jingying, and Shang Xiao, the three dream mentors, already gathered around Zhou Huajian. They were also eager to find out who Zhou Huajian would challenge this time. Mr. Zhou Huajian, we once participated in a program together. Please don't go easy on me this time. Zhang Liangying tossed her flowing long hair and said with a smile. Today, Zhang Liangying had dressed up quite elegantly. She wore a white off-the-shoulder top paired with pink sheer sleeves and black wide leg pants. This outfit not only highlights her figure perfectly but also adds a touch of youthful charm. Cheng Xiao, standing nearby, witnessed the scene. He secretly glanced down at it, then straightened up. He hurriedly said, I'm still a child, and I also performed at your concert last year. Hu Yanbing, who was standing nearby, quickly joined the conversation. The purpose was actually quite obvious. No one really wants to cross paths with Zhou Huajian. After all, the big shot's strength speaks for itself. The title of King Killer isn't something just anyone can obtain. Facing the flattery of the three, Zhou Huajian also exchanged a few polite remarks. When he saw Luo Chen walking over, his eyes lit up instantly, and he smiled and said, Actually, I came here for him this time. As soon as he said that, everyone was stunned. Even Luo Chen himself was no exception. What's going on? The King Killer is here for me? I'm not the King of Heaven, you know. It seemed like he had noticed everyone's confusion. Zhou Huajian explained. Actually, I also saw you sing Blue and White Porcelain online, and it was really good, so I decided to postpone other activities. Once this explanation came out, everyone immediately understood. What a guy! You came all the way from Bay Island to here, just to challenge Luo Chen. Now I understand. Everyone looked at Luo Chen with sympathy. Such a look. To be honest, Luo Chen was no stranger to it. Because the last time he drew the theme of Long Guifeng, he had already gotten a sense of it. You finally managed to defeat Haiquan last time, but I never expected. Chang Xiao was still young after all, and he accidentally let half of his true feelings slip out. The rest of the words, though, she managed to stop herself from saying. But none of us here are little kids. What don't you understand? It's just that in the last episode, I finally managed to defeat Hu Haiquan, only to face an even stronger Zhou Huajian in this one. This luck I can't help but say it's a bit unlucky. Chapter 12, I was trying to keep a low profile, and yet I ended up with the nightmare theme? Facing Zhou Huajian's challenge, saying there's no pressure at all is simply impossible. However, Luo Chen has confidence in himself. Over the past few days, he had gained a deeper understanding of the system. According to the system, promoting traditional Chinese culture is more effective in increasing reputation points. Luo Chen agreed with this point. After all, as a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, it is an honor to contribute to promoting the traditional culture of the Dragon Kingdom. Luo Chen was more than willing to do so. So, he is now also very curious to know what topic he will be assigned during the next recording session. At the same time, he's also curious about how much trouble the show's production team will cause. Luo Chen gained a deeper understanding. This is truly resorting to any means necessary for ratings. They even went so far as to bring in a big shot like Zhou Huajian. Even if they manage to defeat Zhou Huajian this time, what about next time? Who knows what big-name guests the show producers will bring in next for ratings? But fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. This time, he was challenged by Zhou Huajian. It seems like bad luck, but isn't it also an honor? After all, being chosen by such a legendary figure to challenge him is no small feat. With this thought in mind, Luo Chen quickly calmed down. Under the sympathetic glances of the crowd, he stepped forward and said, Mr. Zhou Huajian, I'm just an amateur after all. Please go easy on me. Seeing Luo Chen hasn't let the sudden popularity of Blue and White Porcelain go to his head. Instead, he remained humble and low-key. This immediately made the celebrity singers present take a liking to him. After all, he had been in the entertainment industry for so long. They've seen a lot of people, and before you became famous, they were all meek and respectful toward you. But once they become famous, they immediately turn on you and strike hard. Zhou Huajian feels this deeply. If one were to say that it was merely because of Luo Chen's song Blue and White Porcelain that he had initially taken an interest in Luo Chen, then now he is certain that Luo Chen will undoubtedly maintain his popularity for years to come. After all, Luo Chen's looks and talent are both exceptional. And from the conversation just now, it's clear that Luo Chen's character is just as admirable as his appearance. Thinking of this, Zhou Huajin smiled at Luo Chen and said with a playful tone, "Don't worry, they say that a young fighter is always dangerous. I'm afraid your young fists might knock out this old master." After saying this, he burst into laughter. The other 3 dream mentors all glanced at Luo Chen and burst into laughter as well. The atmosphere was instantly livened up. After chatting for a while, someone from the production team came to announce that it was time to draw the song themes. According to the show's rules, each episode features challengers and those being challenged using the same theme. This is also to ensure fairness. After the theme is drawn, participants have 24 hours to create or adapt a song. Of course, this is limited to your own songs, since famous singers have many songs under their names. Therefore, the program producers have implemented a compensation mechanism whereby the theme selectors are all ordinary people. From this perspective, ordinary people still seem to be at a disadvantage. However, the program producers have done their best to ensure relative fairness. This is just the way things are after all. There is no such thing as absolute fairness in this world. The part where the theme is selected doesn't have any audience members present. Anyway, the entire process was filmed, so netizens can accept it. Otherwise, after 500 audience members enter the venue, they would just watch a theme being drawn and then wait for 24 hours, which would be a bit too much of a hassle. However, this process still takes place on stage. When everyone arrived on stage, Hua Xiao was already waiting. "Teachers, who would like to go first?" Pointing to the box on the table containing the themed notes, Hua Xiao asked the crowd. However, his gaze unconsciously drifted toward Luo Chen. It was simply that Luo Chen's performance in the previous episode had left him deeply impressed. Drawing the nightmare like Dragon Country Wind theme, everyone had assumed he would definitely be eliminated. But then a song titled Blue and White Porcelain emerged out of nowhere, turning the tables and sending the veteran musician Hu Haiquan home. Upon seeing Hua Xiao's gaze, the other singers also turned their attention to Luo Chen. In response, Luo Chen sighed wryly, "Don't all stare at me. I just don't believe I'll draw another nightmare theme this time." "Don't be so sure. Let's just draw first and see." Hu Yanbing teased. The others agreed with him. As for Luo Chen's luck, they finally understood. That is, you never know what tragic thing might happen next. After finally managing to get Hu Haiquan on board for just 2 episodes, we were met with Zhou Huajian. With things having come to this point, what else could Luo Chen do? There was nothing left to do but leave. Under the somewhat schadenfreude-filled gazes of the crowd, he reached into the box. He rummaged around for a moment before pulling out a folded piece of paper. "Quickly open it and see what it is." Chang Xiao, upon seeing the note, said impatiently. Judging by her expression, if Luo Chen hadn't been standing a few feet away, she might have snatched the note right out of his hands to read it herself. It wasn't just her, everyone else was also curious about the note in Luo Chen's hand. Everyone stretched their necks to get a better look. Seeing this, Luo Chen deliberately did not let them see. He covered the note with his palm, leaving only a small opening so that only he could see it. Watching Luo Chen's actions, Chang Xiao puckered her lips and said angrily, "Luo Chen, you're so mean." Without being able to see the note, they tried to judge his intentions based on his expression. So one by one, they all stared at Luo Chen. "Oh no, not again." Luo Chen sighed and looked dejected. "I knew it. Your luck must have landed you another terrible topic this time." Hu Yanbing immediately wore an expression of understanding. Of course, the look of schadenfreude was impossible to hide. The others remained silent, but those sympathetic glances appeared once again. "Luo Chen, show it to everyone. At least have some sympathy for the cameraman behind you. Holding the camera that high must be tiring." Hua Xiao joked and urged him. On one hand, he was curious about what was written on the note, and on the other hand, he began to suspect Luo Chen's actions. After all, having hosted the program for so many years, he had encountered all sorts of situations, big and small. What if Luo Chen just wanted to play a joke on everyone? If all these celebrities actually believed it, that would truly be a memorable moment. Yeah, hurry up and show us. What if you're lying to us? Cheng Xiao probably doesn't even know how much she cares about Luo Chen's affairs these days. However, at that moment, everyone's attention was focused on the note, and no one bothered to think about it further. At that moment, Luo Chen also directly unfolded the note and displayed it in front of everyone. It simply read, "Love." Upon seeing this, Hu Yanbing's face turned pale. This isn't a nightmare theme at all, it's actually pretty easy to write, right? Thinking about how he looked just now, if there had been a crack in the stage at that moment, he probably would have crawled right through it. Is that so difficult? Chang Xiao still looked like a curious child. Writing a song about love shouldn't be too difficult, but for Luo Chen, it might actually be quite challenging. Zhang Liangying flicked her hair and parted her red lips slightly. Upon hearing this, the others present nodded in agreement. Hu Yanbing's expression also softened. Indeed, he had just interpreted the topic from his own perspective. Given his talent, he could probably write a song about love in no time. But Luo Chen is only 20 years old. And he knows so much about the traditional culture of the Dragon Kingdom. You must have spent a lot of time on it. So maybe you really don't have time for a relationship in your daily life. In that case, this topic might be a bit challenging for him. At that moment, he gazed at Luo Chen's handsome face. Everyone's gaze shifted once more, no longer just filled with sympathy, but also with deep regret. It seemed as though they were saying, "You're so handsome, and you're telling me you've never been in a relationship?" Chapter 13, No way, the king killer is actually challenging an amateur. The themes drawn by the others were mostly common ones as well. For example, friendship, dreams, and so on. This theme is suitable for both amateurs and professional mentors. Is not particularly challenging. At that moment, Luo Chen once again became the center of everyone's attention. Of course, the one responsible for all of this. Luo Chen. However, after drawing the theme, he went straight to prepare. The program recording is so tiring, so this is just a little something to spice things up for them. Luo Chen thought to himself. This body was indeed just as they had imagined. Possessing an otherworldly beauty, yet had never been in a relationship. I don't understand what it's like. But Luo Chen is different now. On Earth, though he wasn't a 1,000-man slayer, he was still a man who could navigate through a sea of flowers without a single petal touching him. And don't even mention the existence of the system now. With sufficient reputation points. Is there any song you want? Actually, when I drew the theme of love, Luo Chen already had an idea in mind. It was another Chinese-style song by Showdown. Fireworks fade quickly. This song may not be very well known on Earth, but its beautiful lyrics and profound meaning are something Luo Chen truly appreciates. This time, Luo Chen didn't keep the production team waiting for too long. In the system store, he spent 100,000 reputation points to exchange for this song. About 2 hours later, Luo Chen handed the finished song to the band and asked them to familiarize themselves with it. Seeing how quickly Luo Chen had done this time, Hua Xiao was also somewhat shocked. Luo Chen, you haven't given up, have you? In his view, Luo Chen must have felt that he couldn't write love songs well, and the challenger was someone as big as Zhou Huajian. So he felt he had no chance of advancing and just threw together a song. After all, even Zhou Huajian is still reworking his own songs. Luo Chen, that's a bit too fast. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen smiled and replied, Brother Hua, you'll see when the time comes. Alright, you can't give up. I still have a lot of faith in you. Hua Xiao made an encouraging gesture, nearly popping the button off his suit jacket. Luo Chen found it amusing yet also felt a touch of emotion. Thanks, Hua Ge, I will. After Hua Xiao left, Luo Chen began practicing in the practice room. System, use the J-Cho character card. As soon as the words left his mouth, a magical sensation appeared. At that moment, Luo Chen felt as though he had transformed into J-Cho, gaining a profound understanding of the song Fireworks Fade Quickly in an instant. Moreover, with his masterful vocal skills, Luo Chen had no trouble singing this song at all. Time flies. The recording for the second episode of the third season of The Voice of Dreams is fast approaching. Recording hall. 500 audience members are all in place. Hey, have you heard? The mystery guest for this episode is Mr. Zhou Huajian. Is that for real? Would such a big name really come on a music variety show? It's true. Someone saw them at the entrance of the Hangzhou Media Building, and there are photos on Weibo. Wow, this is really exciting. I wonder who Zhou Huajian will choose to challenge. It should be either Hu Yanbing or Zhang Liangying, one of them. That makes sense. Given Zhou Huajian's status, it's unlikely he'd go after Chang Xiao, the young lady. You're wrong about that. What do you mean? Chang Xiao isn't small at all. He's actually quite big. Everyone was talking about it. Although the conversation veered off topic, the name Luo Chen was not mentioned in the discussion. At this point, no one would think that Zhou Huajian would challenge an amateur. Immediately afterward, the show began its official recording. Hua Xiao, dressed in a blue suit, took to the stage. He began with the usual advertising script, then announced the first singer to take the stage. Hu Yanbing. In the music scene of Manhwa, Hu Yanbing is still quite talented. Especially in the realm of song adaptation, he possesses a unique and insightful perspective. Many people say that if Hu Yanbing were a bit more handsome, he would probably be much more popular than he is now. This time, the song he brought is also one of the tracks from his recently released album. Take It All. This song was well received by many listeners as soon as it was released. Naturally, many people have covered it. However, after singing it, many people have commented that the lyrics are difficult to pronounce. Even many professional singers found it challenging. However, Hu Yanbing himself has no problem singing the song. As soon as the accompaniment began, some audience members in the audience were already swaying their heads. It can only be said that these are indeed professional audiences. As soon as Hu Yanbing's voice came on, everyone started singing along. At the beginning, you were the one asking, but in the end, I was the one waiting. You speak with restraint, but the atmosphere doesn't warm up. In just 5 minutes, the atmosphere in the audience remained lively. This also reflects the popularity of this song. Yanbing's performance is simply amazing. There's no doubt about it, he's definitely going to win. In the backstage lounge, Chang Xiao clapped her hands excitedly and exclaimed. And the events that unfolded next were exactly as she had described. Challenging Hu Yanbing, an amateur contestant, was originally a streamer on Douyin. The few songs he sang were quite popular on Douyin. However, his performance today was completely overshadowed by Hu Yanbing. He only managed to secure 300 votes. Hu Yanbing, on the other hand, received 435 votes. The gap is quite significant. The second performer was Chang Xiao, who brought a song and dance number. With her striking good looks and stunning figure, Chang Xiao exudes a unique charm when she dances. She also defeated her opponents by a significant margin. At this point, the audience below the stage eagerly awaited the next singer's performance. I think Zhou Huajian is going to challenge Zhang Liangying. Come on, you don't even have to say that. If not Zhang Liangying, then who else? That's right, out of the 3 dream mentors, only Zhang Jingying is left. Why can't it be a challenge against Luo Chen? A dissenting voice rang out, but it was immediately ignored by everyone else. Because, in their eyes, it was simply impossible. Hua Xiao didn't keep everyone waiting for long. Soon, Zhang Jingying took the stage. She performed her song finally, I've Waited for You. Of course, with some adaptations. The live audience was also thoroughly captivated. However, as the next amateur performer took the stage, everyone sensed something was amiss. Where is Mr. Zhou Huajian? This isn't challenging at all. He must be asleep. What are you talking about? This is a TV show, not a game. How could he fall asleep? I think Zhou Huajian chose Luo Chen as his challenge target. Ha, I told you so, but you didn't believe me. Now you're eating your words, aren't you? At that moment, the audience member who had just said that Zhou Huajian was challenging Luo Chen felt as though there was a blinding light shining down on their head. If it weren't for the fact that he was recording a show, he would have probably jumped to his feet in excitement. Soon, Zhang Jingying and the amateur contestants also determined the winners and losers. There was no suspense with Zhang Jingying's impressive performance today. The amateur contestant was no match for her. It must be said that the performances of these dream mentors today were truly outstanding. Of course, this is also due to the fact that Luo Chen eliminated Hu Haiquan in the previous episode. So they also felt the pressure. After all, if they were really eliminated by an amateur, that would really hurt your pride. And now, at this point in time, it goes without saying who Zhou Huajian is challenging. Despite this, the audience at the scene had no idea why Zhou Huajian had made such a decision. However, they showed respect while also feeling curious. Next, let's see how Luo Chen performs. And Hua Xiao's words once again ignited the atmosphere on stage. You might have already guessed it, yes, the contestant Zhou Huajian is challenging is Luo Chen. Let's give him a warm round of applause as he takes the stage. Boom! The scene erupted, and thunderous applause echoed throughout the entire recording hall. Chapter 14, Fireworks Fade. Zhou Huajian, I feel a bit cold right now. In this situation, Luo Chen, dressed in casual attire, took the stage. He eventually stood at the center of the stage. In the backstage dressing room, Chang Xiao, who witnessed this scene, gaped in astonishment. He muttered to himself, he's really handsome. But when I realized we were still recording the show, Chang Xiao's face turned bright red. But she still persisted in making an encouraging gesture toward the camera. Luo Chen, go for it. The other 2 dream mentors, seeing this, also rushed over to send Luo Chen their best wishes. After all, they had all watched the previous episode and knew that the production team would include these moments in the final edit. At that moment, Luo Chen heard the system's voice in his mind. Mission assigned, defeat the king's assassin, Zhou Huajian. Victory reward, 1 golden treasure chest. Accept? Of course, Luo Chen wouldn't refuse such a task. He accepted without hesitation. Then, Luo Chen waved his hands toward the stage. The applause gradually died down. Luo Chen finally brought the microphone to his lips. He smiled and said, thank you all for your support. The theme I drew this time is love. It's a very common theme, and I'm sure everyone has heard many songs of this type. The audience here probably has different understandings of love. Some may find it bitter, while others may find it sweet, much like the saying, 1,000 people have 1,000 Hamlets in their hearts. The song I will sing today is called Fireworks Fade, which is also a song I wrote and composed myself. To be honest, I have never been in a relationship. I simply take the stories I have witnessed and present them to you through music, hoping that you will enjoy them. After finishing his words, Luo Chen nodded to the band behind him. Immediately afterward, the melody began to play. This melody was not cheerful, but rather soothing and low-pitched. Indeed, as Luo Chen just said, everyone has their own interpretation of love in their hearts. At this moment, the audience is also very curious to know how Luo Chen, someone who has never been in a relationship, interprets love. As the music began, the following background appeared on the large screen behind Luo Chen. An ancient temple with a plaque reading Jialan Temple. And in front of the temple gate stands a withered tree, with many fallen leaves scattered on the ground, with lyrics reflected upon them. The introduction is not long. Soon, Luo Chen spoke up, simultaneously activating his emotional rendering skill. In this situation, Luo Chen's low, melancholic emotions were conveyed through his singing to everyone present. The sounds of prosperity fade into emptiness, devastating the world. Dreams grow cold, and a lifetime of love is spent in vain, leaving behind countless debts of the heart. Like you, silently accepting life and death, waiting in vain. Waiting in vain, year after year, as the rings of the tree grow. Just the first few lines of the lyrics sent a chill down the audience's spine. It feels so tragic. I feel like crying. You said you've never been in a relationship, but why does it feel like a breakup? It wasn't just them, even the three dream mentors in the backstage lounge felt the same way. Hu Yanbing, Zhang Liang, and Chang Xiao all felt the same way. Could Luo Chen have been lying to us earlier? How could he write such lyrics without being in a relationship? Hu Yanbing's face showed a look of suspicion. However, he was smart enough not to use a definitive tone. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Jingying hesitated for a moment before softly saying, whether he's ever been in a relationship or not, this song is a success. Upon hearing this, Hu Yanbing nodded in agreement. As professional singers, they should be capable of that. The song Fireworks Fade quickly demonstrates Luo Chen's songwriting ability from the very first few lines. Powerful. Unbelievable. At that moment, Chang Xiao did not join their conversation. Instead, he rested his chin on his hand, his gaze unfocused as he stared at Luo Chen's figure on the large screen. She murmured to herself, "Who are you, really?" At that moment, Luo Chen naturally had no idea what they were thinking. He continued singing. The pagoda has collapsed several stories, breaking whose soul? The pain rushes straight to a broken lamp, the collapsed mountain gate. Let me wait a little longer for history to turn the page. Wait for the wine to mature, wait for you to play a piece on the guzheng. By the time this part came, quite a few audience members had already closed their eyes. At that moment, a vivid image seemed to unfold in their minds. A withered old tree, a dilapidated ancient temple, and a lamp with no oil left. A couple, separated for some reason. One person is waiting for the other. Waiting for you to return and play a piece on the guzheng. What a beautiful yet melancholy scene. Some audience members had tears welling up in their eyes. Director Zhang Yan, who was backstage, saw this scene. Despite feeling low due to Luo Chen's singing. However, an excited expression still appeared on her face. Luo Chen, you're truly my lucky star. Yes, at this very moment. Zhang Yan knew that Luo Chen's song was another classic masterpiece. When the show airs, as you can imagine, the ratings are sure to skyrocket again. Below the stage, Zhou Huajian, waiting to take the stage, wore an expression of disbelief on his face. As a musician who had been in the music industry for decades, my ability to appreciate music is still quite high. The emotional impact of the songs is also more profound. At this moment, upon hearing Luo Chen sing the song, Fireworks Fade quickly. Zhou Huajian suddenly no longer wanted this ability to appreciate it. Because the first half of the song hadn't even reached the chorus yet. A thought suddenly popped into Zhou Huajian's mind. Could it really be that I'm going to lose to Luo Chen today? Chapter 15, as the song ends, the challenge begins, a director caught between joy and sorrow. At that moment, Luo Chen also closed his eyes while singing. He immersed his emotions into the song. At that moment, he seemed to be traveling through time and space. Arriving at that time 1,000 years ago. Transformed into that general, standing before the gates of Jialan Temple. Searching for the woman who has been waiting for her with such longing. At the same time, the chorus kicks in. The rain falls heavily on my old hometown, where the grass and trees grow tall. I hear you've always been alone. The weathered city gates are entwined with old tree roots. The echoes of waiting linger on the stone slabs. The rain falls heavily on the old hometown, where the grass and trees grow deep. I hear you still guard the lonely city. The sound of a shepherd's flute echoes in the outskirts of the wild village. Fate takes root and grows here, and that is us. After the chorus ended, some audience members began to weep uncontrollably. What a heartbreakingly beautiful love story. I feel so sad for them, love that can never be. Yeah, I thought Luo Chen's love songs would be as cliché as the ones on the market now, but I never expected them to be completely different. You're right. Sigh, I wonder if it's because I'm getting older, but this song really hits me hard. I feel like crying. I feel like we've all been deceived. If you've never dated a few girls, how could you write a song like this? Many listeners were deeply moved by this song. Of course, it's also possible that the song struck a chord with them. Just like Zhang Liangying in the backstage lounge at this very moment. When the chorus kicks in, tears couldn't help but flow. Her carefully applied makeup was also starting to smudge. Do I look ugly now? Looking at Chang Xiao, who was showing concern on his face, Zhang Liangying forced a smile. Chang Xiao hurriedly waved his hands. No, Jianying, you're the most beautiful. Yanbing, you agree, right? Right, Xiao is right. You're the prettiest now. Hu Yanbing hurriedly responded. If Chang Xiao might not know, then Hu Yanbing had heard some rumors about Zhang Liangying's feelings. Therefore, upon seeing her in this state, he was not surprised. But I never expected Zhang Jingying to be so deeply in love. She actually broke down and cried on the show. And this also perfectly illustrates just how powerful the song Fireworks Fade that Luo Chen sang truly is. On stage, the song has reached its latter half. Listening to the laughter of youth, many are envious. The annals of history are too kind to record such cruelty. Fireworks fade quickly, and people's affairs part easily. Yet you ask me if I still care. If the lyrics of the first verse of the song describe the tragic experiences of a couple, then this section of the lyrics elevates that theme. This point becomes even more evident as Luo Chen sings, and the audience can truly feel it when they see the lyrics displayed on the large screen behind the stage. I don't know what to say, but the lyrics are truly amazing. Yeah, I feel like this is another song with a Chinese style. Be more confident, drop the word feel. With my 18 years of experience listening to music, I can tell you this is Dragon Country style. I knew it. It's Dragon Country style, no wonder it sounds so cool. Immediately after, Luo Chen sang again. After 1,000 years, who will still be waiting for this deep love that has been accumulated over countless lifetimes? And how can the annals of history be untrue? The Book of Wei records the city of Luoyang. As if you were passing by in a previous life. Follow the red dust and roam with me for a lifetime. When he heard this, Hu Yanbing had already stood up in the backstage lounge. His face betrayed his excitement. Cheng Xiao was confused and asked, Yanbing, what's going on? Upon hearing this, Hu Yanbing didn't turn around, his gaze fixed on Luo Chen on the screen. He said excitedly, don't you think this song is absolutely amazing? And it's another song in the Dragon Country style. I really want to open up Luo Chen's head and see how he came up with this song. Watching Hu Yanbing, who was so excited he was stomping his feet, Cheng Xiao carefully tugged at his sleeve. She whispered, Yanbing, we're still recording the show. Seeing their interaction, Zhang Liangying couldn't help but laugh. Xiao, just ignore him. He's like that sometimes. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xiao finally gave up. However, the look in his eyes as he glanced at Luo Chen was filled with a strange brilliance. At that moment, she felt as though a beam of light was shining upon Luo Chen. After all, if Hu Yanbing could admire him so much, even a fool could tell that Luo Chen's song might be another masterpiece as good as Blue and White Porcelain. Regardless of what the three dream mentors think. As Luo Chen's performance neared its conclusion, the song also drew to a close. As Luo Chen continued to sing, the song was nearing its conclusion. After singing the chorus twice more, Luo Chen finally ended with the sound of rain at the Galan Temple, hoping for eternity. This lyric concludes the song. As the melody of the song comes to an end, Luo Chen opened his eyes. He glanced around the stage. He saw that the audience below was still immersed in the song. Luo Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. He had always been confident in this song. And now, seeing the audience's reaction, Luo Chen's confidence has grown even stronger. At that moment, bang! This sound effect, symbolizing a challenge, woke the audience below the stage from the song. Wow, Zhou Huajian's challenge is here. Although Mr. Zhou Huajian is very talented, Luo Chen's song is truly well written. Now I'm not sure who will win. Yeah, I originally thought Mr. Zhou Huajian should have won easily, but who knew Luo Chen would suddenly perform like he's cheating? You're right, Luo Chen's song is truly amazing and perfectly fits the theme. When I heard him say earlier that he'd never been in a relationship, I thought he was doomed. Now I admit I was wrong. Do you think there's a chance Luo Chen could outshine Zhou Huajian? Well, it's not entirely impossible. If that's really the case, I feel like the production team is going to be in tears. Backstage, director Zhang Yan jumped up from his chair in excitement. This Luo Chen is truly my lucky star. At that moment, he had already begun to fantasize about the ratings skyrocketing. The female assistant beside him saw this and thought to herself, just a moment ago, he was a lucky star, and now he's become a lucky charm. However, considering a certain possibility, she timidly reminded the director, what if Luo Chen really eliminates Zhou Huajian? The moment those words left his mouth, it was like a shot of adrenaline coursing through Zhang Yan's veins. It left him speechless for a moment. Yeah, it cost so much to finally get Zhou Huajian to come. Only to have him eliminated in the first episode by Luo Chen. Now they'll have to invite another singer for the next episode. The guest status can't be too low. This show's budget must be running out. Seeing Zhang Yan deep in thought, the female assistant beside him acted as if nothing was wrong, casually picking up the water on the table, taking a sip, and sitting back in her chair to admire Luo Chen's stunning good looks. As for the troubles, let Zhang Yan worry about them. After all, she was just a lowly assistant. Chapter 16, I wasn't lying to you guys, I really haven't dated anyone before. Meanwhile, Hua Xiao took the stage. He stood beside Luo Chen. He spoke with a hint of accusation in his voice. What a beautiful song, Fireworks Fade. It's such a lovely tune, yet you tell us you've never been in love, Luo Chen. In response, Luo Chen could only give a wry smile. I'm not lying to you. I really haven't been in a relationship. This isn't something to be proud of, so there's no need for me to lie to you. The last sentence was directed at the audience below the stage. Looking at Luo Chen's earnest expression, the audience below burst into laughter. Actually, they didn't really think Luo Chen was deceiving them. It was mostly just for fun. But they had no idea that Luo Chen's actions were actually meant to lighten the tense atmosphere on site. As the saying goes on Earth, you think I'm on the first level, but I'm actually on the 5th level. And Hua Xiao also gave Luo Chen a meaningful glance. He then continued with the program. Thank you very much, Luo Chen, for bringing us such beautiful music. After Luo Chen left the stage, Hua Xiao continued, now, let's all give a warm round of applause to welcome Zhou Huajian to the stage. This time, he will be performing the song Love Always Follows. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience erupted into a frenzy. Holy cow, it's that song. I used to play it on repeat for ages. This episode was so exciting. I even got to hear Zhou Huajian sing this song live. You're telling me. Today was such a lucky day. I have to say, Zhou Huajian's song Love Follows, released in 1995, is truly a classic. Decades have passed, yet it remains etched in people's memories and continues to be sung. This also demonstrates that, for this challenge, Zhou Huajian has made thorough preparations. Dressed in a black suit, Zhou Huajian stood at the center of the stage holding a microphone. As the melody of the music began to play, his distinctive and penetrating voice reached everyone's ears. Don't think you can resist me, I remind myself. Even if it hurts, some things must pass. My heart is in so much pain that I don't want to be myself anymore. Don't look back, love has faded, and our connection has ended. Hearing this familiar melody, some of the audience members below began to hum along. For them, the name Zhou Huajian was as familiar as if it were etched into their minds. And this song is so classic. The atmosphere at the venue was instantly ignited. As the chorus kicked in, people part ways but love remains, even if it takes a lifetime to pursue. How could I ever catch up? Comfort you with my presence, I'm so obsessed with you, so exhausted for you. Through storms and rain, I have no regrets. How could I possibly retreat? Who did you give your deep affection to? This made the audience hum along even louder without even realizing it. At that moment, Zhou Huajian transformed the stage of The Voice of Dreams into his own concert venue. The entire audience sang along with him. From this, we can see that the immense charm of Zhou Huajian. Until the very last note of the song, the atmosphere in the venue remained intense. It was so beautiful. I never expected that Mr. Zhou Huajian, at his age, still has such incredible vocal skills. Yeah, it sounds just like the studio version I heard on the music app. That's amazing. No wonder he's been dubbed a kingmaker by the media. Backstage in the green room. Upon seeing this scene, Hu Yanbing couldn't help but reveal an envious expression. No wonder he's known as the king killer. Zhou Huajian's influence is truly astonishing. Zhang Liangying, standing nearby, chimed in, that's right, a big shot is a big shot. However, she quickly changed the subject and asked, do you think Mr. Zhou Huajian can pull it off? Should. Hu Yanbing finally came to his senses. And did not say what he was about to say. But instead reorganized his words, I think it still depends on the preferences of the audience. After all, both Luo Chen's Fireworks Fade Quickly and Zhou Huajian's Love Follows are classic pieces. The final outcome is really hard to predict. Seeing that Hu Yanbing hadn't resorted to any tricks, Zhang Jingying's face betrayed a look of disappointment. However, she did agree with Hu Yanbing. But even they themselves were unaware of it. At this moment, their judgment of victory or defeat was no longer so certain. You should know that when they first heard Zhou Huajian choose Luo Chen as his challenger backstage, they felt nothing but sympathy for Luo Chen. At that time, they had assumed that Luo Chen was bound to lose. The recording of the second episode of Voices of Dreams came to an end. But at this point, they had to admit it. After listening to Luo Chen's rendition of Fireworks Fade, they were completely captivated by him. Perhaps in the backstage lounge. Only Chang Xiao has always had confidence in Luo Chen. He has always been cheering for Luo Chen. Regardless, a competition is a competition. Ultimately, there has to be a winner and a loser. And with Hua Xiao's appearance on stage, both the audience below the stage and the three dream mentors understood. At that moment, it's time to vote. Chapter 17 breaks records again. The hope of Longhua music. In the previous recording, the voting segment was still quite relaxed for the audience. After all, the gap in ability between the amateur contestants and the three dream mentors, Zhang Liangying and her team, was quite evident. But this time, a choice must be made between Luo Chen and Zhou Huajian. The audience began to agonize over the decision. Have you decided who to vote for yet? Not yet. I like both songs. Yeah, I'm also struggling with that right now. Who wouldn't agree? I thought today was going to be my lucky day, but then this happened, and now I'm thinking about giving up. Just then, Hua Xiao finally returned to the stage. As usual, he read out the sponsor's advertisement. Then he turned to the audience below and smiled, saying, are you all feeling torn right now? Seeing you all so torn makes me happy. It must be said that as a seasoned host, Hua Xiao, he does an excellent job of setting the tone. Sure enough, after he said that, the atmosphere on site became less tense. And when Luo Chen also took the stage, Hua Xiao finally spoke again. The voting time has arrived. Please pick up the voting devices next to your seats, all 500 audience members present. Those supporting Luo Chen, please press the red button. If you support Zhou Huajian, please click the blue button. Voting will close in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Okay, voting is closed. Upon hearing that the voting time had ended, many audience members breathed a sigh of relief. It was like finally finishing an exam and walking out of the classroom, quietly waiting for the final results to be announced. Fortunately, Hua Xiao didn't keep them waiting too long. Alright, the vote count results have now been sent to my VV phone. However, before announcing the results, I would like to ask you all who you would like to see advance to the next round. Even though we know this is Hua Xiao's intentional move. However, the audience below the stage still shouted the names of the people they supported. Zhou Huajian, Luo Chen. This also caused the previously relaxed atmosphere to tense up once again. Perhaps they were influenced by the atmosphere on site. Zhou Huajian's face also rarely showed a hint of solemnity. He even turned his head slightly and glanced at Luo Chen, who was standing to the right of Hua Xiao. Luo Chen's face remained calm. Zhou Huajian felt ashamed, but at the same time, he silently praised him in his heart. What he didn't know was that Luo Chen wasn't entirely without concern either. He just felt that worrying wouldn't do any good. After all he could do was sing his songs well. As for the rest, it's up to the audience at the venue to judge. And Hua Xiao felt the atmosphere was just right. He also chose to announce the results. I now announce that Luo Chen's score is 478 votes. Boom! 478 votes? The audience was stunned. Even though they had voted for it themselves. It's simply because the number of votes is too terrifying. After all, his opponent is Zhou Huajian. He's known as the King Killer. At this moment, not even the audience could believe it. Even the 3 dream mentors in the backstage lounge couldn't help but stand up. Suddenly, Zhang Liangying seemed to think of something and said in surprise, if I remember correctly, the last time Luo Chen sang Blue and White Porcelain, he received 472 votes, right? Her tone was questioning, yet also quite certain. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Chang Xiao interjected, speaking with certainty, it was exactly 472 votes. I remember it clearly. It even broke the show's voting record. Hu Yanbing added, so that means Luo Chen has broken the show's voting record again, and it's his own record. Though the words were simple, the information they revealed was far from straightforward. Breaking a record may sound like just 4 words. But achieving it is extremely difficult. At least Hu Yanbing asked himself honestly, and he couldn't do it. At that moment, the 3 dream mentors fell silent. To be honest, on a music variety show, an amateur contestant repeatedly broke records. This put a lot of pressure on them. At the same time, there was also a hint of shame. Another record broken. This isn't something only the 3 dream mentors thought of. Many audience members in the audience also thought of it. And so, at that moment, the excited shouts from the audience were so loud that they seemed to be tearing the ceiling of the recording hall apart. In their eyes, though the one who performed the miracle was not themselves. But I did vote, didn't I? I participated. It's an honor to be part of it. On the other hand, there are some viewers who genuinely appreciate Zhou Huajian. They are deeply concerned at this moment. After all, the number of votes is truly terrifying. Even without the vote count for Zhou Huajian being announced yet. But deep down, they all know that Zhou Huajian wants to win. It's hard. Extremely difficult. Once the cheers from the crowd died down, Hua Xiao spoke again. Now I will announce the number of votes for Mr. Zhou Huajian. It seems like he learned this from a music variety show director. At this point, Hua Xiao paused for a moment. Hurry up and tell me. You're killing me here. Is Hua Xiao trying to test the power of my sandbag-like fists? I'm truly impressed. This is enough to give someone a heart attack. Zhou Huajian's vote count is 475. Unfortunately, the challenge was not successful. Let's congratulate Luo Chen on advancing to the next round. A series of 3 sentences once again stirred the audience's emotions. Luo Chen! Luo Chen! At this moment, the shouts and applause were all for Luo Chen. Luo Chen could only bow repeatedly in gratitude. Upon hearing this outcome, Zhou Huajian, his expression suddenly relaxed, completely different from the solemn look he had just moments ago. It seemed as though he didn't care at all about having lost to Luo Chen. Hua Xiao, standing nearby, also noticed this. He asked, Mr. Zhou Huajian, it seems like you're not very concerned about this result. Could you share your current feelings with us? Upon hearing this question, Zhou Huajian suddenly smiled. Actually, I'm not indifferent to the outcome. On the contrary, don't look at my age. My desire to win is no less than that of you young people. To be honest, I was indeed nervous before the results came out. However, when the results were announced, I suddenly realized that winning or losing isn't really that important. What really matters is that I saw the hope for Dragon Country's music in Luo Chen. I also hope that Luo Chen will continue on this path and keep creating such wonderful music. Finally, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all the friends who have been listening to my music and supporting me. Thank you so much. After speaking, Zhou Huajian walked up to Luo Chen and gave him a warm embrace. He then stepped down from the stage. Slap. Listening to Zhou Huajian's words, the audience below also applauded enthusiastically. Luo Chen kept his eyes fixed on Zhou Huajian's retreating figure as he walked off the stage. He felt deeply grateful. To be honest, he had never even considered it. He had just sung a song, yet he received such high praise from Zhou Huajian. After all, he was Zhou Huajian's rival. Logically speaking, the two of them should be on opposing sides. Zhou Huajian truly lives up to his reputation as a veteran of the music industry, demonstrating such a magnanimous spirit. This is truly worthy of Luo Chen's admiration and emulation. In Chapter 18, Chang Xiao received another system reward and felt shy. As Zhou Huajian's figure faded from view, he disappeared from everyone's sight. The applause finally began to die down. This was the best farewell gift for Zhou Huajian. Despite the fact that he was eliminated this time. But in the hearts of everyone, he remains the ultimate champion. His songs are still beloved by everyone. As the atmosphere gradually calmed down, Hua Xiao said jokingly, although I'm the host of this show, sometimes I really dislike the rules of this program. As soon as he said this, the audience burst into laughter. The sense of parting sorrow was also softened. Some audience members even shouted loudly, Hua Xiao, don't be afraid. If you're kidnapped, just blink your eyes, and we'll come to save you. Upon hearing this, Hua Xiao frantically blinked his eyes. It was his way of responding. He quickly adjusted his emotions. Alright, let's not keep everyone waiting any longer. Please join me in congratulating tonight's final winner, Luo Chen. This once again brought a round of applause from the audience. They say the public's eyes are sharp. As the audience at the scene, they were the ones who felt the charm of Luo Chen's song Fireworks fade quickly up close. That beautiful yet tragic love story deeply moved them. Therefore, they generously applauded. And Hua Xiao also fixed his gaze on Luo Chen. Luo Chen, at this moment, is there anything you'd like to say to the audience? The applause stops. Luo Chen placed the microphone to his lips. He spoke in a serious tone. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to everyone for your support. Thank you all. I am truly grateful to be able to continue on this journey. Whether it was Mr. Haiquan from the previous episode or Mr. Zhou Huajian from this episode, they are all my seniors in the field of music. I have learned a great deal from them, and I am deeply grateful for their guidance. At the same time, I also want to say that I will continue to create and keep singing for you all. Thank you everyone. Thank you. After repeating thank you several times, Luo Chen concluded his speech with a bow. Upon hearing Luo Chen's words, Hua Xiao also felt deeply moved. As a seasoned host, he had seen many people in the entertainment industry. He could genuinely feel that what Luo Chen had just said came straight from the heart. It wasn't hollow. With this attitude alone, there is already a significant difference between them and some of the young stars in the entertainment industry. Respecting seniors and having a clear sense of self. This also made Hua Xiao even more confident that Luo Chen could go further on the path of music. Meanwhile, in Luo Chen's mind, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. Reward obtained, 1 golden treasure chest. Are you sure you want to open it? Enable. Luo Chen has always been very interested in the system's rewards. Therefore, he did not hesitate for a moment and chose to activate it. Ding! Ding! Golden treasure chest opened. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the instrument mastery skill. Congratulations! You have obtained a bottle of charm potion. In the next moment, that long-lost mysterious power once again descended upon Luo Chen. Soon after, Luo Chen felt that his mind was filled with knowledge about musical instruments. And he was proficient in all of them. According to the system, the levels are ranked from lowest to highest as ordinary, general, proficient, master, and perfect. The expert level is not particularly high. However, for Luo Chen, it was already an excellent reward. After all, he had also learned that leveling up could be used to exchange reputation points for skill books for specific instruments in the shop. The only issue is that the reputation points required are quite high. However, Luo Chen still has confidence in himself. As for the other rewards, the charm potion was exactly as the name suggested. Simply drinking it increases Luo Chen's charm value. Even if one possesses extraordinary good looks, who would still feel dissatisfied if they could enhance their own charm? In any case, Luo Chen was quite satisfied with the rewards from this unboxing. And that wraps up this episode of the show. After Hua Xiao finished reading the final advertisement for the sponsor, the audience began to leave one by one. Luo Chen also returned to the restroom. Let's try this charm potion and see how it works. With that thought, Luo Chen entered the changing room and took out a small bottle from his system backpack. It was a bottle disguised as an oral liquid, with only the words charm potion on the label. There is no information about the manufacturer or production address. Isn't this just a counterfeit product? Luo Chen muttered to himself, forget it, the system wouldn't dare to deceive me. Gritting his teeth, Luo Chen opened the lid and drank it down in one gulp. Sour. That was Luo Chen's first reaction. However, immediately after that, there was a hint of sweetness. Luo Chen couldn't quite describe the exact feeling, but it was definitely strange. A few minutes later, the feeling finally faded away. Opening the door to the changing room, Luo Chen headed straight for the restroom. Nothing seems to have changed. Luo Chen touched his face and muttered to himself. If there was any change at all, it was that he looked a little paler than before. Gurgle. Never mind, let's just find a place to eat first. Luo Chen wasn't the type to insist on getting to the bottom of things. If you can't find the answer right away, just give it a rest. But just as he stepped out of the break room door, he bumped into Chang Xiao and her agent Fan Lan. As soon as they met, Chang Xiao's cheeks flushed red. Xiao Xiao, what's wrong? Fan Lan, who was standing nearby, saw Chang Xiao's reaction and asked with concern. I'm fine, just a little hot. Is that so? Fan Lan looked at Chang Xiao's thin jacket and her eyes showed a look of confusion. But she didn't think much of it. Instead, he focused his attention on Luo Chen. Extending her delicate hand, she spoke warmly, hello, Mr. Luo Chen. I am the manager of the artist department at Yuehua Entertainment. My name is Fan Lan. Upon hearing the words Yuehua Entertainment, Luo Chen immediately understood their purpose. It must be about the contract they mentioned on the phone earlier. Luo Chen didn't mind this. So he also extended his right hand. He greeted him, hello. At that moment, Chang Xiao finally snapped out of it. He hurriedly said, Lan Jia, didn't you make a reservation at the restaurant? I think we should just eat and chat here. Luo Chen, do you think that's okay? Sure. Seeing Chang Xiao respect his opinion so much, Luo Chen felt quite pleased. Chapter 19, Luo Chen signs the contract. A daughter grows up and leaves home. Arriving at the restaurant booked by Fan Lan, the three of them sat down one after another. Coincidentally, Chang Xiao sat down next to Luo Chen. Fan Lan, who was sitting across the table, noticed Chang Xiao's actions and furrowed her brows slightly. However, she didn't say anything. From the first time Chang Xiao mentioned Luo Chen in her ear and asked her to sign with Luo Chen, Fan Lan already had a premonition that her precious little daughter was about to be taken away. And today, she had finally met Luo Chen in person. She had to admit it. Luo Chen was top-notch in every aspect, whether it was her figure, looks, or talent. Moreover, in Luo Chen, she sensed a different aura compared to other young stars in the entertainment industry. It was a masculine energy. At the same time, through her conversations with Luo Chen along the way, she could clearly sense the confidence that was deeply ingrained in his very being. If it was merely due to Chang Xiao's suggestion that she had initially considered signing Luo Chen, then now, she genuinely wanted to sign Luo Chen. Because she has a strong feeling about it. Luo Chen could truly become the hope of Longwa's music, just as Zhou Huajian had said on today's program. Thinking of this, Fan Lan spoke first, Mr. Luo Chen, I'm sure you already know why we've come to see you today. Here's the thing, after watching your performances on the past 2 episodes, I think your singing is truly amazing, and I have very high hopes for your future. Therefore, I would like to extend a formal invitation on behalf of Yuehua Entertainment for you to join our team. I wonder if you would be interested in this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Chang Xiao unconsciously put down the cup he was drinking from. He perked up his ears to listen to Luo Chen's response. Actually, when he received Chang Xiao's call a few days ago, Luo Chen had taken some time to think it through carefully. He also searched online for some related information. After careful consideration, he is inclined to sign with an agency. After all, even though he has a system at his disposal. But he wasn't from the entertainment industry in his previous life. And he was unfamiliar with many aspects of the entertainment industry. And sometimes, the power of capital is still quite significant. Trying to go up against it with just one person's strength is still quite challenging. However, Luo Chen isn't foolish. However, Luo Chen wasn't stupid. Signing a contract is something that requires careful consideration. So he asked, may I inquire about the specifics of the contract? Of course, you can. Upon seeing Luo Chen, Fan Lan hurriedly responded without refusing immediately. Before coming here, our company had already discussed it. Based on your current performance, we can sign a first-tier contract with you. A level 1 contract entitles you to a 30-70 profit-sharing ratio, as well as the benefits provided by the company. This includes assigning you a dedicated service team. Before she could finish, Chang Xiao interrupted, I know that. It's just like me now. I have a personal assistant, a driver, and a bodyguard. Plus a car. Lan Jia, am I right? Although she was speaking to Fan Lan, her attention was entirely focused on Luo Chen. It seemed as though she was desperately wanting to know whether Luo Chen would agree or not. Originally, when he heard it was a 3-7 split, Luochen felt a bit uneasy. Originally, when he heard it was a 30-70 split, Luochen still felt a bit uneasy. After all, having to share the money he had earned with others was something no one would find easy to accept. However, upon hearing that the company had assigned a team to him, Luochen felt slightly comforted. But he asked again, "Does your company have any higher-level contracts?" "Yes, there are top-tier contracts above the first-tier contracts, but those are quite challenging." The one who replied was Chang Xiao. Perhaps even she herself hadn't realized that she had been paying too much attention to Luochen's matter today. Fong Lan also gave her a meaningful look. She sighed deeply, her thoughts wandering aimlessly. Continuing Chang Xiao's words, he said, "Our company currently has only one top-tier contract, and that's with Han Gung. The profit-sharing ratio between him and the company is 1-9. Additionally, there are other benefits." Fong Lan didn't finish her sentence, as if she were teasing Luochen. However, Luochen didn't seem to mind. After all, he didn't have the capital to sign a top-tier contract at the moment. As for the future, that remains to be seen. "Luochen, are you going to sign the contract?" Chang Xiao suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, Fong Lan and Luochen both burst into laughter. In fact, by this point, the two had already reached a consensus. Perhaps Chang Xiao was just worried and acting impulsively. He only asked this question after seeing that Luochen didn't respond. But it's pretty cute. What happened next was simple. After discussing some more details, such as Luochen's future musical direction will be in the style of Manhwa, and he will have the freedom to choose his own projects for TV shows and films, etc. After everything has been finalized, Fong Lan instructed someone to print out the contract. Then Luochen signed his name on it. The contract was for 5 years. This means that over the next 5 years, Luochen will be an artist under Yuehua Entertainment. And upon seeing Luochen sign his name, Chang Zhao's smile could no longer be concealed. If it weren't for the fact that they were outside, she would have jumped up in excitement. Seeing her reaction, Fong Lan's cheerful mood suddenly soured. Although she was Chang Zhao's agent, in Fong Lan's heart, Chang Xiao was like her own daughter. But now, the daughter has grown up, and it's time to let her go. As for Luochen, who had been hungry for a while, he started eating as soon as he finished his work. He paid no attention to anything else. At this moment, he just wanted to finish up and return to the hotel for a good night's sleep. Chapter 20, Luochen, can I add you on WeChat? The secret rivalry between Chang Xiao and Wu Xuani. At the restaurant entrance, Chang Xiao watched Luochen's figure as he was about to turn and leave. He couldn't help but call out, "Luochen, can I add you on WeChat? That way, I can notify you if there's any work arrangements." Sure. Luochen was puzzled as to why Chang Xiao had his phone number but still wanted to add him on WeChat. However, he didn't refuse either. Upon hearing Luochen's agreement, Chang Zhao's face, as beautiful as a manga protagonist's, immediately lit up with joy. She hurriedly took out her phone to add Luochen. After that, Luochen bid farewell to the two and headed toward his hotel. Alright, everyone's gone. Fong Lan couldn't help but tease Chang Xiao when she saw his expression. Lan Jia, I didn't. Having her true intentions exposed, Chang Xiao felt a bit embarrassed, stamped her foot, and hurriedly ran to the car. Seeing this, Fong Lan shook her head helplessly. As for Luochen, after returning to the hotel and finishing his evening routine, he went to bed. The next day, the program, The Voice of Dreams, also released some clips from the show. The purpose, of course, is to attract the attention of a wide audience online. Did they really manage to invite Zhou Huajian? The production team of The Voice of Dreams is really spending big. Come on, you know this is Zhejiang province. Do you really think they're short on money? Zhou Huajian challenged Luochen? Oh, poor Luochen. He's definitely going to be eliminated now. Just like last time. As soon as the news broke, it immediately sparked widespread attention and discussion. Whether it was Zhou Huajian's arrival or the fact that he chose to challenge Luochen, both decisions deeply captivated them. As the buzz grew louder and louder, it has also brought this matter to the attention of more people. Immediately afterward, Zhou Huajian challenges Luochen directly made it to the top 10 of Weibo's trending topics. Director Jiang Yan was overjoyed upon seeing this. If this keeps up, the show's ratings are sure to skyrocket. The female assistant beside him, seeing this, poured cold water on the situation. Director, have you decided who the celebrity guest will be for the next episode? Suddenly, Jiang Yan felt as if his throat had been blocked. The smile on his face gradually faded. Finally, she snapped, "You have to say that at a time like this." The female assistant just rolled her eyes, completely unafraid of Jiang Yan, and said again, "There's only a few days left until the next episode is recorded. Director, you better think about who to invite." After saying that, she sat down beside him and quietly scrolled through her Weibo feed. As someone once said, if you're not in a position of authority, you shouldn't meddle in matters that don't concern you. She's just a junior assistant. As for the tedious task of deciding who to hire, let Jiang Yan worry about it. Before long, it was Saturday evening. Due to the previous episode of The Voice of Dreams, the audience was already captivated. As a result, many people were eagerly anticipating the show even before it aired. At 8 o'clock sharp. As soon as the program aired, the ratings kept going up. Within 5 minutes, it had surpassed 28. At that moment, the program was airing a conversation between Luo Chen and his driver in the car. "Driver, Mr. Luo Chen, I saw someone on Weibo saying that now is the perfect time to buy blue and white porcelain. I looked into it and found that they were absolutely right." "Luo Chen, so you bought some?" Seeing this scene, many people watching on TV couldn't help but laugh out loud. Especially the final scene where Luo Chen responded with a smile, which was quickly turned into an emoji by the resourceful netizens. It continues to circulate widely online. The first memorable moment of the second episode of The Voice of Dreams was thus born. At the same time, Longdu, a bustling neighborhood. Inside a villa. Chang Xiao, dressed in light summer attire, was leaning back on the sofa watching TV. The screen displayed the very show she had been dreaming of. After seeing Luo Chen's performance, I couldn't help but laugh. "Luo Chen is just too cute. Is this the Luo Chen you were talking about? He's pretty handsome." Wu Xuanyi, standing beside him, swayed her long legs and blinked her eyes as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Cheng Zhao's laughter abruptly stopped. He turned his head to glance at Wu Xuanyi with a hint of scrutiny and said, "You wouldn't have taken a liking to him, would you?" "Me, like him? How could that be?" Before Wu Xuanyi could finish her sentence, she saw the TV screen showing Luo Chen getting out of the car. His tall, straight figure and handsome profile. Every casual movement seemed so charming. She simply chose to remain silent. He just silently thought to himself, "That's also possible." Chang Xiao saw Wu Xuanyi's reaction and understood immediately. He didn't ask any further questions, but he grew wary. He then turned his attention back to the television. As the program progressed, soon, it was time for the theme selection segment. When they saw that Luo Chen had actually drawn the theme of love, Hu Yanbing's reaction was, they were overjoyed. Especially during the latter part of the show, they actually edited a scene under Hu Yanbing's feet. This left the audience speechless. At the same time, netizens naturally wouldn't miss out on this scene. And thus, the second iconic moment of the second episode of The Voice of Dreams was born here. However, Hu Yanbing's performance of Take It All also won them over. Although Hu Yanbing was pretty funny earlier, it has to be said that this song is still pretty good. Yeah, his performance completely outshone the amateur who challenged him. "Hu Yanbing, I'm clearly a singer, so why have I turned into a comedian?" The post also included an image of Hu Yanbing with a crack on his foot. "Hey, can someone share an image of Luo Chen? Hey, I have one here." I didn't expect a music variety show to be this funny. Even though they were watching the show on TV at home, that didn't stop them from discussing it on the official Weibo account for The Voice of Dreams. This also helped spread these two iconic scenes even further. Chapter 21, Is Luo Chen a straight guy? Fireworks are fleeting. And when they saw Chang Zhao's singing and dancing performance, they were also deeply impressed. Sure enough, when Chang Zhao started dancing, she seemed like a completely different person. Yes, he danced really well. It's truly charming. I really loved this episode. Suddenly, I feel like Chang Xiao and Luo Chen would make a great couple. What are you talking about up there? Chang Xiao is mine. After Chang Zhao's performance, it was time for Zhang Liangying to sing. Her rendition of Finally, I've Waited for You once again captivated the audience. I suddenly realized that the amateurs in this episode are really unfortunate. Yeah, it feels like all three dream mentors gave it their all. This is completely different from their performance in the last episode. I think this might have something to do with Luo Chen, since he eliminated Hu Haiquan, so the other three mentors are probably afraid of being eliminated by the amateurs. That makes sense too. If that's the case, we should thank Luo Chen after all. Everyone was chatting happily, but I wonder what Hu Haiquan would think if he saw this scene. However, soon, Luo Chen and Zhou Huajin arrived. And this was precisely what the vast majority of netizens had been eagerly awaiting. They are eager to find out whether Luo Chen or Zhou Huajin emerged victorious. Soon, the TV screen showed Luo Chen standing on the stage. And Luo Chen's words also reached everyone's ears. Today, I will be performing a song called Fireworks Are Cold, which I wrote and composed myself. To be honest, I have never been in a relationship. No way, Luo Chen is so handsome and he's never been in a relationship? I also think it's a bit hard to believe. My 5-year-old nephew has already had several relationships at kindergarten. Wow, your nephew is so cool. Whether you believe it or not, I do. I feel like Luo Chen is pretty genuine. Wu Xuanyi, who was also watching TV, heard this and was taken aback for a moment. She then smiled and asked, "Xiao Xiao, you've recorded a program with Luo Chen. Do you think Luo Chen has really never been in a relationship?" "Of course not. I think he's a straight guy." Chang Xiao replied without looking back. But he regretted it as soon as the words left his mouth. He then turned around and stared straight into Wu Xuanyi's eyes. "Wu Xuanyi, you're trying to trick me." The next moment, he lunged toward Wu Xuanyi. the two of them wrestled together. Fortunately, no one else was around to see the scene. Fortunately, Luo Chen's singing put a stop to their inappropriate behavior. The bustling sounds faded into the void, leaving the world in awe. Dreams grow cold, and a lifetime of love is spent in vain, leaving behind countless deaths of the heart. The beautiful lyrics are perfectly complemented by Luo Chen's deep, melancholic voice, instantly drawing the emotions of those watching the program into the song's atmosphere. Wu Xuanyi whispered, "The lyrics are so well written, and the singing is beautiful." Of course, there was one thing he didn't say out loud: "You're also really handsome." It wasn't just her, even Chang Xiao, who had already watched it once, was now staring blankly at Luo Chen's figure on the TV screen. And as the chorus began, "The rain falls heavily on my old hometown, where the grass and trees grow tall. I hear you've always been alone." Singing the chorus over and over again. This song has already won over the audience. During the song's interlude, people rushed to Weibo to discuss it. While the chorus is over, let's claim our spot. Luo Chen is awesome. Luo Chen is truly amazing. I really want to know how he wrote such a song. Even though I haven't finished listening to the song yet, I'm already ready to put it on repeat. Is this what genius looks like? To be able to write such a beautiful and heartbreaking love song without ever having been in love. Now I'm starting to wonder if Luo Chen has ever been in love at all. That's right, while marveling at how beautiful the song is, netizens have become even more skeptical about Luo Chen's previous statement that he is not in a relationship. Not to mention them, even Wu Xuanyi was curious at this point. However, as a public figure, she naturally couldn't discuss it freely online like ordinary netizens. Glancing at Chang Xiao beside him, he opened his mouth but remained silent. However, Chang Xiao seemed to know what she was thinking. He spoke up first. "I firmly believe that Luo Chen has never been in a relationship. I won't tell you the reason." Alright. Although I don't know why Chang Xiao is so sure. However, Wu Xuanyi still chose to believe him. She didn't notice the look of resentment on Chang Xiao's face. He really is such a straight guy. We've been friends on WeChat for so long, and he's never once reached out to me. I even sent him so many messages myself. Based on this idea, Chang Xiao firmly believed that Luo Chen had never been in a relationship. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ignored such a beautiful woman like her, would he? At that moment, Luo Chen had no idea that simply not reaching out to Chang Xiao had made him seem like a straight guy in her eyes. These past few days, he had been practicing his instrument. After all, the system had previously rewarded him with the instrument proficiency skill. Though this means he won't be completely unfamiliar with musical instruments. However, Luo Chen had only ever played the guitar before. Therefore, he was still very interested in other musical instruments. And after Luo Chen's performance was over on TV, the song Fireworks Fade quickly really took off. Wow, is this the style of Manhwa? Of course it is. Last time, when Lu Hong said he was the hope for the revival of Dragon Country's music, I didn't believe him, but this time I do. Apologize to Luo Chen, this song really blew me away. I'm bowing down in admiration. It's too amazing. Damn, if that's the case, could it be that Luo Chen eliminated Zhou Huajian teacher? Sigh. Chapter 22 once again trends on Weibo, with Wu Xuanyi causing a stir. Before the show began, no one believed that Zhou Huajian would challenge an amateur. Similarly, no one would believe that Zhou Huajian could possibly be defeated by an amateur. However, after watching Luo Chen perform this song, Fireworks Fade, many netizens were deeply moved. This thought suddenly popped into their minds. It shouldn't be that bad, right? After all, Zhou Huajian is a big shot in the music industry. Reason tells me that Mr. Zhou Huajian shouldn't lose, but I can't stop thinking about him failing. Yeah, it's mainly because Luo Chen's song is just too good. Fortunately, they didn't have to guess for too long. The show soon welcomed Zhou Huajian's performance. Love Follows, a song that spread throughout the country. It also fits the theme of love that was selected. When the audience saw this scene, they suddenly felt that Zhou Huajian was a sure winner. After all, they had watched so many shows and knew that viewers inevitably let their personal feelings influence their votes to some extent. As the king killer, Zhou Huajian is undoubtedly more famous than Luo Chen. But when a song ends, the audience voting phase begins. Those sitting in front of the TV began to feel nervous as well. Even though they knew it had nothing to do with them and the outcome was already decided, they still silently prayed for their favorite singer. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait too long. Hua Xiao's voice came from the TV. I now announce that Luo Chen's score is 478 votes. 478 votes. You're all mature viewers now. We naturally know what this vote count signifies. It means that Luo Chen has once again broken his own record set in the previous episode. It also means that Zhou Huajian might really be on the verge of losing. Sure enough, it didn't take long. Hua Xiao announced Zhou Huajian's vote count, 475 votes. This is a very high number of votes. But it still lost to Luo Chen. Some viewers couldn't help but shed tears at this point. They truly admired Zhou Huajian. The song Friends is a must-sing for many people when they part ways. Yet, despite being such a prominent figure, he ended up failing. Immediately afterward, the TV broadcast Zhou Huajian's remarks. When they heard Zhou Huajian say that he saw the hope of Dragon Country's music in Luochen, some audience members who had managed to hold back their tears could no longer contain themselves. Tears streamed down their cheeks. Watching Zhou Huajian walk off the stage, they suddenly realized that Zhou Huajian had truly grown old. Wow, that's really touching. Yeah, I was moved by Mr. Zhou Huajian. Even though we lost, we still did well. Mr. Zhou Huajian is amazing, and Luochen is amazing too. Wow. Luochen has already been hailed by 2 industry giants as the future of Dragon Country music. Luochen sang 2 songs on the show, both in the Dragon Country style. I'm officially declaring myself a fan of Luochen. Luochen is truly outstanding. I absolutely love him. Don't leave, come over here for a one-on-one. Luochen is mine. After the show ended, Luochen's name was once again the topic of discussion among netizens. The song Fireworks Fade Quickly was also hailed by many as another classic masterpiece by Luochen. Of course, the incident where Luochen eliminated Zhou Huajian, a prominent figure in the industry, during the show has also been widely discussed. Soon, Luochen eliminated Zhou Huajian. Fireworks Fade Quickly. Long Feng. These topics have made it to the top of Weibo's trending topics list. And they're all in the top 10. The popularity of this topic has also given some people a glimpse of just how hot Luochen is right now. Unfortunately, it still hasn't made it to the top spot. What were you thinking? The top spot belongs to the king of pop, Han Hong. Yeah, Han Hong won the title of Singer of the Year on yesterday's episode of Singer of the Year. That's a must-have. Just as netizens have said, the top spot on Weibo's trending list is currently occupied by Singer of the Year Han Hong. Meanwhile, director Zhang Yan, who is highly focused on the program's impact, is also closely monitoring the situation. Once again, he was overjoyed. Because today's episode of The Voice of Dreams achieved a peak viewership rating of 35, with an average rating of 3. He couldn't help but laugh out loud again. This is all my hard work. As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to think of something. He turned his head and stared at his female assistant, saying seriously, "Don't say such unpleasant things." The female assistant nodded just as seriously. Zhang Yan's eyes lit up with approval. But the next second, he heard his female assistant whisper, "But we haven't invited the celebrity guest for the next episode yet. Director, do you have anyone in mind?" Before Zhang Yan could react, the female assistant hurriedly ran out, leaving Zhang Yan in the office, unable to hold back his tears. Hotel. Luochen leaned against the headboard and watched TV. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. He picked it up and saw a message from Chang Xiao on WeChat. So cute. Then there's an emoji. Exactly the moment when Luochen smiled at the driver during the show. Of course, it's now been dubbed the first iconic moment of The Voice of Dreams by netizens. What the heck? Luochen muttered under his breath. He really hadn't watched the show today. He mainly watched his own performance and felt that something was strange. What's going on here? Accompanied by a puzzled expression, Luochen sent it over. Chang Xiao had been looking for him to chat every day lately, and Luochen wasn't a pushover. He naturally understood that it wasn't because he had signed with Yuehua Entertainment. Chang Xiao is paying so much attention to him. There must be some ulterior motive behind it. However, Luochen adhered to the principle of letting things take their natural course. Besides, sometimes when he's bored, having a girl to chat with is also a nice thing. On the villa sofa, Chang Xiao was surprised to see Luochen respond so quickly this time. A look of delight immediately appeared on his face. Hurriedly replied, "Didn't you watch the show? It was the conversation you had with the driver on the show." The netizens all found it hilarious. Netizens? I think it's you. No way. I just think you're cute. Cute? I'm a 185 centimeters tall man, and you think I'm cute? You are cute, but that doesn't take away from your handsomeness. The vibration sound kept going, and Wu Shuani looked over at Chang Xiao in confusion. She quietly shifted her body, until he saw Chang Xiao's phone screen showing a chat with someone named Luo Xianrun. He immediately realized that this was Luochen's WeChat. A thought immediately came to her mind. She snatched the phone from Chang Xiao's hands. Then, with her delicate fingers, she pressed the voice button on WeChat and said in a sweet, girly voice, "Sir, want to play?" She released her fingers, and the message was sent successfully. After completing all of this, Wu Shuani's face showed a look of satisfaction. The next moment, she was startled by a deafening sound. Wu Shuani. Regardless of how the two fought, Luochen was stunned by this voice. However, he recognized that it wasn't Chang Xiao's voice, so he put down his phone and ignored it. Chapter 23, a well-known music influencer on Weibo raises doubts, and director Zhang Yan makes arrangements. No further updates overnight. The next day, Luochen was awakened by the ringtone of Chang Xiao's phone call. He answered groggily and mumbled a few words. Luochen hung up the phone. On the other end of the line, Chang Xiao heard the busy tone. He froze for a moment. Immediately afterward, a loud voice echoed through the villa once more. Wu Xuani. Luo Chen slept soundly. However, some people online had already started their online activities. On Weibo, a Weibo account named Weird Music, which has 5 million followers, posted an article. Yesterday, at a friend's recommendation, I watched the second episode of the third season of The Voice of Dreams. Hu Yanbing's performance was excellent, Chang Zhao's singing and dancing were also impressive, and Zhang Jingying performed well too. However, in my opinion, none of them could match Zhou Huajian's singing. The final voting results of the show also confirmed this. However, what I didn't expect was that even with 475 votes, Zhou Huajian still lost. And the one who defeated him was an amateur contestant. Setting aside the question of why Zhou Huajian chose an amateur contestant as his challenger. However, I have also listened to that song, Fireworks Fade, and I do not believe it can surpass Mr. Zhou Huajian's version of Love Follows. As for the so-called Dragon Country style, it's even more absurd. The song barely uses any traditional Dragon Country instruments in its arrangement, and you can't even tell unless you listen closely. On the contrary, it makes extensive use of Western instruments such as guitars, pianos, and drum sets. How dare such a song be labeled as Dragon Country style music? Finally, I'd like to say that Luo Chen is only 20 years old this year, right? Can he really write songs like Blue and White Porcelain and Fireworks Fade quickly? I'm highly skeptical. A single article spans thousands of words. Using the three singers Hu Yanbing, Zhang Liangying, and Chang Xiao as a starting point. While highlighting Zhou Huajian's exceptional talent, it also sets the stage for future skepticism toward Luo Chen. In summary, the entire article first subtly questions the program The Voice of Dreams for having a hidden agenda, and then directly states that the song Fireworks Fade Quickly is not in the Dragon Country style. Finally, it even questions whether Luo Chen, given his age, could have written such a song at all, suggesting that a ghostwriter was likely hired. Since it was posted by a well-known influencer, the article immediately attracted widespread attention from netizens. The number of views skyrocketed past 1 million in no time. When I watched it yesterday, I also felt that Zhou Huajian shouldn't have been eliminated, but I never expected there to be underhanded dealings by the production team. It shouldn't be that bad, right? The production team of The Voice of Dreams wouldn't risk so much just to promote a newcomer. I agree, but if the song Fireworks Fade is really arranged using Western instruments as the weird music people say, then it really can't be considered Chinese-style music. I study music, and the arrangement of Fireworks Fade does indeed use Western instruments. Even though the music is unconventional, it's still trustworthy. Could it be that Luo Chen really hired someone else to write these two songs? Wow, I never expected to wake up to such a big scoop. Soon. The Voice of Dreams has a dark side. Fireworks Fade Quickly is not Dragon Country style music. Luo Chen hires a gunman. These three topics directly made it to the top of Weibo's trending topics list. The rankings are closely following the topics related to Luo Chen from yesterday. This time, made it into the top 10 of the Weibo trending topics list. 6 of them are related to Luo Chen. And Fireworks Are Cold even reached the second spot on the Weibo trending chart. It came in just behind the singing sensation Han Hong. Some observant netizens have also noticed this. When you think about how Zhou Huajian was also eliminated by Luo Chen. So, these people rushed to the official Weibo account of The Voice of Dreams to leave comments. The celebrity guest for the next episode hasn't been confirmed yet, but it seems like only the singing King Han Hong can take on Luo Chen now. Yeah, let's invite the singing legend Han Hong. 1. 10,010. Unlike Luo Chen, everyone else got up early. Director Jiang Yan got up early in the morning, intending to check Weibo and keep up with the latest news. But he never expected to stumble upon some juicy gossip. How dare you say my show has a hidden agenda? And you even claim that Luo Chen hired a hitman? This is a direct provocation against me. Although the article only subtly hinted at the program The Voice of Dreams having a hidden agenda, Jiang Yan has been in the entertainment industry for so many years. How could one not discern the underlying meaning? Jiang Yan was furious. He edited a few sentences and sent them out. Kids, spreading malicious rumors comes with legal consequences. Which eye did you see the program's hidden agenda with? Where did you hear that Luo Chen hired a gunman? By the way, he also tagged some weird music. Jiang Yan, who has directed numerous variety shows, also has 2 million followers on Weibo. This Weibo post sparked a heated discussion among netizens as soon as it was posted. Referring to bizarre music as kids stuff, director Jiang Yan is truly hilarious. Going head to head like that, they're really confident. How come I don't feel like there's any foul play going on in this show? Yeah, director Jiang Yan's words are clearly backing Luo Chen. I believe in him again now. Don't speak too soon. Luo Chen is only 20, that's a fact. How could someone of that age possibly write 2 classic pieces? It's simple, Luo Chen is a genius. Come on, there aren't that many geniuses. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan, who had posted a brief message, wasn't idle either. when he saw netizens leaving comments under the official Weibo account of the program asking him to invite Han Hong. He suddenly thought this was also a good idea. But then he thought again. But the budget overrun is a bit too much. Oh well, never mind, it's all for the sake of performance. So he quickly had his female assistant contact Han Hong's side. After receiving a positive response, the official account of The Voice of Dreams posted a message on Weibo. The content is simple, just 2 bold characters, arranged. The accompanying image is a photo of Han Hong winning the championship in the final episode of The Voice of China. The photo shows her holding the championship trophy. Chapter 24, Wu Xuani, We're Good Sisters. As soon as the official account of The Voice of Dreams program released the schedule on Weibo, this immediately brought joy to the netizens who had left comments. Wow, I didn't expect the production team to be so awesome. Never mind anything else, just for this alone, I'll definitely watch the next episode. Now I believe the production team is above board. After all, everyone knows Han Hong's personality. Yeah, with that fiery temper, if the production team dared to pull any tricks, it would definitely be exposed. The production team can do that, but why won't Luo Chen come out and give an explanation? The person above is right. If Luo Chen doesn't come out and explain himself soon, I'm starting to wonder if he really hired someone to do his work. As the group chatted, the conversation veered off topic. Mainly because they really wanted to know if Luo Chen had hired a hitman. Meanwhile, Longdu, in the bustling neighborhood. Inside the villa. After finishing their playful banter, Chang Xiao and Wu Xuani also saw the article posted on Weibo by the person with the peculiar music. After reading it, Chang Xiao's face was filled with anger. How could they make such ridiculous claims about this music? I participated in the recording, so there's definitely no foul play involved in the program. Plus, Luo Chen wrote those 2 songs after the theme was selected. How could that possibly be the work of a ghostwriter? This is complete nonsense. Chang Xiao became more and more angry as he spoke. Wu Xuani, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Yeah, but that's just how they are. They're just trying to ride the wave of popularity from Luo Chen's song Fireworks Fade Quickly to generate buzz and gain followers. Of course, it's also possible that someone is pulling the strings behind the scenes, telling them to do this. Let's leave this matter to Lan Jie to handle. Upon hearing this, Chang Xiao scratched his head in frustration. He said angrily, Tell Lan Jie. I'm going to post on Weibo to clarify things with Luo Chen. Upon hearing his words, Wu Xuani's face betrayed a look of surprise. All along, Chang Xiao had always left such matters to Fong Lan to handle. After all, on one hand, agents are more knowledgeable about such matters. On the other hand, the company is also concerned that the artist might post inappropriate comments on Weibo, being criticized by netizens. Due to his young age, Chang Xiao's Weibo account is managed by Fong Lan. But now, because of Luo Chen's situation, Chang Xiao has actually chosen to defy company regulations. It seems she's truly fallen for Luo Chen. Wu Xuani thought to herself, but Luo Chen is really amazing. As she thought this, Wu Xuani, unusually, did not stop Chang Xiao. The Voice of Dreams program has no hidden agenda, and Luo Chen did not hire a stand-in. Spreading rumors comes at a cost. She also tagged the eccentric music group in the same post. As a member of the group Cosmic Girls, Chang Xiao still has a significant number of fans on her Weibo account. A whopping 11.1 million. This post was shared widely. The fans of Chang Xiao received a notification from Weibo. Within just a few minutes, there were already millions of views. After Wu Xuani sent a message to Fong Lan, she also logged into her Weibo account. He reposted Chang Xiao's latest Weibo post. Wu Xuani has twice as many fans as Chang Xiao. So when she reposted it, added fuel to the fire. And it's the kind that just won't be extinguished. It immediately sparked a heated discussion among netizens. I never expected Chang Xiao to come out and support the production team and Luo Chen like that. Trust Chang Xiao, I'm not saying anymore. I'm going to watch Chang Xiao's dance video. Chang Xiao is amazing. But why hasn't Luo Chen come out to clarify things yet? What are you doing? Lan will scold you for doing that. Chang Xiao looked at Wu Xuani's actions and asked in confusion. Hearing her words, Wu Xuani smiled and reached out to pinch Chang Xiao's cheek. We're good friends, of course I'll support you. As for Lan Jie, let her say what she wants. Of course, there's one thing she didn't say, it's just words. Luo Chen is worth it. Chang Xiao pushed away Wu Xuani's hand and looked at her suspiciously. You've got a problem. What could I possibly have a problem with? You know what I'm talking about. I really don't understand what you're talking about. Wu Xuani looked at Chang Xiao with an innocent expression. Alright, in the end, Chang Xiao gave up. In fact, she had taken a bit of a risk just now. If Wu Xuani had actually said she also liked Luo Chen, she really wouldn't have known what to do. After all, to put it bluntly, the two of them have a really good relationship. Meanwhile, Yuehua Tower, 20th floor. In the office. Fong Lan sat in her office chair, a helpless expression on her face. This is really troublesome. In fact, she had seen the Weibo post from Chipai Music early in the morning. She had been thinking about solutions ever since. Having been in the entertainment industry for so long and worked as an agent for so many years, Fong Lan knew that one couldn't judge things solely by their surface appearance. Take the bizarre music incident, for example. On the surface, it might just be an attempt to ride on Luo Chen's popularity to gain more followers. However, it's hard to guarantee that there's no one pulling the strings behind the bizarre music. Therefore, she did not choose to take action immediately but decided to wait and see. Let's see how things unfold. Setting aside other matters, at the very least, the controversy surrounding the peculiar music has once again boosted the popularity of Luo Chen and the song Fireworks Fade Quickly. Anyway, she's confident she can handle this situation. But now, with Chang Xiao and Wu Xuanyi meddling in it like this, she can't even think of not taking action now. So she picked up her phone and made a call. Let the PR department get started. Chapter 25, The Adorable Chang Xiao. The evidence is here. Yuehua Entertainment acted swiftly. Fong Lan made the call less than 10 minutes ago. Many people left comments under the account of the bizarre music. You say the production team is corrupt and Luo Chen hired a stand-in. Show us the proof. Exactly, don't just talk, show us the proof, and we'll believe you. If you can't provide evidence, that's just spreading rumors, and according to Dragon Country law, you'll end up getting a cup of tea. Provide evidence. 1. 100,188. It's not just about leaving comments under weird music posts. Yuehua Entertainment's official account also posted a Weibo. Regarding today's claims that our company's artist Luo Chen hired a gunman, we request that evidence be provided. If not, our company reserves the right to sue for defamation. The same statement was also posted on Weibo, tagging Chipa Music. This move has effectively thrust the bizarre music into the spotlight. Many netizens are also paying close attention to this matter. Some people even went to Luo Chen's Weibo page to leave comments. They wanted him to come out and clarify the situation or confront them. 10 a.m. Luo Chen finally woke up in the hotel. As soon as he picked up his phone, he saw a series of WeChat messages sent by Chang Xiao. Luo Chen, are you angry? A cautious expression. That voice message from yesterday wasn't sent by me, it was Wu Xuanyi deliberately causing trouble. Innocent expression. I already gave Wu Xuanyi a good scolding. Please don't be angry anymore, okay? Cute expression. You're not still asleep, are you? It's 8:30 in the morning. Have you checked Weibo? Those people are just talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart. I definitely believe you. Angry emoji. After reading the message, Luo Chen casually replied. I'm not angry, I just got up. Attached a thank you emoji. However, since Chang Xiao mentioned Weibo, it's clear that something big has happened on Weibo again. And it's related to me. Luo Chen didn't hesitate. He opened Weibo directly. As soon as I logged in, I was shocked by the 999 messages. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the number of followers had already surpassed 3 million. It really is a big deal. That's what he thought. Luo Chen glanced at the sparse trending topics list. The Voice of Dreams has a dark side. Fireworks Fade Quickly is not Dragon Country style music. Luo Chen hires a gunman. Several topics are related to himself. But none of them are good news. Following the comments of netizens, Luo Chen also saw the article about the bizarre music. After reading it, Luo Chen laughed. When the first song, Blue and White Porcelain, went viral online, no one attacked him. Luo Chen thought that people's attitudes toward music were different in this world. But he never expected that the second song, Fireworks Fade Quickly, would prove him wrong. If it was just about riding the wave of popularity, Luo Chen wouldn't mind. After all, everyone is struggling to make ends meet. But not only are they riding on someone else's coattails, they're also taking a shot at Luo Chen. Such behavior is something Luo Chen cannot tolerate. Of course, for those who are just bystanders or have been swept up in the hype, Luo Chen couldn't say much. Just as he was about to post a brief clarification on Weibo, the phone rang. Hello, Lan Jie. Luo Chen, did you see what happened on Weibo? Just saw it. I was about to clarify. Don't post on Weibo yet, wait a bit longer. Ha? You'll understand the specific reasons later. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Luo Chen thought for a moment and realized the reason why Fong Lan had asked her not to post on Weibo yet. This must be a ploy to lure her in. The truth was exactly as Luo Chen had thought. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The eccentric musician posted another Weibo. The title is The Evidence You've Been Waiting For. It took a bit of time to refine the information, causing a slight delay, but I hope you won't mind. Now, let us get to the main point. The reason why Luo Chen was able to defeat Zhou Huajian was because Yuehua Entertainment and the production team of The Voice of Dreams reached a consensus to fully support Luo Chen. Use Luo Chen to gain everyone's attention. This is their objective. 2 images attached below. One shows Fong Lan and Jian Yan having a meal and conversation at a restaurant, both with smiles on their faces. The other photo shows Fong Lan, Chang Xiao, and Luo Chen bidding farewell at the entrance of the restaurant on the day they signed the contract. The article isn't finished yet. Regarding the matter of Luo Chen hiring a gunman, I am not making this up out of thin air. The hitman has already been located by me. Since the hitman does not wish to draw attention to himself, I have only obtained the handwritten drafts of the 2 songs he wrote for Luo Chen. This section of text is also accompanied by 2 photos. The scenes in the photos are exactly as described by the bizarre music. It shows the handwritten drafts of the songs Blue and White Porcelain and Fireworks Are Cold. At the end, the peculiar music platform also expressed the hope that Luo Chen would take the initiative to admit his mistake. We hope everyone can forgive Luo Chen for his insincere words. After all, he has always been the focus of netizens' attention. As soon as this article was published, it attracted a lot of views and shares. In fact, within just 10 minutes. Here's the proof you wanted. This topic has made it to the 10th spot on Weibo's trending topics list. As one might imagine, the current level of interest in this matter is extremely high. And because of this incident, the bizarre music gained over 1 million followers in just a few hours. From this perspective, the bizarre music has already achieved success. But is that really the case? Chapter 26, The Big Fish has been caught. The so-called Dragon Country wind music. Netizens may be easily swayed by trends, but they're not pushovers. After reading the article posted by Cheapie Music, some netizens also raised their own questions. Are these photos the evidence you mentioned? Isn't that a bit hasty? Chang Xiao is a regular guest on The Voice of Dreams, and Fong Lan, as his agent, having dinner with director Jiang Yan isn't a big deal, is it? Yeah, I think that's a bit of a stretch. The person above is right. These 2 songwriting manuscripts also look a bit off. I just can't shake the feeling that this so-called evidence is forged. The pictures are real, but whether the events depicted are true or not remains unclear. Isn't this just a few opening images with the story made up afterward? Of course, there are netizens questioning the authenticity of the evidence. There are also many fans of this peculiar music genre. After reading this article, they chose to believe. So, the official Weibo account of the Voice of Dreams program was immediately flooded with a series of posts accusing the show of scandalous practices. Not only the production team, but even the official Weibo account of Yuehua Entertainment was similarly targeted. Luo Chen's Weibo comments are so numerous that it's impossible to count how many there are. Earlier, Chang Xiao and Wu Xuanyi had both posted messages on Weibo in support of the program and Luo Chen. As a result, many people also criticized them in the comments section of that post. Seeing this situation, Chang Xiao and Wu Xuanyi were both very unhappy. They're being way too blind. They just believe whatever others say. Chang Xiao said angrily. Looking at Chang Xiao's angry, puffed-up cheeks, Wu Xuanyi couldn't help but laugh out loud. She replied, "There's nothing we can do about it. Many netizens are easily swayed by trends. Let's not get involved in this matter. Let's leave it to Lan Jie." At this point, both of them felt a bit down. Their original intention had been to help the production team and Luo Chen. However, not only did they fail to assist, but they also ended up getting themselves into trouble. The 2 exchanged glances. And suddenly laughed. Then they all said in unison, "Let Lan Jie deal with the headache." At the same time, the Fong Lan they were referring to was not as angry as they were. Instead, she wore an expression of anticipation. He muttered to himself, "It should be about time for it to come out now." It wasn't just her who was waiting, Luo Chen was waiting too. Luo Chen also wanted to know who was behind this, trying to frame him. This time, they didn't keep the 2 waiting for long. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon. On Weibo, an account named Lanti Entertainment reposted an article about bizarre music. It also openly stated that it opposes singers like Luo Chen who hire stand-ins. It is recommended that the higher-ups ban Luo Chen. No way. Lanti Entertainment actually said they're boycotting Luo Chen? Does this mean the allegations about Luo Chen hiring a hitman are confirmed? Luo Chen is in big trouble now. Lanti Entertainment is one of the top 10 entertainment companies in Manhwa. Being boycotted by them means the entertainment industry will be tough to navigate from here on out. What are you thinking up there? Does Luo Chen even want to continue in the entertainment industry? Yeah, look at Luo Chen, he hasn't even posted a clarification on Weibo yet. He's definitely feeling guilty. Sigh, I never thought that someone who was just a rising star yesterday would be on the decline today. It's not anyone else's fault he asked someone else to do the work for him. I find that kind of behavior really distasteful too. With the statement from Lanti Entertainment Company, the artists under its management also took to their social media accounts to share their thoughts. In summary, it boils down to one thing: boycott Luo Chen, and preferably ban him entirely. This time, boycott Luo Chen has made it to the 20th spot on Weibo's trending topics list. Let's take a closer look. On the modest trending list, 7 or 8 entries were related to Luo Chen. However, the content was not particularly favorable. Fong Lan, who was closely monitoring the news, naturally came across these reports very quickly. She thought to herself, the fish has taken the bait. Then a call came through to Luo Chen's phone. Luo Chen, hello, Lan Jia, is it time yet? Fang Lan, yes, you can post it on Weibo now. I'll also find someone to assist you on my end. Luo Chen, but what's the deal with Lanti Entertainment? Fang Lan, this is a long story. There's a deep-seated feud between them and our company, Yuehua. They might be targeting you now because you're so popular and have signed with our company. I will have someone look into the specific reasons. Luo Chen also didn't expect things to turn out this way. He never imagined that he might be implicated by Yuehua Entertainment. However, Luo Chen didn't even think about complaining. After all, no matter how you look at it, the root of the matter lies with himself. Moreover, through this incident, he has also come to realize the harsh reality of the entertainment industry. After hanging up the phone, Luo Chen began editing on his phone. He had already figured out exactly what to do beforehand. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to everyone for your concern regarding my situation. I would also like to address some of the questions raised here. First, the program The Voice of Dreams definitely has no hidden agenda. Otherwise, I would have been eliminated in the first episode. Second, regarding the claim that the song Fireworks Fade Quickly is not Dragon Country style music, I think those who say that don't understand what Dragon Country style music is. Dragon Country style music, as the name suggests, refers to music that belongs to the Dragon Country style. In my view, it adheres to the three ancient, three new standard. That is, ancient lyrics and prose, ancient culture, ancient melodies, new singing techniques, new arrangements, and new concepts. So, please, those who claim that Fireworks Fade Quickly is not Dragon Country style music, clean out your ears and listen again. Third, some people claim that the songs Blue and White Porcelain and Fireworks Fade Quickly were written by a ghostwriter. They even went so far as to release what they claim are the original manuscripts. To this, I can only say, idiots. Both songs were composed by me in the backstage lounge of The Voice of Dreams. The production team should have cameras there. This can fully prove whether these two songs are indeed my original compositions. Finally, I want to say that online rumors are not to be trusted, and you should never spread them, because you might end up getting called in for a chat. In the latter part of the article, Luo Chen also compiled the story behind the song Fireworks Fade Quickly. It all began over 1,000 years ago, during the Northern Wei dynasty, in the city of Luoyang. A royal general met a woman by chance, and the two fell deeply in love at first sight and secretly pledged their lives to each other. However, the general was summoned by the court to fight at the border. In the years of war and turmoil, the imperial capital Luoyang had been reduced to ruins, in a state of utter devastation. In the end, the woman, after failing to find the general she had been waiting for, shaved her head and became a nun. Years later, when the general finally returned, having endured hardships, he sought out the ancient monastery where the woman had taken refuge. She had already passed away. People told the general that there had always been a woman waiting for him here. As soon as this post was published, it caused a huge stir. Chapter 27, The Dragon Country Music Association gives it a thumbs up. The drama is over. For those netizens, today started with some gossip. They've been eating watermelon all day long. And now we've finally gotten the main person to respond personally. Naturally, I'm very excited. Finally Luo Chenwei has clarified things. I'm so happy. I didn't expect Luo Chen to have such a deep understanding of Longhua music. Now I believe Luo Chen has never been in a relationship. Women would only slow him down when writing songs. Although I suspected there was a story behind the fleeting beauty of fireworks, I never imagined it would be so beautifully tragic. That general was so tragic he finally returned home, only to find that the woman who had been waiting for him all along had died. Thankfully, I always believed that Luo Chen didn't hire an assassin. Are those who spread rumors now feeling embarrassed? How can you be sure that the story Luo Chen told is true? It could very well be something he made up himself. The person above is so cute. They posted it on Weibo, so it must be verifiable. As soon as Luo Chen posted this clarification on Weibo, it immediately exposed those people for what they were. Even those who were still clinging to the last shred of hope, claiming that the story behind Fireworks Fade Quickly was fabricated by Luo Chen himself. But it's all in vain now. It won't change the situation. However, shortly thereafter, a history professor from Longdu University came forward to speak out. The story Luo Chen mentioned is indeed true. It is recorded in the Luoyang Qilanji, and there is a copy of this book in the library of Longdu University. Students who are interested can come to Longdu University to borrow it. While testifying on behalf of Luo Chen, the history professor also took the opportunity to give Longdu University a bit of publicity. His actions effectively humiliated those who were still holding out. As a result, many netizens realized they had mistakenly blamed Luo Chen earlier. Perhaps out of guilt or a sense of conscience. As a result, one after another, they rushed to the comments section of Chipai Music and Lanti Entertainment's Weibo accounts to leave abusive comments. In the end, they had no choice but to disable the comment function on their Weibo accounts. Upon discovering this, netizens once again shifted their focus. And so it goes. The Weibo accounts of the artists under Lanty Entertainment were targeted. One after another, they have fallen victim to the crackdown. The suffering is unbearable. And it doesn't end there. Immediately after that, Zhou Huajian actually reposted Luo Chen's Weibo post. He also commented, "There's no hidden agenda behind the show. Fireworks Fade Quickly is indeed a song with a Chinese style, and Luo Chen is amazing." This statement was made public. Netizens couldn't help but marvel at Zhou Huajian's status as a music industry heavyweight, praising his generosity and magnanimity. Soon, the production team of The Voice of Dreams and Yuehua Entertainment have also issued a joint statement. They are demanding that responsibility be held for the bizarre music and Lanty Entertainment. At this point, everyone thought that the drama that had been unfolding all day was finally over. All that's left is to wait and see what kind of bizarre music will emerge and what fate awaits Lanty Entertainment. But what they didn't expect was, the official Weibo account of the Longhua Music Association actually liked the post that Luo Chen had shared. They even commented, "Luo Chen's commitment to creating music in the Dragon Kingdom style is excellent. The standard of 3 ancient, 3 new is very good. We look forward to your next Dragon Kingdom style song. Finally, I also hope that other singers will create more Dragon Country style music." At this moment, everyone online who was following this story was buzzing with excitement. Holy cow, did I see that right? The Dragon Country Music Association actually liked Luo Chen's Weibo post and even said they're looking forward to his next Dragon Country style song. I don't know what to say, the Dragon Country Music Association is awesome, Luo Chen is amazing. Damn, the Dragon Country Music Association is an official organization. Does this mean the higher-ups are paying attention to Dragon Country-style music? Bro, you didn't just think of that now, did you? Who would have thought that the higher-ups would directly make a decision on this matter in the end? Wow! Suddenly I envy Luo Chen. Not only is he so handsome, but he's also so talented. Now that you mention it, I'm jealous too. NV1. 100,188. Before I knew it, the building was leaning again. I guess this is just normal behavior for netizens. However, many singers were surprised to see that the Dragon Country Music Association actually endorsed Dragon Country style music and supported Luo Chen. They quickly followed suit. First, they stated that they would create beautiful Dragon Kingdom style music for everyone to enjoy. Secondly, he also offered verbal blessings and praise to Luo Chen. Of course, whether it was sincere or not remains unknown. This has also sparked a lot of discussion about Longhua Feng's music. Many singers have quickly jumped into creating Dragon Country style music. Those who can navigate the entertainment industry aren't foolish. They naturally understand that if they were the first to upload Dragon-style music, riding the current wave of popularity of Dragon Country-style music, not only can we gain the support of a wide audience, but we can also attract the attention of those in higher circles. Such an opportunity is something you can't even ask for in ordinary times. So, Luo Chen's so-called 3 ancient, 3 new standard for Dragon Country-style music also became widely known and discussed. And the main subject of all this discussion, Luo Chen, has now appeared at the entrance of the Yuehua Grand Hotel in Longdu. The person greeting him was none other than Chang Xiao. Chapter 28. Meng Meika was embarrassed by Chang Xiao's little thoughts. As soon as Luo Chen opened the car door and stepped out, Chang Xiao, dressed in a cool outfit, ran happily toward him with a joyful expression on her face. She called out in a sweet voice, "Luo Chen, you're here. Is that Chang Xiao?" Luo Chen didn't react for a moment. He casually replied, "Luo Chen, are you still angry with me?" Seeing Luo Chen's indifferent reaction toward her, Chang Xiao hurriedly said, "Heaven have mercy on us." Luo Chen really hadn't gotten angry with her. It was just a momentary adjustment. However, upon seeing Chang Xiao's somewhat dejected expression, Luo Chen reached out and touched her head, smiling and said, "How could I be angry with you? I'm just so happy to see you." "That's good," Chang Xiao said with a look of pure enjoyment on his face. "By the way, where's Lan Jie?" Luo Chen asked. He had come to Yuehua Tower because Fong Lan had told him that she needed to speak with him. Otherwise, Luo Chen would still be practicing at the hotel at this time. Feeling Luo Chen's hand leave his head, Chang Xiao frowned slightly in displeasure. It seemed like he didn't want to miss out on Luo Chen's head pat. However, after hearing Luo Chen's words, she responded, "Lan Jia has some matters to attend to, so she sent me to pick you up. Since this is your first time here, Luo Chen, let me give you a tour of our Yuehua headquarters first." Saying that, she skipped ahead, leading the way. Looking at Chang Xiao, who was acting like a child, Luo Chen shook his head helplessly. He followed her from behind. He followed behind her. Along the way, Chang Xiao kept introducing Yuehua's things to Luo Chen. This gave Luo Chen a deeper understanding of Yuehua. At the same time, Yuehua Tower, 10th floor. In a dance practice room, Wu Xuani and Meng Meika are practicing dance. At this moment, Wu Xuani is wearing a white t-shirt on top and only a black short skirt on the bottom. She showcased her figure beautifully, moving to the rhythm of the music. It looks both sweet and a bit sexy. Meanwhile, Meng Meika opted for a black casual outfit. Like a dark elf, she evoked endless imagination. A dance comes to an end. The two stopped. Wu Xuanyi picked up her water cup and took a sip. She then asked in confusion, Meichi, where's Xiao Xiao? Didn't she come to the company today too? Meng Meika wiped the sweat off her forehead. She casually replied, I think Luochen is coming today, so Lan Jia asked her to go to the door to greet him. What did you say? Luochen is coming today, and Xiao Xiao is going to pick him up alone? Looking at Wu Xuanyi's serious expression, Meng Meika pondered for a moment. Then she replied firmly, yes, I heard Lan Jia tell Xiao Xiao with my own ears. Upon receiving the affirmative response, Wu Xuanyi's expression immediately changed. Speaking in a low voice with a hint of anger, she said, you're something else, Xiao Xiao. I actually thought you were a good friend, but now you've gone behind my back to pick up Luochen without even telling me. Meng Meika heard this and immediately understood what was going on. A look of curiosity immediately flashed in her eyes. Xianyi, are you saying that both you and Xiao Xiao have fallen for Luochen? Wu Xianyi realized she had let slip something she shouldn't have. She had spoken her mind. Hurriedly waving her hands in denial, she said, I didn't. I just saw Luochen on TV and thought he was pretty handsome, so I wanted to see if he's as handsome in person. Finally, she covered Meng Meiki's red lips and said seriously, you mustn't tell Xiao Xiao about this. With her mouth covered, Meng Meika couldn't say a word. She could only nod in agreement. However, Wu Xuanyi's behavior only made her more determined to stick to her original plan. Her curiosity about Luochen also suddenly arose. Just then, the door to the practice room was pushed open. Chang Zhao's pleasant voice drifted in. Luochen, this is the dance studio where we usually practice. Xianyi and the others should still be practicing. Immediately after, Luochen and Chang Xiao walked in together. What are you doing here? Wu Xuanyi was seen covering Meng Meiki's mouth. Chang Xiao asked with some confusion. Ah! Wu Xuanyi screamed and quickly let go. Meng Meika also showed an embarrassed expression on her face. The two of them never expected Luochen and Chang Xiao to walk in at that moment. Of course, it was mainly Luochen. Hello, I'm Luochen. Stepping forward, Luochen extended his hand in greeting. Wu Xuanyi's face was still a bit flushed, but she still extended her right hand and shook Luochen's hand. She said shyly, just call me Xianyi. Meng Meika saw this scene and her ears turned bright red in an instant. If she remembered correctly, Wu Xuanyi had just used that hand to cover her red lips. What does this mean now? However, Wu Xuanyi clearly hadn't noticed this at the time. Meng Meika could only pretend not to know. She greeted Luochen. Meanwhile, Chang Xiao, who had been quietly observing from the side, let a faint smile curve his lips. Her big eyes blinked, and she suddenly said, Luochen, let me dance for you. Ha! Luochen paused for a moment. Weren't we supposed to go find Fanglan? But he didn't refuse. Seeing Luochen nod, Chang Zhao's face lit up with joy. He hurried over to the nearby stereo and pressed the play button. As the music began to play, Chang Zhao's entire aura suddenly changed. It was as if she were a queen on stage. Moving to the rhythm of the music, dancing with every fiber of her being. Her flowing black hair and black skirt sway in the air. This only adds to her wild and untamed aura. It must be said that Chang Zhao's dance looks absolutely delightful. Especially at such close range. Luochen's face also revealed an expression of admiration. Meanwhile, Wu Xuanyi, standing nearby, witnessed the scene. Her brows furrowed slightly. He pulled Meng Meiki into the arena and started dancing. For a moment, the practice room seemed to be filled with 3 dancing spirits. And the only spectator was Luochen. Chapter 29, the collaboration with Douyin might not just result in one little cabbage being picked. The dance is over. The 3 of them were all a bit tired, with sweat dripping down their faces. Especially Wu Xuanyi and Meng Meika. They had already been training for a long time. At this point, I was completely exhausted. Meng Meika glared at Wu Xuanyi with a touch of annoyance. Wu Xuanyi also knew that she hadn't handled this matter very well. But just now, when she saw Luochen staring intently at Chang Xiao with that admiring look in his eyes, she couldn't help but want Luochen to see her dance as well. Inviting Meng Meika was just an excuse. Perhaps even Wu Xuanyi herself doesn't know what's going on today. After all, this was their first meeting. Yet she cared so much about what Luochen thought of her. Wu Xuanyi and Meng Meika were secretly competing with each other. Chang Xiao, however, walked up to Luochen. He smiled and said, Luochen, how did you think I danced just now? Looking at Chang Xiao, whose face was still dripping with sweat, Luochen smiled and said, you danced wonderfully. It was very beautiful. At the same time, he took a tissue from his pocket and wiped her face. Thank you, brother Luochen. Chang Xiao smiled even more happily, her eyes curving into crescent shapes. She looked absolutely adorable. Wu Xuanyi, standing nearby, saw this and muttered under her breath. She felt a bit down. Both are her close friends, and Meng Meika, caught in the middle, doesn't know what to say. so she could only shake her head helplessly. Dawn. Just then, there was a knock on the door. It interrupted everyone's thoughts. Then, Fong Lan walked in wearing a business suit. Xiao Xiao, didn't I tell you to bring Luo Chen to my office after he arrived? Upon hearing this, Cheng Xiao felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. However, his peripheral vision secretly glanced toward Luo Chen. Fong Lan had indeed said that to her earlier. It wasn't that she wanted to spend more time with Luo Chen. That's why she didn't bring Luo Chen along from the start. As for bringing Luo Chen to the practice room later, that was naturally part of her plan. However, these thoughts were naturally unknown to others. Cheng Xiao couldn't possibly say them out loud either. In response, Luo Chen stepped in to save her. Lan Jia, it was actually me who suggested to Cheng Xiao that we take a look around here, so that's why we were delayed. I'm really sorry. It was also my oversight. You're here for the first time, so you should definitely take a look around. Fong Lan smiled at Luo Chen and said, but let's go to my office first. There's something urgent I need to handle. All right. Luo Chen agreed. Then he followed behind Fong Lan. Seeing this, Cheng Xiao also ran after them. Aren't you going? Go! Wu Shuani and Meng Meika followed closely behind. Yuehua Tower, 20th floor. In Fong Lan's office. Several people entered. Fong Lan pointed to a woman in her 30s wearing a black business suit and said, this is He Yao, the manager of Douyin's publicity department. Hello, Ms. He, Luo Chen greeted her. Hello, Mr. Luo. I wonder if you agree to our cooperation. He Yao said with a smile, exuding the charm of a mature woman. Luo Chen nodded and said, no problem on my end. Fong Lan had already told him on the way here. This time, Douyin had two things to discuss with him. First, they want to obtain the rights to the two songs Blue and White Porcelain and Fireworks Fade Quickly that Luo Chen previously performed. The licensing fee is 1 million yuan per year. Another matter is that we want him to host a live stream on Douyin tonight. To promote Douyin. After all, Douyin isn't that popular yet in this world. Therefore, it is also necessary to drive traffic. Thus, they set their sights on Luo Chen's current online popularity. For this, he was willing to offer 5 million. All for the sake of having Luo Chen host a live stream on Douyin. Both tasks were no problem for Luo Chen. The price offered is also acceptable. Luo Chen had no reason to refuse. Seeing Luo Chen agree, He Yao's face once again lit up with a captivating glow. She extended her delicate hand and said, let's toast to a successful collaboration. A pleasant collaboration. Luo Chen shook hands with her lightly. The rest was no longer Luo Chen's concern. Fong Lan will naturally handle it. Stepping out of the office, Cheng Xiao suddenly said, Luo Chen, was that woman just now pretty? Ha! Luo Chen looked at her in confusion. Seeing this, Cheng Xiao smiled and hurriedly waved her hand, saying, nothing, let's go eat now. Luo Chen shook his head helplessly. He understood Cheng Xiao's thoughts perfectly well. However, he wasn't the type to harbor feelings for a woman he had just met. Neither Luo Chen nor Cheng Xiao noticed this. Behind them, Wu Shuani and Meng Meika overheard their conversation. They exchanged glances and burst into laughter as well. Before they knew it, it was already 7:30 p.m. Luo Chen followed Fong Lan's lead. Arrived at the live streaming studio prepared for him by the company. The live stream starts at 8 o'clock sharp. You can prepare the content for the live stream here first. I still have some things to take care of. I'll come find you later, Xiao Xiao. Before Fong Lan could finish speaking, Cheng Xiao immediately said, Lan Jia, go ahead and take care of your business. I'll stay here with Luo Chen. Seeing this, Fong Lan nodded helplessly. Actually, she had originally wanted Cheng Xiao to go out with her to discuss something. But when she saw that Cheng Xiao was completely focused on Luo Chen, he could only abandon the idea. But that's not the end of it. Just as she reached the door, she heard Wu Shuani add, I'll be here with Luo Chen too. At that moment, Fong Lan suddenly had a thought, maybe more than one cabbage would be picked. Chapter 30, why not join a hammer class? Watching live streams isn't that great, is it? Luo Chen is going live on Douyin at 8 p.m. tonight. This news started circulating right after Yuehua Entertainment signed the contract with Douyin. As a result, Luo Chen's name was once again mentioned by a large number of netizens. This should be Luo Chen's first live stream, I'm so excited. Is it on Douyin live streaming? Looks like I need to download the Douyin app. For Luo Chen, I've decided not to work overtime tonight. Same here. Why work overtime when you can watch Luo Chen's live stream? Isn't that more enjoyable? I really want to know if Luo Chen will sing a new song tonight. Probably not, since the recording for the third episode of The Voice of Dreams is about to start. That said, I'm still looking forward to Luo Chen's new song. Even though the promotion only started in the afternoon. However, it was only 2 hours. Luo Chen will be live streaming on Douyin at 8 p.m. tonight. This topic has once again been trending on Weibo's hot search list. This also fully demonstrates just how popular Luo Chen is at the moment. Before long, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. As soon as Luo Chen opened his live stream, the chat was already flooded with messages. Ah, finally! Luo Chen looks even more handsome. Are you singing a new song today? I downloaded Douyin just for you. Luo Chen, I love you. I just want to quietly watch Luo Chen. At the same time, the staff at Douyin's backend were also closely monitoring the situation on Luo Chen's side. Upon seeing this scene, they excitedly exclaimed, "Hijia!" The livestream's viewership hit over 1 million as soon as it went live. Hiyao heard this and also excitedly stomped her feet, exclaiming, "Great!" Inviting Luo Chen to stream was definitely the right choice. Although this was Luo Chen's first time doing a livestream, he had watched many before. So he should be able to adapt. So, he brought the microphone close to his mouth and smiled as he said, "Good evening, everyone. I'm very happy to have so many people watching my livestream. I see from the comments that many of you are here for my looks, so I've decided not to do anything. I'll just stay here and let you all watch me." Upon hearing his words, Fanglan was speechless. Even though she knew he was joking. But in his impression, Luo Chen had always been the kind of person with a more steady temperament. Generally speaking, he wouldn't act like this. Meanwhile, Cheng Xiao and Wu Shuani stared at each other in disbelief, seemingly unable to believe that those words had just come out of Luo Chen's mouth. Put. It was Meng Meika who couldn't help but laugh out loud. She had only met Luo Chen today. Unlike Wu Shuani, who usually pays attention to Luo Chen. So she really doesn't know much about Luo Chen. But now she's discovered that Luo Chen is actually quite interesting. And the comments section was buzzing with excitement. Some of Luo Chen's fans who were drawn to his looks were actually posting comments like "I agree" and "I support that" on the comments section. On the other hand, some viewers who were drawn in by Luo Chen's singing are still eager to hear him sing. After waiting for about a minute, Luo Chen finally continued, "I was just joking with everyone earlier. Now I'm ready to sing." No sooner had he finished speaking. Blue and white porcelain. Fireworks are fleeting. The comments section was flooded with these two songs. It's really because Luo Chen only has these two songs right now. Waiting for the blue and white porcelain, sung so beautifully. Waiting for the fireworks to fade, the story is beautiful, and the singing is moving. This moment. Everyone thought that Luo Chen would definitely choose one of these two songs as the opening song for the livestream. But would Luo Chen really do what they expected? The answer, of course, is no. Today, Luo Chen seemed to be deliberately going against them. He pretended to be angry and said, "It feels like no one wants me to sing a new song. Well, I'll just sing a new one then." Singing a new song right off the bat? The audience in the livestream were all energized by Luo Chen's words. No way, he's singing a new song right off the bat? Is he really going all out? Holy cow, did I hear that right? This is way too awesome. Ah, I thought I heard wrong. Seeing everyone else say the same thing, I feel relieved. I've already set up my little stool just waiting. Wow, downloading the Douyin app was worth the 100 megabytes of data. The person above is showing off a bit. My favorite singer Luo Chen's new song is only worth 100 megabytes of data? Seeing how excited the viewers in the livestream are, Luo Chen is still very happy. Anyway, Douyin didn't have any rules about his livestream process. As long as he streams for 2 hours, that's fine. Luo Chen was also happy to give it a try. However, Fang Lan beside him was a bit worried. Although there were no specific rules regarding the content or format of the livestream. However, Fang Lan knew that if Luo Chen's livestream didn't go well this time, it would also affect Luo Chen's reputation. Moreover, if that were to happen, Douyin would likely no longer choose to collaborate with Luo Chen. What she doesn't know is, at that very moment, the staff member behind the scenes at Douyin was so excited they were about to faint. Hijia, Luo Chen's livestream has just surpassed 10 million viewers. And it's still rising, it might even break 2 million soon. Upon hearing this, Hiyao was also extremely excited. It was worth it. Those 5 million were well spent. Luo Chen was unaware of this. He simply smiled and said, "Here's a new song, half city, half sand, for everyone. I hope you all like it." Chapter 31, Half a City of Sand, Cheng Xiao, Luo Chen, you're so awesome. Since I had already decided on the song I wanted to sing tonight. So in the afternoon, Luo Chen had already finished recording the accompaniment in Yuehua's recording studio. Soon, the accompaniment began to play. The initial drumbeat of the music was accompanied by the grainy sound of the pipa hidden beneath it. Instantly, the live stream audience is transported into the world of the music. Wow, the intro is already so good. Wow, the intro is already so good. Luo Chen is amazing, the intro is unbeatable. About half a minute in, it reaches the transition point into the main verse. Luo Chen's voice, lazy yet magnetic, began to sing. Some loves are like kites with broken strings, ending sadly with only the thread left in one's hands. Some hatred is like a circle, with endless cycles of revenge. All for the sake of fulfilling an old vow, how much more blood must be shed? Words of loyalty and righteousness, nothing but self-deceptive lies. This? That sounds nice. Just the first verse of the main verse, and the livestream audience was already captivated by Luo Chen's voice. I'm blown away. Today was definitely worth it. The lyrics are so beautiful. Come on, when has Luo Chen ever written bad lyrics? Not to mention them, even Fong Lan was staring at Luo Chen in shock. She had something to do in the afternoon, so she wasn't even there when Luo Chen was practicing in the recording studio. But now she realized she was wrong after all. Being able to hear such beautiful songs, what does it matter if things are delayed? At that moment, Luo Chen lowered his head slightly. He continued singing. Some feelings are so bitter they linger. The moonlight through the window forms a crescent every night. Some grudges are buried deep within, yet remain unspoken, turning into swords and blades in the wind and snow. All for the sake of fulfilling an old vow. How can one distinguish between good and evil in the chaos? Sandstorms and smoke of war, the chaos only adds to my sorrow. As the singer reached this point, the audience's minds seemed to conjure up the following scene. Sand and stones fly, smoke rises in all directions, and war is about to break out. The scene of ancient warfare instantly made them tense. At that moment, hearing the song, his thoughts drifted to the world described in the lyrics. Soon, the chorus is coming. Luo Chen's voice also rose sharply. Half the city was covered in sand, and soldiers were approaching the pool. With swords and horses, for whom do they fight for the world? One general rises, 10,000 bones wither. How many white-haired men send off their black-haired sons? Half the city is covered in sand, drifting away with the wind. The city is in ruins, and the people are suffering. A lingering thread of longing remains in my hands. I only hope to retire from the battlefield and return home, where I can once again hold the tea you brewed for me. The chorus rings out. The images in the audience's minds shift once again. Thousands of soldiers have surrounded the city, and a major battle is about to begin. However, at this moment, the general hesitated, for he did not know for whom he was fighting to claim this realm. If a major battle were to break out, on the battlefield, bodies will pile up like mountains, and countless elderly will bid farewell to their children. In the next moment, the general's resolve to attack the city faded away, carried off by the wind. It turned out that the general still had unresolved matters. He longed to retire from military service and drink a cup of tea brewed by his family at home. It is often said that poetry is like a painting, but at this moment, as they listened to Luo Chen singing, such scenes unfolded in the minds of the audience. They seemed to be following Luo Chen singing, witnessing the fierce scenes on the battlefield, and felt the general's urgent desire to return home. At that moment, everyone was completely captivated by Luo Chen's song. I'm convinced. When it comes to the style of Manhwa, no one can match Luo Chen. This is way too strong. How could someone write such amazing lyrics? The arrangement is also amazing. The drums, pipa, and guzheng, so many traditional Chinese instruments. Another song that can be played on repeat. Not only is he good looking, but he's also so talented. I absolutely love him. Luo Chen, please consider me. I'm 18 years old, 172 centimeters tall, fair-skinned, and beautiful. I have 1,000 words on my mind, but alas, I am uneducated. All I can say is, Luo Chen is amazing. What a musical genius. Not just the live stream audience. Cheng Xiao, Wu Xuanyi, and Meng Meika were all completely captivated. Since they had been sitting next to Luo Chen all along, the camera simply couldn't capture them. So there's no need to worry about it. At this moment, the three of them were all leaning their delicate hands on their cheeks, their beautiful eyes gazing at Luo Chen with a dreamy expression. Fortunately, there was no one else in the room. The only witness, Fong Lan. At this moment, she too was captivated by Luo Chen's singing. If this scene were to get out, the fans would go wild. And finally, Luo Chen also fell with half the city in smoke and sand, tears of blood falling. The shattered armor of the remnant cavalry spread red across the horizon. The broken horses and shattered armor spread red across the horizon. The reincarnated swallow returns to its old nest, bringing you flowers from February. The reincarnated swallow returns to its old nest, bringing you flowers from February. These lines conclude the song. But it wasn't until the accompaniment stopped. The audience remained immersed in that heroic yet tragic emotion. Looking at the sparse comments on the screen, Luo Chen felt a bit out of place for a moment. In his opinion, this song should have been right up the audience's alley. With that in mind, Luo Chen asked with some confusion, "Everyone, do you not like this song?" The words fell like a pebble dropped into calm waters. It instantly snapped everyone back to reality. The next moment, the screen was filled with a dense stream of comments. And with them came gifts. Climb walls, go on dates, and give away 10 cosmic hearts. Beasts, let go of that sow, and send out 10 Douyin accounts. Ride a turtle on the highway, and give away 10 cosmic hearts. Perverted old man, give away 10 unicorns. This sudden change left Luo Chen speechless. And there were simply too many gifts for Luo Chen to thank everyone individually. In the end, he could only express his gratitude collectively. Luo Chen, you're so awesome. Cheng Xiao couldn't help but exclaim in a delicate voice upon seeing this scene. It was precisely this remark that sent the live streaming audience into a frenzy once again. Holy cow, that sounds like Cheng Xiao's voice. Chang Xiao actually called Luo Chen that? There must be something going on between them, right? Damn, I didn't expect that after spending the whole day gossiping, there would be even more gossip at night. I'll bet a pack of spicy noodles that these two are definitely together. Seeing the comments posted by these netizens, Luo Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He hadn't done anything at all. But in their eyes, it's as if the two of them did everything they were supposed to do. These people. Luo Chen sighed and said, everyone, stop guessing. It's not what you think. There's nothing going on between me and Chang Xiao. Then, regardless of whether the online viewers believed it or not, Luo Chen continued singing the next song. However, he didn't notice that Chang Xiao, who was standing beside him, had overheard his words. A look of distress appeared on his face. Chapter 32, all three of them felt shy. Fong Lan, it was all a mistake after all. Nothing happened? Chang Xiao kept repeating this phrase in his mind. Originally, she felt a bit guilty about blurting out those words earlier. After all, no matter how you look at it, such words cannot be spoken so openly. That would have a negative impact on both of them. But when she heard Luo Chen say, there's nothing between me and Chang Xiao, she suddenly felt an urge to reveal everything. Even if there was truly nothing between her and Luo Chen. Manhwa, standing nearby, noticed Chang Xiao's conflicted expression. She suddenly reached out and gently stroked her head. He smiled and said, Luo Chen's words were just an explanation for the netizens. Even though he knew it was just a comforting remark, Chang Xiao still chose to believe it. He nodded vigorously. Little did he know. Fong Lan, standing behind them, witnessed everything. But there was nothing she could do, and she could only let out a sigh. However, netizens remained skeptical of Luo Chen's words. However, they didn't dwell on it too much. Because Luo Chen's beautiful singing echoed in their minds. They were completely captivated, unable to tear themselves away. At this moment, the happiest people are probably the staff member behind the scenes at Douyin and Hiyao. When Luo Chen sang the chorus of his song Half City of Sand and Smoke, he was seen excitedly slapping his thigh and shouting, Hijia, Luo Chen's livestream has surpassed 20 million viewers. That's great. Keep watching. And when Luo Chen finished singing Half City of Sand and Smoke, he heard him excitedly shout, Hijia, Luo Chen's livestream has surpassed 30 million viewers. Hijia? He didn't respond when he saw Hiyao. The staff couldn't help but turn around, only to see that Hiyao had fainted from excitement. Never mind the fact that Hiyao had fainted. 2 hours passed quickly. Luo Chen didn't sing any new songs afterward. Instead, after finishing a few songs, he chatted with everyone. Of course, he also took the opportunity to promote his own Weibo account. Finally, Luo Chen smiled and said, alright, happy times always fly by. That's all for today's live stream. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you very much. It's getting late, so everyone should go wash up and get some rest. That's all for now. Luo Chen is signing off. Even though the chat was flooded with requests to keep streaming for a bit longer, I sat there for 2 hours. Luo Chen also felt a bit uncomfortable. He stood up naturally and stretched his limbs. He then noticed Chang Xiao, Wu Xuanyi, and Meng Meika staring intently at him. Those eager gazes made Luo Chen break out in a cold sweat. What's going on here? Oh, nothing. All three of them blushed instantly. They hurriedly turned around and ran out of the live stream. To be honest, it was pretty cute. Luo Chen let a faint smile curve his lips. Only Fong Lan sighed helplessly, pressing her hand to her forehead. She was truly helpless in this situation. Luo Chen's actions just now were indeed quite alluring. No wonder those three young ladies were so captivated by him. But after all, they are celebrities. Could you please pay a little more attention? If Chang Xiao were to find out about Fong Lan's thoughts right now, he would probably retort, Lan Jia, are you saying that it's okay to watch when no one's around? Speaking of Luo Chen, he stretched his body a bit. He felt he was ready. He said to Fong Lan, Lan Jia, let's go too. All right. Fong Lan replied briefly before continuing, I booked a room for you at the Yunhai Hotel. Shall I take you there now? Let's go now. Luo Chen said with a bitter smile, I should go to bed early. I have to rush back to Hangzhou tomorrow to record the 3rd episode of the show. At the mention of this, Fong Lan suddenly stopped in her tracks. After thinking for a moment, she said, oh, right, I almost forgot to tell you. Jiang Yan called me earlier and said that the recording time for the 3rd episode has been changed to the day after tomorrow. So you don't need to rush back tomorrow. Has the time been changed? Why didn't Jiang Yan tell me? Though puzzled, Luo Chen also believed Fong Lan wouldn't deceive him on such a matter. However, Fong Lan seemed to have noticed Luo Chen's thoughts. She continued, are you wondering why Jiang Yan didn't tell you but informed me first? Luo Chen nodded. Fong Lan suddenly smiled, it's simple. Because I'm your agent now. Are you still a little unaccustomed to it? Luo Chen understood completely upon hearing this. It was exactly as Fong Lan had said. Before signing with Yuehua Entertainment, he handled everything on his own. and the production team would directly notify him of any matters. That's why he didn't react immediately. However, this is actually a good thing for him. He won't have to waste time on these trivial matters anymore. It feels pretty good too. Fong Lan drove and quickly dropped Luo Chen off at the pre-booked room. At the same time, Yuehua Tower, 20th floor. In Fong Lan's office, Cheng Xiao, Wu Xuanyi, and Meng Meike were sitting on the sofa, their faces still slightly flushed. It was unclear whether it was from running or something else. After waiting for a while, Wu Xuanyi grew impatient and nudged Cheng Xiao beside her with her arm, saying, "Xiao Xiao, go see why Lan Jia hasn't come yet." "Why me?" Cheng Xiao rolled his eyes. "Of course, because you're the easiest to talk to." That's what she was thinking, but on the surface, Wu Xuanyi would never say such a thing. Instead, she pinched Cheng Xiao's cheek and smiled, saying, "Of course it's because you're the best." With the words already spoken, Cheng Xiao couldn't refuse anymore. So he got up to go out and check on the situation. But before he could get up, Fong Lan pushed open the office door and walked in. She saw the three people sitting on the sofa staring straight at her. Fong Lan thought there must be something wrong with her. She was about to look down to see what was going on. Just then, Cheng Xiao's clear and pleasant voice rang out. "Lan Jia, didn't Luo Chen come with you?" Fong Lan froze on the spot, thinking to herself, "I've made a mistake after all." Chapter 33, How Foolish. Why didn't you just call? "Yeah, where's Luo Chen?" Wu Xuanyi couldn't help but ask. This made Fong Lan feel even more distressed. Fortunately, Meng Meike was understanding. She got up from the sofa with a smile on her face to greet Fong Lan. He took her hand and escorted her to the office chair, where she sat down. Fong Lan finally felt a little better. Thinking to herself, Meichi is so considerate. But then I heard Meng Meike say in a sweet voice, "Lan Jia, just tell us where Luo Chen is now." Those words were like the final blow, shattering Fong Lan's heart into pieces. At that moment, Fong Lan felt completely unloved. Finally, she managed to squeeze out a few words. "He went to the hotel." "Which hotel?" the three girls asked in unison. After speaking, their faces immediately turned red with embarrassment. "I can't believe you guys are serious. Do you really want to go to the hotel to find him?" Fong Lan said in a low voice. He looked at Cheng Xiao and the other three with a disapproving expression. He had thought that this would be enough to dissuade them. However, the actions of the three people that followed made her realize she was wrong. Because Cheng Xiao and the other two immediately came up and hugged her arms, whining. "Lan Jia, just tell us. We promise we won't do anything." "What won't we do?" "I'd like to believe it, but I dare not." Fong Lan suddenly felt a headache coming on. She could only try to persuade them. "Xiao Xiao, Xianyi, Meichi, you're still young and don't understand these things yet. I hope you'll give it some more thought." "What?" Meng Meike didn't expect there to be something about herself. Although today's interaction had sparked a great deal of curiosity about Luo Chen. But in her heart, she hadn't reached that point yet. Earlier, she had just found it amusing, so she had joined Cheng Xiao and Wu Xuanyi in teasing Fong Lan. So I retorted, "Lan Jia, I didn't mean it that way." "Are you sure?" Before Fong Lan could answer, Wu Xuanyi's voice echoed softly in everyone's ears. Cheng Xiao and Fong Lan also looked at Meng Meike with a scrutinizing gaze. "No way." Meng Meike hurriedly waved her hands in denial. But all she got in response were a few disapproving glances. Just then, Wu Xuanyi stomped her foot. She said in frustration, "Why didn't we just call Luo Chen directly?" "Yeah. You clearly have Luo Chen's phone number. Why not just call him directly and ask?" Cheng Xiao couldn't help but laugh and slap his forehead. He quickly took out his phone to call Luo Chen. But as soon as he took out his phone and looked at Luo Chen's name in the contact list, Cheng Xiao dared not do it again. Earlier, he had only been behind Fong Lan and hadn't seen Luo Chen. That's why he was so eager to find out where Luo Chen was. But now we know that Luo Chen is at the hotel. And it's so late now. Now if I were to call him to ask where he is, wouldn't that be awkward? And Xianyi and Meichi are both here too. Do we really have to go? When Cheng Xiao took out his phone, he stopped moving. Wu Xuanyi urged, "Xiao Xiao, why aren't you calling?" Seeing that Wu Xuanyi was still urging her, Cheng Xiao felt even less inclined to make the call. Anyway, the third episode of The Voice of Dreams would be recorded in 2 days. Wouldn't it be better to go find Luo Chen by himself then? Thinking this, Cheng Xiao changed his expression. In a shy tone, she said, "I think it's already so late, and Luo Chen has been streaming for so long today. We shouldn't disturb him while he's resting." Wu Xuanyi looked at her in confusion. It seemed as if she was saying, "You only realize this now? Weren't you the one who was in such a hurry just now?" In the end, it was Fong Lan who made the final decision. "It's so late, it's really not good to disturb Luo Chen. Let him rest. If you really have to go, go tomorrow during the day." Fong Lan thought that nothing would happen during the day. Since she had said that, Wu Xuanyi and Meng Meike no longer insisted. Instead, they all took out their phones and started playing with them. Chang Xiao glanced at the two people sitting next to him. And a faint smile appeared on his lips. Open Luo Chen's WeChat chat window. I typed a few words and sent them over. Luo Chen, take good care of yourself and have a good night. Just thinking about being the only one who added Luo Chen on WeChat made Chang Xiao feel a surge of joy and satisfaction. Suddenly, Wu Xuanyi exclaimed in surprise, look quickly. The song Half City of Sand and Smoke that Luo Chen sang in the livestream last night is trending on Weibo. Wow, it really is. That was so fast. Meng Meika also quickly opened Weibo. That's right, Luo Chen is so amazing. While Chang Xiao was praising Luo Chen with his words, his hands were moving just as quickly. After opening Weibo, he immediately clicked on the trending topics list. At a glance, I saw Half City of Sand and Smoke ranked 8th on the Weibo trending topics list. Upon closer inspection, the only other name on the list besides the top-ranked singer Han Hong was. The other few are all trending topics related to Luo Chen. He couldn't help but exclaim with joy, wow. No wonder he's Luo Chen. 7 out of the top 10 trending topics on the hot search list are related to him. Meng Meika agreed, yeah, that's really impressive. You know, getting on Weibo's trending topics isn't that easy. Some artists or agencies even spend a fortune to buy trending topics during promotions. However, Luo Chen truly earned his spot on the trending list through his own talent and hard work. That's quite an achievement. Thinking this, his fingers unconsciously tapped on the topic for Half City of Sand. As soon as he opened it, he saw a video. It was a clip of Luo Chen singing Half City of Sand in his livestream. That voice, both lazy and magnetic, echoing through the office as the phone played it aloud. Some loves are like kites with broken strings, ending tragically with only the thread left in one's hands. For a moment, everyone quietly softened their movements. They listened quietly. It seemed as though he couldn't bear for even the slightest sound to interrupt it. Chapter 34, Want to play with me? You're probably just craving my body, aren't you? 5 minutes. One song finished. Meng Meika casually glanced at the comments from netizens. It's that Dragon Country style again. I love it. I absolutely love the Dragon Kingdom style, and I absolutely love Luo Chen. Music prodigy Luo Chen, this song feels like there's another story behind it. It's truly amazing. Other singers haven't even created any Dragon Kingdom style songs yet, but Luo Chen just casually released one that's this good. Exactly, that's why they call Luo Chen a genius. I'm getting more and more excited for the 3rd episode of The Voice of Dreams. I can't wait to see the showdown between Luo Chen and Han Hong. Scrolling down 2 pages, most of the comments are praising Luo Chen. Meng Meika also felt very happy. Until she saw a post from a netizen named Waiting for You Until My Heart Breaks. I strongly suspect there's something going on between Luo Chen and Chang Xiao. If there's nothing going on, I'll do a live stream where I stand on my head and wash my hair. There are over 30,000 likes on the comments. This made Meng Meika feel uneasy for no apparent reason. It was indescribable. She couldn't put her finger on it. It's not just her, even Wu Xuanyi saw it. There was a hint of envy in the way she looked at Chang Xiao. For a moment, the atmosphere in the office became a bit awkward. Finally, Fong Lan spoke up, it's late. Why don't you go back to sleep? Are we not going to practice dancing tomorrow either? 2 questions in a row left 3 people speechless. They obediently went back. Watching the 3 of them walk away, Fong Lan shook her head helplessly. The night passed without incident. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Luo Chen was awakened by the ringtone of Chang Zhao's phone call. As soon as the call connected, Chang Zhao's sweet voice reached Luo Chen's ears. Luo Chen, where are you? Room 888 at the Yunhai Hotel. Luo Chen instinctively replied before hanging up. He went back to sleep. In the villa within the bustling neighborhood. Chang Xiao heard the beeping sound coming from his ear. He didn't get angry, but smiled instead. I grabbed my bag from the room and was ready to leave. Destination, of course, was room 888 at the Yunhai Hotel. But when she finally emerged, she saw Wu Xuanyi dressed neatly in the living room. She was sitting on the sofa, looking at her leisurely. He asked with a smile, Xiao Xiao, where are you going so early? Of course, I'm going to the company to practice dancing. Chang Xiao replied calmly. His eyes, however, betrayed his uncertainty. This revealed her nervousness at that moment. She then added, it's still early. Xianyi, why don't you sleep a little longer? After saying that, Chang Xiao got ready to leave. To his surprise, Wu Xuanyi immediately stood up from the sofa. She walked over to Chang Xiao and wrapped her arm around her. He smiled and said, I'm not that lazy pig Meichi, so I'm not going to sleep. I'll go to the company with you. You're coming to the office with me? Yes, don't you want me to go with you? It's not that. It's just that it's still early. You really should sleep in a bit longer. Sleep a little longer? I thought you were getting ready for work. No way, I'm definitely going to the office. Where else would I go so early in the morning? Where else could I go? Isn't it to your brother Luo Chen's place? You already knew and you're still teasing me. Chang Xiao never expected that after holding out for so long, he had already been seen through by Wu Xuanyi. His face immediately betrayed his disappointment. He didn't know if it was because he had been seen through or because he couldn't go find Luo Chen alone. 9 o'clock in the morning. 2 fully armed men appeared outside room 888. They were wearing hats, masks, and glasses. It was Chang Xiao and Wu Xuanyi. Hurry up and ring the doorbell, Wu Xuanyi urged. But she felt a bit nervous inside. Even dressed like this, by all rights, no one should recognize me. But her eyes were still darting around. She was afraid that someone might notice her. Then tomorrow's headline would be about Chang Xiao and Wu Xuanyi sneaking around the door of room 888 at the Yunhai Hotel early in the morning. Chang Xiao knew he couldn't linger outside for too long, so he took a deep breath. He forced himself to suppress the tension and shyness in his heart. He pressed the doorbell. The doorbell rang. Luo Chen didn't think much of it. He assumed it was a hotel staff member looking for him. So, he just put on a pair of shorts and went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, 2 fully armed men appeared before Luo Chen. Instantly, all traces of sleep vanished from Luo Chen's eyes. Who are you? What do you want from me? However, no one responded to Luo Chen's words. Because at that moment, Chang Xiao and Wu Xuanyi's attention were both drawn to Luo Chen's upper body. His skin was white and flawless, with a perfectly defined 8-pack abs. Both Chang Xiao and Wu Xuanyi were deeply captivated by it. Until Luo Chen took several steps back. Only then did the two of them react. They pretended to cover their eyes. They spoke in perfect unison, I didn't see anything. As soon as the voice came out, Luo Chen recognized the two of them. He said helplessly, why are you here so early? Chang Xiao was still a bit shy. Wu Xuanyi, however, had calmed down considerably. She pulled Chang Xiao into the room and closed the door behind them. He then whispered, I just came over to hang out with you since I had nothing else to do. Nothing to do? Come play with me. Have you ever seen a girl go to a hotel early in the morning to look for a guy to hang out with? Luo Chen thought about it and decided to put his clothes back on first. He thought to himself, I'm afraid you're not here to play with me, but to lust after my body. Chapter 35, Chang Xiao is embarrassed and the production team changes the rules. Seeing Luo Chen wearing clothes, Chang Xiao and Wu Xuanyi exchanged glances. Both saw a hint of regret in each other's eyes. You two find a place to sit down first. Luo Chen glanced at the two of them and said in a low voice, I'll go wash up first. All right. Chang Xiao replied softly, seeming to transform back into the shy young girl she once was. Wu Xuanyi added, we brought you breakfast. Come eat after you finish washing up. Knowing to bring breakfast, Luo Chen felt that the two of them still had some conscience. Watching Luo Chen enter the bathroom, the two immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking back to the scene just now, Chang Xiao's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of surprise as she whispered, Xianyi, I didn't expect Luo Chen's physique to be so impressive. You can't even tell when he's wearing clothes. Ha! Wu Xuanyi looked at Chang Xiao in surprise. Was this really the same innocent and naive girl? What do you mean the clothes are blocking the view? Do you want to keep seeing through them forever? He was surprised inside, but unconsciously nodded his head. The scene they had just witnessed was still quite shocking for both of them. Half the city was covered in sand, and soldiers were stationed at the bottom of the moat. The two were chatting idly when suddenly Chang Xiao's phone rang. Upon hearing the ringtone, Wu Xuanyi looked at Chang Xiao in shock. The new song Luo Chen just sang live yesterday, and today it's already set as a phone ringtone? Chang Xiao was unaware of Wu Xuanyi's surprise. Or rather, she didn't have time to observe Wu Xuanyi's expression. Because the name displayed on the phone's incoming call interface was indeed Lan Jie. Upon seeing that it was Fong Lan calling, Chang Xiao immediately grew tense. After hesitating for a few seconds, he finally answered. He pretended to sound groggy and said, Hello, Lan Jie, what's the matter at this early hour? Where are you now? Fong Lan's voice wasn't very loud, but it reached Chang Xiao's ears. It made her shiver involuntarily. I'm at home, still in bed. Upon hearing this, Fong Lan on the other end burst into laughter. Xiao, you're lying to me? I bet you're at Luo Chen's place right now. What? No, Lan Jie, you must have misunderstood. I haven't even gotten up yet. How could I be at Luo Chen's place? Chang Xiao tried to argue. But Fong Lan wasn't going to listen to her. If she dared to make that call, it was naturally more than just mere speculation. So Fong Lan said directly, forget it, don't try to argue. I'm not asking you to come back now. Just check Weibo and see that the rules for the Voice of Dreams program have changed. After you've read them, let Luo Chen know. Upon hearing that she wasn't being asked to return immediately, Chang Xiao immediately felt relieved. Alright, Lan Jie, I'll tell Luo Chen about it later. As soon as she finished speaking, Wu Xuanyi covered her eyes. What a low IQ. It's embarrassing to watch. Sure enough, the next moment, Fong Lan's soft voice came through the phone, you said you weren't at Luo Chen's place? After saying that, she hung up the phone. Chang Xiao finally realized that he had been tricked by Fong Lan. But he couldn't very well call her up and yell at her either. I guess I'll just have to endure the awkwardness in silence. Then he simply opened Weibo. He found the official Weibo account for the show The Voice of Dreams. I immediately noticed that the production team had posted a new rule for the show on Weibo an hour ago. Clicking on it, I saw that. The gist is that it all started with the recording of the third episode of The Voice of Dreams. The segment where the theme is randomly selected will be cancelled. Instead, all participants will be able to sing any song of their choice. Even adapting songs by other artists is permitted. In summary, the restrictions imposed on contestants before the show have been changed. Now, it's very free. The only requirement is to showcase your strongest abilities and deliver the best performance possible. Since the Singing King program ended last week. Therefore, The Voice of Dreams has now become the leading music variety show at this stage. Its popularity is naturally sky high. This Weibo post garnered over 1 million views within just 1 hour, with over 100,000 comments below it. Chung Xiao casually scrolled through it. Cancel the theme selection segment? Could it be that Luo Chen scared them off? Wow, this feels like the real deal. No more theme restrictions, no more requirement that songs must be their own. This is clearly aimed at letting the celebrity singers showcase their true talent to the fullest. Yeah, this isn't very fair to amateur contestants, is it? It's not that bad. Amateur contestants can still adapt and cover other singers' songs. The production team should also provide assistance. Wow, has my brother's talent become so powerful that the show's producers have to change the rules? Seeing this, Chung Xiao's face also broke into a sweet smile. In her opinion, the production team had probably changed the rules for the same reason. After all, sometimes restricting the theme does indeed prevent celebrity singers from showcasing their full potential. She kept scrolling down and came across a comment that left her both amused and exasperated. That's what they say, but Luo Chen always sings his own original songs. Whether the rules change or not doesn't really matter. The person above is being one-sided. Luo Chen is indeed talented, but Han Hong just won the singing competition championship, and her skills are widely recognized by everyone. In my opinion, you're all wrong. The reason the show changed the rules is because they ran out of budget. It's getting harder to secure famous singers. Wow, the guy above is so smart. That actually makes sense. Yeah, look at Luo Chen. He's only recorded 2 episodes so far, and in the first one, he eliminated Hu Haiquan, and in the second one, he took out Zhou Huajian. If he sends Han Hong home in the third episode, the show's producers won't have anyone left to invite for the next episode. Seeing this, Chung Xiao couldn't help but admit that sometimes netizens really have some wild imaginations. Though it was just speculation, in her opinion, they had probably guessed correctly. Just then, Luo Chen emerged from the bathroom and asked, "Where's breakfast?" Chang Xiao hurriedly handed over the breakfast he had bought. Luo Chen glanced at it and asked, "How can you have breakfast without breakfast?" Chang Xiao and Wu Xuanyi were both confused. Chapter 36, Writing a Song for Hu Yanbing? Han Hong joins The Voice of Dreams. While eating breakfast, I listened to Chung Xiao talk about the production team changing the rules. Occasionally, Wu Xuanyi would add a few words. Luo Chen suddenly doing this isn't bad either. A single phone call broke the peace. "Hello, Lan Jia, is there something you need? Xiao Xiao should have told you about the rule change for the show, right?" "Yeah, she did." "Alright, here's the deal. Hu Yanbing just contacted me and asked if you could write a song in the Dragon Country style for him." Hu Yanbing? A song by Long Guofeng? Luo Chen pondered for a moment and decided it wasn't a problem. So he agreed to it. Since the microphone was turned on. Therefore, their conversation was also overheard by Chang Xiao and Wu Xuanyi. They heard that Luo Chen was actually going to write a song in the style of Longui for Hu Yanbing. Both of them found it hard to believe. Chang Xiao couldn't help but ask, "Luo Chen, Mr. Hu Yanbing is asking you to write him a Dragon Country style song. He must want to sing it during the recording of the third episode of The Voice of Dreams. You're just helping the enemy." Seeing Chang Xiao even use the term aiding the enemy, Luo Chen couldn't help but chuckle. But he knew she was just concerned about him. After all, to be honest, in the music market of Longbo right now, this kind of Dragon Country style music is simply too scarce. It's only thanks to the 3 songs Luo Chen sang earlier that it's holding on. Now, if Luo Chen were to write a song in the style of Longui for Hu Yanbing, then, when Hu Yanbing sings it during the third episode of The Voice of Dreams, the vote count will definitely not be low. However, he suddenly wanted to see what Wu Xuanyi thought. So he asked, "Xianyi, do you feel the same way?" "Me?" Wu Xuanyi didn't expect Luo Chen to ask for her opinion. She felt a sudden sense of relief. After thinking for a moment, he said, "I think you must have your reasons for doing this, Luo Chen, and the third episode's recording shouldn't end up pairing you with Hu Yanbing as your opponent either." After saying that, Wu Xuanyi looked at Luo Chen nervously. Seeing Luo Chen nod, she immediately relaxed. Although Luo Chen nodded on the surface, it seemed as though he agreed with Wu Xuanyi's statement. However, deep down, he doesn't really think the way Wu Xuanyi imagines. The reason he agreed to write a song for Hu Yanbing was, on the one hand, he was confident in his own abilities. He believes that even if he were to be randomly selected to face Hu Yanbing as an opponent on the third episode of The Voice of Dreams, he would not be afraid. On the other hand, he wants to usher in a new era of dragon country-style music. But he alone is not enough. We need more people to join in. Hu Yanbing not only has excellent singing skills but also strong adaptation abilities. Having him join the team would be a great choice. Of course, writing a song for Hu Yanbing isn't free either. I'm sure Fong Lan will have discussed this with Hu Yanbing's side. As the recording date approaches, to encourage more netizens to actively participate in the discussion of this episode. On Weibo, the official Weibo account of The Voice of Dreams also promoted this episode featuring Han Hong. So, singer Han Hong joins The Voice of Dreams. This has once again sparked a buzz among netizens. Looking forward to the performance of singing sensation Han Hong. Once Han Hong arrives, who can stand in her way? To be honest, it feels like the other mentors really can't hold a candle to Han Hong when she's around. Han Hong is definitely the champion. Han Hong's high notes can shake the ceiling of The Voice of Dreams recording studio. If she were to sing clear and high, it might just be possible. That kind of high note is simply beyond the capabilities of the human voice. Don't forget the musical genius Luo Chen. Luo Chen? He'd be in trouble if he ran into Han Hong. For a moment, many people on Weibo expressed their anticipation for Han Hong's joining. Some even went as far as to say that with Han Hong on board, they would eventually win the championship. In the end, it all came down to just a few short hours. Singer Han Hong joins The Voice of Dreams and topped the Weibo trending chart at third place. It trails behind the top-ranked singer Han Hong, and the second-ranked Fireworks fade quickly. The mere announcement of their joining the show has already made it to the top of Weibo's trending topics. This fully demonstrates the popularity and talent of Han Hong, who just won the championship of the Singing King program last week. As for the comments on Weibo, Luo Chen naturally saw them as well. He had already heard about Han Hong's joining the company. He also did some research on Han Hong in this world. Indeed, she was very strong. Especially in the high notes, she has even been hailed by the media as the female singer with the highest high notes and widest vocal range in Manhwa. However, Luo Chen wasn't intimidated. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Since the third episode of The Voice of Dreams will begin recording tomorrow, Luo Chen, Cheng Xiao, and Fong Lan have arrived in Hangzhou. Upon arriving at the hotel arranged by the production team, Luo Chen got out of the car and headed back to his room to practice singing. However, he saw Cheng Xiao also getting out of the car behind him. Seeing this, Luo Chen was a bit puzzled. As far as he knew, Cheng Xiao and Fong Lan did not live here. Instead, they were staying at another hotel arranged by the production team. But before Luo Chen could ask, he heard Fong Lan's voice, tinged with annoyance. Xiao Xiao, why are you going down there? Cheng Xiao glanced back at Fong Lan and smiled awkwardly. Lanjia, I'm just going down to help Luo Chen carry his luggage. Ha? Fong Lan looked at Cheng Xiao with an expression that seemed to say, do you think I'm a little cutie? She knew very well that Luo Chen only had a backpack. What else do you need to carry? Cheng Xiao realized his trick had been exposed. He had no choice but to return to the car. Looking quite aggrieved, he waved goodbye to Luo Chen. Seeing this, Luo Chen shook his head helplessly. Come to think of it, it's actually quite cute. Chapter 37, Blue and White Porcelain has really gone up in value. The Singing King Han Hong has arrived. The next afternoon at 3 o'clock, the program crew's special vehicle arrived at the hotel entrance. As soon as Luo Chen stepped out, the driver immediately came over to greet him. He greeted Luo Chen enthusiastically. Mr. Luo, it's so nice to see you. Thank you, it's nice to see you too. Luo Chen replied politely. He got into the car, closed his eyes, and leaned back in the seat. The last time he had a memorable conversation with the driver, it had spread far and wide. Luo Chen himself had seen it multiple times on Weibo and Douyin. This time, Luo Chen doesn't want to provide any more material for the show. As a certain celebrity on Earth would say, this is a different price. But things didn't go as Luo Chen had hoped. I wonder if it was the show's production team who arranged it, or if the driver himself just has a tendency to talk a lot. As soon as we got in the car, he started the engine and smiled at Luo Chen, saying, Mr. Luo, I can't thank you enough. Last time, I told you I asked a friend to buy me a pair of blue and white porcelain pieces, right? Guess what happened? At this point, the driver stopped. It seemed as though he was waiting for Luo Chen's response. Seeing this, Luo Chen could only sigh in resignation. He thought to himself, oh, this stand-up comedy isn't enough for you? Do you want me to play the straight man for you? Seeing that Luo Chen didn't seem inclined to answer. Seeing that Luo Chen didn't seem to be planning to respond. The driver could only say again, it's only been 7 or 8 days, and it's already gone up. Sigh, Luo Chen sighed and went along with it. How much has it gone up? The driver had been waiting for Luo Chen's response and immediately chuckled. I asked around, and this pair has gone up by at least 300,000. That's truly congratulations to you. Luo Chen casually replied. Just then, the sound of a phone notification rang out. Luo Chen took out his phone and opened the message to take a look. There it was, a bank transfer of 5.8 million yuan. Upon seeing this, Luo Chen couldn't help but smile. Earlier, Fong Lan had told her that the money from today's collaboration with Douyin should be in his account. Sure enough, it arrived right away. Thinking about it, Luo Chen felt that signing with an agency wasn't such a bad idea after all. Although it would mean giving up a portion of his income. However, many things no longer require personal attention. Plus, you can access a wealth of resources. Of course, this is only possible because Luo Chen has the capability to do so. After all, not everyone can afford to pay Douyin $1 million for a year's licensing rights to a song. Let alone the fact that Douyin directly paid 5 million just to have Luo Chen stream once. And the driver in front had no idea that Luo Chen had just made 5.8 million yuan in one go. He was still talking non-stop. Mr. Luo, last time you didn't buy that pair of blue and white porcelain with me, you really missed out. If you had gotten a pair too, things would have been different. The driver was in a good mood, and Luo Chen, feeling cheerful, didn't mind responding a few words. However, the cameraman beside them looked like he was struggling to hold back his discomfort. He kept trying to signal the driver with his eyes to stop talking. But the driver was really into it at that moment. How could anyone understand what she meant? Luo Chen, on the other hand, looked concerned and asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Seeing this, the cameraman shook his head and sighed helplessly. What a self-made disaster. The driver didn't see what Luo Chen had just done on his phone, but he saw it. That was also why he wanted to stop the driver from saying anything. After all, the driver was so talkative mainly because he was following the program's instructions. To add a bit of entertainment value. The last time was great, wasn't it? Everyone enjoyed Luo Chen's memorable scene. But this time, the cameraman had a hunch that the post-production team wouldn't cut this part out, and that would make Luo Chen happy. Soon, the vehicle came to a stop at the entrance of Hangqing Media Building. Just like last time, there were many fans of celebrities gathered at the entrance this time as well. As soon as Luo Chen got out of the car, many people rushed madly inside, eager to get a closer look at Luo Chen. They were shouting Luo Chen's name loudly. Fortunately, they were all stopped by security. Even though it wasn't the first time I'd seen such a scene, Luo Chen was still a bit worried about the safety of these people. Thank you all. Please stay safe. After saying that, Luo Chen prepared to go inside. After all, if he stayed outside too long, there was a risk of a stampede or crush, which would be dangerous. But just as he turned around, a loud slogan suddenly rang out at the scene. Go, Luo Chen! You're the best! Hearing this, Luo Chen's heart was touched. He felt that such a life was really quite nice. Everyone enjoys listening to his songs and supports his music. With a bow, Luo Chen walked inside. Just as he reached the entrance to the backstage lounge, I saw that, apart from Han Hong, all the other dream mentors had already arrived. They were sitting on the sofa chatting. As soon as Luo Chen entered, Hu Yanbing's eyes lit up and he spoke enthusiastically. Luo Chen, come over here quickly. Luo Chen didn't expect Hu Yanbing to be so enthusiastic toward him all of a sudden. He still felt a bit uneasy. Hu Yanbing, however, exclaimed excitedly, Luo Chen, the song you wrote for me is absolutely amazing. So that's what it was. Luo Chen suddenly realized that he had written the song earlier that morning at the Yunhai Hotel and had Fong Lan send it to Hu Yanbing. It was clear now that Hu Yanbing was highly satisfied with the song. Upon hearing Hu Yanbing's words, Zhang Jingying, her face immediately showed a look of curiosity. Mr. Hu, are you saying that Luo Chen wrote a song for you? As soon as he mentioned this, Hu Yanbing excitedly said, yes, I asked Luo Chen to write a song in the style of Manhwa for me. After all, you know that Han Hong teacher has joined this season, so the pressure is really high. Though he says the pressure is intense. But looking at him, it's completely different. Clearly, this song gave him a lot of confidence. Zhang Liangying looked at Hu Yanbing's expression and immediately felt reassured. This song is definitely of high quality. At this thought, Zhang Liangying suddenly changed her expression. She looked at Luo Chen with pleading eyes and said pitifully, Luo Chen, why don't you help me write a song in the style of Manhwa? Luo Chen didn't expect Zhang Liangying to say that out of the blue. He couldn't think of a way to refuse at the moment. Then I heard Chang Zhao's pleasant voice ring out. Sister Liangying, the recording is about to start. How could Luo Chen have time to write a song for you? Perhaps noticing Luo Chen's dilemma, Hu Yanbing also advised, there's definitely not enough time now. I think we should discuss this topic another time when we have more time. Seeing this, Zhang Liangying sighed. She didn't really want Luo Chen to write one for her right away. She just wanted to ask him to compose one first. But I didn't expect everyone to be against it. So I had no choice but to give up. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting tense, Hu Yanbing quickly changed the subject. Han Hong should be here soon. I wonder who she'll challenge this time. Sure enough, mentioning Han Hong. Both Zhang Liangying and Chang Xiao wore solemn expressions on their faces. Chang Xiao even whispered a prayer, "Please don't challenge me, Ms. Han Hong." That adorable expression made Luo Chen want to laugh. He couldn't resist giving her a light tap on the head. He whispered, "Don't worry, Ms. Han Hong won't pick you." This gesture instantly brought a smile to Cheng Xiao's face. Just then, footsteps could be heard approaching from outside, reaching the ears of everyone present. The few people immediately understood. The singing star Han Hong had arrived. Chapter 38, Luo Chen is unlucky again? Is this fate? As expected. Soon, Han Hong, dressed in a dark red outfit, walked in. As soon as they saw Han Hong, everyone rushed forward to greet her. "Hello, Ms. Han Hong." "Hello, everyone." After some polite small talk, a staff member came over to remind us that it was time to go on stage. So everyone headed to the stage. The host, Hua Xiao, was already waiting there. The 500 audience members in the audience were also all present. This was also because the theme selection process had been cancelled, so the 24-hour extreme creation time was no longer necessary. Upon seeing everyone, Hua Xiao's face was filled with a smile. "Good afternoon, everyone. Since everyone is here, let's begin the drawing. There are 16 VV phones in the box behind me, and they are paired in pairs of the same color. If you draw a phone of the same color, it is considered a successful match. Everyone understands the rules, right? Who will go first?" After saying that, Hua Xiao stood to one side. Everyone looked at each other, apparently none of them wanting to be the first to draw. Finally, Han Hong stepped forward with a smile and said, "Since you're all being so polite, I'll go first." Saying this, she walked over to the box. Without a moment's hesitation, he took out a blue cell phone. Hua Xiao also shouted at the right moment, "Ms. Han Hong drew the blue one." Seeing that Han Hong had already drawn, the others followed suit and drew one after another. Meanwhile, Hua Xiao was standing by, doing his job as the host. Every time a contestant pulled out their phone, they would announce its color. This is also to help the audience understand more clearly. Mr. Hu Yanbing was selected to receive the rose gold version. Ms. Zhang Liangying was selected to receive the matte black color. Every time Hua Xiao announces the color, it always elicits gasps from the audience below the stage. Until only Luo Chen and Chang Xiao were left without drawing. The audience below grew even more excited. "Oh no, Han Hong's blue card is the only one left. I wonder who'll be so unlucky, Luo Chen or Chang Xiao." To be honest, if Chang Xiao goes up against Ms. Han Hong, she probably doesn't stand a chance of advancing. I also think that Chang Xiao might stand a chance against an amateur, but if she were to face Han Hong, she would definitely lose. Damn, I really don't want Chang Xiao to be eliminated. Her dancing is still pretty good. So you want Luo Chen to face off against teacher Han Hong? If Luo Chen gets eliminated, it would be a huge loss for the show. I still think Luo Chen has a chance, and I'm even looking forward to seeing him send Han Hong back home. If Luo Chen eliminates Han Hong, the production team will probably be in tears. Yeah, if they do that, the production team won't have enough budget to cover it. The audience below was discussing. Meanwhile, on stage, Chang Xiao's little face also showed signs of tension. She was well aware of her own situation. When it comes to dealing with amateurs, she still feels quite confident. But if she were to face Han Hong, she would have to pack her bags and go home. The tense atmosphere was just about right. Then I remembered what the director had told us today. Hua Xiao came out and said, "Mr. Chang Xiao, why don't you go first?" Since things have come to this point, Chang Xiao also knew that he would eventually have to face it. Taking a deep breath, he quickly walked over to the box. Reach inside and pull out a phone. It was white. Chang Xiao immediately broke into a smile. Upon seeing the white VV phone in Chang Xiao's hand, Hua Xiao was taken aback. However, he quickly composed himself and spoke loudly. Teacher Chang Xiao drew the white one. As soon as the result was announced, the entire venue erupted in cheers. Wow, Chang Xiao has such good luck. Now she definitely won't be eliminated when she faces an amateur. Yeah, I just want to watch more episodes of Chang Xiao's show. Since Chang Xiao was paired with a white-clad amateur, doesn't that mean Luo Chen will have to face off against Han Hong teacher? Exactly, just as everyone said online, Luo Chen's luck in the draw has always been terrible. Come on, this isn't just bad luck. He hasn't even drawn yet, and he's already ended up with Ms. Han Hong. Bro, now that you mention it, that's pretty rough. At this moment, it wasn't just the audience below who felt that Luo Chen's luck was a bit unlucky. Even Hu Yanbing walked up to Luo Chen, patted him on the shoulder, and comforted him, saying, "Keep going." Looking at Hu Yanbing, who seemed to have forgotten the iconic moment from the previous episode's recording, Luo Chen could only nod in agreement. After Hu Yanbing left, Chang Xiao also came over and made an encouraging gesture. "Come on, I believe you can do it." Finally, even Zhang Liangying made the same gesture. It was all done with good intentions, so Luo Chen couldn't refuse. But does he really have so little confidence in himself? Luo Chen felt a bit helpless. What he didn't know was that someone else was feeling even worse than him at that moment. That person was the director Jian Yan, who was backstage. At that moment, he was angrily addressing his female assistant in front of him. "Didn't I tell you to have Ms. Han Hong face an amateur? What's going on here?" Looking at the situation on stage, the female assistant was also a bit confused. But she still explained, "I had the props team rig it up. They assured me that they would make sure Ms. Han Hong would face an amateur. And Luo Chen is just an amateur, isn't he?" The female assistant was already panicking and speaking without thinking, realizing only after she had spoken that she had said the wrong thing. Luo Chen was indeed an amateur, but he wasn't just any ordinary amateur. He's already outshone 2 of the celebrity guests we invited. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Zhang Yan shook his head helplessly. Is this really fate? Chapter 39, Confident Han Hong, Luo Chen in danger? After drawing the lots, everyone prepared to leave the stage. It turned out that Hua Xiao didn't know if the tension wasn't intense enough. He actually walked over to Han Hong and said, "Ms. Han Hong, what do you think of your opponent Luo Chen this time?" As soon as he spoke, everyone stopped in their tracks. All eyes were on Han Hong, eager to hear her opinion. The audience also erupted into excited cheers. Seeing the intense atmosphere on site, Hua Xiao couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. He did so because he had received instructions from the director. Since the showdown between Han Hong and Luo Chen is already set in stone, then we must maximize our gains. This way, the ratings will be high when it airs. But he doesn't know that Han Hong has participated in so many variety shows. This little trick was easily spotted by Han Hong. But Han Hong was just a stickler for details. So she picked up the microphone and said, "I've heard Luo Chen's songs, and he does an excellent job in both songwriting and singing." Hearing this, Hua Xiao felt a bit disappointed, as Han Hong's words were fairly standard. Nothing too sensational. But who would have thought that Han Hong would continue? "However, I think Luo Chen should take a break after recording this episode." Take a break? Hua Xiao didn't react at first. Upon further reflection, he finally understood Han Hong's meaning. After recording this episode, it's time to take a break. This is exactly what they're talking about in the upcoming showdown. Han Hong is absolutely confident that she can eliminate Luo Chen. It wasn't just Hua Xiao who understood Han Hong's intentions. After a moment's thought, everyone present understood the hidden meaning behind Han Hong's words. Ms. Han Hong is so bossy. No wonder she's the singing queen, she's so confident. Come on, Han Hong, that's not confidence, that's the kind of boldness that comes from true talent. Oh, Luo Chen is so unlucky. I thought Ms. Han Hong would at least let him lose gracefully, but now it looks like he might get completely crushed. That's right, Han Hong is going all out. I estimate Luo Chen will be trailing by at least 100 votes or more. After hearing Han Hong's words, most of the audience didn't have high hopes for Luo Chen. After all, in their eyes, the songs Luo Chen had sung earlier were all relatively slow-paced. However, Han Hong's high notes can be showcased to their fullest potential on this stage. The effect is naturally different. Luo Chen didn't bother with what others thought. To be precise, he couldn't do anything about it anyway. In his view, all he needs to do is perform his upcoming act well. Everything would be fine. So Chang Xiao looked at him with a worried expression on his face. Luo Chen smiled and reassured him, "It's not like you're competing with teacher Han Hong. Why are you so worried?" Luo Chen smiled and reassured him, "It's not like you're competing with teacher Han Hong. Why are you so worried? I'm just worried about you. I'm just worried about you." Chang Xiao looked like he really cared about you. "Don't worry, it's not certain who will win or lose yet." Luo Chen tapped her forehead and then turned around and went back to the restroom. Soon, Hua Xiao also took the stage again. This also signaled that the recording of the program was about to officially begin. As introduced by Hua Xiao, the first dream mentor to take the stage was Zhang Liangying. The song she has prepared for this performance is Drawing the Heart. As soon as the song began, both the audience below and the singers in the backstage lounge were taken aback. No one had expected that in the third episode of the recording, Zhang Jingying would actually perform this song. To be honest, everyone thought she would save it for later. After all, this song is her signature song. You can't see through it, it's your lost soul. Unfathomable, the color of your pupils. However, the final result is still very good. As the first few lines of the lyrics were sung, by the time we get to the latter part, the audience was already humming along. This also led to, even if her opponents perform well, she was still completely outclassed by Zhang Liangying. Final score, 448 votes to 345 votes. The second contestant to take the stage was Chang Xiao. Perhaps the previous draw had put a lot of pressure on her. Pressure turned into motivation. This time, it felt like an extraordinary performance. She performed an explosive dance pop song. The audience couldn't help but exclaim that it was well worth the trip. When it comes to vocal skills alone, Chang Xiao may fall short compared to other singers. However, after this dance performance, it left the entire audience in a frenzy. Even Luo Chen, who was watching from the backstage lounge, couldn't help but exclaim, Nai Zhao's reputation is truly well deserved. If Chen Xiao gave everyone a feeling of explosive energy and intensity, then her opponent performed a lyrical song. This contrast was striking. It immediately fell behind. The final competition results also proved this point. Chang Xiao, 435 votes. Amateur, 310 votes. Just like the previous amateur, they were completely crushed. Following Chang Xiao, Hu Yanbing took the stage. Upon taking the stage, Hu Yanbing did not begin his performance immediately. Instead, he spoke in a joking tone, the song I'm going to sing today is one I begged Luo Chen for. It's a Dragon Country style song written and composed by Luo Chen, and its title is Red Beauty. Hope you all enjoy it. The audience below had no idea that today's performance would feature anything other than Luo Chen singing. They never imagined they would also get to hear songs in the Dragon Country style from Hu Yanbing. And they were even composed and written by Luo Chen. This got everyone excited. Damn, today is so awesome. To be honest, the only dragon-themed songs worth listening to these days are the ones created by Luo Chen. The rest just don't cut it. Yeah, I have a feeling this song Hongyan will be amazing too. And it was in this atmosphere that Hu Yanbing began his performance. Sword-cooked wine has no taste, who is this cup for? You bid me farewell, you bid me farewell. The scent of rouge, love that cannot be given. As long as the sky, as far as the earth. Just the opening lines were enough to immerse the audience in the song. When the chorus kicked in, the drums kick in, accompanied by Hu Yanbing's unique voice. I do not seek fame in this life, I only wish to exchange it for a smile from a beautiful woman. If I can be reborn in the next life, I would gladly be a cow or a horse. And follow you to the ends of the earth. This chorus was absolutely breathtaking for the audience. Wow, I never expected Hu Yanbing to sing a Dragon Kingdom style song so well. Hu Yanbing performed exceptionally well today, but the song itself, written by Luo Chen, is truly outstanding. Hu Yanbing and Luo Chen are truly a powerhouse collaboration. It's truly sad for that amateur. Yeah, the chorus was absolutely mind-blowing. I have no idea how Luo Chen came up with that. It's simple, Luo Chen is a musical genius. By the time Red Beauty finished, the audience generously applauded. In contrast, this amateur who encountered Hu Yanbing wasn't so lucky. It might even be due to the pressure being too much. A devastating mistake like a broken note actually occurred. In the end, he lost by a staggering margin of 200 votes to Hu Yanbing. Hu Yanbing also secured the highest score of the current stage, 468 votes. He finally stepped down from the stage with a satisfied smile. As Hu Yanbing stepped down, the audience couldn't help but sit up straight. Because they knew. The most intense showdown of the day is about to begin. Chapter 40 is getting intense, it's Luo Chen's turn. Sure enough. Soon, Hua Xiao returned to the stage and smiled as he said. The next performer is someone you've probably already guessed. She is Han Hong, who just won the title of Song King last week. Let's give a warm round of applause to welcome Han Hong to the stage. Amidst the audience's cheers and enthusiastic applause, Han Hong, dressed in a traditional Tibetan-style outfit, took the stage. The next moment, the music began, and the melody of the violin and drums rang out, instantly captivating the audience. Han Hong was about to sing one of her signature songs, Heavenly Road. Moreover, for this competition, Han Hong also made some arrangements to the song's arrangement. Soon, it was time for the main verse to kick in. Han Hong's clear and emotionally charged voice rang out. In the early morning, I stand on the green pasture, and saw the divine eagle cloaked in the glow of dawn, like a cloud of auspiciousness soaring across the blue sky, bringing good fortune to the children of collectors. It was just the main verse, but it already brought joy to the audience present. The beautiful and picturesque scenery of the western region. Blue skies, white clouds, and green pastures. And there are eagles soaring through the sky, bathed in the glow of the setting sun. Every detail captivates the audience. Immediately afterward, the drumbeat sounded once more. The violin, guitar, piano, and almost all the sounds blended together. And Han Hong's voice soars once again. At that moment, everyone knew the chorus was coming. It was a magical heavenly road, bringing the warmth of humanity to the frontier. From now on, the mountains will no longer be high, and the roads will no longer be long. Children of all ethnic groups gather together in joy. Yala Suwa. Finally, Han Hong concluded this chorus with the funeral language Yalaso. This also sent the entire audience into a frenzy. That indelible, intricate bond of blood. It is something deeply ingrained in the very bones of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. It cannot be erased. By the time the song ended, the audience was deeply moved by it. They all applauded enthusiastically. Wow, Ms. Han Hong is simply amazing. Yeah, the high notes in this song are really tough to hit, but Ms. Han Hong makes it look so effortless. She truly is the strongest high note female singer. Of course, Ms. Han Hong just won the title of Song Queen, so her talent speaks for itself. Damn, this song almost made me cry. It wasn't just the audience who were moved. Even the singers in the backstage lounge were sharing their thoughts. Hu Yanbing was the first to speak. Today, Han Hong performed flawlessly, with no mistakes at all. She truly deserves the title of Singing King. Zhang Liangying nodded in agreement and said, yes, with that kind of talent combined with the stage presence, I think the vote count will be very high. They're all professional singers. And naturally able to provide professional analysis. Han Hong's song Heavenly Road, though a ballad, showcases her vocal prowess and the impact of her high notes. The live performance was simply outstanding. As a result, when it comes time to vote, the audience will naturally be more inclined to support Han Hong. Although Chang Zhao's vocal skills aren't as good as the other two singers. But he does have a keen sense of appreciation. Seeing how well Han Hong was performing. He couldn't help but worry, if this continues, won't Luo Chen be in danger? Upon hearing this, Zhang Liangying and Hu Yanbing exchanged glances. They both saw the answer in each other's eyes. Finally, Zhang Liangying whispered, in my opinion, Luo Chen is in a bit of a bind this time. After all, everyone knows that although Luo Chen always sings his own original Dragon Country-style songs, it's clear from the previous two performances that Luo Chen's songs are all of the sentimental or more soothing and sad variety. However, Han Hong's songs this time, although also lyrical, are of a brighter and more upbeat nature. When compared like this, alas, what a pity. In the end, Zhang Liangying sighed. She didn't know if she was sad for Luo Chen or if she was feeling sorry for herself for possibly encountering Han Hong in the future. Upon hearing this, Chang Zhao's little face grew even more worried. Her red lips moved slightly, as if she were praying for Luo Chen. At the same time, Han Hong also walked off the stage to the applause and cheers of the audience. Hua Xiao returned to the stage. He spoke with great emotion. Thank you very much to Ms. Han Hong for bringing us this beautiful song, Heavenly Path. We also hope that Ms. Han Hong will continue to create more outstanding works in the future. After speaking, Hua Xiao turned his gaze toward Luo Chen, who was preparing to take the stage. And the next contestant to take the stage is someone you're all familiar with. He is Luo Chen, who, despite being an amateur, has defeated two celebrity singers in consecutive competitions. Let us give him a warm round of applause as he takes the stage. As soon as Hua Xiao finished speaking, the audience's applause and cheers echoed throughout the recording hall. Luo Chen. Luo Chen. The audience also knew that the most thrilling and intense match of the day was about to begin. So they almost erupted with their loudest cheers. Chapter 41, compared to Luo Chen, everyone else is mediocre. Amidst the cheers and applause of the crowd, Luo Chen made his entrance. He was wearing a black traditional Chinese robe, with a golden dragon pattern embroidered on the right side of his chest. Standing firmly at the center of the stage, Luo Chen bowed to the audience with a fist salute. This outfit, this gesture. Instantly, everyone present felt as though they had witnessed a martial arts master in action. Backstage in the green room, Zhang Liangying couldn't help but lean forward toward the screen, as if wanting to see more clearly. She exclaimed in awe, Luo Chen looks so handsome today. Hu Yanbing also chimed in, no need to say anything else, Luo Chen's outfit today is the clear winner. Chang Xiao couldn't help but open his mouth wide, his eyes dazed as he stared at Luo Chen. At that moment, even those who had previously been certain that Luo Chen would lose had to admit that, when it came to appearance alone, Luo Chen still had the upper hand. This also made them look forward to Luo Chen's performance in the next round. Not just them, but also the female audience members present at the scene at that moment were screaming non-stop. Everyone was completely captivated by Luo Chen. There's no way around it, Luo Chen's outfit is just too cool. At that moment, Luo Chen heard the system's voice echoing in his mind. Ding! Mission assigned, challenge singer Han Hong. Challenge completed successfully, reward, 1 diamond treasure chest. Accept? Diamond treasure chest? Luo Chen never expected that the reward for this mission would be a diamond treasure chest. This makes it even more acceptable. Accept. After whispering those two words, Luo Chen finally turned his gaze to the audience below. He looked at the cheering and screaming audience. A faint smile curved the corners of Luo Chen's lips. He then placed the microphone near his lips. Smiling, he said, the song we're going to sing today is called Hui Yuanjia. I hope you all enjoy it. After speaking, Luo Chen nodded toward the live band behind him. Immediately afterward, the sound of the drums echoed through the crowd. The overwhelming force of the sound instantly sent a chill down the spines of the audience. Wow, that's way too intense. Who says it isn't? I almost jumped out of my seat just now. Just the drumbeat alone has me completely blown away. And then, the arrow and drum set came on stage together. They treated the audience to an auditory feast. Finally, Luo Chen's voice, filled with masculinity, rang out. Hey, how many lives do you have left? The stage is waiting for you. A life or death pledge, what do you win? A cold laugh. Who owns the world? What does being first matter? Let us cease the fighting, we of this generation still uphold martial virtue. Let us stop the fighting, for we are a martial people. Mine, skilled in martial arts. But alas, it only adds to my empty fame. The world is unpredictable. Who is the true strong one? Who has the qualifications to unify the martial arts world? This rhythm-filled melody and perfectly synchronized vocals left the audience in awe. Unbelievable. Wow, I didn't expect it to be a hip-hop song. The big drums already blew me away, but I never expected the verse to be a rap. Luo Chen's style is completely different from before. He's truly a musical genius. Backstage, Hu Yanbing couldn't help but stand up again. His face betrayed his excitement. One could even say he was somewhat overexcited. He muttered to himself, "This is too strong. This is simply too strong." Chang Xiao also became excited. Her face flushed, and she radiated a captivating glow. At that moment, her eyes were fixated on the figure of Luo Chen on the screen. She remained silent, seemingly completely engrossed in what she was watching. Only Zhang Liangying remained seated comfortably on the sofa. It seemed like nothing had changed. But her slightly trembling legs revealed the turmoil within her heart at that moment. At that moment, everyone was amazed by Luo Chen's performance. Meanwhile, on stage, Luo Chen's voice suddenly changed. From the previous masculine tone, it transformed into a soft, feminine voice. In the small town, time flows by. Clear courage. Washed out memories. I remember you, living proudly on. The sudden transition caught the audience off guard. Originally, everyone thought it was just a high-energy hip-hop song that would get the crowd hyped up. But just when everyone thought the chorus was about to kick in, Luo Chen pulled this move. This left the audience speechless once again. Wow, you can sing a song like that? I thought I had reached the peak, but then the roller coaster started going down. This song is absolutely divine. I'm bowing down to Luo Chen. I don't even know what words to use to describe it. Luo Chen is amazing. After singing this part of the lyrics, Hu Yanbing suddenly widened his eyes and stared straight at Luo Chen's figure on stage. It seemed as though he wanted to know exactly how Luo Chen's mind worked. Why does she have so many unusual ideas in her head? Zhang Liangying, who had been sitting comfortably on the sofa, couldn't help but stand up. At that moment, she could no longer maintain her composure. Not even on the surface. She said excitedly, "This part uses the flower girl singing style from Peking opera." Yes, Hu Yanbing confirmed. After speaking, he grabbed a handful of his hair in frustration. He said sadly, "Why didn't I think of doing that?" The sorrowful tone was painful to hear. Zhang Liangying and Chang Xiao, standing nearby, looked at him with sympathy. Some things are simply beyond the comprehension of the mediocre. Yes, compared to Luo Chen, the top-tier singer Hu Yanbing is currently regarded by the two as a mediocre talent. But deep down, both of them knew the truth. Compared to Luo Chen, they are all mediocre talents. Chapter 42, This is the true spirit of the Dragon Kingdom. The main verse begins with a hip-hop style, followed by a section sung in the flower girl vocal style. This approach to the song has never been seen before in the world. Everyone was stunned as they gazed at the figure on stage, dressed in a black tang suit with a golden dragon pattern embroidered on the right side of the chest. At that moment, they were incredibly fortunate to be sitting there in person, enjoying this wonderful music up close. And just then, the melody changed again, with a touch of metal rock added to it. This sends a jolt of excitement through everyone once again. It is clear that the chorus of this song has finally arrived. Ho, ho. The techniques of the Hu family boxing style are flexible and agile. Lively, lively. Living means living life to the fullest. Live, live. Mistakes and weakness have never been mine. I. We are skilled in martial arts, and no one can dodge our moves. After the chorus ended, the audience felt as though they didn't recognize the figure on stage anymore. Compared to the first two songs, today's Luo Chen had brought them so many surprises. He has abandoned his previous slow, soothing ballads. They have brought a song whose style they cannot define. Yet it was this very song, with its indefinable style, that left them utterly speechless. This song? It's too powerful. I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted Luo Chen's. That's right, who was it who said Luo Chen was sure to lose today? Apologize to me. Forget about apologizing, I'll just kneel down right here. Compared to the heated atmosphere on site. At that moment, in the backstage lounge, Hu Yanbing, Zhang Liangying, and Chang Xiao had fallen silent. Or perhaps they simply didn't know how to describe the figure standing on the stage. A musical genius? No, that's not enough to describe it. At that moment, they felt as though they were witnessing a miracle. One day, the music of Manhwa will change because of Luo Chen. Finally, Hu Yanbing forced out a few words through gritted teeth. He is the hope of Manhwa's music. After speaking, Hu Yanbing remained motionless, continuing to watch Luo Chen's performance. Zhang Jingying, however, quietly added, "This is the essence of Dragon Country." Yes, this is a song whose style defies definition by the audience. Zhang Liangying, however, didn't hesitate to give her own answer. Long Guofeng. This is the essence of Dragon Country style. The previously silent Chung Xiao suddenly whispered, "You're the best." At that moment, everyone's attention was focused on Luo Chen, including Han Hong in the audience. At that moment, her face lacked some of its usual confidence. There was a weight on her shoulders. This was an opponent she had once believed she could confidently defeat. At this moment, she felt a pressure she had never experienced even in the final round of the Singing King program. The ever-changing styles, precise vocal delivery, and meticulous arrangements. Every aspect is masterful. Yet they all appear on a young man who looks no older than 20. This is unreasonable. Is this what genius is? Han Hong wanted to ask, but there was no one to ask. Perhaps only Hu Haiquan and Zhou Huajian, who had stood here before, could answer that question. Sigh. The final sigh echoed through the air. On stage, Luo Chen was unaware of others' thoughts. He continued to sing. The second verse began. Just like the first verse, this part is also sung in a hip-hop style. With its rhythmic melody, listen to this song. People can't help but sway their bodies. Everyone was completely immersed in the moment. When the final chorus arrives, everyone joined in, humming along with Luo Chen. Ho, ho. The techniques and moves of the Hua family boxing style are flexible. At this moment, the singing echoed throughout the entire recording hall. Though the lyrics seemed simple, the meaning they conveyed was far from straightforward. Everyone singing along couldn't help but marvel at the ingenuity of Luo Chen's lyrics. By the time the song ended, almost everyone was captivated. And as the final note faded away, Luo Chen remained standing firmly at the center of the stage. He bowed to the audience below with a fist salute. Begin with this gesture and end with this gesture. So when this action starts, screams, cheers, applause, continuous, endless, everything, is because the surprise and awe that this figure on stage brought them was simply too great. As for Luo Chen, he looked down at the audience and couldn't help but smile. Ever since he heard the words go, "Luo Chen, you're the best," at the entrance of the Hangcheng Media Building, Luo Chen felt that he had to do it not just for himself, but for all the fans who had always supported him. He would give them the best songs and the best performances on stage. Because they deserve it. At the right moment, Hua Xiao also took the stage once again. Approached Luo Chen's side and smiled, saying, "This performance of Hui Yuanjia was truly outstanding. It even made me, a middle-aged man nearing 40, feel my blood boil with excitement. No wonder everyone calls you a musical genius." A musical genius? Luo Chen had seen someone comment this on Weibo. But he never expected Hua Xiao to actually say it on stage. He kept waving his hands and said, "I dare not, I dare not." Seeing Luo Chen remain so humble, Hua Xiao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, I didn't choose the wrong person. However, he continued on the surface, from the two previous slow love songs to today's Hui Yuanjia, which combines hip-hop, metal rock, and peaking opera elements. Every performance is a visual and auditory feast for us. Therefore, I must say, Luo Chen, the title of musical genius is well deserved. The audience was also surprised by Hua Xiao's high praise for Luo Chen. But they didn't seem to mind at all. Because they think the same way. There have been others called musical geniuses before, but I think they were just average. But Luo Chen, he truly deserves that title. Yeah, I hope Luo Chen can create more beautiful songs for us in the future. In this era, having Luo Chen is truly a blessing. No matter how the audience below was discussing him, Luo Chen remained humble and modest. He said calmly, "Thank you, Hua Xiao, and thank you all." Hua Xiao didn't expect Luo Chen to be so steady. This isn't the behavior of a 20-year-old young man at all. He clearly looks like an old fox. Not a single flaw is visible. However, the work that needs to be done must still be done. So Hua Xiao continued, "Luo Chen, would you mind sharing with us the process of creating this song? The creative process?" Upon hearing Hua Xiao's words, Luo Chen fell into deep thought for a moment. He smiled and said, "Actually, the initial idea was quite simple. As a child, I always imagined myself becoming a martial arts hero. Able to climb walls and roofs, uphold justice, and do anything. But as you grow older, you realize it was just a beautiful fantasy. Yet our dragon nation has thousands of years of tradition and has produced many great heroes. Though they may not possess the extraordinary martial arts skills depicted in wuxia novels, such as scaling walls and leaping over roofs, they have made significant contributions to our nation. However, in times of national crisis, they would all step forward and do their utmost to protect this country. This is the reason I wrote this song. At the same time, I also want to use this song to convey a message. While the martial arts of Dragon Country may have been lost, the spirit of Dragon Country's martial arts will never fade away. The traditional culture of the Dragon Kingdom will never perish." As he spoke further, Luo Chen's voice grew louder and louder, his tone brimming with pride and self-satisfaction. Finally, he said firmly, "This is the spirit of the Dragon Nation. And the Dragon Nation style is the coolest." At this moment, listening to Luo Chen's words, which sounded like a declaration, everyone couldn't help but stand up. They gazed excitedly at the figure on stage, radiating light and adorned with a golden dragon pattern embroidered on the right side of their chest. Soon, applause once again filled the entire recording hall. This time, the applause was not just for Luo Chen, but also for themselves. Dedicated to the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 43, Another Record Broken? Hu Yanbing has shut himself away. Whether it's the audience below the stage or the singers backstage, or the staff on site. At that moment, everyone was filled with excitement because of Luo Chen's words. And standing not far from Luo Chen was Hua Xiao. Suddenly realized that while saying those words, Luo Chen's aura had changed. No longer humble or reserved, but confidence and pride. Like a sword drawn from its scabbard, its sharpness is fully revealed. This was the first time he had ever seen Luo Chen like this. And he hoped that Luo Chen would remain this way forever. Because that represents the confidence and pride of the Dragon Kingdom. Once the applause dies down, Hua Xiao said with great emotion, Luo Chen, I sincerely wish you continued success and that you will continue to create more outstanding songs for us. Thank you. Luo Chen smiled and replied, I'm also grateful that you like this song. If you're interested, you can look up the story of Hui Yuanjia. I'm sure it won't disappoint you. Alright. Hua Xiao smiled and said, well, it's time to announce the final results of the competition. Please pick up the voting devices next to your seats, all 500 of you in the audience. Those in favor of Han Hong, please press the red button. If you support Luo Chen, please press the blue button. Voting countdown, 3 seconds remaining. 3, 2, 1. Okay, voting is closed. As soon as the voting ended, the audience began to discuss the results. Guys, who did you vote for? Han Hong sang very well, with a lot of emotion, which really moved me, so I voted for Luo Chen. I also voted for Luo Chen. Luo Chen's performance of this song today was absolutely amazing. Alright, I voted for Han Hong. Unlike the discussion with the audience below the stage, the three singers in the backstage lounge were all silent, staring at Luo Chen's figure on the screen. This left the cameraman beside them looking utterly helpless. Because generally speaking, at this point, singers usually make predictions about the outcome, or express their own opinions. This is something everyone already knows. After all, when the program airs, it will be edited in. In the past, these three dream mentors have also performed well in such situations. But today, they didn't even mention the topic. This is really upsetting. In the end, Hu Yanbing got the camera guy's nod. He then pretended to ask a question. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Chang, what are your thoughts on the results of this time? I think Luo Chen will win. Zhang Liangying said without hesitation. Upon hearing her response, Hu Yanbing felt no surprise at all. But he still asked professionally, why? Upon hearing this, Zhang Liangying suddenly smiled, her red lips parting slightly, because Luo Chen's performance today was simply outstanding. I really enjoyed his performance. Okay. Hu Yanbing found this answer acceptable. However, Chang Xiao became immediately wary upon hearing this. Is it really just that he likes Luo Chen's performance? Could it be that you've fallen for Luo Chen? Chang Xiao remained vigilant while also sharing his own opinion. I also think Luo Chen will win because he's really amazing. Hearing their answers, Hu Yanbing sighed helplessly. Since both of you support Luo Chen, I'll support teacher Han Hong then. Actually, he also thinks Luo Chen will win. After all, this song is simply too good. But there are only 3 dream mentors in total. We should still give Ms. Han Hong some face. And soon. Hua Xiao also saw the final vote count on his phone. He felt deeply moved. On the surface, however, he remained composed and said, alright, the competition results are now out. Let's give a round of applause to invite Ms. Han Hong to the stage. Han Hong had been waiting downstairs all along, and immediately went over to Hua Xiao's side. When Han Hong took the stage, the audience below also became excited. Because they knew the most thrilling moment was about to arrive. This time, Hua Xiao didn't delay for too long. Seeing that the atmosphere on site was just right, he then announced, alright, let's first announce the number of votes for Ms. Han Hong. After a brief pause, Hua Xiao raised his voice, congratulations to Ms. Han Hong for receiving 469 votes. Wow, Ms. Han Hong is amazing. This is the highest score so far today. It's even 1 vote higher than Mr. Hu Yanbing. Indeed, Professor Han Hong's expertise is truly unquestionable. Exactly, she truly deserves the title of Song King. It's indeed very high, but I feel like Luo Chen's vote count will be even more staggering. You're right, Luo Chen's vote count has been high in the first 2 episodes, and this song is so explosive today. The audience below the stage are mostly professional audience members invited by Hangzhou TV. Some of them have already recorded several episodes. Others, even if it's their first time recording, have watched the first 2 episodes at home. Therefore, they are all aware of Luo Chen's vote counts from previous episodes. Deep down, I knew that even if Han Hong had received this number of votes, there was still a possibility she could be eliminated. In fact, it's not just the audience who understands this. Han Hong on stage is equally aware of this. Having decided to join the show The Voice of Dreams, she had naturally done her research beforehand. So when I heard that I had received 469 votes, the expression on her face, which had already been slightly solemn, grew even more somber. And Hua Xiao did not disappoint. He quickly announced Luo Chen's vote count. Congratulations to Luo Chen for receiving 485 votes. Successfully advanced to the next round. Boom! When they heard that Luo Chen had received 485 votes, the audience erupted in excitement. No way, they actually eliminated teacher Han Hong. This is terrifying. I did think Ms. Han Hong might lose, but I never imagined she would lose by 16 votes. Yeah, even Ms. Han Hong was sent home by him. Who else can stop Luo Chen now? Why stop Luo Chen? In my opinion, just let him keep winning. After all, his performances are always so great. Exactly, it's great if Luo Chen wins the championship. But it's only the third episode, and Han Hong has already been sent home. The audience already thinks Luo Chen is the champion. Meanwhile, in the backstage lounge, Hu Yanbing suddenly shouted loudly, 485 votes for Luo Chen. That's another record breaker. Yes, and it's his own record. Unlike Hu Yanbing's excited expression, Zhang Liangying simply said calmly. Chang Xiao merely nodded in agreement. Watching the two of them, Hu Yanbing suddenly felt that something was off. Breaking a record is a big deal, shouldn't you at least show a little excitement? Just when he was questioning the meaning of life, Zhang Liangying added, if someone else had broken the show's record, I would be excited, but when it's Luo Chen, I think it's only natural. Next to him, Chang Xiao nodded again. Looking at the two of them, Hu Yanbing sighed and fell silent. He looked completely withdrawn. Zhang Liangying was right. When someone repeatedly breaks records, it no longer comes as a surprise. You'll only be filled with admiration. Just like Zhang Jingying and Chang Xiao at this very moment. They stared intently at Luo Chen's figure on the screen. Chapter 44, Mission Accomplished. Director Zhang Yan is about to lose his mind. Another celebrity guest has been eliminated, breaking the show's record once again. Luo Chen's performance today once again left everyone in awe. Meanwhile, Hua Xiao waited until the audience's emotions had settled slightly before continuing. Began his regular duties. Ms. Han Hong, do you have any words of advice or encouragement for us all? After all, you've been through a lot in life. Han Hong was still a bit reluctant when the results first came out. But she has since calmed down. She picked up the microphone and said, Luo Chen's performance today was excellent. Actually, while Luo Chen was performing, I had a feeling that I might be eliminated today, and now everyone can see the result, which proves that my intuition is still pretty accurate. Everyone was amused by Han Hong's remark. The atmosphere at the scene wasn't so heavy anymore. Hua Xiao chimed in, Ms. Han Hong, your performance today was also excellent. The audience nodded in agreement. In fact, everyone understood that. Han Hong's performance today was flawless, and her singing was top-notch. If this had been any previous episode of the show, it would have received a higher vote count than it does now. But unfortunately, today they encountered Luo Chen. And he immediately pushed her down. Which is why the vote count wasn't as high. However, Han Hong seems to be taking it in stride. That's probably one of the reasons everyone likes her. She's genuine and doesn't put on an act. Han Hong continued, I'm very grateful that everyone likes my music. Thank you all. She then bowed deeply. This also prompted the audience to applaud enthusiastically. Even more impressively, some fans of Han Hong even stood up. It seemed as though they were trying to demonstrate their admiration for her. Everyone was silently watching and waiting for Han Hong to leave. Han Hong turned around and walked toward the audience. But just as she reached the edge of the stage, she suddenly picked up the microphone and said in a joking tone, I don't regret losing to Luo Chen. I think it's the others who should be regretting it now. Others should be regretting it? The audience below was left speechless by Han Hong's sudden remark. What does Ms. Han Hong mean by that? What does she mean by saying she doesn't regret losing to Luo Chen, but that it's someone else who should regret it? Could there be something we don't know about this? It's hard to say, but it can't possibly be under the table dealings, can it? Come on, does Luo Chen's strength really need under the table dealings? With today's performance, anyone who steps up would probably lose. Yeah, teacher Han Hong really knows how to speak in riddles. Leaving things unsaid is driving my OCD crazy. The audience was buzzing with discussion, while Hua Xiao on stage suddenly turned pale. Luo Chen, standing nearby, whispered, Mr. Hua, do you know what Ms. Han Hong meant by that just now? Hua Xiao, upon hearing this, quickly put on a look of innocence, as if he knew nothing about it. This left Luo Chen feeling somewhat helpless. At the same time, in the backstage lounge, Hu Yanbing and Zhang Liangying exchanged a glance. Suddenly, they nodded in unison. Then they both laughed at the same time. It seemed as though they had guessed the answer. This made Chang Xiao, who was standing nearby, feel quite uncomfortable. He hurriedly asked, Yanbing, tell me what's going on. hurriedly asked, Yanbing, tell me what's going on. Do you really want to know? Then I'll tell you. Hu Yanbing adopted a mysterious expression and whispered, Ms. Han Hong just said that the person who regretted it should be the director. The director? Chang Xiao thought for a moment, then blurted out a few words. No funding? Seeing the two nod, Chang Xiao couldn't help but laugh out loud. At the same time, as he looked toward Luo Chen on the stage, he became even more captivated. Meanwhile, the so-called tragic director mentioned by the three dream mentors looked utterly dejected. He was leaning back in his chair, his face turned upward toward the sky. His eyes were lifeless, and his arms moved unconsciously. Muttering to oneself, this is all fate. Is this really my fate, Jiang Yan? Seeing this scene, the female assistant beside him couldn't help but comfort him. Director, there's really no need to be so pessimistic. The show is a hit, the advertisers can always hire more people, right? And the station will definitely allocate more funds, right? Upon hearing her words, Jiang Yan suddenly sat up. The female assistant thought her words had worked and immediately smiled. But the next moment, she heard Jiang Yan say, you know very well how much it costs to bring in a celebrity guest, and even if we had the budget, who would we invite for the next episode? With those words, the smile on the female assistant's face vanished instantly. Yeah. The first episode featured veteran musician Hu Haiquan, who was paid 5 million yuan. He was eliminated by Luo Chen. The second episode invited the king of pop Zhou Huajin, spending 10 million yuan. He was also eliminated by Luo Chen. The third episode invited the singing king Han Hong, spending 10 million yuan. He was eliminated again by Luo Chen. What about the fourth episode? There's no one left. We can't possibly hire someone of the caliber of the four heavenly kings, can we? That's not realistic either. Well, I thought it was just a matter of insufficient funding. Now it's become two problems, insufficient funding and no one to hire. At this point, the female assistant was also at a loss. She quietly walked over to her own seat and sat down. He picked up the glass of water on the table and took a sip. His expression gradually relaxed. As I said before, she's just a junior assistant. Such matters are best left for the director to handle. On stage, Luo Chen also said a few words of thanks and then stepped off the stage to the applause of the audience. In any case, this episode of the show was successfully recorded. Just as we were about to sign off, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. Reward obtained, 1 diamond treasure chest. Do you want to open it? Diamond treasure chest. Luo Chen thought for a moment but decided not to open it immediately. Because several figures had appeared in front of him. Chapter 45, The Tactics of the Two Women Both Want to Invite Luo Chen to Dinner? Looking ahead at Hu Yanbing, Zhang Liangying, and Chang Xiao, Luo Chen asked with some confusion, Teachers, what are you doing? We've been waiting for you. Hu Yanbing said with a smile, approaching Luo Chen and placing his hand on his shoulder in a friendly manner. What are you waiting for me to do? Luo Chen was still a bit confused. In the past, after recording the show, everyone would just exchange a few polite words. Then everyone would go their separate ways, back to their own homes. This was the first time the three of them had waited here specifically for him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liangying seemed to have lost her patience and said directly, Luo Chen, you should be free tonight, right? I'll treat you to dinner. Treat me to dinner? Luo Chen took a closer look and realized that Zhang Liangying seemed to have dressed up specially after finishing the program. She was wearing a white dress with lace trim at the bottom, and white feathers were added to the lower part, giving it a dreamy and ethereal feel. Silver high heels add a touch of sophistication to the overall look. The entire look exudes an ethereal charm while remaining utterly captivating. Even Luo Chen had to admit that Zhang Liangying, dressed like this, was still quite attractive. As he was admiring her, he heard Cheng Zhao's soft voice say, Luo Chen, let me treat you to dinner. Ha! Aren't we going out to eat together? Luo Chen suddenly sensed that something was off. He had thought the three of them were waiting here for him to go out to eat together. But now things are clearly not going as planned. Hu Yanbing, however, seemed to have missed the fact that the two were on the same page. He smiled and said, since we all have the same goal, let's go. I've already booked a restaurant. Saying this, he put his arm around Luo Chen's shoulder and walked forward. Anyone who didn't know them would think they were very familiar with each other. They saw that the two had already left. Cheng Xiao smiled at Zhang Liangying and then followed them. Seeing this, Zhang Liangying's lips curved slightly upward, her red lips parting slightly as she spoke in a voice only she could hear. A little girl, and you dare to challenge me? After saying that, she took a few steps and chased after him. Half an hour later, a few people got out of the car in front of a Chinese restaurant that didn't look particularly luxurious. Hu Yanbing led the group into a private room with ease. Luo Chen found a spot inside and sat down. Hu Yanbing moved closer, intending to sit to Luo Chen's right. However, Chang Xiao beat him to it and sat down first. Then he raised his head slightly and looked at Hu Yanbing with an innocent expression, saying, Yanbing, do you mind if I sit here? No problem, Hu Yanbing said with a faint smile. Then he prepared to sit down to Luo Chen's left. But then he saw Zhang Liangying casually sit down. She spoke slowly and calmly, "Mr. Hu, I'm sure you don't mind if I sit here, do you?" Hu Yanbing shook his head helplessly and said with a hint of bitterness, "Actually, I can sit anywhere." In the end, he found a seat across from Luo Chen and sat down. He looked at Zhang Liangying and Chang Xiao, who were sitting on either side of Luo Chen. Hu Yanbing sighed and finally said, "Don't let the restaurant's appearance fool you. The food here is quite unique. Take a look and see if there's anything you'd like to try. There are 2 menus on the table." Hu Yanbing still maintained his gentlemanly demeanor. He handed one to Chang Xiao and one to Zhang Liangying. After receiving the menu, the 2 of them flipped through it. Then they both turned sideways and asked at the same time, "Luo Chen, what do you want to eat?" The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. Looking at Luo Chen, who was sandwiched between the 2 women, he thought about how he had invited Luo Chen to dinner today, hoping to ask him for a favor. Hu Yanbing came to the rescue. "Why don't I recommend a few of the specialty dishes here?" Upon hearing her words, the 2 women simultaneously turned their heads to glance at him. Then they both laughed in unison, "All right." Immediately after that, 2 menus were tossed onto Hu Yanbing's table. The 2 women also regained their composure. It was as if the tense standoff had never happened. Luo Chen isn't exactly a pushover either. It's obvious to anyone who can see. This is clearly just a power struggle for attention. As for Chang Xiao, he can understand it. After all, his previous actions had already made that clear. But Zhang Liangying did the same thing. Luo Chen really hadn't expected that. He rubbed his forehead. Luo Chen couldn't help but give Hu Yanbing a stern look. If he hadn't dragged him here, none of this would have happened. Hu Yanbing also knew that what he had done today was not right. He hurriedly ordered a few specialty dishes. Then he said, "You guys sit here, I'll go make a call." After saying that, he hurried out. As soon as Hu Yanbing left, Zhang Liangying quietly moved closer to Luo Chen. She whispered, "Luo Chen, after dinner, would you like to go see a movie with me?" "That's not necessary. I'm a bit tired from recording the show today. I think I'll go back and rest first." Though Zhang Liangying is only 28 years old in this world, she is at the most charming stage of a woman's life. But Luo Chen thought about it and decided against it. After all, the matter between Zhang Jingying and her husband still existed in this world. Luo Chen still couldn't help but feel bothered by it. Upon hearing Luo Chen's refusal, Zhang Liangying was slightly surprised. However, she still moved a little closer to Luo Chen. The next moment, Luo Chen felt something brush against his leg. Then he heard Zhang Jingying's soft voice say, "Are you sure you don't want to reconsider?" This time, before Luo Chen could answer, Cheng Xiao spoke in a solemn tone, "Lianying's sister, I'm truly sorry. After dinner, Luo Chen needs to accompany me to meet Lan Jia, so I won't disturb you any further." "Is that so?" Zhang Liangying still wanted to try to persuade him. She leaned close to Luo Chen's ear and whispered softly. Luo Chen shook his head again. He still had principles. Seeing this, Zhang Liangying fell silent for a moment, seemingly unable to believe it. That despite her repeated gestures, Luo Chen still refused. On the other hand, Chang Xiao was quite pleased with himself. For a moment, the atmosphere in the private room grew awkward once more. Fortunately, the waiter arrived just then to serve the food. This eased the tension slightly. Right after that, Hu Yanbing also returned just in time. Thus, with each harboring their own thoughts, the few people finished their meal. Of course, during the meal, Hu Yanbing also revealed the purpose of his invitation. He wanted Luo Chen to help him write another song. It seems like he's gotten a taste of success. However, judging by Hu Yanbing's performance today, Luo Chen would be doing well not to take back that song Red Beauty he had previously released. Asking for another song is simply out of the question. Hu Yanbing was well aware of this, but simply said they would discuss it in detail next time. As soon as they left the restaurant, Hu Yanbing made an excuse and left. Luo Chen also got into the car arranged by Yuehua Entertainment with Cheng Xiao. Zhang Liangying, however, watched Cheng Xiao and Luo Chen's figures, her eyes betraying a resolute expression. She murmured, "Luo Chen, I must have you." Chapter 46, Rich Rewards, A Stronger Body. The car came to a stop in front of the hotel where Luo Chen was staying. "I'll go up first. You should go back and rest early too." Luo Chen smiled and said to Cheng Xiao. He was about to get out of the car. Looking at Luo Chen, who was about to get up and get off the bus, Cheng Xiao didn't know where he found the courage. He turned his body and quickly left a red lip mark on Luo Chen's face. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and she whispered, "Luo Chen, go to bed early." Feeling the warmth on her face, Luo Chen smiled. He turned around, gently touched Cheng Xiao's head, and whispered, "Next time." After saying that, she got out of the car. He watched Luo Chen's retreating figure. Cheng Xiao touched his slightly flushed cheeks and murmured, "Next time? What should we do next time?" Speaking of Luo Chen, after returning to his room, he became interested in the diamond treasure chest awarded by the system. Without a moment's hesitation, he said, "Open the treasure chest." Diamond treasure chest opened. Congratulations, host, you have obtained master-level culinary skills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining master-level martial arts. Congratulations to the host for obtaining master-level martial arts skills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 bottle of physical enhancement potion. As soon as the words were spoken, just like when receiving rewards previously, a mysterious force seemed to transcend time and space, directly landing on Luo Chen's body. Instantly, Luo Chen felt a significant improvement in his culinary skills. It was like night and day compared to before. But that's not all. After receiving the system rewards, Luo Chen had also become a master-level figure in martial arts in the Dragon Kingdom. It is important to note that martial arts is not the same as a specific martial art. It is the general term for all traditional martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom. In other words, whether it's Tai Chi, Wing Chun, Bagua, or any other martial art, Luo Chen is a master-level practitioner. After realizing this, Luo Chen was also very happy. He thought to himself, no wonder it's a diamond treasure chest. The rewards it gives out are amazing. As for the final reward, Body Enhancement Potion. As the name suggests, it is used to enhance physical abilities and has no side effects whatsoever. I don't know if the system took into account that although Luo Chen is a master in martial arts, he is still not as physically fit as those who have been exercising regularly. That's why this reward was given. However, Luo Chen didn't dwell too much on the issue. Instead, he chose to take it directly from the system and consume it. The potion entered his body and took effect immediately. Luo Chen immediately felt as though thousands of ants were biting and tearing at his body. The pain was so intense that he nearly fainted. However, he could also feel his physical strength steadily increasing. A few minutes later, the pain subsided. Luo Chen clenched his fist and could clearly feel that his strength was now many times greater than before. At the same time, a layer of grime began to seep out of his skin. This was something Luo Chen had seen in novels before. It should be the impurities being expelled from the body. Without hesitation, Luo Fan went straight to wash up. Standing in front of the bathroom mirror, Luo Chen noticed that his appearance hadn't changed at all. Still as handsome as ever. But there's an indescribable aura about him now. Then his physique improved, and he looked more upright and well-proportioned overall. But then he thought about the cup he had accidentally broken earlier and the showerhead he had squeezed out of shape. Luo Fan could only sigh helplessly. There was nothing he could do. His strength had suddenly increased many times over, and he hadn't yet figured out how to control it. With no other choice, Luo Chen went out to find a place to practice martial arts. This was to gradually gain control over his own strength. The next few days were very boring for Luo Chen. It consisted of eating, sleeping, practicing martial arts, and mastering his physical strength. At the same time, the production team of The Voice of Dreams has also launched a large-scale promotional campaign. Moreover, this promotional campaign is clearly well organized and premeditated. The process of this episode is described as dramatic and ingenious. What a great achievement for Mr. Hu Yanbing with his Dragon Country style song. Han Hong performs classic songs again, with high notes that shake the heart. Luo Chen performs his own song about his dream of becoming a martial arts hero, and more. In short, anything that attracts attention is fair game. Finally, they also showed the scene where Luo Chen stood on stage and performed the traditional Chinese bow before the performance began. As a result, the already highly appealing program became even more captivating. This has only fueled the curiosity of netizens even more. Holy cow, Hu Yanbing actually sang a Dragon Country style song on the show? Han Hong actually brought out a classic song. I wonder who his opponent is. It can't be Luo Chen, can it? It can't be that bad, can it? Luo Chen can't keep having such bad luck, can he? I have to say, Luo Chen's outfit is way too cool. Isn't that the traditional martial arts bowing gesture? Could it be that Luo Chen's song this time is related to martial arts? Netizens are buzzing with speculation, further fueling the buzz around this episode of The Voice of Dreams. Soon, Luo Chen bowed with clasped fists. Han Hong sings classic songs. Hu Yanbing performs a Dragon Kingdom style song for the first time. These topics quickly made it to the top of Weibo's trending search list. Director Jiang Yan was also in high spirits upon seeing this situation. Although the guest for the next episode has not yet been decided, at least the ratings for this episode are clearly not going to be low. And so, before we knew it, it was Saturday, the day of the broadcast. The 47th episode has finally aired. What does the song Han Yan have to do with Hu Yanbing? 8 p.m. Due to the significant attention it had already garnered online beforehand. As a result, when the show The Voice of Dreams premiered, its ratings continued to rise. Ultimately, it reached a rating of 3. This achievement is already on par with the viewership ratings of the peak episodes from the previous 2 seasons. This left director Jiang Yan pleasantly surprised. It also prompted him to repeat the same phrase once again, Luo Chen is truly my lucky star. As the program continued, Luo Chen's conversation with the driver once again made everyone laugh. Especially when the driver mentioned that the blue and white porcelain he had recently purchased had increased in value by 30,000 yuan in just a few days. Then he tried to convince Luo Chen that he should have bought it from him at the time. Luo Chen happened to receive a bank transfer of 5.8 million yuan on his phone. This scene had the audience laughing so hard their stomachs hurt. Wow, this is supposed to be a music variety show, but why is the conversation between Luo Chen and the driver so funny? It's absolutely hilarious. The driver thought he made a lot of money, but he had no idea that Luo Chen just received 5.8 million yuan in his phone. In my opinion, the cameraman is the funniest one. He clearly knew everything but couldn't bring himself to say anything. It must have been so frustrating. Don't any of you care why Luo Chen was able to earn 5.8 million in one go? Come on, with Luo Chen's creative abilities, isn't earning that much just normal? Netizens may sometimes envy the wealthy, but for some reason, they turn a blind eye to Luo Chen's earnings. They even think it's normal. If Luo Chen knew this, he would probably say, this generation of netizens is still pretty easy to handle. And soon it was time for the draw. When everyone saw that only Luo Chen and Chang Xiao had yet to draw their cards, and Han Hong had also not been paired, everyone was stunned. After all, everyone knows. Given Han Hong's abilities, if Chang Xiao were to face her, it would basically be a foregone conclusion that she'd be eliminated. As a result, many of Chang Xiao's fans watching TV knew the outcome was inevitable. They still silently prayed that Chang Xiao wouldn't draw the blue one. Fortunately, the show didn't disappoint them. And soon aired the scene where Chang Xiao won the white phone. At that moment, many viewers jumped up in excitement. But after the excitement subsided, a problem now faced them. That is, since Chang Xiao had taken on an amateur. That means Luo Chen is once again facing off against a celebrity guest. And it's none other than Han Hong, the legendary singer hailed as the king of songs. Some restless fans couldn't resist taking to Weibo to share their thoughts. No way, is Luo Chen getting into it again? What terrible luck. If I remember correctly, Hu Yanbing mentioned in an interview that Luo Chen had terrible luck in the draw. Is that really bad? It's clearly like he's been cursed by the god of misfortune. Given Luo Chen's abilities, I think he could have beaten any one of the other three. But it just so happens to be Han Hong. It feels like Luo Chen is in trouble again this time. There's no need to be so pessimistic. Luo Chen has always seemed like he was going to lose, but he ended up winning every time. I think there's a possibility he'll pull it off this time too. That's right, I still believe in Luo Chen. Netizens are buzzing with discussions. But unlike before, this time, netizens have a bit more confidence in Luo Chen. The show continued as usual. Soon it was time for Zhang Liangying to take the stage. Her signature song, Painting the Heart, also received enthusiastic praise from the audience. Some even sang along in front of their TV screens. It was the kind of thing where people of all ages joined in together. This is enough to prove how popular this song is. Next up is Chang Xiao. A high-energy, explosive dance pop song. It leaves audiences spellbound, unable to take their eyes off the TV screen. If someone were watching alone, it would be hard to guarantee they wouldn't do something else. Fortunately, the amateur's song calmed them down. Until a few minutes later, Hua Xiao returned to the stage to announce Hu Yanbing's appearance. The audience's enthusiasm was once again ignited. During the program promotion earlier, everyone already knew that Hu Yanbing would be singing a song in the style of the Dragon Kingdom. However, the program team has not revealed any information about the song. As a result, many people are criticizing the program while also becoming interested in the song. Wow! Finally, Hu Yanbing is on stage. I can't wait to see how his Dragon Country style song compares to Luo Chen's. Don't get your hopes up, folks. When it comes to Dragon Country style music, who can compare to Luo Chen? You're right. Although I also like Hu Yanbing, he still falls short when compared to Luo Chen. Some people are looking forward to it, while others don't think much of it. Until Hu Yanbing took the stage and said in a joking tone, "The song I'm going to sing today is one I begged Luo Chen for." It is a dragon-style song written and composed by Luo Chen, and its title is Red Beauty. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. The previous arguments suddenly seemed meaningless. It was even a bit funny. Wow, I thought it was a Dragon Kingdom-style song written by Hu Yanbing himself, but it turns out it was written by Luo Chen. If it's a song composed by Luo Chen, then I'm even more excited about this song. The person above should have some self-respect. This change is too sudden. What face? When it comes to Dragon Country style songs, I only recognize Luo Chen now. Fortunately, Hu Yanbing also started singing soon after. Sword brewed wine has no taste, who is this cup for? You bid me farewell, you bid me farewell. When the chorus began, everyone was captivated. I thought to myself, no wonder it's a Dragon Kingdom style song created by Luo Chen, it's truly unique. I wonder what Hu Yanbing would think if he could hear their thoughts right now. Soon the chorus kicks in. I don't want fame in this life, I only want a smile from a beautiful woman. If I can be reborn in the next life, I would gladly be a cow or a horse. And follow you to the ends of the earth. At this moment, the audience's emotions also reached their peak along with the song. When the song ended, everyone felt that it was truly amazing. They had no interest in the amateur performances that followed, because they know deep down that this song's vote count will definitely be high. And the final result proved this to be true. 468 votes. This result would have been unbeatable in the first 2 seasons. It's because Luo Chen has repeatedly broken records in this season's program. Thinking about it this way, everyone is even more excited about Luo Chen's upcoming performance. To be honest, Hu Yanbing sang very well, but I'm even more excited about Luo Chen's performance next. The person above is right. Even the songs he writes for others are so beautiful it's hard to imagine how amazing his own songs must be. That's true, but Han Hong isn't someone to be underestimated either. Winning the title of Song King is more than enough proof of her talent. Han Hong is indeed very strong, but I think Luo Chen will be even stronger. Don't forget that Han Hong's strength lies in her interpretation of high notes, and this time she's performing one of her classic songs. The stage performance is sure to be explosive. Perhaps even Hu Yanbing himself wouldn't have imagined that after singing a song. There were only a few audience members praising him. Instead, they were full of praise for Luo Chen, the creator of the song. Meanwhile, many more are eagerly anticipating the upcoming showdown between the two powerhouses. Even the tone shifted dramatically within just an hour. From the majority supporting Han Hong earlier, it has now shifted to supporting Luo Chen. In response to this, one can only say that Hu Yanbing did a great job in assisting this shift. Chapter 48. Without this song, my movie would be incomplete. It was under everyone's anticipation. Han Hong, dressed in a crimson-red outfit, finally took the stage. A rendition of Heavenly Road immediately captivated the entire audience. Wow, no wonder he's the king of songs, Han Hong. This song is absolutely amazing. Wow, the high notes gave me goosebumps. Listening to it made me cry. Don't be shy, you're not the only one who cried. After listening to this song, I have renewed confidence in Ms. Han Hong. Me too. I'm sure Han Hong's song will definitely score high marks. I'm impressed. You guys change your minds so quickly. At that moment, many people who had just finished listening to Han Hong sing this song suddenly felt that Han Hong's talent is truly remarkable. She switched sides again. This is quite amusing. As Han Hong stepped down, Hua Xiao took the stage to announce Luo Chen's entrance. All the audience held their breath, sat up straight, and waited for Luo Chen's entrance. At the same time, Bay Island, a villa. 2 people sat in front of the TV, watching the program. When they saw Luo Chen, dressed in a black tang suit with a golden dragon pattern embroidered on the right side of his chest, standing at the center of the stage and performing a fist salute. One of the men said, "Mr. Zhou Huajian, is this the young man you mentioned named Luo Chen? To be honest, he's quite handsome, and that bowing gesture really appeals to me." At this point, the man paused for a moment before continuing, "But I'm here because I need you to write the theme song for my movie. You know how urgent this is." Zhou Huajian heard the man's slightly complaining words, but there was no sign of anger on his face. Instead, he smiled and said, "Lianjie, don't get so worked up. Keep watching, and you'll see." Li Lianjie heard this and could only grit his teeth and keep watching. On the show, Luo Chen also spoke up. "The song we're going to sing today is called Hui Yuanjia. I hope you all enjoy it." Upon hearing this, Li Lianjie's pupils dilated instantly. He spoke slowly and deliberately, "Mr. Zhou Huajian, did you already know this?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Huajian responded with a smile, "I only found out today when I was chatting with the director of this program. Then I remembered you asked me to write the theme song, so I thought I might as well use Luo Chen's song instead." As he spoke, Zhou Huajian sat up straight. He looked very expectant. Upon seeing this, Li Lianjie calmed down and said indifferently, "Although the name is the same, if the song quality isn't good, I won't use it." Zhou Huajian didn't respond, but kept his eyes on the TV, seemingly confident that Luo Chen's song wouldn't be bad. Li Lianjie could only watch the program as well. Just then, the background music began to play. The sound of the big drum came through the screen and reached the ears of the 2 people. This overwhelming momentum immediately invigorated Li Lianjie. He couldn't help but sit up straight. Immediately afterward, Luo Chen's masculine voice rang out. "Hey, how many lives do you have left? The stage is waiting for you. A life or death pledge, what do you win? A cold laugh. Who owns the world? What does being first matter? Let us cease the fighting, we of this generation still uphold martial virtue. Let us stop the fighting, for we are a martial people." Just a few simple lines of lyrics. But Li Lianjie felt his blood boil. It seemed as though he was reminiscing about the scenes from when he filmed the movie The Fortress of Hui Yuanjia. He couldn't help but stand up. He actually started dancing right in front of the TV. And then, a soft and melodious speaking opera flower girl's singing voice rang out. "In a small town, time passes by. Clear courage. Washed memories. I remember you, living proudly on." This part gave Li Lianjie goosebumps. This was precisely the reason he had set out to make this film. It was the sight of so many young people taking their own lives in Longwa each year that had driven him to do so. That is why he hopes to use this film to awaken young people and remind them to cherish life. Tell them that there are actually many meaningful things they can do, that they should stay positive, work hard, and make their lives more meaningful. This song is like it was made just for my movie. Li Lianjie exclaimed excitedly. At that moment, he didn't seem like the Kung Fu Emperor, but more like a child who had finally gotten his favorite toy. Zhou Huajian, seeing this, couldn't help but smile and say, Lianjie, do you believe me now? Luo Chen is a musical genius. The songs he composes won't be bad. If Li Lianjie had heard this before, he might have scoffed at it. But now he believes it, because the quality of this song is truly exceptional. It truly perfectly captures the essence of Hua Yuanjia. When the chorus kicks in. Whoosh, whoosh. Hua, hua. The techniques of the Hua family boxing style are flexible and agile. Lively, lively. Living means living life to the fullest. Live, live. Mistakes and weakness have never been mine. I. We are skilled in martial arts, and no one can dodge our moves. This is unbelievable. This is simply amazing. This is the song. This is the song I've been looking for. Li Lianjie's feelings at that moment were beyond words. There was only one thought in his mind. That was to make this song the theme song for the movie. Because only then can the film Hua Yuanjia be considered complete. As soon as Luo Chen finished singing this song, Li Lianjie immediately said, Mr. Zhou Huajian, please give me his contact information. At that moment, Li Lianjie couldn't wait another second. He was determined to secure the copyright to this song as soon as possible. However, Zhou Huajian shook his head and said, I don't have his contact information either, but I can give you his agent's number. You can talk to his agent. Saying this, he gave Li Lianjie Fong Lan's number. After obtaining Fong Lan's number, Li Lianjie immediately left to make the call. Meanwhile, many audience members had just finished watching Luo Chen's performance. One after another were left speechless and stunned. I'm truly impressed. I never imagined a song could be sung like this. Mom asked me why I was kneeling while watching TV. A song combines 3 different styles. How did Luo Chen come up with that? First off, Luo Chen is amazing. I'll reserve my final thoughts until I finish reading my Chinese textbook. This is simply unbeatable. How come it feels like teacher Han Hong has really outdone herself this time? Chapter 49. There are many geniuses, but there is only one Luo Chen. A performance of Hua Yuanjia truly opened a new door for the audience. They had never imagined that a song could be performed in such a way before. It's amazing how they can blend so many different styles together. And it doesn't sound out of place at all. It's so pleasant to the ear. At that moment, everyone watching the program remembered the figure dressed in a black tang suit with a golden dragon pattern embroidered on the right chest. They remembered his name, Luo Chen. And the program was still airing. Luo Chen's strong and powerful voice came from the TV. This is the spirit of the Dragon Kingdom. And the Dragon Country style is the coolest. These 2 sentences were like a heavy hammer striking the minds of the audience. For a moment, their hearts were filled with turmoil. Stirring up waves. Like a bolt of lightning, it awakened them. No one has ever said such a thing before. Nor has anyone ever dared to say such a thing. Because there is an undeniable fact, the music industry in Dragon Country is indeed in a slump. It leaves much to be desired. Many singers are copying or imitating music from other countries, while forgetting the traditional culture of the Dragon Kingdom. Even singers are like this. Let alone the audience. This has led many people in the Dragon Kingdom to believe that music from other countries is the best. However, there is now someone who has stepped forward. He said, Long Guofeng is the real deal. He is Luo Chen. The internet is also buzzing because of Luo Chen's words. Damn it, Luo Chen's one sentence made me cry. This is the Dragon Country style. The Dragon Country style is the best. That line is so badass. I checked my Chinese textbook, but it turns out the textbook isn't sufficient to describe Luo Chen's strength. I guess I'll just say Luo Chen is amazing. Suddenly, I lost interest in the outcome of the next match. Just comment if you get me. I'm a fan for life because of that one line from Luo Chen. Ha, it sounds good now, but I hope Luo Chen can really make it happen. To be honest, Luo Chen's words are a bit arrogant. Let's hope he doesn't end up eating his words. Get lost. If you were around back then, you'd be traitors to the country. When there are many people, there will always be some who try to stand out and highlight their differences. Some people support Luo Chen, while others believe he is simply trying to attract attention and build his own persona. Thus, the argument became an inevitable outcome. Gradually, they split into 2 factions. They argued fiercely online. Meanwhile, the show inevitably came to an end. Once the voting was over, there were still some people paying attention to the results of the competition. Han Hong, 469 votes. Luo Chen, 485 votes. When the results were announced, many people had already anticipated that Han Hong would lose. However, the fact that she trailed by more than 10 points was also a shock to them. At the same time, they once again felt the sheer power of Luo Chen in such a direct and vivid way. Another record broken, the thought flashed through everyone's minds. Some even posted on Weibo. Looking at Luo Chen so far, he has only recorded 3 episodes, yet he has broken the voting record 3 times. The first time, he broke the show's all-time record, and the subsequent 2 times, he consecutively broke his own record set on the show. And to top it all off, they achieved an astonishing 485 votes. It's hard to imagine that Luo Chen, with such a background, was participating in the program as an ordinary person. While there may be many geniuses in the world, I believe there is only one Luo Chen. Writing on Luo Chen's current popularity, this post will go viral as soon as it is published. It was widely shared, commented on, and reposted by many people. They originally just thought Luo Chen was awesome. But they never took the time to analyze it thoroughly. It wasn't until now that I realized Luo Chen might be even more amazing than they ever imagined. Just as the post said. There may be many geniuses, but there is only one Luo Chen. One Luo Chen can easily outshine all those geniuses. Meanwhile, the program has been airing up to this point. Many people thought that this episode was almost over. But no one expected a surprise ending. That was the final line spoken by Han Hong just before she stepped down. I don't regret losing to Luo Chen. I think it's others who should be regretting it now. Just like those audience members who were there at the time when it was recorded. Many people fully understood the meaning behind this statement. However, they also know that Han Hong wouldn't say something like that for no reason. So, netizens once again began discussing this topic. Could they be referring to the other 3 singers? What the person above said makes sense. After all, Han Hong was eliminated by Luo Chen, so Hu Yanbing and the other 2 definitely aren't a match for Luo Chen either. I don't think it's that simple, there must be something else going on. It could also be referring to the next episode's guest. After all, given Luo Chen's luck, there's a high chance he'll end up meeting the guest invited for the next episode. Even if it is the next episode's guest, they wouldn't use the word regret, would they? I doubt even Han Hong herself would have imagined that one of her remarks could attract so much attention. And just a few hours after the 3rd episode of The Voice of Dreams aired, numerous topics quickly made their way onto Weibo's trending search list. Langhua Feng is the hottest topic, ranking 1st. Hua Yuanjia is ranked 2nd. Music prodigy Luo Chen ranks 3rd. Han Hong was eliminated and ranked 5th. Hong Yan ranked 9th. Who's regretting it now? Ranked 10th. Let's take a closer look. There are already 4 trending topics directly related to Luo Chen alone. The other 2 are also related to Luo Chen. Not to mention that the topic of Langhua Feng being the hottest has directly topped the hot search rankings. This also shows just how popular Luo Chen is right now. Chapter 50, another opportunist is here, reaping what they sow. Where there's buzz, there will inevitably be those with their own agendas. They want to ride the wave of this buzz. The next day. On Weibo, a singer named Qin Lo with 10 million followers posted a message. I accidentally came across a program and realized that ordinary people these days are really bold. It's understandable for young people to be a bit reckless, but please have some common sense. The music industry in Longwei is already struggling, and as a singer, I find this situation deeply distressing. At the same time, I will work even harder to create better music. Let's save the music of Longwa through our actions. So I also hope that someone won't do something sensational just to attract attention. That's an insult to Dragon Country's music. Although no names were mentioned. But the 3rd episode of The Voice of Dreams just aired yesterday. Luo Chen's line in the Dragon Kingdom style was the most impressive and topped the Weibo trending chart. As a result, anyone with a keen eye could immediately tell who Qin Lo was subtly referring to. Many of Qin Li's fans, upon seeing this Weibo post, also chimed in below. Lu Gu is right. It's just a music show, and he dares to be so arrogant. Yeah, Li Ji's songs are so good, but he wouldn't dare say something like that. I think Lu Gu is right, Luo Chen is just trying to grab everyone's attention. Exactly. He even said that the Dragon Country style is the best. Luo Chen has only sung 3 songs, how dare he say such things. I think Luo Chen is just taking advantage of the fact that he's the only one singing Dragon Country style right now, that's why he's acting like this. This behavior is truly disgusting. That's right, everyone knows that Dragon Country's music is far behind other countries. Xinyu, as a singer with 1,000 fans. He remains a highly talked about figure. Moreover, the content on Weibo still alludes to Luo Chen. Therefore, writing on Luo Chen's popularity, this Weibo post quickly went viral online. It only took a few hours. Many people have already heard about this incident. That's hilarious. Qin Lo, who debuted in South Korea, has the nerve to say that he'll save Chinese music with his actions? You're right, none of Qin Li's songs are worth listening to. Only his fans would praise him. The fact that there aren't many good songs is a minor issue. The real problem is that he was exposed earlier for plagiarizing songs from South Korea. You can't say it's completely plagiarized, though. It's just that the melody remains the same, and the lyrics have been translated into Dragon Country's language dog head emoji. This is indeed a bit funny. Without any real talent, they dare to talk about saving Dragon Country's music. It's clearly just an attempt to ride the wave of popularity. I think Luo Chen is spot on. Dragon Country style is the best. Of course, these netizens' comments also prompted Qin Li's fans to retaliate. For example, they said that Qin Li's songs are simply good, and if they can't appreciate them, it's because they lack taste. Additionally, Luo Chen cannot possibly represent Longhua music. The so-called Longhua style is just Luo Chen making bold claims to attract attention. As a result, the matter has grown increasingly chaotic. Longdu, headquarters of Lanti Entertainment Company. In an office, Xinlu, dressed in the latest fashion, was scrolling through Weibo on his phone. Despite seeing many people online criticizing him, he didn't seem to care at all. In his mind, he was just riding the wave of popularity. And getting criticized would only make him even more popular. After all, there haven't been any good works to copy lately, and it's been a long time since they released a new song. I was just worried about not finding an opportunity to boost my popularity, and then I happened to come across Luo Chen's situation. Of course, I wouldn't let that slip by. Moreover, at that moment, he saw that his meager fanbase had grown from 10 million to 13 million. He was overjoyed. He was even thinking about finding a pretty girl at the fan club meeting that night to go out and have some fun. However, his agent walked in at that very moment. Disturbed from his pleasant daydream, Qinlu said irritably, "What's the matter?" The agent seemed taken aback that Qinlu was acting as if nothing had happened. His anger flared up instantly. He burst out cursing, "Qinlu, do you know what you're doing? You're asking for trouble. I don't mind you riding on someone else's coattails, but you're an adult now. You should know what you can and can't do. Don't you know how popular Luo Chen is right now? You dare to insinuate him on Weibo, and I can't even bear to read what your brainless fans are saying. Do you have any idea what the consequences of this will be?" Looking at the agent spitting everywhere, Qinlu froze for a moment. He immediately retorted, "Of course I know he's popular now. If he weren't, I wouldn't have said that. Besides, I'm just riding his coattails a bit. What's the big deal? This will blow over in a few days, and I've gained 3 million more followers anyway. Besides, I'm just riding his coattails a bit. What's the big deal? This will blow over in a few days, and besides, I've gained 3 million more followers now. So I can negotiate better terms for my next endorsement deal, right?" Upon hearing this, the agent was speechless, seemingly unable to believe that things had come to this point, and that Qinlu still didn't realize the severity of the situation. He was actually still thinking about taking on endorsement deals and raising his fees. Shaking his head helplessly, the agent knew he couldn't persuade Qinlu anymore. After all, Qinlu had only returned from South Korea a year ago, and he had been personally recruited by the CEO. What he had just said might have already made Qinlu hate him. With that thought, the agent turned and left, intending to report the matter to the boss. At the same time, Luo Chen, who was at the hotel, also received a call from Cheng Xiao. "Luo Chen, did you check Weibo today?" "Not yet." "What's up? Did something happen?" Luo Chen replied. He had been working out all day and hadn't checked Weibo at all. He had no idea what had happened. Cheng Xiao also froze for a moment upon hearing Luo Chen's words. It was all over Weibo, causing quite a stir. In the end, Luo Chen himself had no idea about it at all. However, he did know that Luo Chen was sometimes busy with other matters. So he quickly explained the situation. Finally, he asked, "Brother Luo Chen, should you respond to this matter?" After all, in Shang Zhao's view, Xin Li's behavior was simply despicable. However, after hearing the entire story from start to finish, Luo Chen, he didn't think much of it. "In fact, I felt that if I responded personally on Weibo, it would be somewhat beneath me. Moreover, this Qinlu is clearly just trying to ride on his coattails. Doing that would only make him more successful." Moreover, Luo Chen suddenly thought of a better way to respond. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Let Lan Jia handle this matter first. I'll handle it in a different way." Chang Xiao didn't know what method Luo Chen was referring to, but he still chose to trust Luo Chen. Chapter 51, the song is in high demand. Committing a crime in front of the company building. After hanging up the phone, Luo Chen also logged onto his Weibo. To his surprise, he saw that his number of followers had reached 15 million. Is that crazy? Luo Chen thought to himself. After all, he hadn't done anything wrong. The only thing he posted was a short one from earlier. But having more fans isn't necessarily a bad thing. Thinking this, Luo Chen decided not to worry about it anymore, and continued browsing through some recent events. As a result, I came across the Weibo account that Cheng Xiao had mentioned earlier about Qin Lu. The comments below had already reached over 1 million. After flipping through them casually, Luo Chen found that most of them were criticizing him. Only a small portion might be his fans, still defending and arguing on his behalf. Seeing this, Luo Chen couldn't help but laugh. This person really is quite pitiful. And he's also pretty brainless. I was thinking of checking out some other options, but then Fong Lan called. Hello, Sister Lan. Luo Chen, there are a few things I need to discuss with you. First, many film crews want to use your songs as movie theme songs. Second, Douyin wants you to be their brand ambassador. Third, many TV shows want to invite you to participate in their programs. It's hard to explain everything over the phone, so if you have time, please come by the company. Luo Chen hadn't expected to be in such high demand, but he thought Fong Lan's words made sense. Anyway, he didn't have anything else to do, so going to the company would be fine. So he booked a flight to Longdu on his phone. Meanwhile, on the road, Luo Chen was also thinking about the few things Fong Lan had mentioned. First, many film crews wanted his songs to be used as movie theme songs. This is undoubtedly true, except for a few who are truly talented. The primary objective of the other production teams is to capitalize on the popularity of his songs. After all this time, Luo Chen's recent songs have all become extremely popular. One song, Blue and White Porcelain, has even caused the price of blue and white porcelain to rise. Many items related to blue and white porcelain have also gained widespread popularity. The song Fireworks Fade Quickly has also been on repeat for many people, and after a history professor from Longdu University confirmed that the story behind it is true. This has added even more depth to the song. In fact, quite a few people actually went to Longdu University to borrow that copy of the records of the Buddhist temples of Luoyang. As for Half City in Smoke and Sand, its play count on Douyin has already surpassed 10 million. The number of shares has also reached the millions. Many live streamers have even covered the song. And the last song, Hui Yuanjia, goes without saying. It's currently at the peak of its popularity. If news were to surface that a movie has used Luo Chen's song as its theme song, it would undoubtedly boost its box office earnings significantly. In that case, Luo Chen will really have to choose carefully. After all, he doesn't want his songs to be ruined. As for the second matter, Douyin approached him to be their spokesperson, and Luo Chen didn't object to that either. Although Douyin isn't particularly popular yet, it seems to be riding on Luo Chen's popularity. However, in the coming months, this short video platform will gain significant traction. They will gain the favor of an increasing number of people. If we establish good relations with them now, Luo Chen can also leverage their channels in the future. Promote the culture of Manhwa. As for the third one, appearing on the show, Luo Chen hadn't decided yet. He plans to listen to Fong Lan's advice. A few hours later, at 8 p.m., Luo Chen arrived at Yuehua Tower. As usual, Cheng Xiao was there to greet him at the entrance. As soon as Luo Chen got out of the car, Cheng Xiao's eyes lit up. He ran all the way to Luo Chen's side and grabbed his arm. She said in a sweet voice, Luo Chen, you must be tired from a long flight. Lan Jia is really something, making you come over so late. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen gently brushed her delicate nose and smiled, saying, if that's the case, then I'll head back first. If Lan Jia asks, I'll tell her you asked me to do it. With that, Luo Chen turned and started to leave. Cheng Xiao dared not let Luo Chen leave. He hurriedly grabbed Luo Chen. But Luo Chen was just teasing Cheng Xiao. So he naturally turned around. Cheng Xiao never would have thought of that. Moreover, Luo Chen's power was not something Cheng Xiao could resist. Therefore, when Luo Chen exerted a little force with his arm, Cheng Xiao felt his body involuntarily leaning forward. He collided directly into Luo Chen's embrace. She felt the masculine aura and the warmth of Luo Chen's embrace. Cheng Xiao's cheeks turned bright red, making him look incredibly cute. At such close proximity, Luo Chen naturally felt it too. A Chinese idiom popped into his mind, greatness lies in. However, this was at the company's main entrance. Luo Chen didn't feel comfortable making any moves either. So he smiled and said, you got the better of me by accident. What? Cheng Xiao never expected Luo Chen to say that. He tilted his head slightly upward, staring at Luo Chen in astonishment. However, when she saw the mischievous smile on Luo Chen's lips, she immediately realized that Luo Chen was just teasing her. The look of astonishment vanished instantly, replaced by a blushing expression. Luo Chen lowered his head to gaze at Cheng Xiao's delicate, doll-like features. He abandoned the previous thought of not doing anything at the company entrance. Unable to resist, he left his mark on her red lips. The two locked eyes. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Fortunately, Luo Chen still knew they were outside. So he let go quickly. Cheng Xiao, on the other hand, was too shy to even dare look at Luo Chen again. But the corners of his mouth kept curling upward in a smile. Yuehua Tower, 20th floor. Fong Lan's office. Knocked on the door, and Luo Chen and Cheng Xiao walked in together. Fong Lan was sitting at her desk reviewing documents. When he looked up, he saw Cheng Xiao's cheeks slightly red. And her eyes were a bit shifty. A sudden pang of anxiety gripped his heart. However, he remained calm on the surface and pointed to the documents on the table, saying, Luo Chen, you're just in time. Come take a look at these production team materials and select a few that you think are good. Luo Chen was naturally happy to oblige. He walked straight over. Chapter 52, Theme Song Authorization, Collaborating with Reba? Picking up the documents on the table, Luo Chen flipped through them casually. Sure enough, it was just as he had imagined on his way here. Just by looking at the movie titles, Luo Chen already felt they weren't reliable. Naturally, Luo Chen didn't want to grant them the rights to ruin his songs. While Luo Chen was watching, Fong Lan was also talking about the production team she liked. In the end, the two of them selected 3 production teams. One was the production team for Jelun Temple, who wanted to purchase the copyright to the song Fireworks Fade Quickly as the theme song for their film. The other is the production team for The Struggle for the World, whose film aims to depict a scene of fierce competition among rival factions vying for control of the world. Luo Chen felt that it was quite suitable for the song Half City in Smoke and Sand. As for the last production team, Luo Chen found it a bit odd at first glance. The film is titled Hui Yuanjia, and the lead actor is none other than the martial arts legend Li Lianjia. This film was released worldwide in 2006, grossing $70 million at the box office. That's quite impressive. But here, it's already 2021, and it still hasn't been released. This is something Luo Chen can only attribute to changes in the parallel world. However, it is worth noting that Zhou Dong originally created this song, Hui Yuanjia, as a tribute to his idol. This time, the song Hui Yuanjia has been selected as the theme song for the movie Hui Yuanjia. Luo Chen also feels pretty good about it, since the production team has made their decision. Then, of course, we need to consider the licensing fees. Fong Lan had a lot of experience in this area. She quickly replied, generally speaking, the licensing fee for a song to be used as a movie theme song ranges from several $100,000 to over $1 million, depending on the quality. However, your songs, both in terms of quality and current popularity, have the potential to generate significant revenue for the film. Therefore, the price should still be negotiable. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen furrowed his brows. Several $100,000 or even $1 million might be worth it to others. But for Luo Chen's few songs, it feels a bit unfair. You should know that after Hu Yanbing received the song Hongyan, he immediately transferred 3 million yuan to Luo Chen. Of course, Hu Yanbing could have earned even more from this song. Therefore, Luo Chen prefers another approach. So Luo Chen said, is it possible to sign a box office revenue sharing agreement with them? That might be a bit difficult. You should know that you've only licensed the theme song, so if you want to participate in the box office revenue sharing, they probably won't agree. Fong Lan thought for a moment before answering. But upon seeing Luo Chen's determined gaze, she continued, I'll invite them out tomorrow to talk. Alright, then I'll trouble Lan Jie, Luo Chen said with a smile. Then the two of them started talking about another matter, which was Douyin inviting Luo Chen to be their spokesperson. Douyin is planning to spend 30 million to invite you as their spokesperson, with a contract duration of 1 year. I think this is something you can agree to. When Fong Lan said this, her face also showed signs of excitement. Who would have thought that just a few weeks ago, she was just an ordinary person? But now Douyin is willing to spend 30 million yuan to invite Luo Chen as their brand ambassador, and it's only for a year. On one hand, this is likely due to the foundation laid by their previous collaboration, which allowed Douyin to recognize Luo Chen's popularity. On the other hand, they were also attracted by Luo Chen's current popularity. But doesn't this also prove how popular Luo Chen is right now? And over the past year, there hasn't been much to do either. It was just about joining Douyin and occasionally going live, plus participating in a few Douyin events. After reviewing the tasks required, Luo Chen decided to accept the offer. In his view, it was also a mutually beneficial arrangement. Douyin needs him to drive traffic, while he needs the Douyin platform to promote his Dragon Country style. So this is essentially free money, why not take it? However, Fong Lan immediately added, I've discussed this with He Yao. Douyin is planning to invite 2 brand ambassadors this time, one is you, and the other is Reba. So the two of you may need to take some makeup test photos together at that time. Is that okay with you? Reba? Luo Chen also didn't expect that his partner this time would be Reba. But it's all for work, after all. Luo Chen is still very dedicated. Of course, he agreed. However, Chang Xiao, who was sitting on the sofa, was taken aback when he heard that Reba was actually going to be the spokesperson for Douyin alongside Luo Chen. An expression of disappointment immediately appeared on his face. At the same time, he was also thinking that he must prevent Luo Chen from being taken advantage of by Reba. The spokesperson matter was quite urgent. According to Fong Lan, we should be shooting the final makeup photos tomorrow. Fortunately, Luo Chen doesn't have much to do right now. The production team of The Voice of Dreams hasn't mentioned when they'll start recording the next episode either. So Luo Chen still has plenty of time. However, there are many program invitations and interviews coming up. Luo Chen felt a bit overwhelmed. What's the long-due daily? Dragon City Weekly? Ace Battle. Happy Family. Always Close. The War of 6 Men. Run, brothers, run. In short, Luo Chen has finally experienced what it feels like to be in the spotlight. That's because you don't need to look for others at all. They'll be the ones inviting you onto their shows. After thinking about it, Luo Chen shook his head and said, Lan Jia, let's not rush into this. I'll think about it some more. Upon hearing this, Fong Lan looked at Luo Chen in surprise and asked, why? It's not a big deal. Let's handle one thing at a time. Let's finish up the matters with Douyin first before discussing anything else. It's just laziness, isn't it? Fong Lan thought to herself. If Luo Chen didn't say anything, Fong Lan could still come up with a good reason herself. After all, according to the mindset of entertainers in the entertainment industry, who wouldn't take advantage of their popularity to take on as many TV shows, events, or movies as possible? They'll take whatever they can get. Otherwise, once you've faded into obscurity and lost your appeal, making money will be much harder. But Luo Chen couldn't care less about that. In response, Fong Lan could only say that geniuses are just different. Moreover, Luo Chen wasn't just any ordinary genius. He is the only one of his kind. Chapter 53, Xiao, why don't we let Luo Chen stay at my place? Since Luo Chen didn't have that idea, Fong Lan naturally wouldn't force him. After all, she knew that Luo Chen was a man with a strong sense of independence. Besides, Luo Chen didn't outright refuse, he just said he'd think about it. The matter has been discussed to this point, and there is little more to add. Fong Lan smiled and said, Luo Chen, you must be tired today. Why don't you rest early? I'll drive you to the Yunhai Hotel. I've already booked the room. Luo Chen had no objections to this either. But Cheng Xiao suddenly stood up from the sofa. He hurried over to the two of them and said, Lan Jia, I think it's not a good idea for Luo Chen to come all this way and just stay at a hotel. Anyway, Xian Yi and the others are all out working. Why don't we just let Luo Chen stay with us? By the end, Cheng Xiaoxing's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, and his cheeks were bright red. She was clearly extremely shy. Luo Chen couldn't help but smile a little. Fong Lan, however, was sitting in her chair, her head tilted slightly upward, her eyes fixed on her with a meaningful gaze. Are you suggesting that Luo Chen should stay at your place? Cheng Xiao quickly nodded. He looked as if he couldn't wait any longer. But Fong Lan immediately added, Xiao, you're still young. Let's do it next time. After saying that, she took the car keys and left, leaving Luo Chen and Cheng Xiao staring at each other in silence. Next time? When will the next one be? Cheng Xiao tapped her foot impatiently. She then looked down again, thinking to himself, well, I guess I'm not so bad after all. Little did she know that all her little gestures were being noticed by Luo Chen. He gently tapped her forehead. Luo Chen smiled and said, it's actually not bad at all. But since Lan Jia said to wait until next time, let's just wait a bit longer. Or are you already getting impatient? A few words left Cheng Xiao red-faced. He dared not even lift his head to look at Luo Chen. He only whispered in protest, I didn't do it. I just. What are you? Luo Chen lifted her head and gazed into her eyes as he spoke. I'm just. I won't tell you. Luo Chen, you're so mean. After blurting out those words in one breath, Cheng Xiao broke free from Luo Chen's embrace. He lowered his head and ran out. Seeing this, Luo Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. The night passed without incident. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Luo Chen got up and found a place to do some boxing exercises to work out. While having breakfast, he received a call from Cheng Xiao. Hearing that sweet voice on the phone, plus the fact that Luo Chen had already planned to go to the office to handle some matters. So by 9 o'clock in the morning, Luo Chen arrived at the company. As always, Cheng Xiao was there to greet him. Today, Cheng Xiao was wearing a red blouse on top and a beige pleated skirt on the bottom, giving her a fresh and vibrant look. And when you see that delicate, doll-like face, Luo Chen couldn't resist pinching his cheek. Then he smiled and said, is Lan Jia in the office today? No, Lan Jia should be out helping you negotiate the licensing rights for the theme song. She'll probably be back in the afternoon, Cheng Xiao said in a soft voice. Her gaze remained fixed on Luo Chen. Since Fong Lan wasn't there, Luo Chen didn't need to go looking for her. So, accompanied by Cheng Xiao, the two headed to the recording studio. The song Half City of Sand by Luo Chen was recorded here last time. So it's not unfamiliar to me. I took the sheet music out of my backpack and handed it to the staff. Let them familiarize themselves with it first. Luo Chen smiled and explained, we have to shoot the final makeup photos for Douyin this afternoon, so I guess we won't have time to record the song then. It's better to record it now. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xiao suddenly understood. So, brother Luo Chen, the other method you mentioned earlier was to counter with a song? Actually, I never really cared about that Qin Lu guy. I just wanted to show the netizens that Longwa's style is the best, and Longwa's traditional culture shouldn't be abandoned. Plus, posting it on Douyin at that time would be a 2-for-1 deal, right? While Luo Chen was speaking, Cheng Xiao kept looking at him with an admiring gaze. Finally, she smiled and said, Luo Chen, I believe you can do it. You're the best. Finally, he smiled and said, Luo Chen, I believe you can do it. You're the best. Finally, he smiled and said, Luo Chen, I believe you can do it. You're the best. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen gently brushed Cheng Zhao's delicate nose and said, "You're the one who knows how to talk." While the two were talking, the recording studio staff had also familiarized themselves with the sheet music. All the instruments needed were also prepared. Luo Chen entered the recording studio and began recording the song. At the same time, the post by Qin Luo on Weibo had been circulating and gaining traction for a day. It has sparked even more discussion among netizens. Even more of Qin Li's past scandals have been exposed. It is strongly recommended that the relevant authorities take action to ban Qin Lu. That's right, I don't know where he gets the nerve to spout such nonsense here. He's just a plagiarist himself, yet he dares to slander Luo Chen. Yeah, you think just because you came back from Korea, you're somehow better than everyone else. During the show, you even greeted people in Korean. Pfft, I think you guys are just jealous of my brother. Do any of you sing as well as he does? Exactly, what's wrong with using Korean to greet someone? Isn't Korean music stronger than the music in Dragon Country now? I think you're just jealous of my brother's talent. Come on, Qin Luo has talent? Besides his plastic surgery enhanced face, he has a son only you brainless fans would keep calling him Appa. Exactly, it's a disgrace to all of us Chinese people. Sometimes you have to admit that these brainless fans are indeed a bit mindless. Even when faced with criticism from the majority of netizens, they still choose to fight to the end. Little did they know that such behavior would bring even greater trouble to Qin Lu. Having an artist under their management involved in such an incident. Geng Ji, the CEO of Lanti Entertainment, naturally couldn't be unaware of it. After listening to Qin Li's agent, Geng Ji had indeed intended to make Qin Lu apologize. However, upon learning that Qin Lu had gained more followers and his popularity was rising, and seeing that Luo Chen had not responded for so long, I felt that there might still be a way to handle this matter. If handled well, it might actually boost Qin Li's value significantly in the future. So, after gathering his subordinates for a meeting, Lanti Entertainment also arranged for public relations. The purpose is, of course, to clear their name. To claim that what was said was done with good intentions. Qin Lu truly wanted to save the music of Manhwa, and even shared photos of himself working tirelessly through the night to write songs. The goal was to get some uninformed netizens to take their side. As for negative information, the internet has no memory. As Qin Lu said, after some time, people will naturally forget about it. And as long as Qin Lu continues to release new works, not only will he be fine, but he'll also gain a large following. This way, they achieve their goal. But will things really unfold as they have imagined? Chapter 54, First Encounter with Reba, Showdown in the Dance Studio. Luo Chen recorded the song quickly. An hour later, to the astonishment of the studio staff, Luo Chen and Chang Xiao walked out. After that, the two found a place to eat. Of course, during that time, there were also some moments that Luo Chen enjoyed and Chang Xiao savored. Before they knew it, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Fong Lan's office. Luo Chen and Chang Xiao, who had received Fong Lan's notification, walked in. Looking at Chang Xiao, who was closely following Luo Chen, resembling a little sidekick, Fong Lan couldn't help but furrow her brows. However, she still smiled and said, "Luo Chen, this morning I met with the 3 production company managers to discuss the movie theme song." Before Fong Lan could finish speaking, Chang Xiao couldn't help but interrupt. "Lan Jia, did you finally come to an agreement?" Seeing Chang Xiao looking even more anxious than by Luo Chen, Fong Lan said impatiently, "It's settled, but they only agreed to give us a 3% share of the final box office revenue. If the box office performance is good, we'll naturally make a profit, but if it's not good, we'll be at a loss." Upon hearing this, Luo Chen smiled and replied, "It's okay, Lan Jia. I still have confidence. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the box office for the Hua Garden alone won't be low. Especially with Luo Chen's current popularity. I'm sure a lot of people will come to watch it then. No matter how you look at it, it will definitely be better than just selling the copyright outright." Although I don't know why Luo Chen is so confident about these few films. However, Fong Lan didn't say anything else and chose to believe him. And so, the matter was settled. Dawn. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Fong Lan said, "Come in." A few people walked in. Luo Chen turned around and looked back. One was He Yao, the manager of the Douyin publicity department, whom he had met before. She was wearing a black business suit and had a faint smile on her face. However, upon seeing Luo Chen, she immediately walked over enthusiastically and greeted him. As for the other figure, even though he had some expectations, but upon seeing the real person, Luo Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Reba's figure is indeed impressive. Curvy with an S-shaped figure and tall stature. He Yao immediately introduced them. "Reba, this is Luo Chen." Reba saw this and immediately walked over to greet Luo Chen. When their hands touched, Reba couldn't help but feel her earlobes turn slightly red. It seemed as though she was a bit embarrassed. And when she saw Reba up close, Luo Chen also felt that the world's Reba might be even more beautiful than the one on Earth. Of course, it could also be due to age. After all, the current hot Ba is only 23 years old. However, when Chang Xiao saw Ba, he immediately became wary. He couldn't help but secretly regret why the other spokesperson for Douyin wasn't her this time. Regardless of Chang Xiao's thoughts. After getting to know each other, He Yao discussed the shooting plan for this project with Su Lan, the agent of Ba, and Fang Lan. Meanwhile, the staff members nearby also chimed in from time to time. This left Luo Chen and the other three with nothing to do. It seems like it will still take some time to discuss the situation. Chang Xiao thought of a plan and whispered, "Luo Chen, why don't we go to the dance studio first? I'll show you how I dance." Though her voice was soft, Reba was sitting right next to them, playing with her phone. She naturally heard it as well. Thus, his attention couldn't help but focus on Luo Chen. Looking at Luo Chen's tall, straight figure and handsome profile. Unconsciously, her gaze drifted away. Fortunately, no one noticed her. As for Chang Xiao's suggestion, Luo Chen naturally wouldn't refuse. After all, it's a pleasure to look at. So the two of them got up and prepared to leave. But Reba couldn't help but blurt out, "Can I come too?" After saying this, she seemed to realize it was a bit sudden, so she added, "It's pretty boring here anyway." As she spoke, Reba's face took on a pitiful expression. With the words spoken so plainly, even Chang Xiao, who was on guard, couldn't bring himself to refuse. Thus, Luo Chen and Chang Xiao walked ahead, while Reba followed behind them. Looking at Luo Chen's back ahead, Reba murmured to herself, "He seems even more charming than he does on TV." Little did she know that this was due to the charm potion Luo Chen had taken. However, this statement also indicates that Reba had already taken an interest in Luo Chen beforehand. Given that, it's no wonder she would act in such a way. Soon, the three of them arrived at the 10th floor, the dance studio. This was originally the private dance studio for Chang Xiao, Wu Xuanyi, and Meng Meika. However, the other two are currently absent. So at this moment, it's just Luo Chen and the three of them. As soon as they arrived here, Chang Xiao seemed to have gained a newfound confidence. He smiled and gestured for Luo Chen to sit beside him. Then played a beautiful piece of music on the stereo. As the notes danced, Chang Xiao's body began to sway. She danced with grace and lightness, her body as light as a sparrow, her limbs as soft as clouds, and her arms as supple as if they had no bones. Her every step was like a lotus blossoming, dancing like a butterfly among flowers. The off-white pleated skirt also dances in the air. This time, Chang Xiao's dance was completely different from last time. It was also different from the explosive, sexy style that Luo Chen had seen on the show before. Instead, it was a different kind of elegant and graceful dance. It truly allowed Luo Chen to see another side of Chang Xiao. It was truly a sight to behold. And as the melody reaches a small climax, Reba also suddenly joined in. She was wearing a white short t-shirt paired with a floral print mini skirt, exuding a youthful and girly vibe. She moved in time to the rhythm of the music. Reba jumps and spins around. Graceful and elegant, yet light and beautiful. Not only does it perfectly showcase her curvaceous figure, it also exudes a unique charm. Both of their dances provided Luo Chen with an ultimate visual feast. It is worth mentioning that, jumping to the back, Chang Xiao used her delicate dance steps to gradually approach Luo Chen. Her delicate hands reached out and pulled Luo Chen to his feet. Then she began to dance around Luo Chen. Upon seeing this scene, Reba was. She had unknowingly made her way over here as well. For a moment, it was as though two butterflies were dancing around Luo Chen. It was utterly enchanting. As the melody gradually came to an end, the two bodies also gradually ceased moving. Luo Chen also generously applauded. The two women's gazes crossed in the air, neither speaking, their thoughts unknown. Chapter 55, Promotional Photo. Isn't this distance a bit too close? After leaving the dance studio, Luo Chen was still in a good mood. After all, he had just watched an incredibly eye-catching dance performance. Soon after, Fang Lan's phone also rang. She said that the shooting plan had been finalized. They should go directly to the studio. All three agreed to this. Upon seeing Luo Chen and the three others arrive, Fang Lan didn't say much either. She simply took a suit and handed it to Luo Chen, telling him to change into it. He found a changing room, took the clothes, and went inside. By the time Luo Chen had finished changing and came out, he didn't see Chang Xiao. Luo Chen looked at Fang Lan with some confusion and asked, "Lan's sister, where's Xiao Xiao?" "Oh, she had something urgent to do, so she left first." Fang Lan replied with a smile. She then looked up and down at Luo Chen and praised him. "Luo Chen, this black tailored suit looks absolutely stunning on you." Now it was Luo Chen's turn to feel a bit embarrassed. However, a graceful figure soon approached. It was none other than Reba. She was wearing a white dress. Her well-proportioned figure was perfectly showcased. She exudes an elegant and unique charm. It caught Luo Chen's attention. Little did he know that when Reba saw Luo Chen, her beautiful eyes also sparkled with admiration. Earlier, Luo Chen had simply been wearing casual attire, yet he had already struck Reba as quite handsome. But now, this sleek black tailored suit made Reba feel that he was truly a man of charm. Yao saw that both of them had already changed into their outfits, so she quickly had the makeup artist start applying makeup for the two of them, since it was for promotional use. And Douyin is a short video platform. Therefore, Luo Chen only recently learned from Fong Lan that, in addition to photos, the two of them also needed to film a short video. It will also be posted on Douyin at the same time. Luo Chen also found this acceptable. The photo plan was something Yao and the others had discussed and agreed upon. Therefore, Luo Chen and Riba simply followed the photographer's instructions to perform certain poses. The first pose, however, was a more intimate one. It was also something Luo Chen hadn't anticipated. But it's all for work, after all. What else could Luo Chen say? Soon, everything was ready. The lighting technician and photographer took their positions. Luo Chen and Riba stand facing each other, gazing intently at each other. This sudden eye contact, combined with the fragrance wafting from Riba's body, made Luo Chen unable to help but feel a moment of unease. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure. The photographer continued, "Mr. Luo Chen, please place your left hand on Ms. Riba's waist." Following the photographer's instructions, Luo Chen reluctantly placed his hand on her waist. After all, there was only a thin layer of dress between them, so the sensation was still quite intense. So when Luo Chen's hand touched it, Riba's body couldn't help but tremble. Her earlobes were also slightly red. The photographer said again, "Ms. Riba, move a little closer, then lean forward slightly, as if you're about to fall into Mr. Luo Chen's arms." Riba thought this distance was already close enough, but she didn't expect to have to move forward a little more. If she had been in a different place, she probably wouldn't have needed the photographer to tell her, she would have leaned in on her own. But there are so many people here after all. I'm still a little shy. For a moment, I couldn't move my feet. Perhaps it was because he could tell that Riba was a bit shy. Her agent, Sulan, stepped forward and gently pushed her body forward. But she didn't control the force properly. I almost pushed her straight into my arms. Riba sniffed the masculine scent on Luo Chen's body. She hurriedly closed her eyes, dared not look at Luo Chen at all. But the photographer said they had to look at each other, preferably with a loving gaze. Hiba was helpless and could only slightly open her eyes. Their eyes locked. Riba's face flushed red. She looked very cute. Luo Chen couldn't help but curve the corners of his mouth slightly. Just as the photographer pressed the shutter button. Captured the moment. Although it wasn't the effect I had originally wanted, the photographer decided to keep it for now and see how it looks later. However, after noticing that Riba's current condition was a bit off, Yao could only sigh helplessly and say, "Teachers, I think we should take a break first." Upon hearing this, both nodded in agreement. Their foreheads touched each other. Though it didn't hurt, Riba's face turned even redder. Her long eyelashes fluttered, making her look very charming. In the end, Luo Chen was the first to release his arms. The two parted ways. Sulan pulled Riba aside and whispered, "Riba, you don't seem right today. Did you not rest well yesterday? Are you feeling unwell? If it's really not possible, I'll talk to Yao and suggest we reschedule for tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Riba hurriedly shook her head and said, "I rested well yesterday. It might just be because I'm not yet familiar with working with Luo Chen for the first time. It'll be fine in a moment. Let's not waste everyone's time." Sulan didn't know the situation, but Riba knew exactly what was going on. It wasn't a matter of being in the right state at all. It's just that when she gets close to Luo Chen, Riba easily gets shy, making it difficult to complete the poses the photographer had instructed. Moreover, this problem cannot be solved by simply postponing it to tomorrow. Thinking of this, Riba couldn't help but glance sideways at Luo Chen. She didn't know what she was thinking. Half an hour later, filming resumed. Same pose, but this time, Riba performed much better than the first time. She managed to complete the photographer's requests without much time. Meanwhile, Luo Chen and Riba gradually became more familiar with each other. The two of them were also becoming more and more in sync. They quickly finished taking all the photos that needed to be shot next. The only thing left was a video. Fong Lan also explained the content to the two of them. First, your identities are a couple. Then Luo Chen will use Douyin to record a video of you dancing. The tagline is, Douyin, capturing beautiful moments in life. The content is quite straightforward, you should both be able to handle it. Both shook their heads at the same time. Seeing this, Fong Lan turned and left. To be honest, the content of this video is indeed not difficult. But Hiba took advantage of the fact that no one was around and whispered, "I didn't expect to have to dance in front of you again." After saying that, Riba laughed. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen also found it quite coincidental. He then replied in a low voice, "It's just that there are too many people here." Too many people? Is this implying something? Riba started to think about it. She didn't notice the mischievous smile on Luo Chen's lips. Chapter 56, filming completed, it was time to fight back. Just as I said earlier, the content of the video is not complicated. Therefore, it didn't take too much time to shoot. Of course, this is also because the two of them are now fairly familiar with each other. After everything was filmed, it was now 9 o'clock in the evening. Luo Chen and Reba sat aside chatting idly. Your song is really nice, I like it a lot. Thank you. Looking at Luo Chen, who seemed somewhat indifferent, Reba began to doubt her own charm for the first time. After thinking for a moment, she actually took the initiative to move a little closer to Luo Chen. They had been sitting together all along. This movement brought them almost into contact. Luo Chen naturally noticed this and turned his head in surprise to look at her. He sensed the surprise in Luo Chen's eyes. Reba slightly tilted her head, not wanting Luo Chen to see her slightly flushed face. She feigned nonchalance and said, Luo Chen, give me your WeChat ID. After all, we're friends now, and you never know when you might need each other in the future. Before she could finish her excuse, she heard Luo Chen laugh and say, sure. Before Reba could finish her excuse, she heard Luo Chen laugh and say, sure. For a moment, Reba didn't even have time to react. Then she saw Luo Chen had already handed her the phone. At that moment, Reba couldn't be bothered with shyness anymore and quickly took out her phone to scan the code. When she saw Luo Chen pass through immediately, a smile involuntarily appeared on her lips. After chatting for a while longer, Reba's agent, Sulan, came over and said that there was something urgent at the company that needed to be handled immediately. She then left with Reba. After finishing the Douyin matter, Luo Chen felt it was time to tackle another task, which was to upload the song he had recorded today to Douyin. So when Fan Lan came over, Luo Chen smiled and asked, Lan Jia, when will the promotional campaign for Douyin begin? Seeing Luo Chen being so proactive, Fan Lan was a bit surprised. However, he replied, He Yao told me that it will start tomorrow, and the promotional video and other things will be completed by staff working overtime tonight. I've also set up your Douyin account for you. I'll send you the username and password shortly. He Yao suggested that you should post an update tomorrow. Douyin will also promote it for you. Luo Chen didn't expect Douyin's arrangements to align so perfectly with his own plans. Naturally, he agreed. After there was nothing else to do, Luo Chen prepared to return to the hotel. Seeing that Fan Lan still had work to do, Luo Chen didn't ask her to accompany him. Anyway, it wasn't that far. It's also very convenient to take a taxi. As soon as I stepped out of the photography studio, I received a call from Chang Xiao. Luo Chen, have you finished taking the promotional photos? I'll come over to find you now. Come find me? It's getting late. This little girl must be craving my body. Thinking to himself, Luo Chen smiled and said, You called it just the right time. I just finished filming. I'll wait for you at the studio entrance. After saying that, he hung up the phone. In just a few minutes, Chang Xiao ran all the way to Luo Chen's side. He leaped forward and threw himself into Luo Chen's arms. She said in a sweet voice, Luo Chen, you look so handsome. Shaking his head helplessly, Luo Chen deliberately smiled mischievously, Xiao Xiao, you're so heavy. I can barely hold you up. Upon hearing this, Chang Xiao hurriedly got down from Luo Chen's arms. All he saw was the mischievous smile on Luo Chen's lips. He immediately realized he had been tricked. Waving her little fists, she pouted and said, Luo Chen, you're so mean. Seeing this, Luo Chen burst into laughter. He immediately took Chang Xiao and walked outside. After all, one must be mindful of one's behavior at the office. As they walked along, Chang Xiao couldn't help but ask, Brother Luo Chen, where are we going? Upon hearing this, Luo Chen stopped in his tracks. Chang Xiao could only stop as well, looking at Luo Chen in confusion. Seeing Chang Xiao's delicate face, Luo Chen couldn't help but smile and say, Of course we're going to the Yunhai Hotel, room 888. After saying that, Luo Chen continued walking forward. Chang Xiao heard this and her cheeks instantly turned red. However, her legs involuntarily followed Luo Chen forward. At the same time, on Weibo, after experiencing the public relations of Lanti Entertainment, some netizens have started to become a bit skeptical. This has also led to fewer people criticizing Qinlu. Perhaps they have seen the results. Lanti Entertainment also seized the opportunity and arranged for the company's top lyricists and composers to get to work. They composed a song for Qinlu. Of course, when announcing it publicly, it was naturally claimed that Qinlu had stayed up all night to write the song. Therefore, Qinlu also posted another Weibo. After a night of hard work, we finally have some results. We'll release the new song tomorrow. Please stay tuned. A photo was also posted. Qin Li's eyes were bloodshot, and his face was pale. It really does look like he stayed up all night writing songs. These past few days, Qin Yu has been the focus of everyone's attention. So when this Weibo post was released, it sparked a lot of discussion. Some people think it's just a publicity stunt, while others believe Qinlu is genuinely using his actions to save Dragon Country's music industry. Regardless, Qinlu has certainly achieved his goal. Now his fan base has reached 18 million. And Qin Li's fans are leaving comments below. We feel so sorry for Lu Gu. Lu Gu, please take good care of yourself and rest well. We're eagerly awaiting Lu Ji's new songs and looking forward to him showing them up. My Lu Gu is unmatched in talent. Luo Chen can't even compare to Lu Gu. That's right, Luo Chen isn't even worthy of tying my brother's shoes. In fact, many people even tagged Luo Chen's Weibo account in their comments, Luo Xianrun. However, a significant amount of time has passed and Luo Chen has yet to respond. So, in their eyes, Luo Chen was clearly scared. Xin Li's fans became even more arrogant. The language in the comments has also become increasingly offensive. However, many of Luo Chen's fans are still waiting for his response. In their view, given Luo Chen's talent, there is no way he could be afraid. The lack of response now might simply mean that they are unaware of the matter. After all, they've known Luo Chen for so long, and he only posted one update on Weibo. In the end, they even sent private messages to Luo Chen's Weibo account. They asked him when he planned to retaliate. But there was no response. Just as they thought Luo Chen wouldn't respond, or that they'd have to wait a long time. 11:30 p.m. Luo Chen's Weibo account, Luo Xianrun, posted a Weibo. What a coincidence. I'm also releasing a new song tomorrow. Chapter 57, someone's going to lose sleep, and many people are panicking. As soon as Luo Chen posted this on Weibo, everyone following Luo Chen became excited. Because they know. After waiting so long, Luo Chen's counterattack finally arrived. As a result, the view count for this post quickly surpassed 5 million. It was shared over 1 million times, and the number of comments reached 1 million in an extremely short period of time. Ah, I finally waited for this. It was worth it even though I didn't even pay attention to my girlfriend. Now I can finally relax and get a good night's sleep. Looking forward to Luo Chen's new song, and can't wait for the moment it drops. Luo Chen, I heard you're releasing a new song tomorrow? What a coincidence, so am I. I strongly suspect Luo Chen is doing this on purpose, just to rub it in. It's not just about directly humiliating someone, this is like kicking you down when you're at your peak, feeling like you've finally reached the pinnacle of your life. What a blow. Netizens have mixed opinions, but they are all looking forward to tomorrow. Of course, Luo Chen won't acknowledge the conspiracy theories put forward by certain netizens. Meanwhile, Lanti Entertainment Company headquarters. In the recording studio, Xin Lu was recording a song. The boss, Geng Ji, and Xin Li's agent are chatting. Their conversation is filled with confidence in Xin Li's song. Suddenly, Xin Li's assistant rushed in hurriedly. He shouted, "Something's wrong. Something's wrong." His good mood ruined, Geng Ji said irritably. "What's the matter? Don't you know to knock before entering? Go out, knock on the door, and then come in." The assistant looked aggrieved, but dared not defy the boss's orders. "I had no choice but to go out, knock on the door again, and only after being allowed to enter did I step inside." The agent next to him, however, seemed to know the assistant quite well. He asked, "What's going on?" Though his heart was filled with bitterness, the assistant dared not be negligent. Hurriedly said, "I just saw Luo Chen post something on Weibo. He said he's going to release a new song tomorrow too." After saying that, the assistant hung his head and waited for instructions from the two of them. "Is Luo Chen releasing a new song tomorrow too?" Upon hearing this, Geng Ji and his agent exchanged glances. Both saw the look of impending trouble in each other's eyes. Neither of them were pushovers. They knew that Luo Chen wouldn't dare to announce that he was releasing a new song tomorrow. That clearly shows he has a lot of confidence in his own music. And their new song, although written by the company's talented lyricists and composers. But we aim to surpass Luo Chen in terms of quality. That's really a long shot. In fact, there's a high likelihood of losing. After all, Luo Chen's previous songs have already proven his talent. Thinking of this, Geng Ji couldn't help but ask, "Do you have any ideas?" What could the agent do? He could only shake his head helplessly. In her view, this was clearly something Luo Chen had planned all along. It's like digging a hole and waiting for them to fall into it. Now everyone knows that Xin Lu is releasing a new song tomorrow. We can't just not release it, can we? After all, the vast majority of netizens have been led by Lanti Entertainment Company's online trolls to whitewash Xin Lu. If they don't release a new song, they'll be letting the netizens down. Trying to clean up your image afterward won't be so easy. Xin Lu is finished. But if she releases a new song, she'll clash with Luo Chen again. It's highly likely that it'll flop. We're really stuck between a rock and a hard place now. At this moment, the two seem to have completely abandoned the confidence they had felt earlier while listening to Xin Lu record the song. Instead, an endless silence fell. At this point, the boss, Geng Ji, was also at a loss for what to do. Finally, he could only say angrily, "Call the company's senior management to a meeting. We must come up with a solution tonight." After speaking, he stormed out angrily. The agent and assistant were left standing there, looking at each other in disbelief. In the end, he pulled out his phone and went outside to make a call. Xin Lu was left alone in the recording studio, still recording songs like a fool. He had no idea what had happened or what he would face tomorrow. So, Luo Chen simply posted a brief message on Weibo. But it caused many people to lose sleep that night. The next morning at 9 o'clock, Luo Chen woke up. Looking at Cheng Xiao, who was still sound asleep beside him, Luo Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. Yesterday, it did seem a bit inappropriate. But upon reflection, it's not a big deal. After all, Cheng Xiao doesn't have work today. So it doesn't really matter. As usual, I got up and went out for a little exercise to stretch my muscles. Half an hour later, when Luo Chen returned to the room with breakfast, he found that Cheng Xiao had already woken up. Luo Chen smiled and asked, "How do you feel?" Cheng Xiao shook her head and said softly, "Luo Chen, I'm fine. By the way, didn't you say yesterday that the Douyin promotion would start today? Should we go to the company now?" Upon hearing this, Luo Chen nodded slightly but still said, "There's no rush with the company. Lan Jie will handle it. Get up and have breakfast first." "Breakfast? No problem." But Cheng Xiao couldn't help but think about his current situation. He immediately felt shy. She said in a soft voice, "Luo Chen, please turn away first." "Turn around?" Luo Chen was a bit confused at first. However, when he saw Cheng Xiao burying his face in the blanket, he immediately realized that the little girl was blushing. So he smiled and said, "Xiao Xiao, you weren't this shy last night. Now that everyone is being honest with each other, what are you being shy about?" His words made Cheng Xiao even more embarrassed, and she dared not lift her head to look at Luo Chen. Fortunately, Luo Chen was just teasing Cheng Xiao and quickly turned away, smiling and saying, "Alright, I've turned away. You go ahead." Upon hearing this, Cheng Xiao hurriedly got to work. Unlike the ease between Luo Chen and Cheng Xiao, Lanti Entertainment Company headquarters. In the recording studio. After working all night, Xinle finally finished recording the song. And it was the version he considered the best. He hadn't slept all night, and at that moment, he did look a bit like the photo he had posted on Weibo earlier. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face was pale. However, for Xinle, as long as the song recording was done, it was still worth it. "I originally thought that once I finished recording my song, my agent would definitely be waiting here to celebrate with me. But now, there's only a few studio staff members here. There's no one else." This left Xinle momentarily speechless. He reached for his phone, ready to call his agent. But then he saw his assistant rushing in from outside. Of course, this time the assistant had learned his lesson and knocked on the door first. As soon as he saw Xinle, he immediately shouted, "Lugu, the boss wants you to go to the conference room for a meeting." "A meeting? Could it be to discuss the release of his new song today? The boss still values me a lot." Xinle, who thought he had figured out the boss's intentions, couldn't help but feel overjoyed inside. His entire demeanor became vibrant, and he walked past the assistant and headed straight for the conference room. "What?" The assistant couldn't believe what he was seeing and rubbed his eyes vigorously. No, it was definitely Xinle. But why is he suddenly so confident? The assistant flicked away the dust from his eyes, feeling puzzled. Meanwhile, Xinle, looking energetic and confident, walked into the conference room with his head held high. He had expected to be greeted with a warm round of applause from everyone. Instead, I saw the company's senior management looking rather displeased. Xinle felt a chill run down his spine. However, he forced a smile and said, "Good morning, everyone. I wonder what you need me for." He then walked over to his agent. He wanted to sound him out first. Unexpectedly, just halfway there, I heard Gengji say, "What do you think of this song? How's the song? Wasn't it written by someone the company hired? How come you don't know?" Xinle really couldn't figure out what Gengji meant. He could only respond based on his own judgment. "I think this song is still very good, and the final studio version is almost perfect." At this point, Xinyu knew that something had happened that he was unaware of. And it was related to him, or more specifically, to the new song he had released today. Thinking of this, Xinle couldn't wait for his agent to tell him. He took out his phone and prepared to log into Weibo to see what had happened. But the screen was black. At that moment, Xinle remembered his phone, which had run out of battery yesterday. But he had been busy recording songs and hadn't paid much attention to it. As the saying goes, ignorance is the most frightening thing. Xinle couldn't help but urgently signal to his agent, hoping for a hint. But the agent dared not. "Ever since I heard last night that Luo Chen was releasing a new song." Gengji immediately had them call and gather all the company's senior executives for an emergency meeting. The goal was to come up with a strategy. But no matter how much I think about it, I can't come up with a good solution. After all, as the agent had previously thought, the situation is now at a dead end. Whether they release new songs or not, it's not in their best interest. Even though Xinle just said he was very confident about this new song. But everyone here is in the entertainment industry. Even if they can't sing themselves, they still have the ability to appreciate it. As soon as the sheet music was released, many people already knew about it. This song was only so-so. If you're talking about how good it is, that's just nonsense. After all, time is tight, we only have one day. Looking at Xinle still standing there, the agent suddenly sighed. His expression was quite grim. Seeing this, Xinle couldn't help but look around. He spoke directly, "Can someone tell me what's going on here?" Upon hearing this, the senior executives all turned their faces away, refusing to look at Qin Lu. The agent, however, still showed some professional integrity. He gave a subtle glance to Geng Ji, and upon seeing that he had no objections, the agent sighed helplessly. "Luo Chen is also releasing a new song today." Upon hearing this, Qin Lu blurted out, "If Luo Chen wants to release a new song, let him go ahead. It's none of my business." He only managed to get halfway through the sentence before trailing off. Luo Chen releasing a new song really does have something to do with him. He is well aware of his own abilities. When it came to creative talent alone, he really couldn't compare to Luo Chen. Is there really no way to stop Luo Chen from releasing a song today? Qin Lu said with a hint of frustration. He finally understood why all the senior officials had such grim expressions. Landy Entertainment has always had a conflict with Yuehua Entertainment. Moreover, it is essentially impossible to reconcile the two parties. Now we're at a disadvantage, so there's no way they'll give us a break. Thinking this, Qin Li's expression grew even more grim. Pale as death. The agent couldn't bear it either and said again, "We've talked to Fong Lan, but they won't agree. Can't we offer more money?" Qin Li seemed to have grasped a lifeline, asking urgently. "It's no use." Fong Lan said that Luo Chen told her that even 100 million wouldn't be enough. Not even 100 million would be enough. Upon hearing this, Qin Li collapsed onto the ground. His eyes were vacant, and he muttered the same words over and over again, "Not even 100 million. He knew he was finished. After today, he was finished. Qin Li didn't know how things had come to this. He had only intended to ride on Luo Chen's coattails for a bit. Isn't this kind of thing pretty normal in the entertainment industry? Even if they get criticized by netizens. But after a few days, it'll all blow over. He'll get something out of it too. How did it come to this? If Luo Chen were here, he would probably have an answer for him. That's because you provoked him first, and you're a foreigner. Otherwise, if it was just about riding the wave of popularity, Luo Chen wouldn't have bothered with him." For a moment, the conference room fell into an eerie silence. Everyone fell silent. Until, a loud knock on the door echoed. Everyone turned their attention to the door. Then they saw the assistant walk in with a grim expression. "What's going on now?" Geng Ji said impatiently. The assistant also knew that the boss was in a bad mood at the moment. He cautiously said, "Right now, many people are leaving messages under Le Ji's Weibo account urging him to release new songs quickly." Upon hearing this, Geng Ji sighed helplessly and waved his hand, signaling his assistant to leave. Meanwhile, the other senior executives also pulled out their phones and opened Weibo. Seeing this, everyone's expressions grew even more grim. The comments from those netizens were simply too harsh. "What the heck? Didn't you say you were releasing a new song today? Why haven't you released it yet? Are you scared? Hurry up and release it so everyone can hear it. Let's see how bad it really is. Sorry, professional music critics are already on the case. I can't wait to see who you've plagiarized this time. It's already this late and you still haven't posted it? If you don't post it soon, my chickens will lay eggs. Yeah, hurry up and send it. The sooner it's over, the sooner we can move on." Netizens are always eager to hear about such things. Joining in the commotion is also a natural trait of the people of Manhwa. So when people saw that Qin Lu was taking so long to release a new song, more and more people joined the ranks of those urging him to release new music. Those who are unaware might think that Qin Li's songs are so beautiful. It's worth all the people urging him on. And many people, after seeing that Qin Li hadn't responded, they even called their friends to the official Weibo account of Lanty Entertainment to leave comments and messages. This has led to an increasing number of people joining in as well. However, the more people know about it, the bigger the fuss becomes. The senior executives in the conference room feel increasingly uncomfortable. Because at this point, this matter was no longer just about Qin Lu alone. It now concerns the entire company. Geng Ji had also considered this point. Looking at Qin Lu sitting on the ground, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. He knew that now he had to choose between the company and Qin Lu. And the choice was obvious. Having made up his mind, Geng Ji spoke in a solemn voice. "Everyone go back and get ready. The new song will be released at 1 p.m. sharp." After saying that, he just walked away, leaving everyone behind in a state of confusion. At that moment, Luo Chen and Chang Xiao also arrived at Yuehua Entertainment, in Fong Lan's office. As soon as they entered, Fong Lan's eyes locked onto Chang Xiao. This made Chang Xiao feel very embarrassed. He dared not even look Fong Lan in the eye. He could only lower his head slightly, as if there was something interesting on the floor. However, Fong Lan wasn't about to let Chang Xiao off so easily. She stood up abruptly, pulled Chang Xiao aside, and began whispering to him, her words inaudible. Luo Chen didn't seem to mind, because he had already anticipated that Fong Lan would definitely know about this matter before he arrived. So he had already thought of a plan. So, Luo Chen walked over to the sofa and sat down. He took out his phone and started playing with it. As a result, he saw Douyin's promotional ads on the opening pages of many apps. The promotional photo was the first photo taken yesterday by Luo Chen and Riba. It is the one where they are posing in a more intimate manner. Although it was quite troublesome to shoot yesterday. But when he saw the finished photos, Luo Chen couldn't help but admit that. The effect was still quite impressive. It really does have that couple vibe. What Luo Chen didn't know was, at that very moment, many people were also discussing this matter on Weibo. To be honest, Luo Chen and Riba are quite a good match. I absolutely love these promotional photos. I have to say, Douyin really outdid themselves this time. They actually thought to collaborate with Luo Chen and Riba. Yeah, they're clearly not a couple, but they actually look pretty convincing together. I suggest you check out the promotional videos on Douyin, they're even more interesting. If that's the case, then I'll have to download the Douyin app. No doubt about it. Leveraging the popularity of Luo Chen and Riba, Douyin has gained more recognition. And just to see the promotional video posted on the Douyin app, many people downloaded the Douyin app. And this is just the beginning of the promotion. As time goes on, the results will undoubtedly be even better. Of course, these are all matters for the future. Luo Chen, having nothing better to do, also opened Weibo. To his surprise, his follower count had already surpassed 20 million. In just one day, it has increased by another 5 million. This is probably also related to Douyin's promotion. Luo Chen thought to himself. It seems that this endorsement deal with Douyin was really worth it. They've gotten the money and reaped plenty of benefits. Moreover, we can leverage Douyin's platform to promote Longhua Feng in the future. This is truly a win-win situation. I briefly glanced through my private messages. Turns out most of them were asking when I'm going to release my new song. Thinking of this, Luo Chen couldn't help but click on Qin Li's Weibo. To his surprise, there were no new updates. They haven't posted yet? Luo Chen also had no idea what Qin Li was thinking. Because his original intention was for everyone to release new songs together. After listening to them, netizens will naturally know which song is better. At that point, the comments Qin Li previously posted on Weibo will naturally become a laughingstock. However, fortunately, a comment below reminded Luo Chen. So Luo Chen clicked on the official Weibo account of Lanti Entertainment again. He then saw this post. Qin Li will release a new song at 1 p.m. Stay tuned. Meanwhile, the comments below the post are also divided. Some are saying they'll wait and see, hoping the new song will be good. Others are waiting to see who will be proven wrong. In any case, everyone's attention has been focused on Qin Li and Luo Chen over the past 2 days. In their view, either Qin Li has proven himself, or else Luo Chen will humiliate Qin Li. Of course, the most likely scenario is the one below. Chapter 58, the song is too good. Qin Li's fans have defected. Now that we know Qin Li will release a new song at 1 p.m., Luo Chen naturally needed to make some preparations as well. If he didn't have the Douyin endorsement, Luo Chen might have announced the news on Weibo. However, since he has already taken the money, Luo Chen felt he still had professional ethics. So he opened the Douyin app. There, on the interface, he saw the video he had filmed with Riba the previous day. She was wearing a white dress and dancing gracefully. Meanwhile, Luo Chen was holding his phone, recording this moment with Douyin. Finally, when Luo Chen delivered the advertising slogan, Riba gave him a sweet smile. The scene then froze. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen also thought that the video was indeed well shot, and believed that many couples would be moved when they saw it. We'll also follow in the footsteps of Luo Chen and Riba. Sure enough, Luo Chen just casually scrolled through it. He saw a lot of imitation videos. Most of them looked pretty good too. There are also many comments and likes below the video. Of course, it still falls short when compared to Luo Chen and Riba. However, this does not affect Douyin's growing popularity. Moreover, people are gradually beginning to use Douyin to shoot videos and post them on the platform. I believe that in the near future, Douyin will truly develop to the same level as it has on Earth. Let's set that aside for now. Luo Chen logged directly into his account, Luo Xianrun. It was the same account Luo Chen had used for his live streams before. Surprisingly, it already has 5 million followers. But in reality, Luo Chen hadn't posted a single update yet. Thinking back to the post Lanti Entertainment had just shared on Weibo, Luo Chen couldn't help but smile. He then uploaded a short video he had prepared the previous day and posted an update. Coincidentally, I'm releasing a new song at 1 p.m. At least they have 5 million fans. As soon as this post was published, the fans' phones will receive a notification from Douyin. Plus, everyone has been extremely focused on this matter over the past few days. So the number of likes quickly surpassed 1 million. Shares reached hundreds of thousands, and comments also hit the million mark. Wow, Luo Chen's move was really ruthless. This is clearly a direct confrontation. Head-on confrontation? It's clearly Qin Li's worthless stone insisting on colliding with Luo Chen's diamond. Though it's a bit ruthless, I like it. That's exactly how you should deal with someone like Qin Li. Qin Lu is probably about to cry now. Luo Chen is completely pushing him off a cliff step by step. That's what he said, but I'm still curious why Luo Chen shows a video about the Compendium of Materia Medica as his accompaniment. Could it be that Luo Chen's new song is somehow related to the Compendium of Materia Medica? It's certainly possible, as Luo Chen has always loved incorporating traditional Chinese culture into his songs. The Benqiao Gangmu could be considered part of that. Does that mean Luo Chen is going to write songs using Chinese herbs? Luo Chen's fans naturally have no doubts about his creative abilities. On the contrary, they are extremely confident. However, I am a bit curious about why the book Benqiao Gangmu appears in Luo Chen's video. For a moment, everyone started speculating wildly. There were many different opinions. And soon, the news also reached the people at Lanti Entertainment. In the end, Geng Ji, Qin Lo, and his agent sat together. Geng Ji spoke first. Is this Benqiao Gangmu really related to Luo Chen's new song, or is he just throwing us a smoke bomb? In my opinion, it probably isn't a smokescreen. After all, there's no need for Luo Chen to do that. The agent thought for a moment and said. What he said did make some sense. Upon hearing this, Geng Ji and Qin Lu also nodded in agreement. Qin Lu then added, if it really has anything to do with the Benqiao Gangmu, then I don't think we need to be so cautious. I just don't believe that Luo Chen could write a good song using some Chinese herbs and a prescription. At that moment, Qin Lu seemed to regain his confidence. Of course, how long this confidence would last was anyone's guess. However, at this moment, the staff at Lanti Entertainment no longer felt as afraid of Luo Chen's new song as they had before. Of course, Luo Chen had no idea what others were thinking. At that moment, he sat on the sofa, looking leisurely at Cheng Xiao, who was sitting next to him with a red face. After being called over by Fong Lan and having a private conversation, he returned. Cheng Xiao was like this. Even if Luo Chen were to ask Fong Lan what she had actually told her, Cheng Xiao would only blush and shake her head, refusing to answer. Since Cheng Xiao was shy, Luo Chen didn't ask any further questions. Instead, he smiled and said, it's about time. Let's go eat. After saying that, he took Cheng Xiao's hand and walked outside. Cheng Xiao didn't refuse, but his gaze couldn't help but glance over at Fong Lan's direction. While Luo Chen and Cheng Xiao were having dinner. As the clock ticked closer to 1 o'clock. Netizens are getting even more excited. Only 40 minutes left. I'm so excited. Why is time going so slowly? Yeah, it's so agonizing. I just want to hear those 2 songs already. 2 songs? I think 1 is enough. After all, it's Qin Li's new song, and to be honest, I don't think it's that great. Come on, my favorite singer's songs aren't bad. I think you just don't know how to appreciate them. We don't know how to appreciate it? I think it's you fans who are too brainless. There's no need to argue at this point, we'll see the results soon enough. Come on, you're just jealous of my brother's talent. How could the songs he wrote all night long not be good? As the conversation continued, the netizens started arguing. However, one thing remained constant, everyone was eagerly awaiting the arrival of 1 o'clock. Everyone is eagerly awaiting the release of their new song. And soon, it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The netizens had been waiting all along. Some were even constantly refreshing their Weibo feeds, just to be the first to hear the song. So when Qin Lu updated his Weibo, everyone immediately clicked on it. They saw the words new song released, followed by an attached audio file. Without a moment's hesitation, I clicked play. The music filled the ears of everyone present. The song lasted only 4 minutes, and soon everyone had finished listening. The vocals are decent, but the song just doesn't quite hit the mark. Exactly, it's just average. It probably won't even make it onto the Dragon Country Music New Songs chart. To be honest, it's not very good. Ugh, you made me wait so long for nothing. I overestimated Qin Li's abilities. This kind of song feels like something a music major could write in no time. If you can't appreciate it, go see a doctor. My brother's songs are so beautiful. Yeah, you should know that my brother wrote this song in just 1 night, and you still say it's not good. Everyone was discussing it, but only Qin Li's brainless fans thought the song was good. Everyone else basically thinks it's terrible. Of course, their standards are also very high, and they didn't blindly praise Qin Li just because he wrote it in 1 night. Meanwhile, many people were already focusing on Douyin Luo Chen's account from the start. So whenever Luo Chen posted a video, they immediately clicked on it. However, when they saw the first scene, everyone was stunned. All they could see was Compendium of Materia Medica. Lyrics and music, Luo Chen. The background also resembles a book on herbal medicine. Wow, it really is a herbal medicine compendium. Is this what they call talent and recklessness? I guessed it was related to the Benqiao Gangmu, but I never expected Luo Chen to use it directly as the song title. To be honest, I don't think Luo Chen can write a good song with this. When a group of people saw this scene, they immediately paused the video and couldn't wait to share their opinions. However, many others continued watching. Soon, a rhythmic melody began to play from the phone. Everyone couldn't help but be captivated. Immediately afterward, the flute and Xiao joined in once more. This creates a sense of space and highlights the elements of the Dragon Kingdom's traditional style. Next comes the sound of drums and bass, seamlessly integrated into the mix. Then Luo Chen's voice reached everyone's ears. If Hua Tuo were reborn, even those who worship foreigners would be cured. Foreigners coming to learn Chinese characters has sparked my national consciousness. Strictness, cassia seeds, burdock seeds, and lotus seeds. Huanjiazi, Kaduzi, Chuanlianzi, I want to save face. I will rewrite history in my own way. There's nothing else to do, just follow me and repeat a few words. Yam, Angelica, goji berries, go. Yam, Angelica, goji berries, go. Watch me grab a handful of Chinese herbs and take a dose with pride. Just seeing this much, everyone was already deeply moved by the lyrics. Originally, they thought the song was simply about traditional Chinese herbs, but it turned out that Luo Chen had used the pretext of the Ben Chao Gangmu to write a song criticizing those Dragon Country people who blindly admire foreign things. Yeah, that's amazing. The way he handles the lyrics is simply unimaginable. Now I finally understand why Luo Chen is so determined to hold on to Qinla this time. As the person above said, Qinlu is just a foreign-obsessed sycophant. I have to admit, Luo Chen's move was really clever. Perhaps Luo Chen's true objective isn't just Qinla, he's using this song to awaken more young people in Longwa. Many people have speculated that Luo Chen's latest song is likely to still be in the Dragon Country style. But they can't imagine what this kind of Dragon Country style would sound like. At a time when many singers still admire music from other countries, Luo Chen truly wants to use his own Dragon Kingdom style music to change them. Let them know that Dragon Country style is the coolest. The people of Dragon Country have every reason to be proud. The video continued to play, but the audience's mood had already changed. Especially when they heard, "Listen to me, Chinese medicine is bitter, plagiarism should be even more bitter." Quickly open the Compendium of Materia Medica and read more of the original texts. Toad venom and earthworms have already been explored in the medical world. The hard work of our ancestors must not be in vain. Let me mix up a special remedy to cure your infatuation with foreign things. This traditional Chinese remedy, rooted in 1,000 years of history, possesses a power unknown to others. At this point, they fell into deep contemplation. Yes, just as Luo Chen wrote in this song. Traditional Chinese medicine is bitter, but plagiarism is even more shameful. Moreover, in the past, the Dragon Kingdom has always been the elder brother of its neighboring countries. Yet now there are so many young people who envy the cultures of other countries. Learning the music of other countries is actually forgetting the thousands of years of cultural heritage of the Dragon Kingdom. Such behavior is shameful. While listening to the song Ben Chao Gangmu, many people began to reflect on themselves. Originally, they thought this song would be a more serious one, similar to the songs Luo Chen had created before. But by the end of the video, several duang, duang, duang sound effects echoed in their ears, adding a lot of joy to the song. And then Luo Chen continued singing. Squat, little zombie, squat, little zombie, squat. Squat again, little zombie squat, like the lamp in the dark alley. Crouching again, little zombie crouching, crawling into a radish pit. Squat again, little zombie squat, chant the spell and hum. These few lines of lyrics seem to have hit everyone's funny bone, causing them to burst into laughter. Not to mention the last part of the song. The lyrics seem like a children's song, but people can't help but wonder about the purpose of writing them this way. By the time the song ends, many people were excited. Even though they've only heard Luo Chen's song so far. They haven't even listened to Qin Yu's song yet. But they know that Luo Chen is sure to win this time. It wasn't even a sure win, it was a complete rout. I'm truly bowing down to Luo Chen. It's simply unbeatable. I take back everything I said earlier, Luo Chen is the real deal. I'm truly impressed. He can write a song based on an ancient Chinese medicine text, and it's so beautiful. I have no idea how Luo Chen's brain works. Perhaps it truly fulfills that saying on Weibo, there are many geniuses, but there is only one Luo Chen. That's right, I specifically counted the names of the Chinese herbs mentioned in the song, and there are a total of 16. Most people probably wouldn't even know the names of these herbs. Guys, you go ahead and praise it. I'll go listen to Qin Li's song on Weibo and invite some people over to listen to this one too. What the person above said makes sense. We should let them see just how amazing Luo Chen's song is. I'm going too. Me too. 1. So many people immediately went to Weibo to listen to Qin Li's song. However, after listening to just a few lines, they gave up. In their opinion, the gap between their work and Luo Chen's Ben Chao Gangmu was simply too vast. Don't waste their ears. But they hadn't forgotten why they were there. Soon, there were many more comments below. Guys, don't listen to this. Go to Douyin and listen to Luo Chen's new song. Yeah, Luo Chen's new song is absolutely amazing. The two songs aren't even comparable. I don't know how you guys can even listen to it. And you know what? There are actually a lot of people who, after seeing such comments, decided to switch platforms and go to Douyin to listen to Luo Chen's songs. Even some fans of Qin Yu. couldn't help but feel curious about checking out Luo Chen's songs on Douyin. Of course, their excuse was, "I'm just going to listen for a bit and I'll come back right away." After all, knowing your enemy is half the battle. But how many of them ended up staying on Douyin and never came back? Meanwhile, Lanti Entertainment headquarters. In the conference room, smoke swirled around, creating an ethereal, otherworldly atmosphere. Looking closely, 3 figures can be seen sitting on chairs. It was none other than the CEO, Gengji, Xinluo, and his agent. However, at that moment, all 3 of them looked rather grim. They took one drag after another, smoking in despair. Finally, it was Gengji who broke the silence. With his now hoarse voice, he said, "We've lost. We've lost completely." It was exactly as those people on Weibo had commented, there was no comparison at all, we were completely outclassed. Speaking of which, he shifted the topic and directly pointed at Xinluo. "This is the song you told me was pretty good. Didn't you see all the insults on Weibo? It's just average. Any music major could write a song like that." Xinluo never expected Gengji to speak so harshly about himself. He took the blame for the song not being good and put it on himself. Remember that this song was written by the company's top lyricist and composer. It's not like you wrote it yourself. Although he probably couldn't write such a song himself. But he still felt a bit wronged. He replied softly, "It's not my fault. The song written by the company was terrible. People on Weibo even said I have a good voice. Besides, who knew that Luo Chen actually wrote such a great song based on a book called Benchao Gangmu? That just proves how talented Luo Chen is. You can't blame it all on me, can you?" Xinyu grew more animated as he spoke, as if he wanted to vent all the frustration he had been holding in over the past 2 days. But he didn't notice the agent's warning glance or the increasingly grim expression on Gengji's face. Finally, Gengji couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed the lighter on the table and threw it at Xinlu. However, due to the thick smoke and poor visibility, I threw it off target. The lighter hit Qin Li's left eye corner directly. A high-quality lighter, excellent craftsmanship. The direct impact caused blood to flow from the corner of Qin Li's eye. Xinlu also reacted instantly and stood up, touching his wound, wincing in pain, but dared not strike back. In the end, he could only glare angrily at Gengji for a few moments. He dared not let him notice. The conference room once again fell into an endless silence. The 3 of them were each lost in their own thoughts, unaware of what the others were thinking. Meanwhile, at Yuehua Entertainment, in Fang Lan's office, the situation was completely different. All that could be seen was Luo Chen and Chang Xiao sitting side by side on the sofa. Fang Lan sat at her desk handling matters. Luo Chen was scrolling through Douyin, mainly checking out the comments from netizens about his song Benchao Gangmu. Chang Xiao, meanwhile, kept offering cherries from his hand to Luo Chen's mouth. The 2 looked extremely harmonious and at ease. It is worth noting that, within just half an hour, the number of likes for Luo Chen's song had already surpassed 10 million. Shares and comments have also surpassed 1 million. And this has also broken Douyin's fastest record. This further demonstrates the immense popularity of this song. As time goes on, the song's popularity continues to rise. Chapter 59, Luo Chen's influence Xiao Bai Kai was taken away. This is a stroke of good fortune. Additionally, although Luo Chen's song was released on Douyin in video format, however, the conflict between Luo Chen and Xinlu is well known to everyone. As a result, many people watched Luo Chen's song on Douyin after it was released. They actually took their disputes to Weibo. And the methods employed by these netizens are truly ingenious. Amazing. It took me half an hour to carefully compare it, and I've preliminarily determined that Qin Li's song is yet another case of plagiarism from South Korea. For more details, please check my Weibo page. Another case of plagiarism? This is hilarious. Is Qin Li's way of saving Chinese music really through plagiarism? Damn, I checked the post below and the explanation is very detailed. It's not just about copying one song, it's like they're tailoring music, taking bits and pieces from several songs. Xinyu is treating everyone like little kids. Is that how he sees us? It's just like what Luo Chang sang in his lyrics, admiring foreign cultures and copying others. Luo Chen is simply amazing. Qin Li's song isn't very good, but everyone just put up with it. At most, people just vent their frustration by complaining. After all, as his fans said, it was just a song he wrote in one all-night session. But now it's been exposed as a plagiarism of a song from South Korea. People can't take it anymore. Soon, Qin Li's Weibo was flooded with so many negative comments that it was a sight to behold. Even Lanti Entertainment was caught in the crossfire. As a result, both platforms were forced to disable their comment sections. Upon realizing they couldn't comment, the netizens weren't fooled. They simply shifted their focus to other well-known music influencers or official social media accounts, hoping they would address the matter and share their perspectives. As a result, the internet once again erupted with activity. On the same day, Lanti Entertainment swiftly terminated the employment of the individual responsible for composing and writing the lyrics for Qin Lu. However, firing him was merely a way to vent anger and did not resolve the issue. So, the senior management gathered again in the conference room. They were seeking a solution. But what they didn't know was, while they were having their meeting, on Weibo, national-level musician Lu Hong posted a message. Given that many people have asked me to share my thoughts on plagiarism, and since I have nothing else to do, I will share my views. First, regarding song plagiarism, I can only say that I absolutely cannot tolerate such behavior. In my opinion, once plagiarism is discovered, the artist should be immediately stripped of their musical career and banned from releasing any further music. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. Secondly, I would like to mention that after listening to Luo Chen's song Benchao Gangmu, everyone should be able to notice. The lyrics in the song have deep meaning, such as, if Hua Tuo were reborn, even those who worship foreigners would be cured. Foreigners coming to learn Chinese characters has sparked my national consciousness. Let me prescribe a folk remedy to cure your infatuation with foreign things. This traditional Chinese remedy, rooted in 1,000 years of history, possesses a power unknown to others. Today, many people constantly imitate the fashion and lifestyle of other countries, believing that what comes from abroad is always better. After all, the grass is always greener on the other side. Little do they know that the Dragon Kingdom boasts thousands of years of rich history. There are so many things worth exploring. And in this regard, Luo Chen has done an excellent job. As everyone knows, the Compendium of Materia Medica is an ancient Chinese herbal medicine text, and Luo Chen's song is named after it. The lyrics even list 16 Chinese herbs, aiming to awaken everyone's sense of national identity. Promoting the traditional culture of Longwei is a noble endeavor. Finally, I would like to say that with Luo Chen around, the revival of Longwei music is within reach. This wasn't the first time Lu Hong had said this about Luo Chen. Back when the song Blue and White Porcelain was all the rage, Lu Hong had already analyzed the song. Luo Chen is the hope for the revival of music in Longwei. And now, a song titled Benchao Gangmu has once again prompted Lu Hong to utter those words. If, the first time around, people were still skeptical or dismissive. But this time, the contrast between Luo Chen and Qin Le made them realize. Luo Chen has always been working hard to revive music in Longwei, rather than just shouting slogans. Meanwhile, Lu Heng's intentions were also quite clear in his Weibo posts. That is, he urged everyone not to blindly admire foreign things, but instead to explore the culture of the Dragon Kingdom. This is also consistent with the meaning expressed in Luo Chen's song. In no time, this Weibo post went viral. And Qin Li's fate was also quite clear. Support Lu Hong, support Luo Chen. Admiring foreign cultures is not acceptable. People like Qin Li should be banned. Exactly. What's with staying up all night to write songs? It's an insult to everyone's intelligence. Plagiarism and copying from South Korea, banning them is totally justified. Ban it already, I'm tired of this. 100,168. Suddenly, the entire internet was calling for Qin Li to be banned, and his fans were either awakened by Luo Chen's song Benchao Gangmu or simply scared off. But hardly anyone came out to support Qin Li. At that moment, Qin Li felt like a wall that had collapsed, with everyone pushing against it. And soon, the official Weibo account of the Dragon Country Music Association made an official statement. Qin Li's plagiarism is shameful, and his adulation of foreign cultures is even more unacceptable. We hope that Lanti Entertainment will take better control of its artists. Luo Chen's song Benchao Gangmu is excellent. Using an ancient herbal medicine text to awaken national consciousness is a commendable act. The Dragon Country Music Association is an official organization. His statement effectively amounts to an official ban on Qin Li. At the same time, he also reprimanded Lanti Entertainment. This time, Lanti Entertainment has truly lost both the battle and the war. They had thought that Qin Li's move could ride on Luo Chen's popularity and boost his own value. Little did he know that not only did he fail to capitalize on the buzz, but he ended up disappearing altogether. Instead, Luo Chen emerged as the biggest winner. Not only did he show everyone Luo Chen's heartfelt desire to revive the traditional culture of the Dragon Kingdom, but also caused the popularity of Luo Chen's Dragon Kingdom style songs to surge once again. The play count for Benchao Gangmu on Douyin has even surpassed 100 million in just a few hours. Everyone was talking about this song. Unnoticed, that sense of confidence in the great nation of Longwei was gradually rising. Lanti Entertainment, conference room. Seeing what was happening on Weibo, everyone fell silent. No one had expected such an outcome. Everyone had assumed that Qin Li would lose, and at worst, he would have to humble himself and live a lowly life afterward. After enduring a difficult period, there would still be opportunities to rise again. But now, it's all over. Moreover, it's not just Qin Li who's out of the picture. It's the entire Lanti Entertainment company that's been brought down with him. Deng Zhi's expression was beyond description. It was so dark it seemed as though ink could drip from it. Issue a statement and fire Qin Li from the company. After saying that, he didn't even glance at Qin Li and walked away. The others also left one after another. In the end, only Qin Lu and his agent remained. Looking at Qin Lu, whose face was ashen, the agent sighed and said, "As a citizen of Longwa, there are some things you simply cannot do. From now on, you must live your life properly." With that, the agent also left. The conference room was now empty except for Qin Lu. His eyes were vacant as he stared at the ceiling, unsure whether he was reflecting on his actions or regretting them. Meanwhile, Luo Chen was also surprised that Lu Hang would speak up for him again. Subsequently, the Dragon Country Music Association even intervened personally. They completely ruined Qin Lu. However, this is also a good thing. After all, this will undoubtedly make many people in Dragon Country place even greater importance on their culture. Meanwhile, Chang Xiao, standing beside him, gazed at Luo Chen with eyes sparkling with admiration. At this moment, she had no idea how to express her admiration for Luo Chen. In the end, she blurted out, "Luo Chen, you're so amazing." Upon hearing this, Fong Lan added, "That's really great." After a pause, Fong Lan continued, "The 3 film crews have already contacted me, saying they want to capitalize on your current popularity to start promoting their movies. They asked me to check your availability." Upon hearing this, Luo Chen smiled. Those who have made it this far aren't exactly pushovers. Ah. The Dragon Country Music Association posted a microblog praising Luo Chen. And given the current popularity of the Compendium of Materia Medica, Luo Chen is now like a human Wi-Fi hotspot. Everyone wants to come and get a little bit of his attention. But they're afraid of ending up like Qin Lu. So they finally restrained themselves. But these 3 production teams are different. Originally, Luo Chen authorized the theme song to be distributed based on box office revenue. With high box office receipts, Luo Chen naturally earned a lot. Therefore, they concluded that Luo Chen was highly likely to agree. However, just to be safe, they asked Fong Lan to inquire about Luo Chen's opinion. This would give Luo Chen face. This way of handling things is quite commendable. Of course, it also has to do with Luo Chen's current popularity. After all, aside from the Fortress of the Dragon, the production companies behind the other 2 films aren't major studios. After giving it some thought, Luo Chen agreed. After all, the contract had already been signed. Moreover, the 30% profit-sharing ratio wasn't low either. After obtaining Luo Chen's approval, Fong Lan also responded to the 3 production teams. "We should see the movie's promotional materials soon." Meanwhile, Luo Chen and Chang Xiao were seen cuddling closely together, looking very affectionate. Fong Lan said impatiently, "Can the 2 of you show your affection somewhere else? Don't do it here in front of me. Don't you know you're disturbing me while I'm working?" "Ha!" Luo Chen looked at Fong Lan with an innocent expression and said helplessly, "Lan Jia, this isn't my fault. You said my office wasn't ready yet, so you told me to stay here for a while." Hearing this, Fong Lan sighed and said, "I'll go remind them today and tell them to hurry up and get it done for you." Immediately, as if realizing something, staring at Chang Xiao and said, "Xiao Xiao, don't you have an office?" Chang Xiao didn't expect the responsibility to fall on him in the end. After thinking for a moment, he said, "I was just worried about disturbing Xian Yi and Mei Qi." But in his heart, he was thinking, "I can't bring Luo Chen there. Otherwise, it would be difficult to handle." But Fong Lan wasn't someone who could be easily fooled. She said again, "If I remember correctly, the 2 of them have been out participating in a program these past few days, right? They're participating in a program now, but who knows when they'll be back." Chang Xiao felt it was better to play it safe. So he pouted and said, "I just wanted to spend more time with you, Lan Jie." "Spending time with me?" Fong Lan naturally didn't believe this. Just as she was about to refute it, the phone rang. "Hello, Mr. He. Manager Fong, I'm here to express my gratitude to you." "Thank you?" Fong Lan was a bit confused. She really didn't know when she had helped He Yao. But He Yao's words immediately made her understand. Listening to He Yao's excited tone on the other end of the phone, Fong Lan couldn't help but fix her gaze on Luo Chen. A few minutes later, the call ended. Fong Lan's face was also filled with a smile. Seeing this, Chang Xiao asked curiously, "Lan Jia, is this the phone number of He Yao, the publicity manager from Douyin?" "Yes," Fong Lan replied with a smile. He Yao called to express her gratitude. She said that Luo Chen's song Ben Chao Gang Mu was released on Douyin, resulting in an increase of 30 million new users on Douyin today. Upon hearing this, Chang Xiao asked in confusion, "Didn't they also promote it today? Could it not be due to the promotion?" They did indeed do some promotion, but it was only the initial phase. They had estimated that it would at most bring them an additional 10 million new users. Now, it has directly increased by 30 million. Who else could achieve this besides the person next to you? As he spoke further, Fong Lan grew increasingly excited. She never would have imagined that Luo Chen had simply posted a new music video. Would have such a huge impact. Moreover, He Yao had just hinted that in the future, if any artists from Yuehua Entertainment needed publicity, Douyin would definitely provide assistance. In any case, the impact of Luo Chen's song Ben Chao Gang Mu today far exceeded expectations. At this moment, the pain of having the little cabbage picked away seemed to have completely vanished. Even Fong Lan felt that Xia Baikai had hit the jackpot. Chapter 60, the movie box office exploded, and Luo Chen's confidence soared. For a moment, Fong Lan's thoughts drifted far away. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Oh no! It seems like we're getting the short end of the stick." "What's wrong, Lan?" Chang Xiao couldn't help but ask. She couldn't quite figure out Fong Lan's actions. Could it be because the signing fee from Douyin was too low? Fong Lan looked at the two of them and said with a regretful expression, "If I had known how influential Luo Chen was, we should have negotiated a higher percentage of the box office revenue when we granted the rights to the theme song. Looking at it now, a 3% share might be a bit too low." Looking at Fong Lan's disappointed expression, Luo Chen suddenly realized that agents are indeed creatures who won't take even the slightest loss. After all, he had considered this issue before, and thought it was more or less acceptable, otherwise he wouldn't have agreed. But Fong Lan felt that she hadn't done a good job with this matter. And continued, "Luo Chen, this time it was also my lack of experience that made me overlook this point. I will definitely not make the same mistake next time." Fong Lan finished speaking, still looking guilty. After all, in his eyes, he was a professional agent, having been in the business for over a decade, only to end up failing miserably in this particular endeavor. Although this was the first time we had discussed this type of revenue-sharing cooperation arrangement, we did not consider all aspects thoroughly. But there are still some things that shouldn't have been done. However, Luo Chen didn't seem to mind too much. He just smiled and said, "Lan Jia, it's really nothing. Making a good connection is a good thing. You never know when it might come in handy in the future." Fong Lan didn't expect Luo Chen to be so open-minded. And for a moment, she didn't know what to say. It was Chang Xiao who broke the ice. "Lan Jia, I just checked on my phone, and the first movie to be released should be the first of the Hu family. The box office prediction on the Cat Rock platform is 600 million yuan. According to the film's production company, they will receive approximately 45% of the box office revenue, minus the 70 million yuan production costs. In reality, the final profit is around 200 million, so our 30% share would be approximately 6 million. Even if it were increased to 4%, that would only be 8 million, which isn't that much of a difference." Hearing his words, Fong Lan felt a little better. But she's still worried, but that's assuming that Cat Rock doesn't know that the theme song for the 44 Heroes of Hu Yuanjia is based on Luo Chen's song. What if the box office performance is good? That would be a huge loss. I have to say, this concern is somewhat justified. Since no promotional activities have begun yet, no one knows that the theme song for the film Hu Yuanjia is the song of the same name by Luo Chen. Once the promotional campaign begins, given Luo Chen's current popularity, it's impossible to predict how many people will choose to go to the cinema to watch this film. However, it can only be said that it was fortunate that the initial agreement was structured as a box office revenue sharing arrangement. Otherwise, we might have lost even more. Thinking of this, Fong Lan couldn't help but cast a deep glance at Luo Chen. She said, "Luo Chen, if you hadn't insisted on licensing it through box office revenue sharing back then, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Upon hearing this, Luo Chen smiled and replied, "Actually, I just believe in my songs." Believing in one's own songs. Fong Lan had heard those words countless times before. But the only person who truly stuck with him was Luo Chen. The others were mostly just paying lip service. When it comes to actually showing their skills, they get stage fright. Otherwise, the music industry in Longguo wouldn't be in such a downturn right now. No further discussion that night. And soon the next day arrived. The movie The Courtyard of the Hu Family indeed began its large-scale promotional campaign. For a time, the internet was flooded with news about the film Hu Yuanjia. Additionally, the fact that Luo Chen's song of the same name was selected as the theme song has also come to everyone's attention. There have also been interviews and reports. Kung Fu Emperor Li Lianjie openly stated that Luo Chen's songs are very pleasant to listen to and that he greatly admires Luo Chen. This series of news has also sparked widespread attention among netizens. Not long after, the theme song for the film Hu Yuanjia was selected as the song Luo Chen by the same name. The Kung Fu Emperor loves listening to Luo Chen's songs. These two topics have trended on Weibo. Within a short period of time, they gradually rose to the top 10 positions. Meanwhile, Luo Chen's modest achievements also garnered more attention. He has even surpassed 25 million followers. You should know that Luo Chen didn't buy any followers. These 25 million followers are still pretty genuine. Given this level of popularity, many big names on Weibo are also posting frequently, hoping to ride the wave of popularity. Watch movies with Yuan Fong. To be honest, the production team behind the movie Hu Yuanjia was pretty clever. They bought the rights to Luo Chen's song of the same name to use as the theme song, piggybacking on Luo Chen's popularity, and it's no surprise that the movie's box office will skyrocket. Movie producer. This time, the production team behind the film Hu Yuanjia is truly fortunate to have secured Luo Chen's involvement. No doubt many people will be drawn to the cinema because of him. For more in-depth analysis of the film industry, follow me on social media. A great way to watch it. I wasn't planning on going, but since I'm a fan of Luo Chen, I've already bought my ticket. Without a doubt. By writing on Luo Chen's current popularity, the promotion for the movie Hu Haiquan has been an absolute success. Many people are eagerly awaiting the film's release in 3 days. Meanwhile, the Cat Rock platform has quickly updated its box office predictions for the film Hu Haiquan. From the previous estimate of 600 million yuan, it has been revised to 800 million yuan. Just one song has increased the box office by 2 billion. Meanwhile, Luo Chen was practicing singing in the recording studio of Yuehua Entertainment Company. This was mainly because Chang Xiao had a program to record. And Luo Chen's current system reputation points are already sufficient. Therefore, Luo Chen exchanged some songs for them. And began practicing them. After all, the 4th episode of The Voice of Dreams is about to start recording. But it wasn't until 3 days later that the 4th episode of The Voice of Dreams had not yet begun recording. The movie Hu Haiquan is finally set to premiere. On a certain street in Longdu, a couple is walking hand in hand. The guy suddenly said, "Honey, why don't we go see a movie?" The girl glanced at the boy and said coldly, "Don't you want to go shopping with me?" The guy hurriedly denied it. "No way. I was thinking about going to see a movie that just came out. It's supposedly starring the Kung Fu Emperor Li Lianjie. I thought it would be great, so I wanted to take you to see it." The girl shook her head. "I still have some things to buy." Upon hearing this, the boy casually tapped his calf to relieve the soreness in his legs. And continued, "But I heard that the theme song for this movie is by Luo Chen. Don't you want to go check it out?" Upon hearing this, the girl immediately said, "That's not urgent. We can buy it tomorrow. Let's go see the movie first." After saying that, she grabbed the guy and rushed straight to the nearest movie theater. Such scenes were playing out all over the place. A large number of people are drawn to the movie because its theme song is performed by Luo Chen, and have chosen to go to the cinema to watch the movie The Garden of the House of the Duke of Hua. Soon, the first group of people who had finished watching the movie came out. They couldn't wait to share their thoughts online. The movie was great, especially hearing Luo Chen's song Hu Haiquan in the theater gave me a completely different experience. I originally just didn't want to accompany my girlfriend shopping, so I chose to watch this movie instead, but after watching it, I thought it was really good. So you didn't want to go shopping with me? Just wait until you get back, you're in for it. The person above can go home and settle this later. Right now, I just want to ask how many people came to watch the movie because of Luo Chen's song. I did. And me too. 1,100,1011. A single comment nearly caused a tragedy. This was something no one had anticipated. However, the comments eventually grew in number, which also served as proof. Many people went to the cinema to watch this film. So, many industry insiders are also eagerly anticipating the box office performance of this film. The next morning at 9 o'clock. The box office results for the first day were released. 123.8 million. This is a figure that is hard to imagine. And this is just the opening day box office. It's hard to imagine how staggering the final box office figures will be. And upon hearing this news, Maoyan platform hurriedly revised its box office forecast for the film Hu Haiquan once again. From the previous 800 million to 1.2 billion. Xiangnan San City. Inside a hotel. Upon receiving the news, Li Lianjie, Sun Li, and other staff members were completely stunned. Sun Li couldn't believe it and said, "Over 120 million in box office on the first day? Am I dreaming?" Sun Li has achieved some success in TV dramas. But she hasn't really made much of a name for herself in the film industry. Though her contribution to this film isn't as great as Li Lianjie's, she is still the female lead. Such an achievement is sure to bring him tremendous benefits. At that moment, she felt as though the world had become a bit unreal. Not to mention her, even Li Lianjie hadn't imagined that this movie would achieve such high box office numbers. At that moment, he too picked up his phone and checked the box office figures repeatedly. After confirming there were no errors, he finally exclaimed excitedly, "If that's the case, I really need to thank Luo Chen properly." Upon hearing this, Sun Li also hurriedly nodded in agreement. She was well aware of Luo Chen's popularity. If it weren't for using Luo Chen's song as the movie's theme song, the movie wouldn't have made as much money at the box office. After all, the platform had only predicted a box office of 600 million yuan. Thinking of this, Sun Li couldn't help but say, "With such a successful movie, there must be a celebration banquet. Maybe we can invite Luo Chen to come too. After all, we owe him a lot for this song." In response, Li Lianjie expressed strong agreement. When he heard the song Hu Haiquan, he already had a high opinion of Luo Chen. Given the recent events, he felt that having a drink and a chat together would be a wonderful opportunity. Meanwhile, Fong Lan naturally received the news as well. At that moment, she unconsciously slapped her right cheek hard. She said regretfully, "Why didn't I negotiate for a higher percentage of the profits back then?" This is all money. Thinking of this, Fong Lan couldn't help but slap her left cheek again. It seemed as though she was trying to use this method to remind herself of the lesson she had learned. Little did they know that after filming was done, the phone rang. And it was Li Lianjie's agent calling. Fong Lan sighed and answered it anyway. Listening to the excited and enthusiastic voice on the other end, Fong Lan's face grew even more filled with regret. She kept telling herself, remember this lesson. You must remember this lesson. You must not make the same mistake again. Wait until the call ends. Fong Lan headed toward the recording studio. She wanted to tell Luo Chen about this in person. Along the way, the employees of Yuehua Entertainment saw Fong Lan, with a faint blush on her cheeks, hurrying toward the recording studio. When Luo Chen saw Fong Lan, he was also completely bewildered. That red mark looked exactly like someone had slapped him. Is there anyone in Yuehua who dares to lay a hand on Fong Lan? He noticed Luo Chen's puzzled expression. Fong Lan said impatiently. Stop guessing. I did it myself. You typed it yourself? Did you type it yourself? Fong Lan didn't say anything, but once she did, Luo Chen was even more confused. Fong Lan doesn't seem like someone with mental issues at all. How could she do something so humiliating to herself? So he smiled and said, Lan Jia, you're just looking for something to do, aren't you? What nonsense are you talking about? I'm filled with regret, do you understand? Do you know what it feels like to have money slip through your fingers? Do you know that heart-wrenching feeling? Fong Lan exclaimed excitedly, the opening day box office for The Courtyard of the Red Lantern is out over 120 million. This means we've lost a lot of money. I thought it was something important. I didn't expect it to be about this movie again. Over 100 million in box office revenue on the first day. This final box office tally is sure to surpass the 10 billion mark. No wonder Fong Lan reacted that way. But since things have come to this, Luo Chen didn't want Fong Lan to dwell on this matter anymore. He tried to persuade him. Lan Jia, it's actually not that bad. It's just a song. If one song doesn't work, then we can try two. We'll always be able to make it back. Upon hearing this, Fong Lan fell silent. After spending over a decade in the entertainment industry, no one had ever dared to speak to her like that. You should know that the music industry in Manhwa has been in decline for a long time. This also means that no singer can guarantee that the songs they write will be loved by everyone. But consider Luo Chen's journey so far. Fong Lan couldn't help but admit that Luo Chen truly had the right to say that. Chapter 61, Changing the Program Rules Single-Handedly? Since Luo Chen had said that, Fong Lan no longer dwelled on the issue. Instead, she asked Luo Chen about other matters. You're so popular now. Have you considered releasing an album? Release an album? Luo Chen had thought about it, but he felt it wasn't the right time yet. So he shook his head and refused. Luo Chen, however, remembered something else. That was based on the experience from the previous recordings. The recording for the 4th episode of The Voice of Dreams should be completed by now. However, as of today, Luo Chen has still not received any notification from the production team to record the show. Luo Chen couldn't help but ask, Lan Jia, has the production team of The Voice of Dreams mentioned anything to you about when the 4th episode will be recorded? As soon as Luo Chen mentioned this, Fong Lan hurriedly replied. Zhang Yan told me about this. He said that due to certain reasons, the rules for the 4th episode will be changed, and the details will be announced later. I'll let you know when the time comes. At this point, Fong Lan couldn't help but smile. Even though Zhang Yan hadn't mentioned the reason. However, she assumed it must be because of Luo Chen. After all, Luo Chen had consecutively eliminated the guests invited by the production team, not only causing the production team's budget to exceed the allocated funds. Even deciding who to hire has become a problem. Luo Chen didn't think that much about it. He was just curious about what new rules the production team would come up with this time. Or who they'll invite this time. However, Fong Lan immediately said again. Luo Chen, shows like Run Brothers, Ace Battle, and others have approached me multiple times, wanting to invite you to appear on their programs. Are you sure you don't want to participate? Well, Luo Chen didn't expect them to be so persistent. But these past few days, he really hadn't been in the mood, so he refused again. Seeing this, Fong Lan could only nod helplessly. Just as the two were chatting idly. On the other side, Hangcheng Media Tower. Director Zhang Yan and the program's producer, Chai Dong, are sitting together. Both of them looked deeply troubled. Zhang Yan sighed helplessly and said, the funding issue has been resolved, but it's difficult to find the right person. The 4 Heavenly Kings are out of the question. They're either unavailable or even if they are, there's no guarantee we can get them here. We can't just hire anyone off the street. Upon hearing this, Chai Dong nodded in agreement. The two had communicated several times over the past few days. It was really hard to secure some funding from the station, which should finally resolve the funding issue. But we've been discussing who to hire for days and still haven't found a suitable candidate. If we were to invite a regular singer, they'd probably get crushed by Luo Chen. In that case, the show would be ruined. The ratings will drop, and that won't look good for the station either. Thinking of this, Chai Dong said helplessly. This is truly a case of being made by Luo Chen and ruined by Luo Chen. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan also agreed, that's right. It's precisely because of Luo Chen that the show has such high ratings. But it's also because of him that it's now so hard to find people to appear on the show. However, we still need to come up with a solution. If we don't start filming in the next couple of days, we'll definitely miss the Saturday broadcast. After saying that, Jiang Yan fell into deep thought. Chai Dong couldn't think of a good solution either. However, the female assistant standing nearby suddenly had an idea. Stepped forward and whispered to the two of them. Director, what would happen if Luo Chen didn't participate in the rest of the program recording? What would happen? That's a no-brainer. The ratings definitely aren't as high as they are now. So both of them gave the female assistant a death stare. However, the female assistant seemed to have planned it all along. Continued, it's not that we're not letting Luo Chen participate in the recording, it's just that there's no way around it right now. My plan is to hold the peak singing competition directly in the 4th episode. With Luo Chen's talent, he's sure to win the championship. That way, both Luo Chen and his fans will have something to show for it. Then we can invite others to participate in the upcoming matches. After saying that, the female assistant looked at the two of them with longing eyes. She wanted to know their thoughts on the suggestion. As a result, a minute passed. 2 minutes passed. Finally, 5 minutes later. Chai Dong sighed deeply and said helplessly. It seems like we have no choice. After all, there are still so many episodes left in the show, and we can't invite that many celebrities. I'll try to request permission from the station later to see if we can help Luo Chen in other programs. After saying that, Chai Dong fell silent. But Jiang Yan couldn't help but smile wryly. With Luo Chen's current popularity, why would we need to compensate him on other shows? Haven't you heard that the neighboring shows The Ultimate Showdown and Run Brothers have invited him multiple times, and he hasn't shown up either? Upon hearing this, Chai Dong silently stood up and left. He simply couldn't bear to stay any longer. At least the plan has been finalized. Let's proceed as the assistant suggested. But the thought that this method was actually the assistant's idea. Jiang Yan felt a bit odd. Because in the past, the assistant would only be so proactive when pouring cold water on him. They don't get involved in other matters at all. Jiang Yan couldn't help but ask, did you really come up with this plan? The female assistant hadn't expected everything to be settled, only for Jiang Yan to throw a curveball like this. Caught completely off guard, she blurted out. Of course not, my uncle told me. After saying that, he quickly slipped away. Jiang Yan was left muttering to himself, no wonder he was so eager to approve the budget earlier. It turns out he was digging this hole all along. However, Jiang Yan had to admit that the station's approach was actually quite effective. Otherwise, it would be difficult to continue with the program. Since the decision had been made, Jiang Yan naturally began preparing immediately. After all, there were only 3 days left until the 4th episode aired. The next day, the official Weibo account of The Voice of Dreams posted a message. The 4th episode of the show will feature a grand finale concert, where a celebrity guest will also be invited. The episode will be broadcast live, so please stay tuned. Many people have been eagerly awaiting the broadcast of the 4th episode. However, there was no news for a long time, and everyone thought that this episode would be postponed. To everyone's surprise, the production team had actually changed the rules again. The peak singing show, which was originally scheduled to air in the 12th episode, was moved up to the 4th episode. This has left everyone eagerly anticipating the show while also wondering what could have prompted the production team to make such a change. Is the show going to be cancelled? They keep changing the rules. Be a little more considerate. Do you think the production team wants this? They have no choice. Why can't they do anything? The show is entirely up to them to decide. Well, haven't you noticed that since Luo Chen joined the show, this season has been very different from the previous 2 seasons? Is it because Luo Chen eliminated too many celebrity guests? Dog head emoji. That's right. The production team was recently exposed for running out of funds, and given Luo Chen's talent, I doubt they could afford anyone else. You're right. Without funding or anyone to hire, they naturally have to change the rules. Otherwise, how would the show continue? Wow, Luo Chen has single-handedly changed the course of a program. That's why they say my brother Chen is so strong. Netizens chimed in one after another. And they've managed to figure out the show's intentions almost completely. At the same time, it also showed many people just how formidable Luo Chen is. After all, such an act of single-handedly altering the course of a program is no small feat. They've been watching variety shows for so many years and have never seen anything like this before. Of course, aside from that, everyone is also curious about which guest the show will invite this time. To be honest, among the previous episodes, the only one who might be slightly weaker is Hu Haiquan. The other two are both big shots. But they still lost to Luo Chen. If the show didn't invite someone really skilled for this episode, Then when Peak Brother goes on, won't he get completely outclassed? Netizens are discussing it. While Luo Chen had already received the news before them, Jiang Yan personally called Fong Lan's mobile phone. What he said was heartbreaking and helpless. What can we do? We have no budget and can't afford to invite any guests. The show is about to fall apart. If this keeps up, he'll get fired from the station. Fong Lan was stunned by what she heard. Thinking to herself, no wonder he's a director, he really does make it seem so convincing. Now that you've said it. Fong Lan thought that given Luo Chen's current popularity, it didn't really matter whether he participated in the program or not. After all, Luo Chen had been invited to so many other shows, but he had turned them all down. And there's also a certain bond between Luo Chen and the Voice of Dreams. After consulting with Luo Chen, they agreed to Jiang Yan's suggestion. He added, "Director, your acting is fine, but the emotions seem a bit over the top." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan hurriedly hung up the phone. "I'm really sorry. I never thought that making a program would turn out like this." The phone call ended. Fong Lan couldn't help but laugh and said, "Luo Chen, look what you've done to director Jiang Yan." Luo Chen shrugged helplessly. He never could have imagined that things would end up like this. "I was wondering why the 4th episode wasn't being recorded. Now I have the answer. But it's a bit of a funny one. Chapter 62, Can't Get Tickets. Director Jiang Yan even wants to become a scalper himself." Meanwhile, in the WeChat group of Chang Xiao, Wu Xuanyi, and Meng Meika, when they saw this news online, they were all stunned. They never imagined that a show would change its rules because of one person. Wu Xuanyi posted an unbelievable expression. "If I'm not mistaken, this should be the second time that the Voice of Dreams program has changed the rules. Looking at it now, it's highly likely that the previous rule change was also due to Luo Chen." Chang Xiao responded with an affirmative expression. "Yes, you remembered correctly. I felt that the rule change was a bit off at the time, and now that I think about it, it was probably changed to prevent Ms. Han Hong from being eliminated. But I never expected Ms. Han Hong to be eliminated by Luo Chen after all." Upon receiving a positive response, Wu Xuanyi sent an emoji of someone bowing in admiration. She also mentioned again, "I wonder if I can ask Luo Chen to write a song for me too. I really want one." Meng Meika saw this and also sent a one. The two of them now clearly have absolute faith in Luo Chen's creative abilities. Although they are singers and dancers. But if Luo Chen could compose a song for them, that would be absolutely wonderful. Moreover, Wu Xuanyi and Meng Meika are also aware of Chang Zhao's relationship with Luo Chen. Much closer than the two of them. So I also want to use Chang Xiao to probe Luo Chen's intentions. But what the two of them didn't know was, when Chang Xiao saw this sentence, he muttered to himself, "I wonder if Luo Chen will help me write a song." The WeChat group suddenly fell silent. At that moment, all three of them were thinking about how they could get a song from Luo Chen. Little did they know that Luo Chen had actually thought of this as well. In the recording studio, Luo Chen sat at the desk, the tip of his pen gliding across the paper. Fong Lan, standing nearby, noticed this and asked curiously, "Luo Chen, have you gotten another inspiration?" Even though I've already seen Luo Chen write several songs in the past 2 days. But every time I see Luo Chen's creations, Fong Lan still feels a bit shocked. Mainly because Luo Chen's songs weren't the kind of poorly made, quantity-driven stuff. Rather, they are of very high quality. That's a bit scary. Luo Chen replied without looking up. "Write a song for Xiao Xiao. Isn't it going to be Peak Brothers meeting in a few days? A song for Xiao Xiao?" As soon as Fong Lan heard this, she couldn't help but lean in closer. Though she knew nothing about music theory and couldn't read the sheet music. But I still recognized the lyrics. At first glance, it's clear that this is a song written for a girl to sing. And, as expected, it is of very high quality. This immediately moved Fong Lan a little. Soon, Luo Chen finished writing a song. When he looked up, he saw Fong Lan's swollen eyes. "And I didn't know why?" asked in confusion. "Lan Jia, are you shedding tears of regret again?" "Regret my ass." Fong Lan broke down instantly. She grabbed the sheet music from the table and rushed out the door. He left a message, "Keep practicing your song. I'll send this to Xiao Xiao. The peak singing competition is just a few days away. I'll tell her to practice hard." Luo Chen was left speechless. He stared at the blank desktop, unsure of what to say. "I had originally thought that Chang Xiao would be back tonight. So I could give it to her in person. Then I can make her feel touched. This way, you might even learn something new tonight. It seems like it all depends on Chang Zhao's level of self-discipline now." Shaking his head, he pushed the thought out of his mind. Luo Chen continued practicing his singing. After all, the peak singing competition was a live broadcast. So there will definitely be a large audience watching at the time. Luo Chen also wants to use this opportunity to leave a good impression. Before long, the next day arrived. At this point, there were only 2 days left until the Peak Music Festival. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the production team of The Voice of Dreams has released another Weibo post. stating that tickets for the live performance of the Peak concert will go on sale at 3 p.m. A total of 10,000 tickets. This has also caused a stir online once again. Damn it, I didn't go to last season's Peak Song Festival, but this time I'm definitely going. Guys, slow down a bit, don't be so quick. My girlfriend has given me a strict order to get tickets to see Luo Chen live. If I don't get them, I'll have to buy her 10 limited edition bags. Wow, your girlfriend is so ruthless. It feels like she is the real fan of Luo Chen, and you're just a ticket buying tool. But don't worry, we'll make sure you don't get the tickets. Yeah, this reminds me of that guy we went to the movies with last time. I wonder how he's doing now. He's not in any life-threatening condition, but he's been having some trouble walking lately. Everyone was discussing it, and before they knew it, the conversation had veered off topic. At the same time, Luo Chen's name was constantly being mentioned by everyone. However, most of the comments were from men complaining about being forced by their girlfriends to do various things. In the end, the topic of Luo Chensheng becoming the arch-enemy of all men even made it to the trending topics on Weibo. When Luo Chen heard the news from Chang Xiao, he too looked utterly helpless. He never imagined that things would end up like this. Luo Chen felt that he had been keeping a low profile these past few days. Basically, he'd just been chatting with Chang Xiao and practicing singing. As the time gradually approached 3 p.m., people across the country who wanted to go to the scene grew increasingly anxious. Xiaoli is a programmer who considers himself to have lightning-fast hands. When his girlfriend asked him to buy tickets for the Peak Music Festival, he agreed immediately. And he guaranteed that he could definitely get 2 tickets. I'll accompany her to the venue in person. At 2:58 p.m., Xiaoli opened the ticketing software. He waited for 3 o'clock to arrive. Time ticked away. And at 3 o'clock sharp, Xiaoli immediately opened the ticket sales interface for the Peak Music Festival. Ready to start snagging tickets. But things didn't go as planned. The interface keeps refreshing, but it just won't come up. Finally, after 30 seconds, the interface refreshed. The result was 2 big words: sold out. Little Lee was dumbfounded. He thought it was a software issue. I immediately refreshed the page again. But the result still showed that it was sold out. At this point, Xiaoli finally realized where the problem lay. It wasn't a software problem. But the tickets are really sold out. It only took 30 seconds. 10,000 tickets were already gone. At that moment, Little Lee was at a loss for words. He couldn't help but recall how confident his girlfriend had been earlier. Xiaoli couldn't help but let out a wry smile. He had no idea what his girlfriend would do next. But he knew the outcome wouldn't be good. There are many more examples like this. There are many young men named Lee across the country who have been instructed by their girlfriends to secure tickets at all costs. When they finally managed to refresh the page and enter the interface, they were met with the words sold out. They felt as though a dark cloud had descended upon them. And life seemed utterly bleak. Upon hearing this, everyone rushed to the official Weibo account of The Voice of Dreams to leave comments. I'm truly impressed. 10,000 votes were cast, and it was gone in 30 seconds. Who can argue with that? I thought my reaction time was already pretty impressive, but it turns out I was the one who got fooled. I'm at an internet cafe, too scared to go home. My girlfriend will beat me up. Don't panic, guys upstairs. Just buy 10 limited edition packages and the problem will be solved. Actually, there's no need for that. Just find a scalper, they should have tickets. Damn it, I messed up. I should have known better than to buy the package so quickly. Does the production team only have 10,000 tickets? There are so many people here who haven't been able to buy tickets. The production team should release another 10,000 tickets. Yeah, release another 10,000 tickets. Seconded. Soon, the official Weibo comments for The Voice of Dreams reached over 10,000. All the comments were demanding that the show's production team release at least another 10,000 tickets. With such a big commotion, director Jiang Yan and producer Chai Dong naturally got wind of it as well. The two sat face to face. Jiang Yan took a sip of tea inside. This is truly amazing. In the first 2 seasons, we only sold 10,000 tickets and couldn't even sell them all. But this season, the Peak concert was already sold out by the 4th episode. We had originally just intended to give Luo Chen and his fans some closure. I never expected that 10,000 tickets would sell out in just 30 seconds, and now they're demanding more tickets. Upon hearing this, Chai Dong couldn't help but roll his eyes. This is all because Luo Chen is in this season, and you saw those comments on Weibo, didn't you? Most people were forced by their girlfriends to buy tickets. If they couldn't get tickets, they wouldn't have a good time. As for why the girls are there in person, it's all because Luo Chen is so handsome. By the end, Chai Dong couldn't help but feel a bit resentful, which made Jiang Yan unable to suppress a laugh. Don't tell me you're jealous of Luo Chen's good looks. Besides, girls just want to see Luo Chen in person and listen to his songs. Their boyfriends don't mind, so why should we? I think we should listen to the fans' requests, accommodate them, and ask the staff to add another 10,000 tickets. After all, the sports arena is big enough. After saying that, he left with his female assistant. Showdown was left alone, muttering to himself, back then, who wasn't a young hotshot? But time waits for no one. The production team's efficiency was still quite high. An hour later, the official Weibo account announced that they would meet everyone's demands and add another 10,000 tickets. At the same time, it was announced that ticket sales would begin in half an hour. Please stay tuned. This news has also excited those netizens who didn't manage to secure tickets initially. No matter who stands in my way, I will overcome them. This time, I must secure 2 tickets. Forget it, upstairs. These tickets are too hot to handle, let me take care of them. Forget it, none of you can handle this. The ticket grabbing game is way too complicated for you. You won't be able to handle it. Just give up and let me handle it. Come on, let's go all out. Today, it's either you guys lose or I get the tickets. With no women on my mind, I'm naturally better at snagging tickets, you're all defeated. Ha! Netizens are just joking around and making memes on the surface. But deep down, they're feeling pretty anxious. Everyone knows that even if another 10,000 votes were added, but there are simply too many people who want to attend the event in person. And these 10,000 tickets are just a drop in the bucket. Ultimately, the problem lies with Luo Chen himself. It was precisely because Luo Chen was currently participating in the show The Voice of Dreams that he has turned down all other programs, making it extremely difficult for many fans to see Luo Chen on screen. Not to mention that Luo Chen rarely updates his social media. This means they have no way of knowing what's going on with Luo Chen. Now that they finally have the opportunity to go to the scene to see Luo Chen, how could the fans not go crazy? Time flies by in the blink of an eye. And there are only 3 minutes left until ticket sales begin. The online buzz had died down, replaced by a calm as still as a stagnant pond. Everyone is eagerly awaiting the final moment. They all know this is their last chance. If they couldn't get it, then I'll really have to go back and kneel on the washboard. 3 minutes is just enough time to listen to a song. But this time, perhaps due to nervousness, they felt that those 3 minutes were exceptionally long. They also waited with great anxiety. Finally, it was time for ticket sales to begin. One by one, they demonstrated their lightning-fast reflexes. But few managed to secure tickets. 25 seconds later, the word sold out appeared on the ticket sales interface. Those who didn't manage to secure tickets. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. From a mathematical perspective, my reaction time has indeed improved this time. After all, last time it sold out in 30 seconds, and this time it was 25 seconds. However, from a biological perspective, they know that things will be tough once they get home tonight. And the once peaceful online world has once again descended into chaos. Ah, you guys must be cheating. How could you do that so fast? This is madness. I kept clicking and clicking, but the page wouldn't refresh. Finally, it did, and it said sold out. This was the first time I felt like my phone was out to get me. As soon as I opened the ticketing app, my phone froze. By the time I restarted it, the tickets were already gone. No time to waste, I'll pay 50,000 Dragon Country coins for 2 front row tickets. If anyone is interested, please contact me. 5,000 Dragon Country coins? Hold on, let me ask my girlfriend first. Man, I'm so jealous of you guys who managed to snag tickets. You can resell them and make a few times the profit. Seeing this comment, Zhang Yan felt an urge to become a scalper and sell tickets. It's absolutely crazy. Even top singers don't have this happen at their concerts. And this time, they only have Luo Chen. They were able to make everyone go crazy trying to snag tickets. It really made Zhang Yan admit that the current Luo Chen was no longer the unknown newcomer he once was. Chapter 63, I Hate You, Luo Chen. Save me, Luo Chen, has even trended on social media? No word all night. Another day. When Luo Chen and Chang Xiao arrived at Fong Lan's office, they saw Fong Lan sitting at her desk with a worried expression on her face. She looked as though she had lost her soul. Not even the knocking sounds from Luo Chen and Chang Xiao could be heard. Until Chang Xiao walked up to her and shook her arm. Fong Lan finally snapped back to reality. As soon as she saw Luo Chen, she hurriedly said, Luo Chen, stay at the company for the next 2 days and don't wander around. What's going on? Luo Chen was a bit confused. What does it mean to stay at the company for the next 2 days and not wander around? Are you trying to get yourself killed or something? It seemed as though he had noticed Luo Chen's confusion. Fong Lan sighed and explained. It's really because you've caused a lot of public outrage this time. Why? Chang Xiao asked in surprise. In her impression, didn't everyone like listening to Luo Chen's songs? How could it possibly arouse everyone's indignation? Fong Lan said helplessly. It's all because of that Peak Song Festival incident. The tickets for the Peak Music Festival sold out in just 2 days, but there were so many people who wanted to go. There simply weren't enough tickets, and to make matters worse, a significant portion of those people were women, all of whom wanted to see Luo Chen in person. You should have seen the trending topic on Weibo yesterday about Luo Chen being the enemy of all men, right? It's because many guys were forced by their girlfriends to get tickets, which is why this topic came up. But there are only so many tickets available, so those guys end up in trouble when they go home at night. Either they had to kneel on a washboard or a keyboard, or they had to sleep on the sofa. As a result, many people didn't get much sleep last night. Some hate you, while others want you to step in and save them. Then, when I was scrolling through Weibo today, I saw that you, Luo Chen, were trending again. Hearing this, Cheng Zhao's face was filled with concern. She hurriedly took out her phone and opened Weibo, only to see Luo Chen, I hate you. Luo Chen, save me. These two topics are ranked 3rd and 4th on Weibo's trending search list. It's likely that with a bit more time, their rankings will continue to rise. Chang Xiao was immediately startled and quickly agreed with what Fong Lan had said earlier. Brother Luo Chen, Lan Jia is right. You should stay at the company for the next couple of days and not go out. Luo Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time when he saw this. It would be hard to say he wasn't at fault in this matter. But we can't place all the blame on him either. At the very least, the production team of The Voice of Dreams also bears some responsibility. If they hadn't changed the rules and pulled this stunt, this situation wouldn't have arisen. Besides, if they're going to hold a peak music festival, they should at least choose a bigger venue. A venue that can only hold 20,000 people? That's nowhere near enough. If we had a venue for 100,000 people, this situation probably wouldn't have happened. Thinking of this, Luo Chen felt angry and said in a low voice, Lan Jia, didn't you communicate with the director to see if there was any way to resolve this issue? Fong Lan smiled bitterly. She pressed her forehead and said, I already called Jiang Yan about the trending topic this morning, but he said there wasn't much he could do either. I did clarify things for you on Weibo and took the blame onto the production team, but the effect might not be very good. It seems like the only option now is to lie low for the next couple of days. Once the peak music festival is over, things should settle down. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xiao immediately snapped, what do you mean get through these 2 days? What if we really encounter some crazy fans and they heard Luo Chen? Besides, during the peak music festival, there were still 2,000 audience members on site. Looking at Cheng Zhao's angry expression, Luo Chen couldn't help but smile. To be honest, he was still confident in his own safety. Moreover, the 2,000 spectators at the scene all had tickets, so they wouldn't go so far as to cause any trouble. Mainly, Luo Chen felt that the matter wasn't as serious as he had imagined. Everyone just didn't get tickets, it was just a joke. Fong Lan and Chang Xiao were just too concerned about him. That's why they were so anxious. Thinking of this, Luo Chen smiled and said, Lan Jia, Xiao, you two don't worry too much. I'll post something on Weibo later. If that doesn't work, I'll just hold my own concert in a while. I'm sure that will calm them down. Upon hearing Luo Chen's words, Fong Lan hesitated and said, Are you sure this will work? Holding a concert isn't a problem, after all, with your current popularity, tickets won't be hard to sell. But I'm just afraid they won't give up this time. Chang Xiao nodded in agreement. She was very concerned about Luo Chen at the moment. She didn't want anything to happen to Luo Chen. The two of them were quite touched by their concern. But she felt that her judgment on the matter was probably correct. After all, in his opinion, those fans just wanted to see the live performance. So if that's the case, then holding a concert would be the same thing, right? So Luo Chen logged onto Weibo and posted a message. I sincerely appreciate everyone's support, but unfortunately, the venue for this peak concert is limited, and we are unable to accommodate everyone who wishes to attend in person. I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Besides, you should be contacting the production team of The Voice of Dreams regarding the venue. Coming to me is the wrong approach. I can't magically create a larger stadium out of thin air. Of course, I sincerely apologize to all the friends who didn't get a good night's sleep last night. To make it up to everyone, I have decided to hold a personal concert in the near future. Please don't cause any trouble this time. Finally, Luo Chen found an angle and took a selfie to post online. Then he clicked post. In an instant, many people's phones started vibrating. Seeing it was a Weibo notification, I was about to swipe it away. But then I saw it was Luo Chen's Weibo update. He clicked on it without hesitation. That's just how Shaoli is. When he saw on Luo Chen's Weibo that he was planning to hold a concert soon to make it up to everyone, Shaoli hurriedly grabbed his phone and ran over to his girlfriend to show her. When he saw the smile return to his girlfriend's face, Shaoli breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that the matter of not getting the tickets was now over. As for whether he could get tickets next time, Shaoli's long-lost confidence returned. And he was sure that with his quick hands, he would be fine. Finally, the sentiment on Weibo began to shift gradually. The buzz around the topics I hate you, Luo Chen and save me, Luo Chen is slowly dying down. Meanwhile, another topic is gradually gaining traction among netizens. That was none other than improving hand speed. Upon seeing this topic, Shaoli immediately clicked on it. He wrote a lengthy 500-word essay detailing his methods for improving his typing speed. But a single comment struck him hard. "Bro, with such fast typing speed, you must have snagged tickets to the upcoming Peak Music concert, right?" Fong Lan and Chang Xiao saw this and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, they couldn't help but admire Luo Chen's composure. "After all, I hate you so much that you've even made it to the trending list on Weibo. If this were anyone else, they'd be panicking like crazy. But Luo Chen just posted a Weibo and handled it. Although he mentioned that he would hold a concert in the near future. But the exact date hasn't been set yet. That's just like giving you a blank check. You can fill in any amount you want, but when you can cash it is anyone's guess. This move is pretty clever." Chang Xiao didn't even bother to acknowledge Fong Lan's presence beside him, and left a red mark on Luo Chen's face. Meanwhile, on the other side, director Zhang Yan and producer Chai Dong remained seated across from each other. And the two of them are keeping a close eye on the matter at all times. When they saw Luo Chen being criticized on the trending topics, Chai Dong felt worried but couldn't help feeling a bit schadenfreude. "Sai, I told you so, being too good looking isn't always a good thing. Look, now it's come true. Luo Chen is in for a rough time this time." Zhang Yan, on the other hand, is still somewhat considerate. Retorted, "I think you're just jealous that Luo Chen is better looking and more talented than you. Besides, our production team also bears some responsibility for this matter. We can't blame Luo Chen entirely. On the contrary, I think we should thank him. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have sold 20,000 tickets this time. It would probably have been the same as the previous 2 seasons, where we couldn't even sell 10,000 tickets. I was even thinking of using new guests to attract more viewers, but now it's completely unnecessary." Upon hearing this, Chai Dong nodded in agreement. The news about the new guest still needs to be released. After all, it can attract some attention. While tickets for the live event are important, the program ultimately depends on the live stream's performance. And I need to clarify that I'm not jealous of Luo Chen. I'm just reflecting that being too good looking really isn't such a great thing after all. As he continued, Chai Dong sighed again, as if recalling some sad memories from the past. Only Jiang Yan suddenly spoke up excitedly. "I knew Luo Chen would find a way to solve it. Look, it's already solved, isn't it?" Looking at Zhang Ren's phone in his hand, Chai Dong already knew what had happened and hurriedly picked up the phone on the table. He then saw Luo Chen's Weibo post. And then looked at the online sentiment. He opened his mouth but no sound came out. In the end, it turned into a sigh. And soon, Zhang Yan also shared the information about the guests invited for this episode through the official Weibo account of the program. Weibo is very simple, with only 2 prompts. Beautiful people sing sweetly. Girl group member. As soon as the news broke, it quickly sparked widespread attention and speculation among netizens. Chapter 64, the female guest is revealed, and the Peak Music Festival finally begins. These 2 hints are a bit too vague, aren't they? I have no idea who it could be. In my opinion, this celebrity was probably a member of a girl group before going solo. Bro, even if you're right, there are plenty of celebrities like that. You're right. There are way too many female celebrities like that in the entertainment industry. Could it be Wu Xuanyi? Wu Xuanyi is both beautiful and talented, and she's also a member of a girl group. She meets both criteria. There's no way it's Wu Xuanyi, it must be someone else. Netizens are buzzing with speculation. But no useful information has been obtained. Mainly because the program producers provided overly broad hints this time, and many people could meet both conditions. It's not that easy to figure out. Actually, it's not just them. Even Fong Lan and Chang Xiao, after seeing the notification on Weibo, they both started to let their imaginations run wild, mentioning a few celebrity names. But I wasn't sure about any of them. And even later, Fong Lan personally called Zhang Yan to ask who it was. However, Zhang Yan remained silent. It seemed he had made up his mind to wait until everyone met before revealing it. Fortunately, a few hours later, Luo Chen, Chang Xiao, and Fong Lan arrived at the Hangzhou Sports Arena. This time, the Peak Music Festival is being held here. And Luo Chen and the others arrived a day early for rehearsals. Walking toward the restroom, Chang Xiao asked curiously, "Luo Chen, which female guest do you think they'll invite this time?" When he saw Fong Lan, she also looked curious. Luo Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. "How could I have guessed? You two have discussed this issue at least 800 times along the way. Besides, we'll see him in a moment." Upon hearing this, Chang Xiao felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. It actually made him look rather cute. Soon, everyone arrived at the lounge and met Hu Yanbing and Zhang Liangying. However, they did not see the other female guest. Chang Xiao couldn't help but feel a bit discouraged. She had a few suspects in mind. She just wanted to see the guests and confirm her choice. She even has the urge to leak information using a minor account. But it seems like that's not going to happen now. Luo Chen saw her dejected expression and reached out to touch her head in consolation. Chang Xiao immediately broke into a smile. He even raised his eyebrows at Zhang Liangying, who was sitting beside him, looking smug. Zhang Liangying was so angry that she turned her head away and refused to look this way. Chang Xiao, on the other hand, was even happier. All his previous worries were gone. Luo Chen couldn't help but shake his head. He finally understood that guessing the female guest was all just a game. Showing off in front of Zhang Jiaying was Chang Xiao's true objective. Meanwhile, Hu Yanbing once again displayed extraordinary enthusiasm upon seeing Luo Chen. He came closer and said happily, "Luo Chen, after the rehearsal, let me treat you to dinner. It's been a while since we last saw each other. Let's catch up." "Ha?" Luo Chen looked at him with a half smile. "Are you still inviting me to dinner? Didn't you forget what happened last time we ate together?" Hu Yanbing felt a bit uneasy under the gaze. And whispered, "If you don't want to go, it's okay. I just wanted to ask if you have time to help me write another Dragon Country-style song. I'm planning to release an album soon and use it as the lead track. Writing another song for you isn't out of the question, but the timing might be tricky. You'll have to discuss that with Lan Jie later." "The timing is uncertain? Do you need to discuss it with Fong Lan?" Hu Yanbing heard these two sentences and looked at Luo Chen's smirking expression. He understood what was going on. It was all because of that dinner party last time after all. "But I don't really mind it. After all, I did act inappropriately last time. Besides, Luo Chen didn't refuse either, it's just a matter of waiting a little longer." Which was already quite good. Little do they know how many people are now desperate to get their hands on a song composed by Luo Chen, yet can't seem to get one. At least I'm still lucky. Thinking of this, Hu Yanbing decided to find Fong Lan after the rehearsal. Even if the cost is higher, it's worth it. A few minutes later, the sound of high heels echoed through the room. And everyone knew that the female guest for this episode had arrived. Chang Xiao hurriedly stood up and looked out the door. There, a figure dressed in a white dress, elegant and ethereal, walked in. It was none other than the female singer Tian Fujian from Wan Island. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized the two clues provided by the program crew were indeed correct. Tian Fujian was once a member of the girl group She. And this girl group has performed many classic songs. She can be considered a youth idol for an entire generation. Although the group later disbanded, Tian Fujian continued to sing, and it can truly be said that she is both beautiful and has a sweet voice. After all, she had been pursued by Lin Junjie for so many years. That's enough to prove her charm. Several people rushed forward to greet him. Chang Xiao was especially overjoyed, wondering if it was because he had guessed correctly. Zhang Liangying might have worked with Tian Fujian before. The two sat side by side on the sofa chatting, appearing very close. Luo Chen, on the other hand, was casually chatting with Chang Xiao. Midway through, he witnessed Chang Xiao logging into his Weibo account to reveal that the singer invited for this episode was Tian Fujian. This made Luo Chen couldn't help but sigh. It seems like girls' gossiping nature is innate. And it doesn't disappear just because they're celebrities. In fact, female celebrities might even be more gossipy. Only Hu Yanbing sat alone on the sofa in the corner, looking rather lonely. Fortunately, the staff soon let him go ahead and rehearse first, which resolved his predicament. At the same time, the internet has been buzzing because someone revealed that the guest on this episode of The Voice of Dreams is Tian Fujian. Wow, it's Tian Fujian, my idol. Tian Fujian is indeed quite good. The production team has shown some good taste this time. To be fair, the people the production team invited were all good, it's just that Luo Chen was eliminated. Luo Chen, are you blaming me for this? No need to say more, looking forward to tomorrow's live broadcast. Poor upstairs, I didn't get tickets again. Indeed, as netizens have discussed, Tian Fujian's arrival this time has generated quite a bit of anticipation among everyone. A few hours later, the rehearsal ended. Once again declined Hu Yanbing's invitation to dinner. Luo Chen, Chang Xiao, and Fong Lan headed toward the hotel arranged by the production team nearby. On the way, Chang Xiao couldn't help but express his concerns. "Luo Chen, I'm a little nervous. Are you afraid you won't sing well tomorrow?" Luo Chen said, gently scraping her delicate nose. Fong Lan was standing nearby, and Chang Xiao still felt a bit shy. But more than that, he was worried. "I'm just afraid I won't sing this song well." "Don't worry, it'll be fine," Luo Chen reassured him. "Just sing it like you're practicing in the recording studio. With your talent, you'll be fine." Seeing Chang Xiao still looking a bit nervous, Fong Lan eventually joined in to comfort him as well, which finally made Chang Xiao's expression ease a bit. But deep down, Chang Xiao silently vowed to himself, "I must sing this song well." Because it was the first song Luo Chen composed for her. When Wu Shuani and Meng Meika heard the news, they expressed their envy multiple times in the group chat. Time passed, and the night went by without a word. Before long, it was Saturday. It was the day The Voice of Dreams grand finale was set to air. According to the program's schedule, the live broadcast will begin at 5 p.m. During yesterday's rehearsal, the basic procedures were all completed. There wasn't much else to do, so Luo Chen didn't want to go over so early. He decided to stay at the hotel instead. The netizens, on the other hand, are quite excited. They've started discussing who will receive the highest number of votes in this peak music show and how the others will rank. Everyone was discussing it enthusiastically. In my opinion, the one with the highest number of votes this time is still Luo Chen. I agree with that. I just hope my goddess Tian Fusion can secure the second spot. The person above is probably overthinking it. The others are also very strong, and this time it's a live broadcast where all the viewers can vote. Although Tian Fusion is many people's goddess, when it comes to popularity, she might still fall short. You can't be so absolute about it. Tian Fusion still sings very well. I actually think Zhang Liangying has a good chance of coming in second place. It's such a pity I didn't manage to get a ticket this time. Otherwise, I could have seen my idol in person. You didn't manage to get tickets either? Sorry, I did. Smug. After all that talk, the conversation still ended with this topic. But it seemed to serve as a reminder to certain people. Those who managed to secure tickets are now on their way. They couldn't resist showing off their tickets. And even the ticket and the bus ticket together. Everyone is acting as if they're afraid others won't know they managed to secure tickets. This also leaves those who didn't manage to get tickets feeling bitter. It's all about the silliness and fun. Finally, it was 4:30 p.m. Luo Chen and Chang Xiao once again entered the restroom. However, they found that everyone else had already arrived. After some polite small talk, sitting on the sofa, waiting quietly for the program to begin. Soon. Be there at 5 sharp. Hua Xiao appeared on stage on time. He spoke in his passionate voice. Dear friends at the venue and those watching the live stream, good afternoon. This is the ultimate stage of the Voice of Dreams live concert on VV Mobile. Everyone must have been eagerly awaiting this stage for a long time. Without further ado, let us give a warm round of applause to our first singer, Hu Yanbing. Amidst the energetic background music and the applause and cheers of the audience, Hu Yanbing, dressed in a black suit, took the stage. This time, he brought with him a song he had recently released titled Half a Lifetime on the Run. Time is like a silent dagger, erasing countless arrogant thoughts. Friends advised me not to overestimate my abilities in fight. But no one understands what I truly seek in life. The beginning may seem a bit mundane, as it describes the story of my growth and journey so far. However, the chorus becomes passionate, expressing a defiant cry against fate. Whether they were there in person or watching the live stream, hearing this song left a deep impression on everyone. At the same time, backstage, director Zhang Yan received a report from his female assistant. Director, the live viewership for our program has just surpassed 10 million. 1 million. Zhang Yan heard this and couldn't help but get excited. If he remembered correctly, the highest number of viewers in the live stream of the previous season's Peak Song Festival was around 18 million. And the show has only just begun. Chapter 65, Overwhelming Power, Luo Chen, the Eternal God. The show The Voice of Dreams is produced by Hangzhou TV. Therefore, it is exclusively live streamed by the Longbolan app. At this moment, in the live broadcast studio, the audience was also very excited to see Hu Yanbing's performance. The comments were rolling in rapidly. I thought this song was great when it first came out, but this live version is even better. Hu Yanbing truly lives up to his reputation as the master of song rearrangements. Even when he reworks his own songs, the results are this amazing. After wandering for half a lifetime, he returns still a young man. Man, I really love Hu Yanbing. Not being able to go to the venue this time is such a huge disappointment. Netizens are excited, and the audience at the venue is even more so. Some of Hu Yanbing's fans were wildly waving their cheering items. This was their way of expressing their love for Hu Yanbing. In the backstage singers' lounge, Zhang Liangying smiled and said, Mr. Hu, this song is really beautiful. I've always loved it. Tian Fusion also agreed, that's right, Mr. Hu Yanbing's talent is undeniable. He has a lot of performance experience, and even with so many people in the audience, he didn't make a single mistake. After speaking, Tian Fusion stood up to make preparations. Because she was the next one to take the stage. A few minutes later, Hu Yanbing's performance came to an end. Hua Xiao took the stage and smiled as he said, Thank you, Mr. Hu Yanbing, for your wonderful performance. If you enjoyed it, please take out your phones and vote for Mr. Hu Yanbing in the live broadcast of the Voice of Dreams program on the Longbo Blue app. Now, let's give a warm round of applause to welcome the next singer, the beautiful and talented Tian Fusion. Dressed in a white dress, looking ethereal and graceful, Tian Fusion walked onto the stage at a leisurely pace. The audience applauded enthusiastically. Viewers in the live stream were also quick to offer their praise. The goddess looks absolutely stunning in that outfit. I absolutely love it. Tian Fusion doesn't look a day older. She's truly an ageless goddess. What frozen age goddess? She's not that old, is she? I wonder what song Tian Fusion is going to sing. I hope it's Don't Think About Me. Pfft, I think Angel Among Devils is better. Amidst everyone's speculation, a relatively soothing prelude began to play. Wow, that's amazing. If it's you, don't forget this song. Never mind, this song is okay too. Soon, Tian Fusion spoke up. I've been lonely for so long and still haven't gotten better. It feels like the whole world is whispering and mocking me. How proud can I be? I'm so fragile, RNTI? The moment I touch you, I'm knocked down. Just a few short lines of lyrics have already transported everyone into that lonely, desolate musical world. The audience at the venue also looked downcast. This clearly demonstrated the emotional impact of Tian Fusion's singing. And when the chorus kicks in, you clearly love me too, there's no reason why it can't work out. As long as you dare not be cowardly, why should we miss out on this? The night is long and dreams are many, don't think of me. You'll see how much it hurts then. Tian Fusion's voice suddenly rose, its penetrating power striking the ears. Combined with the helpless emotion intertwined within, it left the audience in attendance deeply moved. Oh, this chorus is like a tearjerker. It's making me want to cry again. Sigh, it reminds me of my ex-boyfriend. Unfortunately, what's done is done. It's so hard to find the right person. The goddess's singing is so beautiful, it's absolutely amazing. The comments are exploding. The audience is buzzing with discussion. Backstage, director Zhang Yan was adjusting the stage effects while keeping an eye on the livestream. When she heard her female assistant tell her that the livestream had surpassed 25 million viewers, Zhang Yan was so excited she almost fainted. At that moment, he felt that everything in the world was so wonderful, while simultaneously instructing his female assistant to keep a close eye on the livestream and keep him informed at all times. In the singer's dressing room, Hu Yanbing's face took on a serious expression. He couldn't help but ask, Luo Chen, what do you think of teacher Tian Fusion's performance? I thought it was great. She had a strong stage presence. Luo Chen finished speaking, and Hu Yanbing sighed. He had actually noticed this himself. And asking Luo Chen was merely to confirm it. Now it's just him and Tian Fusion on stage. But he realized that he might end up trailing Tian Fusion in the vote count. That's really uncomfortable. Soon, Tian Fusion's performance came to an end, and Hua Xiao took the stage again to explain the voting rules once more. He then announced the next singer to take the stage, Cheng Xiao. She was wearing a black vintage-style top that gave off a slight Cheongsam vibe. Her lower body was adorned with an irregular black skirt, and over it, she draped a red sheer veil. She pairs it with black knee-high boots. This gives her legs a subtle, alluring appearance, clearly very charming. Sure enough, as soon as Cheng Xiao stepped onto the stage, the crowd couldn't take it when they saw his outfit. The comments flooded the screen. I love it. Cheng Xiao's outfit is so stylish. I have to say, that red sheer fabric is absolutely brilliant, it looks incredibly alluring. With this outfit, Cheng Xiao definitely wins today. Whoever manages to win Cheng Xiao would be so lucky. Youthful looks combined with a generous heart. Don't even mention them. Even Luo Chen backstage, upon seeing Cheng Xiao's outfit, felt that Cheng Xiao had a unique charm at that moment. Soon, the large screen behind the stage also displayed information about the song. Song, Koi Copy. Lyrics and music, Luo Chen. Performed by Cheng Xiao. When this came out, everyone was stunned. It was actually written by Luo Chen. It seems like their relationship is better than I thought. Not another Dragon Kingdom style song, I hope. It's highly likely Luo Chen is known for writing Dragon Country style songs, isn't he? Seeing that the song was written by Luo Chen, I'm even more excited. Backstage Singers Lounge. Hu Yanbing saw this scene and couldn't help but say, Luo Chen, you're being a bit biased toward your girlfriend here. I asked you to write a song for me yesterday, and you said you were too busy, but now you've written one for Cheng Xiao. What? Luo Chen never expected Hu Yanbing to have the nerve to say that. Mr. Hu Yanbing, are you sure it's appropriate to say that? Besides, didn't I tell you to go talk to Lan Jie? Hu Yanbing paused for a moment before realizing that his relationship with Luo Chen wasn't as good as he thought. However, he wouldn't give up. He was determined to get another Dragon Country style song from Luo Chen to serve as the lead track for his album. Meanwhile, on stage, the music began to play. First, a more relaxed rhythm, followed by the addition of the arrow, which suddenly accelerates the tempo. Cheng Xiao's voice also came in at just the right moment. The sound of cicadas accompanies the wandering clouds, and memories begin to quietly gaze into the distance. The ancient well and dried-up pond, overgrown with weeds, scatter a faint trace of the past. Wow, I didn't expect Cheng Xiao's singing to be so beautiful. This is the first time I've seen Cheng Xiao sing alone, but it's already blown me away. This song sounds a bit different from the ones Luo Chen composed before. There are indeed some differences, but they're all very pleasant to listen to. I wonder how Luo Chen manages to create such music. The viewers in the live stream were completely stunned. The audience at the scene was even more excited. Cheers and shouts echoed throughout the venue. There was no doubt that Chang Zhao's performance today was a success. Director Jiang Yan is beaming with pride and visibly excited at this moment. Because just moments ago, the live stream's viewership had surpassed 30 million. This number has far exceeded last season's figures. The key point is that Luo Chen hasn't even entered the game yet. Jiang Yan's current state of mind is simply indescribable. A few minutes later, Chang Xiao returned to the backstage singers' lounge. He headed straight for Luo Chen. Finally, he stopped in front of Luo Chen and smiled, saying, "Luo Chen, big brother, how do you think I sang?" "Very good." Luo Chen pinched her smooth cheek and said. She didn't seem to care at all that there were two other singers present. Chang Xiao even took the opportunity to sit down next to Luo Chen. Hu Yanbing had already guessed the nature of their relationship and looked unfazed. Tian Fuzhen, however, had no prior knowledge of the relationship between Luo Chen and Chang Xiao and was somewhat surprised. However, she ultimately said nothing and kept it to herself. Soon, with Hua Xiao's announcement once again, Zhang Liangying took the stage. She is performing the song we promised. This song has also won numerous awards. Zhang Liangying's decision to release this song at this time also indirectly reveals her ambitions. She aims to secure a good ranking in today's competition. We promised never to let go of each other's hands, but reality says that love alone isn't enough. At the crossroads, you went left and I went right, both of us too stubborn to look back. When the chorus kicked in, that sense of sadness and helplessness spread to everyone. I don't know why, but it makes me want to cry. This song is way too sad. Zhang Liangying's singing is truly unmatched, though it does seem a bit excessive. Yeah, it feels like everyone gave it their all today. It's like a battle of the gods. The next one to appear is Luo Chen, right? I can't wait. By the time Zhang Jingying finished singing, there was a hint of sadness on her own face. It seemed as though she was reminiscing about some past memories. The audience's applause was also very intense. It was amidst this thunderous applause that Zhang Liangying stepped down from the stage into the singers' lounge. Tian Fuzhen couldn't help but ask curiously, "Mr. Hu Yanbing, what do you think Luo Chen will sing this time?" Hu Yanbing smiled and said, "It should still be one of his own compositions in the Dragon Country style. But the specifics are hard to say." Tian Fuzhen nodded in agreement, "That's right. Looking at his previous songs, although they are all in the Dragon Country style, his style remains diverse. That's why I truly admire Luo Chen. His creative ability is simply unimaginable." "I couldn't agree more." Chang Xiao, who was standing nearby, heard the two of them praising Luo Chen so highly and couldn't help but feel overjoyed inside. At the same time, the female assistant beside Jiang Yan exclaimed excitedly, "Director, the live stream's viewership has surpassed 36 million. It's still rising steadily." Jiang Yan heard this inside. Sure enough, Luo Chen is my lucky star. He hasn't even taken the stage yet, and he's already attracted so many spectators. On stage, host Hua Xiao returns to the stage. He spoke excitedly. Today, everyone really showed off their best skills, just like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displaying their unique abilities. We've all thoroughly enjoyed it. Now, who will be the next to take the stage? I'm sure everyone already knows the answer. Please shout out his name. Luo Chen. Luo Chen. As soon as Hua Xiao finished speaking, the roar from the crowd surged wave after wave toward the stage. The sheer scale and intensity of the scene left Hu Yanbing, who was backstage, speechless. And the others couldn't help but look on with envy. It must be said that Luo Chen's popularity is still unmatched. It was amidst the cheers of the crowd that Luo Chen, dressed in a sleek black suit, stepped onto the stage. At the same time, the large screen behind the stage displayed the song information. Song, Dongfeng Pa. Lyrics and music, Luo Chen. Damn it, I knew Luo Chen would sing his own original song. Luo Chen's originals are unbeatable. This song is definitely going to be amazing. I've been eagerly awaiting it, and now it's finally here. Luo Chen is amazing. No matter how you adapt it, I'll just sing my own song. Haven't you noticed how cool Luo Chen looks? Although Luo Chen looks very handsome in this outfit, I still want to see him without it. The person above is a pervert. The viewers in the live stream are going wild. And the audience on site were even more excited. Especially the female fans, who were so eager to rush onto the stage and get up close and personal with Luo Chen. At that moment, Luo Chen heard the system's voice in his mind. Mission assigned, obtain the title of champion of the peak singing competition. Reward, 1 golden treasure chest. Do you accept? This is definitely accepted. Immediately afterward, Luo Chen made a quiet gesture. Then he nodded toward the band behind him. The next moment, a gentle, soothing melody with a hint of sadness echoed in everyone's ears. The audience immediately realized that this might be a sad song. It was only a matter of seconds. Luo Chen's melancholy song began to play. A lamp of parting sorrow, lonely and standing by the window. I stand behind the door, pretending you haven't left yet. Returning to an old place feels like visiting again, but with the full moon, it's even lonelier. The candle burns brightly in the dead of night, unwilling to harshly judge me. After just a few lines of lyrics, everyone was suddenly stunned. The previously noisy crowd fell completely silent. This melancholic voice instantly transported the audience into the emotional world of the song. It's impossible to escape. It feels as though I've truly transformed into that solitary figure standing by the window, waiting alone, carried away by the melody. A life of wandering, drifting aimlessly across the world, is hard to swallow. After you left, the warm wine only brings memories and longing. Water flows eastward, how does time steal away? Flowers bloom only once to reach maturity, yet I have missed it. At this point, the scene changes again. Everyone seemed to see a solitary figure holding a wine flask, drifting aimlessly. Time slowly passed, and what was lost could never be regained. And what is missed is lost forever. You can't get back what's lost. Wow, this song is so vivid. The lyrics are so well written, it feels like everything is really happening right before your eyes. The lyrics are great, and Luo Chen sings them beautifully, especially when accompanied by the arrow. It's absolutely amazing. I can only say that Luo Chen truly lives up to his reputation. He's the best. To be honest, it gave me goosebumps. The screen was completely covered with a dense cloud of comments. The audience on site felt it even more deeply. Under the emotional rendering skills of Luo Chen, they were able to feel the emotions he was conveying through the song to the fullest extent. That sadness, loneliness, and melancholy. In the backstage lounge, Hu Yanbing stared at Luo Chen's figure on the screen. He exclaimed excitedly, "It's still the Dragon Country style, but it's even more Dragon Country style now." At first glance, this sentence seems a bit awkward. Or even like a grammatically incorrect sentence. However, Zhang Liangying and Tian Fuzhen understood the meaning of Hu Yanbing's words. Zhang Jingying sighed wryly, "In the field of Longwa Luo Chen is already unmatched." Tian Fuzhen agreed, "This song is top-notch in both lyrics and melody. Luo Chen truly is a musical genius." Chang Xiao, who was listening nearby, nodded in agreement. The gaze he cast upon Luo Chen was filled with obsession. Soon, on the stage, the crisp and bright sound of the pipa joined in, blending harmoniously with the smooth and gentle tones of the eru, complementing each other perfectly. Everyone's spirits were lifted. Everyone knew the chorus was coming. Sure enough, Luo Chen's voice also rose slightly. Who is playing the pipa, performing a song called East Wind Breaks? Time is peeling off the walls, revealing my childhood. I still remember that year when we were all so young. And now the piano plays softly, but you never heard my waiting. Who is playing the pipa, performing a melody of the east wind? Maple leaves color the story, and I see the ending clearly. Beyond the fence, I hold your hand as we walk along the ancient path. In those years of desolate smoke and overgrown grass, even parting was silent. I can feel the sorrowful, helpless, and beautiful melancholy in the song. Everyone was spellbound. At the same time, they marveled at Luo Chen's unparalleled creative talent. After hearing the chorus, I was completely blown away. This song is unbeatable, Luo Chen is unbeatable. No need to think twice, I'm definitely voting for Luo Chen. Hearing this song, I suddenly felt like Luo Chen is just bullying people. How are others supposed to compete with that? Is this what they call a dimension-lowering attack? Doghead for safety. Now I finally understand the program producer's predicament. With such a divine being, it feels like sending anyone else in their place would be a suicide mission. Though this might be a bit disrespectful to my goddess, I'll forgive you for Luo Chen's sake. Backstage, Jiang Yan suddenly activated his berserk mode, excitedly pounding his chest, excitedly shouting, "Luo Chen is amazing. This is my lucky star." At that moment, he felt a bright future ahead of him. His entire body was filled with strength. Even on the night of his wedding, he hadn't felt this motivated. 45 million in popularity points. All of this is his achievement. Compared to last season, it's not just a matter of surpassing it anymore. It's more than double. How could he not be excited? On stage, Luo Chen's performance was nearing its end. The audience at the venue was also holding their breath in anticipation. Everyone was waiting for the song to end, but also as if awaiting the king's coronation. Because they know that Luo Chen's song is sure to win the championship at today's Peak Music Festival. Finally, the singing stopped, and the melody came to an end. Hooray! The applause was thunderous. Cheers shook the heavens. At that moment, all the audience members were thrilled and excited to be there in person to hear this song. Although the viewers in the livestream felt a bit disappointed, they still cheered and clapped for Luo Chen in front of their screens. In the center of the stage, Luo Chen bowed to express his gratitude. "Thank you, everyone." Soon, Hua Xiao took the stage with a big smile on his face and said, "Thank you, Luo Chen, for your wonderful performance. Please take a short break. Today's performance has come to an end. For those who have not yet voted, please take out your phones and access the voting channel for the Voice of Dreams program livestream on the Longwa Blue app to vote for your favorite singer. Please act quickly, the voting channel will close in 1 minute." Once Luo Chen returns to the backstage lounge, He saw that all the singers were sitting upright, looking a bit nervous. Luo Chen was confident that this song wouldn't get too few votes. But whether he could secure the highest number of votes and win the championship, he couldn't guarantee. After all, whether it's Hu Yanbing, Zhang Jingying, or Tian Fuzhen, their popularity and strength are all quite formidable. Even Chang Xiao, who was previously somewhat lacking in vocal skills, after performing the song The Legend of the Golden Carp written for him by Luo Chen, also received unanimous praise from the audience. So the outcome is still undecided. And the audience is also torn at this moment. Due to the program's rules, each account could only vote for one singer. So many people are unsure of whom to cast their vote for. Listening to the songs is pretty enjoyable, but now voting is giving me a headache. Damn, I have decision paralysis. Everyone above me, listen to me. If you don't know who to vote for, just vote for Luo Chen. Forget it, I'm just going to vote for Luo Chen. Then I'll vote for Chang Xiao after all. After all, she has a youthful appearance. I'll vote for Zhang Liangying, I really like her song. A minute goes by in the blink of an eye. The voting channel has closed. The voting results will be displayed on the phone held by Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao, as usual, read out the sponsor's advertisement again. He took a deep breath and said loudly, "The voting results are now in my hands. Next, I will announce the rankings. First is 5th place, with 4.2 million votes. Who could this teacher be?" Hua Xiao kept us in suspense. This left several singers in the backstage lounge feeling like they wanted to beat him up. Especially Hu Yanbing, because he felt his vote count might be low. The ranking is likely to be last. But there's still a tiny bit of hope. Fortunately, Hua Xiao quickly revealed the answer. Congratulations to Mr. Hu Yanbing. Phew. Upon hearing it was Hu Yanbing, Zhang Jingying, and the others all sighed in relief. At least it wouldn't be the last one. Only Hu Yanbing looked a bit downcast. Even though he had expected it, the result was still hard to take. Luo Chen could only pat him on the shoulder to comfort him. The viewers in the live stream didn't react much to this outcome. It seems that aside from Hu Yanbing's fans, others weren't particularly impressed by the song he sang earlier. At this moment, everyone is eagerly awaiting the announcement of the 4th place finisher. The singers backstage are thinking the same thing. Only Hua Xiao, with a slight smile on his lips. He smiled and said, "I now announce the winner of the 1st place in this peak singing competition is." At this point, Hua Xiao paused again. But this time it had little effect. Everyone watched him perform with an air of anticipation. I'm curious to see how Hua Xiao will handle this. The 1st place is definitely going to Luo Chen. Exactly. If it weren't for Luo Chen, I'd do a live stream of myself washing my hair while standing on my head. Hua Xiao seems to be trying to imitate the director of that singing show, but he hasn't captured the essence of it. After all, he's still young, and he hasn't quite mastered the art yet. Don't even mention the netizens, they're not in a hurry either. The singer is sitting pretty. They simply turned their attention to Luo Chen. Clearly, their thoughts were the same as those of the majority of netizens. Today's top vote getter is Luo Chen. Seeing everyone looking at him, Luo Chen smiled and said, "The results aren't out yet, so anyone here could be the winner." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a faint voice echoed, "It's impossible." Luo Chen turned his head and looked at Hu Yanbing, who was looking dejected, and remained silent for a long time. The others couldn't help but burst into laughter. On stage, Hua Xiao seemed to have realized the problem as well. He shouted loudly, "The winner is Luo Chen." He received an astonishing 21 million votes. 21 million. When this figure was announced, everyone was shocked. Despite knowing that Luo Chen was certain to be the champion, the vote margin is just too huge. Luo Chen couldn't believe it himself. Hu Yanbing fell silent. Zhang Liangying sighed. Tian Fuzhen opened her mouth but didn't say a word. Only Chang Xiao, her little face brimming with excitement and admiration. Shortly after, Hua Xiao also quickly announced the rankings of the other 3 singers. 2nd place, Zhang Jingying, 5.1 million votes. 3rd place, Chang Xiao, 4.8 million votes. 4th place, Tian Fuzhen, 4.5 million votes. The final rankings were announced. It also proved a fact. That is, Luo Chen is simply crushing them. The live stream is flooded with comments. It feels like an adult has invaded a children's world, and all the children combined aren't a match for this adult. This metaphor is spot on. It's just too tragic. They're not even in the same league. Zhang Jingying and her group are really suffering. This didn't happen even in the peak episode of last season. Luo Chen is way too strong. Total dominance. Zhang Liangying suddenly felt that being second wasn't so great after all. Regardless of what the singers think. Some netizens just love this kind of one-sided showdown. Soon, Luo Chen created another masterpiece, East Windbreak. Luo Chen's unmatched talent. Luo Chen is the real deal. 3 topics consecutively made it into the top 10 of Weibo's trending topics. At this moment, countless people online are cheering for Luo Chen. And how many are feeling disappointed for not being able to secure tickets to the event? Chapter 66, Late at night, Zhang Liangying wants to come in for a visit? After the Peak Music Festival ended, Luo Chen had just returned to his hotel room. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Task completed, congratulations, host, you have obtained one golden treasure chest. Do you wish to open it? Enable. Golden treasure chest unlocked. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the mysterious sound. Congratulations to the host for obtaining master-level camera presence. Note, the mysterious voice allows the host to freely change their voice and tone, regardless of gender. The next moment, a mysterious force descended upon Luo Chen as usual. Luo Chen felt a change in his throat. But he wasn't sure exactly what it was. However, since the system says you can freely change your voice, regardless of gender, I guess it doesn't matter. Luo Chen casually spoke a few words. He started with his natural voice, then switched to a deeper tone, followed by other types of intonation, and finally transformed directly into a female voice. The result was that I could actually control it completely and it sounded completely natural. At this moment, just listening to the sound, it was impossible to tell whether Luo Chen was male or female. Actually, it's kind of fun. Luo Chen was having a great time. Dawn. The sound of knocking suddenly rang out. Feeling puzzled, but she still went to open the door. To his surprise, it was Zhang Liangying. Jingying, it's so late. Is there something you need from me? Since they were in the room, Luo Chen was dressed rather casually. He was wearing a white t-shirt on top and a pair of shorts. A handsome face, a tall, straight posture, and a hint of defined abs. Upon seeing this scene, Zhang Liangying was immediately struck by a brilliant idea. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly, what a great figure. Then he thought about the reason he had come here today. Zhang Jingying bit her red lips and adopted a pouting expression. Aren't you going to invite me in for a sit-down? Come in and sit down? You're probably planning to stay all night, aren't you? Luo Chen looked at Zhang Liangying, who was wearing a black dress and light makeup, and thought to himself. It's already 10 o'clock at night, isn't it? If you really let him in, wouldn't that be like inviting a wolf into your home? After thinking it over, Luo Chen shook his head decisively. Sister Liangying, if you have something to say, just say it here. It's late at night, and if your husband misunderstands, it wouldn't be good. Ha! The confident Zhang Liangying was already ready to go in. In her mind, being rejected in the private room last time was just a fluke. Plus, Cheng Xiao and Hu Yanbing were both there. She had gone out of her way to dress up today. With her confidence and charm, Luo Chen simply couldn't resist her. But he never expected to be rejected after all. Could it be because I'm married? Zhang Liangying recalled Luo Chen's words from earlier. She thought to herself, he's still young after all. I had no idea that sometimes, mature women are more alluring. So, Zhang Jingying leaned half against the door, her body slightly leaning forward. She said softly, didn't your teacher tell you not to refuse things so quickly? You won't know how wonderful it is until you try it. As she spoke, she gave Luo Chen a flirtatious glance. That expression was far from that of a glamorous superstar on stage. It was simply that Luo Chen was left speechless. Tonight, Zhang Liangying had given him a lesson. The entertainment industry is indeed a deep pool. However, Luo Chen stated that it's best to stay out of such murky waters. It's too deep, we can't control it. It's easy to mess up. I still consider myself a principled person. But when faced with such a tempting offer, Luo Chen still shook his head and refused. Once again, he was rejected. Zhang Liangying was stunned. The reason she had lowered herself so much and was willing to do anything to get Luo Chen is because she believes Luo Chen is not only exceptionally talented in his creative work, he also has a great physique and is very handsome. If only he could win over Luo Chen. Have Luo Chen write a song for her, and her career in the music industry would definitely become smoother and more successful. But unexpectedly, under her charm, Luo Chen remained completely unfazed. He didn't even let me in the door. It's because this is the hotel arranged by the production team of The Voice of Dreams, and the security is quite tight. Otherwise, if her behavior today were to get out, it would certainly cause a huge stir. At this point, Luo Chen had no intention of continuing to argue with her. Wouldn't it be better to sleep instead? So Luo Chen said helplessly. Sister Liangying, it's getting late. You should go back and rest early. After saying that, she prepared to close the door. Zhang Liangying saw Luo Chen's actions. She immediately reached out to grab the door and made a move to rush into the room. In her mind, as long as she got inside, then she would definitely be able to take down Luo Chen tonight. But while the plan is sound, reality is harsh. Just as her body was about to enter, a delicate hand reached out from behind and pulled her back, pulling her out. Zhang Liangying turned around and saw that the hand belonged to Cheng Xiao. At that moment, Cheng Xiao's charming face was filled with anger. Zhang Jingying, you're a married man, can't you have some decency? It's so late, and you're still trying to seduce my older brother Luo Chen. You're shameless and have no shame. Cheng Xiao probably doesn't curse much in everyday life, he just repeated the same two phrases over and over. Although he was caught, Zhang Jingying managed to rise to this position. She still had her own methods. Caught red-handed by Chang Xiao, she didn't even show the slightest hint of embarrassment. Instead, he glared defiantly at Chang Xiao. The little girl watching couldn't take it anymore. Finally, Luo Chen walked out and said with a smile, "Sister Liangying, you should go back quickly. Otherwise, it won't be good if word gets out." After saying that, she took Cheng Zhao's hand and walked inside. Zhang Liangying stared at the closed door. Her gaze grew sharp as she muttered, "Luo Chen, just wait. I won't believe I can't take you down." Inside the room, Luo Chen gently stroked Cheng Zhao's head and whispered, "Why did you come so late?" Cheng Xiao rolled her eyes. "If I hadn't come, you would have let that married man have his way with you." Hearing this, Luo Chen laughed. "You don't believe in my resolve?" Cheng Xiao shook her head and then nodded. "She's quite cute. But look at Cheng Zhao's cool outfit," Luo Chen said with a half smile. "Are you sure you didn't come here today for any other reason?" "Ha!" Cheng Xiao didn't react for a moment. But when he noticed Luo Chen's gaze, he blushed instantly. She lowered her head, unable to meet Luo Chen's gaze. In this state, if Luo Chen didn't already know the purpose of Cheng Zhao's visit today, these past 20 years would truly have been wasted. No words for the night. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Luo Chen was awakened by the sound of knocking on the door. He put on his clothes, opened the door, and was surprised to see Fong Lan. "Sister Lan, what brings you here so early?" Fong Lan turned her head to glance at the room before speaking. "You've heard of the show The Masked Singer, right?" Luo Chen nodded. He actually knew a little about this. It was a group of singers wearing masks and competing in a singing contest. The losers have to reveal their faces, and the winners can choose whether to reveal theirs or not. At the same time, the audience can guess who they are. The program still has a certain appeal. Fong Lan saw Luo Chen nod and continued. "Last night, the director of the Masked Singer program called me and said they wanted to invite you to participate in the show. It was too late last night, so I didn't tell you. Now I'd like to ask if you're interested in this opportunity. Participate in the Masked Singer?" Luo Chen suddenly thought of how versatile his voice had become. If he really participated, it would be quite fun. At least he was confident that the audience wouldn't be able to guess his identity. Besides, he can't participate in The Voice of Dreams now anyway. Thinking about it this way, it still seems feasible. So he nodded. Fong Lan had already prepared herself for Luo Chen's refusal. But to her surprise, Luo Chen actually agreed. "It took me a moment to process it." He said, "Then I'll reply to the director over there and say you agreed." After saying that, Fong Lan turned and walked away. Luo Chen was also about to close the door. Just as his hand touched the doorknob, he saw Fong Lan walking back. Luo Chen looked at her in confusion. Just then, Fong Lan said helplessly, "You two are still young. There are some things you should be careful about." Those words made Luo Chen feel a bit embarrassed. Cheng Zhao's face flushed red in an instant. He wrapped himself tightly in the blanket. "I didn't dare show my face to anyone." At the same time, the director of The Masked Singer, Su Xiang, was glued to his phone early in the morning, waiting for news. This is mainly because, although the show initially attracted a large audience with its masked concept, it has since faced challenges in maintaining its viewership. However, there are now too many music-themed variety shows. The competitiveness of The Masked Singer is still lacking. The ratings for the past few episodes have been low. Therefore, when Su Xiang learned that Luo Chen would not be participating in The Voice of Dreams in the future, he urgently wanted to invite Luo Chen to join their program. Because he knew how incredibly popular Luo Chen was at the moment. Moreover, given Luo Chen's abilities, if he hadn't revealed his identity, he could have left a good impression on stage. If he had revealed his identity, it would have caused an even bigger sensation. So it's definitely worth it. Finally, a few minutes later, Fong Lan's phone rang. Su Xiang hurriedly answered it. After some polite small talk, Su Xiang couldn't help but ask, "I wonder if Mr. Luo Chen has agreed to join our program?" He agreed. Fong Lan's words sounded like music to Su Xiang's ears. And the breath he had been holding finally escaped. Chapter 67, Singer of the Year? The staff at the rehearsal were moved to tears. After receiving confirmation from Fong Lan, Su Xiang immediately posted a message on the official Weibo account of The Masked Singer. This episode of The Masked Singer will feature an exceptionally talented challenger. He is one of the most popular singers of the year. Can you guess who he is? As soon as the news broke, fans of The Masked Singer were thrilled. Wow, is The Masked Singer really pulling out all the stops? Judging by this, the budget for The Masked Singer must be way bigger than that of The Voice of Dreams. The Voice of Dreams feels a bit offended. It can't be Luo Chen, can it? Probably not. Luo Chen just finished the Peak Music Festival. Didn't he say he's planning to hold a concert soon? Could it be Shui Qian? His popularity has been pretty high in recent years. Whoever he is, I'm definitely watching this episode. I just hope the singer can stick around for a few more episodes and not get guessed right away. Netizens are buzzing with discussions. And many singers who follow the show are also asking each other about it. Magic City. In a villa. Shui Qian stared at the messages on his phone, each one asking if it was really him. He didn't know whether to feel happy or helpless. I am delighted to be recognized by everyone as the most popular singer of the year. But it's unfortunate that it's not really me. All these messages keep coming in. And even when I deny it, no one believes me. I really wasn't pretending. Why won't you believe me? Shui Qian shouted in his heart. And the one responsible for this whole mess was Luo Chen. At that moment, Cheng Xiao and the others returned to the company. Looking at the various speculations online, Cheng Xiao made an encouraging gesture and said in a soft voice, Luo Chen, you must keep your identity hidden this time. Don't let them figure it out. After a pause, Cheng Xiao seemed to think that given Luo Chen's current popularity, it might be a bit challenging. So he said again, Brother Luo Chen, you can't be recognized in the first episode, at least. That wouldn't be any fun. Luo Chen looked at Cheng Xiao's adorable expression, ruffled his hair, and smiled as he said, don't worry, I won't let them figure it out. Cheng Xiao didn't know what method Luo Chen had to prevent them from noticing. He still nodded seriously. She had always believed in Luo Chen. The program, The Masked Singer, is broadcast live. It airs live every Friday at 8 p.m. As the time draws nearer, the audience's enthusiasm is also growing more and more intense. On Friday morning, Luo Chen arrived at the Magic City Sports Arena, the recording site of The Masked Singer. To prevent others from discovering his identity, Luo Chen came alone this time. As soon as he got off the car, he put on the Qinglong mask he had prepared. The female assistant who greeted him saw this scene. Couldn't help but smile wryly and said, Mr. Qinglong, there's only our program crew here. You won't encounter any other singers. So you really don't need to put on the mask just yet. In response to his words, Luo Chen shook his head. The principle is clear. But what if? Besides, the staff isn't reliable either. Anyway, Luo Chen had made up his mind except for the director of The Masked Singer. He wasn't going to let anyone else know his identity. Seeing this, the female assistant Liang Yun didn't say anything else. Instead, she led Luo Chen to the backstage lounge. Due to the special nature of the program's rules, each singer has their own private dressing room. This is also to prevent singers from recognizing each other while chatting. After sitting for a while, Liang Yun smiled and said, Mr. Qinglong, you can go to the rehearsal now. After saying that, Liang Yun led the way, with Luo Chen following closely behind. On the way, Luo Chen smiled and asked, if I rehearse now, the other singers shouldn't see me, right? Of course, our production team has strict confidentiality measures in place. Before the show airs, everything you do is kept separate, and the other singers won't know about it. Liang Yun explained. However, deep down, he felt an overwhelming curiosity toward the Azure Dragon. She had also worked as an assistant for many singers. But someone with such a strong sense of confidentiality is truly one of a kind. So, while Luo Chen was rehearsing, Liang Yun sneaked over to director Su Xiang, curiously asking, Director, can I ask who the singer Qinglong is? Qinglong? Isn't that the one you greeted? Su Xiang said without turning his head. I was the one who received him, but I didn't see his face either. Liang Yun said with a look of grievance. Generally speaking, the program assistants should know the singer's information. However, Liang Yun didn't expect Luo Chen to be so secretive. He didn't give her a chance to figure it out, except for asking about some program-related matters. Otherwise, they barely even spoke to her. Su Xiang heard this and knew that Luo Chen definitely didn't want to reveal his identity. Su Xiang knew immediately that Luo Chen didn't want to reveal his true identity. Since Luo Chen didn't want to, Su Xiang didn't plan to mention it either. After all, it was no easy task to invite Luo Chen here. She was counting on Luo Chen to bring him some popularity. Seeing Su Xiang, she didn't want to tell herself, so Liang Yun could only return to the rehearsal site with a mind full of questions. Upon returning, she realized that the atmosphere on set was off. The band staff had red eyes, as if they had been crying. Liang Yun found a crew member he was somewhat familiar with and asked, What's going on here? The staff rubbed their eyes and said, That's so beautiful. That's so beautiful? So you cried? Liang Yun was a bit confused. However, upon seeing Luo Chen already heading toward the restroom, she could only set aside her doubts and follow him. The other singers had also mostly finished their rehearsals. They all returned to their respective dressing rooms to wait for the program recording to begin. At the same time, they couldn't help but speculate about the identities of the other singers. Of course, what everyone was most looking forward to was the program's announcement of one of the most popular singers of the year. Although they added the word one of. But it also demonstrates his capabilities. This has made the other singers participating in the Masked Singer competition curious about who this person really is. By the end, they even started asking their assistants about this person's identity. However, at this point, only director Su Xiang knew Luo Chen's true identity. Therefore, their efforts are doomed to fail. Time passed as everyone waited with anticipation. slowly approaching 8 o'clock in the evening. The live broadcast of the Masked Singer program began promptly. Chapter 68, a single opera aria astonishes the world. Many people had been eagerly awaiting the broadcast of the Masked Singer. Now everyone has flooded into the live stream. Finally, it's here. I'd been waiting all day. Nothing else, just waiting for the most popular singer of the year. We're all on the same page. I'm waiting for him too, ready to use my keen eyes to expose his true identity. Come on, there are only a few singers with such high popularity. It's as if no one could possibly guess. That makes sense. I feel like I could recognize them in the first episode. Netizens are speculating. Meanwhile, Su Xiang in the background has been closely monitoring the livestream's popularity metrics. Upon seeing that the livestream had already reached 1 million viewers upon going live, Su Xiang couldn't believe his eyes. Because according to the recordings from the previous episodes, the maximum was around 8 million. Now it's already this high. Which made Su Xiang can't help but exclaim, inviting Luo Chen over this time was definitely the right decision. The Masked Singer began his performance. Many singers are also curious. Xueqian's phone has once again been flooded with messages. Finally, just as Xueqian was about to break down, the host of The Masked Singer, Li Hao, took the stage. After a commercial break, the program officially began. The first performer was a vagabond who sang a love song. The performance received unanimous praise from the masked guessing panel and a large number of online viewers. People have also begun to speculate about his identity. Following that, White Prism, Wild Grass, Thousand-Faced Beauty, and the Alpaca all completed their performances. Soon, it was 9:40 in the evening. A figure wearing a blue dragon mask walked onto the stage. At this, Su Xiang shouted excitedly, 18 million. The staff around him were also thrilled. The program was well done, and they all received red envelopes as rewards. So at that moment, everyone's attention was focused on the Qinglong on stage. Wow, never mind anything else, that mask is really cool. It's definitely cool, but the build doesn't really look like Xueqian. Ha, Xueqian has finally been cleared of suspicion. Xueqian, I thank you all. Could it really be Lin Junjie? To be honest, it doesn't look like him. Everyone was still discussing it. Xueqian went straight to his WeChat friends group and sent a message. I told you it wasn't me. Now you believe me, right? After posting it, Xueqian was just like the rest of the netizens. Started watching the program. On the large screen behind the stage, the song that Mr. Qinglong was about to perform was displayed. The Red Dancer. Lyrics and music, Qinglong. Performed by Qinglong. Seeing this scene, many people were surprised. Wow, he's actually singing his own original song. There don't seem to be many popular original singers. Yeah, there are only a few of them, and after you take out Xueqian, there are even fewer. Could it really be Luo Chen? Stop joking around. Luo Chen has only appeared on one variety show, The Voice of China, and turned down all others. But to be honest, the song title is a bit odd. It is indeed a bit unusual. The viewers in the live stream were still speculating about Qinglong's identity. However, when they saw the song title, they found it a bit odd. Soon, when the music started playing, the comments gradually began to decrease. The play reaches a turning point, and the water sleeves rise and fall. Singing of joy and sorrow, singing of parting and reunion. Singing of joy and sorrow, of parting and reunion, none of it concerns me. The fan opens and closes, the drums beat and fall silent. The emotions of the play are real, but the people outside the play, who can say? In just a few lines, the image of an actor is brought to life. Some opera performers sing about the vicissitudes of life on stage, bringing many classic stories to life through their performances. However, there are few people in the audience to appreciate their performances. But as soon as the drums began to beat and the makeup was applied, they had to fully immerse themselves in their roles. Singing about his joys and sorrows, they instead keep their own emotions hidden within. No one to confide in. Only leaving the best performance on stage. The audience finally understood why the song was named Qiling. As expected of a popular singer, his songwriting ability and vocal power are simply incredible. Yeah, just a few lines and I'm already completely immersed in the music. And with the addition of the eru, a sorrowful and heart-wrenching sound filled the air. One after another, they couldn't help but shiver. They skillfully blend joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness into their makeup. What does it matter if the words are worn out and the bones are reduced to ashes? In this chaotic world, how can I bear to watch the flames of war consume the land? Though lowly, I dare not forget my duty to the nation. Though lowly, I dare not forget my duty to the nation. Even if no one knows me. The last sentence was spoken by Luo Chen, whose tone suddenly rose a notch. He released his emotions even more completely. Suddenly, a bone-chilling sense of sorrow and despair seemed to be conveyed through the song, penetrating everyone's minds. At that moment, they finally understood why everyone felt such a sense of sadness when listening to this song. Because the actor in the song isn't the heartless person everyone usually talks about. They have feelings. But once they step onto the stage, their emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness can no longer be their own. Instead, they become the characters they portray. But actors are lowly, and they never forget their duty to their country, even if their stories remain unknown. At this moment, no one knows what story the lyrics describe. However, they were all moved by the emotions conveyed through the song. The lyrics are so well written, especially the line, "Though lowly, I dare not forget my country's worries." It's absolutely brilliant. Listening to it, I suddenly feel like crying, but I can't bring myself to cry. On the other side, the masked guessing team. Dai Jiangwei, known for his funny jokes, quietly wiped away tears from the corner of his eyes. This stage isn't sealed properly. Sand is getting everywhere. Chen Jiahua, standing nearby, reached out and patted Jiang Wei on the shoulder, joking out. "Stop joking around. This is just a minor incident on stage." Everyone's attention remained fixed on the figure on stage wearing the blue dragon mask. Suddenly, a theatrical voice echoed in everyone's ears. People walk by below the stage, and the old colors are no longer visible. On stage, people sing heartbreaking songs of farewell. The word love is hard to put into words, so she sings with her blood. The curtain rises, the curtain falls. Who is the guest? A single line of opera sends shivers down the spines of the audience. No one had ever imagined that a song could be sung in such a way. Except for that flower girl singing style in Luo Chen's previous song, Hu Haiquan. There has never been a song like this in the Longhua music market before. Everyone was stunned. The on-site effect was even more explosive. Several members of the masked guessing team are looking at each other. Neither of us could utter a single word. Even the usually quick-witted Jiang Wei was stunned, staring at the azure dragon on stage. Their minds were blank. And at that moment, it was as if they were watching an actor performing on stage. He was singing someone else's story on stage. And the people below came and went in waves. Only he remained unchanged. At this point, the accompaniment gradually grows louder. A kunku opera melody resounds once more. Deep affection and sincere regret. Looking back, it's all an illusion. Who is that person across from me? That tingling sensation on the scalp returns once more. The mind was once again shaken to its core. Everyone was utterly captivated by this unique performance style. Wow, this opera singing is amazing. It sounds so beautiful. I just managed to hold back the tears, but now I really can't hold them back anymore. I'm truly bowing down in admiration. You're simply unbeatable. I never liked it when my grandfather sang opera before, but today I'm truly impressed. I can hear several different opera styles in this song. Now I really want to know who this person is. None of the popular singers seem to fit the bill. The audience is guessing, and the masked guessing team is guessing too. But after all the guessing, the few names that come up don't match the figure of the green dragon on stage. Everyone felt it didn't match. Meanwhile, on stage, Luo Chen's singing continued as before. As the play reached its climax, the water sleeves rose and fell. Singing of joy and sorrow, of parting and reunion, none of it concerns me. When this song was heard, the live stream's comments suddenly became sparse. Everyone listened quietly to the singing. Several members of the masked guessing team sat up straight, as if they couldn't show their respect for the stage and the song in any other way. People walk by below the stage, leaving no trace of the past. On stage, people sing heartbreaking songs of farewell. After another chorus, everyone thought the song was over. Some audience members had already placed their fingers on the screen, ready to share their thoughts on the song as soon as possible. However, the melody suddenly rose again. Immediately after that, the theatrical voice reappeared. "You finish your song, and I take the stage. Do not mock the play of wind and moon, nor laugh at the folly of men. I once asked about the seasons, and once sang of rise and fall with vigor. The way is said to be indifferent, yet it is said to be compassionate. How can one fathom it? How can I comprehend? The way is heartless, the way is compassionate. How can one fathom it?" The singing stops, the accompaniment stops. But the audience's fingers remained pressed against the screen. They dared not move, fearing that Luo Chen might say something else. Until the masked guessing team and the audience erupted into thunderous applause. Everyone finally realized that the song had come to an end. But this time, the first thing they did wasn't to post comments. Instead, they applauded the figure on stage wearing a blue dragon mask. They each left their mark in the live stream. A single song captures the joys and sorrows of an actor's life. It's truly amazing. I was completely blown away by the theatrical vocals. Is this what they call a national treasure? My grandfather used to listen to Peking opera all the time, and I used to think he was old-fashioned. But now I've decided to listen with him. As soon as the opera vocals started, I started crying. My wife didn't understand, but now she's crying even harder than I am. The lyrics are amazing. They're not something an ordinary person could write. I'm truly impressed. Under this opera-style song, no one can stay calm. Nor can they stay calm. Although the song had ended, those few lines of opera continued to echo in their minds. Meanwhile, on stage, Luo Chen bowed in gratitude. According to the usual procedure for previous episodes, this would be the time when the members of the masked guessing team would start asking questions and trying to guess the identity of the blue dragon. But at this very moment, both the usually lively Zhang Wei and Chen Jiahua fell into an unexpected silence. No matter how hard they tried to figure it out, they simply couldn't come up with who this Qinglong could possibly be. We don't even know where to start asking questions. In the end, Wu Qixuan, who was known as the elder statesman of the music industry, had no choice but to give in. He asked a question, "Are you Shueqian?" As soon as the question was asked, the others all glared at him. That's such a stupid question. Everyone can see that Qinglong could never be Shueqian. Dai Jiangwei even said directly, "That question doesn't count. Can I ask how old you are now?" "Not yet 30. Luo Chen said with a smile. Of course, the voice had been specially processed. Not yet 30? Upon hearing this response, everyone fell into deep thought, as it was completely different from what they had expected. Originally, according to their plan, since they could incorporate this type of singing style into the song, it should be performed by an older singer. But Qinglong is not yet 30. So it really is hard to guess. Chen Jiahua took the opportunity to ask a question that left everyone both laughing and embarrassed. "Are you male or female?" "That's obvious, it's definitely a guy," Zhang Weili immediately said. Chen Jiahua was just as stubborn and countered, but those lines were all sung in a female voice. Maybe she's a girl who deliberately used a male voice for the main part of the song. After saying that, Chen Jiahua fixed his gaze on Luo Chen, eagerly awaiting his response. Luo Chen smiled faintly. "Guess?" This sentence was spoken in a female voice. Although the voice would be processed before being transmitted, but it is still possible to distinguish between male and female voices. This sentence was spoken by a female voice. Everyone was shocked. Chen Jiahua even put on a smug expression, looking at Luo Chen, who was dressed in men's clothing but speaking in a woman's voice. The masked guessing group was at a loss. The live stream viewers were also left speechless. No way, don't tell me this person is actually a woman? To be honest, I've watched the show for several episodes now, and in the past, we've always guessed the participants' identities. I never thought we'd have to guess their gender now. To be honest, whether it's a male or female voice, they all sound so real that I can't tell the difference at all. To be honest, I finally believe this person isn't Shueqian. You don't know that this person isn't Shueqian, do you? Shueqian, I feel offended. Meanwhile, backstage, Su Xiang was also confused by Luo Chen's actions on stage. Others didn't know Qinglong's identity, but he did. And it was precisely because he knew that, when he heard that pure female voice, Su Xiangren was completely dumbfounded. In his impression, Luo Chen was a musical genius whose Dragon Kingdom-style songs were deeply loved by everyone. However, when the opera-style vocals came out in today's song, Su Xiang realized that everyone's previous impressions of Luo Chen had been misguided. At that moment, he began to doubt whether it was his sincerity that had convinced Luo Chen to participate in the program, but rather that Luo Chen was using the program as a platform to promote his own operatic-style songs. Of course, these are all just his speculations. These speculations are insignificant in light of the show's ratings, because the live stream's viewership has already surpassed 35 million. This is already the total combined viewership from the previous episodes. And this, all because of that figure on stage wearing the Qinglong costume. At that moment, the masked guessing team was suffering greatly at his hands. Chapter 69, the total number of votes doesn't even match his alone? After asking several more questions, the members of the masked guessing team were still completely clueless about the identity of the Qinglong on stage. They have no idea. If we're talking about the previous episodes, they asked the singers questions to help them better identify the singers' identities. So today, after asking Qinglong these questions, it was like they had shot themselves in the foot. Before Chen Jiahua asked about gender, everyone had assumed that Qinglong was a man. But now everyone is confused. It's really because Luo Chen used a male voice when answering questions. Then he switched to a female voice. It left them confused and disoriented. The singers in the backstage lounge, they also looked completely bewildered at this moment. Originally, Luo Chen's song Qiling had already left everyone speechless. The lyrics were simply too well written. The theatrical delivery is the icing on the cake. And after the song ended, everyone thought it was a seasoned performer. But Qinglong said he was not yet 30. Everyone assumed he was a man. But Qinglong suddenly spoke in a female voice. We've recorded several episodes of the program, and we've never encountered anything so bizarre. Nevertheless, the program must continue as planned. After all, according to the program's rules, each episode features 6 masked contestants who are voted on by 500 audience members. The top 4 contestants based on the vote count advance directly to the next episode. The 5th place is pending. If they remain in the bottom 2 in the next round, they will be eliminated. As for 6th place, they are eliminated directly and must reveal their identity by taking off their mask. Therefore, after the masked guessing team was unable to obtain any useful information, They could only watch helplessly as Luo Chen walked off the stage and headed toward the backstage lounge. At the same time, host Li Hao took the stage. After reciting the usual advertisement for the main sponsor, Li Hao smiled and said, "To be honest, I've hosted so many episodes, but this one is by far the most exciting. This excellence has two aspects. First, all 6 singers performed exceptionally well. On the other hand, it was fascinating to see the members of the masked guessing team completely stumped about the identity of the Blue Dragon. Seeing them struggle makes me happy." At this point, Li Hao paused for a moment. The 500 audience members in the audience were laughing heartily. Meanwhile, the director skillfully switched the camera to close-ups of the members of the masked guessing team. When everyone saw their somber expressions, the viewers in the live stream also laughed. This director sure knows how to handle things. The director will have to give him a bonus tonight. Ha, seeing Zhang Wei's uncomfortable expression makes me feel so good. Isn't it because you saw Wu Qixuan's ugly expression? Every time he pretends to be the big shot of the music industry, it just annoys me. The person above is wrong. When it comes to being annoying, Tao Jingying is the worst. Exactly. Every time I see Tao Jingying, I feel like throwing up. If she weren't on the show Masked Singer, I bet the viewership would be much higher than it is now. The person above hit the nail on the head. If Luo Chen sees this comment, he'll probably say, "It seems that even though the world has changed, his dislike for Tao Jingying remains the same. We're all the same, aren't we?" And on stage, the atmosphere at the venue was also similar. Sun Hao continued, "You're all mature public reviewers, so I'm sure you all know what we're going to do next. That's right, it's time to vote. You have 1 minute to cast your vote for your favorite singer." A minute goes by quickly. And after the back end completed its statistics, the staff handed a card to Sun Hao. Looking at the contents of the card, Sun Hao's expression was slightly taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure. But it was still caught on camera. Damn, Sun Hao's expression looks off. Could it be that the public voting results are unusual? It's hard to say, but something is definitely wrong. Many viewers have seen the program before. If there were no issues, Sun Hao would definitely not have made such an expression. Meanwhile, the singer was waiting backstage for the results. Each one is very nervous. It's really because this episode introduced such a formidable opponent as Qinglong. Even singers who have always been confident in their abilities. At this point, no one dares to guarantee that they won't be eliminated. If you were to ask who was the most relaxed at this moment, there's no doubt about it, it's Luo Chen. At that moment, he was lying half reclined on the sofa. He seemed unconcerned about the outcome. This attitude doesn't seem like someone who came to participate in a competition. It looks more like you're here on vacation. Liang Yun, who was standing next to him, didn't know what to say either. She had also worked as an assistant for many singers. But the only one who truly has such a leisurely lifestyle is Luo Chen. But after listening to Luo Chen's song, she couldn't help but admit that Luo Chen truly had the talent to back it up. At the same time, Sun Hao finally got the microphone to his lips. He smiled and said, "Alright, the results of the vote are now on this card in my hand. I know everyone is very interested in who came in first, so to satisfy everyone, I will now announce the singer who received the most votes. Congratulations to Qinglong, who secured first place with 251 votes. As soon as the words were spoken, the scene did not erupt into applause as everyone had imagined. Instead, there was a sense of confusion. It's really because the 251 votes are a bit intimidating. No way, one person actually got more than half the votes. Doesn't that mean that the combined votes of the remaining 5 singers aren't even as high as Qinglong's alone? That's simply unbelievable. Although I had expected Qinglong to win first place, but this vote count is a bit too overwhelming. It's hard to believe that after so many episodes of The Masked Singer, something like this has never happened before. If I recall correctly, the highest number of votes in the past was only 174. But now, Qinglong has come and broken the show's record right away. This isn't just about breaking a record, it's about ushering in a new era. I believe that after him, it'll be extremely difficult for anyone else to break this record. About half a minute later, finally, someone began to clap. Soon, 1, 2, 3, and then thunderous applause erupted once again. The members of the masked guessing team also stood up to show their respect for the song. In the backstage lounge, Luo Chen heard the result and was also relieved. At least it proved that the people of Longwa still had an interest in opera. Meanwhile, Liang Yin beside him was so excited that he was jumping up and down. She was Luo Chen's assistant, and since Luo Chen had won first place, she felt honored by his achievement. Not to mention, Luo Chen secured first place with a strong 251 votes. As the saying goes, while some rejoice, others grieve. 251 votes. As soon as the results were announced, the other singers felt really bad. There were only 500 audience members in total at the venue. Each person had only 1 vote. This means that the total number of votes is 500. However, Luo Chen alone received more than half of the votes at the event, despite having only one vote. But this also means that the combined vote count for the 5 singers is only 249 votes. 5 singers aren't even as good as Qinglong alone. It truly fits the saying, the damage isn't great, but the insult is severe. While feeling miserable, everyone was extremely nervous. Today's vote count is really a bit strange. No one can guarantee they won't be eliminated. Fortunately, Sun Hao didn't keep everyone waiting too long. The remaining rankings were soon announced. Second place, by Ling Jing, 55 votes. Third place, Thousand-Faced Beauty, 53 votes. Fourth place, Wild Grass, 49 votes. Fifth place, Wanderer, 47 votes. Sixth place, Alpaca, 45 votes. When the results came out, no one was surprised. After all, when they heard how high Qinglong's vote count was earlier, everyone had already anticipated it. However, everyone must admit that Qinglong's vote count is far too low compared to the other singers behind him. This has left the 5 singers feeling genuinely distressed at this point. But when it comes to who was the most distressed among them, it's the llamas who have to pay the price. Who made him the last one? According to the show's rules, he had to reveal his face at that moment, despite feeling extremely reluctant. But the alpaca still chose to follow the show's rules. It walked onto the stage. I have no idea who this alpaca is, but this episode's reveal was pretty brutal. Yeah, such a classic episode, and it ended up being the strongest background prop. It's not the only background, though. Every singer in this episode is just a background for Qinglong. That makes sense, but the others haven't revealed their identities, so no one knows who they are. Looking at the man on stage wearing a llama mask, the 5th-ranked vagabond of this episode shook his head helplessly. This time, he was on hold. If he ends up in the bottom 2 again next time, he'll be eliminated. The other singers all felt a sense of shared misfortune. Although this episode wasn't about them, as long as Qinglong is still around, their turn will come eventually. It can only be said that they have been dealt a tough hand, which is both their luck and their misfortune. Fortunately, the live stream's viewership is skyrocketing. More people were watching their performance. But unfortunately, the more people saw them, the more people become aware of their plight. It's quite contradictory. But the show must go on. As host Sun Hao prompted, the alpaca finally took off its mask, revealing a face that was slightly rugged. It was none other than Sun Nan, a renowned high-pitched singer from Manhwa. It's actually Sun Nan? He didn't even sing any high notes this episode. The original intention was not to be guessed, but unexpectedly, he was instantly defeated. That's so sad. As Sun Nan finished his farewell speech, this episode of the program has come to an end. As for the next episode, it will be next week. Luo Chen politely declined director Su Xiang's offer to arrange a car for him. He set off alone on his way home. What he didn't know was, this episode of the show had come to an end. But this matter is far from over. Chapter 70, Can't Find Qinglong? Then invite Luo Chen to join the show. The first ever operatic song performance left everyone truly stunned. Many people who watched the livestream chose to recommend this song to their family and friends. The show's production team acted swiftly. Less than half an hour after the program ended, they had already edited together the video clips of Luo Chen performing on stage. They posted it on the official Weibo account of The Masked Singer. Immediately, the netizens who had been recommended to check it out clicked on the link. After watching it, they couldn't stop. I was completely blown away by this song. Just like on Earth, it's hard for anyone from the Dragon Kingdom to resist the charm of this song. Soon. Who exactly is Qinglong? Xi Ling. The largest vote margin in the history of The Masked Singer's recording. 3 topics consecutively topped the Weibo trending charts. As time went on, the topics gained more and more attention. Under 30 but already one of the most popular singers of the year. Do you have an answer, guys? To be honest, no, I went through all the eligible male singers, but I just couldn't find a match for Qinglong. Are you sure Qinglong is a man? Maybe it's really a woman, just like Chen Jiahua said. Although that possibility cannot be ruled out, I still think he is a male. Exactly, I also tend to think that Qinglong is a man. After all, girls probably wouldn't wear a Qinglong mask, would they? Everyone has a point, but don't you really think this Qinglong is Luo Chen? Luo Chen? Impossible. I admit his Dragon Kingdom style songs are catchy, but this piece, Xi Ling, is in a theatrical opera style. How could it possibly be composed by Luo Chen? Come on, don't forget that there was a flower girl opera style in the song Wei Yuan Jia. This proves that Luo Chen has the ability to create such opera style songs. Whatever you say, I still firmly believe it couldn't possibly be Luo Chen. Netizens are speculating about Qinglong's identity. However, the vast majority believe that this person is not Luo Chen. Perhaps in their eyes, Luo Chen is only particularly skilled at creating songs in the Dragon Kingdom style. But this song, Xi Ling, is completely different from anything Luo Chen has created before. The internet is abuzz with discussions. Many singers are also speculating about Qinglong's identity. In a singers group, Li Rong posted a confused emoji. Does anyone know who the big shot is behind Qinglong? Lin Junjie, I wanna know too. That song is absolutely amazing. Shuo Qian, yeah, as soon as that opera-style singing started, I got goosebumps all over. Deng Ziki, oh, I really wanna know who he is too. Li Ronghao, no one knows? No, I don't. In the WeChat group chat of Chang Xiao, Wu Xuanyi, and Meng Meika, Wu Xuanyi screenshotted a comment from Weibo speculating about Qinglong's identity. She typed, do you know who this Qinglong is? Meng Meika replied quickly, I don't know, but this person is very popular. Wu Xuanyi, it's understandable that she's popular, and I also like that song Qiling, but some of these netizens' comments are a bit too much, aren't they? After saying that, she sent another screenshot. The comments above were from netizens stating that Qinglong could absolutely not be Luo Chen, and that Luo Chen couldn't possibly have written a song like Qiling. Wu Xuanyi posted an angry emoji. With Luo Chen's creative talent, it's just a song. I think if he wanted to write it, he could definitely do it. And it would be even better than this. At this moment, Wu Xuanyi clearly looked like Luo Chen's #1 fan. Following her, Meng Meika also quickly replied. That's right, I'm also on Luo Chen's side. In my opinion, Luo Chen's creative talent is unmatched. After chatting for a while, they realized that Chang Xiao was the one who had always been most interested in topics related to Luo Chen. He remained completely silent. Both of them tagged Chang Xiao in the group chat, urging her to join the conversation. Little did they know that Chang Xiao was currently seeing their messages in the group chat. He couldn't stop laughing. No one knows who Qinglong is. But she knows. That was clearly Luo Chen's alias. Therefore, she naturally wouldn't be upset by any online comments. Instead, she finds it amusing. At the same time, there was an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. That was because she knew Luo Chen's secret. And no one else knows. Speaking of which, Luo Chen returned from the Magic City and went straight to bed after washing up. He saw the comments online, but he didn't care at all. Just like they say in that movie, let the bullets fly for a while. Meanwhile, at Hangcheng Media Tower, in an office, director Zhang Yan and Wu Tong, director of The Ace Battle, sit across from each other. Wu Tong picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. He said with a troubled expression, this program is getting harder and harder to produce. Even playing on people's emotions doesn't work anymore. It's really getting tough. Zhang Yan glanced at her and said, then just hire someone with a large following and real talent. Have you seen the latest episode of Masked Singer? When Qinglong sang that one song, his vocal style blew everyone away, and the servers for the Masked Singer livestream almost crashed. Wu Tong, it sounds easy, but there's only one Qinglong, and besides, no one even knows if he's a man or a woman. We can't even contact him. As for the other celebrities, either they're unavailable or their fees are too high, and there's no guarantee they'll show up. Zhang Yan, I feel like you came here today for more than just a chat. Wu Tong, you're right, John Laoch. You figured it out. I just wanted you to put in a good word for me with Luo Chen. I've been trying to invite her to the show, but he's turned me down every time. If we don't boost the ratings for the next episode, the station and the advertisers are going to have something to say. Zhang Yan hesitated for a moment before saying, I can try to speak on your behalf, but I can't guarantee that Luo Chen will agree in the end. Zhang Yan hesitated for a moment and said, I can try to speak on your behalf, but I can't guarantee that Luo Chen will ultimately agree. Alright, thanks, bro. Meanwhile, the director of the Run Brothers program is also discussing this matter with the producer. Finally, the director sighed and said, we can't find Qinglong. Let's try contacting Fong Lan again to see if we can invite Luo Chen to appear in the next episode. The same scene played out in the words of directors from various variety shows. The goal is clear, if they can't find Qinglong, they'll contact Fong Lan. And make sure to invite Luo Chen to join the next episode of the show. In the end, it was the ratings for the Masked Singer episode that made them envious. Chapter 71, if he doesn't show up soon, should we call the police to find Luo Chen? The next day, Luo Chen went to Yuehua Tower. Mainly because Fong Lan said there was something she needed his opinion on. When he arrived at Fong Lan's office, he realized that Chang Xiao was also there. As soon as Luo Chen entered, Chang Xiao rushed over eagerly. With a single leap, he landed on top of Luo Chen. She said in a soft voice, Luo Chen, I missed you. I miss you too. Luo Chen put Chang Xiao down. Although Chang Xiao was reluctant, he knew that Luo Chen had something important to attend to at the moment. So he didn't insist and obediently stood to the side. Seeing this, Luo Chen pinched her cheek before walking over to Fong Lan's desk. He smiled and said, Lan Jia, what did you need me for? Fong Lan first glared at Chang Xiao, then handed a document on the table to Luo Chen. Take a look at these first. After taking it and looking at it, Luo Chen immediately understood why Fong Lan had said earlier that she needed to consult him about something. The document contained a list of variety shows. As expected, they probably want to invite him to participate in the show. Sure enough, Fong Lan continued, these are all people who want you to record a program. Since you mentioned earlier that you don't want to go for now, I didn't make a decision for you this time either. I just don't know if you're considering participating in a variety show now. Recording a variety show? Luo Chen had actually considered it before. But at the time, he was in the middle of recording The Voice of Dreams. So Luo Chen declined invitations from other variety shows. However, he participated in the recording of The Masked Singer yesterday and found it to be quite enjoyable. I'm not opposed to it anymore. I can join if I want to. I don't have anything else to do lately anyway. Ha! Fong Lan had already prepared herself for Luo Chen's refusal. But she never expected Luo Chen to actually agree. And a smile appeared on his face. After all, at this moment, Luo Chen was participating in the recording of The Masked Singer in the guise of the Azure Dragon. He gained the affection of many people. However, his identity has not been revealed. As a result, some people online have even started praising Qinglong's creative abilities as superior to Luo Chen's. Although many people do not believe such claims. If Luo Chen continues to refrain from releasing new songs, the criticism might grow louder and louder. It will still have an impact on Luo Chen. Now that Luo Chen has agreed, it will be easier to handle. Just then, Fong Lan's phone rang. The phone screen displayed Jiang Yan's name. Fong Lan was a bit confused. But she still answered the call. Hello, Director Jiang, is something wrong? Mr. Fong, there is indeed something I need to trouble you with. As you know, Hangzhou TV has a program called The Ultimate Showdown. Fong Lan listened to Jiang Yan's words on the phone, and his expression grew increasingly peculiar. Actually, when Luo Chen first mentioned that he was planning to participate in a variety show, she had already wanted Luo Chen to participate in The Ultimate Showdown. But she didn't expect that she wouldn't have time to tell Luo Chen about it. Jiang Yan came with a request. So, Fong Lan wrote the words The Ultimate Showdown on a piece of white paper. She looked at Luo Chen for his opinion. And when he saw Luo Chen nod, Fong Lan went along with it and agreed to Jiang Yan's request. After hanging up the phone, Fong Lan's face lit up with a smile. Although Luo Chen didn't hear the contents of the phone call, he knew that Fong Lan must have gotten the better end of the deal. However, he didn't mind it. Everyone got something out of it, so it was a win-win situation. After deciding to participate in the showdown, Fong Lan immediately replied to Wu Tong. However, to her surprise, Wu Tong made another request. He wanted Luo Chen to sing a song on the show. Of course, it's paid, and the price isn't low. Originally, inviting Luo Chen to participate in an episode of the show cost 5 million yuan. That was already quite bold. Now, they are even willing to pay an additional $1 million. Just to have Luo Chen sing a song on the show. And Fong Lan was well aware of his true motive, to boost the show's ratings. After all, every one of Luo Chen's songs is so beautiful. If only Luo Chen could sing a song on the show, it's clear that the ratings would skyrocket. This is also a way to maximize profits, isn't it? This time, Fong Lan had the speakerphone on. So Luo Chen could hear it too. Singing a song wasn't a big deal for Luo Chen. He agreed without hesitation. After agreeing to come over tomorrow to record the program, Fong Lan hung up the phone. She exclaimed in surprise, I never expected Wu Tong to be so generous, spending 5 million just to get you on the show, and then offering another million just so you could sing a song on the program. As far as I know, even the top-tier artists don't necessarily get 5 million for appearing on a single variety show, and you, Luo Chen, have only been in the industry for a few months. You've already achieved something that others can't accomplish in a lifetime. Though measuring success by money may seem a bit vulgar. But that's just how the entertainment industry works. Only if you have value will others be willing to spend money on you. Luo Chen heard this but didn't react much. Because she knew her own situation. Now, she looks very successful. But it is not solid. There is still a long way to go before he can truly reach the level of a top-tier artist. However, Chang Xiao directly left a red mark on Luo Chen's face. He didn't even bother to hide his admiration for Luo Chen. Luo Chen, you're amazing. It's only been a few days since we last saw each other. But Chang Xiao's behavior today made Luo Chen realize a problem. That is, people need to be fed properly. At the same time, the official Weibo account of The Ultimate Showdown also quickly announced that in the next episode, Luo Chen will return to participate in the recording and perform a song. Upon hearing this news, many netizens were excited. Because ever since the Peak Music Festival, Luo Chen has not appeared in their sight again. Even on Weibo, some people were boasting that Qinglong's creative abilities were superior to Luo Chen's. Luo Chen hasn't made any comments on Weibo. Under these circumstances, it was surprising to see Luo Chen participating in the recording of the show Ace Battle. It's easy to imagine how excited the fans must be. Finally we can see Luo Chen sing on the show again. I'm so excited, but I wonder if Luo Chen will sing a new song. It has to be a new song. Do you doubt Luo Chen's songwriting abilities? To be honest, whether he sings or not doesn't matter, I just want to see Luo Chen on the show. Exactly, when Luo Chen doesn't participate in the show, it's like he's disappeared, you can't even find him. Luckily, Luo Chen showed up. Otherwise, I was ready to call the police to report him missing. Calling the police to look for Luo Chen is a bit of a show. Snatching the bamboo shoots. The building suddenly tilted for no apparent reason. But this is just normal behavior for netizens. On the other hand, Wu Tong, the director of The Ultimate Showdown, upon hearing that Luo Chen would be coming to record the next episode, caused the next episode to attract so much attention. At this moment, I'm truly overjoyed. Chapter 72, Guan Xiaotong and Tang Yan are both craving their own bodies? As time went on, the song The Red Dancer became increasingly popular online. Especially on Douyin. Many influencers or live streamers often cover this song. In just a couple of days, the views on Douyin have already surpassed 100 million. Shares and comments have also surpassed 10 million. Such is the buzz. It's not just about letting some viewers see the charm of China's national treasure. At the same time, many singers rushed to create new works overnight. For a time, the internet was flooded with many such operatic-style songs. The quality was also quite uneven. Moreover, they are merely adding a segment of operatic singing to the songs. As for why they added it, they don't even know themselves. This also leads to the fact that, although there are many of them, however, in terms of quality, they simply cannot compare to the red-legged crabs. Many audience members were also temporarily overwhelmed by the sheer number of songs. Wow, this is really taking advantage of the hype. These songs aren't opera-style singing at all. It's not just about randomly shouting a few notes and calling it opera-style singing. Exactly, it's an insult to my ears. There are way too many of these opera-style songs coming out lately. They're playing everywhere online, but aside from Qi Ling, the rest are completely unlistenable. Yeah, I wonder if anyone can step in and do something about it. It's completely ridiculous. As soon as they saw that it went viral, everyone just jumped on the bandwagon and started copying it. Nowadays, many musicians in Longwa are just like that, they have no creative ability and only know how to copy songs that are popular. Well, to put it nicely, it's called imitation. To put it bluntly, it's plagiarism. The decline of Longwa's music industry is all because of these people. While the netizens' views may be a bit extreme, they are not entirely without merit. Many musicians do indeed lack the necessary creative ability. Therefore, they are constantly keeping an eye on the music market in Longwa. And whenever a song becomes popular, they will imitate it and create their own version. As long as it makes money, that's all that matters. This time, they were thinking exactly the same way. Since everyone likes Qi Ling now and enjoys listening to opera vocals, I'll create an opera-style song. Whether it's good or not, let's set that aside for now. Riding this trend, it's bound to make some money. But they didn't expect that this time would be different from before. Perhaps they had seen the comments from netizens. The official Weibo account of the Longwa Tsui Association posted a message. Incorporating opera vocals into songs is a good thing, as it can help more people in Longwa learn about and appreciate the traditional culture of Longwa. However, many songs today feature opera vocals that are simply unbearable to listen to, with lyrics that have no connection to the music. In some cases, they are even forced and unnatural. I believe this has gone against the original intent of the songs. I hope everyone can make improvements. Everyone can also learn from Qinglong. The song Qi Ling does an excellent job in these aspects. Finally, let me address everyone's confusion about why listening to Qi Ling evokes a sense of sadness. This can be understood by reading the story below. Later, the Longwa Tsui Association attached the following story to the post. Roughly recounting the story of the Republican era, when people from an island nation requested Pei Yinji to perform for them. And then Pei Yinji set fire to the islanders. I won't write the entire story here to avoid padding the word count. Everyone should already know the basics. Although traditional arts aren't very popular nowadays, the Dragon Country Performing Arts Association still holds a certain status. This news has indeed caused some people to rein in their behavior. At the same time, Qinglong's Qi Ling has now been officially endorsed. This card design has also left many fans of the song Qi Ling in awe, exclaiming that it's truly amazing. And that's how the story behind Qi Ling spread. Everyone finally realized that the sorrowful feeling originated from this. I had always thought this song was just beautiful, never imagining it had such a tragic story behind it. They say actors have no feelings, but now it seems actors can be loyal and even have a sense of duty to their country. I pay my respects to Mr. Pei. In a time of chaos, like a floating reed, how can one bear to watch the flames of war consume the land? Though lowly in rank, I dare not forget my duty to the nation. Even if no one knows me, this lyric is a stroke of genius, perfectly capturing Mr. Pei's noble deed. Salute to Mr. Pei, salute to Qinglong. Without him, we would never have known about this. That's right. Qinglong not only possesses exceptional creative talent but also an unwavering patriotic heart. Qinglong is awesome. As we chatted, the topic shifted from paying tribute to Mr. Pei to admiring Qinglong. In the end, even the initial remark that Qinglong's creative talent surpassed Luo Chen's, which had only been mentioned by a small group, drew in more participants. And they expressed their agreement. This also caused Qinglong to become the talk of the town for a time. And the one responsible for this incident was Luo Chen. However, he had arrived at the Hangchang Media Tower. Generally speaking, Hangzhou TV's indoor variety shows are all recorded in this building. The only difference is the recording hall. Since there's no need to hide one's identity this time. Therefore, Fong Lan also followed him along. Of course, Fong Lan wouldn't admit that the main reason was that this was Luo Chen's first time recording this kind of variety show. Fong Lan couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Under the guidance of the staff of the Ultimate Showdown, the two of them arrived at the backstage lounge. There, they met the four regular guests of the Ultimate Showdown, Shin Tang, Jia Ling, Hua Chenyu, and Guan Xiaotong. Additionally, this season's guest hosts include Tang Yan, Tang Yisan, and Yang Di. After entering, everyone exchanged pleasantries. Fong Lan saw that everyone was getting along fairly well, so she left. Once she had left, Shin Tang immediately smiled and said, "Mr. Luo Chen, your song Hua Yuanjia is truly amazing. I've listened to it countless times at home, and it really resonates with me." Upon hearing this, Luo Chen politely replied, "Thank you. Just call me Luo Chen. It's an honor that you like my songs. I also really like your movies." Jia Ling, who was standing nearby, quickly chimed in, "Can you name Tong Ji's 3 movies?" As soon as the question was asked, everyone's attention turned to Luo Chen. They also wanted to know whether Luo Chen truly knew or was just being polite. Of course, such things are quite common in the entertainment industry. When they meet, they are all friends and speak nicely to each other. But what it's really like, only a few people know. Earlier, Shin Tang was asked on a show about the titles of Hua Chenyu's 3 songs. He still couldn't answer them, could he? But Luo Chen's words just now weren't flattery at all. He had actually watched Shin Tang's movies. So they were bound to be disappointed. Only Luo Chen smiled and said, "Sister Ling, you really can't stump me with this." The Tomato Billionaire, Charlotte's Dilemma, Hello, Li Huanying. Not only did Luo Chen actually name Shin Tang's 3 movies, but he even tailored the last one to flatter Jia Ling. This left everyone present unable to help but look at him with newfound respect. Shin Tang and Jia Ling burst into laughter. The atmosphere immediately became lively. Tang Yan, sitting next to Luo Chen, suddenly whispered, "Luo Chen, I really like your song Blue and White Porcelain." Plus, during that time, a lot of people online were saying that blue and white porcelain was going to increase in value, so I bought a pair, and it actually did go up in price. Tang Yan's voice is still very pleasant, especially when she says this part. With a smile always on his face, he was indeed quite charming. I never expected her to actually go out and buy blue and white porcelain because of what people said online. This also made Luo Chen can't help but sigh in admiration. The innocent and naive really live up to their reputation. Of course, on the surface, Luo Chen still responded with a smile. "Thank you, Yan Jia. Actually, I didn't expect the blue and white porcelain to increase in value either. It was just a coincidence. Tang Yan, I watched that show. Your conversation with the driver was really funny. I still have your emojis on my phone." Luo Chen had thought Tang Yan was just looking for something to talk about, but it turned out she had been paying attention to him for a long time. That iconic scene was something Luo Chen had already tried very hard to forget. But here it was brought up again. So he smiled and said, "Yan Jia, you're using my emoji pack. You'll have to pay me royalties for that." Upon hearing this, Tang Yan suddenly felt a bit shy and turned her head away slightly. While the others might have overheard their conversation, Guan Xiaotong came over and said shyly, "I also have that emoji on my phone. Are you going to make me pay you copyright fees too?" "Of course I will," Luo Chen said, feigning seriousness. Tang Yisan also laughed and said, "You're being a little too much. We all love your songs so much, we're your fans, aren't we? Is this how you treat your fans?" "Yeah, I love your songs too. I can sing all of them," Guan Xiaotong added. "We're all your fans." This was something Luo Chen hadn't anticipated. However, Guan Xiaotong seemed to notice that Luo Chen didn't believe him. She actually sang a few lines of Blue and White Porcelain on the spot. Luo Chen had only meant it as a joke. But now everyone has really gone all out. Luo Chen couldn't say anything either. Everyone chatted for a while longer. The host, Xin Tao, came over with the script. This kind of indoor variety show always has a script. And Luo Chen was well aware of that. Xin Tao went over the program schedule with everyone. It was almost time for the recording to begin. The theme of this episode is Xianxia. After changing into their respective costumes, the members of the Ace family took the stage first. Standing in the waiting area, they heard the cheers from the crowd. Luo Chen suddenly felt that recording an episode of a variety show wasn't so bad after all. Soon, Tang Yan, Tang Yisan, Yang Di, and Luo Chen all appeared on stage. As soon as Luo Chen appeared, "Luo Chen! Luo Chen!" The audience below erupted into cheers. Yang Di looked at Luo Chen with envy. It seems like the audience still prefers good-looking guys. Tang Yan, who can blame them? Luo Chen isn't just good looking, he's also so talented. Who wouldn't like a guy like that? Tang Yisan, exactly, I like him too. Yang Di shrugged helplessly. Luo Chen could only humbly say, it's all thanks to everyone's kindness. As he spoke, Luo Chen glanced down at the audience below, noticing that most of the audience members were female. Which is no surprise. When the few people reached the center of the stage and stood still, the host, Xin Tao, joked, after hosting so many episodes, this is the only time the audience has cheered this loudly, and it's only because Luo Chen is here. Jia Ling agreed, that's right, the audience sure is realistic. As he spoke, he struck a flirtatious pose, causing everyone to burst into laughter. The atmosphere at the scene became lively. Following that, host Xin Tao proceeded with the customary thank you remarks to the sponsors. Announced the start of the first game, the sharp questioning round. Let's start with Xiao Tong and Tang Yan in the first round. Xiao Tong and Tang Yan exchanged glances. They immediately stepped forward and stood facing each other. Tang Yan asked first, Xin Tao said again. Tang Yan thought for a moment, then smiled and asked, name 3 songs by Luo Chen. Guan Xiaotong had originally thought it would be some kind of question. But upon hearing this, she perked up. Blue and white porcelain, fireworks are cold, the first son of the Hua family. You can't stump me on that one, I'm a huge fan of Luo Chen. While speaking, she kept glancing at Luo Chen with a proud and arrogant expression. Luo Chen could only give her a thumbs up. Yang Di said helplessly, Teacher Tang Yan, didn't Xiaotong mention it backstage earlier? Did you forget? Tang Yan sighed and rubbed his forehead. The audience below seemed to enjoy seeing this scene. Everyone was getting excited. Next, it was Guan Xiaotong's turn to ask. She gave a mysterious smile and asked, Mr. Tang Yan, who do you think is the most handsome here? Which person is the most handsome? Tang Yan glanced around, then covered his mouth and said shyly, Luo Chen. The others began to cheer and clap. This made Tang Yan turn away, too embarrassed to look at Luo Chen's side. As for Luo Chen, he felt a bit helpless. Both issues were somehow connected to him, making me feel a bit embarrassed. Mainly because what Guan Xiaotong and Tang Yan said was also correct. Fortunately, the questions that followed were all relatively normal. Luo Chen also participated a little. Soon, the host Xin Tao said, everyone knows that Luo Chen's songs are very beautiful. Now that Luo Chen has finally come to participate in the program, how can we not ask him to sing a song for everyone? We are all your fans. As soon as he said that, Guan Xiaotong, Tang Yisan, and Tang Yan all blushed shyly. The audience below cheered even louder. Or whether it was because they were excited to hear Luo Chen's song, or whether I was overjoyed to discover that 3 female celebrities were also fans of Luo Chen, just like me. As the crowd's cheers gradually died down, Xin Tao continued with a smile, next, let's enjoy Luo Chen's new song, Chen Baidu. Please give him a warm round of applause. Amidst the applause and cheers, Luo Chen emerged from behind. At the same time, the song information also appeared on the large screen behind them. Song, Chen Baidu. Lyrics and music, Luo Chen. Performed by Luo Chen. Soon the music began to play. The sounds of the violin and flute in the prelude drifted out, immediately evoking a sense of desolation and the vastness of the wilderness. Immediately afterward, Luo Chen's lazy yet carefree voice echoed through the speakers, reaching everyone's ears. Outside the city walls, in a wild inn, the smoke has cleared, and the guests cannot sleep. The cold creeps into my sleeves. Who will add 2 more garments for me? 3 or 4 watches of snow, the wind unabated, blowing all night long. 3 or 4 more hours of snow, the wind unabated, blowing all night long. Pitifully, the emaciated horse finds no rest. As Luo Chen sang, the lyrics scrolled across the screen behind him at the appropriate moments. Gazing at the lyrics that resembled ancient poetry, Guan Xiaotong couldn't help but exclaim, Luo Chen is not only handsome, but also so talented. These lyrics are simply amazing, just like Song Dynasty poetry. Tang Yan agreed, yes, recently there have been people online saying that Luo Chen's talent doesn't compare to Qinglong. I think those people are just talking nonsense. Tang Yisan nodded in agreement, exactly. With Luo Chen's talent, he would have been a poet in the Tang Dynasty and a lyricist in the Song Dynasty. These words indeed garnered unanimous agreement from everyone present. I drifted off into a dream, dreaming for months, only to wake up years later. Past events were tragic and beautiful, love was shallow, and our connection was fleeting. The clear lament of the partridge can be heard, but it cannot return to the hall. The old couplet, faded and ink-stained, who will come to remove it? The old couplet, faded and ink-stained, who will peel it off? After the main song was finished, Guan Xiaotong's gaze toward Luo Chen had already grown uneasy. She stared straight at Luo Chen, her eyes unblinking, as if she had been transported by the song to the frontier, feeling the emotions Luo Chen had poured into the composition of this piece. A guest house, its lights extinguished by wind and snow, had been battered by the cold wind all night, leaving the guests unable to sleep. The emaciated horses were unable to rest properly. Even when he drifted off to sleep, he was haunted by memories of past sorrows, as time passed and circumstances changed. I can hear the mournful cries of the partridges, but they cannot return to the courtyard. And I can only leave behind a sigh. Guan Xiaotong fell silent quietly. But the silence was not just hers alone. Tang Yan, Tang Yisan, and others were also silent. Everyone else remained silent as well. Everyone was amazed by the excellence of Luo Chen's lyrics. And equally lamented the sense of helplessness conveyed through the vocals. And when the ancient zither sounds in the interlude, it left everyone in the audience feeling a sense of ethereal bliss. Soon, the chorus began. The rhythm becomes slightly more upbeat. And Luo Chen's voice changes with the rhythm. I've searched for you 1,000 times, from dawn till dusk. In this vast world, I drift aimlessly. I've searched for you 1,000 times, yet another year has passed with its cycles of prosperity and decline. But you were never there, in the dimly lit corner. I searched for you 1,000 times, from dawn till dusk, drifting through the world, year after year, but you were never there in the dimly lit corners. After hearing the chorus, I felt the depth of the lyrics. Guan Xiaotong was mesmerized, murmuring to herself, if only someone could treat me like that. Tang Yan and Tang Yisan exchanged glances, both seeing envy in each other's eyes. This story of being sought after and remembered, like a pair of martial arts lovers in the Jianghu, was truly captivating. It holds a tremendous appeal for them. Not to mention them. Many female audience members were staring dreamily at the figure on stage holding the microphone and singing softly. That lazy yet carefree voice. The lyrics evoke the imagery of searching for you 1,000 times, yet you never appear in the dimly lit streets. Deeply captivates them. They were utterly captivated. Wait until the song ends. Everyone seemed to still be immersed in the music. Their minds drifting away, as if they could truly see that in beyond the pass, that windswept, snow-covered horse. Luo Chen, seeing this, didn't disturb anyone else. He quietly returned to his seat and waited in silence. Finally, someone snapped out of it. 1, 2, 3. Then applause broke out, growing louder and louder. Many celebrities were also startled awake. Everyone looked up at the stage, but there was no sign of Luo Chen. Tang Yan turned his head and exclaimed in surprise, "How did you get here?" Everyone then realized that Luo Chen had already been sitting next to Tang Yan. Guan Xiaotong looked at Luo Chen with an admiring expression and said, "Luo Chen, this song is so beautiful, and the lyrics are amazing. Compared to you, I feel like I'm just a little cutie." Upon hearing this, Tang Yan also chimed in, "Yeah, I feel the same way." Seeing that others were also nodding in agreement, Luo Chen joked, "Actually, everyone knows how things are, so there's no need to say it out loud." Before Luo Chen could finish, Shen Tang interrupted him and said, "Yeah, if you say it out loud, it'll really make you sound like a little cutie." Before Luo Chen could finish, Shen Tang interrupted, "Exactly. If you say it out loud, it'll just make you sound like a little cutie." Upon hearing this, everyone laughed. After chatting for a while, the host Shen Tao came out to take control of the situation. After all, the program must proceed as planned. And the game must continue. In the subsequent episodes, Luo Chen gradually began to appreciate the joy of indoor variety shows. It really didn't require much brainpower. Yet you can make a decent amount of money. This made Luo Chen can't help but exclaim, "No wonder so many celebrities love to record variety shows." During the recording of this episode, Guan Xiaotong and Tang Yan kept glancing at Luo Chen from time to time, making Luo Chen feel a bit uncomfortable. There was always this feeling that they were lusting after his body. Chapter 73, Guan Xiaotong and Tang Yan insist on coming over? Several hours later, the show was finally wrapped up. And the production team was also very enthusiastic. They insisted on arranging a meal for everyone together. Seeing that everyone else was going, Luo Chen didn't refuse. So, under the director's arrangement, everyone also arrived at a Chinese restaurant. Entered the private room, only to find that the dishes had already been served. This made Luo Chen can't help but admire Wu Tong for his thorough consideration. Some celebrities might be in a hurry because they have to rush to their next appointment. So serving the food early is a way to save everyone's time. No problem. Luo Chen casually glanced at the layout of the private room, then found a seat toward the back and sat down. Just as he sat down, he noticed Guan Xiaotong sitting down next to him. Shen Tang smiled and said, "Xiaotong is pretty self-aware, isn't she?" She found the spot closest to Luo Chen so quickly. Upon hearing this, the others also burst into laughter, making Guan Xiaotong blush and cover her face. Meanwhile, Tang Yan took advantage of everyone's laughter and sat down next to Luo Chen. Instantly, Luo Chen felt a sense of déjà vu. Upon closer reflection, the last time Hu Yanbing treated us to dinner, the scene in the private room was the same. The only difference was that the people on both sides had changed from Cheng Xiao and Zhang Jingying to Guan Xiaotong and Tang Yan. Upon seeing this, Shen Tang remarked once again, "Teacher Tang Yan is pretty quick too, she can give Xiaotong a run for her money." These words caused Tang Yan to lower her head slightly once more. Yang Di, however, spoke enviously, "I've never experienced such treatment, being surrounded by beautiful women." Does that mean good-looking people really have it so easy? Good-looking and talented. Guan Xiaotong, Tang Yan, and Tang Yisan said in unison. This statement hit Yang Di like a blow to the gut. Yang Di could only obediently find a seat and sit down. The others who witnessed the scene couldn't help but laugh heartily. Finally, everyone took their seats. Luo Chen had been recording for the entire day and was also hungry. After everyone started eating, Luo Chen also joined in with the mindset of just filling his stomach. He ate voraciously. When Jia Ling saw this scene, he said enviously, "I really envy you guys who can eat as much as you want without gaining weight. Unlike me, who gains weight even from drinking cold water." While speaking, Jia Ling also put a piece of beef into his mouth. Shin Tang silently raised his head, glanced at her, and said helplessly, "I feel like you're taking a dig at me. Besides, the way you're shoving beef into your mouth like that, do you even have the slightest intention of losing weight?" "Oh, come on, Tangu, some things are better left unsaid. You're making me feel embarrassed." Jia Ling and Shin Tang truly are a pair of clowns, able to make everyone burst into laughter with just a few casual remarks. It can only be said that successful people have their own unique skills. With these two people at the dinner table, there's never a dull moment. Luo Chen would occasionally chime in with a few words, but for the rest of the time, he just quietly ate his meal. But Guan Xiaotong suddenly leaned over and said, "Luo Chen, can I add you on WeChat? We can stay in touch if there's anything." Saying this, he took out his phone and looked at Luo Chen with eager eyes. Luo Chen couldn't bring himself to refuse. But he thought to himself, could it be that in this world, Guan Xiaotong isn't with that deer? When Guan Xiaotong saw Luo Chen pass by, a smile appeared on the corner of her lips. Tang Yan, standing nearby, witnessed the scene. Took out his phone and whispered, "Luo Chen, let's add each other too. I really love your songs, I'm sure you won't refuse, right?" Luo Chen had no choice but to add her. Finally, Jia Ling simply said that everyone should add each other on WeChat. So, before the meal was even finished, Luo Chanwei gained many more friends on WeChat. However, at the same time, Luo Chen had made up his mind that once he returned, he would definitely look up information about these celebrities online. It's just that in this world, although some things are the same as on Earth, but there are also many things that are different. Take Guan Xiaotong, for example. Others are used to her behavior. Luo Chen guessed that it might indeed be as he had imagined. Guan Xiaotong was not with a certain deer in this world. As for Tang Yan, she is even younger and more beautiful than her Earth counterpart. Luo Chen was also a bit unsure. After all, they had recorded the program together. The relationship between everyone was still pretty good at that moment. Guan Xiaotong asked again, "Luo Chen, do you usually not check Weibo much?" "I don't really check it much," Luo Chen said, glancing at her. "Well, that's good. Actually, a lot of people online just say whatever they want without taking responsibility for their words. They just say whatever they think, without really considering whether it's right or wrong. Well, that's good. Actually, a lot of people online speak irresponsibly. They just say whatever they think without really considering whether it's true or not. If you don't read it, that's definitely a good idea." Luo Chen now understood what Guan Xiaotong was referring to. It was just the rumors circulating online that Qinglong's creative talent was superior to his. Especially after the Dragon Country Performing Arts Association revealed the story behind that red-faced actor. People have become even more deeply admiring of Qinglong. If only Qinglong had opened a Weibo account, he probably would have millions of followers by now. But for Luo Chen, the more they worshipped the Azure Dragon, the happier Luo Chen actually became. When the true identity of the Azure Dragon is finally revealed, those people will naturally know who the true god is. Therefore, Luo Chen responded with a smile, "I don't really care about that. I'd rather spend my time writing a song. I really admire you. Talent truly allows you to be so carefree." Guan Xiaotong looked like a little fangirl. Tang Yan also chimed in, "Luo Chen, you mentioned on Weibo that you'd be holding a concert soon. Have you set a date yet? I'll definitely come to watch it then." When the topic turned to concerts, Tang Yisin and Guan Xiaotong also chimed in, yeah, I want to go too." Seeing the three girls curiously looking at her, Luo Chen thought for a moment and said helplessly, "The concert might be a while yet. I'm planning to release an album first." Release an album? A few people were just curious about when Luo Chen was planning to hold a concert. Little did they expect to have an unexpected surprise. Suddenly, my eyes lit up. Guan Xiaotong hurriedly asked, "How's your album preparation coming along? Are you going to shoot an MV? I can star in it for free." Tang Yan saw that Xiaotong had beaten him to the punch again and didn't want to be outdone. He hurriedly said, "I can also star in your music video for free." Seeing the two of them so excited, Luo Chen suddenly felt like he had dug a hole and buried himself in it. He was actually planning to release an album first. But whether or not to shoot an MV, she hasn't decided yet. However, since the two were so enthusiastic, Luo Chen agreed for now. After all, it was someone who had come forward on their own, so there was no need to spend money, might as well take advantage of it. Seeing that Luo Chen had agreed, the two of them were even happier. Shin Tang joked, "You two really aren't shy at all." Luo Chen's music video has such high quality standards. Are you sure you two can handle it? Jia Ling chimed in, Shintang, you do have a point. I think I'm not bad either. Luo Chen, why don't you consider me? Upon hearing this, everyone laughed. Jia Ling's self-deprecating humor was quite effective. At least no one finds it offensive. It can even make people laugh. In such a joyful atmosphere. The meal was finished in no time. And it was already 10 o'clock at night. It was so late, but Luo Chen and Fang Lan weren't in a hurry to return to Longdu. Instead, choosing to stay at the hotel arranged by the production team of the Ace Battle program. Luo Chen was resting, but he didn't expect the production team members to be as energetic as if they had drunk energy drinks. Full of energy. Working overtime to edit the program's trailer. And uploaded it online overnight. Which certainly caught the attention of those who were still awake. Chapter 74, Guan Xiaotong and Tang Yan both leaned toward Luo Chen, making Cheng Xiao jealous? The ultimate showdown as a mature variety show. Naturally masters the art of editing. The trailer doesn't reveal much. And it's mostly related to Luo Chen. What about Guan Xiaotong, Tang Yan, and Tang Yisin? They are all Luo Chen's fans. Then there was a segment where Guan Xiaotong and Tang Yan asked each other questions. Edited a segment and inserted it into the program. There are also some expressions and remarks from Tang Yan and the other two when they heard Luo Chen's song. These were also included in the trailer. However, only a portion of it was included. It is not complete. This is also a common tactic used in variety shows. Attracting viewers' attention while not actually revealing the content. This leaves them eager to tune in for the next episode. Sure enough, netizens were shocked after seeing the official Weibo account of the Ace Battle program release the teaser trailer. Everyone is particularly curious about what will happen on the show. Wow, the production team is really mean. I'm truly impressed by the editing. Exactly, they only showed a little bit, now I can't sleep at all. I never expected that Guan Xiaotong, Tang Yan, and Tang Yisin were all fans of Luo Chen. Now we finally have something in common. Our common ground is that we all like Luo Chen? Now I just want to know what song Luo Chen sang on the show and why their expressions look so shocked. Don't you think there's a hint of obsession in their eyes? Now that you mention it, you're right. There's a saying that no matter what time it is, there are always people surfing the internet. So much so that the next day, when Luo Chen finally met Fang Lan exclaimed in surprise. Luo Chen, your popularity is getting more and more terrifying. No matter what happens, as long as it's related to you, it seems like it'll make the trending list. Seeing Luo Chen look slightly puzzled, Fang Lan realized that Luo Chen probably hadn't checked Weibo yet. She then explained, actually, the production team posted the preview for this episode online. As a result, within just one night, 2 topics related to you made it onto the Weibo trending topics list. As Fang Lan spoke, she opened Weibo for Luo Chen to see. Luo Chen took the phone. He found that it was indeed as Fang Lan had said. Guan Xiaotong, Tang Yan, and Tang Yisin are also fans of Luo Chen. What is Luo Chen's new song? Both topics are trending on Weibo's hot search list. The fact that they could trend simply because they were each other's fans was something Luo Chen hadn't anticipated. These netizens sure have a lot of free time on their hands. Luo Chen muttered under his breath. Fang Lan shook her head and said, it's not that they're too idle, it's just that you're currently so popular that everyone is paying so much attention to your affairs. Otherwise, why don't the others receive the same treatment? Upon hearing this, Luo Chen could only nod in agreement. He really couldn't argue with that. After that, the two of them found a place to have breakfast and then prepared to head back to the office. Meanwhile, the celebrities who recorded the show yesterday also saw the news on Weibo. The agent beside Guan Xiaotong smiled and said, as expected, Luo Chen is really amazing. Just because he's his fan, he can even trend on Weibo. Guan Xiaotong nodded, that may be true, but I really am a fan of Luo Chen. And please keep an eye out for me if Luo Chen ever decides to shoot a music video, make sure to let me know. The agent sighed and said, you're really into him, aren't you? You should know how difficult this is. There are so many people in the industry keeping an eye on him. You're like. Before the agent could finish, Guan Xiaotong interrupted her, I know it's hard, but isn't it worth trying? As she spoke, her eyes were filled with determination. The same scene was playing out in the lives of others. They now truly understand the level of attention Luo Chen is receiving. Especially Wu Tong, who was so excited he couldn't contain himself. Given the current buzz on Weibo, it's easy to imagine what the buzz will be like when the ultimate showdown finally airs. The ratings will definitely skyrocket. Speaking of which, Luo Chen over here. By the time he and Fang Lan arrived at the office, they saw Chang Xiao already waiting there. As soon as he saw Luo Chen, Chang Xiao hurried over to Luo Chen's side. He tiptoed and left his mark on his face. Then she gazed longingly at Luo Chen. This made Luo Chen feel like laughing. He pinched her cheek and said, what's wrong? You're not yourself. Did someone upset you today? Fang Lan also smiled and said, right, was it Xian Yi or Mei Qi? Chang Xiao pulled Luo Chen's hand and said with a hint of disappointment. It's none of those. I just saw it on Weibo. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen immediately understood. This was clearly because he had seen the trending topic on Weibo. And then feeling upset. To put it bluntly, I was jealous. Thinking this, Luo Chen pulled Chang Xiao over to the sofa and sat down. Then he smiled and said, "It's just recording a program, not what you think." Fong Lan added from the side. That's right, they were just recording a program together. Luo Chen isn't the kind of person you imagine him to be. At that moment, both of them thought Chang Xiao was jealous. But then Chang Xiao whispered softly into Luo Chen's ear. Actually, I'm worried that you won't want me anymore, Luo Chen. They're all so outstanding. After saying this, Chang Xiao blushed and buried her head in Luo Chen's embrace. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen could only shake his head helplessly. Sometimes, being too outstanding isn't necessarily a good thing. I originally thought Chang Xiao was just jealous. But it turns out he was feeling threatened. Seeing so many female celebrities openly admit to being fans of Luo Chen. This is starting to get a bit scary. Luo Chen tightened his arms around Chang Xiao and whispered softly in her ear. Don't worry, I won't abandon you. I felt the warmth on my ear. Chang Xiao became even more shy. However, Fong Lan noticed the two of them. She knew immediately that the matter had been resolved. He returned to his desk and started working. Over the next few days, in order to give Chang Xiao a sense of security, so that she could sleep well, Luo Chen had no choice but to accompany her every day. For this reason, Chang Xiao also turned down all the work he could possibly decline. It must be said that some things really do require more practice. Practice makes perfect. And before long, it was Friday evening. That was the day the ultimate showdown was set to air. The previous trailers have already sparked everyone's enthusiasm. Many people are eagerly awaiting the broadcast of this episode. And this is definitely not something to be missed. I turned on the TV early, eagerly awaiting the show. Chapter 75, Wuxuani, Luo Chen's charm is irresistible. Soon, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. And the ultimate showdown aired on schedule. The show starts with the Ace family making their entrance. This is something the audience is already familiar with. There's nothing particularly unusual about it, it's just that the costumes are different. At this moment, the audience is still eagerly awaiting Luo Chen's appearance. Finally, Luo Chen walked out from backstage with the other guests. The cheers from the audience were also very loud. At the same time, we also saw Yang Di say those words. It seems that the audience still prefers good-looking people. Immediately, Tang Yan and Tang Yisun also expressed their admiration for Luo Chen, who is both handsome and talented. The show's production team really knows how to stir things up. When Tang Yan and Tang Yisun were saying this part. Later, the scene was also shown to Yang Di, and a caption that was too difficult to understand was added next to him. This scene also had the audience watching the show laughing uncontrollably. The show's producers are really mean. They even gave it a close-up shot. Exactly. But to be fair, I also like someone like Luo Chen, handsome and talented. Same here. Who doesn't like Luo Chen? Yang Di, the clown, is actually me. The audience is watching the show. Meanwhile, director Wu Tong is closely monitoring the program's ratings. In the previous episodes, the show's ratings had been low. They were around 1 or so. Although compared to some smaller TV stations, this performance is acceptable. It can even be considered decent. But when it comes to Hangzhou TV, the ratings are still a bit low. However, in this episode, as soon as the program started, Wu Tong was already very happy. Because this episode is only airing for a few minutes right now. But the ratings have already reached 18. This also demonstrates Luo Chen's appeal. Or rather, how powerful Luo Chen is. Simply by virtue of his name alone, he can host a show. And this is only the first episode. The most iconic game segments and Luo Chen's singing parts haven't even aired yet. After Shen Tao explained the game rules, the sharp question and answer session finally began. This scene was shown in the trailer. It was just incomplete, so everyone has been eagerly awaiting it for a long time. Finally, it's here, but I wonder if Guan Xiaotong was able to answer Tang Yan's question. It's hard to say. Although Guan Xiaotong claims to be a fan of Luo Chen, we don't know if it's true or not. Maybe she was just being polite. The idea above is a bit extreme. Guan Xiaotong is pretty genuine, so I think he should have answered honestly. Everyone is speculating. On the screen, Guan Xiaotong and Tang Yan are also standing face to face. Following Shen Tao's instructions, Tang Yan asked the first question. Please name the 3 sons of Luo Chen. Only Guan Xiaotong still looked a bit nervous. But upon hearing the question, she immediately gained confidence. I immediately replied, blue and white porcelain, fireworks are cold, and Hui Yuanjia. Then he added with a touch of arrogance. You can't stump me on that, I'm a huge fan of Luo Chen. At the same time, Luo Chen gave her a thumbs-up gesture. The audience saw Guan Xiaotong like this and couldn't help but laugh. My goodness, Guan Xiaotong is being so real. That proud and arrogant expression is just like an elementary school student who answered a question correctly and is waiting for the teacher's praise. Yeah, it seems like she's a true fan for sure. Meanwhile, on TV, Yang Di could be seen saying helplessly, "Teacher Tang Yan, didn't Xiaotong already mention this backstage earlier? Did you really forget?" Hearing this, Tang Yan's expression of holding his forehead was also quite amusing. Tang Yan felt a bit naive and innocent. He already knew about it backstage, yet he still asked out loud, "What's so silly and naive about that? I just love Tang Yan like this." You must like Tang Yan because she's pretty, right? You could say that, but at least Tang Yan is more authentic. In any case, having read this far, everyone seems pretty satisfied with this episode. Meanwhile, director Wu Tong has been closely monitoring the show's ratings. When he saw the ratings rise from 18 at the start of the show to 23 now, he was already beyond excited. Satisfied, he poured himself a cup of tea and began to savor it slowly. As the program continued, some of the game segments in the middle, such as I Draw, You Guess and telephone games. When everyone sees Luo Chen, they can either quickly guess the answer, or they can quickly demonstrate the answer themselves, which is also very satisfying. I had always thought that Luo Chen's talent lay in songwriting, but now it seems that Luo Chen is just a very smart person. That's right, I have to admit it, when it comes to intelligence, I've been outsmarted. Luo Chen is just too strong. It's like he knows everything. I thought Luo Chen was appearing on this kind of variety show for the first time and might not be used to it, but it turns out he was the one teaching everyone else a lesson. Yeah, I'm really impressed. Guan Xiaotong and Hua Qinyu are used to playing these kinds of games, but they were completely outmatched by Luo Chen. Now I'm even more excited for Luo Chen's performance. Yeah, I just have a feeling there'll be a surprise. Everyone was talking about it. Finally, the program reached Luo Chen's solo performance segment. Luo Chen was dressed in a white robe, looking just like an ancient scholar. To be honest, Luo Chen looks way too cool in that outfit. Yeah, he looks so full of energy and confidence. At the same time, on the 10th floor of Long Duyuehua Tower, in the dance studio, Cheng Xiao, Wu Xuanyi, who had returned from work, and Meng Meika had been practicing for a while. They sat together and took out their phones to watch the show, The Ultimate Showdown. When Luo Chen appeared in his period costume, the three girls couldn't help but gasp in awe. Wu Xuanyi even blurted out, "Luo Chen's outfit is way too cool." Meng Meika didn't say a word, but her intense gaze fixed on the screen spoke volumes. Cheng Xiao chimed in, "I never expected Luo Chen to look so handsome in period attire. He seems to have a completely different aura compared to usual." Upon hearing this, the other two girls nodded in agreement. At that moment, all three girls were completely captivated by Luo Chen's outfit. At the same time, the large screen behind them displayed the information about the song that was about to be performed. Although I don't know why the song is called Xian Bai Du, seeing that it's a medley composed by Luo Chen, I know it must be amazing. That's a given. Just look at the reactions of the celebrities in the trailer. Wu Xuanyi also asked curiously, "Xiao Xiao, do you know why it's called Xian Bai Du?" Cheng Xiao shook her head in confusion, "I don't know either. I didn't ask brother Luo Chen." Amidst everyone's confusion, the music began to play. The violin and flute in the prelude immediately captured everyone's attention. Soon, Luo Chen's lazy and carefree voice also reached everyone's ears. Outside the city gates, the wild inn is deserted, with no smoke or fire. How can the guests sleep? The cold creeps into my sleeves. Who will add 2 more garments for me? Just a few lines of lyrics. But the imagery they evoke has already immersed everyone in their world, especially when listening to the song at the same time. The conversation between Guan Xiaotong, Tang Yan, and Tang Yisan has also received unanimous approval from everyone. Guan Xiaotong is absolutely right. Luo Chen is not only handsome but also talented, and the lyrics of this song are truly outstanding. Tang Yan also makes a valid point. Luo Chen's talent clearly surpasses Qinglong's. Those online who claim Qinglong is better are clearly speaking without any knowledge of the facts. I think Tang Yisan makes more sense. If Luo Chen had been born in the Tang dynasty, he would have been a poet, and if he had been born in the Song dynasty, he would have been a lyricist. Well, that does make sense, but back then we might have had a few more poems to memorize. Sadly, drifting into dreams, months pass in dreams, and years pass in waking. Past events were tragic and beautiful, love was shallow, and our connection was fleeting. When the lead singer finished, the crowd felt as though they had witnessed the scene described in Luo Chen's lyrics. One by one, they seemed to see that inn and witness that snowstorm. They saw the emaciated horse that had not been able to rest properly. Similarly, they also saw the guest who couldn't sleep. And this also reminded some people of their own experiences. Time has passed, and the past has faded away like the wind. But even after falling asleep at night, I still find myself dreaming of those scenes from the past. Dreaming about the people and events of the past is like a partridge that can't fly back to the courtyard they can never return. All that remains is a sigh. Sad memories. At the same time, Guan Xiaotong and Tang Yan were both staring blankly at Luo Chen's figure. Wu Xuanyi couldn't help but mutter to herself, Luo Chen is the most charming. Sheng Xiao and Meng Meika didn't hear this, but they were equally captivated by the screen, staring intently at Luo Chen. It was unclear whether they were captivated by the song or drawn in by Luo Chen's presence. Finally, the ethereal sound of the guzheng emerged during the interlude. The audience also perked up. Soon, the chorus came. I've searched for you 1,000 times, from dawn to dusk. In this vast world, I drift aimlessly. I've searched for you 1,000 times, and another year has come and gone. But you were never there, in the dimly lit corner. I've searched for you 1,000 times, from dawn till dusk. I have searched for you 1,000 times, and another year has passed. Listening to these lyrics, everyone finally understood why the song was named 1,000 Degrees. Seeking you for 1,000 miles, the lyrics are so beautifully written. Yes, searching from dawn till dusk, year after year the scene comes to life instantly. How I wish the person Luo Chen is searching for were me. If you can say that, you might need to see a doctor. Damn, maybe Luo Chen actually likes someone like me. It seems like I'm really sick. Actually, it's not just the audience. At this moment, Wu Xuanyi had just finished listening to the chorus. She too had fallen into a fantasy. Meanwhile, Meng Meika, who was standing nearby, wasn't as severe, but she wasn't far off either. In any case, at that moment, everyone fell silent. Or rather, the images in their minds were far from normal. A moment later, Luo Chen finished singing this song. The audience gained an even deeper appreciation for Luo Chen's talent. Although I have no idea how Luo Chen managed to write this song, it doesn't stop me from admiring him. The lyrics are absolutely amazing. Luo Chen is just too amazing. I'll gladly crown Luo Chen as the strongest. Meanwhile, the show also aired the scene where Guan Xiaotong said, Luo Chen, your lyrics are so well written. Compared to you, I feel like such a little cutie. Tang Yan also chimed in with a comment. The others nodded in agreement. When the audience saw this, they actually feel the same way as Guan Xiaotong and the others. But when I heard Luo Chen say, this kind of thing, everyone knows in their hearts, so there's no need to say it out loud. Everyone realized that Luo Chen could be quite sharp-tongued at times. It truly proves the saying, truly outstanding people can succeed at anything they do. Especially Xin Tang's final blow at the end made the audience feel like they were the cute little ones at that moment. Wu Xuanyi was also a bit surprised and said, I didn't expect Luo Chen's first appearance on a variety show to be so great. Meng Meika added, anyway, I've never been able to figure out Luo Chen. I always feel like he knows everything. The other two nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, director Wu Tong stared at the 3% ratings displayed on his phone. He grabbed his assistant's hand and started dancing joyfully. He was completely ecstatic. This song by Luo Chen is so good. It's like a blessing from above that they were able to get Luo Chen on this episode. The viewership ratings for this episode have tripled compared to the previous episodes. This feels absolutely amazing. Come on, let's keep the music playing and keep dancing. Let's put that aside for now. Let's wait until the program finally ends. Netizens are also extremely excited. Enjoying it alone is definitely not the way to go. So, once again, the internet became their place to chat. After watching the trailer, I've been eagerly anticipating Luo Chen's variety show debut. After watching it today, I truly feel that all the waiting was worth it. You're right, that song Qian Bai Du sounds so poetic. Yeah, Luo Chen is so talented. His solo performance was already amazing, and his gaming segment was also so impressive. I'm truly impressed. He's simply inhuman. Those people say Qinglong is strong, but in my opinion, they can't even compare. Luo Chen is unbeatable. That makes sense. And did everyone notice? Luo Chen's song is still in the Dragon Country style. It feels like Luo Chen is really trying to promote the Dragon Country style. Isn't that exactly what Luo Chen has been doing all along? After watching Luo Chen's performance, everyone has truly become his die-hard fans. Even those who had previously claimed that Qinglong was stronger were now being cautious. Dare not speak anymore. Otherwise, Luo Chen's fans will all come after me, and they won't be able to handle it. At this moment, Luo Chen was truly at the peak of his glory. And who knows how many people were captivated by this song. In just a few short hours, Luo Chen once again created the classic Dragon Kingdom style song Qian Bai Du. Luo Chen is also the skilled at gaming. Luo Chen is truly unmatched in talent. 3 topics have also consecutively topped the Weibo trending charts. The name Luo Chen has also been constantly on everyone's lips. Both his looks and talent are highly praised by everyone. Chapter 76, Unbelievable. The lyrics were selected for the Chinese language textbook? Overnight, Luo Chen became a sensation once again. The song Qian Bai Du has gained even more recognition. Originally, everyone thought that this matter had come to an end. After all, Luo Chen's previous songs had only reached this level. However, something unexpected happened that caught everyone off guard. The official Weibo account of the Ministry of Culture of Longwa posted a message. Luo Chen's new song Qian Bai Du will be included in next year's Chinese language textbooks. We would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to Luo Chen for his contributions to the traditional culture of Manhwa. As soon as the news spread, everyone was shocked. The director of the Ace Battle, Wu Tong, saw this news. He was completely dumbfounded. He's been in the entertainment industry for so many years. He's never seen anything like this before. Pop music lyrics actually being included in textbooks? This sounds absurd. Yet, despite how absurd it sounds, Luo Chen actually managed to pull it off. Wu Tong muttered, Luo Chen isn't just a genius, he's a god. At the same time, he quickly posted a congratulatory message for Luo Chen on the official Weibo account of the Ace Battle. It's like cheering him on, isn't it? Meanwhile, many media outlets saw this news from the Ministry of Culture. Also rushed to report on it. Music prodigy Luo Chen's new song Qian Bai Du has been selected for inclusion in Chinese language textbooks. Shocking. Luo Chen's new song has actually been selected. Luo Chen is really impressive now. Not only the media, but also the artists under Yuehua Entertainment have been posting on Weibo. Congratulations to Luo Chen on his new song Qian Bai Du being selected for inclusion in the Chinese language textbook. At this moment, Luo Chen's popularity has surged once again. And the lyrics of Qian Bai Du being selected for the Chinese language textbook directly topped the Weibo trending chart. Many netizens were also shocked to see this. No way. The lyrics were selected for the Chinese language textbook? Is that for real? I've never heard of such a thing before. How could it be fake? Didn't you see that the Ministry of Culture even posted it on Weibo? This is too amazing. Luo Chen is awesome. Luo Chen has been writing songs in the Dragon Kingdom style, and I thought he was just trying to revive Dragon Kingdom music, but I never expected the lyrics to be selected for the Chinese language textbook. Is this what they call accidentally planting willows and finding them thriving? If it's in the textbook, doesn't that mean we have to memorize it? Damn, that's true. It really fits what Tang Yisan said. If Luo Chen had been born in the Tang dynasty, he would have been a poet, and if he had been born in the Song dynasty, he would have been a lyricist. Now we don't have to be born in ancient times. In modern times, song lyrics can also be selected for language textbooks. We can still memorize the entire text. Thankfully, lyrics are still easier to memorize. Netizens are shocked. In the office, Fong Lan and Luo Chen also looked completely bewildered. Earlier, someone claiming to be from the Cultural Affairs Department had called Fong Lan. They said they wanted to include the lyrics of the song Luo Chen Qian Bai Du in next year's Chinese language textbook. Fong Lan couldn't believe it at first when she heard the news, thinking it was a scam. Until the person on the other end of the phone verified their identity. Fong Lan finally realized it was the real deal. Of course she agreed to such a good deal. However, Fong Lan and Luo Chen never imagined that the Cultural Affairs Department would act so quickly. They actually took advantage of the song's popularity while it was still trending. They've added fuel to the fire. The power of this fire can be seen directly from the reactions of those on Weibo. This is truly an unprecedented event. Even Fong Lan didn't believe it at first, so you can imagine how others would react upon hearing the news. Now, however, everything has been settled. Luo Chen couldn't help but admit that the Cultural Affairs Department had really outdone themselves this time. Similarly, this also led to when Luo Chen logged into his Weibo account. He was startled to discover that his Weibo follower count had already surpassed 40 million. These are real, genuine fans. All of them are real people. Not like other entertainers. Even though they claim to have tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, of fans. However, when it comes to posting a simple Weibo update, there are only a few hundred comments below. Of course. Thinking of this, Luo Chen suddenly felt the urge to test the authenticity of his fans. He simply found an angle and took a selfie. I quickly edited a thank you message and sent it out. As soon as the message was sent, the fans' phones would receive a notification. Upon seeing that it was Luo Chen, who hadn't posted on Weibo in ages, everyone didn't hesitate. They immediately clicked on it. When they saw it was a selfie and a message of gratitude, fans also rushed to comment below. Wow, I never thought I'd see this day Luo Chen actually posted on Weibo. I guess if it weren't for the Ministry of Culture posting on Weibo that the lyrics of Qian Bai Du were selected for the Chinese language textbook, I don't think Luo Chen would have posted anything. That's true, but a selfie as the main post is something I can accept. You're right, I'll take the selfie and use it as my phone wallpaper. I hope I can be more proactive and post more on Weibo in the future. The person above is right. Luo Chen should be more proactive and post more updates. Be more proactive. 1-100-7988. In just a few minutes, Luo Chen's post had already garnered millions of views, with tens of thousands of comments. Seeing this, Luo Chen couldn't help but nod in agreement, thinking it was acceptable. Of course, those who commented asking him to post more, he automatically ignored. It's impossible to have multiple occurrences. But when I'm in a good mood, I can still chat with my fans. At this moment, Luo Chen still doesn't know that his fans are so eager for updates. Actually, it's a very happy thing. Little do they know that those has-been celebrities would do anything to have so many people urging them to post on Weibo every day. But that's not the case. Even if they post a dozen or so posts themselves every day, it wouldn't generate as much buzz as Luo Chen's single post. Where are they supposed to go to argue with that? At noon, Luo Chen, Chang Xiao, and Fang Lan had lunch together. During the meal, Chang Xiao made no effort to hide his admiration for Luo Chen. Had he not known that Luo Chen had other commitments in the afternoon? I doubt this meal would have been enough to satisfy her. She'll need some snacks as well. Fang Lan couldn't help but laugh at Chang Xiao's expression. However, she said, Luo Chen, I've already booked your flight to Magic City. Would you like to go alone, or should I have Shaoli accompany you? Shaoli is the driver assigned to him by the company. A former Special Forces soldier. Not only a skilled driver with some real ability, but the company also assigned him to follow Luo Chen with the intention of having him protect him. For other artists, such an arrangement might be quite good. However, Luo Chen's own abilities far surpass those of Shaoli. He doesn't need his protection. Besides, Luo Chen is participating in the Masked Singer program under the identity of Qinglong. And currently only director Su Xiang knows his true identity. Luo Chen doesn't want to reveal his identity just yet. If it were because of Little Li that others found out that Qinglong was actually Luo Chen would truly be at a loss for words. So in the end, Luo Chen still refused. After eating, he chose to go to the Magic City alone. Chapter 77, The Masked Singer director's attitude is a bit too humble. Luo Chen was on his way. Meanwhile, the production team of the Masked Singer show had consulted Luo Chen for his opinion. They then released another Weibo post. This episode of The Masked Singer will once again welcome a super popular singer to challenge the contestants. Stay tuned! As soon as the news broke, many netizens who had been speculating about who the mystery singer would be tonight couldn't sit still. Is the Masked Singer getting this crazy? Last episode they brought in Qinglong, one of the most popular singers of the year, and this episode they've gone and invited another super popular singer. It's confirmed The Masked Singer is the most lavishly funded variety show. It's definitely pretty lavish, but I wonder who this incredibly popular singer really is. Yeah, I wonder if the vote count can surpass Qinglong. I think it'll be tough to surpass Qinglong. His vocal style is simply unmatched. If this singer can secure second place, that would already be impressive. Second? Where did you put my white prism? When I think about it, it feels like I was invited here just to be cannon fodder. Cannon fodder might be a stretch, but getting a good ranking is probably out of the question. After what happened last time, netizens are clearly even more excited about the guest singer invited by the Masked Singer. In this episode, besides wanting to know who the challenger is, they are also eager to hear Qinglong's next opera-style song. Meanwhile, in the singers group, everyone is also very interested in the Masked Singer. When it was revealed that the singer was an extremely popular artist, Deng Jiqi couldn't help but ask, Shueqian, this episode's super popular singer must be you, right? Shueqian sighed helplessly, it really isn't me. The production team did invite me, but I declined. Deng Ziqi, it really wasn't you? The show's description sounds just like you. Shueqian, I really appreciate you flattering me like this, but I'm really not the one. Why do they always include me in every episode? Lin Junjie, who told you to become so popular? A lot of people online are saying it's you. Li Ronghao, I think it's you too. Shueqian sent a spitting blood emoji. You don't believe me now, but you'll see when the show airs live. Others still didn't believe him. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Luo Chen arrived alone at the entrance of the Magic City Sports Arena. Just like last time, he had already put on the Qinglong mask while still in the car. This left Liang Yun, who had come to greet him again, feeling somewhat helpless. She had originally thought that if Luo Chen had forgotten, she could still find out his true identity. But now it seems like that idea is out the window. However, he still wants to give it a try. Mr. Qinglong, I'm your assistant. You can really trust me. I promise I won't reveal your identity. Why don't you just let me take a look? Luo Chen shook his head. Luo Chen shook his head. It sounds good, but what if you accidentally let it slip? Liang Yun saw this and realized that Luo Chen had made up her mind not to let anyone know her true identity. She could only obediently lead the way ahead. At the same time, he said, Mr. Qinglong, Director Su said that if you arrived, he wanted me to bring you over. It seems like he has something to discuss with you. Do you think we can go now? Sure, Luo Chen replied. Since it was Su Xiang who said it, there might actually be something he needs to discuss with him. Soon, the two arrived at Su Xiang's office. As soon as he saw Luo Chen, Su Xiang immediately stood up from his chair and said excitedly, Master Qinglong, you left right after the program was recorded last time, and we didn't get a chance to chat properly. As Su Shangzheng was speaking, he noticed that Liang Yun was still standing beside Luo Chen, and immediately furrowed his brows and said, "Why are you still standing here?" Liang Yun smiled, "I just thought you might need someone around to look after you while you're talking. Just like this tea has gone cold." Saying this, he was about to walk over to pour tea for the two of them. But when he saw Su Xiang's serious expression, Liang Yun finally walked out, feeling a bit disappointed. She actually knew who Qinglong really was. Little did she know that after Su Xiang found out that Luo Chen didn't want to reveal his identity, he became extremely cautious about the matter. After all, the ratings for The Masked Singer still depend on Luo Chen. Once Liang Yun is out of the picture, Su Xiang personally poured a cup of tea for Luo Chen and said with a smile, "Mr. Luo Chen, we are truly grateful that you could join us on our program. Ever since that opera-style song you sang last time went viral, so many people have come to me asking about you, but I've had to turn them all away." "Thanks." Luo Chen replied with a smile. "I really don't want to reveal my identity right now, so if anyone else comes asking about me in the future, I hope you can help me keep it a secret." Su Xiang knew he had guessed correctly upon hearing Luo Chen's words. A smile immediately appeared on his face. This was only natural after all, it was the rule of our show, and he would definitely keep the secret for him. Su Xiang was still counting on Luo Chen to keep participating. She wouldn't dare do anything to offend Luo Chen. Who knows how happy he was when he found out that the lyrics of Luo Chen's song had been selected for inclusion in the Chinese language textbook by the Ministry of Culture. Although no one knows yet that Qinglong is actually Luo Chen. However, once Qinglong wins the championship of The Masked Singer, it would inevitably be time to reveal his identity. And at that point, who knows how many people will be watching the show? That would be an unimaginable live stream viewership. Thinking about it, Su Xiang really didn't want to offend Luo Chen. During their conversation, he kept a smile on his face at all times. Luo Chen also felt that this director was quite skilled at handling situations. Not bad. After chatting for a while, Luo Chen remembered that he still had to go to rehearsal, so he suggested they talk again next time. As he stepped out of the office door, "I saw Liang Yun waiting here the whole time." Luo Chen knew what he was thinking. But at this moment, the fewer people who knew his true identity, the better. So he simply said he was going to rehearsal. He led the way forward. Liang Yun had no choice but to follow. Last time, he had missed Luo Chen's rehearsal. She was already regretting it. This time she didn't want to miss out again. And she was also very excited to see what kind of song Luo Chen would sing this time. Could it be another operatic style again? Chapter 78, Guanshan Wine, 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains, I wish to guard them with you. Soon. The two arrived at the rehearsal hall. As soon as they saw Qinglong arrive, the band members immediately gathered around him. "Mr. Qinglong, this song you wrote is truly amazing. Not only are the lyrics and melody excellent, but the arrangement is also very unique." Seeing these people looking up at Qinglong with such admiration, Liang Yun was a bit stunned. These band members had always been quite arrogant in the past. But today, they seem rather humble. Liang Yun didn't know the reason. But Luo Chen knows. He had already sent the sheet music to the band earlier so they could practice it beforehand. This type of operatic song, despite being popular among many online singers nowadays, are now imitating it. But to reach the level of the two songs Luo Chen has presented, it's still a bit challenging in the short term. No wonder they feel that way. Luo Chen also smiled and responded to everyone. "Judging by your expressions, you should have mastered this piece by now. Shall we start rehearsing?" Upon hearing Luo Chen's words, the band members were also eager to hear how Luo Chen planned to interpret this song. He quickly returned to his post. Seeing this, Liang Yun was also very excited. However, the phone rang suddenly. Liang Yun frowned and saw that it was the director calling. He quickly answered it. Luo Chen also noticed, but didn't start singing right away. I don't know what was said on the other end of the phone, but I saw Liang Yun hang up abruptly, looking embarrassed and saying, "Mr. Qinglong, I'm truly sorry, but I might not be able to watch your rehearsal. The director needs me for something." In response, Luo Chen didn't seem to mind. After all, he didn't need another spectator. After Liang Yun obtained Luo Chen's consent, hurriedly left, but his expression was somewhat distressed. She had been looking forward to being the first to see the performance of this song. Now it's impossible. We'll have to wait until she leaves. Luo Chen gave a slight nod. And the band members began to play. It was clear that the band members were all well trained. Very skilled. As for Luo Chen himself, there was no need to mention it. He had already mastered the entire song. He has even added his own interpretation. Though the song is from Earth. But when he performs them under his circumstances, Luo Chen is confident that his version would be better than the one on Earth. Since everyone was already quite skilled, we only rehearsed a few times. Basically, this song is fine. Everyone played very well. Thank you all for your hard work. After it was over, Luo Chen smiled and said, The band members also stood up and responded. Mr. Qinglong is too kind. It is our honor to accompany such a song. That's right, Mr. Qinglong. I'm not just saying this, but I feel this song is sure to get a lot of votes tonight. Well, I'll take that as a good omen then. Luo Chen bowed to everyone and said, since that's the case, I'll head back first. Just as they were about to leave the rehearsal hall, they saw Liang Yun running over. Seeing Luo Chen about to leave, Liang Yun still didn't understand that the rehearsal had already ended. Suddenly, she felt terrible. It's all the director's fault for making me do something at this moment. Now I missed the rehearsal. Seriously, this is the second time. Following Luo Chen all the way to the restroom, Liang Yun muttered to himself the entire way. Soon it was 7:30 in the evening. With the experience from last time, the production team was well prepared. This time, they also started the live stream early. Some subscribers even joined in quickly. Wow, I'm glad I subscribed, otherwise I wouldn't have known the live stream started so early today. Yeah, I feel like tonight's episode is going to be great. There's no other reason, it's all for Qinglong. Sorry, I'm here because the production team mentioned that ultra-popular singer. I can't figure out Qinglong's identity yet, but I promise I'll uncover this person's true identity today. That's right, I'm here for that super popular singer too. Qinglong is no match for Luo Chen. Yeah, the lyrics to Luo Chen's song Qian Baidu have even been included in the Chinese language textbook. That makes sense. In my opinion, only someone like Luo Chen, who has consistently maintained such a high standard of creativity, can be called the strongest. Qinglong only has one opera-style song, who knows if it was just a lucky hit? I agree with that. Maybe Qinglong won't sing an opera-style song this time. I have a feeling that Qinglong will probably only come in third this time. Wow, you guys change your minds so quickly. Netizens are fickle, and that's absolutely true. The show hasn't even aired yet, and people are already saying Qinglong is no good. And some even claim that the previous song, Qiling, was nothing more than a lucky hit. This time around, he probably won't be singing opera-style songs. Luo Chen couldn't see such comments. However, director Su Xiang was the one who opened the live stream. He had been paying close attention the entire time. When he saw such comments, he didn't feel the slightest bit angry. In fact, he felt like laughing. Because only he knew that Qinglong was actually Luo Chen. From this perspective, Qinglong's song tonight will undoubtedly be powerful as well. Of course, when you see the live stream's popularity rating before the broadcast even starts, it had already reached 12 million. At this point, he was also extremely excited. Regardless of how netizens were discussing it. As long as they come to watch, director Su Xiang is confident that after seeing Qinglong's performance, they will be satisfied. They will definitely be blown away. Time is rapidly approaching 8 o'clock in the evening. In the singers group, Deng Jiqi couldn't hold back any longer and posted a confused emoji. Do you guys know who Qinglong is now? Lin Junjie, I don't know either. I asked a lot of people, but they all said they didn't know. Shui Qian, have you asked the director of The Masked Singer? Deng Ziqi, no, I don't know him well. Lin Junjie, I did ask, but he didn't tell me. Besides, isn't the super popular singer announced by the show today supposed to be you? Go ask him yourself. Shui Qian, it really isn't me. If it were me, would I still be here chatting with you guys? Deng Ziqi, speaking of which, Li Rong's account has always been pretty active. Why isn't he saying anything now? Shui Qian, could it be that today's super popular singer is actually him? Lin Junjie, it's definitely possible. Shui Qian, damn it, it was clearly him all along, and he even framed me earlier. Li Ronghao has no idea that he's just not in the group chat. And yet everyone has already guessed his true identity. At that moment, he was still waiting in the lounge. He was wearing a black and white clown mask on his face. Finally, the time arrived at 8 o'clock in the evening. Li Hao, the host dressed in a black suit, walked onto the stage. As usual, there was a commercial for the event's sponsor. This marks the beginning of tonight's Masked Singer program. The first performer is The Wanderer, who ranked 5th in the previous episode. This time, he also brought a love song. He just added a rap section in the middle, which actually sounds pretty good. After finishing the song, it also received positive reviews from the masked guessing panel. Of course, whether it was genuine praise or not, that remains to be seen. Netizens also commented that compared to last time, this time, the homeless singer's rendition of the song was actually quite good. Everyone thought The Wanderer was finally breaking out in this episode. But the performances of the next few singers proved them wrong. Perhaps it was because they didn't receive many votes last time. As a result, many singers chose to keep their identities hidden in this episode. They have done their best to showcase their true abilities. Wow, this episode is like a battle of the gods. Everyone did an amazing job. This episode was a real treat to watch. As expected, there are no weak contestants on The Masked Singer. Last time, Qinglong alone received more than half of the votes, which made everyone feel like they had to give it their all this time. That's true, but it's also understandable. After all, last time was a bit embarrassing. Now, only the super popular singer and Qinglong are left to perform. I wonder what kind of surprises they'll bring. I can't wait, I'm so excited. It is also with everyone's anticipation that host Li Hao took the stage and announced. Next, let's welcome the super popular singer, Black and White Clown. Amidst the audience's applause, a man wearing a black and white clown mask stepped onto the stage. Here's a song for everyone, Ugly Duckling. I hope you all enjoy it. After the black and white clown said that, he began his performance. If the world is dark, I am actually beautiful. In love, moving forward or backward, one is at most consumed. Trivial disputes are irrelevant, so why should they matter? However, netizens found this scene utterly hilarious. The black and white clown ended up singing Ugly Monster? To be honest, it really feels a bit like Shui Qian. Indeed, although the voices aren't exactly the same, I think it's still possible for singers to alter their vocal tones. Exactly, let's take a guess. Shui Qian. Shui Qian may not be here, but his legends are everywhere. In the singers group, Shui Qian sent an expressionless emoji. Is Li Rong really going to go all out to frame me? Deng Ziki, I actually think he's being pretty clever. He's diverting all the audience's attention onto you. Lin Junjie, exactly, I agree. Though it is pretty funny. Deng Ziki, yeah, Li Ronghao is probably still gloating right now. He thinks we don't know, but we've already seen through his true colors. Lin Junjie, this is absolutely hilarious. Shui Qian, don't you guys consider my feelings at all? Deng Ziki, do we need to consider your feelings? Don't you think you've gained popularity this way? You've already made money. Shui Qian. A few minutes later, after the song Ugly Monster finished playing, the music stopped. The members of the masked guessing team couldn't help but ask questions. Dai Jiangwei said with a half smile. Are you Shui Qian? Black and White Joker, you figured it out so quickly? Dai Jiangwei, stop pretending. If you're Shui Qian, I'll eat this microphone. Actually, I already know who you are, but I'm not going to say it now. Black and White Joker. I thought I had hidden it well. But I never expected Zhang Wei to be so confident in claiming to have recognized me. Netizens were also curious upon hearing Di Jiangwei's words. Could it be that all our previous guesses were wrong, and this person isn't Shui Qian at all? Since Zhang Wei dares to say that, he must have figured out the true identity of the Black and White Joker. Zhang Wei is also like that he figured it out but didn't tell us, making things a bit annoying. Guys, I figured it out. He's actually Li Ronghao. Everyone looked at the ID and realized it was Shui Qian. Although I don't know if it's true or not, I couldn't help but joke. Bro, you've done a pretty good job imitating that account. Yeah, it looks just like the real thing. But Li Ronghao could be a possibility too. I heard that the song Ugly Monster was written by Li Ronghao for Shui Qian, and I'm sure everyone understands the meaning behind it. Yeah, Li Ronghao wrote a song called Ugly Monster for Shui Qian, a song called Monster for Gu Juji, and then wrote a song called Model for himself. This is just ridiculous. Ha, that's pretty funny. Shui Qian never imagined that his own comment would be mistaken for a high-quality fake account. And it even claimed that the song Ugly Monster written by Li Rong for him had a deeper meaning. Upon reading this, Shui Qian was nearly overcome with indignation. But he couldn't very well follow the internet connection to confront them, could he? So he had no choice but to swallow his pride. Shaking his head, he pushed those thoughts out of his mind. Continue watching the Masked Singer program. Because at this moment, Qinglong is about to take the stage. Sure enough, as the host finished his introduction, a man wearing a Qinglong mask and traditional attire walked onto the stage. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, the audience below began to clap enthusiastically. Chen Jiawo also stared intently at the figure and said with certainty, based on my observations, I can confirm that he is definitely a man. Dai Jiangwei laughed. Last time you said he was a girl, and now you're saying he's a boy before he even sings. You change your mind quickly. Chen Jiawo said seriously, last time I was just misled by Qinglong. This time my judgment is absolutely correct, he's definitely a guy. Dai Jiangwei? Regardless of their perspective. When Luo Chen stood firmly on the stage, the large screen behind the stage also displayed the information about the song Luo Chen was about to perform. Song, Guan Shan Wine. Lyrics and music, Qinglong. Performed by, Qinglong. Another song written and composed by myself. Wow, who said Qinglong was no good? Here he is, ready to sing his own original song. Even though it's an original song, the quality is still up in the air. What if it's not good? Yeah, I don't believe it. How could his song be as good as Qi Ling's? Exactly, and it's not even certain that it's an opera-style song. It might just be an ordinary pop song. Netizens seem to just love to question things. After all, you don't have to take responsibility for what you say online. They basically just say whatever comes to mind. Meanwhile, backstage, director Su Xiang was overjoyed. Because just a moment ago, when Luo Chen took the stage, the live stream's viewership surged again, reaching 25 million. Remember, the last time it was only 18 million. This shows that although netizens appear skeptical in the livestream, they can't help but eagerly anticipate Qinglong's performance this time. Finally, Qinglong on stage nodded toward the band behind him. Soon, the music began to play. Even the prelude was enough to amaze everyone. Dai Jiangwei, it feels like there's a touch of the martial arts world. I pour wine at the mountain pass, and 1,000 autumns flow through my throat. And there is boiling snow to pour with the winds and clouds. I am an old friend from afar, the green mountains should turn white with age. In my youth, I wielded a silver spear to show off my prowess. Drinking alone in the mountains is like drinking in the heroic spirit of 1,000 generations. Chen Jiahua, it's another theatrical tone, but it's different from the previous song, The Red Dancer. Dai Jiangwei, exactly, there's a sense of grandeur in it. Just a few lines of lyrics, and the viewers in the livestream were also stunned. Holy cow, I thought Qinglong was done for, but after hearing these lyrics, I realize I was wrong. The key difference from last time is that this time it's that kind of bold, heroic, deep-voiced singing style. I'm completely blown away. Apologize to Qinglong. You're just too good. Forget about apologizing, I'm bowing down to you. From now on, I'm a Qinglong fan. On stage, Luo Chen continued singing. After years of wind and snow, the cold north wind accompanies the lonely day. We have witnessed the chaos of the world, and all we see is desolation and despair. The world is in turmoil, and we are all as rugged and gaunt as the mountains. Beyond the frontier, the smoke of war has not yet dissipated, and yellow clouds cover the land in sorrow. The smoke of war has not yet dissipated beyond the frontier, and yellow clouds cover the land in sorrow. Lucky red plum blossoms linger, refusing to fall from the branches. The red plum blossoms have survived by chance and have not fallen from the branches. Long smoke fills my heart, hastily making plans. The red plum blossoms have been lucky to survive, never falling from the branches. Treading through flying sand, drawing the sword to slay the enemy. The setting sun's embers and the spring breeze rise up the tower. In the chaos of war, the flames of battle never cease, and Chang'an remains captive. The chaos of war rages on, trapping Chang'an in captivity. Upon hearing this song, everyone imagined the following scene in their minds. On the mountain pass, the wind and snow howled, and jagged rocks lay scattered about. A lone figure drinks alone, as if trying to drink in all the heroic spirit of the centuries. At the frontier beyond the Great Wall, war rages, and rolling clouds of smoke turn the sky yellow. Only the red plum blossoms bloom undaunted. The sand and dust of the desert swept toward us with the fierce wind. A lone figure breaks through the flying sand, wielding a sword in hand to strike at the enemy. Not for anything else, but to wait until the setting sun illuminates the earth and the flames of war fade away. When the spring breeze once again blows upon the towering buildings of Chang'an. To protect the beautiful mountains and rivers behind us. Upon hearing this, everyone was deeply moved. Holy cow, this song is even better than that one by Qiling. I feel the same way. That sense of a single person taking on thousands is just so domineering. I have to admit, Qinglong's creative ability is truly impressive. You're right, this song really gets my blood pumping. Give me a sword right now, and I feel like I could take on the world. Let's go together. Just then, the theatrical voice sounded again. I pour wine at the mountain pass, and 1,000 autumns flow through my throat. And there is boiling snow to pour with the winds and clouds. I am an old friend from afar, the green mountains should turn white with age. In my youth, I wielded a silver spear to show off my prowess. The same lyrics, but this time they fell into the ears of the audience. They felt something completely different. Some were full of youthful vigor, while others were carefree and adventurous. Some embody the grandeur of 1,000 years. Some embody the grandeur of safeguarding the land and rivers. At this moment, everyone seems to hear their own story in the songs. Or something they want to protect. And Qinglong created this song as if to uphold the traditional culture of the Dragon Kingdom. To express his determination to everyone. At that moment, everyone was moved by the song. Some emotional audience members even had tears welling up in their eyes. During the interlude, the sound of a flute suddenly joined in. Every listener felt a shiver run down their spine. Soon, Luo Chen's theatrical singing voice rang out once again. I once rode horses in Chang'an, drinking wine in the streets. A startled dream reflects the beacon fires. Tonight I shall test my new armor. If my soul should perish on the battlefield, I shall not see the lost lands restored. If my soul should perish on the battlefield, I shall not see the lost lands recovered. If my soul perishes on the battlefield, I will not see the lost lands recovered. Who will share immortality with whom? Even the golden spears will rust. The will of heaven is reckless, like a lone wild goose soaring through the sky. Who will be immortal? Even golden spears rust. To unleash all one's cunning schemes upon the world. Sing freely, pour out your heart to the North Star. Across the vast rivers and mountains, I wish to stand by your side forever. The vast rivers and mountains, I wish to share with you. Many people were moved to tears upon hearing this. Just as the lyrics say. Years ago, they were also full of vigor and vitality, roaming the streets and living life to the fullest. What a carefree life they led. I thought I could roam the world alone, boasting of my reckless youth and believing myself invincible. But in the end, for the sake of love, for the sake of life, for the sake of survival, they had no choice but to struggle abroad, using their own bodies to support their families. For the sake of their families, they have sacrificed much. Forgetting the traditional culture of the Dragon Kingdom, many people no longer listen to Peking opera. However, Qinglong is now proving through his actions that, even if everyone has forgotten and no one cares anymore, as long as he remains, he will continue to uphold the traditional culture of the Dragon Kingdom and continue to protect it. Everyone thought it was just about listening to a song, even if the song has a story. Like the red-clad dancer, everyone can only sigh in sorrow. Moved for a moment, and then it was over. But this song is different. This song made them understand what it means to persevere and what it means to protect. Dragon Country's traditional culture belongs to all the people of Dragon Country. It should not be the responsibility of Qinglong alone to bear this burden. I am willing to defend the vast lands of our country alongside you. At this moment, the screen was flooded with this phrase. It's all over the screen. Chen Jiahua said with a choked voice, I am willing to defend the vast land with you. Dai Jiangwei echoed, I am willing to defend the vast lands with you, including the singers watching the performance in the backstage lounge. At this moment, they were all whispering, may we stand together to guard the vast rivers and mountains. They seemed to be expressing their beliefs in this way. The vast lands of the Dragon Kingdom stretch for thousands of miles, may we stand together with the Azure Dragon to protect them. As the song reaches its conclusion, finally, Luo Chen's voice rose slightly. I pour wine at the mountain pass, and 1,000 autumns flow through my throat. And there is boiling snow to pour with the winds and clouds. I am an old friend from afar, the green mountains should turn white with age. In my youth, I wielded a silver spear to show off my prowess. Everyone joined in with Luo Chen, softly singing the last two lines of the lyrics. Some tears quietly rolled down their cheeks. But they are completely unaware. They just stared blankly at the figure on stage wearing a blue dragon mask. In that moment, they suddenly understood why it was a blue dragon mask. Because they were people of the Dragon Kingdom. They are the descendants of the dragon. Upholding the traditional culture of the Dragon Kingdom is also the responsibility of all its people. The singing stopped, and the music came to an end. But no one in the venue uttered a sound. They seemed to be completely immersed in the song, unable to tear themselves away. I don't know how long it was. Finally, a faint round of applause rang out, followed by applause from the entire audience. The applause seemed insufficient to express their admiration for Qinglong at that moment. In an instant, everyone in the venue stood up, including the members of the masked guessing group, and even the singers in the backstage lounge. At that moment, all their attention was focused on the figure on stage wearing a blue dragon mask and traditional attire. It was him, using his song to tell everyone how firmly he cherished the traditional culture of the Dragon Kingdom. And it was this very song that awakened everyone's commitment to preserving the traditional culture of the Dragon Kingdom. The applause and tributes at this moment are not only for the Azure Dragon but also for the traditional culture of the Dragon Kingdom. Wow, I'm crying. The last time I heard Qi Ling sing, I didn't cry, but this song, Guan Shanjiu, really moved me to tears. I cried too. The lyrics are so well written, and the bold opera style really hit me right in the heart. What moved me most was Qinglong's actions. In this day and age when few people value the traditional culture of the Dragon Kingdom, it's truly inspiring that someone is still steadfastly preserving it. As the lyrics say, across the vast mountains and rivers, I wish to stand by your side. I have decided to pay more attention to my country's culture from now on. You're absolutely right. I never knew that opera vocals could be so emotionally powerful. Now I'm truly impressed. There's a reason why Peking opera has been passed down through the generations. Opera songs are definitely best enjoyed by Qinglong. The ones on Douyin nowadays are nothing compared to the real thing. The person above makes a good point. Qinglong's songs are indeed better, and each one brings some insight to the listeners. At this point, the netizens no longer mentioned their previous doubts about Qinglong. They had been completely won over by this Guanshan wine. The director behind the scenes, Su Xiang, was already so excited he couldn't contain himself. If it weren't for the female assistant holding him up, he would have collapsed by now. It was all because the live stream's viewership had suddenly surged past 50 million. It's no wonder how terrifying Qinglong's song is. On stage, Luo Chen bowed to the audience and said, thank you all. I hope you all enjoy this song, Guanshan wine. I also hope you will continue to support and appreciate the traditional culture of Longhua. After all, we are all people of the Dragon Kingdom. Qinglong. After his words, the audience once again erupted into applause and cheers. As the cheers died down, the members of the masked guessing team looked a bit troubled. It was because they had just heard Luo Chen sing another song. They still couldn't figure out Luo Chen's identity. At that moment, everyone looked at each other. For a moment, none of us knew what to say. The audience also found this scene amusing. Chapter 79, this is simply a blow from a higher dimension. In the end, when it came time to take responsibility, The so-called veteran of the music industry, Wu Qixuan, could only step forward reluctantly. Qinglong, why don't you just reveal your true identity? We really can't figure it out at the moment. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei immediately retorted. Mr. Wu, your move was really impressive. You've completely disgraced our masked guessing team. Wu Qixuan, Mr. Zhang Wei, if you have any ideas, just speak up. Do you think our masked guessing team still has any face left? One sentence had everyone laughing. To be honest, Wu Qixuan had a point. Where do they have the face to show themselves now? It would be better if Qinglong just revealed his identity himself. To be honest, I went through everyone in my mind who could fit the description, but there really is only one person who matches Qinglong. Yeah, figuring out Qinglong's true identity is really tough. I guess we'll just have to wait until Qinglong reveals himself. Wait for Qinglong to reveal himself? I guess I'll have to wait until the final episode. With Qinglong's level, he'd have to win the championship before he'd reveal himself. Sigh, there's nothing we can do about it. Who can blame Qinglong for being so talented in both creation and singing? I doubt anyone could defeat him. At this point, most netizens have once again sided with Qinglong. But as they say, before securing the championship, Luo Chen naturally wouldn't reveal his identity on his own. So, after answering a few questions from the masked guessing team, as usual, they were left completely stumped. Luo Chen returned to the backstage lounge to rest. Liang Yun saw Luo Chen return. He immediately stood up straight, his eyes brimming with admiration. He said, Master Qinglong, the lyrics of that Guanshan wine song you just sang were superb, and your operatic delivery was truly remarkable. It made my blood boil with excitement. My whole body was filled with excitement. I remember when I was very young, my grandfather loved listening to Peking opera. At that time, I was still a child and didn't understand it, I just thought it sounded unpleasant. At the time, I kept complaining. But now I realize that Peking opera has been passed down through generations because of the love and efforts of countless people. Now I think I can understand my grandfather. At the time, I kept complaining, but now I realize that Peking opera has been passed down through generations because of the love and efforts of countless people. Now, I think I can understand my grandfather. At the time, I kept complaining, but now I realize that Peking opera has been passed down through generations because of the love and efforts of countless people. Now, I think I can understand my grandfather. But he has gone now. Liang Yun grew more and more excited as he spoke, but his tone grew increasingly despondent. His voice also grew quieter and quieter. Because she felt that she had realized it too late. Luo Chen sighed and replied. Actually, it's not too late for you to understand this now. You're still young, and I believe your grandfather will understand you. This is also the best comfort you can give him. After saying that, Luo Chen went to rest on the sofa nearby. He wasn't someone who was particularly skilled at comforting others. And in her view, such matters ultimately had to be understood and overcome on one's own. Others' words can only serve as a starting point. In the end, it all comes down to Liang Yun herself. Since Luo Chen was the last to perform. So after he came off stage and returned to the green room, host Li Hao then walked onto the stage. He said enthusiastically, "Thank you, Qinglong, for your wonderful performance. We would also like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to the Three-Leaf Mask for their support of our program. As I mentioned in the previous episode, seeing the masked guessing team struggle brings me great joy. So here, I would like to once again thank Qinglong. It is thanks to him that we can once again see the masked guessing team with their confused expressions, knowing nothing at all." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei and the others also looked very displeased. Especially Wu Qixuan. He prided himself on being the veteran of the music industry. Having seen countless people, I had always believed that with my experience, I could handle any singer. I could guess their identity. But when it came to Qinglong, he was completely clueless, utterly confused. This made him feel extremely distressed. It felt like he was being insulted. If Luo Chen knew what he was thinking right now, he'd probably say, insulting? Not really, just kind of fun. Actually, it's not just Luo Chen, even the audience finds it quite amusing at this moment. To be honest, I used to hope that the masked guessing team could figure it out, but now I hope they don't, because it's just too funny. Yeah, Zhang Wei looks a bit better, but the others look like they'd crawl into a crack in the ground if there was one. But only Qinglong could pull that off. The other singers just changed their vocal tones, but Qinglong completely transformed his voice. You'd have to guess whether he was even a man or a woman. Ha, is this what they mean by "can you tell if I'm male or female?" After the netizens joked around for a while, Li Hao also spoke again. All the performances by the masked singers tonight have come to an end. Now it's time for the voting segment we all look forward to. As usual, you have 1 minute to vote for your favorite singer. The 1-minute countdown begins now. The tense voting phase is upon us once again. The singers waiting in the backstage lounge are also extremely nervous. After receiving such a low vote count in the previous episode, they have done their best to showcase their true capabilities in this episode. They simply do not want to face the same embarrassing situation again. I thought that this way I could get more votes. But after watching Qinglong's performance, they were also unsure of what to think. The impact of this kind of operatic song on stage was simply too powerful. The key is that Luo Chen's operatic songs are far superior to the poorly produced ones currently flooding the market. They're simply in a different league. In this situation, they have every reason to believe that the 500 public reviewers will still give Luo Chen a very high score. And that is precisely what they do not want to see. Because it's simply too embarrassing. A minute passed in the blink of an eye. Once again, a staff member handed the compiled results to Li Hao. He took it and glanced at it. This time, his face remained expressionless. This also disappointed the audience who had been closely watching Li Hao's expression. Li Hao brought the microphone to his lips and smiled as he said, "You don't really think a professional host would let you catch him making 2 mistakes, do you?" This also proves that Li Hao actually reads the comments from netizens online. However, that's not what everyone is focusing on right now. Everyone just wants to know the final vote count. Even Zhang Wei couldn't help but say, "Alright, let's not waste any more time. Just announce the results already." Li Hao smiled upon hearing this. Then he said, "I know everyone wants to know who came in first. I'll tell you. Congratulations to the Wanderer for securing 4th place with 55 votes. The Wanderers? 4th place? Is this what we were expecting? Damn, where did Li Hao learn this trick? I'm so confused. I'm truly impressed. I took off my pants, and this is what you show me? It feels like the trend of variety show hosts revealing results has been ruined by the director of a certain program. Yeah, it's just a waste of everyone's emotions. No one wants to be the first to announce such a result. But there was one exception. And that was the Wanderer himself. He finished in 5th place last episode, so according to the show's rules, he's currently on hold. If he fails to make it into the top 4 this time, he will be eliminated. In the end, he actually managed to secure the 4th place position. This was absolutely delightful. At least I won't be eliminated this round. As the saying goes, some are happy while others are sad. Now that the Wanderers have made it into the top 4, it also means that other singers will secure the 6th spot. This episode is destined to be eliminated. And soon, Sun Hao also announced. I'm sorry to say that Wild Grass has secured 6th place this week with 47 votes. According to the show's rules, the winner must be revealed. The Wild Grass is quite generous. When they heard they were 6, he quickly made his way to the stage. He smiled and said, "Actually, just being able to participate in these few episodes of Masked Singer is already very satisfying for me. I find it quite interesting. Finally, I would like to thank all the friends who have supported me all along. Thank you." After saying that, he took off the mask. Everyone looked and realized it was Tan Weiwei. This came as a complete surprise to everyone. Damn, I've always supported Tan Weiwei, but I never expected him to join this show either. If Tan Weiwei joins this show, it feels like she's at a disadvantage. Her biggest strengths are her high notes and powerful vocals, but if she sings, people will probably recognize her right away. Yeah, no wonder I felt like Yi Chao was holding back the whole time she was singing. It's a shame, Tan Weiwei is really talented, but this show just didn't allow her to showcase her unique style. Just as everyone is discussing in the comments, Tan Weiwei's strengths lie in rock music and her powerful vocals. However, whenever she sings on this show, he'll probably be recognized by everyone. So I can only hide and not sing. But that makes me stand out compared to others. His skills were still lacking. Being eliminated under such circumstances is understandable. After Tan Weiwei stepped down, Dai Jiangwei suddenly said, "The Wanderer received 55 votes and came in 4th place, while Tan Weiwei's vote count wasn't very high either. When you calculate it like this, it seems like the top few are either very close or have a huge gap in votes." Xinjiawa, yeah, could it be that we'll see the same thing as last time, where the first place gets way more votes than everyone else? Wu Qixuan, it's not impossible, but if it happens again, I think the other singers will be really upset. They're not the only ones who thought of that. The singers in the background also realized it. At this moment, their expressions began to change slightly. They were doing their best to showcase their abilities in this episode. Isn't it just to avoid going through that embarrassing situation again? If it happens again, they'll feel like they're going to lose their minds. But Li Hao didn't keep them waiting for long this time. He smiled and said, "Let's give a round of applause to Qinglong for winning 1st place with 225 votes. Qinglong is first again." This outcome was still within everyone's expectations. But in this episode, everyone basically gave it their all and performed to the best of their abilities. Qinglong managed to secure an impressive 225 votes. The singers in the backstage lounge heard the result and couldn't help but smile wryly. Even though they had anticipated it beforehand, when the results finally arrived, you'll find it still hard to accept. Black and White Clown, this is also a popular singer. Is the gap really that big? White Prism, will all future episodes end up like this? Thousand-Faced Beauty, this is really upsetting. The comments are also buzzing. This is literally a dimension-lowering attack. Divine dimensional blow. You've got me laughing. They're all singers, how can there be such a huge difference? The singing style of opera songs does have certain factors. But who can blame Qinglong for creating these opera songs himself? I feel a bit sorry for the other singers. This is already the second time, and it was already awkward last time. Now they're doing it again. Who can endure this? I don't care. I just love Qinglong's operatic style songs. Exactly, Qinglong is awesome. Everyone is utterly impressed by Qinglong at this moment. At the same time, I also developed a deep awareness of operatic singing. That is, Qinglong's creations are in a league of their own, while others' creations are on a completely different level. As for whose opinion to follow, I believe everyone already has their own answer. At this point, the audience was no longer particularly concerned about the specific rankings of the other singers. With just a little bit of speculation, everyone knows that the vote counts are basically around 50 to 60. There won't be much difference from last time. Sure enough, Sun Hao's final announcement also confirmed this point. And the final rankings were as follows. First place, Qinglong, 225 votes. Second place, White Prism, 65 votes. Third place, Black and White Joker, 58 votes. Fourth place, The Wanderer, 55 votes. Fifth place, Thousand-Faced Beauty, 50 votes. Sixth place, Wild Grass, 47 votes. According to the program's rules, Shenmian Jiaohua came in 5th place in this episode, so she is currently on hold. And with that, the live broadcast has come to an end. It is now 10:30 p.m. He quietly avoided all the singers who were trying to come over and investigate his identity. Luo Chen set off on his journey home. Little did he know that the impact of this episode's broadcast had only just begun. Chapter 80, Is This the Influence of the Azure Dragon? When the lyrics of Luo Chen's song Qian Bai Du were announced by the Ministry of Culture to be included in next year's Chinese language textbooks, most people believed that Luo Chen's creative talent was the strongest. Qinglong can't compare to him. But tonight's episode of The Masked Singer is airing. Qinglong's performance of Guan Shanjiu. Once again, it showcased Qinglong's extraordinary talent. Whether it was in the composition of the songs or in their performance, both aspects have truly left a lasting impression on everyone. Especially the lyrics, which express a strong commitment to the traditional culture of the Dragon Kingdom. That spirit of continuing to protect the traditional culture of the Dragon Kingdom, even if he is the last person standing. It truly moved their hearts. On one hand, it allowed them to witness Qinglong's creative abilities. On the other hand, it also made more people aware of the charm of traditional culture in the Dragon Kingdom. Believe that if this continues, more people will eventually pay attention to the traditional culture of the Dragon Kingdom and learn about it. In this situation, the online discourse had long since moved beyond simply stating that Qinglong's creative talent was inferior to Luo Chen's. Instead, people now believe that both artists have their own distinct directions within the realm of music. However, both are focused on the traditional culture of Manhwa. This also makes everyone feel very fortunate. In this era, it is truly rare to have two musical geniuses like Luo Chen and Qinglong constantly paying attention to the traditional culture of Manhwa. It is precisely because of them that Dragon Country's traditional culture is being discovered and studied by more people. Indeed, there are already many people creating Dragon Country-style songs and opera-style songs. I hope they are creating and learning, but please don't plagiarize. Exactly, I sincerely hope that Dragon Country's music industry can overcome its current slump. To break out of this slump, it will likely take a considerable amount of time, but with Qinglong and Luo Chen leading the way, I am confident that we will eventually achieve our goal. At this moment, everyone must admit that Manhwa music owes its success to Luo Chen and Qinglong. It has truly become something different. Although they haven't reached the peak yet, they believe that day will come. Especially those who watched the live broadcast tonight or were recommended by friends to watch the Qinglong concert video. At this moment, they have directly transformed into Qinglong fans. Suddenly, everyone realized a problem. That is, even now, they still did not know the true form of the Azure Dragon. And they have no clue whatsoever. Moreover, when Qinglong first joined The Masked Singer as a challenger, the show's producers had already stated that Qinglong was one of the most popular singers of the year. But let's be honest, there are only a few singers who can be considered the most popular of the year. They speculated endlessly, but no one could match Qinglong. This whole ordeal has left them seriously doubting the authenticity of the information provided by the show's production team. As a result, many people went straight to the official Weibo account of the Masked Singer program and left comments. Is Qinglong really one of the most popular singers of the year? This isn't intentionally confusing the issue, is it? They just don't want us to figure it out. The production team is stirring things up. If they don't come out and explain this, I won't be watching the next episode. Exactly, if they don't give a proper explanation, I'm not watching either. 100,866. The staff members of the Masked Singer program never imagined that everyone was talking about Qinglong. Suddenly, the spotlight shifted to them. The problem is that the fire is quite intense. Although these people might just be doing it on purpose, I'll still watch the next episode when it airs. But he wouldn't dare take that risk as a staff member. He couldn't bear the consequences. Adhering to the principle of consulting superiors when faced with indecision, he promptly reported the matter to director Su Xiang. At that moment, Su Xiang was having dinner with his female assistant to celebrate. Who would have thought that such an incident would occur at this very moment? So I had no choice but to stop what I was doing. Hurriedly logged into Weibo to browse through the details of the incident. After understanding the full story, Su Xiang felt a bit uneasy. After all, they had previously said that Qinglong was one of the most popular singers of the year. That statement is correct. After all, he knows that Qinglong is Luo Chen. And Luo Chen's popularity was, of course, beyond question. However, netizens are now questioning the accuracy of this statement, which is actually quite reasonable. After all, from their perspective, since Qinglong has such high popularity, he is naturally one of the few popular singers. But they found that none of them were suitable. This was unbearable for them. The show has already aired 2 episodes. Whether it's the previous opera-style song Qiling or this one, Huan Shanjiu, they are all so beautiful and melodious. There's no reason they wouldn't want to know Qinglong's identity. Su Xiang really didn't know what to do. The truth about Qinglong being Luo Chen absolutely must not be revealed. At the very least, it must not come from my own mouth. He was still counting on Luo Chen to participate in a few more episodes. If this makes Luo Chen unhappy, he'll just withdraw from the competition outright. Then he'll be left with no choice but to cry. The female assistant beside him saw the worried expression on Su Xiang's face and said, "Actually, we don't need to take the blame ourselves. We just need to tell the netizens that Qinglong is one of the most popular singers of the year, and that statement is correct. Then let them find the answers on their own. Right now, they just suspect that the conditions we've given them are wrong. As long as we give them a way out, they will work even harder to find the answers." It must be said that the female assistant is quite capable. She's not just a pretty face. Her words also reminded Su Xiang. As a result, Su Xiang quickly posted the news on the official Weibo account of the Masked Singer. This confirmed that Qinglong was indeed one of the most popular singers of the year. At the same time, Qinglong himself does not wish to reveal his identity. Therefore, if you want to know the answer, you will have to find it out for yourselves. Netizens who read this passage were also left feeling a bit confused. Is he really one of the most popular singers of the year? But why can't we figure out his identity? This time, they still believe that the Masked Singer program team wouldn't dare to deceive them. But since Qinglong himself didn't want to reveal his identity, then we'll just have to work together to find clues. That's really strange. An hour later, an organization named Fong Qinglong was established. As the name suggests, the purpose of this organization is to uncover the true identity of the Qinglong. As time goes on, the number of members in this organization has been steadily increasing. The organizer is a person named Hua Long, who has even opened a verified account on Weibo under the name Visiting Qinglong. In just a few short hours, it already had over 1 million followers. And each of these fans has chosen a name for themselves, such as. It's quite a sight to behold. Fortunately, they were only discussing topics related to the identity of the Azure Dragon. They didn't do anything else. Otherwise, I suspect the higher-ups wouldn't have allowed such an organization to exist. Even so, many celebrities see this situation. They are also very envious of Qinglong. This organization is now operating under the pretext of searching for Qinglong's identity. However, once the true identity of the Blue Dragon is exposed, they immediately become the Qinglong's most loyal fans. As time went on, more and more dragons appeared on Weibo. Meanwhile, discussions about the Azure Dragon have also become increasingly popular. Soon, who exactly is Qinglong? Guan Shanwine. These 2 topics have directly made it onto the Weibo trending topics list. The speed at which they spread is truly astonishing. Chapter 81, the movie's final box office is a huge hit. Attend the Victory Banquet. A song about Guan Shanwine once again made Qinglong a sensation. Unlike last time, this time the popularity and fan base are much more solid. If we go back to when I first created Qiling, people might have thought that Qinglong was just a lucky shot. But now, no one will ever question that again. Not to mention that there is still that organization visiting Qinglong on Weibo at this moment. This also indirectly proves just how popular Qinglong is at the moment. Many people even believe that. In this situation, Qinglong should activate its Weibo verified account. This will give his fans a place to interact with him. But he didn't. Ever since the Masked Singer show ended, no one has been able to keep track of Qinglong's whereabouts or activities. Even if they visit the organization dedicated to Qinglong, which discusses this matter daily. But still came up empty-handed. At the same time, another incident also caught everyone's attention. That is the removal of the movie Hui Yuanjia, starring the Kung Fu Emperor Li Lianjie, from streaming platforms. However, it has garnered a box office of 20.35 billion. Such an achievement has left countless people in awe. It's really because when this movie first came out, the box office forecast by Maoyan platform was around 600 million yuan. At that time, everyone considered this performance to be quite good. However, when it was revealed that the theme song for the film was actually Luo Chen's song with the same title as the film, Hui Yuanjia, the Maoyan platform also quickly adjusted its box office projections for the film from 600 million to 800 million. Everyone had originally assumed that the box office estimate had been increased by 2 billion simply due to the theme song. Actually, that's a bit hard to believe. Many people are waiting to see the jokes in this movie. In their opinion, Luo Chen's song isn't worth it. But the result left them disappointed. When the movie finally hit theaters, the opening day box office reached 123.8 million. At that moment, they realized how painful it was. The Cat Rock platform also revised its box office estimates for the film once again in the first instance, from 800 million to 1.2 billion. This time, everyone felt that this achievement was already quite remarkable. It should be about right. But as time passed, Luo Chen's influence grew increasingly powerful. The number of his fans is growing steadily. Many people are even drawn to the theme song Hui Yuanjia, chose to watch this movie. And Li Lianjie himself has also had a significant influence on many people. As a result, the box office for this movie is getting higher and higher, and ultimately achieved a box office revenue of 203.5 billion. Such an achievement left countless people speechless. It's simply unbelievable. They never even imagined it. That they could achieve such success with just one theme song can significantly boost box office performance. It must be said that hearing Luo Chen's Hui Yuanjia in the cinema gave me a whole new experience. Yeah, especially the part where the female lead sings in the small town, it's absolutely breathtaking. You're right, it feels even better than the two opera songs from Qinglong. Well, there's no need to favor one over the other. I like both Qinglong and Luo Chen. You're right, but the movie Hui Yuanjia is actually pretty good, and it's not just because of Luo Chen's song. I agree. Exactly, it's just as the netizens have said. Listening to Luo Chen's song Hui Yuanjia in the cinema gave me a whole new experience. However, the reason why the movie ultimately achieved such high box office receipts, it was definitely not just because they used Luo Chen's song as the theme song. The movie itself is actually pretty good. A prominent social media influencer who follows Yuan Fong in watching movies shared some of their own thoughts on this statement. Perhaps many people initially chose to go to the cinema to watch The Courtyard of the Hua Family because of Luo Chen's song. However, when we watched the movie, we can also gain some insights from the film, just as Hui Yuanjia said after being poisoned, hatred only breeds more hatred. And the line about how one cannot choose the beginning of life, but must have the courage to take the final step. These two lines, I believe, convey a positive and uplifting spirit, which is also reflected in the lyrics of the song Hui Yuanjia sung by Luo Chen. In the small town, time flows by, clear courage washed away memories, I remember you living proudly. Living means living life to the fullest, leaving as few regrets as possible. Finally, I hope everyone can stay positive and live life to the fullest. Following Yuan Fong to watch movies is already a well-known influencer, and he has a large following. So when this Weibo post was published, it sparked a lot of discussion among everyone. That's so well said. When I first read those two lines, I was deeply moved too. Yeah, especially when listening to Luo Chen's song and watching the movie, it feels like the song was tailor-made for this film. Exactly, the song is beautiful, and the movie is great, they don't conflict at all. Plus, both the song and the movie convey a positive and sunny message. I think that's wonderful. Perhaps this is what makes Luo Chen so powerful. His lyrics aren't just about love and romance, but are filled with stories, giving people a unique feeling. Yeah, other singers really should take notes. Those sappy love songs are making me sick. Although, in this regard, the movie Hui Yuanjia and its theme song Hui Yuanjia seem to complement each other. However, in the eyes of many industry insiders, the film's ultimate box office success is inseparable from this song and Luo Chen. At first, many people chose to buy tickets to watch this movie because of Luo Chen and this song. Moreover, during the period when the movie was in theaters, Luo Chen's popularity has become increasingly staggering, and his influence is growing ever larger. Based on this idea, many people once again turned their attention to Luo Chen. To be precise, it was on the songs he had created. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that many people are even willing to pay a high price to invite Luo Chen to compose a movie theme song for them. At that moment, Luo Chen also appeared in Fong Lan's office. On one hand, many people had genuinely come to invite him to compose the theme song for a movie. In this regard, Fong Lan has always respected Luo Chen's opinion. However, after looking at some movie titles, he felt there were no good ones, so he refused. On the other hand, it was because the final box office performance of the film Hu Haiquan was simply too good. It far exceeded the expectations of Li Lianjie and the investors. So they are planning to host a celebratory banquet. And they have formally invited Luo Chen to attend. The key location is still in Longdu. With that in mind, Luo Chen considered it and decided to go. Chapter 82, a masterpiece of the Jianghua laugh echoes across the sea. Yunguang Hotel. One of the 5-star hotels in Longdu. This time, the celebratory banquet will be held here. By the time Luo Chen and Fang Lan arrive here, at the hotel entrance, they saw a group of journalists surrounding a crowd of people and conducting interviews. Luo Chen glanced over and saw that standing in the center was Sun Li, the female lead of the movie Hu Haiquan. Perhaps she was afraid Luo Chen wouldn't recognize her. Fang Lan explained from the side, this female celebrity is Sun Li. After starring in Hu Haiquan, her popularity has skyrocketed recently, and her market value should also rise significantly. Luo Chen nodded. Hu Haiquan's box office is so high right now. As the female lead of the film, Sun Li's current popularity is not surprising. However, none of this has anything to do with Luo Chen. He had no intention of going over there either. Instead, he took advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention and tried to slip in from the side. But things didn't go as planned. Just as I reached the hotel entrance, Luo Chen was immediately recognized by the reporters. Luo Chen, it's Luo Chen. Upon hearing this voice, everyone looked up and immediately located Luo Chen's position. In an instant, several reporters surrounded him. Sun Li, who was standing nearby, saw this and looked on with a touch of envy. After all, she knew the family situation better than anyone else. Though now, with the fire at Hu Haiquan's estate, she has also become known to many people. And she has gained a lot of popularity. But her popularity is currently unstable. If her next work fails to win over the audience, then everything we have now is just a castle in the air. Of course, there are also some celebrities who just want to cash in on their fame while it lasts. They don't really think about what comes next. But Sun Li had her own aspirations. She wants to make a long-term career in the entertainment industry. But it's going to be tough. But Luo Chen is different. Even though he never participated in such interviews in the past, everyone still knows his capabilities. Once he makes an appearance, everyone's attention will still be on him. At the same time, the reporters here also began to ask questions. Luo Chen, what are your thoughts on the high box office success of the film Hu Haiquan? Of course, I'm thrilled that the movie is doing so well at the box office. Luo Chen, how much do you think your song Hu Haiquan contributed to the success? In my opinion, it just serves as an introduction. The main reason is that the content of the movie is great. After answering, Fang Lan stopped everyone and smiled, saying, sorry, Luo Chen has something to do. Apologies. After saying that, the two of them walked toward the hotel. They followed the hotel staff. The two arrived in front of a large hall. The staff opened the heavy door of the hotel, revealing a spacious, luxurious space before them. The ceiling is adorned with elegant crystal chandeliers, each casting a dazzling array of colorful lights from every angle. Elegant European-style tables and chairs, along with a compact, exquisite bar counter, are all finished in pure white. Every corner exudes an air of nobility. On each table stands a white porcelain vase, with pink roses blooming gracefully inside. They harmonize perfectly with the elegant surroundings. It must be said that this hall is quite luxurious. At this moment, there were also people coming and going inside, chatting with each other. It was quite lively. Luo Chen and Fang Lan strolled inside. They had originally planned to find a spot to sit down. But then Li Lianjie came walking right toward me. He smiled warmly, looking very enthusiastic. Teacher Luo Chen, you're finally here. Li Lianjie, just call me Luo Chen. Calling me teacher is really too much for me. Luo Chen hurriedly waved his hands and said, even if the Li Lianjie of this world is younger than the one on earth, Luo Chen still doesn't deserve the title of teacher. Li Lianjie saw Luo Chen's expression and didn't think he was pretending. He smiled and said, I'm older than you, so I'll call you Luo Chen, little brother. Alright. Luo Chen responded with a nod and followed Li Lianjie inside. The group arrived at a round table. Several people were already seated there. Except for Zhou Huajian. The other Luo Chen he didn't recognize. But fortunately, Li Lianjie was quite familiar with them. After some introductions, Luo Chen finally realized that these people were all big shots in the entertainment industry. Either producers or directors. In any case, it's a behind-the-scenes job. But they all have a lot of energy. Once the two of them sat down, soon, Sun Li also walked over. Li Lianjie finally spoke again. Luo Chen, my younger brother, the film The House of the Red Lantern has achieved such high box office success, and your song of the same name has played an indispensable role in its success. Li Lianjie, you're too kind. My song is just a small part of it, the real credit goes to the quality of the film itself. Luo Chen said modestly. He actually thought the same way inside. Of course, at the beginning, many people became aware of this movie because of Luo Chen's song. However, after watching it, they still found it worthwhile. Additionally, on movie websites, the ratings and reviews for the film Hu Haiquan are still quite good. This is also one of the reasons why the film achieved such high box office success. However, Li Lianjie continued, Luo Chen, you're being too modest. If it weren't for your song, there wouldn't have been so many people going to the cinema to buy tickets to watch this movie. And you must not realize how popular you are right now. Before Li Lianjie could finish speaking, the director of the movie next to him interrupted him. To be honest, we conducted a survey to find out why they chose to watch this movie. The final conclusion was that 60% of the audience learned about the movie through your song, and among them, 48% chose to buy tickets and watch the movie directly because of you. Therefore, the high box office success of this movie is truly a result of your song and your popularity, which have been of immense help to us. Well, to be honest, Luo Chen himself never imagined that his influence had grown so large. However, judging by what Li Lianjie and the director said, it doesn't seem like they're lying. Luo Chen could only acknowledge that having such high popularity does indeed have its advantages. However, on the surface, Luo Chen remained modest. I wouldn't dare take credit for that. It's just luck, I guess. I think it's mainly because they saw that the lead actors were Li Lianjie and Sun Li, so they didn't hesitate to buy tickets. My role, to put it bluntly, was just to spread the word. It really isn't worth all the praise. If you keep praising me, I'll get arrogant. Hearing this, everyone laughed. Li Lianjie and Sun Li were especially delighted. Thinking to themselves, no wonder they're geniuses. Not only are they so talented in their creative work, but they also handle themselves so well in social situations. Fong Lan watched Luo Chen's every word and action, finding them all so appropriate. She couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Originally, I came here with Luo Chen today because I was worried about his first time attending such a gathering. Wouldn't feel comfortable, but I never expected this situation to arise at all. Luo Chen was chatting and laughing with Li Lianjie and the others, handling the situation with ease. Just as everyone was enjoying the conversation, a middle-aged man in a gray suit walked over. As soon as Li Lianjie saw him, he smiled and greeted him, Director Huang. The man seemed to know quite a few people. After some polite small talk, he smiled and said, Mr. Luo Chen, I hope I'm not taking up too much of your time, but I have something I'd like to ask for your help with. Luo Chen hadn't responded yet. Fong Lan, who was standing nearby, smiled and said, Luo Chen, Director Huang is a renowned director. He must have something important to discuss with you this time. As she spoke, she gave Luo Chen a meaningful glance. Luo Chen realized that this Huang director was probably someone with quite a bit of clout. Since he really has business with him, it's best to listen for now. As for whether we can do it or not, we'll see when the time comes. So Luo Chen stood up and smiled, saying, Hello, Director Huang. You can just call me Luo Chen. What can I do for you? Huang Mingyuan saw Luo Chen's actions and smiled even more broadly. It's like this, Luo Chen. I have a TV series that's almost finished, but the theme song is the only thing left to finalize. We've approached many singers, but the songs they've created just don't quite hit the mark. So I'd like to ask you to give it a try. So you were looking for Luo Chen to compose the theme song for the TV series. Now that I understand his intentions. Fong Lan's worried heart finally settled down. Fong Lan had complete confidence in Luo Chen's creative abilities. After all, each of these songs has proven Luo Chen's talent in composition. However, Luo Chen didn't agree right away, but instead replied with a smile, Director Huang, I wonder what this TV series is mainly about. Huang Mingyuan noticed that Luo Chen didn't refuse immediately, and his heart filled with joy. He had specifically inquired about it. Due to the huge box office success of the movie Hu Haiquan, there are now countless people seeking Luo Chen to compose the theme song. However, Luo Chen has mostly turned them all down. While Huang Mingyuan felt relieved, he hurriedly took out the script from his briefcase. Luo Chen, this is the TV series we're filming, Laughing at the Jianghu, adapted from the work of the late Mr. Jin Yong. Luo Chen is familiar with Laughing at the Jianghu. He had even read this novel before. He never imagined that he would have the opportunity to compose the theme song for this TV series. Luo Chen took the script and flipped through it. He found that it was basically the same as what he had seen before. As a result, the title of a famous song immediately came to mind, A Laugh Echoes Over the Sea. This song was composed by the renowned lyricist and composer Huang Zhan. It once sparked a wave of popularity around the world. Luo Chen himself really loved this song. Since this opportunity has presented itself, Luo Chen also hopes that this song can be shared with the world. Let the people of Longwei hear it. With that in mind, Luo Chen smiled and replied, I agree to your request. When do you plan to use this song? Huang Mingyuan had been worried whether Luo Chen would actually act or not. But to his surprise, Luo Chen agreed immediately. And immediately exclaimed with joy, with teacher Luo Chen stepping in, this song is definitely a sure thing. The TV series will air on Yangshi, but the timing might be a bit tight. so it absolutely can't exceed 7 days. I wonder if you could complete the composition of this song within 7 days. 7 days? Upon hearing this time limit, everyone present turned pale. Though they weren't singers, they were all part of the entertainment industry. They are also well informed about such matters. Even a master of songwriting and composition cannot guarantee that they can create a good song within 7 days. Moreover, this is for a TV series theme song, which is essentially like being given a writing assignment with a specific topic. Hwang Mingyuan had previously mentioned that he had approached many singers to create the theme song, but he was not satisfied with any of their songs. This indicates that he has very high standards for this song. The key point is that this TV series is still being broadcast on Yangshi. As one can imagine, this presents a significant challenge. Zhou Huajian was even more direct. 7 days is too short a time, it'll be tough to create a good song. The others nodded in agreement. As a big shot in the music industry, Zhou Huajian's words carried weight. Moreover, he said this for Luo Chen's own good. After all, once he took on this task, if he failed to handle it properly, it will still have an impact on Luo Chen's reputation. He still has a favorable impression of Luo Chen. He just didn't want him to stumble and fall in such a place. Seeing everyone so worried, Fong Lan also began to feel concerned. However, Luo Chen remained silent at first. Instead, he exchanged the song "A Single Laugh Echoes Over the Vast Sea" in the system store. He then smiled and replied, "Thank you all for your concern, but I still have confidence in myself. Plus, I've got some inspiration now, so I'm sure this song won't let director Huang down." You've got inspiration already? Everyone's first reaction upon hearing this was disbelief. However, when they thought about Luo Chen's track record since his debut, a glimmer of hope began to rise in his heart once more. Luo Chen saw that they didn't believe him, and a thought crossed his mind. He found a waiter and asked him to bring a flute. Seeing Luo Chen's actions, everyone present was a bit stunned. Didn't he just say he had inspiration? Are you saying this is something you need to play on a flute? Everyone knows that Luo Chen is unmatched in the field of dragon music in Manhwa. The flute is also one of the traditional musical instruments of Manhwa. But this speed is a bit too fast, isn't it? Luo Chen, however, was unaware of their thoughts at that moment. Of course, even if he did know, he wouldn't care. When the waiter handed him the flute, Luo Chen smiled and said, "I've got a bit of inspiration. Why don't you all give it a listen?" No sooner had he finished speaking, under the gaze of everyone present, Luo Chen began to play. And immediately a melodious yet slightly melancholic tune filled the air. Everyone shuddered. Now no one doubted Luo Chen's creative abilities anymore. Originally, they thought 7 days wouldn't even be enough. But to my surprise, I've only just skimmed through the script so far. The creative inspiration just came to me. And they only heard a little bit of this melody. They felt it wasn't bad. As Luo Chen continued to play, the melody also gradually grew more uplifting. There was a stirring, soul-stirring quality to it. At this moment, it wasn't just Luo Chen's table that fell silent, but everyone listened quietly to Luo Chen's performance. Everyone in the hall stopped what they were doing. They didn't make a sound, fearing that she might disturb Luo Chen. They too listened quietly. It was as though they were immersed in the world of martial arts, feeling the boundless heroism and the carefree, revenge-driven lifestyle of the martial arts world. But at the same time, there is a sense of loneliness and helplessness. At that moment, everyone's attention was focused on Luo Chen. When the song finally came to an end, everyone applauded enthusiastically. Some even recognized Luo Chen's identity and rushed over to him to ask for photos and such. Luo Chen couldn't really refuse. After a flurry of activity, everyone finally dispersed. Luo Chen also fixed his gaze on Hwang Mingyuan and smiled as he said, "I wonder what director Hwang thinks of this piece." Hwang Mingyuan burst into laughter and said excitedly, "You're truly a creative genius. Other singers spend a lot of time working on songs, but you just glanced through the script and got inspired. The key is that this song is simply too beautiful. When I listened to it, it was as if I could see the kind of life in the martial arts world I had imagined. It's absolutely amazing. In fact, this piece is even better than I imagined." Luo Chen, thank you so much. Hwang Mingyuan was both excited and thrilled. In fact, it wasn't just him, even Zhou Huajian, Li Lianjie, and Sun Li were all staring at Luo Chen in shock at that moment. To be honest, this move was truly impressive. In the face of everyone's praise, Luo Chen replied politely, "It was just a sudden burst of inspiration. Director Huang, I'll write the lyrics as soon as I get back, and then I'll record the song and send it to you directly." Hwang Mingyuan had no reason to disagree. He had already witnessed Luo Chen's compositional abilities in this piece. He was confident that the lyrics would also be exceptional. He even thinks he might surpass his expectations. So he hurriedly added Luo Chen on WeChat. "We can stay in touch if there's anything." After resolving this matter, Luo Chen didn't have much else to do. He was just eating and drinking with Fong Lan. and chatting with Zhou Huajian, Li Lianjie, and the others. Even some media reporters who wanted to interview him were intercepted by Fang Lan. For Luo Chen, there was time for the interview. He'd rather eat more instead. Chapter 83, Preparing to Buy a House, the classic opening line that will live on forever. Sitting in the car on the way back to the office, Fang Lan drove while saying, Director Huang is still very talented, with classic works in both TV dramas and films. This time, his film Laughing at the Jianghu has even been purchased by Yangshi for broadcast, which undoubtedly speaks to its high quality. And you composed the theme song for this TV series. When it airs, your popularity is sure to rise again. Fang Lan said this with a touch of emotion in her voice. She truly hadn't expected that in just a few short months, Luo Chen had already grown to this extent. This speed is truly astonishing. At this moment, Luo Chen wasn't particularly concerned about how much popularity the TV series would bring him. After all, he already had a large fan base. Sometimes it's not all about chasing popularity. It's also important to stay steady. Although he is currently relying on his work to speak for himself. But there's no guarantee that his fans' hearts will never change. Such matters are simply unpredictable. Luo Chen also adhered to a natural attitude. Seeing that Luo Chen didn't respond, Fang Lan spoke again. I just calculated it. The box office revenue for the Hu Garden is 20.35 billion. The film's production company should be able to secure approximately 45% of the box office revenue, after deducting the film's production costs of 70 million. Our profit share is 3%, which amounts to approximately 25.3 million yuan. In other words, this song alone has earned so much just from the theme song. I must say, your ability to make money is something I truly envy. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen smiled. Lanjia, I don't know how much property you have, but I'm sure it's not little, so don't tease me like that. Lanjia, I don't know how much property you have, but I'm sure it's a lot, so don't tease me like that. Fang Lan heard this and said helplessly, don't you think about how long you've been here? I've been working hard for most of my life. The two chatted and laughed as they drove, and Fang Lan parked the car at the entrance of the hotel where Luo Chen was staying before heading back. Back in his room, Luo Chen felt it might be time to consider buying a house. I'll ask Lanjia to recommend one when the time comes. Luo Chen has accumulated quite a bit of wealth now. However, he's been quite busy lately and hasn't had time to look at houses. After thinking it over, Luo Chen decided to write down the sheet music for A Laugh Echoing Over the Vast Sea first. He planned to go to the company tomorrow to record the song. I'll send it to Huang Mingyuan when it's done. I'm sure Fang Lan will negotiate a good price by then. After finishing the song and washing up, Luo Chen went to sleep. Over the past 2 days, Chang Xiao had been out recording a program, leaving Luo Chen with no choice but to go to bed. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Luo Chen arrived at the company. It took an hour. He finally recorded what he considered to be the best version. After sending the audio file to Huang Mingyuan, Luo Chen then went to Fang Lan's office. It was mainly because Fang Lan said that another director from Yangshi had come looking for him. As soon as he entered, Luo Chen saw a middle-aged woman sitting across from Fang Lan. He assumed this must be the sheep-eyed director Fang Lan had mentioned. Sure enough, it was just as he had expected. Fang Lan immediately stood up and introduced himself. Luo Chen, this is Director Tian Mei from Yangshi. Director Tian. Hello, Director Tian. Luo Chen greets you politely. Tian Mei also quickly stood up to respond. Only then did he mention the purpose of his visit today. Mr. Luo Chen, it's like this, we at Yangshi are planning a new program called Classic Everlasting. This program will be a music show focused on poetry and culture, blending traditional classic poems with modern pop music elements through the form of poetry set to music. By exploring the profound meanings behind the poetry, we aim to educate a wide audience about cultural knowledge and elucidate the humanistic values embedded within these timeless works. All preparations for the program have been completed, and we would like to invite you to open the show. Would you be willing to do so? After Tian Mei finished speaking, she stared intently at Luo Chen. It seemed as though she was trying to read his thoughts from his expression. However, Luo Chen remained expressionless, and Tian Mei couldn't discern his thoughts from his outward appearance. In truth, within Luo Chen's heart, he was pondering the message of the program. Classics live on forever, if Luo Chen remembers correctly. On Earth, the host of this program is Sa Baining, Mr. Sa. And this program is still very popular on Earth. Many singers have also left behind many great works on the stage of this program. I never expected that in this world, I would be invited to perform the opening act. Thinking of this, Luo Chen couldn't help but feel a little smug inside. After all, it was a show for sheep. If the director Tian Mei could personally come to the company to invite them, that would certainly demonstrate a high level of sincerity. Luo Chen thought for a moment and agreed. This program was actually a chance for him. It can only be described as a win-win situation. The program needs his popularity to attract more viewers and gain more attention. Meanwhile, Luo Chen also needs to expand his own influence. At this moment, Tian Mei saw that Luo Chen had agreed and was also very happy. "Mr. Luo Chen, it's truly wonderful that you could come." Saying this, he took out a document and handed it to Luo Chen. "This is some information about the program. I hope you can take a look. Of course, if you have any questions, we can discuss them." Luo Chen didn't expect Tian Mei to be so accommodating. He picked up the documents and flipped through them. Luo Chen found that the contents were basically consistent with his own memories. With that, Luo Chen had no further questions. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire Tian Mei. A director with such a sheep-like gaze could achieve this level of success. Is still quite an achievement. After chatting for a while, since Tian Mei was quite busy, she excused herself and left first. Seeing Tian Mei leave, Fan Lan smiled and said, "Why did you agree so quickly this time? This program is pretty good. Not only is it meaningful, but I also happen to have a song I'd like to sing on it. I think it'll be a great performance." Luo Chen replied with a smile. He had already decided in his mind which song he would sing at that moment. Fan Lan, however, looked at him in surprise. Although Luo Chen appeared unassuming on the surface, but deep down, he actually has a proud spirit. Otherwise, they wouldn't have cancelled so many programs. They've released so many movie theme songs. But this time, they didn't even discuss the price. They just agreed right away, which is very rare. Although it's a show where the guests are treated like sheep. But the actual impact of the program after it aired is also difficult to predict. According to Fan Lan's original plan, she was supposed to be the opening singer for the show. Actually, it was risky. If done properly, there will be no problem, but if you make a mistake, I guess we'll get criticized by the audience. But when I thought about Luo Chen saying there was another great song to perform on stage, Fan Lan didn't know what to say either. Ever since she saw Luo Chen merely glance through the script yesterday, I immediately had inspiration for the theme song. And the effect of the melody was so good afterward. Luo Chen's creative talent had once again risen to a new level in her heart. It was even to the point where no one could match her. However, she suddenly asked, "The Masked Singer competition is in 2 days. Is there enough time?" "It should be fine. This classic show airs next week, on Friday night, so we can avoid overlapping." Upon hearing Luo Chen's response, Fan Lan nodded in agreement. She didn't want any issues to arise due to time constraints. If that happened, the news that Qinglong was Luo Chen would likely spread. After agreeing to this matter, Luo Chen thought to himself that he didn't really have anything else to do at the moment. So he decided to head to the recording studio to practice the song he would be singing on The Masked Singer. Of course, there are also the songs that need to be recorded for the upcoming Classic Evergreen program. Luo Chen also needs to start preparing. In fact, after this episode is recorded, the next one will be the grand finale of The Masked Singer. Luo Chen still has his sights set on the championship. So he needs to think carefully about which song to sing when the time comes. After all, no one knows who the Masked Singer will invite to compete. Just as Luo Chen reached the door, he suddenly remembered something. So he turned around and said, "Lan Jia, I'm planning to buy a house. Do you have any recommendations?" "Buy a house?" Fan Lan was taken aback when she heard this. Then smiled and said, "With your abilities, you really should buy a house. I had actually forgotten about that." Regarding Luo Chen's family situation, although Luo Chen didn't mention it explicitly, Fan Lan had already guessed a little. After all, Luo Chen hadn't mentioned his family in so long, and none of his family members had come looking for him either. Of course, this is Luo Chen's private matter. Fan Lan wouldn't go out of her way to pry either. She simply said, "I'll keep an eye out for you regarding the house. I'll let you know as soon as I hear anything." "Alright, thank you, Lan." Luo Chen smiled and then went to the company's recording studio. At the same time, in a villa in Longdu, the highly popular singer Xue Qian received a call from the production team of The Masked Singer program, inviting me to participate in the recording of this episode of The Masked Singer? Xue Qian was initially reluctant to go, but when he thought about Li Ronghao singing his songs on the show and even impersonating him, he came up with a plan. I agreed to the program's invitation. After hanging up the phone, Xue Qian muttered to himself, "Li Ronghao, since you're not being fair, don't blame me for not being loyal." He then burst into a chilling laugh. Fortunately, there was no one around the villa, or else one might have thought it was haunted. On the other side, Li Rong suddenly felt a chill run through his body. He looked up at the sun outside. I didn't quite understand. Chapter 84, Xue Qian and Li Rong only managed to overhear half a song sung by Luo Chen. Time quickly arrived at Saturday morning. The official Weibo account of the Masked Singer program seemed to be doing it on purpose, posting another Weibo. And the content is almost the same. This episode of Masked Singer will once again welcome a super popular singer to challenge the contestants. Stay tuned. The first reaction most people had upon seeing this news was, "This must be a joke, right? Is this real? This is already the 3rd season, right? They've been saying since the first season that they've invited a super popular singer with incredible talent, but it just feels like this Weibo post is trying to deceive us. Is the masked singer really that wealthy and powerful, able to invite a super popular singer every episode? It feels a bit unrealistic. I'm starting to doubt whether the information released by the show's production team is actually true. Exactly, the production team should provide an explanation first. Otherwise, I won't be watching. Well, for Qinglong's sake, I'll watch it reluctantly, but I still need the production team to provide an explanation. The staff of the Masked Singer program were all stunned by this situation. Could it be that we went to great lengths to invite a popular singer to the show, and this move was wrong? Of course, this situation is understandable. It's just that the show's producers have been promising on Weibo for the past few episodes that they'll bring in an extremely popular singer to challenge the contestants. But aside from Qinglong, the strength demonstrated by the others still leaves something to be desired. Plus, netizens all believe that even if they were invited to participate in a single episode of the show. However, considering his status as an extremely popular singer, the appearance fees must be quite substantial as well. Does the production team of the Masked Singer program really only have this much funding? You should know that the production team of the previous show, The Voice of Dreams, ran out of funding and couldn't find any good contestants to participate. That's why they had to launch the Peak Music Festival early. Otherwise, how could they bear to let Luo Chen leave? But the production team of the Masked Singer show wouldn't be so unreasonable as to be that extravagant, would they? In any case, netizens are simply seeking an explanation. Otherwise, they will assume that the program producers are deceiving them. There's always a bunch of people leaving comments under the Weibo account saying they won't watch tonight's show. The staff thought about it and felt that there was no good solution. They then promptly reported the situation to director Su Xiang. Upon hearing this, Su Xiang was also somewhat at a loss. He had originally thought that the netizens would be thrilled to see the production team bring in another big-name singer. But it turned out to be a big mix-up. They still didn't believe me. Su Xiang thought for a moment and posted a message. He was puzzled that everyone didn't believe the program team's previous announcement. However, this time we assure everyone that the news is true. Additionally, we can now reveal a piece of information about this incredibly popular singer. His name consists of 3 characters. So, those of you who are interested can take a guess and leave your answers in the comments section below the program's Weibo post. We will randomly select winners who guessed correctly and send them gifts. Please participate actively. Once this Weibo post goes live, it will truly spread the word about this matter. There were indeed many netizens who let their imaginations run wild. To be honest, I've never doubted the authenticity of the program's information. This time, I'm guessing it's Lin Junjie. It's not impossible, but we haven't even seen his face yet, so guessing based on just 3 characters is way too hard. Yeah, this feels even harder to figure out than that black and white clown from last time. Ha! Wasn't the black and white clown from last time Xue Qian? No, Zhang Wei said it definitely wasn't Xue Qian. It must be someone else, but Zhang Wei didn't say who. What a letdown. Forget it, I already figured out who that person was last time. It was actually Li Ronghao, but he was just pretending to be Xue Qian to confuse everyone. Is that true? If you believe me, it's true. If you don't believe me, it's obviously fake. This must be a Taoist priest. Netizens are venting their frustration online. However, even though the production team provided a 3-word message. But as for who it actually was, they could only speculate. In any case, it is impossible to determine for certain. However, it must be said that the show's producers have indeed managed to stir up everyone's enthusiasm with this move. This has also led to more people discussing this episode of The Masked Singer. Whether it's about who the guest singer was in this episode or whether Qinglong will perform an opera-style song in this episode. Even the rankings are being discussed. It seems as though the show hasn't even started yet, but everyone has already discussed this episode in its entirety. To be honest, director Su Xiang was overjoyed when he saw the scene. Fortunately, the female assistant nearby acted quickly and caught him. Otherwise, it would have been a tragedy. Meanwhile, in a singer's group, Li Ronghao, who hadn't posted in the group for several days, suddenly sent a message. Do you think the contestant revealed by the Masked Singer production team today might be Xue Qian? Dang Jiqi, it's possible, isn't it? Anyway, you participated too, so you should have found out during the recording. Lin Junjie, it would be fun if Xue Qian went. He said last time he was going to mess with you. He wants to mess with me again? Li Ronghao didn't expect Xue Qian to still have such thoughts. Suddenly, he felt a bit tense. But on the surface, of course, I couldn't show any weakness. Mess with me? If he dares, I'll show him what I'm made of and teach him a lesson about how there are always people better than you and mountains taller than you. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Xue Qian sent a message. Did you guys forget I'm still in the group? Li Ronghao. This is truly a major social embarrassment. However, he still said defiantly, Xue Qian, I'll be waiting for you at the program recording site. You'll see what happens then. Shuqian, alright, I haven't settled the score with you yet for impersonating me last time. I didn't expect you to turn the tables on me. Fine, let's meet at the show recording. I hope you'll have your eyes wide open by then. Deng Ziki and Lin Junjie didn't expect that. They were caught in the middle of something they didn't understand. But it's not bad. Anyway, we're all in the same line of work, so there's no need to spread the news around. It's just a pity for those people online who are still struggling to guess. And the key is that you don't even know if your guesses are correct. The production team clearly won't reveal the final answer at this point. When Luo Chen saw this scene, he didn't know what to say either. The main reason was that there were still over 1 million members of the organization searching for his true identity every day. It's just that he doesn't participate in many activities. The identity of Qinglong is even more significant, as he participates in every episode of The Masked Singer after completing his performance. He simply vanishes without a trace. Interestingly, they still haven't been exposed. This is also something Luo Chen is grateful for. Otherwise it would have been quite troublesome. It's still the same as the previous 2 episodes. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Luo Chen arrived alone at the Magic City Sports Arena. As always, Liang Yin came to greet him. Of course, all Liang Yin could see was a figure wearing a Qinglong mask. He still had no idea who the Blue Dragon truly was. Even if I'm curious, after being warned by director Su Xiang, Liang Yin still told himself not to think too much about it. All she needed to do was focus on her own duties. Mr. Qinglong, should we go to the rehearsal first or rest first? Let's go to the rehearsal first, Luo Chen said with a smile. Although he was a bit tired after just getting off the plane, Luo Chen felt it was better to finish the task before resting. After all, he believed that with his skills, the rehearsal wouldn't take much time. In fact, one could say that the rehearsal was merely for the band to become more familiar with the pieces and to refine their chemistry with Luo Chen. If the band is in good shape, then Luo Chen will naturally have no issues. A few minutes later, the two arrived at the rehearsal recording hall. Just like before, Luo Chen had already handed over the songs he would be performing this time to them a few days ago, so they were already familiar with the sheet music. So when Luo Chen arrived here, after exchanging pleasantries with the band members, the rehearsal officially began. Liang Yun stood obediently to the side, watching how well he got along with the band members and how much respect they showed Qinglong. A hint of surprise flashed across Liang Yun's eyes. This wasn't the first time he had seen such a scene. During the previous rehearsal for Luo Chen, the band members had treated him in the same manner. But if it had only happened once, it would have been tolerable. But this time it's still the same. This indicates that the quality of Luo Chen's songs remains exceptionally high. Only in this way can they earn their genuine respect. However, such a thing might only be possible for Qinglong. As Liang Yun pondered this, he saw Qinglong and the band had already started their rehearsal. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves and neighing filled the air. Liang Yun's body trembled, and he hurriedly raised his head to look at the Qinglong on the other side. He saw him slightly raise his head, as if reminiscing about something. Suddenly, the sound of a flute joined in, and the melody of the song also rose higher. It gives one a very exhilarating feeling. Immediately after, Luo Chen placed the microphone near his mouth, as if he were about to begin singing. However, no one present noticed. On the other side, outside the door, a person wearing a black and white clown mask and another wearing a sparrow mask were hiding there, quietly watching Luo Chen's rehearsal inside. Listening to Luo Chen's singing inside, the sparrow sighed and said, "This Qinglong seems invincible. With this song, he'll probably win first place again tonight." Black and white clown, well, we shouldn't give others confidence and undermine our own morale. We've only heard part of it, not even the whole thing. You're jumping to conclusions too soon. The sparrow shrugged helplessly, indicating that he didn't agree with his words. Just then, a staff member shouted, "What are you doing here?" Upon hearing this voice, the sparrow and the black and white clown did not hesitate for a moment. The two of them seemed to have planned it all along, turning and running off without stopping for a moment. Inside, Luo Chen heard the commotion outside and temporarily halted the rehearsal. Liang Yun looked even more unhappy. He thought to himself, finally, after all this time, I'll get to see the rehearsal of the Qinglong performance. But I never expected to be interrupted again. Chapter 85. It seems that Qinglong's status is even stronger than we imagined. Meanwhile, the sparrow and the two black and white clowns hadn't gotten very far before they were intercepted by the staff members ahead. Of course, everyone knew that the two were singers participating in the program. So they didn't make any moves either. In the end, it was the assistant from the show who came over to them and led them to the director's office. Once everyone else had left the office, the sparrow and the black and white joker both removed their masks. It was none other than Xue Qian and Li Ronghao. Su Xiang looked at the two of them and said with a bitter smile, "Mr. Xue, Mr. Li, why are you two doing this? The assistant for our program should have already informed you that each singer rehearses independently and other singers are not permitted to observe. Your actions are causing me significant difficulty. Su Xiang is correct in what he said. The program team had already informed everyone beforehand. This is to ensure the privacy of every singer and prevent their identities from being exposed. Therefore, even when they are backstage, generally speaking, when a singer is rehearsing, others should avoid prying into their personal affairs. However, the recent actions of Xue Qian and Li Rong have violated this principle. This has now put Su Xiang in a rather difficult position. It was already quite challenging to invite these two individuals to participate in the program. We can't blame them for this, can we? Xue Qian and Li Ronghao also realized that they had done something wrong at this point. Both of them apologized immediately. But at that moment, Su Xiang didn't want them to apologize to him. After all, the real victim in this matter was Qinglong. If Qinglong isn't satisfied, then there's nothing one can do about one's own attitude. Thinking this, Su Xiang said helplessly, "Teachers, I can accept your apology. However, this matter may still require you to apologize to Qinglong teacher as well. As you know, many people are curious about Mr. Qinglong's true identity, so he is also very concerned about this matter." Su Xiang didn't finish what he was saying. However, she believed that Xue Qian and Li Ronghao were no pushovers. It's impossible not to understand his meaning. Sure enough, the two exchanged glances. They both understood Su Xiang's attitude from each other's eyes. To put it bluntly, it's just that this matter involves Su Xiang, who is the director of the Masked Singer program. But for the sake of ratings, to avoid offending Qinglong. Therefore, two people must go to the Qinglong to apologize and seek his forgiveness. Fortunately, both of them were capable of adapting to the situation. Soon, the three of them arrived at the rehearsal venue for Qinglong. Upon entering, Xue Qian and Li Ronghao also hurriedly apologized. They wanted to obtain Luo Chen's consent. Seeing that the two of them seemed sincere, Luo Chen didn't dwell on it too much. Of course, the main reason was that they had only heard part of the conversation and didn't know Luo Chen's identity. Otherwise, Luo Chen wouldn't have forgiven them so easily. And Su Xiang witnessed this scene. He couldn't help but feel relieved that he had insisted on having Xue Qian and Li Rong come to apologize. Otherwise, what if he had really upset Luo Chen? Then the Masked Singer show would really be a huge loss. The matter has been resolved for now. Regarding Xue Qian and Li Ronghao insisting on inviting me to dinner as an apology, Luo Chen chose not to accept their invitation. He still didn't want his identity to be exposed. Of course, once he wins the championship, there won't be as many restrictions. After the others had left, Luo Chen continued rehearsing with the band. While Liang Yun, standing nearby, was surprised to see that Luo Chen had managed to get Su Xiang and Xue Qian to come over and apologize personally. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Luo Chen was filled with admiration. At the same time, in the other side of the lounge, Xue Qian and Li Ronghao sat facing each other. Xue Qian sighed and said, "Judging from Director Su's attitude just now, it's clear that Qinglong's status is more important than ours." Upon hearing this, Li Ronghao sneered, "That's nonsense. With Qinglong's unique theatrical singing style, he's obviously more important than us in the director's eyes. You know very well how much influence Qinglong has on the show's ratings. If it weren't for Qinglong, there wouldn't be so many people watching this show. Don't even mention me. Even if the two of us combined, we couldn't possibly do better than Qinglong." Xue Qian smiled bitterly. "What you say makes sense, but I still feel that Qinglong's true identity must be quite significant, otherwise he wouldn't have gone to such lengths. You've reminded me of something. The program team mentioned earlier that Qinglong is a very popular singer. But we both know that there are only a handful of truly popular singers out there. There aren't many, but despite all the speculation from netizens and other singers, no one has been able to figure out his true identity. This is really making me more and more curious." Li Ronghao furrowed his brows. It seemed as though he was pondering the identity of Qinglong. He even took out his phone and logged into Weibo, and clicked on the account for visiting Qinglong, hoping to find some clues. But the outcome was bound to disappoint him. Despite their daily discussions, there has been no substantial progress. If Luo Chen were here now, he would probably say, "Actually, this is just the principle of the lamp being darkest under its own shade." Now everyone thinks that Luo Chen and Qinglong are two different people. Therefore, no one would suspect that Qinglong is actually Luo Chen. And that is precisely why has led to Qinglong's status remaining firmly established to this day. Xue Qian and Li Ronghao had no choice but to go to the rehearsal first. The two of them still have to perform on stage tonight. This kind of live broadcast program still requires caution. No mistakes can be made. Soon, it was 7:30 p.m. There was only half an hour left before the program was set to air. Just like last time, the program team had already opened the live stream at this point. Many netizens also rushed in immediately. Wow, it started early again. I love how the production team never sticks to the schedule. Exactly, it's amazing. All for Qinglong. Yeah, can't wait for Qinglong to dominate and take first place again. But we can't be so sure. I think the super popular singer they invited this time might be really strong. Well, if I remember correctly, the last episode also featured an extremely popular singer, but they only came in third place. That's true, but who can guarantee that this episode's singer won't surprise everyone? I think everyone will really show their true abilities this time. It sounds like they didn't show their true abilities last time. To put it bluntly, it's not that they didn't show their true abilities, it's just that Qinglong is too strong. Yeah, with a Qinglong this strong, I really don't know who could possibly defeat him. Many netizens have absolute confidence in Qinglong in this episode. However, there are also some who believe that the program producers invited Xue Qian this time around is also a promising choice. What they don't know is, even Xue Qian, after hearing only half a song by Luo Chen, he believed he had already lost. Therefore, defeating Luo Chen is still quite challenging. Meanwhile, Su Xiang, who had been closely monitoring the live stream from behind the scenes, was unimpressed by the netizens' analyses. In his opinion, if anyone could defeat Luo Chen, it probably wouldn't be Xue Qian either, but rather another person by Ling Jing. After all, before Qinglong appeared, Bai Lingjing had always been the top performer on every episode of The Masked Singer show. And now, even with Luo Chen's arrival. But Bai Lingjing is still in second place. His strength is undeniable. Of course, as a director, his primary focus at this moment remains the live stream's viewership numbers. When he saw that the viewership had already reached 10 million, Su Xiang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Fortunately, the staff around him were used to his behavior. Ever since Qinglong joined the show, Su Xiang has often found himself in such situations. Sometimes he even gets so excited that he almost faints. Fortunately, his female assistant was always there to support him, so nothing ever happened. If only Su Xiang knew what the staff were thinking at that moment. He would probably shake his head and sigh, "You're still young, you don't understand the intricacies of this." As the clock ticked closer to 8 o'clock, Deng Ziki, who had been following the program, also sent another message in the group chat. I wonder if Xue Qian and Li Ronghao have managed to find out Qinglong's identity yet. I really want to know. After saying that, he sent an eager emoji. It seems like he really wants to know. Lin Junjie, I think they should be able to do it. If they can't even manage that, then they're really failing. Zhou, I've noticed you've been talking about this Qinglong a lot lately. Is he really that strong? Zhou also sent a confused emoji. Deng Ziki then sent an "Are you serious?" emoji. It seemed as though she couldn't believe that Zhou still didn't know about Qinglong's situation. Those two opera-style songs left everyone who heard them utterly amazed. Deng Ziki, Zhou, you must have been in seclusion these past few days. Qinglong is really amazing, you know? You didn't even know about it. Lin Junjie, yeah, Zhou, you should really check it out. Or just tune into the live stream of The Masked Singer show tonight. You'll see Qinglong's performance, and then you'll know just how strong he is. Zhou replied with a nod. He then proceeded to open the live stream of The Masked Singer program. It seems they really want to know how strong Qinglong is. Meanwhile, Deng Ziki and Lin Junjie were still hoping that Xue Qian and Li Ronghao could uncover Qinglong's true identity and inform them. And soon. It was now 8 o'clock in the evening. The host, Li Hao, dressed in his usual black suit, took the stage. He came into view. As usual, a promotional slogan kicked off this episode of The Masked Singer. Chapter 86, the pressure from Qinglong was too much, and Bai Lingjing chose to reveal his true identity. According to the show's rules, the first contestant to take the stage in this episode is the versatile beauty who finished in 5th place last time. This time, she's performing a love song. She sang with all her heart, pouring her emotions into the song. And during the chorus, she really showed off her high notes. Overall, it left the audience with a very positive impression. After the song ended, the members of the masked guessing team also gave it a very high evaluation. After asking a few questions, Wu Qixian seemed to have guessed the identity of the woman with 1,000 faces. A look of understanding flashed across his face as the versatile beauty stepped down from the stage. The next one is the Wanderer. In the previous episode, he came in 4th place. If we were to compare his performance last time, or he adapted a song, this time he has hardly adapted it at all. In fact, the song he sang this time was actually a song by De Jiangwei called Stillness. Of course, even though it was a song by De Jiangwei. However, for some reason, De Jiangwei is generally unable to perform this song on stage. So when he heard the vagabonds sing this song at that moment, Dai Jiangwei also listened very attentively. Even later, tears welled up in his eyes. Clearly, this song also reminded him of something. Holy cow, Jiangwei actually cried. To be honest, De Jiangwei is really in a tough spot, he can't even sing his own songs. But there's nothing he can do about it after all, it's a copyright issue. However, this episode of The Wanderer feels even better than the last one. Yeah, it's not just The Wanderers. Even the 1,000-faced beauty song just now sounded great to me. I guess the pressure from Qinglong was too much for them. Being defeated by Qinglong in such a decisive manner twice in a row must have been really tough. This netizen's comment seems to have hit the nail on the head regarding the current mindset of these singers. They're not exactly afraid of losing. But losing so badly is something they simply cannot accept. As an artist, ultimately, it is the work that speaks for itself. Therefore, they can only strive to perform as well as possible, to avoid losing so badly. After the song The Wanderer finished, Dai Jiangwei quietly wiped away his tears. Forcing a smile, she said, "I already guessed who you were. I really appreciate you choosing this song, allowing me to hear it on stage. Thank you so much." The Wanderer smiled. "Since that's the case, don't reveal my identity. If I make it to the next round, how about I sing one of your songs?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei laughed. He even came here to bargain. However, he ultimately didn't reveal his identity as a vagabond, which could be seen as an indirect acceptance of the vagabond's terms. However, Wu Qi, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but interject, "Master, you can't do that. The audience will have something to say about this. I think the audience will understand the master." Chen Jiahua added. She is still a relatively emotional person. She almost cried while listening to the song just now. But Zhang Wei seemed completely unfazed. There's no need to treat the audience like little kids. They might have already figured it out. Everyone was speechless. The logic is as follows. But when you put it that way, it makes our masked guessing team look pretty useless. Zhang Wei really understands me. Actually, I figured it out long ago, but I just didn't tell you guys. Is that so? You sound pretty confident up there. It's just that I can't track you down online, otherwise I'd show you why the flowers are so red. Actually, I figured it out too, but I won't tell you. I just want to see for myself why the flowers are so red. Can the person upstairs fulfill my wish? This is getting a bit ridiculous. Are people really this brazen online? Don't you know what a keyboard warrior is? This is just a minor incident. And the stage soon welcomed the third performer. That was the black and white clown. This time, the song he performed was very familiar to everyone. That was Xue Qian's song, which is said to be able to earn at least 100 million yuan in fees, titled Actor. Keep it simple. Speak in a simpler manner. It must be said that the vocal skills of the black and white clown are still quite impressive. This song is already a well-known and familiar tune to everyone. Under his interpretation, it once again allows everyone to experience a different flavor from Xue Qian. When the performer finished singing the song, the audience erupted into applause. Viewers in the live stream also shared their thoughts. The singing was really good, and the voice of the black and white clown sounded familiar. Yeah, I agree. They didn't hide their usual vocal style when singing the chorus. The song Black and White Clown is one we often hear, but I really can't recall the name right now. Are you all crazy? Someone already said that the black and white clown is Li Ronghao, yet you're still guessing here. Yes, it's Li Ronghao. That's why it felt so familiar. Li Ronghao is doing this on purpose, isn't he? He sang Xue Qian's songs in both episodes. Is he intentionally trying to mislead us into thinking he's Xue Qian? There's no need to say it, it's already obvious. But I can only say that this trick is too simple. I saw right through it. Well, it's just too bad for Xue Qian, who's had to take the blame for several episodes. At that moment, Xue Qian, who was resting in the backstage lounge, saw that Li Ronghao had actually sung his song again. And from the way he was acting, it was clear he was trying to pin the blame on him. This is simply intolerable. Li Ronghao, this is the second time already. Since you can do it so effortlessly, I won't feel any pressure either. Thinking about the song I have to sing later. Xue Qian couldn't help but laugh. At the same time, on stage, Li Ronghao was also asked a few questions. Although Zhang Wei had already revealed his identity during the previous episode. But for some reason, he still hasn't revealed it. Instead, I just stood there watching the show. Watching Li Ronghao put on his performance. They just wanted to see how long he could keep it up. As for Li Ronghao, at this moment, had no idea that his identity was now known not only to the members of the masked guessing group. He had already been exposed online. Some viewers even went directly to Li Ronghao's Weibo account to leave comments. Stop acting. Your acting is terrible, we can see right through you. I wonder what kind of mindset Li Ronghao will have when he sees the comments on his Weibo after finishing the show. Let us set that aside for now. Once Li Rong is out of office. As announced by host Li Hao. Bai Lingjing walked onto the stage. Soon. The name of the song, Moonlit Night Half Song, also appeared on the large screen at the back. When the music began to play, the prelude was actually a melody played on a violin. It gives everyone a feeling of melancholy and emptiness. Immediately following, Bai Lingjing spoke up. Still leaning against the sleepless night, gazing at the stars on the horizon. Still hearing the violin, its melancholy melody teasing once more. After hearing just two phrases, the members of the masked guessing group looked at Bai Lingjing in astonishment. Their eyes were filled with confusion. As if he couldn't even imagine that this person would actually come to participate in this program. Even if they did participate, it would be one thing. On a stage that claims to be the Masked Singer, Bai Lingjing actually chose to sing one of his most well-known songs in this episode. And didn't even bother to disguise his voice at all. It was as if he were putting all his strength into it. To be honest, such behavior is nothing short of revealing one's true identity. Dai Jiangwei, this must be the big shot we've been talking about. Wu Qixuan, it's definitely him. If I'm wrong, I'll eat this table. Chen Jiahua, there's no need to go that far. The table is quite valuable. Although it was just a joke, there's no doubt that. At this moment, the identity of Bai Lingjing has been revealed to all members of the masked guessing group. Not only them, but all the singers in the backstage lounge, including Luo Chen. At this moment, everyone had figured out Bai Lingjing's identity. Li Ronghao muttered to himself, could it be because the previous 2 episodes were under too much pressure from Qinglong? So this episode is just unleashing all their strength? Shui Qian, this episode is getting interesting. This big shot actually chose to reveal himself directly. It's absolutely fascinating. I wonder how many votes he'll get this time. Hopefully he can surpass Qinglong. Although it is hoped that the White Prism will surpass the Blue Dragon and secure the top position. But when Shui Qian said this, he seemed a bit lacking in confidence. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream were also buzzing with excitement. Holy cow, is that Li Keqin? That's him, I'm sure. He actually chose to reveal his identity on his own. That's crazy. Looking at it this way, this episode is like a battle of the gods. Yeah, I never thought the Masked Singer would be able to bring in Li Keqin. He's known as the 5th king. His skills are truly impressive. It's great that he's so talented. Now I'm even more excited for Qinglong and the super popular singer the show's producers recently brought in to make their debut. This episode was totally worth watching. The comments are rolling in like crazy. Some people are even calling their friends to come and watch. To hurry in and watch the show. In an instant, a large crowd flooded into the live stream. The director, Su Xiang, was in the control room. Although he didn't understand Li Keqin's behavior at the time, it didn't stop him from being happy. It was simply because Qinglong hadn't made his appearance yet, but the live stream's viewership had already surpassed 30 million. At this moment, even he felt a bit crazy. He had a premonition that the live stream's viewership might reach a number he had never even dared to imagine before. Speaking of which, let's talk about the White Prism on stage. After finishing the performance, he said thank you and stood there quietly. While the 500 audience members below all erupted into applause and cheers. At that moment, even though Bai Lingjing hadn't revealed his true identity, everyone knew who the person on stage was. The members of the masked guessing group also stood up. This was their way of paying tribute to the White Prism. As the audience's cheers gradually faded away, Wu Qixuan immediately asked, Mr. Bai Lingjing, why did you choose to sing this song in this episode, and why did you sing it in your natural voice without any disguise? Bai Lingjing sighed. Actually, when I first joined this program, I never intended to reveal my identity. But as you all saw in the previous 2 episodes, Qinglong's operatic singing style is truly remarkable, and the pressure on me was immense. So in this episode, I decided to give it a try. Try it? Although Bai Lingjing didn't explicitly say what he wanted to try. However, everyone understood what he meant. That is, to test himself under conditions where he could fully exert his abilities. Whether you can surpass Qinglong and secure first place in this round. This also shows just how much pressure Qinglong has put on him. After all, he is a big shot who has been dubbed the 5th king by the media. Once you understand that, everyone began to anticipate the appearance of the Azure Dragon, who had yet to make an appearance today. They truly want to know. When facing an opponent like Bai Lingjing, can Qinglong still secure first place? In any case, regardless of the outcome, this episode is truly outstanding. Chapter 87, The Theatrical Voice Returns, and Yushi sighs. After Bai Lingjing stepped off the stage, the 500 audience members in the hall erupted into cheers. They all shouted the name of Qinglong. Even the live stream's chat was filled with the words Qinglong at that moment. Clearly, this was in response to Bai Lingjing's earlier remarks. Everyone has already regarded this episode as a showdown between Bai Lingjing and Qinglong. Everyone is eagerly anticipating Qinglong's next move. Even who will take first place in this episode. However, this also leads to a consequence. Which is that according to the program's procedures, at this point, the contestant challenging the incumbent for this episode played by Shui Qian as the Sparrow should have made their appearance. Thus, Shui Qian, who was watching the live situation through the screen in the green room. At that moment, his face turned dark. At this moment, he began to doubt whether agreeing to participate in this episode of the show was the right decision after all. Or had he already become the pawn in the power struggle between the 2 bigwigs? Fortunately, host Li Hao quickly stepped in to defuse the situation. Everyone, please calm down. Let's give a warm round of applause to welcome this week's challenger, Sparrow. Mac? Isn't it a green dragon? Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Until they saw a figure wearing a sparrow mask walk onto the stage. Only then did everyone realize that there was still one more challenger who hadn't performed yet. The scene suddenly became a bit awkward. Fortunately, Xueqian was no ordinary person. He quickly adjusted his approach. Hello everyone, the song I'm going to sing today is Sparrow. I hope you all enjoy it. As she finished speaking, the music began to play. Mountains are still mountains, and there is always a companion. Believe in love that lasts forever, even if I'm a fool. To be honest, Xueqian's voice is quite good for this song. The gentle melody and simple lyrics can actually bring strength to people. Just as the proverb says, though small, it has everything it needs. The audience at the scene listened intently. They were clearly immersed in the music. The members of the masked guessing group began whispering among themselves. They were probably guessing the identity of the sparrow. The livestream viewers were also surprised, as Li Ronghao had just finished his performance. Someone started singing his original song. At the same time, there were speculations about the identity of the sparrow. Listening to that sound, it seems pretty familiar. It really does sound just like the program described a super popular singer. I also find it quite familiar, and I've always loved this song, Sparrow. Indeed, this episode really feels like a gathering of the best. Whether it's the previous White Prism or the current Sparrow, or even the yet-to-appear Blue Dragon, all the songs sound amazing. Hey, did you forget about Li Ronghao? The song he sang earlier was also really good. Damn, speaking of Li Ronghao, could that Sparrow be Xueqian? It does sound a bit like him. It's not just similar, I think it's him. Wow, Xueqian and Li Ronghao are really good at this. They're impersonating each other and singing each other's songs, trying to mislead us. But they didn't expect us to figure it out. Ha ha. You know what? Netizens are pretty clever after all. Upon further reflection, and considering previous incidents, I actually figured out that the sparrow singing on stage at that moment was Xueqian. Now that they knew his identity, listening to the song again felt like confirming their own thoughts. To be honest, Xueqian's voice does have some distinctive characteristics. Perhaps the pressure from the other big names in this episode had an effect on him. Without meaning to, Xueqian also occasionally lets his true voice slip out. Xueqian remains highly popular. Many people became increasingly excited after confirming it was him. Meanwhile, in the backstage lounge, Li Ronghao could only manage a wry smile. He was playing Xueqian, and Xueqian was playing him. If no one had figured it out, it would have been quite an interesting twist. But unfortunately, he can now tell from the sound of the sparrows that it's Xueqian. Others must be able to do it too. This effectively exposed both of them. This is quite disappointing. Everyone thought it was fun, but in the end, the two of you became the butt of the joke. As Li Ronghao said. On stage, the sparrow had just finished singing. Dai Jiangwei smiled and said, "This episode was really interesting. You and the black and white clown really know how to entertain. Sparrow? You recognize me?" Seeing that the sparrow was still trying to pretend it wasn't Xueqian, Dai Jiangwei laughed even louder. To be honest, both you and the black and white clown are pretty bad actors. I think you're only good at singing. If you try acting in movies, you probably won't have much of a market. The sparrow stubbornly refuses to admit it. I have no idea what you're talking about, and my acting is great. I've even been in TV dramas before. The audience loved it. Just like you can never wake up someone who is pretending to be asleep. See the sparrow's actions. Da Zhangwei suddenly didn't feel like talking anymore. Anyway, in his opinion, the audience probably already knew the sparrow's identity. Now all we can do is wait for the big social embarrassment to unfold. That would be even more entertaining. Just as he expected. At this point, the viewers in the live stream were already laughing uncontrollably. Xueqian is just too funny, acting like he's dead set on not admitting it, when we all already figured it out. Sure enough, when comedians get together, it's always entertaining. I bet Zhang Wei intentionally didn't reveal the sparrow's identity on stage, thinking he could get away with it. Yeah, Xueqian never expected his acting to be worse than Li Ronghao's. At least Li Ronghao wasn't figured out that quickly. I must say, the Masked Singer show is truly fascinating. Guys, I'm going to leave a comment on Xueqian's Weibo. Are you coming? Sure, just leave the same message as we did on Li Ronghao's page. Fortunately, it was during the program recording, so Xueqian and Li Ronghao couldn't play with their phones. Otherwise, they would have seen the comments on Weibo at that moment. I have no idea what they were thinking. And at this moment, with Xueqian's downfall, everyone sat up straight. They were all secretly anticipating the man's appearance. Finally, under the introduction of host Li Hao, a man wearing a blue dragon mask and ancient attire stepped onto the stage. Upon seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but admit that. Even those who had not yet seen the true form of the Azure Dragon. But just seeing the Azure Dragon stand on the stage was already so cool. Luo Chen had no idea what they were thinking at that moment. He simply said, "Here's a song called You Shi Sai for everyone. I hope you all enjoy it." Yushi's Sai? When people heard the title of this song, their first reaction was confusion. However, they soon saw the information about the song displayed on the large screen behind the stage. Song, Yushi Sai. Lyrics and music, Xinglong. Performed by Xinglong. Is this about the story of Yuji? Everyone was puzzled. However, their gaze remained fixed on Luo Chen. Because they were also curious to know whether Xinglong, who had always performed in a theatrical singing style, whether this song is also in the opera style. Luo Chen didn't keep them waiting for long. He turned his head and nodded toward the band behind him. Soon, the sound of horse hooves mingled with the neighing of horses. The sounds reached everyone's ears. It even includes the sound of clashing swords and horses. This instantly made everyone realize how different this song was. And soon, the melody changed again. The sound of the flute joined in, and the melody became more passionate. It sent a shiver down everyone's spine. When combined with the song title, the meaning of the song gradually becomes clear to everyone. Immediately after that, the song reaches its climax. Luo Chen began to speak. The sands of Chu River flowed and gathered, and the sun and moon changed with the vicissitudes of time. In times of chaos, how many beauties have sighed deeply? The river of Chu flows, the sands shift, gathering and dispersing. The sun and moon have witnessed countless changes over the ages. Who once shattered the Qin Pass at Julu, with 1,000 miles of battlefields drenched in blood? In the end, it was all but a fleeting breeze and scattered clouds. Just a few lines of lyrics, yet they seem to paint a tragic and heroic picture for the audience. During the late Qin dynasty, the Western Chu overlord led his army, conquering city after city, defeating one enemy after another. Thousands of miles of warfare, 10,000 miles of conquest. Those heroic figures seem to appear before everyone's eyes. But soon, the melody changes again. Luo Chen's voice also quietly grew louder. With a long spear and a horse, we conquered the world. This farewell is truly difficult. A single cry of Yushi, Yushi leaves tears streaming down my face. Yushi, Yushi, tears stream down my face. Let us share this cup of cold and warm together, as the west wind blows all night, bringing back memories that never fade. As the song reaches this point, the scene before everyone's eyes seems to change. The invincible and heroic Western Chu overlord who conquered the world. At this moment, before the woman he loved, he shed tears. A sense of sorrow and despair washed over him. Everyone was infected by it. Every time I hear Xinglong's operatic songs, vivid images come to mind. The lyric writing ability is simply incredible. Last time it was Guanshan Wine, urging us to hold firm to our homeland, and this time it's a tale of the love between Shichues and Yuji. Xinglong's style really is versatile. This is precisely where Xinglong excels. Unlike many singers today who only know how to create sappy love songs, it's enough to drive you crazy just listening to them. You're absolutely right. While this song also tells a love story, Xinglong's approach to composition is truly exceptional. Both the lyrics and the arrangement feel amazing. At the right moment, the theatrical vocals once again filled the stage. Drunk, I light a lamp to examine my sword. The concubine dances in the twilight. A song of chaos at the foot of the mountain, Chu songs echoing in all directions. With sorrow, I bid farewell to you, drink the sword, and let the blood fall, freezing into frost. The sorrowful song of Chu echoes in all directions. It is hard to let go of the past, but when the bond is severed, what does it matter? Wherever your soul returns, there lies the vast expanse. As the operatic vocals begin, the emotion of the entire song reaches its peak. Everyone is immersed in the song. At that moment, their thoughts seem to have returned to 1,000 years ago. The siege of Gaixia, with enemies on all sides and the songs of the Chu army echoing in the air. Falling into Han Xian's trap, the Western Chu overlord was defeated, and his army was no longer invincible. Instead, under the influence of the Chu songs, they began to think of their hometown. At that moment, the Western Chu overlord knew that breaking out was nearly impossible, and his fate with Yuji seemed sealed. Xiang Yu sang. With strength to uproot mountains and spirit to overwhelm the world, but with unfavorable times, my steed will not advance. My steed will not advance. What can I do? You, oh you, what can I do for you? Yuji, standing by, wept uncontrollably and sang in a broken voice. Han troops have already overrun the land, and songs of Chu are heard on all sides. The great king's spirit is broken. What can this lowly concubine do to survive? Subsequently, to avoid putting Xiang Yu in a difficult position, Yuji chose to draw her sword and take her own life. From that day onward, the legendary beauty Yuji met her tragic end. Xiang Yu gazed at Yuji's lifeless body, overcome with grief, and wept bitterly. He then broke through the encirclement and made his way to the banks of the Wu River, feeling he had no face to show the people of Jiangdong, and chose to take his own life at the banks of the Wujiang River. From that day forward, the world would never again know the Western Chu overlord or the Lady of Yu. Instead, what remains is a timeless love story that has been passed down through the ages. At this moment, everyone could feel the tender affection between Xiang Yu and Yuji through Luo Chen's singing, and also sense the despair of the Western Chu overlord at the end of his reign. Holy cow, this song made me cry. Wow, the story of Xiang Yu and Yuji is so touching. Yeah, it's a timeless love story, I just can't help but be moved. I'm impressed. Qinglong's creative ability is simply unmatched, especially when he sings in that theatrical style, it sends shivers down my spine. It's absolutely breathtaking. Opera vocals are truly something to be heard when created by Qinglong. They're in a completely different league compared to what's currently available on the market. It's not just netizens who think so. The members of the masked guessing team were also moved by this song. Chen Jiahua even had tears in his eyes. Wow, this is so touching. I really didn't want to cry, but I just couldn't help it. In the past, some people might have called her overly emotional. But many audience members at the scene also quietly shed tears upon hearing the operatic vocals. This was mainly because their emotions had been deeply moved by the song. As if the tragic scene of Xiang Yu and Yu Ji committing suicide was unfolding before their eyes. They were all deeply moved by this scene. Unconsciously, tears began to fall. In the backstage lounge, Bai Lingjing's expression was a bit off. After hearing Luo Chen's song, if he had previously thought that he had already brought out all his signature songs for this episode, he could secure a decent number of votes, or even win first place for this episode. But at that moment, looking at the figure on stage wearing the blue dragon mask, he felt that first place might be slipping further and further away from him. Xueqian's face showed a wry smile. I shouldn't have agreed to participate in this program. With Qinglong, that monster, around, the others don't even stand a chance. This wasn't just Xueqian's thought. Li Ronghao is also thinking the same thing at this moment. He had originally thought that he could still make it in this program relying on his own abilities. But now I realized that this idea was wrong from the start. Speaking of which, on stage, Luo Chen. The sound of a flute rang out once more. And at the same time, Luo Chen's voice reached everyone's ears. With a long spear and a horse, I conquered the world. This farewell is indeed difficult. A single cry of Yushi leaves tears streaming down my face. Yushi, tears stream down my face. Let us share this cup of cold and warm together, as the west wind blows all night, bringing memories that never fade. Then another theatrical voice rings out. Drunk, I light the lamp to examine my sword. The concubine dances amidst the lanterns. A song of chaos at the foot of the mountain, Shu songs echoing in all directions. With sorrow, I bid farewell to you, drink the sword, and let the blood fall, freezing into frost. The sorrowful song of Chu echoes in all directions. It is hard to let go of the past, but when the bond is severed, what does it matter? Wherever your soul returns, there lies the vast expanse. It also draws everyone's thoughts into it. That sense of tragedy once again spread throughout everyone's minds. While Luo Chen's singing continued, Han soldiers' swords and spears clashed, shattering the moonlight. The Han soldiers' swords and spears were in disarray, breaking the moonlight. By the riverbank, alone, in a small boat, I no longer think of the rest of my life. Though it's hard to let go of the past, when the bond is broken, what's the harm? Let us entrust our future to the mountains and rivers in the next life. The emotional intensity of this song reaches its peak through the use of operatic vocal techniques, and concludes the song in the same manner. When the music stops, the singing stops. The crowd slowly emerged from that sorrowful mood. Suddenly, thunderous applause erupted, and cheers filled the hall. Luo Chen also bowed in gratitude, as he gazed at the final lyrics of the song displayed on the large screen behind the stage. Everyone couldn't help but marvel at Luo Chen's lyric writing skills. Indeed, when fate has run its course, what does it matter? In the next life, let us share the vast mountains and flowing rivers together. The lyrics of Qinglong are truly exquisite. Xiang Yu and Yu Ji, their names are the same whether read horizontally or vertically. You are me, and I am you. I believe their fate will reunite them someday. Yu Ji, do you regret it? I follow the king, and I have no regrets, whether in life or death. Their love may not have lasted long, but it was breathtaking, just like the melodious voice of a dragon, stunning us all. Indeed, once the opera melody begins, who can rival it? Upstairs, the focus is on Qinglong's operatic singing. The others still have a lot of room for improvement. At that moment, everyone was moved by the song and by the timeless love story of Xiang Yu and Yu Ji. Chapter 88, once the opera voice rings out, who can rival it? This time, Qinglong sang in the same opera style as before. It's just a singing style after all. But here in Qinglong, it possesses such immense power. Every time you hear it, it leaves everyone feeling utterly amazed. Especially after Qinglong created Qiling, many people are now imitating this style of singing and composing opera-style songs. However, compared to Qinglong's version, it feels like something is missing. The members of the masked guessing group were also pondering this at the moment. Dai Jiangwei sighed and said, to be honest, at first I thought that listening to this kind of song too much might get boring. Just like love songs, many singers create them, and the music market in Longwei is flooded with them. However, we all realize that there are actually very few that can truly make listeners sit down and listen attentively. I originally thought that opera-style songs might be the same, but after listening to the 3 opera-style songs sung by Qinglong, I realized I was wrong. People aren't interested in other songs. It's not because there are too many of them, but because the quality isn't good enough. If all the songs could be of the same quality as the ones created by Qinglong teacher, I believe everyone would still enjoy listening to them. Because when you listen to them, you can feel that we're not just listening to a song. Sometimes it's like listening to a story. This is the surprise that Qinglong teacher has brought us. We truly want to thank Qinglong teacher for creating so many beautiful songs, and we hope that he will continue to create more in the future. The audience never expected that Zhang Wei, who is usually so carefree and playful, would say such profound words at this moment. This gave them a deeper understanding of Zhang Wei. At the same time, they also realized that Qinglong was indeed extremely powerful. Both his creative talent and vocal skills are truly worthy of admiration. Luo Chen also thanked Zhang Wei. Though he didn't need such words to prove himself. But since someone did, he should at least acknowledge it. Luo Chen continued, I know that many people are currently creating opera-style songs, and I support this. However, I hope that everyone will think more deeply when creating their works. I have always believed that songs themselves are actually quite difficult to move people. What truly moves people is often the story behind the song, or perhaps the song is merely a catalyst that prompts listeners to recall their own stories. Only then will people feel happy or even shed tears while listening to a song. Wow! Upon hearing Luo Chen's words, the audience below began to clap enthusiastically. Dai Jiangwei also looked at Luo Chen with respect. For those words alone, there's no doubt about it, I'm a fan of Qinglong. Me too. Qinglong is truly different from other singers. Some singers just forcefully show off their skills when they sing, thinking they're great, but it's actually really awkward. Exactly, as Qinglong said, the song itself is just a starting point. People are moved because they hear their own stories in the song. That's right. To put it simply, the 3 songs Qinglong is currently composing are truly moving. This is something no one else can match. Meanwhile, backstage. At that moment, director Su Xiang was sitting in a chair, holding a cup of tea and about to take a sip. The excited voice of the female assistant came from nearby. Director Su, we've broken the record. We've broken the record. Broke the record? How much exactly? Su Xiang said, trying to sound calm. However, his slightly trembling arms betrayed his excitement at that moment. The female assistant, however, did not notice this. Excitedly said, 50 million. The live stream's viewership has broken 50 million. 5 million? Su Xiang repeated the number softly, then suddenly realized what it meant. In his excitement, he dropped the cup with a clatter onto the floor. But he didn't even notice. He burst into laughter and jumped up from his chair. 5 million. At that moment, Su Xiang felt as though he had gone mad. But his female assistant didn't find it the least bit strange. Because she was just as excited as he was. Speaking of the stage. The polite compliments were over. The program must proceed as planned. Everyone is still very curious about Qinglong's identity. Wu Qixin noticed that the others fell silent at this moment. How could he not understand their intentions? It's just like last time when it comes down to the crucial moment. You just step forward. But he couldn't do anything about it, after all, he was the eldest brother. He really had to step up. Mr. Qinglong, I wonder what you like to do in your free time, or if you have any hobbies. Perhaps you've been preparing for this. Wu Qixian's question was quite insightful. But Luo Chen wouldn't just answer honestly. Read a book. Didn't the ancients say that books contain golden mansions and beautiful women? Reading a book? Wu Qixian nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What else are you doing besides reading? Let's write. Right? It's really just creation. Well, Wu Qixian ultimately lost. He thought his questions were pretty good. But when he encountered Luo Chen, he was completely helpless. Put. It was Zhang Wei who couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sorry, I'm actually professionally trained, so I would never laugh under normal circumstances. Put. Could you hold it in? Wu Qixian's already slightly dark complexion grew even darker. And Zhang Wei's laughter seemed like a trigger. It prompted others to laugh as well. Originally, everyone had thought that Qinglong was a rather serious person. But now they realized that Qinglong could be pretty humorous at times. This down-to-earth side of him actually made them more interested in Qinglong. Suddenly, they realized that Qinglong was Wu Qixian's arch-nemesis. Now that you mention it, it does seem that way. In the past, Wu Qixian always acted like the big brother, lecturing others, but today he was the one being lectured by Qinglong. It's absolutely hilarious. It is indeed funny. Wu Qixian probably never imagined this would happen to him. Dai Jiangwei is pretty mean too. If it weren't for him, the others probably wouldn't have burst out laughing either. That's just the kind of person Zhang Wei is. The show producers invited him on for the laughs, didn't they? That's true, but the masked guessing team really hit a snag with Qinglong. If they keep failing to guess, they'll probably have to start voting soon. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing how many votes Qinglong gets. I just want to know who between Li Keqin and Qinglong will take first place this week. I'm rooting for Qinglong. His song Yushi Tan blew me away. Then I'll support Li Keqin. Moonlit Night, Half a Melody is truly beautiful. Netizens are buzzing with speculation about who will ultimately take first place this week. If Bai Lingjing hadn't revealed his identity, then they could be certain that Qinglong would undoubtedly secure first place. But now, the outcome has become a bit more uncertain. Some even believe that Xue Qian and Li Ronghao both have a chance. After all, their strength and popularity are both quite impressive. And a competition means that the outcome is uncertain until the results are announced. Everything is unknown. Perhaps they also know that the masked guessing group cannot figure out the identity of the Azure Dragon. After waiting for them to ask a few questions, host Li Hao walked onto the stage and smiled as he said, "Thank you very much to Qinglong for his wonderful performance. Please take a short break, Qinglong." After Luo Chen has left the stage, Li Hao continued, "Everyone should know what to do next, right? That's right, it's time to vote. As always, you have 1 minute to carefully consider your choice and cast your vote for your favorite singer. Alright, the 1-minute countdown begins. The minute will be up soon." A staff member nearby handed the tallied voting results to Li Hao. At that moment, everyone's attention was focused on the card in Li Hao's hand. They were eager to know what was written on it. Who exactly came in first place? Li Hao naturally knew what everyone was thinking. However, he considered himself a qualified host. Naturally, he wouldn't be satisfied so quickly. So, under everyone's eager gaze, Li Hao smiled and said, "Let's congratulate the black and white clown for securing fourth place this week with 55 votes. Only fourth place?" Li Ronghao heard the ranking and couldn't help but smile wryly. Sure enough, his previous thoughts had come true. If I had known this would be the outcome, perhaps I really shouldn't have accepted the show's invitation. However, the audience doesn't seem to care much about the outcome, as their focus was still on Qinglong and the White Prism. Compared to the fourth place won by the black and white clowns, first place is still more anticipated. However, there are exceptions. Namely Xue Qian's portrayal of the sparrow. He knows his level is roughly the same as Li Ronghao's. But at this point, Li Ronghao was only in fourth place. This made Xue Qian feel nervous as well. Some even shared Li Ronghao's thoughts, wondering why they had gotten involved in this mess. If they hadn't participated in the program, none of this would have happened. Just as Xue Qian had thought. Li Hao quickly announced his ranking. "Congratulations to Sparrow for securing third place this week with 60 votes. Thankfully it's third place, at least we don't have to wait in limbo. Otherwise, that would have been really tough," Xue Qian said with relief. However, on the other side, the situation was quite the opposite. The Wanderers and the Thousand-Faced Beauties are in a tough spot. Now, only the results for the first, second, and last two places remain to be announced. However, upon further consideration, it is evident that they have no realistic chance of securing a top position given their respective abilities. In other words, one of them will be eliminated in this round, while the other will be safe. Once you understand that, how can you not feel upset? Fortunately, Li Hao has become quite straightforward now. He smiled and said, "Congratulations to the Wanderer for securing fifth place this week with 52 votes. Upon hearing that he had come in fifth place, the Wanderer couldn't help but sigh in relief. Let it be undecided for now, it's better than being eliminated outright." However, the expression on the face of the versatile beauty suddenly changed. Even though the results hadn't been announced yet. However, his fate is already sealed. Sure enough, Li Hao sighed with regret as the Thousand-Faced Beauty finished in sixth place with 48 votes in this episode. According to the rules, Shen Nianjiawa will be eliminated. Let's now invite her to the stage to reveal her face and say goodbye. Ha! The beautiful woman took a deep breath and exhaled. And finally stepped onto the stage. He bowed to the audience below, then took off his mask. Holy cow, it's Huang Xiaohu. I've listened to her song It's Not That Simple so many times. No wonder I felt her emotions were so intense when I heard her sing before. It seems like this season is really packed with strong contestants. Huang Xiaohu is still very talented, yet she was eliminated. Of course. Li Ronghao and Xue Qian are here, along with Li Keqin and Qinglong. Even Huang Xiaohu wouldn't stand a chance. Yeah, Huang Xiaohu is pretty strong, but his opponents are even stronger. To put it simply, Qinglong's vocal style is already unmatched. Don't be so absolute, the final result hasn't been announced yet. Maybe Li Keqin will win. You're right, Li Keqin's performance of Moonlit Night was so beautiful. Everyone was still in shock that Huang Xiaohu had been eliminated. But the conversation quickly shifted to Li Keqin and Qinglong. The key point is that only their two results have yet to be announced. So the closer it gets to this point, the more everyone is looking forward to it. As Huang Xiaohu finished his farewell speech, the most exciting moment finally arrived. Li Hao smiled. "I know everyone is eagerly awaiting this, and many are even criticizing me at this moment, so I won't keep you in suspense any longer. I now announce the singer who won first place in this episode of Masked Singer. He is Qinglong. Let's congratulate him on securing first place once again with an impressive 185 votes. Qinglong? It's him. This is what the audience supporting Qinglong is thinking. Their way of expressing excitement is also quite straightforward. The audience at the scene responded with enthusiastic applause, while viewers in the live stream flooded the screen with the words, "Qinglong is awesome." Meanwhile, the thoughts of those supporting Li Keqin were, "Oh no, it's Qinglong again." They had originally placed a great deal of trust in Li Keqin, but now the outcome has dealt them a harsh blow. Even Li Keqin himself was stunned when he heard the outcome. His expression betrayed a hint of disappointment. Even the moonlit night piece was brought out, and their identities have been revealed. But they still lost. In the lounge, Liang Yun looked at Luo Chen, who was leaning back on the sofa, looking relaxed and at ease. He didn't know what to say. I thought that Luo Chen would be very happy to win first place again. At the very least, he should have shown some sign of joy. But Luo Chen didn't seem to think it was anything out of the ordinary. It seemed as though it were only natural. If Luo Chen knew his thoughts, he would probably just smile indifferently. He doesn't take winning first place for granted. But rather, he didn't place much importance on it. And he also had enough confidence in his own songs. Of course, these thoughts are not something to be shared with outsiders. Since the first place is Qinglong, the second place naturally goes to Li Keqin. Li Keqin also secured second place with exactly 100 votes. Although this number of votes was significantly higher than the previous round. But this time, Li Keqin truly gave it his all. Thinking about it that way, it's no wonder he feels disappointed. Chapter 89, Opera Singing hits the trending topics. Regarding this outcome, the members of the masked guessing team also felt deeply regretful. Dai Jiangwei, actually, Li Keqin did a great job this time. There were no mistakes throughout the entire song, and the emotions were spot on. Chen Jiahua, yes, but I didn't expect the final vote count to be 85 votes short of Qinglong. Wu Qixuan, there's nothing we can do about it. Qinglong's Yushi Sai is simply outstanding, both in lyrics and melody. It's no wonder the public judges made such a decision. Actually, everyone understands that. It's not that Li Keqin is weak. He is a big shot who has been dubbed the fifth king by the media. How could his strength possibly be weak? The reason for his failure is simply because Luo Chen's song is truly outstanding. This is what led to such an outcome. At this point, this episode has basically come to an end. Qinglong, as usual, said goodbye to Liang Yun. He then planned to slip away unnoticed while everyone else was distracted. But perhaps because of his 2 consecutive attempts, combined with Qinglong's growing fame, when Luo Chen finally emerged, he discovered that many people were waiting outside the sports hall. Looking around, it was obvious they were searching for him. Once I realized that, Luo Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. It seems that being too popular does have its drawbacks. Especially in this situation, where he doesn't want to reveal his identity. Fortunately, there is always a way out. Just as Luo Chen was feeling at a loss, the black and white clown and the sparrow emerged together from inside. It seemed as though they intended to leave together. Soon, the two also noticed Luo Chen. Shuqian said, "Master Qinglong, are you waiting for a ride?" Waiting for a ride? Luo Chen suddenly had an idea. He nodded in agreement. "Yeah, my driver hasn't arrived yet. Are you guys planning to leave together?" Li Ronghao replied with a smile, "That's right, we're actually going in the same direction." After saying that, he prepared to leave with Shuqian. But just as he was about to step out, the two of them also noticed the fans gathered outside. At this, both of them stopped in their tracks. I wonder if it's because they haven't checked Weibo yet. At that moment, neither of them knew that their true identities had already been revealed to everyone. Therefore, they still wanted to pretend. So I asked my assistant to negotiate on my behalf. But the crowd outside wasn't exactly a bunch of angels. They refused to leave until they saw someone. Even if they're being blocked by security outside. But it's not easy for the people inside to get out either. They also need to prevent their identities from being discovered. Just as Luo Chen was about to send Shuqian and Li Ronghao out to help distract the fans' attention, suddenly, the other singers also came over. After everyone understood the situation, they looked at each other in disbelief. If it were any other program, everyone would have been able to handle it. But this is, after all, the Masked Singer program. They're all wearing masks right now. And they usually only take them off after getting into the driver's car. But if you just go out like that, even if there are security guards around, the risk is still there. Su Xiang also quickly walked over. He said apologetically, "Everyone, I'm truly sorry. This incident occurred due to our program team's oversight. If that's not possible, could you stay at the hotel we've arranged for you tonight and return tomorrow?" Upon hearing his words, no one responded lightly. Mainly because this matter had already been discussed when they agreed to participate in the program. Su Xiang had already mentioned that after the program was recorded, the production team would arrange accommodation at a hotel. But everyone is quite busy. Some people might have to rush to a shoot tomorrow. So, seeing the situation, Su Xiang also understood. Well, then, Mr. Sparrow and Mr. Black and White Clown, could you two help out and distract them for a moment? Why us? The two were puzzled. When they heard Su Xiang speak again, to be honest, your identities have already been discovered by the fans, so continuing to hide them is pointless. Upon hearing this, the two quickly had their assistants bring over their phones. Logged into Weibo to take a look. Countless people left comments. Stop acting. Your acting is terrible, we can see right through you. The two exchanged glances. They both sighed. Xueqian took off his mask. I thought I was doing a good job, but it turns out everyone knew. These people must be demons. Li Ronghao also took off his mask. He said helplessly, if that's the case, then the two of us will go out first. After saying that, the two of them walked out. Meanwhile, the fans also gathered around them. Taking advantage of the commotion, Luo Chen found an opportunity to slip away. Watching Luo Chen's actions, Su Xiang couldn't help but exclaim, Master Qinglong's skills look pretty impressive too. His movements are so swift. Li Keqin, his skills are indeed impressive, but I think most of these fans are here just for him. Upon hearing this, everyone laughed. But the smiles of a few singers had a hint of bitterness. When singers can achieve what Luo Chen has, it's no wonder everyone envies them. This is truly a case of winning over the audience entirely through their work. If they could achieve that, they would be so fortunate. Longdu, Yunhai Hotel, room 888. Luo Chen opened the door and walked inside, with a girl following closely behind him. She was wearing a black, form-fitting outfit paired with a purple strapless top. Her delicate figure perfectly showcased. It was Chang Xiao. As he watched Luo Chen's back, Chang Xiao's eyes were filled with both admiration and affection. Meanwhile, the internet was abuzz with excitement over this week's episode of The Masked Singer. The production team behind The Masked Singer is moving at lightning speed, as if they've been injected with adrenaline. They managed to upload the edited video online in an extremely short amount of time. This also allowed those who were unable to watch the livestream to catch up later. Also able to watch the program content through this method. Of course, after watching it, everyone exclaimed that this episode was simply divine. Whether it was Li Keqin's Moonlit Night half song or Luo Chen's Yushi Sai, both left them deeply moved. Even the songs performed by Xueqian and Li Ronghao were on par with their level. This left netizens lamenting that they really missed out by not watching the live broadcast. If I had known it would be like this, I shouldn't have worked overtime. At least working overtime pays. I'm screwed. The boss called me to her house to fix a light bulb. The guy upstairs is really showing off. But to be fair, Qinglong's song Yushi Sai is truly beautiful, especially since it's based on the love story of Xiang Yu and Yu Ji. The lyrics are so well written that I cried while listening to it. Who can argue with that? Qinglong's creative talent is truly unmatched. Compared to him, others simply can't hold a candle. I never expected that even Li Keqin, the big shot, couldn't resist revealing his true identity in this episode, but he still couldn't defeat Qinglong. Qinglong is just too strong. I think Qinglong isn't just strong in creation, he's also incredibly skilled at hiding his identity. After all this time, his true identity still hasn't been revealed. Yeah, I really want to know who Qinglong really is. Once again, the song Yushi Sai has shown netizens the power of operatic style songs, and the ability of opera style singing to evoke emotions. At the same time, when discussing Qinglong's strong creative abilities, people inevitably mention her identity. If it was just curiosity at first. Or perhaps it was anticipation to learn the true identity of the Azure Dragon. But now, after all this time, we still don't know who Qinglong is. Now, many people seem to have become obsessed with uncovering the true identity of the Blue Dragon. And they want to do so without the Qinglong revealing his true identity. Perhaps only in this way can they prove that their efforts over the past few days have not been in vain. Meanwhile, in a villa on Hong Kong Island, Deng Jiqi, wearing a black dress, was leaning back on the sofa, holding her phone and scrolling through Weibo. The agent beside him noticed and smiled, saying, still trying to figure out the identity of that Qinglong on Weibo, huh? If I'm not mistaken, isn't next week the final episode of The Masked Singer? When Qinglong wins the championship, he'll reveal his identity. By then, you'll naturally know his identity. Why waste time guessing now? Upon hearing the agent's words, Deng Jiqi rolled her eyes at her and said, no way. I want to figure out who Qinglong is on my own. That's what makes it fun. If we wait for Qinglong to reveal himself, it won't be as interesting. Saying that, he continued chatting with others on Weibo. If you looked closely at her Weibo account name, you would notice that it displayed the characters Hualong. And this name is actually the organizer of the organization known as Visiting the Blue Dragon. In other words, Deng Jiqi is actually the #1 fan of Qinglong. Perhaps after searching around on Weibo, he still couldn't find any clues. Deng Jiqi opened the singers group again. He tagged Xueqian and Li Ronghao and sent a message. You two participated in this episode of the show, didn't you? Didn't you notice who Qinglong really is? Xueqian, don't say that. Qinglong is very cautious, okay? We simply have no way of uncovering his true identity. Li Ronghao, yeah, we've tried several times and still can't figure it out. Deng Jiqi, you guys are really terrible. I trusted you so much, and you've let me down. Xue Qian sent a helpless emoji, what can we do? Besides, we both lost so badly this time. Why aren't you comforting us first? Li Ronghao, you're right. We never expected that during the live broadcast, everyone figured out our identities and even left comments on Weibo saying our acting was terrible. This is absolutely humiliating. Xue Qian, yeah, if I had known, I never would have participated in this show. It's all Li Ronghao's fault. If you hadn't impersonated me, I never would have agreed to the show's invitation to participate, and now look at me, I've been made to look so bad. Li Ronghao, this isn't my fault. You're the one who wanted to go. Besides, how was I supposed to know Qinglong was so strong? He's won first place for 3 consecutive episodes. Li Ronghao, this isn't my fault. You were the one who wanted to go. Besides, how was I supposed to know Qinglong was so strong? He's already won first place for 3 consecutive episodes. Watching the two of them gradually get into an argument, Deng Jiqi shook his head and silently closed the group chat. She wasn't interested in their affairs, all she wanted to know now was who Qinglong was. And she wasn't the only one thinking that way. On Weibo, the organization Visit Qinglong already has millions of followers. And as time goes on, the number continues to grow. Additionally, Qinglong's performance of Yushi Sai today has once again demonstrated the power of operatic songs. By this point, only a few short hours had passed. Hashtag opera-style song, Yushi Sai hashtag. Hashtag masked singer Qinglong takes first place again hashtag. Both topics have once again made it into the top 10 of Weibo's trending topics. The buzz around these topics is still growing. Chapter 90, the teacher takes the students out of class to watch Luo Chen? Preparing to record a classic that will stand the test of time. The name Qinglong has caused quite a stir online. However, Luo Chen couldn't care less about it. In his view, as long as he waited another week, until the next episode of The Masked Singer, he would win the championship. Then reveal my true identity on stage. Everyone will know. The Qinglong that had been the subject of speculation all along turned out to be Luo Chen. And this could also be considered a surprise gift from Luo Chen to them. At the same time, during these few days, Luo Chen has been working on the original plan to release an album. He is also preparing for it. Over the past few days, we've also started recording songs here and there. In Luo Chen's mind, this album should have at least 10 songs. Of course, the details can always be adjusted later. Fortunately, we have a few days to work on it. Chang Xiao has been resting, which also brought him some joy. It made recording songs less boring. At the same time, on the internet, the buzz around Qinglong is also gradually dying down. However, anyone with discerning eyes can see that the current hype is waning, or rather, it is in a state of dormancy. Because everyone knows that when the final episode of The Masked Singer airs again, the words Qinglong will once again spark excitement among netizens. Some even say that when the Qinglong is unveiled, it will be even more shocking to a group of people. In addition, the large-scale variety show Classic Forever, produced by Yangshi, which combines poetry and music, has also begun its promotional campaign. This innovative approach to preserving and passing down classics has also sparked interest among many people upon seeing the program's promotional materials. Feel truly delighted. Especially the program's slogan, Literature Conveys Truth, and songs express aspirations, which has sparked great anticipation among netizens for this program. Especially after director Tian Mei obtained Luo Chen's consent. He also announced that Luo Chen would be the opening act for the show, which only made the netizens even more excited. The Sheepview dad really knows how to make an impact. Even though I haven't seen the show yet, just the format alone makes it worth watching. Yeah, our dragon country has such a long history. I feel like this show can help us feel the essence of history. Always believe in Yangshi, and we look forward to it. The promotional material says that the opening act for the first episode is Luo Chen. I'm really curious to know which ancient poem Luo Chen will choose, or what kind of performance style he'll use. Exactly, I'm looking forward to Luo Chen's performance. Since the last recording of the Ultimate Showdown, Luo Chen has been as if he has disappeared. There has been no news about him at all. Luo Chen must be preparing his album. I can't wait for his album. I'm equally excited. I love all of Luo Chen's songs. The topic has gradually strayed off course. But everyone is still very much looking forward to the show. Especially after finding out that Luo Chen is the one hosting the opening segment, the anticipation is through the roof. It was in everyone's anticipation that Friday finally arrived. Since the program is broadcast live, it is still necessary to conduct a rehearsal beforehand, to avoid any issues during the live broadcast. In the morning, Luo Chen also arrived early at the recording location. What Luo Chen didn't expect was that while he was out, he encountered many fans holding up all kinds of posters. No one knows where they got the information. Upon seeing Luo Chen arrive, some people rushed forward, shouting his name. The security guards trying to maintain order were desperately trying to stop them. The two groups kept coming and going. To avoid accidents, Luo Chen walked over and looked at the young boys and girls ahead. Luo Chen smiled and said, "Don't you all have to go to school?" It seemed as though they hadn't expected Luo Chen to walk over. These people became even more excited. A teenager who looked to be about 15 or 16 shouted loudly, "No school today." "You're not going to school on Friday? Is it a holiday today?" Luo Chen asked again. The young man was surprised that Luo Chen had actually responded to him. His excited face trembled with excitement, even his acne quivering. Excitedly shouted, "As long as you're brave enough, you can have a day off every day." Luo Chen smiled. I didn't expect to come across such a talented person. However, Luo Chen, who boasts of being a top-notch idol, how could he possibly tolerate such a thing happening? He walked over, touched the young man's head, and said seriously, "You must still focus on your studies. Study hard so that you can improve every day, understand?" "Got it," the young boy said excitedly. "But today our teacher brought us here." As he spoke, he pointed behind him with his arm. Did the teacher bring it? Luo Chen followed the direction he was pointing and looked over. And sure enough, he noticed a middle-aged man in his 30s standing behind the group of teenagers. He nodded toward him. The teacher was also very excited. Hurriedly pushed his way over. He replied, "Actually, I'm a physical education teacher, but all the PE classes have been taken over by the Chinese, English, and math teachers. This time, I heard you were coming to record the classic Everlasting program, and both the children and I really admire you, so I decided to bring them here to see if we could meet you. I never expected we'd actually get to meet you." Upon hearing this, Luo Chen silently gave the physical education teacher a thumbs up. Well done. Why should physical education teachers always be sick or unwell, and why should physical education classes always be taken over by teachers of other subjects? It's time for physical education teachers to speak up and express their opinions. Luo Chen said, "You did a good job with this, but when taking students off campus, you must always prioritize safety." "Alright, we'll be careful. By the way, could you sign something for me?" As he spoke, the PE teacher took out a piece of paper and a pen, looking at Luo Chen with eager eyes. Of course, Luo Chen smiled and signed his name. At the same time, he said, "Leave me your contact information. When my album comes out, I'll send each of you a copy." Hearing that Luo Chen actually wanted to send them albums, the group became even happier. After obtaining the physical education teacher's contact information, Luo Chen was led by the staff to the recording hall. Backstage, Luo Chen saw Sa Baining and other singers or invited guests. For example, Wang Junkai, Liang Xiaojun, a country teacher, and others. After exchanging polite formalities, they sat down in the lounge. Sa Baining smiled and said, "Mr. Luo Chen, I've been a big fan of your music for a long time. I'm finally meeting you in person today. I guess this counts as successfully idolizing someone, right?" Sa Baining's eloquence still impresses Luo Chen. One can only say that he truly lives up to his reputation as a host, regardless of whether what he said is true or not. It still sounds pleasant to the ear. Luo Chen also smiled in response. "Thank you, Mr. Sa. You can just call me Luo Chen. To be honest, I grew up watching your shows. I've always loved your shows." Sa Baining looked at Luo Chen, who was looking at him with a sincere expression, and could only smile in response. Meanwhile, Wang Junkai, standing beside Luo Chen, leaned over and said with a smile, "Brother Luo Chen, I really love your songs. Could you sign an autograph for me?" Luo Chen didn't expect to run into one of his fans so soon after being out, and had signed an autograph for him. And now Wang Junkai also says he's his fan, regardless of whether it's true or not. But since Wang Junkai has said so, Luo Chen naturally had to agree. No problem. Upon seeing Luo Chen's agreement, Wang Junkai's smile grew even broader. After signing his name, he said again, "Brother Luo Chen, why don't we add each other on WeChat?" Looking at Wang Junkai's sincere expression, what else could Luo Chen say? He could only agree. Seeing this, Sa Baining couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Xiao Kai, are you here to record a show or to chase stars?" Wang Junkai blushed and smiled. "It's mainly because I really love Luo Chen's songs. I don't usually have the chance to hear them, so when this opportunity came along, I had to seize it." Everyone saw the situation. All they could say was that Wang Junkai was truly a die-hard fan of Luo Chen. "Luo Chen, no problem, I'm happy that you like my songs." Luo Chen is quite tolerant of his fans. After all, it's a good thing that people like your work. It proves that your work has value. With this in mind, the relationships among everyone actually became much more harmonious. Soon, the staff came to notify the stage that everything was ready. Now we can start the rehearsal. Following the director's instructions, everyone proceeded with the rehearsal one by one. Rehearsals were not easy. Perhaps it was because this was the first time such a program had been recorded. There were some issues that arose during the middle of the program. However, fortunately, they were all resolved in the end. Before we knew it, it was already 3 p.m. At this point, there were only 5 hours left until the live broadcast. There's still time. The official Weibo account of the Classic Endures program also posted some rehearsal photos. It seems they're trying to attract more attention from netizens. Though the method is rather outdated. But netizens just can't resist it. Wow! Luo Chen looks absolutely stunning in a suit. The production team really knows how to tease us. Just posting a few photos has me even more excited now. Yeah, I can't wait for these few hours to pass. Exactly, I'm really curious to know what song Luo Chen will sing tonight. I feel like it's going to be really good. Looking forward to it. Really looking forward to it. Especially looking forward to it. Important things deserve to be said 3 times. Chapter 91, The Young Dragon Kingdom Speaks. Full of vigor and enthusiasm. Not only are netizens eagerly anticipating this. Many artists, singers, and even actors are also paying close attention to this program, which celebrates timeless classics. On one hand, this is because it is a large-scale variety show produced by Yangshi that combines poetry and music. If one were to be invited to perform on this stage, it would undoubtedly be an excellent opportunity. On the other hand, this form of performance is unique in today's world. At the same time, it also preserves and passes down the classics. This is equivalent to responding to the call of the higher-ups in the Dragon Kingdom. If you watch this program, it can inspire them to create works that increasingly align with the cultural heritage of the Dragon Kingdom, then that too can bring them significant benefits. Therefore, even before the program airs, many people are already eagerly awaiting it. Finally, it was 7:50 p.m. The production team of the classic program that has stood the test of time also started the live broadcast early. Many netizens have also rushed in to join the live stream. There are only 10 minutes left. We've been waiting all afternoon, and it's finally about to start. Yeah, I'm really curious to see which poem Luo Chen will choose to sing. Luo Chen has been creating songs in the style of the Dragon Kingdom, aiming to preserve and promote the culture of the Dragon Kingdom. Inviting him to this program was truly the right choice. That makes sense. It just goes to show that when the sheep-watching dad steps in, he's still the real deal. Hey, have you heard? Apparently, before recording the show, Luo Chen encountered a physical education teacher who brought his students to see him. Luo Chen chatted with them for a while and even said that once his album comes out, he'll give each of them a copy. Is that true? Is Luo Chen really that nice to his fans? Is that true? It's true. Someone recorded a video and posted it on Weibo and Douyin. Since there's still 10 minutes left, I'll go check out the video first. I'm pretty interested in that video too. The director behind the scenes, Tian Mei, at the beginning, saw that the live stream had already attracted 5 million viewers as soon as it went live. She was still very happy. She just didn't expect to lose over 1 million in the middle of it. The show hasn't even started yet. Tian Mei really had no idea what these people were up to. And the one responsible for causing this incident was Luo Chen. At that moment, he was in the green room, having already changed into his outfit, quietly waiting for the show to begin. He had no idea that it was because of his earlier action outside the door. This has led to many people now envying that physical education teacher. 10 minutes is still pretty quick. Finally, it was 8 o'clock. Amidst the grand and majestic background music, Sabineng, dressed in a black suit, walked onto the stage. He spoke in his passionate and enthusiastic tone. 5,000 years of culture, 3,000 years of poetic charm. Our culture has never been interrupted. Hello everyone, welcome to the large-scale poetry and music program Classic Melodies Endure Forever, presented by Longdu TV's comprehensive channel. Poetry expresses one's aspirations, and songs sing of words. Throughout history, poets have composed poems set to music, creating timeless classics that continue to be cherished and sung to this day. Let us once again take these most precious cultural treasures and reinterpret them with today's melodies, allowing the classics to once again become popular. As the words fell, the 500 audience members below also burst into applause and cheers. The live stream's viewership also surged back up to 8 million. Those netizens who went online to watch the video of Luo Chen's conversation with the PE teacher have also returned. To be honest, Sabineng looks pretty sharp in that suit. In my opinion, this line is even cooler. 5,000 years of culture, 3,000 years of poetic charm. The culture of our dragon nation has never been interrupted. It's absolutely epic. Yeah, I wonder what those who blindly admire foreign cultures would think of this. Using poetry and song to pass down classics through melody is a wonderful idea. It's a simple yet effective way to help those who aren't interested in Dragon Country as traditional culture remember our classics. It's truly brilliant. As always, I look forward to Luo Chen's performance. Immediately after, Sabineng spoke again. Now, let's give a warm round of applause to welcome the 4 members of our judging panel. Professor Kong Jin from the School of Literature at Longdu Normal University. Famous host, Zheng Baoyi. President of Longhua Music Academy, composer, Wang Liguang. Famous singer and musician, Yu Chengqing. when all 4 members of the judging panel had gathered at the center of the stage. The 4 of them spoke in unison, "Classic singer, we're waiting for you here." Following that, the 4 members of the appreciation panel took their seats. Then, Sabinang spoke again. Singing classics through song, sharing with heart. The appreciation panel and the live audience will express their love and support for the classic songs by lighting up red hearts. Let us now collectively kick off the classics that will be sung today. As the words fell, a grand background melody filled the stage. At the same time, the classic lyrics to be sung were displayed on vertical blue stone tablets above the stage. Excerpt from The Tale of the Young Dragon Kingdom. Sabinang's voice also rang out at the right moment. Excerpt from The Tale of the Young Dragon Kingdom, Qing Dynasty, Liang Qichao. When the youth are wise, the nation is wise. When the youth are wealthy, the nation is wealthy. When the youth are strong, the nation is strong. When the youth are independent, the nation is independent. When the youth are free, the nation is free. When the youth progress, the nation progresses. Upon hearing these words, the audience and guests below couldn't help but applaud and cheer. Those words really got my blood pumping. I never expected Luo Chen to choose this. He really put a lot of thought into it. I can't wait to see how Luo Chen will interpret this and what he'll make of it. A heart racing with excitement, hands trembling with anticipation. Let's make the Dragon Kingdom great in our youth. A strong youth leads to a strong nation. I must study hard and strive for excellence every day. Hey, you're not the young man who talked to Luo Chen today, are you? The viewers in the live stream were also very excited, and a sense of patriotism welled up from their hearts. At the same time, Sabinang shouted loudly, "Please welcome the legendary singer Luo Chen with a round of applause." As the words fell, grand and majestic background music began to play, and at the same time, Luo Chen's voice echoed out. Heroes have always emerged in youth. The young people of the Dragon Nation are the backbone of the nation, and the future of the Dragon Nation is bright. The future is as vast as the sea, and there is still much time ahead. Next, Luo Chen, dressed in a white shirt, black casual pants, and white sneakers, walked onto the stage. Standing firmly at the center of the stage, Luo Chen smiled and said, "Hello everyone, I am Luo Chen, the classic singer. I will sing the story of the Young Dragon Kingdom for you." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire audience and the 4 members of the appreciation panel erupted into applause and cheers. It was precisely amidst the applause and cheers of everyone present. A group of young people appeared behind Luo Chen. Their voices, though still a bit raw, rang out with enthusiasm. When the youth are wise, the nation is wise. When the youth are wealthy, the nation is wealthy. When the youth are strong, the nation is strong. When the youth are free, the nation is free. By the second time, the melody gradually grew louder. Just as the second round came to an end, Luo Chen's figure quietly appeared among the group of teenagers. At the same time, Luo Chen's singing began. The red sun rises, its path is bright. The river emerges from its hidden course, flowing freely toward the east. The dragon soars from the depths, its scales and claws flying. The river emerges from its hidden source and rushes forth. The young tiger roars in the valley, causing all beasts to tremble with fear. It must be said that even just hearing these few words, but everyone already has a vivid image in their minds, making it even easier to grasp the meaning. Comparing the youth to the rising sun symbolizes the hope of a nation. Rivers flow endlessly, with great momentum. A dragon emerges from the depths, its scales and claws dancing in the air. The young tiger roars in the valley, and all the beasts are filled with fear and panic. Various images illustrate that if young people strive hard, they will have a huge impact in the future. Many audience members even lit up the red hearts on their chests, giving this song their strongest support and affirmation. It's so moving. Luo Chen's voice is so pure and warm, just like the rising sun. He sang it absolutely perfectly. I hadn't read this article before, but just for Luo Chen's performance, I'm definitely going to read it later. Speaking of which, Luo Chen is still a teenager, isn't he? He's only 20 years old. Wow, I almost forgot how old Luo Chen is. His current achievements are truly beyond my reach. At the same age, the difference is just too huge. Yeah, life isn't fair. He gave Luo Chen such good looks and then also blessed him with such exceptional talent. Just thinking about how Luo Chen is only 20 years old now, everyone is completely blown away. But on stage, the music gradually grew louder, as if it had entered a whole new dimension. And Luo Chen's voice rose, his passionate singing reaching everyone's ears. Youth has its own spirit, youth has its own passion. Their bodies are like mountains and rivers, their spines straight and strong. The youth are full of vigor and passion, daring to measure the sun and moon once more. Today, only I, the young man, I dare to ask heaven and earth to test my mettle. Clearing obstacles and forging ahead, who can stand in our way? The world laughs at me, but I strive to be strong. I will not waste my youth. The passionate singing seemed to ignite the audience's enthusiasm. That youthful exuberance, the backbone of the nation, and the resolute attitude of measuring the sun and moon. That self-assured mindset of youth, daring to challenge the heavens and earth, forging ahead fearlessly, and overcoming all obstacles. That indomitable spirit of self-reliance, where others mock me for being too reckless, but I laugh at them for not seeing the truth. Every single one of them leaves the audience thrilled, excited, and proud. Feeling full of vigor and unstoppable. The lyrics are so powerful and full of passion. They capture the attitude of youth perfectly. Luo Chen truly is a creative genius. Not only are these lyrics superb, but the melody of this song is also so beautiful and grand. I can only say I've been completely won over by Luo Chen. Luo Chen is amazing. So powerful I'm bowing down. Having Luo Chen in this era is truly a blessing. Chapter 92, The Young Dragon Kingdom Speaks. Strive for excellence. The song has only just begun, it's far from over. But whether it's the 500 audience members below the stage, or the 4 members of the judging panel, everyone had already given their full approval. Though this method won't provide any substantial help to Luo Chen. However, when he stands on the stage, he saw these illuminated red hearts. You can truly feel their passion. Their love and support for this song. It was as if it had ignited the passion in Luo Chen's heart. At the same time, the passionate recitation of the youth choir on stage rang out once more. When the youth are wise, the nation is wise. When the youth are wealthy, the nation is wealthy. When the youth are strong, the nation is strong. When the youth are free, the nation is free. Hearing these words again made the audience, who were themselves in their youth, feel extremely excited. At that moment, it felt as though they had a sense of mission within them. They must strive to excel and dare to forge ahead. Let us carry the belief in the prosperity of the Dragon Nation deep within our hearts. Meanwhile, on stage, Luo Chen's clear and warm voice continued to echo. When the sword is sharpened, its brilliance shines through. The heavens cover it with blue, the earth supports it with yellow. The heavens are blue above, the earth is yellow below. Though there may be thousands of years, and though there may be 8 desolate regions, the sky is vast and boundless, the earth is vast and boundless. The future is as vast as the sea, and the days ahead are long. The future is as vast as the sea, and there is still much time ahead. These lines from Mr. Liang's lyrics remain simple yet brimming with blessings and hope for the future and destiny of the young. A skilled warrior hones his sword on a whetstone, its brilliance shining brightly. A young man stands with his head held high under the vast sky, his feet firmly planted on the yellow earth. From a temporal perspective, it spans thousands of years, spanning the 4 corners of the earth. But the young man's future is as vast as the sea. And the years ahead are still long. It is precisely by placing the hopes for the revival of the Dragon Kingdom on the shoulders of its young people that we can move forward. And it is through this very means that we are conveying to everyone that the future of the Dragon Kingdom will undoubtedly be one of prosperity and greatness. Because a strong youth means a strong dragon country. Now, back to the stage. At that moment, the stirring melody once again filled the entire recording hall. Luo Chen's clear and resonant voice also rings out once more. Youth has its own spirit, youth has its own passion. Their bodies are like mountains and rivers, their spines straight and strong. The youth are full of vigor and passion, daring to measure the sun and moon anew. Today, only I, the young man, I dare to ask heaven and earth to test my mettle. Clearing obstacles and forging ahead, who can stand in our way? The world may laugh at me, but I will strive to be strong. I will not waste my youth. Here comes the chorus again, with that clear, resonant voice. Listening to it, everyone feels as though they have become those vibrant young people themselves. And everyone felt their blood boil with passion and determination. At this moment, the rhythmic beats of the percussion instruments once again allowed everyone to feel the rhythmic flow of the melody. The melody gradually rises to a new level. The excitement and enthusiasm also rose to a new level. The audience's hearts were also beating in rhythm with the melody. Finally, when everything reaches its peak, Luo Chen's high-pitched, resonant voice blended seamlessly with the choir's youthful yet resolute harmonies. Youth has its own spirit, youth has its own passion. Their hearts are like the sun, shining brightly. Though 1,000 difficulties and obstacles stand in my way, I will forge ahead. Today, it's all up to me, young man. The sky is high and the sea is vast, stretching for 10,000 miles. The young people of the Dragon Kingdom are full of vigor and ambition, determined to excel and become pillars of society. Make the most of your youth. When everyone sings together, the intense impact makes the audience feel the reckless spirit of the young people of the Dragon Kingdom. Fearless spirit. As the saying goes, the sea is vast for fish to leap, and the sky is high for birds to fly. The spirited young people of the Dragon Kingdom are determined to strive for excellence and become the pillars of the nation. Only in this way can we live up to our youth. Only then will we not have wasted our youth. The audience below went wild, erupting in excitement. They clapped their hands enthusiastically and cheered passionately for Luo Chen and the young members of the choir. The 4 members of the appreciation committee were also excited, as if the song had also evoked that long-lost youthful passion within them. It was as if they had been transported back to their youth full of passion, recklessness, and fearlessness. It's truly beautiful, it moved me to tears. Luo Chen is amazing. Why is my mom kneeling down to watch the live stream for me? Young men of the Dragon Kingdom, don't waste your youth, strive to be strong. From today onward, we must work hard, fight, and never give up. Strive to become pillars of society. Yes, I too will strive to become a pillar of society. After listening to it, I was truly moved and truly felt the strength that the song brought me. Youth should strive for strength, and youth should be immortal. Rise up, young people. Rise up, Dragon Nation. After listening to this song, at this moment, it feels as though everyone has transformed into passionate teenagers, each uttering the most passionate and inspiring words. They made the most resolute vows. From this day forward, we will not waste our youth, but strive and fight with all our might. Let us become better individuals and make Manhwa a stronger nation. At this moment, anyone with a beating heart cannot remain calm. Whether it was the inspiring lyrics or Luo Chen's clear and resonant voice, every aspect of it stirs their hearts, fills them with ambition, and makes them feel full of energy. And this is precisely why Luo Chen chose this song. Meanwhile, backstage, director Tian Mei was equally excited. In fact, it wasn't just her, everyone around her was equally thrilled. There are two reasons for this. First, this song is truly inspiring and moving. The youthful vigor and spirit of overcoming obstacles in the lyrics really energize them. Meanwhile, backstage data shows that the live stream for the program Classic Everlasting has already surpassed 25 million viewers. Keep in mind, this is just the first episode. And even the first episode is far from over. And so far, only Luo Chen, the opening act, has performed. The other guests haven't started yet. Of course, this also shows just how terrifying Luo Chen's influence really is. In fact, it can be said that 80% of the people in the livestream are here because of Luo Chen. As for whether the production team can keep these people around afterward and get them to fall in love with the show will depend entirely on the production team's tactics. Speaking of the stage, when the music stopped and the singing ceased, the audience erupted once again with enthusiastic cheers, and the recording hall echoed with thunderous applause. All eyes were fixed on Luo Chen and the young members of the choir on stage. Sa Baining stepped onto the stage at the right moment and announced loudly, "Thank you, classic singer Luo Chen." Luo Chen bowed slightly and smiled, saying, thank you to all the children. You've worked hard." Sa Baining also said, "Thank you to all the adorable children in the choir on stage." Once the children had left the stage, Luo Chen also made his way to the front of the stage. Sa Baining smiled and said, "That was beautiful. This song is wonderful." To be honest, as far as I know, this song was composed by Luo Chen alone. Although he borrowed some lyrics from Mr. Liang, after everyone listened to it, should have noticed that this song is not just catchy. The youthful vigor and enthusiasm in the song truly inspire and excite each and every one of us. Sa Baining immediately expressed his high praise and love for this song. The audience also expressed their strong agreement with this sentiment. This song is outstanding in every aspect, from the lyrics to the melody, and even the performance is truly outstanding. This is evident from the applause and cheers of the audience below the stage. Luo Chen smiled and responded, just as Mr. Liang Qichao mentioned in his article. A strong youth leads to a strong nation. This is precisely why I chose to compose this song. Youth is the backbone of a nation, and the youth of the Dragon Nation are the hope of the Dragon Nation. Here, I hope that all the young people of the Dragon Nation will strive to improve themselves while also working to strengthen the future of the Dragon Nation. Therefore, I would like to dedicate this song to the young people of the Dragon Kingdom who are growing up, and to the rising young people of the Dragon Kingdom. As the words fell, the audience once again erupted into applause. Everyone was deeply moved by Luo Chen's words. At the same time, Zhang Baoi smiled and said, "We all know that creators often incorporate their own ideas into their work. As far as I know, Luo Chen, you're only 20 years old this year, which is still a young age. I'm curious to know what kind of aspirations you have for your future." Sa Baining, Baoi, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have completely forgotten that Luo Chen is only 20 years old. His achievements in music are truly remarkable. Hearing this, everyone laughed. At the same time, some audience members looked at Luo Chen on stage and thought about themselves. They shook their heads helplessly. At the same age of 20, life's circumstances could be so vastly different. Luo Chen thought for a moment and replied, "Actually, my thoughts and my aspirations for the future have already been expressed in the song I just sang. At the same time, if you know me, you would know that I have always been creating songs with a Chinese style. The reason for this is actually quite simple. As I mentioned earlier, I believe that the Dragon Kingdom style is the coolest. Of course, I also believe that our country has a 5,000-year-old history and possesses the cultural depth necessary for creativity. We don't need to engage in blindly imitating foreign cultures. I am deeply repulsed by this attitude. Therefore, I will continue to pursue my own music in the future and hope that everyone will enjoy it. Finally, I'd like to say that this program is excellent. Combining poetry with music to pass down the classic culture of our Dragon Kingdom is something I really appreciate." As Luo Chen finished speaking, everyone fell silent in awe. Soon, applause erupted once more. This applause was for the young man Luo Chen on stage. It is also for the rising young nation of Manhwa. Chapter 93, The Young Dragon Kingdom Speaks. Luo Chen is worth supporting for a lifetime. But those moved by Luo Chen's words were not only the people present at the recording site. Many viewers watching the live stream were equally moved by this scene. Wow, I want to cry. No wonder he's my idol. Just from Luo Chen's words, I know I didn't choose the wrong person to follow. I used to think it was just about having natural talent, but now I realize I was wrong. His values are more upright than many people's. Wow, that really rings true. You're drawn in by their looks, captivated by their talent, and loyal to their character. All I can say is that falling for Luo Chen was worth it. The Manhwa style is the coolest. When Luo Chen first mentioned it, everyone was skeptical, but perhaps only Luo Chen himself was serious about it, steadfastly sticking to his beliefs as always. If Luo Chen can work so hard, what excuse do I have not to? I vow here that I will definitely get into Longdu University next year. Watching a show, everyone gradually started treating the livestream as a place to make vows. And one by one, they all vowed to work hard and become a better version of themselves. And to realize their aspirations and ambitions. At the same time, in the singer group, Deng Ziki posted an I love it emoji. Luo Chen is truly amazing. He's good looking, talented, and so hardworking. How can he be so outstanding? Shueqian, Miss Ziki, this is a group chat, not a private message. Are you sure you didn't send it to the wrong place? Li Ronghao, yeah, if this gets out that Deng Ziki likes Luo Chen, your fans won't be happy. Deng Ziki, I didn't post it wrong. Didn't you watch the show Classic Forever? Lin Junjie, I was watching it. Did Ziki watch the classic timeless program and fall for Luo Chen? Shueqian, I think Ziki isn't watching the show right now, she's probably watching Luo Chen instead. Li Ronghao, is that true? Deng Ziki, I just wanted to talk to you about Luo Chen. Have you ever talked to him privately? Shueqian, no, we're already starting to investigate. It seems our suspicions were correct. Li Ronghao. Deng Ziki, I just think Luo Chen is amazing. I'm now his fan. Don't read too much into it. At the same time, Deng Ziqi's agent smiled and said, aren't you Qinglong's #1 fan? Now you're a fan of Luo Chen? Deng Ziqi glared at the agent and said, can I like two celebrities? This was just a minor incident. But it also reflects that. How many people? Because of this episode, this song, or this passage. I fell in love with Luo Chen and became a fan of Luo Chen. Speaking of the stage. Following Zhang Baoyi, Yu Chengqing also spoke up. You're just a teenager, yet you've composed a song like The Young Dragon Kingdom. This song is truly amazing. I give you a thumbs up. Luo Chen responds, thank you. I'm also honored that everyone likes my song. Sa Binang, alright, let us now give the floor to our 4 members of the appreciation panel on stage for the appreciation segment of this piece. Kang Zhen, after listening to it, I felt very strongly that anyone who hears this song will feel that they are still a teenager. Luo Chen's outfit today is actually quite ordinary, but this is precisely the kind of attire that young people in our country often wear. Therefore, I believe that Luo Chen's outfit today was carefully designed to showcase the vibrant and thriving spirit of a young man. This is truly remarkable. Wang Liguan, Luo Chen, today you express the strength of a contemporary young man from Longwei in a natural and heartfelt way. We also felt your interpretation of this work, it was excellent. At the same time, the youthful spirit and state of mind portrayed in the song perfectly align with the current spirit and state of mind of our nation. We are proud of you. Luo Chen smiled and replied, thank you. The audience below also expressed their affection for Luo Chen by making heart shapes with their hands. Sa Binang, thank you to our classic singer, Luo Chen. Please sign our classic album. As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous applause and enthusiastic cheers erupted once again. In such an atmosphere, Luo Chen took a step forward and signed his name in the classic autograph book. He then walked off the stage. With that, Luo Chen's episode came to an end. Next, Sa Binang continued. Let us welcome the next classic piece that will soon be sung by all. At the same time, the grand and majestic background music on stage begins to play once again. Finally, a song titled Tomorrow's Song appeared on the Blue Monument. Tomorrow comes again tomorrow, how many tomorrows are there? I wait for tomorrow to live, and everything is wasted. This piece will be performed by Wang Junkai. Of course, what happens next has nothing to do with Luo Chen. Even if Luo Chen were to step down, the image of Luo Chen singing Youth Dragon Kingdom will still linger in the audience's minds. And the passionate, resonant melody continues to echo in their ears. I believe they will eventually listen. This will also inspire some young people to strive for their ideals and aspirations. Until 10 o'clock at night. The first episode of Classic Everlasting finally came to an end. This program does not attract viewers through competitive contests. Instead, it combines poetry with music to pass down classic culture to everyone. A brand new approach, a brand new audiovisual feast. Audiences will be amazed by this incredible show. There's no doubt about it. Although only the first episode has been aired so far, The show has already gained widespread recognition among the public and has become very popular. The official Weibo account, known for its timeless classics, achieved this in just 2 hours, gaining 3 million followers. This terrifying speed also made director Tian Mei breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was also deeply grateful to Luo Chen. She understood this in her heart. If it weren't for Luo Chen being the opening act for this show, this episode would never have been such a success. This conclusion was not her guess. It was reached based on data from the back end. When Luo Chen took the stage to sing the song Young Dragon Country, the live stream's viewership surged past 25 million. After Luo Chen finished his performance and stepped off the stage, the live stream's viewership began to gradually decline. It eventually stabilized at around 15 million. This also demonstrates just how immense Luo Chen's popularity is on his own. So, if Luo Chen hadn't been the one to kick things off, the official Weibo account of the program would never have gained so many followers. At least a few more episodes need to be aired. And after it ends, many netizens left the live stream of the program, shifting the discussion to online platforms. To be honest, Luo Chen really looked handsome today, sang the song beautifully, and the show was quite enjoyable. It was truly impressive. Sorry, but in my opinion, Luo Chen is always handsome. Of course, he's even more handsome today. Luo Chen is truly outstanding. One song almost made me lose my mind. Yang Shi Dad is already extraordinary on his own, and with Luo Chen added to the mix, this duo is simply unbeatable. This is amazing. I hope Luo Chen can join the show again in the future. I also hope Luo Chen can become a regular cast member. It would be amazing to see him in every episode. You might be thinking too much. The internet is flooded with discussions about the program Classic Everlasting and about Luo Chen's performance of Youth Dragon Country today. This has led many netizens who did not watch the live broadcast to scrolling through the comments one by one, filled with curiosity. What kind of program is it? And what kind of songs are they? What kind of song would spark such intense discussion? As a result, many people began to look forward to it. Of course, the program producers had already considered this issue, although many programs around the world are broadcast live. However, considering that many people often cannot watch live broadcasts on time due to various reasons, therefore, the production team typically uploads the edited video online or on video sharing platforms for additional revenue. This allows viewers to watch the content while also increasing profits. It also increases netizens' interest in the program. This has further boosted the program's popularity. Classic content endures, and this program is no exception. Thanks to the hard work of the staff, the video editing was completed in a short period of time. The production team also quickly uploaded it online as soon as the video was posted. In an age where information spreads so quickly, many netizens who were unable to watch the live broadcast also received the news promptly. As a result, they were able to watch the program video shortly thereafter. Upon seeing it, it was like a fish entering the ocean, immersed in it. I couldn't pull myself away for a long time. Until the video ended, I felt as though I had been injected with adrenaline. Excited and thrilled. Just finished watching the video, tears streaming down my face. Luo Chen is so amazing. I'm also a teenager. Why is the gap between us so huge? I dare to challenge the heavens. I want to fight Luo Chen. Can my brothers give me some support? Support? What kind of support do you want? I'm a bit short on cash lately, so all I can offer is a bandage. Well, I could give you an energy drink, but I hope you can go see a doctor first. You guys should probably all go see a doctor. I'm different. I've decided to confess my feelings to the school beauty tomorrow. I was thinking that Luo Chen's song isn't about courage either. Why are you all acting like you've lost your minds? Bro, let's not dwell on it. We're still good brothers. While netizens were joking around online, Luo Chen had returned to his room at the Yunhai Hotel. Recording a show is pretty tiring. I really need to take a good rest. Of course, Shang Xiao was also at fault. This made the night even longer. Chapter 94, Dragon Country Wind Music Promotion Ambassador. No news overnight. The next morning, Luo Chen and Shang Xiao arrived at Fong Lan's office. As soon as she saw Luo Chen, Fong Lan said happily, "Luo Chen, you sang the Young Dragon Kingdom so beautifully yesterday." Before Luo Chen could respond, Shang Xiao interjected. "Lan Jia, you didn't just find out now, did you? I watched the live stream on time last night. There were so many people in the chat saying how well Luo Chen sang." After saying that, Shang Xiao looked at Luo Chen with a proud expression, as if to say, "Aren't you going to praise me?" Luo Chen didn't say anything. He just ruffled her hair. Fong Lan, however, spoke in a displeased tone. "So you watched the live stream, big deal. It's like you're trying to make it seem like no one else saw it." Fong Lan, as Luo Chen's agent, how could she not watch the live broadcast of such an important program? In fact, ever since she became Luo Chen's agent, she watches every show Luo Chen appears on. Chang Zhao's face also changed. Realizing the issue at hand, he said again, Lan Jie, so you're saying that Luo Chen's song went viral on Weibo? Fong Lan nodded. Then she heard Chang Xiao mutter, but Luo Chen's songs are all popular on Weibo. It's not worth getting so worked up about, Lan. Hearing this, Fong Lan shook her head and said helplessly. Here's what happened. After the live broadcast ended yesterday, the production team also uploaded the edited video online. Then, many netizens who didn't watch the live broadcast saw it, didn't they? After watching it, everyone thought the song you sang was truly amazing, from every aspect of the song. Everyone thought it was excellent. So, overnight, your song made it to the trending charts on Weibo. Of course, the show classic Never Fades also gained popularity as a result. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen nodded in agreement. He was surprised that this song could spark such widespread discussion. Luo Chen isn't really surprised. It was simply because the song was so powerful. When the youth are wise, the nation is wise. When the youth are wealthy, the nation is wealthy. When the youth are strong, the nation is strong. When the youth are free, the nation is free. These few lines by Mr. Liang are enough to inspire many young people. Let alone the fact that Luo Chen turned them into a song. The lyrics of the chorus are equally capable of stirring up the youthful vigor and reckless ambition of young people. This is completely different from the many songs currently dominating the music market in Manhwa, which are filled with meaningless whining and descriptions of love. When audiences hear it, they will naturally have a different experience. However, Fong Lan was surprised to see the two of them. She knew these two must still think the song was the same as usual. It's just trending on Weibo. So I continued. However, later on, the Dragon Country Music Association liked and reposted the video of you singing Young Dragon Country. After saying that, Fong Lan looked at Chang Xiao with a smug expression. Sure enough, Chang Xiao let out a loud cry. He then hurriedly opened Weibo and quickly found the Weibo post where the Dragon Country Music Association had reposted the video. And it was accompanied by the following text. A strong youth leads to a strong nation. The song, The Tale of the Young Dragon Kingdom, is excellent, and Luo Chen is outstanding. Dragon Country Music is fortunate to have Luo Chen, and we hope he will live up to his youth and continue to create excellent works for us. The words are brief, but the content they convey is astonishing. To be honest, this isn't the first time the Dragon Country Music Association has praised Luo Chen on Weibo. However, the previous two instances were not as direct as this one. Using two of them is great, one to express relief and the other to praise Luo Chen. This shows that this song by the Young Dragon Kingdom is indeed considered excellent by the Dragon Kingdom Music Association. While Luo Chen's creative talent has once again been recognized by everyone. After all, the Dragon Country Music Association is an official organization. The implications of this Weibo post are far from what they seem on the surface. Sure enough, after Chang Xiao finished reading this passage, Fong Lan continued. Before you arrived, the president of the Dragon Country Music Association, Duan Jizhe, personally called me to invite you to become the Dragon Country Folk Music Promotion Ambassador. I didn't agree right away because I wanted to ask your opinion first. What do you think now? Fong Lan finished speaking and stared intently at Luo Chen. She had not chosen to agree directly to Duan Jizhe earlier. Because when signing the contract, a point was made clear. That is, any programs or events wishing to invite Luo Chen to participate must first seek Luo Chen's approval and respect Luo Chen's ideas. Of course, after spending so much time together, Fong Lan also knew that Luo Chen was a very decisive person. Moreover, it was heartening that Luo Chen often sought Fong Lan's opinion on many matters. As a result, the two of them reach a consensus. However, in this matter, Fong Lan herself was inclined to accept the invitation from the Manhwa Music Association. After all, from every angle, this matter is more beneficial than harmful. Luo Chen naturally understood this as well. After a moment's thought, he nodded in agreement. With this identity, it would also be highly beneficial for him to promote Dragon Country music. Upon seeing Luo Chen agree, Fong Lan's face immediately lit up with a joyful smile. As Luo Chen's agent, Luo Chen's achievements are a source of pride for her as well. Of course, this would not have been possible without Chang Xiao by her side. And her way of expressing joy was also quite simple. She simply tiptoed up and left a red lip mark on Luo Chen's cheek. Luo Chen gently traced her delicate nose with his finger. He then turned his head and said, Lan Jia, please reply to the Manhwa Music Association that I agree. Also, could you ask them what I need to pay attention to as the Manhwa-style music promotion ambassador? Actually, even if Luo Chen hadn't mentioned it, Fong Lan would have noticed it anyway. After all these years as an agent, she hasn't been doing it for nothing. Fong Lan went out to make a call, and Luo Chen took Cheng Zhao's delicate hand and led her to the nearby sofa to sit down. He took out his phone and logged into Weibo. Chang Xiao glanced over and exclaimed, Luo Chen, your Weibo followers have reached 50 million. That's so much more than mine. Chang Zhao's eyes were filled with surprise, and Luo Chen's lips curled into a smile. Even he himself had not anticipated this. He had originally thought that having 40 million followers was already a lot. After all, without buying fake followers, having 40 million followers is quite impressive. Is already quite rare. Even in this world, where the number of people using Weibo exceeds the population of Earth. But it hasn't reached the point where everyone uses Weibo. This is why the number of followers is actually quite astonishing. Glancing at the Weibo trending topics, Luo Chen finally realized that it was indeed just as Fong Lan had said. The Young Dragon Countries said. Classics live on forever. Luo Chen is awesome. These topics have all made it onto the Weibo trending list. And even gained attention after being praised and reposted by the Dragon Country Music Association. The topic Young Dragon Country has surged to the top of the Weibo trending list. Luo Chen clicked on the topic. Scroll through the comments below. Most of them are positive reviews, and many others have left comments saying they want to get into a certain university. Or they expressed their determination to work hard and become a better version of themselves. In any case, these are all positive and uplifting words. Seeing this, Luo Chen was still very happy. Regardless of whether they can ultimately achieve the goals mentioned in today's message. But having the intention is commendable. Luo Chen was already content. At least, through this song, he had managed to awaken the spirit of the young people of Manhwa. It also allows them to experience the charm of Dragon Country's traditional culture. Seeing Fong Lan walk in from outside with a smile on her face, Luo Chen knew that the matter regarding the Dragon Country Wind Music Promotion Ambassador must have been settled. Sure enough, Fong Lan smiled and said, the discussion went smoothly. President Duan was very pleased to hear that you agreed. I estimate it won't be long before the Dragon Country Music Association announces your appointment as the Dragon Country Folk Music Promotion Ambassador. The president also mentioned that he would like to have a chat with you in person if the opportunity arises. Luo Chen, then let's find a time for me to pay him a visit in person. Fong Lan nodded in approval of Luo Chen's decision. Talent is a good thing, but if one becomes arrogant because of it, it can be quite troublesome. Fortunately, Luo Chen didn't have this problem. Immediately after, Fong Lan spoke again. Luo Chen, you asked me earlier to help you look for a good place to live. I asked around a few friends. Someone told me there's a suitable place in the Fanawali neighborhood. When you have time, I'll take you there to check it out. Luo Chen nodded. He had confidence in Fong Lan's ability to get things done. He still had great trust in her. Chang Xiao was surprised and said, Fanhua community? Isn't that where I live now? That's right, the one you live in. Fong Lan said helplessly. Upon receiving a positive response, Chang Xiao became even happier. Thinking that it would be much easier for him to go find Luo Chen later. The joy on her face was about to overflow. Her entire body curled up and leaned against Luo Chen's embrace. Seeing this, Fong Lan couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. Luo Chen ran his fingers through Chang Xiao's smooth, flowing hair, as if he were petting a cat. Before long, Fong Lan spoke again. Tonight is the final episode of Masked Singer, right? Do you feel confident about winning the championship? Of course I am. Luo Chen is the best. Chang Xiao said in a soft voice. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Luo Chen. Luo Chen pinched Chang Xiao's cheek and replied. It should be fine. Fong Lan suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that she didn't have confidence in Luo Chen. She just didn't want Luo Chen to bear too much pressure. Bringing up the topic early was a way of preparing him for it. So that if something unexpected happens and we don't win the championship, we won't be too disappointed. After all, Luo Chen is still young. What she doesn't know is, for Luo Chen, there are some things he only sees in the present moment. Chapter 95, could this be someone the production team hired to be a clown? Never mind what Luo Chen is thinking over there. On the other side, the director of The Masked Singer, Su Xiang, took the tea handed to him by his female assistant. Took a sip and said, Tonight is the last episode of our show, so we can't afford any mistakes. Have you finished all the preparations? Female assistant, we've recorded so many episodes, everyone is familiar with the process, and I've gone over everything once. There shouldn't be any issues. Should we post a message on Weibo about the guest singer we invited for this episode? Upon hearing this, Su Xiang didn't hesitate for a moment. Of course we should post it. How else will we attract everyone's attention? The female assistant hesitated for a moment and asked, then how should we introduce this guest this time? How should we introduce him? Su Xiang glanced up at his female assistant. Even such a simple question needed to be asked now? The female assistant sighed and continued, in the previous episodes, we said we had invited a super popular singer, but this time we invited. Before she could finish, Su Xiang already understood what she meant. The copy released in the previous issues. Each issue claims to have invited a popular singer. Though everyone was skeptical about the show's claims at first. However, with the recent revelations about the true identities of Xueqian and Li Ronghao, even the identity of Qinglong remains unknown to everyone. But the program's credibility was still maintained. Everyone trusts this. But today is the final episode. So it's like the final showdown. Originally, the production team had also planned to invite a popular singer to appear. However, as Qinglong's talent became widely recognized, many singers simply refused to participate in the Masked Singer program. It's simply because, for them, if they were to lose badly and have their identities revealed, it would cause significant damage to their popularity and reputation. It simply isn't worth the risk. Moreover, the more popular the singer, the less likely they are to participate. In the end, the production team had no choice but to settle for a singer who was competent but lacked the same level of popularity. However, this decision left them in an awkward situation. That is, the copy for this Weibo post is not easy to write. Netizens are very pragmatic. This is the final episode, and everyone was surprised to see that they had invited a singer who isn't very well known. Although it's because of Qinglong and the others, people will still watch the live stream. But the show's reputation will probably be ruined. And who knows if they'll even bother to check it out until the very last minute. Su Xiang didn't want to take that risk. Currently, it is still the first season of The Masked Singer. However, given the current ratings, the network will inevitably produce a second season of Masked Singer. For the sake of ratings, this final episode must be done well. Thinking about this, Su Xiang sighed and said, "Let's just say we've invited a talented singer. They may not be as popular as a famous singer, but they shouldn't be too bad, right?" The female assistant listened and said. She went downstairs to give the instructions. However, Su Xiang remained deeply concerned. This was truly the final episode, and he genuinely wanted to conclude the program with the best possible results. The female assistant acted quickly. After giving the orders, the staff also quickly posted a message on the official Weibo account of The Masked Singer. The final episode will feature a talented singer challenging the current contestants. Stay tuned. Not a popular singer anymore? Many netizens had this reaction upon seeing the news. Is the production team running out of money? Why not continue to invite popular singers? Sigh, I still prefer watching super popular singers challenge the established acts. Yeah, while talented singers sound impressive, I don't think this one will cut it. Maybe the show just brought them in to fill the roster. Actually, that's quite possible. If you look at the 5 singers left on the show, they're all really strong. That's right. Both Qinglong and Li Keqin are top-tier figures. In my opinion, the ultimate champion will likely emerge from between the two of them. We shouldn't forget Li Ronghao and Xue Qian either. If they both perform exceptionally well, there's still a tiny glimmer of hope. Now that you mention it, you're probably right. This so-called powerhouse singer is probably just someone the show brought in to fill the roster. Perhaps even Su Xiang didn't expect this. How terrifying netizens' imaginations could be. Although it's just speculation, it's not far from the truth. Of course, it is indeed as Su Xiang imagined. It may not necessarily affect the number of viewers watching the live broadcast, but it does have a certain impact on the program's reputation. Su Xiang has been closely following the discussions on Weibo. He knew very well that this wasn't going to end well. But there's no better solution to the problem. It's really frustrating. At the same time, there was another person who was equally distressed. That person is the guest who was invited to this episode of the program. At the hotel arranged by the production team next to the Magic City Sports Arena, a man wearing a black suit saw the online comments and angrily exclaimed. They clearly said they invited a talented singer, yet they don't believe in my abilities at all. They even said I was just brought in to fill the numbers for your show. I need the production team to give me an explanation for this. Looking at the angry man, the female assistant was also a bit at a loss. She had come here following Su Xiang's instructions to try to calm down the invited guests. But she didn't expect that she hadn't even had a chance to speak yet. She ended up getting scolded by the man first. Mr. Yang, there's no need to take online comments so seriously. Netizens are just saying that because they don't understand the situation. Besides, they don't know that you're the talented singer, do they? So all you need to do is perform well tonight, showcase your true talent, and they'll eventually realize their mistake. So there's really no need to pay attention to what those netizens are saying. The female assistant thought that after saying all that, the man should have calmed down. Besides, to be honest, in her view, the netizens' comments weren't entirely without merit. At the very least, the claim that she was there just to make up the numbers is, if you really want to argue it, something that can be said about young teacher, who was indeed invited by Su Xiang to fill in the numbers. After all, Su Xiang had previously invited 7 or 8 singers, but they all refused. In the end, they had no choice but to invite this one. But the man himself didn't think so. In his view, his own abilities were still quite strong. He then said again, the reason why netizens are commenting like this is because there is an issue with your program's copywriting. I need you to post a new message. Repost a message? The female assistant was puzzled. Reposting it wouldn't do any good, and the program team couldn't just say who they had invited. Besides, in her opinion, this person's abilities couldn't possibly match those of Qinglong and Li Keqin. Even if she were to face Xueqian and Li Ronghao, there's no guarantee of a sure win, is there? The female assistant hesitated for a moment and asked, I'm not sure what you mean, Mr. Yang? Those netizens aren't saying I'm just here to make up the numbers, aren't they? They're saying I'm not as good as Qinglong. So why doesn't the production team just post a message saying I'm here for Qinglong? This episode, my vote count will definitely surpass Qinglong's. If I don't apologize publicly. Challenge Qinglong? Hearing this, the female assistant was a bit stunned. She asked softly, Mr. Yang, have you not watched our program? Yes, I have. You've seen it and still want to challenge Qinglong? The female assistant really didn't know what to say. Is this true confidence in one's abilities, or just overestimating one's own strength? The female assistant thought about it and asked again, Mr. Yang, should we reconsider this matter? She had meant well, but the man replied impatiently. I've watched the first few episodes of this season. Don't say so much. Hurry up and have your staff post another Weibo. I just can't stand those netizens' comments. They actually said I'm just there to make up the numbers. They say Qinglong is so strong, so I'm going to challenge Qinglong and show them. The female assistant finally understood. This person had indeed watched the program. But he only watched the first few episodes, and Qinglong hadn't even joined the show yet at that time. Naturally, I had no idea how powerful Qinglong really was. The problem is that he was overly confident in his own abilities, believing that they can defeat the Azure Dragon. As she looked at the man with a furious expression, the female assistant sighed. There was no point in trying to persuade him anymore. After all, he was the one who had brought this upon himself. The female assistant couldn't stop him either. She had said everything she needed to say. Thinking this, the female assistant walked over to the side and called Director Su Xiang. She explained the situation to Su Xiang. After listening to everything, Su Xiang was equally stunned. Didn't you tell him how powerful Qinglong is? Didn't you try to talk him out of it? I tried, but he wouldn't listen. Well, then, do as he says. You're adults now, and you have to take responsibility for your decisions. I just hope he doesn't regret it. Female assistant, all right. But she silently added to herself, how could I not regret it? Soon, to the astonishment of netizens, the official Weibo account of the Masked Singer program posted another message. In accordance with the singer's wishes, we hereby announce that this week's challenger, Prometheus, has decided to face off against Qinglong. If the final vote count falls short of Qinglong's, he will apologize publicly. Is this the clown the production team brought in? The final episode of The Masked Singer has always been highly anticipated by everyone. Additionally, people were still discussing who the talented singer invited by the production team for this episode actually was. Before we could even come up with an answer, the program team has actually sent another message and said that this episode's guest singer will challenge Qinglong. Everyone had 3 question marks pop up on their foreheads. Are we sure this is in line with the singer's own wishes? Could the show's producers be intentionally causing trouble? I actually think it's Prometheus' own idea. Could it be that he saw online that he was just brought in by the production team to fill in, and he's unhappy about it? It's not impossible, but why challenge Qinglong? That's just asking for trouble. That is indeed a suicidal act. The Azure Dragon is not someone he can defeat. All we can say is that this singer has some serious guts. Brave, but that just means they're not very smart, right? Better not to say it outright. Anyway, there's going to be a good show tonight. Chapter 96, Blown Away by Luo Chen's Rehearsal. This episode of The Masked Singer invited a guest singer to challenge Qinglong. The news spread like wildfire. Many people found out about it. Still in that villa on Hong Kong Island, Deng Ziqi, dressed in a black dress, was leaning against the sofa. She spoke with a hint of resentment. Who knows who it was, daring to speak so boldly? Does he think he can defeat Qinglong? As he spoke, he sent a message using his own small-scale flower dragon. He instructed the members of the Qinglong organization to investigate who the guest was who had been invited to appear on this episode of The Masked Singer. In any case, as the top fan of Qinglong, naturally, he would never tolerate anyone trying to climb the ranks by stepping on Qinglong. Despite her firm belief that, with the Qinglong's strength, this so-called powerhouse singer stands no chance of winning. However, the mere words of this person on Weibo were already unbearable for her as a fan. Deng Ziqi's agent watched her actions. He said helplessly, you'd be better off practicing your singing. Just let someone else handle this kind of thing. Deng Ziqi, my idol is someone I have to take care of myself. How could I let someone else do it? Agent, but you said yesterday that you liked Luo Chen. Deng Ziqi, liking Luo Chen doesn't conflict with liking Qinglong. Look, Qinglong sings opera so well, and Luo Chen creates Dragon Kingdom-style songs so well. Besides, opera singing can actually be categorized under Dragon Country style, At this point, Deng Ziqi seemed to realize something. His pupils dilated as he stared intently at the agent and said, Do you think it's possible that Qinglong is actually Luo Chen? The agent thought it was something else, but it turned out to be this. He casually said, "How is that possible? We already discussed this issue earlier. Xinglong and Luochen are two different people." Deng Ziqi muttered to himself, "That's true, but I still feel something's off." As he thought, Deng Ziqi pulled out his phone and opened the singer's group chat. And sent a message. Could it be that Xinglong is actually Luochen? Shui Qian, absolutely impossible. How could someone so young be skilled in two different creative techniques? Li Ronghao, I also think it's impossible. Where did you come up with that conclusion? Deng Ziqi, don't you have any doubts about Xinglong's identity? What if Xinglong is actually Luochen? Shui Qian, I am certain that Xinglong is definitely not Luochen. If I am wrong, then when Luochen's album is released, I will buy 10,000 copies to punish myself. Li Ronghao, that's a good idea, count me in. Lin Junjie, that's pretty interesting. Though I don't understand why Ziqi thinks Xinglong is Luochen, I also think he's not. If I'm wrong, I'll buy 10,000 copies too. Deng Ziqi. She was just having a moment of inspiration. And asking the people in the group was just to get their advice. I never expected it to end up like this. But either way, she doesn't lose out. Anyway, she likes Luochen. Even if it's true, as they say, that Xinglong is a Luochen, then let's just consider it support for Luochen's new album. However, the idea that Xinglong is Luochen simply wouldn't leave his mind. At the same time, the news on the internet had also reached Luochen and his group. Chang Xiao puffed out his cheeks angrily and said, "What's going on?" The script was clearly released by the production team, yet that challenge singer is coming to take on Luochen. Fan Lan, however, took a more laid-back approach and said calmly, "Su Xiang did mention this to me earlier. I discussed it with Luochen, and he agreed. Otherwise, Su Xiang wouldn't have used the program's name to do this." Chang Xiao heard this and looked at the two of them in confusion. Fan Lan sighed and said helplessly, "Xiao Xiao, you also need to learn to think about things sometimes. Otherwise, one day you might end up being sold and still counting the money for the seller." Chang Xiao replied in a sweet voice, "I'm not that stupid. I have Lan Jia here, so I don't need to think about it. Besides, Luochen would never let anyone sell me." Luochen smiled and ruffled her hair. Fan Lan explained, "It's actually quite simple. Whether the challenger is trying to prove themselves or using the opportunity to challenge Luochen to gain attention. This doesn't really harm the show or Luochen. In fact, the bigger the fuss, the more it resembles a farce, and the more people will enjoy watching it. In the end, the production team will gain popularity, and Luochen will naturally gain more recognition for his abilities. This is also beneficial for promoting the culture of Manhwa. Of course, as Su Xiang mentioned, they will also compensate us in other ways." Chang Xiao, so, according to what Lan Jie said, could the challenge singer have done this on purpose? Fong Lan, not necessarily. It's also possible that it was simply a case of bravery, as the netizens have suggested. Chang Xiao frowned, "This is so complicated." Upon hearing this, Luochen and Fong Lan both laughed. In short, as Fong Lan had said, this matter could be considered a win-win situation. Whether it's a three-way win depends on the skills of the singer who challenges the establishment. However, in Luochen's opinion, it's probably a bit of a long shot. As the time approaches, Luochen also went to the Magic City alone once again. This was the final episode, and Luochen naturally did not want to reveal his identity at this critical moment and risk ruining everything. Therefore, he remained cautious throughout the journey. "I was confident that no one had discovered my identity." At 3:30 p.m., Luochen arrived at the entrance of the Magic City Sports Arena. As usual, Liang Yun came out to greet him. Of course, what Liang Yun saw was still Luochen wearing the Xinglong mask. From initial curiosity to later fruitless speculation. At this point, Liang Yun was able to remain calm when she saw Luochen again. At least not on his face. Of course, it might also have something to do with the fact that the answer will be revealed tonight. But Liang Yun couldn't help but say, "Mr. Xinglong, I believe you can definitely beat that challenge singer. I have absolute confidence in you." Luochen, "Thanks, I'm pretty confident too." The two eventually arrived at the rehearsal hall. Upon seeing Luochen's arrival, the band members remained the same as before. They immediately gathered around him. They all said in unison, "Master Xinglong, this song is absolutely amazing. Those so-called professional singers aren't even in your league. You're definitely going to win first place today." Luochen smiled and nodded in response. Regardless, it felt good to be supported by others. After chatting for a while, everyone got ready for the rehearsal. As before, the sheet music was sent to the band in advance for them to familiarize themselves with it. So the music started playing quickly. The ethereal sound of the guzheng blended harmoniously with the crisp, ancient tones of the bronze bells. It sent a shiver down Liang Yun's spine. The melody was simply too beautiful. Meanwhile, in another lounge, this episode's challenger singer, Prometheus, was sitting on the sofa scrolling through Weibo. Since the recording hadn't started yet, the female assistant beside him didn't bother with him. The more he scrolled through Weibo, the more miserable Prometheus felt. It's really because the comments under the Weibo post from the Masked Singer program were too harsh. I heard that Prometheus is a god symbolizing wisdom and foresight, but this week's challenger singer, although he chose a good mask, clearly lacks self-awareness. The guy above put it too subtly. Let me put it simply, he has Prometheus mask, but he doesn't have Prometheus brain. Ha, you're right, but I think he does have another of Prometheus's virtues, courage. But this is a singing competition, not a fight. Courage doesn't matter here. Exactly. That's why I now recall what my elementary school teacher once said, and it really makes sense. What was it? Don't be blindly confident. Prometheus saw these comments and couldn't help but ask the female assistant beside him. Is that Qinglong really as strong as they say online? The female assistant said helplessly, it might be even stronger. Prometheus. At this point, he didn't care about saving face. In front of his female assistant, he started searching online for videos of Qinglong's past performances. There were a total of 3 videos of Qinglong singing. After watching the first video, Prometheus was still able to remain calm. After watching the second video, his hand holding the phone trembled slightly. After watching the third video, he placed his phone aside and slumped weakly onto the sofa. He stared blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. The female assistant beside him saw this and shook her head helplessly. As mentioned earlier, one reaps what one sows, so one has no one to blame but oneself. At that moment, Luo Chen had also finished rehearsing the song he was going to perform this episode. Although this wasn't the first time they had heard Luo Chen sing opera-style songs. But after listening to this song, the band members all looked at Luo Chen with admiration. They simply couldn't imagine how Luo Chen had managed to write such a song. Meanwhile, Liang Yun, standing nearby, found it even more astonishing. She had missed watching Luo Chen's rehearsals on previous occasions due to prior commitments. This time, she finally had nothing to do. I finally managed to watch Luo Chen's rehearsal. But it wasn't until then that she realized how it felt to watch Luo Chen sing up close. How utterly breathtaking it truly was. It's simply indescribable. In response to this, Luo Chen was unfazed. Ever since he decided to sing this song for this episode, he had this idea in mind. And now it seems that the results are quite good. However, the final outcome will ultimately depend on the audience's reaction during the live stream. After that, I went to the restroom with Liang Yun to rest, quietly waiting for the program recording to begin. Chapter 97, Li Keqin, Luo Chen is simply too strong. It was already 7:50 p.m. The staff of the Masked Singer program had also started the live stream in advance. Su Xiang, who was in the backstage area, was closely monitoring the live stream's viewership numbers at all times. When he saw that it had only been a few minutes, the live stream's viewership had already surpassed 12 million. Su Xiang was also extremely delighted. He knew that the message he posted on Weibo earlier today had made an impact. By the time the program finally aired, the live stream's viewership is sure to be even higher. As for the netizens, tonight's show is undoubtedly going to be a real treat. And many people are already looking forward to it. This is the final episode. If Qinglong wants to win the championship, he should probably sing an opera piece again. Of course. Qinglong only has an advantage when singing opera-style songs. If he sings another song, wouldn't that be like giving up the championship himself? Exactly. If Qinglong sings something else, the championship would go to Li Keqin. The title of the 5th Heavenly King isn't something you just talk about. Actually, that's not necessarily the case. I think Qinglong's voice would still sound great even if he didn't sing in an opera style. I'm actually quite curious about what Prometheus will sing. I hope he doesn't get completely outclassed. Ha, you're right. Someone so brave shouldn't lose too badly. The netizens are having a lively discussion, while the Prometheus they were talking about was suffering terribly. This was the final episode, after all. After everyone has finished singing, regardless of the rankings, the masks must be removed. Unless you negotiate with the program production team when signing the contract for the show. No exceptions will be made. Just thinking about having to reveal my face later. Prometheus felt a sharp pang in his heart. But time would not stop just because he did not want it to. 8 o'clock came quickly. The host, Li Hao, was dressed in a black suit. He walked onto the stage holding a cue card. Hello everyone, welcome to the final episode of The Masked Singer, exclusively sponsored by Sanyezi Mask. I am your host, Li Hao. Alright, let's not waste any more time. Please welcome today's first masked singer, The Wanderer, with a round of applause. Perhaps because he is more skilled at love songs, The Wanderer has once again brought us a love song. Of course, with some modifications. It still sounds very good. Both the audience and the members of the masked guessing team were completely engrossed in the performance. As the song came to an end, after being asked a few random questions, the vagabond stepped off the stage. The second performer to take the stage was the black and white clown. And this time he chose Shui Qian's song Unexpected. Judging by this setup, it seems he doesn't care if everyone recognizes him. They'd still keep up the act. Netizens who saw this scene also found it amusing and joked about it. Li Ronghao, as long as I don't take off the mask, I'm Shuqian. Li Ronghao is refusing to admit it no matter what. This is hilarious. No, Li Ronghao is using this method to tell us that this is his final act of stubbornness. What the hell is this last act of defiance? I think he just wants to laugh himself to death and inherit my fortune. Li Ronghao is still refusing to admit it. I wonder if Shuqian will also refuse to admit it later. Don't say that, it's actually possible. Just imagining that scene is hilarious. It turns out the netizens were right after all. After Li Rong finished singing this unexpected song, he walked off the stage. Next up was Shuqian, wearing a sparrow mask. And the song he was about to perform was none other than Li Ronghao's youthful achievements. Looking at the song title displayed on the big screen, listening to the familiar melody, netizens couldn't stop laughing either. It's clearly a serious singing show, so why is it so funny? It's all because of Shuqian and Li Ronghao, these two comedic geniuses. I'm starting to seriously suspect that these two have been in cahoots. This is absolutely hilarious. It's not just them. The masked guessing group. Dai Jiangwei suppressed a smile and said, I'm impressed by these two. They did an amazing job. Chen Jiahua burst out laughing. I knew any show with Shuqian would be hilarious. This time, he even managed to corrupt Li Ronghao. Funny or not, Shuqian is still very serious when he sings. A song about youthful ambition also captured everyone's ears. Compared to the version sung by Li Ronghao, there are also some differences. But it's still very pleasant to listen to. One song ends. The live audience responded with enthusiastic applause. Everyone now knows who they are. So the masked guessing group just asked a few random questions. Shuqian then stepped down to take a break. The next singer to take the stage was Li Keqin, wearing a white prism mask. He was once dubbed the fifth king by the media, beyond the four great kings. Last time, he performed one of his classic songs, Moonlit Night's Half Song. Though the vote count didn't surpass Luo Chen, she only came in second place. However, this does not diminish his standing in the hearts of the audience. This time, he once again performed his classic song Red Sunday. In terms of popularity and public appeal, the song Red Sun is more popular than Moonlit Night. So when that familiar melody plays, when Li Keqin's voice filled the hall, some audience members began to hum along with Li Keqin. Even if fate is turbulent and unpredictable, even if fate is twisted and bizarre, even if fate threatens you, life is meaningless. Don't shed tears, don't feel bitter, and above all, don't give up. I wish I could accompany you forever. At this moment, it feels as though we're not at the recording of The Masked Singer. It feels more like being at Li Keqin's concert. The power and status of the fifth king were fully demonstrated at that moment. A few minutes later, when the song ended, the thunderous applause and cheers from the audience echoed throughout the entire recording hall. Li Keqin also spread his arms wide, fully enjoying the moment. As things gradually quieted down, Wu Qixuan asked casually, Mr. Bai Lingjing, you sang one of your classic songs, Red Sun, this time. I was wondering if you think you have a good chance of surpassing Mr. Qinglong in the vote count? Although everyone knows that the man wearing the white prism mask is Li Keqin. However, Wu Qixuan still did not directly call out Li Keqin's name. When Li Keqin heard the question, he paused for a moment before saying, to be honest, I'm not confident. Qinglong teacher is very strong, and I'm just hoping I don't lose too badly. Ugh. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. They knew Qinglong was powerful. But they never expected that in the eyes of the powerful figure Li Keqin. Qinglong was actually this powerful. Previously, everyone had actually still held out hope that Li Keqin could secure first place, despite Li Keqin's loss in the previous episode. But in terms of both strength and status, many people still believe that Li Keqin is stronger. However, they never imagined that Li Keqin himself had little confidence in defeating Qinglong. This was also what shocked everyone to the core. Ah, the song Red Sun was the soundtrack of my youth. Now it feels like my youth is over. It seems like Li Keqin is a bit pessimistic. In my opinion, there's still hope. It's hard to say. Li Keqin is a professional singer himself, so his judgment is definitely better than ours. Perhaps Qinglong is actually stronger than we originally imagined. I like Qinglong and I like Li Keqin. I'm torn. The members of the masked guessing group heard Li Keqin's response. They also didn't know what to ask next. So I just ended up chatting about random things unrelated to the competition. After that, Li Keqin stepped down and went to rest. Soon, Li Hao also returned to the stage and announced, the next contestant is this episode's challenger, Prometheus. Please give him a warm welcome. The audience's applause is intense. But to Prometheus's ears, it sounded somewhat jarring. In his mind, the applause was not meant to welcome him. It was meant to mock him. To mock his presumption. Mock his commendable courage. If one were to simply watch the 3 videos of Luo Chen's performance, he still harbored even the slightest hope that his vote count could surpass Luo Chen's. Upon hearing Li Kachin's words just now, that last bit of hope was shattered. It has been shattered completely. Even if one is as arrogant as ever, one must acknowledge Li Kachin's strength and standing. How could he possibly compare to him? Let alone Li Kachin singing the classic song Red Sunday. Even Li Kachin was just hoping not to lose too badly. How dare he claim he can defeat Luo Chen? But there was no way out now. There was only one path left, to keep singing. Even if the path ahead is dark, we can only grit our teeth and finish performing this song. Prometheus stood on the stage, held the microphone to his lips, and spoke softly. Here's a song called Onion for everyone. I hope you all enjoy it. As soon as the song title was mentioned, everyone immediately thought of a singer's name. Could it be Yang Zhongwei? It could be. Onion is one of Yang Zhongwei's songs, right? If it's him, it wouldn't be surprising if he did something like challenge Qinglong. His mind isn't exactly the sharpest tool in the shed. I think there was a report earlier saying his emotional intelligence isn't very good. It's not just his emotional intelligence that's lacking, I think his intelligence is also lacking. There's no need for personal attacks. Onions are still pretty good. Are you referring to the onion that's eaten? Regardless of what the audience thinks. Prometheus, however, sang with great emotion. If only your gaze could come to me, even for a moment. If you could hear the sound of a broken heart. 4.5 minutes later, the song ends. The audience continued to applaud enthusiastically. The Masked Singer Zhang Wei. This show is called The Masked Singer, and it's originally meant for people to guess who the singers are. But I've noticed that everyone seems to enjoy revealing themselves now. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the original singer of the song Onion, right? Prometheus pondered for a moment and then nodded. His conflicted expression made everyone laugh. But even if he doesn't admit it, after hearing his performance, everyone could recognize his voice. There was no doubt that it was Yang Zhongwei. So, as netizens have said, now that he's admitted it, there's not much else to ask the masked guessing team. They had also heard about Yang Zhongwei's case. He really doesn't seem to have all his wits about him. With Yang Zhongwei's resignation, everyone knows that the most exciting part of the show is about to begin. The audience below is going wild, shouting Qinglong's name. At that moment, everyone was eagerly awaiting the song that the man wearing the blue dragon mask would perform. Will it be opera-style singing or something else? Chapter 98, the opera-style song Along the River during the Qingming Festival astonished everyone. It was precisely amid everyone's speculation that Luo Chen, dressed in traditional attire, stepped onto the stage. As he took his place on the stage, the large screen behind him displayed the song information for the song Luo Chen was about to perform. Song title, Qingming Shanghe 2. Lyrics and music, Qinglong. Performed by Qinglong. Upon seeing this song title, some people are puzzled. Isn't Along the River during the Qingming Festival a painting? Does that mean the song Qinglong was created based on that painting? It's not impossible. The Qingming Shanghe scroll is a national treasure of our country, and from previous songs, it's clear that Qinglong has a deep understanding of traditional culture. Setting aside other factors, the song title alone suggests that this track is no ordinary composition. Exactly. Now I'm even more excited to hear Qinglong's performance. Netizens are speculating that the singers in the backstage lounge each have their own thoughts. However, there was no doubt that everyone was eagerly anticipating this song. At the same time, the previous questions have been answered. This is definitely still an opera-style song. Luo Chen nodded toward the band behind him. Soon, a melody filled the air, blending the ethereal tones of the guzheng with the crisp, ancient resonance of the bronze bells, reaching everyone's ears. Instantly, everyone was captivated. This prelude is something special. Immediately afterward, Zhao's voice blended in. This added a touch of clarity to the melody. It is truly refreshing. As the prelude faded, Luo Chen's soft and gentle voice rang out. I bent down to look, and there was a curtain of autumn rain. The falling raindrops were silent. The marks carved into the stone monument, do they hide a secret? In your eyes, I see 1,000 threads of emotion. Just a few lines of lyrics, lasting no more than half a minute. Yet the audience fell completely silent. Many people had even closed their eyes, quietly listening to this beautiful melody. These beautiful lyrics. This exquisite imagery. Every aspect of it leaves them feeling spiritually cleansed. The lyrics and melody are simply beautiful. Even the scenes described in the lyrics began to gradually take shape in their minds. At that moment, whether they were members of the masked guessing team or singers in the backstage lounge, were gradually immersing themselves in the music. The melancholy of the ancient alleyway is written into the melody of the pipa. The flowing robes, the street vendors' songs. As if transported there in an instant, everything is both blurry and clear. In just a few seconds, one marvels at the extraordinary significance of it all. Luo Chen's voice remains as warm and soothing as ever. But the images in everyone's minds were changing along with the melody. In the ancient alleys, the coats of passers-by fluttered in the wind, and street vendors hawked their wares. This bustling and vibrant scene captivates them. The beautiful singing enchanted them. The live stream's chat comments had dwindled significantly. Only a few comments are scrolling by. At this moment, everyone was captivated by Luo Chen's singing. The scenes described in the lyrics were so beautiful. Just then, the melody changed. Luo Chen's voice also changed. The familiar theatrical tone resounded throughout the recording hall. Silk robes flutter, obscuring the setting sun, as an ancient melody plays, breaking the heart. The scene is so beautiful, but who knows whose brush created it? A faint blush of rouge hides my thoughts, and a few sips of wine bring a hint of intoxication. How many talented statesmen and generals have painted landscapes spanning thousands of miles? What is the significance of carving the along the river painting? The appearance of this theatrical tone was like a heavy hammer striking them in the heart. In the backstage dressing room, Li Keqing stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what he was seeing on stage. This piece of opera? It's absolutely brilliant. Yang Zhongwei collapsed onto the sofa. At that moment, he looked utterly defeated. And when the theatrical tone emerged, he knew he had lost. Completely and utterly. Several members of the masked guessing team stood up. They gazed at the man on stage, dressed in ancient attire, with looks of admiration. Dai Jiangwei, this song is amazing. The scenes described in the lyrics are so inspiring. Chen Jiahua, it's truly hard to imagine what kind of talent Xinglong teacher possesses to be able to write such beautiful lyrics. Wu Qishan, the main verses of the song are sung by Xinglong with such a soft and smooth voice. I initially thought it would be a more laid-back song. But when the operatic vocals came in, I realized I was wrong. The verses leading up to it were all setting the stage for the opera-style singing. This part was absolutely amazing. It completely elevated the entire song. At that moment, Luo Chen paid no heed to others' thoughts. On stage, the melody changed again, and Zhao's voice began to grow louder, followed by the sound of drums joining in. And suddenly the clear sound of the flute blended with the deep drum and the ancient melody of the chimes. The various sounds blend together. This further allows the audience to feel the simplicity and elegance of the melody. At the right moment, Luo Chen's voice rings out once more. The melancholy of the ancient alley, written in the melody of the pipa. The flowing robes, the street vendors' songs. Hearing Luo Chen sing this line again, everyone would still think of that beautiful and bustling scene of prosperity. But when the melody changes again, everyone's hearts tightened. Everyone knew that the theatrical tone was about to return. Silk robes flutter, obscuring the setting sun, playing a heart-wrenching ancient melody. The scene is so beautiful, but who could have painted it with such skill? A faint blush of rouge hides my thoughts, and a few sips of wine bring a hint of intoxication. How many talented statesmen and generals have painted landscapes spanning thousands of miles? What is the significance of carving the along the river painting? A theatrical performance once again astonished the crowd. Until the music finally came to an end. Everyone remained silent for a long time, as if still intoxicated by the beautiful melody, unable to tear themselves away. Then, thunderous applause erupted. The audience's cheers echoed throughout the entire recording hall. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the figure on stage. The lyrics were beautiful, the singing was beautiful, and the imagery was beautiful. Whether from the perspective of composition or performance, this song is perfect. Wow, this song is so good. This song is amazing, it's got a real sense of grandeur. I absolutely love Xinglong. In my opinion, this song is simply perfect. Xinglong's voice is truly powerful. That soft, smooth tone is absolutely captivating. My favorite line is when the silk robes float up to cover the setting sun, and he plays a heart-wrenching ancient melody. It's absolutely unbeatable. When the opera vocals came in, everyone was speechless. A single song once again left countless people in awe of Xinglong. At the same time, they'd become fans of this incredibly talented man. At the same time, in a villa on Hong Kong Island, Deng Zhiqi let out a shriek. Ah, how can it sound so good? Xinglong is amazing. The agent, who has always been at odds with Deng Zhiqi, did not object this time. Instead, he quietly added, "It's really great. I feel like I'm going to become a fan of his." Upon hearing this, Deng Zhiqi looked at his agent in disbelief and said in astonishment, "You've never been interested in this kind of thing before. You even said that idols are completely unnecessary." The agent shook his head and said, "That was before Xinglong appeared. Deng Zhiqi. So it's just Pink Dragon alone." In Fong Lan's office, Chang Xiao was watching this episode of the show with Fong Lan. After listening to Luo Chen's performance, Chang Xiao exclaimed, "Lan Jia, Luo Chen's song is so amazing. I really want to go find him right now." Fong Lan tapped Chang Xiao on the forehead and said helplessly, "It does sound nice, but there's no need for you to go find Luo Chen." Chang Xiao, humph. At this moment, everyone was stunned by Luo Chen's rendition of Along the River during the Qingming festival. They never imagined a song could be so beautiful. Of course, while marveling at the song's beauty, they couldn't help but marvel at Luo Chen's talent. On stage, Luo Chen stood there calmly. The masked guessing group, Wu Qixien, pondered for a moment and said, "All I can say is that this song is truly wonderful. Whether it's the fresh and simple melody, your soft and mellow voice in the verses, or the stunning theatrical vocals, it's all amazing. All of it leaves me in awe. Thank you for sharing this song with us." Luo Chen politely thanked him. "Chen Jiahua, Qinglong teacher, this song is truly amazing. While listening to you sing, it felt as though I had truly traveled back to that time 1,000 years ago. I saw the ancient alleys, the pedestrians, and the street vendors. I felt the grandeur of that prosperous era. This feeling is truly magical. Thank you, Luo Chen, for your polite response as always." At that moment, Jiang Wei suddenly smiled wryly and said, "How come I never noticed how eloquent you two are? You said so much all at once, now I feel so embarrassed." The audience also burst into laughter. But soon, Jiang Wei spoke again. "They've already talked about the lyrics and melody. Let me talk about the arrangement of this song. As you can probably tell, the arrangement of this song has a very Chinese style. Whether it's the guzheng, the bianzhong, or the xiao, they all showcase the charm of traditional Chinese musical instruments. I must say, Qinglong teacher, this song is truly excellent. Kudos to you." Upon hearing this, Luo Chen smiled and replied, "Thank you, senior teacher. Actually, I didn't expect the masked guessing group to be changed to the masked praising group." A single sentence was enough to break the audience's hearts once again. What the heck is this masked praise squad? I never realized Qinglong could be so mean either. I thought people who like traditional Chinese culture would be more old-fashioned, but Qinglong is actually pretty funny. On stage, Luo Chen said again. Of course, this was just a joke. I hope everyone won't take it to heart. Finally, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to everyone for liking this song, Along the River during the Qingming Festival. Thank you. As Luo Chen bowed once more in gratitude, host Li Hao walked onto the stage. At the same time, due to the final episode, all the masked singers were invited onto the stage. Of course, this also signals that the most exciting voting phase of the final episode is just around the corner. Chapter 99, Voting results are out. Will glory belong to Luo Chen? This time, Li Hao acted swiftly. He simply read out the sponsor's advertisement once, then had the 500 audience members begin voting. The time limit remained 1 minute. Meanwhile, the live stream audience is also very active at this moment. Finally, it's time to vote. I wonder how many votes Qinglong will receive this time. I hope it won't be like the previous episodes where it completely dominated the others. It's hard to say. Honestly, this song, Qingming Shangha 2, is just too good. It seems that Li Keqin was right after all. Qinglong's strength is far beyond what any of us imagined. If today weren't the final episode, I'd really love to know what kind of songs Qinglong has up his sleeve. You're right, it's absolutely stunning. On stage, a minute passed quickly. A staff member from the production team handed Li Hao a card from the side. Looking at the card in Li Hao's hand, the singer on stage suddenly became even more nervous. Especially Li Keqin and Yang Zhongwei. Although Li Keqin had listened to Luo Chen's song, he found it truly breathtaking. It might be extremely difficult to surpass Luo Chen in terms of votes. However, since the results haven't been announced yet, he still holds onto a sliver of hope. After all, the song Red Sun had been performed quite well on stage previously. Even the audience members in the audience were humming along. From this perspective, it seems to be quite popular with many people. As for Yang Zhongwei, the bold claims have already been made. At this point, it goes without saying that many netizens are waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Of course, now he wasn't thinking about defeating Luo Chen anymore, but whether he can secure more votes, so that the loss isn't as embarrassing. At least this way, it looks a little better. Singers have different ideas. The audience also has their own favorite singers. At this moment, they are silently praying for them. But ultimately, we must wait for the results. Before long, Li Hao smiled and said, "This is the final episode, and suddenly I feel a mix of emotions. Of course, I know everyone is very interested in the results of my work. And I know you don't want to hear me ramble on here." Having said that, Dai Jiangwei interjected, "You know it yourself, so why don't you just announce the results?" Li Hao didn't get angry either. He merely waved the card in his hand. He said, "Alright, let's start announcing the results now. Congratulations to the Wanderers for securing 6th place with 48 votes. 6th place? Are they announcing the results backwards? Everyone is speculating." Meanwhile, the Wanderer himself was somewhat unwilling to accept this. He had thought that by making it to the final episode, he would secure a decent ranking. But to my surprise, I ended up in last place. However, on the surface, the Wanderer still spoke words that touched the heart deeply, which moved some fans to tears. According to the show's rules, the final reveal is done together by everyone. So after the Wanderer finished speaking, he stepped aside. Immediately afterward, Li Hao announced again. Congratulations to Prometheus for securing 5th place this week with 50 votes. Upon hearing the result, Yang Zhongwei sighed. He said with a sense of disappointment. I apologize for my previous remarks. Saying this, he turned around and bowed toward Luo Chen, saying, Master Qinglong, I'm sorry. No one expected Yang Zhongwei to be so stubborn this time. He didn't make any excuses or refuse outright. Luo Chen nodded in agreement, indicating that he accepted his apology. After all, Luo Chen didn't really take the matter to heart. After all, to be honest, he didn't really think much of Yang Zhongwei either. The results for the last two were announced. To be honest, this is not much different from what everyone expected. The real tension begins now. The show's producers really know how to keep things interesting. Deliberately playing a piece of background music that sounds easy to listen to. Damn it, it's not me on stage, but I can't help feeling really nervous. Me too. I really hope Mr. Li Keqin wins first place. I still think Qinglong should come in first. I also think Qinglong is better. Just looking at his silhouette, he looks so cool. And his voice is so nice. I always feel like the popular singers on this show are just tools, they're only there to attract viewers for the show. The rankings don't matter at all. Wow, the person above hit the nail on the head. Shui Qian and Li Ronghao must be feeling pretty down right now. The netizens' speculations were spot on. At that moment, Shui Qian and Li Ronghao turned their bodies in perfect unison. Their eyes met in the air. Though no words were spoken. But the other person's emotions were already felt. If I had known this would happen, I never should have accepted the show's invitation to participate in the first place. Unfortunately, no amount of regret can change the situation now. Perhaps they had guessed each other's thoughts. Li Hao went straight to announcing their rankings. Congratulations to Sparrow for securing 4th place with 54 votes. Congratulations to Black and White Joker for securing 3rd place with 55 votes. Upon hearing the results, Shui Qian lowered his head helplessly. He never imagined he would end up in 4th place. The number of votes I received was even fewer than Li Ronghao's. Li Ronghao glanced at Shui Qian, then tilted his head slightly upward. This revealed his current state of mind. Better than Shui Qian's, so he was happy. Even if it's just one more vote. Netizens, on the other hand, found their actions utterly hilarious. Wow, Li Ronghao is so funny. He only has one more vote than Shui Qian, but it looks like he won first place. To be honest, these two are just too funny. They act like they're still kids. To be honest, my 2 nephews are just like that, sometimes they're absolutely hilarious. Well, my 2 grandsons are often like that too, which really puts me in a tough spot. Come on, you're taking advantage of me, aren't you? Don't even mention netizens. Luo Chen also found it pretty funny. At the same time, some netizens had more to say. Only the vote counts for Li Keqin and Qinglong remain unannounced, and it's unclear who will ultimately secure the top spot. I want to know too. The background music is making me so nervous. It wasn't just the netizens, even Li Keqin on stage started tapping his feet slightly without realizing it. For someone of his stature, such behavior is quite rare. If it had been before this program, some people said that Li Keqin would be nervous because of a singer. Few people would believe that. But the facts are right before everyone's eyes. This alone is enough to prove how good Luo Chen's song is. And the immense pressure it has placed on him. At the same time, at that moment, everyone's attention was focused on Li Hao. To be precise, on the card in his hand. Being stared at by everyone like that. Li Hao remained calm and recited the sponsor's advertisement once more. This made everyone so furious they wanted to kill him. Even the members of the masked guessing group were glaring angrily at Li Hao. Feeling the murderous intent in everyone's eyes. Li Hao chickened out and no longer hesitated. Let us give a round of applause to Bai Lingjing for securing 2nd place this week with 118 votes. 2nd place? Li Keqin felt a bit uneasy. Even though he had anticipated it. But when the results were finally laid out before him, he found himself unable to let go. The audience below continued to applaud enthusiastically. The members of the masked guessing team also stood up and joined in the applause. This was a sign of respect for a music industry legend. Many of Li Keqin's fans in the live stream were at this moment also silently applauded. They actually understood that it wasn't that Li Keqin was no longer capable, but because Qinglong is simply too powerful. This rendition of Along the River during the Qingming Festival is absolutely stunning. It's enchanting, but it also makes Li Keqin feel uneasy. All one can say is that Li Keqin gave it his all. He even brought out his signature piece, Red Sun, but still fell short against Qinglong. To be honest, anyone who goes up against Qinglong would probably lose. On stage, Li Keqin picked up the microphone and placed it near his mouth. He spoke in a solemn tone. I won't say too many sentimental words. Thank you to all the fans who have supported me all along. Thank you. At the same time, I would also like to say that Qinglong is a great teacher. Although I regret losing to him, I have no regrets. I hope that we will have the opportunity to make music together in the future. Despite the failure, Li Kachin's words still demonstrated the grace of a music industry heavyweight. Luo Chen nodded in response. He also respected such a powerful figure. Watching the harmonious scene between the two, the audience was still very happy. And finally, the moment of truth has arrived. Li Hao shouted loudly. Let's give a round of applause and cheers to congratulate Qinglong for winning first place this week with 175 votes. He is also the champion of this season of The Masked Singer. Let's congratulate him. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Qinglong. These two words should echo throughout the entire recording hall, accompanied by thunderous applause. Immediately afterward, everyone stood up in unison. Their eyes were fixed on the man on stage, dressed in ancient attire and wearing a blue dragon mask. There was no doubt about it. This moment of glory belongs to Qinglong. Applause and cheers. It lasted a full minute before gradually fading away. This feeling is wonderful, Luo Chen thought to himself. He composed beautiful songs for his audience. The audience also rewards Luo Chen with their most sincere and heartfelt applause and cheers. Luo Chen bowed deeply. He then said, thank you all. First of all, I am honored to have won the championship of The Masked Singer, and I am truly delighted. Secondly, I would like to express my gratitude to everyone for liking my songs. Here, I would like to say that Dragon Country has a long history, and there are many traditional cultures that are worth learning from and passing down to future generations. I hope everyone will pay more attention to these traditional cultures, without necessarily delving too deeply into them. I only hope that everyone can gain some understanding, rather than blindly worshipping the cultures of other countries. The moon in other countries is not rounder than the moon in the Dragon Kingdom. In my opinion, the legends about the moon in the Dragon Kingdom are far more enchanting than those in other countries. As soon as he finished speaking, the applause that had begun to fade once again erupted. From the few opera songs created by Qinglong, I could tell he was someone with a deep understanding of Longgua's traditional culture. Now it seems he also has a profound emotional connection to it. Of course, Qinglong is a Dragon Country native. How could he not have deep feelings for Dragon Country's traditional culture? I love it. The moon abroad isn't any rounder than the one in Dragon Country. On the contrary, Dragon Country's legends about the moon are far more enchanting. That's so well put. It feels like Qinglong and Luo Chen are cut from the same cloth, both deeply immersed in Dragon Country's traditional culture and fiercely opposed to blindly admiring foreign cultures. You're right, Qinglong sings opera-style songs, while Luo Chen sings Dragon Country-style songs. But when you think about it, opera-style songs can also be categorized under Dragon Country-style music, can't they? Exactly. So now it's only natural for me to be a fan of both of them, right? Ha! I'm such a genius. The viewers in the live stream are still very supportive of Qinglong's values. Some even believe that Qinglong and Luo Chen are of the same kind. They were very happy about this. However, what they didn't expect was that once the true colors of the Qinglong were revealed, things might take a different turn. It will completely overturn their long-held beliefs. Chapter 100 finally reveals the truth, and everyone goes wild. Looking at Luo Chen on stage, all the singers present stood in awe. Although they had lost to Luo Chen, it was precisely because of what he had just said. They felt that losing to Luo Chen was not disgraceful. After all, the opera-style vocals in Luo Chen's Along the River during the Qingming Festival were in the style of Peking opera. However, the arrangement incorporates a variety of traditional instruments from the Dragon Kingdom, including even the ancient bell instrument known as the bianzhong. This left them deeply impressed. Of course, by this point in the program, we had reached the final crucial moment. That is, who exactly is Qinglong? This answer has left countless people guessing for so long. Now, the time has finally come to reveal the truth. The audience below also realized this. They all shouted, "Reveal your face," in unison. Although there were 6 masked singers on stage. To be honest, the only identities they don't know are those of the Wanderer and the Azure Dragon. And those two words, "reveal your true identity," echoing through the hall, were they meant for the Wanderer to hear? Even the vagabonds themselves did not believe it. And even he himself has developed a strong curiosity about the identity of the Azure Dragon. The livestream viewers were also flooding the chat with messages. Ah, Qinglong is finally going to reveal himself. I can't wait. The most popular singer under 30 were finally going to find out who it is. Qinglong has kept this a secret for so long, but now it can't be hidden anymore, huh? This is absolutely amazing. Yeah, other singers might have guessed a little, but Qinglong, after all this time, we still have no clue. Speaking of having no clue, everyone immediately thought of the members of the masked guessing group. Luo Chen has recorded so many episodes of the show. Every time, they asked questions. But they never got anywhere. By the end, I didn't even bother asking anymore. Such actions also left many netizens finding it quite amusing. Meeting Luo Chen was like hitting a snag in their career as a guessing team. Of course, that was the old them. At this moment, Luo Chen could no longer hide it. Wu Qixuan's arrogance also began to rise. Master Qinglong, now that the competition is over, I think it's time to tell us all your true identity. Da Zhangwei, yeah, you've deceived us for so long. Continuing this any further would be a bit underhanded. Chen Jiahua, exactly, Qinglong teacher. Everyone has been eagerly anticipating your identity. We really can't wait any longer. Upon hearing their words, everyone also turned their gaze toward Qinglong. Even the host Li Hao, who should have stepped in to control the situation, looked curiously at Qinglong. Even as the host of the show, he really had no idea who Qinglong was. At this point, Luo Chen knew there was no point in delaying any further. He had originally planned to follow the program's schedule. After all, we had already said that we would all reveal our identities together. Revealing our identities isn't a problem, but as for the members of the masked guessing group, Luo Chen picked up the microphone and suddenly said, "Everyone thinks I hit it well, but in my opinion, it's not that I hit it well. It's that I overestimated the members of the masked guessing team. I thought they could figure it out, but they didn't. That's my fault. Maybe I should have made it a bit easier for them." Upon hearing this, everyone looked at the members of the masked guessing group with sympathy. They thought to themselves, who told you to go provoke the blue dragon? You still think you weren't embarrassed enough for not figuring out the Qinglong's identity earlier? All you had to do was wait a little longer, and the blue dragon would have revealed himself on his own. Now look at this, it's been dragged out again for mockery. And there's nothing I can do to refute it. This slap really hurts to watch. Wu Qixuan thought for a long time but couldn't think of a way to refute it. And could only remain silent. Dai Jiangwei stopped laughing and shut his mouth. Chen Jiahua, on the other hand, kept his head down, as if there was something interesting on the ground. For a moment, the three of them were left speechless by Luo Chen's words. The viewers in the live stream were also laughing uncontrollably. Qinglong really is someone who doesn't speak unless he has something to say, but when he does, it's truly astonishing. This guy either stays silent or speaks in a way that makes Zhang Wei and the others feel incredibly uncomfortable. Oh my goodness, I can't stop laughing, it's killing me. This is absolutely hilarious. I never thought that Zhang Wei, who's usually so thick-skinned, would be speechless. It seems like there's someone who can handle Zhang Wei after all. Suddenly realized that Qinglong is pretty fun too. Just when everyone was feeling sorry for the masked guessing team, Luo Chen suddenly took off his mask on stage. Immediately, a familiar face appeared. Bang! Xueqian's microphone fell directly to the ground. You're Luo Chen. Immediately afterward, Xueqian screamed hysterically. This instantly drew everyone's attention. Seeing that handsome and familiar face on stage. At that moment, no one could remain calm. Shouts and cheers echo through the sky. Qinglong is Luo Chen. When this answer came out, the members of the masked guessing group were all stunned. This is something they couldn't have guessed even if they had been trying for a year. Dai Jiangwei lost control, no way. Wu Qixuan rubbed his eyes, seemingly unable to believe what he was seeing. Chen Jiahua, on the other hand, stared at Luo Chen in shock, unable to speak for half a day. The live stream viewers were also going wild at that moment. Are you sure this isn't a joke? Qinglong is actually Luo Chen. Ha, so Qinglong is actually Luo Chen. No wonder his creative abilities are so strong. This is simply unbelievable. I always thought they were two different people, but it turns out they're the same person. My worldview has been completely shattered. I still can't believe it. This world is crazy. Qinglong is Luo Chen, which means all those operatic songs were actually composed by Luo Chen. Unbelievable. Qinglong is Luo Chen. If someone had told them this before, they would never have believed it, but now the facts are right before everyone's eyes. Even if it is hard to accept at first, we have no choice but to believe it. Meanwhile, in that villa on Hong Kong Island, Deng Jiqi was leaning against the sofa, holding a tablet and watching the live broadcast of the program. When Qinglong won first place, Deng Jiqi was happy. Then, when he saw Qinglong finally about to reveal his true identity, she was filled with excitement and anticipation. Even her pretty face was slightly flushed with excitement. Now you can't escape, can you? Let me see who you really are. And when the Qinglong mask was finally removed, revealing that handsome face, Deng Jiqi was completely stunned. All his previous suspicions suddenly came flooding back. Was I right? Immediately afterward, Deng Ziqi dropped the tablet and jumped up from the sofa, shouting out in alarm. I guessed right, I guessed right. I told you Qinglong was Luo Chen, but you didn't believe me. Now you believe me, don't you? I was right. Ha! The agent beside him had been completely captivated by Qinglong's song along the river during the Qingming festival. He too became a fan of Qinglong. So I also watched the live broadcast of the show, and saw that the figure who took off the mask was actually Luo Chen. She was also stunned. And when she heard Deng Jiqi's words, she opened her mouth but no sound came out. The same scene unfolded in the group chat between Wu Shuani, Chang Xiao, and Meng Meika. Wu Shuani and Meng Meika both sent a message at the same time. Xiao Xiao, did you already know that Qinglong was actually Luo Chen? Chang Xiao replied with an innocent emoji. And then quickly closed the group chat. Earlier, when the two of them had asked her who Qinglong was, she replied that she didn't know. Now it's clear that the two of them are settling scores, and she's no pushover. She'll be waiting in the group chat for them to scold her. Meanwhile, backstage at the show, director Su Xiang saw Luo Chen reveal his face and also sighed in relief. Finally, there was no need to hide it anymore. Who knows how many people have come looking for him in recent days just to find out Qinglong's true identity. But he usually just sends them away on their own. But some big shots can't handle it on their own. And they have to bring in the Su Province TV station to resolve the issue. Now there's no need to hide it, he's absolutely thrilled. Of course, there was one more thing that made him happy. That was when the dragon's face was revealed. The live broadcast's viewership surged past 60 million. What an astonishing figure. Without Luo Chen, Su Xiang felt that even if he spent his entire career producing programs, he might not achieve such results. At the same time, the staff members nearby were equally thrilled and delighted. Especially Liang Yun, who had always been a fan of Luo Chen's music. Now she knows that Qinglong is actually Luo Chen. Thinking about how much time I've spent with Luo Chen, I can't help but feel incredibly excited. Speaking of the stage, once everyone's emotions had calmed down a bit, Luo Chen smiled and said, "Hello everyone, I am Qinglong, also known as Luo Chen." Luo Chen. Luo Chen. A single sentence once again sparked cheers and applause from everyone. The audience was so excited that they all stood up. Well, that was a waste of time trying to calm down. Luo Chen waved his hand toward the audience and continued speaking. "It's a pleasure to be here on this stage with all of you. As always, thank you for liking my music. It's truly an honor for me. I will continue to create more outstanding works for everyone to enjoy." Finally, Luo Chen concluded with a bow. Host Li Hao quickly stepped in to take control of the situation. Earlier, someone didn't follow the program schedule and ended up causing such a big surprise thanks to Luo Chen. If this happens again, he couldn't guarantee that the audience wouldn't faint. Li Hao took a few steps toward the center of the stage. He smiled and said, "Seeing Qinglong was Luo Chen, I couldn't believe my own eyes. I'm sure many others felt the same way. It must be said that Luo Chen really gave us a big surprise. Right now, I'm still feeling incredibly excited. Of course, I would also like to thank Luo Chen for performing so many wonderful songs for us on this stage." At this point, the audience below once again erupted into applause. Li Hao continued. "So, as you can probably guess, the next part is the reveal of the other singers. This was originally a tense and highly anticipated moment. However, after Luo Chen took the initiative to reveal himself first, and with their identities now known to the audience below, so it seems somewhat irrelevant, becoming merely a formality. This also led to the other singers casually removing their masks. Of course, one person was the exception. That was the Wanderer. But at that moment, few people were paying attention to him. It must be said, it was pretty uncomfortable. When the results were revealed, everyone found that it was indeed as they had guessed. The white prism was Li Keqin. The sparrow is Shui Qian. The black and white clown is Li Ronghao. Prometheus is Yang Zhongwei. Only the Wanderer is Sha Baoliang, though few have guessed it correctly. Of course, that doesn't matter. In fact, at this point, all the other singers on stage couldn't match the attention Luo Chen was receiving. And soon, under Li Hao's leadership, a manager from the sponsor of the Masked Singer program, San Yezi Mask, also took to the stage. He presented a golden trophy to Luo Chen, along with the words, "Congratulations, Luo Chen. I'm your fan, and I'm truly honored to present this award to you." Luo Chen responded with a smile as well. With that, this season of The Masked Singer came to a successful conclusion. Of course, the show has come to an end. But the storm caused by Luo Chen has only just begun. Chapter 101, This Man is Way Too Strong. Opera-style song along the river during the Qingming Festival. Qinglong wins the Masked Singer Championship. Qinglong is Luo Chen. These three topics quickly made it to the top of Weibo's trending topics list. The production team also quickly released the edited video online. Such actions also allowed more people to see the video of Luo Chen's performance tonight. And the consequences of this is that more people have been captivated by the Along the River during the Qingming Festival painting. At the same time, when they realized that the Qinglong they had been speculating about was actually Luo Chen, they also feel very complicated. I never would have guessed that Qinglong was actually Luo Chen. How could I have been so wrong all this time? I'm completely blown away by Luo Chen. I thought he was working on an album during this time, but it turns out he joined the show under a different identity and even won the championship effortlessly. Wow, just casually winning the championship, is that even possible? Is this what they call genius? Creating and performing two completely different styles of songs, yet both are so amazing. Yes, whether it's opera-style singing or the Dragon Kingdom style, Luo Chen can master both so perfectly it's truly impressive. This reminds me of something someone said on Weibo earlier. There are many geniuses in this world, but there's only one Luo Chen. One Luo Chen can outshine countless geniuses. The internet was suddenly flooded with shock and admiration for Luo Chen. In the end, it was simply that Luo Chen's actions this time were truly astonishing. Whether it was those few operatic songs or the Dragon Country-style songs Luo Chen had composed earlier. If it were anyone else, they might have created a song that would already be astonishing. But for Luo Chen, these songs are as easy as picking flowers. Such talent is enough to astonish the world. Everyone was talking about it. Even though it was already very late, everyone was getting more and more excited. Especially the members of the organization called Visit Qinglong. Even more so under the leadership of the organizer, Hua Long. The battlefield was set up under Luo Chen's meager account. At this moment, they felt as though they had found their base camp. Deng Jiqi was now as energetic as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Excited beyond belief. In the singers group. Deng Ziqi, I told you before that Qinglong was Luo Chen, but none of you believe me. What about now? You've all been proven wrong. Shueqian, yes, you're the best. Don't worry, I'll keep my word. When Luo Chen's album comes out, I'll definitely buy 10,000 copies. Li Ronghao, me too, I won't go back on my word. Lin Junjie, same here, but I have to say, Luo Chen really outdid himself this time. Although operatic songs can also be categorized under the Dragon Country style, there are still differences. I didn't expect Luo Chen's compositions to be so beautiful. His talent is simply extraordinary. Deng Ziqi, who can blame Luo Chen for being a genius? Last time, Shueqian said it was absolutely impossible for anyone to create songs in these two styles. Sorry, but Luo Chen can do it. Shueqian. He didn't expect that Deng Ziqi still remembered what he said last time. And he even brought it up to mock him. But he couldn't even refute it himself. So all he could say was that Luo Chen was just too brilliant to be defeated. At the same time, the location of the Longdu Music Association. The assistant knocked on the door of President Duan Zhai's office. Upon entering, the assistant greeted him politely. Then placed the phone on the desk in front of Duan Zhai's. With the screen displaying a video of Luo Chen singing along the river during the Qingming festival. Listening to Luo Chen's soft and soothing voice coming from the phone, Duan Zhai closed his eyes. He listened quietly. When the singing stopped, Duan Zhai slowly opened his eyes and exclaimed in admiration. Beautiful, truly beautiful. The arrangement incorporates traditional instruments. And the lyrics are exceptionally well written, vividly capturing the prosperous atmosphere of the along the river during the Qingming festival painting. What is even more stunning is the operatic vocal style in the song, which serves as the perfect finishing touch, elevating the entire piece to a higher level. This song is an outstanding piece of work, both in terms of composition and performance. After a pause, Duan Zhizhe turned his head and asked, "Who is this singer wearing the Qinglong mask?" The assistant did not respond. Instead, he reopened a video. The scene shown was precisely the moment when the Qinglong revealed its true face. "Is that Luo Chen?" Duan Zhai exclaimed in surprise. And saw his assistant nod. Duan Zhai sighed and said, "Luo Chen is truly talented and gifted." His tone carried a hint of reluctance, but one could also detect a trace of joy, which made him seem quite conflicted. However, the assistant understood perfectly. Duan Zhai was able to become the president of the Longdu Music Association. He was once a musical prodigy. He was highly talented in composition and also hoped to use his own abilities to revive the declining state of Dragon Country's music industry. However, while the idea is noble, reality is harsh. Duan Zhai has dedicated decades of his life to this cause. But he never achieved this goal. At that moment, seeing Luo Chen's appearance, it was both a surprise at his natural talent and a hope that he could save the music of the Dragon Kingdom. But also because I am unwilling to accept that I have not achieved my own goals, and I sigh over it. Duan Zhai took a sip of tea. He spoke in a low voice. I have already contacted Luo Chen's agent, and Luo Chen has agreed to serve as the ambassador for promoting Longwa folk music. Please arrange this as soon as possible and ensure that the promotion is carried out effectively. Everyone must be made aware of the Longdu Music Association's determination to transform the current Longdu music market. We also aim to leverage the current influence of Luo Chen to introduce more people to the unique music of Longwa. We want them to understand that combining Dragon Country's traditional culture with modern music is not mutually exclusive. On the contrary, it can generate a better response, thereby creating even better works for our Dragon Country. Just like what Luo Chen is doing now, opera-style songs, when you get down to it, aren't they also a form of Dragon Country style? While everyone was discussing this, Luo Chen quietly returned to the Longdu Yunhai Hotel. Of course, Cheng Xiao, who had been shouting about coming to find Luo Chen while watching the livestream, naturally wouldn't be absent. Luo Chen had no choice but to have a late-night snack with Cheng Xiao. It was just that the late-night snack took a bit longer than usual. The night passed without incident. The next day, Luo Chen and Chang Xiao arrived at the company together. As soon as they reached the office door, they saw Fan Lan coming over with a big smile on her face to greet them. Chang Xiao said with some confusion, "Lan Jia, you seem off today. Did you pull a muscle or something?" Fan Lan tapped Chang Xiao on the forehead and said impatiently, "You're the one who's got it all wrong. I'm just happy, can't you tell?" Chang Xiao chuckled, "Lan Jia, of course I can tell. I was just teasing you." Fan Lan shook her head helplessly and ignored her. Instead, she fixed her gaze on Luo Chen. He smiled and said, "Luo Chen, you have no idea how excited everyone was when they found out that Qinglong was you. They were practically going crazy. It's so early, I guess you haven't checked the news online yet." As he spoke, he glanced at Chang Xiao. The meaning was clear. Today, Luo Chen came to the company with Chang Xiao. Fan Lan knew that Chang Xiao must have gone to see Luo Chen again last night. However, her focus wasn't on that at the moment. She continued excitedly. "Luo Chen, in just one night, your meager fan count has increased by 10 million. Now you have 60 million fans. Your Douyin follower count has also reached 50 million. This is absolutely insane." Hearing this, Chang Xiao looked at Luo Chen with admiration. She had been in the entertainment industry for quite some time. "But I haven't seen anyone gain 1 million followers in just one night." Regarding this news, Luo Chen remained relatively calm. Immediately after, Fan Lan continued, "Luo Chen, do you know how sought after you are right now? Before you even arrived, over a dozen variety show directors had already called me asking to invite you to appear on their shows. Some shows were even offering 8 million yuan just for one episode. However, I didn't agree to them directly. I said I needed to discuss it with you first and prepared a document. Take a look at it when you have time. If there are any you want to participate in, I'll get back to them later." Luo Chen nodded. Fan Lan did this very well. Since she said she would respect Luo Chen's opinion, she must follow through. Just like we are doing now, even if they offer 8 million per episode. But Fan Lan still didn't agree directly. Instead, she chose to discuss it with Luo Chen. Then, Fan Lan led the two of them to the desk. Pointing to a document on the desk, she said, "Luo Chen, after careful consideration, the company has decided to replace your contract. This is the company's top-tier contract, with a 1:9 revenue split. You receive 90%, and the company only takes a 10% cut from your earnings. Additionally, the company offers better benefits. You can take a look, and if you have no objections, please sign it." Upon hearing this, Luo Chan's lips curled into a smile. He had thought Fan Lan wouldn't bring it up. But to his surprise, she had even prepared the contract. It seems that Yuehua Entertainment is sincere after all. Luo Chen picked up the contract on the table and flipped through it. After finding no issues, he signed his name. Of course, regarding the fact that many entertainment agencies are trying to poach him, Luo Chen didn't say anything about it. Because there was no need to. As for Fan Lan, after seeing Luo Chen sign his name, a smile also appeared on her face. There were some things Luo Chen didn't mention. But she hasn't been his agent for all these years for nothing. She could still guess. Chang Xiao, who was standing nearby, saw that Luo Chen had actually secured the company's top contract. He was overjoyed as well. Suddenly, a red lipstick mark was left on Luo Chen's face. Chapter 102, Is this the real deal? The entire internet is celebrating. Looking at Chang Xiao, who was happily chatting beside him, Luo Chen felt quite content as well. Fan Lan asked again, "Luo Chen, you mentioned earlier about making an album. How's the song preparation coming along on your end?" As she spoke, Fan Lan looked at Luo Chen with a meaningful expression. In just a few months, he had grown to this extent. It was something she could never have imagined. At the same time, her decision to sign the contract without hesitation also gave her a glimpse into Luo Chen's character. Such a talented artist with such sound values. They are truly rare. Not to mention that Luo Chen's talent is no small feat. Anyway, up until now, he has never seen Luo Chen get anxious or troubled because of his creative work. Short creation time, high-quality works. This is a huge blow to other singer-songwriters. I've already selected the songs, and I've recorded a few over the past few days. The rest shouldn't be too much of a problem. I estimate it will take a little more time to finish recording everything. Luo Chen replied. He still cares a lot about this album. Although some of the songs were ones he had sung before. However, the studio versions differ from the live performances on stage. Additionally, he made some adjustments to certain songs. I believe this will satisfy his fans. Upon hearing Luo Chen say it was no problem, Fan Lan nodded in relief. This was Luo Chen's first album. There was no room for any mistakes. However, she does have another matter to attend to today. Luo Chen, He Yao, the publicity manager of Douyin, called me this morning and said they'd like to invite you to do another live stream soon. What do you think? Sure, that's fine. Luo Chen agreed quickly. After all, he's still the spokesperson for Douyin. According to the original contract, he was already obligated to stream live at irregular intervals. You have to do your job even after receiving payment. Luo Chen wouldn't let his current popularity go to his head either. Do something that would tarnish his own character? Fong Lan saw that Luo Chen agreed without hesitation. Even happier? It seems that Luo Chen is even more outstanding than she had imagined. Fong Lan thought for a moment and said, "How about we set the live stream for next Saturday evening? What do you think? This time frame will also give you a chance to focus on making your album." See Luo Chen nodding. Fong Lan continued, "Then I'll reply to He Yao later. Also, since you're planning to release an album later, let's go check out some houses after this. Let's decide soon so you don't have to keep staying in a hotel." Luo Chen agreed with this. Although the hotel was indeed nice, now that he had money, it's worth treating myself to something better. He's not a stuffy person either. Chang Xiao, who was standing nearby, heard this and exclaimed with delight. "Yay! Then I can stay at Luo Chen's place." She hadn't forgotten what Fong Lan had said last time the house was located in the bustling Fanawali neighborhood. She currently resides in the same neighborhood. This will make it much easier to find Luo Chen later. We could even move in right away. Just as Luo Chen and the others were looking at the house. On Weibo, the official Weibo account of the Longdu Music Association also announced that Luo Chen would be invited to become the ambassador for promoting Longwa style music. The news quickly sparked widespread discussion. Wow, Luo Chen is truly unbeatable now. This is an official invitation. Who wouldn't agree? This is basically like having official backing now. Wow. Does this mean Luo Chen has finally gotten what he wanted? Of course. Luo Chen has been creating music in the Dragon Kingdom style and promoting it all along. Now that he's received official recognition, it's truly amazing. My brother Chen is truly impressive. Ha! I hope to see Luo Chen create more great songs in the future. As always, it's truly a blessing to have Luo Chen in this era. It's not just netizens who are talking about it. Many celebrities in the entertainment industry have also been shocked by this news. The Longdu Music Association has invited Luo Chen to serve as the ambassador for promoting Longwa style music. This is not merely because of Luo Chen's creative talent. It also sends a clear signal. That is, the higher-ups truly place great importance on Dragon Country wind music. It can even be said that it is part of Dragon Country's traditional culture. Among the singers, Deng Ziki posted an excited emoji. Wow, Luo Chen, that's amazing. You're truly my idol. Shuqian, unusually, didn't argue but chose to agree instead. Being recognized by the Longdu Music Association as a Longwa Fong music ambassador is indeed impressive. I admire you. Li Ronghao, the key point is that Luo Chen is only 20 years old and has already achieved so much. It truly makes me feel ashamed. Lin Junjie, everyone says I'm a walking CD, but when I watch Luo Chen sing, his vocal skills seem even better than mine. He already has such incredible creative talent, and now his vocal skills are so strong. Plus, he's become the ambassador for promoting Longwa Fong music. Luo Chen is definitely going to be a superstar in the making. Deng Zhiqi saw everyone praising Luo Chen and felt very happy himself. Ha, of course. Luo Chen is just that strong. Hangzhou Media Tower. Backstage of the Voice of Dreams program. Zhang Yan saw the message on Weibo. He was startled for a moment, then a wry smile appeared on his lips. Ah, if only I had known this earlier, I would have done everything in my power to keep Luo Chen here to continue participating in the program. The female assistant beside her chimed in, that's right. The Masked Singer's live broadcast ratings were so high because Luo Chen was on the show. It's said that last night's episode broke the 6 million mark in live viewership. That's absolutely terrifying. Zhang Yan is also aware of this. In fact, he knows more about it than the female assistant. It was simply because Su Xiang had already boasted about it in their directors group last night. He even went through the motions of thanking him. He knew that Su Xiang was just pretending to be grateful. But there was inevitably a hint of boasting and mockery in his words. After all, Luo Chen first debuted on the stage of The Voice of Dreams. Not to mention that the episodes featuring Luo Chen were also the highest-rated episodes of The Voice of Dreams. However, for various reasons, Luo Chen eventually left the show. This is truly a source of pain for Zhang Yan. But now, Zhang Yan sighed. Things have come to this, but congratulations to Luo Chen. Let's use the official Weibo account of the program to send our congratulations to Luo Chen on Weibo. The female assistant nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the official Weibo account of the Voice of Dreams program reposted the Weibo post from the Longdu Music Association. The post also congratulated Luo Chen on being appointed as the ambassador for promoting Longwa style music. It also tagged Luo Chen's Weibo account. The Masked Singer achieved good results. The station's leadership even personally met with director Su Xiang for a discussion and openly stated their intention to have him direct better programs in the future. At this point, Su Xiang was naturally feeling on top of the world. He walked with a spring in his step. He was deeply grateful to Luo Chen in his heart. Especially when he saw that Luo Chen had been invited by the Longdu Music Association to become the ambassador of Longhua Wind Music. Su Xiang felt even more determined to build a good relationship with Luo Chen. If future programs could invite Luo Chen, the ratings would definitely be guaranteed. But when he saw that the official Weibo account of the Voice of Dreams program had already congratulated Luo Chen before him, Su Xiang was completely stunned. After he came to his senses, he hurriedly found his female assistant and instructed her to congratulate Luo Chen on behalf of the Masked Singer program team. Seeing the female assistant go to handle the matter, Su Xiang said angrily, "You bastard, Jiang Yin. I was just showing off a little in the group chat. You almost took advantage of me." After muttering to himself, Su Xiang also felt that he might be getting a bit too full of himself. He should have congratulated Luo Chen as soon as he saw the Weibo message. After all, my current success is all thanks to Luo Chen. Now he only hopes that Luo Chen won't get angry because of this. And when the Masked Singer program team posted their congratulatory message for Luo Chen on Weibo, it was like a spark that ignited a fuse. Many artists and major programs. They also shared the post from the Longdu Music Association on Weibo and added messages congratulating Luo Chen on becoming the Dragon Country Wind Music Ambassador. Especially the artists under Yuehua Entertainment. Each and every one of them has taken to their personal social media accounts to post messages congratulating Luo Chen. Some even wrote lengthy captions. It's like writing an essay. Someone who doesn't know any better might think he's really close to Luo Chen. For a moment, the entire internet was filled with congratulations for Luo Chen becoming the Dragon Country Wind Music Ambassador. Netizens were all stunned by this scene. Wow, everyone is congratulating him online. Luo Chen is just too strong. Ha, I'm so happy for Luo Chen. If you think about it, Luo Chen has only been in the industry for a few months, and he's already so popular. Time may be important to others, but is it important to Luo Chen? Exactly. Others can't even write a good song in a year, but how long has Luo Chen been at it? He's already written so many great songs. That's right. If others rely on hype to rise to fame, Luo Chen has done it all on his own merit. There's simply no comparison. Anyway, I'm going to go to Luo Chen's Weibo to congratulate him on becoming the Dragon Country Music Promotion Ambassador. Let's go together. It won't take long. Luo Chen became the Music Promotion Ambassador for Longhua Fong. This topic quickly made it to the top of Weibo's trending topics list. By this point, 4 out of the top 10 topics on the list were related to Luo Chen. The opera-style song Along the River during the Qingming Festival. It has already reached the top spot on the Weibo trending chart. However, as time went on, Luo Chen became the ambassador for the promotion of Longhua Fong music. This topic is gaining traction at an even faster pace, and is expected to surpass the Along the River during the Qingming Festival painting soon, and take the top spot. What others see as an impossibly high-ranking trending topic is child's play for Luo Chen. Even the top spot is just a topic he switches around at will. This also demonstrates just how high Luo Chen's popularity has reached at this moment. Chapter 103, the album drops and a bunch of stars emerge. A classic of the entertainment industry is here. Longdu, in the bustling Fanhuali neighborhood, a villa stands tall. The floor is paved with black marble. Bright, mirror-like tiles. Elegant crystal chandeliers with dangling crystals. Pure black glass and sandalwood table. Imported brand name padded armchairs. Exquisitely carved bookshelves. Looking around at everything before him, Luo Fan found it quite satisfactory. Lan Jia, let's go with this villa. Fong Lan smiled and said, alright, as long as you like it. As for the price of 50 million, I'm sure you can afford it. 50 million. Cheng Xiao let out a startled cry. She just thought the villa was nice, and was delighted to hear that Luo Chen intended to purchase it. But when I heard the price, she felt a bit scared, and asked in confusion, Lan Jia, is this villa really that expensive? Seeing Cheng Xiao's reaction, Fong Lan smiled. This villa is nothing like the one you and Xianyi live in. Although it's in the same neighborhood, this villa is top of the line in terms of size, surrounding environment, facilities, and even interior design, so the price is naturally higher. These are all things Cheng Xiao understands well. But the price was still a bit hard for him to accept. The money she earns working hard all year doesn't even amount to half the price of this villa. Luo Chen, however, gently stroked her head. He smiled and said, alright, don't dwell on it. Anyway, you don't have to pay for it. I don't have to pay, but I still think it's expensive. Cheng Xiao muttered under his breath. Luo Chen didn't pay much attention and turned to say to Fong Lan, Lan Jia, let's stay here. Fong Lan nodded, alright, I'll negotiate the price later and see if we can get it lower. Alright, thank you for your help, Ms. Fong. Although Luo Chen wasn't short of money, there was no need to waste it. The less, the better. Since they had decided on the villa, everyone prepared to return to the company. Just then, Fong Lan's phone rang, and she looked at the name displayed on the phone screen. Fong Lan said somewhat embarrassed. Luo Chen, you guys go ahead to the car and wait for me. I'll be right there after I take this call. Luo Chen and Chang Xiao nodded and headed toward the parking lot. As they walked along, Chang Xiao tilted his head back, gazing at Luo Chen's handsome profile, and smiled, saying, Luo Chen, you're so handsome. I already know that, you don't have to tell me. Luo Chen said helplessly, and I make a living with my talent. Chang Xiao suddenly laughed foolishly. No, I have to say it, Luo Chen, you're so handsome. No sooner had he finished speaking than he heard Fong Lan rushing up from behind. She said in a displeased tone, Xiao Xiao, I know you like Luo Chen, but you don't have to keep saying it. Upon hearing this, Chang Xiao stuck out her tongue at Fong Lan. Fong Lan smiled helplessly. Immediately after, Fong Lan looked at Luo Chen and said, Luo Chen, someone from the company just called me and said that the Longdu Music Association has already announced on Weibo that you have been appointed as the ambassador for the promotion of Longwa folk music. Many artists and programs have also posted on Weibo to congratulate you. So you should check your Weibo and consider responding. Luo Chen nodded, and then logged directly into Weibo, and saw that the top trending topic on the Weibo hot search list was about him being appointed as the music ambassador for Longwa Fong. Clicking on it, I saw the post from the Longdu Music Association. I casually scrolled through it and saw many messages tagging him to congratulate him. He had originally thought that the Longdu Music Association would take a while longer to announce the news, but it turned out to be pretty quick. Fong Lan seemed to have guessed Luo Chen's thoughts and said from the side, Luo Chen, yesterday when you revealed your identity, everyone found out that Qinglong is actually you. 3 consecutive trending topics on Weibo were all related to you. Perhaps the Longdu Music Association also wanted to capitalize on your popularity and announce this news at the same time. After all, this would be a case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Luo Chen nodded, indicating his understanding. Luo Chen nodded, indicating his understanding. He then edited a message and sent it out. Thank you to the Longdu Music Association for this opportunity, and I am honored to be invited to serve as the Longwa Fong Music Ambassador. In the future, I will strive to promote Longwa Fong music and create even better works for everyone. Finally, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to everyone for your care and support. Thank you all. After posting this message, Luo Chen opened his private messages and casually skimmed through them. He then noticed someone asking when the album would be released. After thinking about it, Luo Chen realized that he hadn't actually announced the specific date to everyone yet. And this matter had been mentioned long ago. So I posted another Weibo. The album is currently in production and should be available to everyone in about a month. Please be patient and wait a little longer. Luo Chen's Weibo has just been released. Fong Lan saw it as well. She furrowed her brows and said, Luo Chen, are you confident you can release the album in a month? Luo Chen, Lan Jia, it's not about whether I'm confident or not, but whether you're confident or not? Fong Lan. But she had to admit that Luo Chen was right. Recording songs was naturally Luo Chen's responsibility. I'm sure Luo Chen can handle it. However, releasing an album isn't as simple as just uploading it to the internet. There are still many things to consider. For example, the album cover, styling, and distribution channels are all things that need to be thought through. Yuehua Entertainment is naturally well versed in album distribution. But this is Luo Chen's first album. She still wants to make it perfect. With that in mind, Fong Lan felt it was necessary to hold a meeting with the others once she returned to the office. At the same time, many of Luo Chen's fans, after seeing Luo Chen's Weibo post, everyone was immediately outraged. Here it comes, here it comes. He's finally here. The release date for Luo Chen's album has finally been confirmed. I thought it would take much longer, but it's only a month. I can still wait. Luo Chen's first album. I absolutely have to buy it. That's right, the first one. How meaningful. I'll buy 5 copies. 5? Your place is too small. I'll buy 10. Sorry, you guys are all DDs, I'll buy 10,000. 10,000 copies? You're just bragging. Well, it might actually be true. He's the real Xue Qian. The fans didn't expect it to be just a discussion about Luo Chen's album, only to end up bringing out Xue Qian, the comedian. He even boasted about buying 10,000 copies of Luo Chen's album. Are you sure this isn't a joke? Many people share this sentiment. Some people casually clicked on Xue Qian's Weibo, and there they saw Xue Qian actually sent a message directly. I truly love Luo Chen's songs. Upon hearing that he's releasing an album, I've decided to purchase 10,000 copies as proof. Everyone can hold me accountable. Soon, someone shared a screenshot of the post, and everyone saw it. Wow, so Xue Qian is also a fan of Luo Chen. When I said I wanted to buy 10,000 albums earlier, I wasn't joking around. I'm serious about this. Great. Since we're all fans of Luo Chen, now that I think about it, Xue Qian's songs are actually pretty good too. Exactly, fans should help each other out. Once you've finished listening to Luo Chen's songs, be sure to check out Xue Qian's as well. Sigh, I've always thought Xue Qian has good taste, but now it's not just good, it's like he has X-ray vision. How did he manage to become a fan of Luo Chen just like me? Ha, you guys are so jealous. Xue Qian saw these comments and forced a smile, comforting himself. Be magnanimous, they still like my songs, after all. At that moment, the netizens had no idea what Xue Qian was thinking. They were still discussing and speculating about how many songs Luo Chen's album would contain. And which songs they will be. Then another piece of news shocked them even more. Li Ronghao had also announced on Weibo that he was a fan of Luo Chen. And plans to purchase 10,000 copies of Luo Chen's album. That's not all. Following the Li Ronghao incident, Lin Junji also announced that he is a fan of Luo Chen. And also stated that he plans to purchase 10,000 copies of the album. Netizens saw this and were like, what's going on today? Earlier, everyone was celebrating Luo Chen's appointment as the Dragon Country Wind Music Ambassador. And now everyone is here to announce that they are fans of Luo Chen. And they're all saying they'll buy 10,000 copies of Luo Chen's album. Are these true fans, or just rich and spoiled? Don't even mention the netizens. Even Deng Ziqi, the mastermind behind it all, saw the messages posted by Xue Qian and his group. We're all stunned. She knew about Xue Qian and the others planning to buy 10,000 copies of Luo Chen's album. But she never expected them to go this far. They just went ahead and released the information. In the singers group chat. Deng Ziqi? What do you mean by that? Xue Qian, Miss Ziqi, I also really like Luo Chen's songs. I just posted it on Weibo on a whim. Li Ronghao, I also like Luo Chen's songs. I just saw Xue Qian post it, so I shared it too. Lin Junjie, Luo Chen is amazing, who doesn't love his songs? Then I saw both of them post on Weibo, so I just went ahead and posted too. Deng Ziqi. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? And you're even helping them out. Xue Qian, I really didn't mean to. I just happened to send it by accident. The other two also quickly chimed in. In the end, Deng Ziqi could only accept it reluctantly. After all, it had already been posted on Weibo, and everyone now knew about it. But she couldn't help but think about how she had always considered herself Luo Chen's #1 fan. Yet she was still trailing behind them, which made her feel frustrated. Thinking about when Luo Chen's album comes out, she must buy more copies. Meanwhile, Luo Chen and Fan Lan had returned to the company. Sitting on the sofa, Chang Xiao was scrolling through Weibo when he suddenly exclaimed with great joy. Luo Chen, you're so awesome. Xue Qian and the others are all your fans. They even said they'll buy 10,000 copies of your album when it comes out. Luo Chen didn't understand at first. Until Chang Xiao explained the entire situation. I still couldn't figure out what exactly Xue Qian and his group were up to. Could they really be fans? Even if they are fans, there's no need to buy 10,000 copies, is there? Even if you're giving them away, you don't have that many friends and family members, do you? Not understanding it, Luo Chen stopped thinking about it. Just then, his phone rang. He looked at the name displayed on the phone screen. Luo Chen tapped to answer. Hello, Director Huang, is there something you need? Ah, Mr. Luo Chen, it's like this. The theme song you composed for the TV series Laughing at the Jianghu, titled A Single Laugh Over the Vast Sea, has been very well received by Yangshi. I've already told Fan Lan that I'd like to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude, but it seems like you've been quite busy, and I've also been occupied with the TV series. We just haven't had the chance to meet up. Now that the TV series is wrapped up. So I was wondering if you have any time in the next couple of days. I'd really like to thank you in person. Thinking about how busy I am with the album. Luo Chen smiled and said, Director Huang, you're too kind. I'm truly sorry, but I might be a bit busy these next few days. Why don't I come visit you after I've finished up this busy period? On the other side, Huang Mingyuan thought about how popular Luo Chen was right now. He was still so polite. It feels really good inside. But when I think about my own purpose, I still smile and say, Mr. Luo Chen, how could I possibly have you come to visit me? Since you're busy, let's reschedule for another time. There's also something else I'd like to ask of you. Director Huang, please go ahead. Isn't Laughing at the Jianghu set to air in 3 days? I was hoping you could mention it on Weibo. Oh, that's what it was, Luo Chen thought to himself. But it wasn't a big deal. At least he had written the theme song himself. Luo Chen doesn't want the TV series to have low ratings either. So he agreed. Huang Mingyuan, who was on the other end, heard Luo Chen's agreement and became even happier. At the same time, he gained a deeper understanding of Luo Chen. The current Luo Chen is no longer the same as before. But he never expected that Luo Chen's purpose was actually quite simple. That was to prevent the theme song he had composed for the TV series from being broadcast. The ratings are too low. Chapter 104, Laughing at the Jianghu, aired, and A Laugh from the Sea became a masterpiece. Luo Chen's fans saw Weibo's push notification again today. They were a bit confused. I thought to myself, today isn't even a special day. It's just an ordinary Sunday. But Luo-chan actually posted 3 Weibo updates. You should know that Luo-chan usually doesn't even post once every 10 days or so. But when they clicked on it, they found out it was a TV show promotion. They still watched it all the way through. And when I saw that the theme song was composed by Luo-chan, everyone was overjoyed. Finally we can hear Luo-chan's new song again. That's fantastic. I was thinking I'd have to wait another month for the album to come out before I could hear the new song, but it came out so quickly. This is absolutely amazing. Don't worry, I'll definitely support the TV series when it comes out. That's right, it's a TV series produced by Yangshi, so the quality should be guaranteed. Plus, the theme song was composed by Luo-chan. Just thinking about it gets me excited. Support Luo-chan's new song. Support the TV series. Everyone is still really supportive. Many have expressed their willingness to do so, even just for Luo-chan's new song. They would watch the TV series. Of course, the production company behind the TV series Laughing at the Jianghu did not merely hire Luo-chan for promotional purposes. We've been promoting it gradually over time. However, the theme song had not been finalized at that time. Some parts of the TV series were not completed in post-production. So the promotional efforts have not been very extensive. The broadcast date has been set. Everything is ready. The promotional efforts have also been significantly increased. Within a few days, this TV series has also become known to many people. And they know it will air every Wednesday at 8 p.m. on Yangshi Channel 8. This has also started to generate a lot of anticipation among many people. Longdu, a certain barbecue restaurant, a dining table, Meng Yi, who had finally finished working overtime, and his girlfriend were both diving into the small lobsters on the table with gusto. Of course, most of the shrimp were peeled by Meng Yi for his girlfriend. Eat more, Meng Yi said with a smile. He was completely unaware that his mouth was full of oil at that moment. His girlfriend nodded in agreement. Just then, the shop owner turned on the TV. It was the latest hit urban romance TV series. At table 1, a middle-aged man is holding a piece of grilled meat, shouting loudly, "Boss, change the channel to Laughing at Jianghu." This man was clearly drawn in by the promotional material for the TV series Laughing at the Jianghu. And he knows that today is the day it airs. The boss heard his words and asked with some confusion, "Which channel is Laughing at the Jianghu broadcast on?" "I don't know." A middle-aged man was about to speak when a guest at table 2 interrupted him. "Why change channels? Just watch this. Come on, this person likes watching romantic dramas." After being refuted, the middle-aged man was unhappy and immediately said, "What's so good about this sappy romance? The Smiling, Proud Wanderer is a wuxia drama, it's definitely better." The guest at table 2 quickly responded, "What's so interesting about martial arts? It's just fighting and killing, no fun at all. Besides, you're the only one who wants to watch it. The others don't necessarily want to watch it either." No sooner had he finished speaking than a customer at table 3 interjected. "Who said no one likes to watch it? I love watching wuxia dramas. I'm watching The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. Boss, change the channel quickly. The boss is in a tough spot." Then a customer at table 5 shouted, "Don't change the channel, just watch this. Middle-aged man, you have to watch Laughing at the Jianghu." The guest at table 6 also quickly said, "I just love watching romantic dramas. Romantic dramas are the eternal gods." Suddenly, the customers in the store all had their own thoughts. Some wanted to watch martial arts dramas, while others wanted to watch romantic dramas. Some even say they want to watch romantic dramas even more. Meng Yi glanced at his girlfriend and asked uncertainly, "The theme song for the TV series Laughing at the Jianghu was composed by Luo-chan, right?" My girlfriend swallowed the small lobster in her mouth, thought for a moment, and suddenly realized. "That's right, it's the theme song composed by Luo-chan. He even posted it on Weibo a few days ago." His girlfriend is a fan of Luo-chan, so Meng Yi believes he won't forget. Upon hearing her words, he immediately exclaimed excitedly, "Everyone, stop arguing. Look at Laughing at the Jianghu. It's the theme song composed by Luo-chan." "What? The theme song for that wuxia drama was composed by Luo-chan?" The moment those words were spoken, it was like everyone had been injected with a dose of calm. Suddenly, everyone stopped arguing and shouted in unison, "Change the channel, boss. Let's watch Laughing at the Jianghu." Only the guest at table 2 muttered again, "Who is Luo-chan? Is he famous?" The moment the words left his mouth, they immediately drew the angry glances of the other customers in the store. The customer at table 2 quickly lowered his head and took a bite of his kidney. The shop owner, seeing this, knew exactly what was going on. After asking which channel it was, "I switched the channel to the one where Laughing at the Jianghu was scheduled to air, as requested by everyone." Meng Yi glanced at the time and smiled, saying, "Only 3 minutes left. It's about to start. Only 3 minutes." Everyone started eating while waiting. And soon, the TV began showing scenes of Hu dominating the scene, followed by the gentle sound of a zither, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Then, the sound of a flute joined in, causing everyone's hearts to tremble slightly. Then, the intertwining of the zither and flute sounds became fast and intense, evoking a sense of the ruthless world of martial arts. It seemed as though everyone had glimpsed the sword in sword world of the martial arts realm. It can be said that this was merely a prelude. And it has already made everyone here feel that this song is no ordinary one. But what they didn't expect was, the true essence of the song had yet to be revealed. The intro is over. Luo Chen's bold and majestic voice echoed in everyone's ears. The sea laughs, and the tides surge on both shores, rising and falling with the waves, recording this day. Just 2 lines of lyrics. But when heard by everyone, they seemed to paint a vivid picture of a martial arts hero in the eyes of the listeners. He had weathered the storms of life and no longer dwelled on the trivialities of the world. At the same time, it made them think of themselves. The vast sea described in the lyrics, with its surging waves, was just like the ups and downs of life. A person's life has its ups and downs, with periods of good fortune and periods of misfortune. It seems a bit bleak and lonely. Just as they were pondering the meaning of life, the melody was joined by the sound of drums. Each beat of the drum seemed to strike directly at their chests, causing their hearts to beat in unison. Then, Luo Chen's voice echoed once more. The heavens laugh, and the world is in turmoil. Who triumphs and who falls, only heaven knows. These 2 lines of lyrics seem to be offering them an answer. Why bother to dwell on so many things? Just like the tides, there are natural laws at work. Obsessing over fame and fortune will only lead you into a difficult situation. It is better to laugh it off and face everything in this world with openness and honesty. The outcomes of life are unpredictable, perhaps only heaven knows. Everyone marveled at the ingenuity of Luo Chen's lyrics, and similarly felt the carefree and unconstrained spirit of a martial arts hero from the Jianghu. At that moment, the melody, the drumbeat gradually grew louder. Luo Chen's voice also gradually rose to a higher dimension. The mountains and rivers laughed, and the misty rain was far away. The waves wash away the red dust of the world. How many mundane matters remain? Indeed, why bother pursuing such meaningless struggles? Whether you win or lose, it seems to have little significance. It's better to just live life to the fullest in this mundane world, free and unfettered. At this moment, the hero in everyone's eyes, the martial arts world in everyone's eyes, seemed to grow bold and heroic. At that moment, the singing grew louder once more. The breeze laughs, stirring a sense of loneliness. The passion remains, a single row bathed in the evening light. As the saying goes, how many events of past and present have been reduced to laughter and talk? From this song, they heard boundless passion and the sweet taste of revenge. This seemed to be the martial arts world they had always imagined. Heroes are bold and heroic, and there are deep emotions between men and women. An interlude plays, still a mix of piano and flute. But now it falls upon the ears of the crowd. It was a completely different feeling from before. It was no longer the fast-paced, intense, and ruthless feeling of the martial arts world. Instead, it's carefree and exhilarating. Soon, Luo Chen's singing joined the drumbeats. The common people laugh, no longer lonely. The spirit of adventure still burns, laughing foolishly. Everyone laughs, and at this moment, no one feels the bitterness or loneliness anymore. Those unpleasant memories of the past faded away like smoke. The world suddenly became clear and bright. A sense of boldness welled up within me. At the end of the song, accompanied by the melody, Luo Chen Ila has finished the song. At that moment, it felt as though everything had truly been let go. All that remained was laughter, hearty laughter. Unrestrained, heartfelt laughter. The song has ended. The main part of the TV drama began. But everyone was too distracted to watch the show. They suddenly started singing in unison. Even the guest at the second table, who had been insistently demanding to watch a romantic drama, was now also getting into it. Let the words from before fade away with the song. For a moment, the sound filled the barbecue restaurant. Those who didn't know what was going on might have thought they had stumbled into a kindergarten. At the same time, watching this TV series, hearing this song, there are definitely more people than just the few in the barbecue shop. But there's no doubt about it. Everyone who has listened to this song were all amazed by Luo Chen's creative talent. This song is simply unbeatable. Chapter 105 left me speechless. Even the music legends are impressed. On Weibo, Douyin, and even major forums, everyone is discussing Luo Chen's song, A Laugh Echoes Over the Sea. Check out Laughing at the Jianghu, it's absolutely amazing. The theme song blew me away. Damn, everyone's been blown away. My parents were arguing about whether to watch a romance drama or a wuxia drama, but as soon as Luo Chen's A Single Laugh Echoes Over the Sea came on, they instantly made up. That's too powerful. I was blown away by just the intro. You're right, the piano and flute sounds are amazing. It's like I can actually see that martial arts world. All I can say is that Luo Chen is still the same Luo Chen. The grandeur and boldness of this piece, a single laugh over the vast sea, left me spellbound. It truly has that distinctive style of a dragon country knight-errant, free-spirited, and carefree. All I can say is that this song, A Laugh Echoes Over the Sea, is absolutely mind-blowing. Everyone was completely blown away. And when they slowly came to their senses from the singing, everyone also shifted their attention to the drama laughing at the Jianghu. At that moment, they realized, this TV series is really quite good. In the first episode, there was a meaningful narration. The underworld will always be the underworld, there can be no peace. There are swords and daggers, deceit and betrayal, black and white, justice and evil, hypocrisy and sincerity all intertwined, impossible to untangle. This provokes deep reflection among everyone. Meanwhile, Liang Huochong, following his master's orders, disguised himself and his younger sister Yulinshan as in servants and hid at the foot of Wui Mountain. Unexpectedly, Ling Huchong encountered the senior disciple of the demon cult, Chu Yang. The two hit it off and developed a mutual admiration, but this led them into a feud and drew them into the midst of the struggle. Every scene, whether it be the actors' performances or the production of the settings, is truly remarkable. Have all sparked a strong interest in this TV series among viewers. Their hearts and minds gradually became immersed in it. If many people were initially drawn to the show because of Luo Chen's song A Laugh Echoes Over the Sea, and thus chose to watch this TV series, then when they hear this theme song that leaves them speechless and start watching the show seriously, they also developed a strong interest in the plot of the TV series itself. Wow, this TV series is pretty good. The actors' performances don't seem awkward at all. You're right, the set design is also well thought out, and the visuals are still very strong. I was drawn in by Luo Chen's song, and now I find myself hooked. Finally something to binge watch for the next few weeks. Not only can I watch the show, but I can also listen to Luo Chen's songs. It's pure enjoyment. I really hope he releases the studio version online so I can play it on repeat. Same here, I really love this song too. It sounds amazing. According to the schedule from Yangshi, this TV series will only air 2 episodes per day. Each episode is approximately 40 minutes long. Until the second episode airs, the grand and majestic theme song plays again. The audience is once again left in awe. It seems that every time you listen to it, you get a different feeling. It's just like the martial arts world in those novels. It is constantly changing. Until 9:30 p.m., 2 episodes of the TV series had finished airing. However, it left audiences with endless imagination about the martial arts world. Add to that the theme song. At that moment, everyone went wild again. The entire internet erupted once again with discussions about A Laugh from the Depths of the Sea. Laughing at the Jianghu. At an astonishing speed. Several topics related to this TV series have been trending on Weibo's hot search list. A Laugh Echoes Across the Vast Sea. Laughing at Jianghu. These two are even ranked among the top 10 on the list. Especially the song A Laugh Echoes Over the Vast Sea. Those who have watched the TV series may not remember the plot or scenes. However, they remember this song vividly. Whether it's the instruments in the intro or the emotional impact of the vocals, they are unforgettable. Even many musicians have analyzed this song. The song cleverly transforms the traditional Chinese musical scale of gong, shine, jiao, ji, and yu into a melodious and catchy folk tune. Paired with lyrics brimming with passion and grandeur, a powerful aura of being at the pinnacle yet remaining calm and composed envelopes the listener. Luo Chen is a true genius. I'll say it again, Luo Chen is the hope for the revival of music in the Dragon Kingdom. National-level musician Lu Han. He plays instruments such as the guqin, flute, and sanxian, with drum rhythms incorporated into the musical backdrop. The steady beats of the drums blend seamlessly with the vocal rhythm, creating a melody that gradually descends before rising again, culminating in a dramatic twist. The audience is drawn into the desolate and lonely atmosphere of the music, and through the seamless integration of sound and visuals, they are transported into the martial arts world of Laughing at the Jianghu. The melody of this piece is simple and melodious, while the lyrics carry a touch of classical poetry, exuding the carefree spirit of the heroic knights of the Dragon Kingdom. Luo Chen is excellent. The Longdu Music Association made the right choice. President Duan Jizhe of the Longdu Music Association. Great music is simple, great sound is silent, the great way is simple, and great beauty is wordless. Even upon first hearing it, one is already deeply moved. Luo Chen truly lives up to his reputation as a creative genius. This talent is truly astonishing. The King of Killers, Zhou Huajin. Everyone originally thought it sounded good. This song is bold, carefree, and exhilarating. However, after seeing so many music experts analyze this song, A Laugh Echoes Over the Vast Sea, I finally realized that this song is not just about sounding good. Whether it's the arrangement, the lyrics, or even the singing, Luo Chen has his own unique approach. And it is precisely this meticulous planning that has allowed him to present such a beautiful and powerful song to everyone. Not to mention the music industry insiders who have analyzed the song in detail. They always add a comment about Luo Chen at the end. If this evaluation were for someone else, it might be considered flattery. However, when it comes to Luo Chen, everyone. Simply because Luo Chen deserves it. All I can say is that Luo Chen is amazing. This song is unbeatable. It's truly amazing. There's not a single sword or knife in the entire song, but it's filled with the spirit of the martial arts world. It's a masterpiece. At first, when I heard the last part of the song, I didn't quite understand its meaning, but after listening to it again, I finally understood and was able to let go. I want to play it on repeat. Please, please, please release this song on a music platform. Yeah, I just want to listen to it a few more times. Netizens feel that the 2 times it was played on the TV series just weren't enough. They rushed to leave comments under Luo Chen's Weibo post. At that moment, Luo Chen received a call from Huang Mingyuan. Mr. Luo Chen, thank you so much. Director Huang, you're too kind. You can't give all the credit to me. It's mainly because your TV series is so good, my theme song is just a prelude. Huang Mingyuan, who was nearby, heard Luo Chen's words and thought to himself, Luo Chen is being way too humble. He smiled and said, Teacher Luo Chen, you don't know, I checked the real-time data. When this TV series first aired, the ratings were at 1. But as soon as your theme song came out, the ratings shot up to 2. I truly appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. I know many people initially tuned in just for your song. Otherwise, the TV series might not have even reached a 1% viewership rating when it premiered, let alone jumping directly to 2%. It's just that you're so busy right now, otherwise, I would have really wanted to thank you in person. The two chatted for a while longer before hanging up. Luo Chen hadn't expected Huang Mingyuan to be so straightforward and say it so directly. However, being straightforward made Luo Chen feel more at ease. Perhaps there will be an opportunity to have a proper conversation with him someday. After all, the TV series Laughing at Jianghu was actually quite well made. This also demonstrates that Huang Mingyuan is quite talented. Who knows, maybe the two of them will have the opportunity to collaborate in the future. Of course, that's all in the future. Upon seeing Luo Chen finish his call, Cheng Xiao, standing nearby, smiled and said, Luo Chen, look at Weibo. Everyone is praising your song A Single Laugh from the Sea for being so beautiful. There are even many music experts analyzing your song on Weibo. I think their analyses are all pretty good. Especially how they all ended with a compliment for you. They said you're the hope for the revival of Dragon Country's music, that you're a creative genius, and so on. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen smiled. He had heard such words about the revival of Longhua's music and creative genius many times before. Nevertheless, he opened his Weibo. He browsed through the analyses of those music bigwigs. I realized that they are indeed experts. They have been playing music for so long. Your analysis of this song is still quite spot on. As for Lu Hong, this national-level musician, this isn't the first time he's analyzed Luo Chen's songs on Weibo. If he remembers correctly, it all started with the first song, Blue and White Porcelain. Lu Hong had already started doing this. At the time, he was hailed as the hope for the revival of music in Longhua. And that's still the case today. Luo Chen secretly noted this kindness. Though it wasn't substantial help, it was still commendable. Lu Heng's words were still beneficial to Luo Chen. As for Duan Jizai's words, Luo Chen also accepted them with a smile. It could only be described as quite coincidental. The song A Laugh from the Vast Sea was already licensed to the TV series Laughing at the Jianghu as its theme song before he became the music ambassador for Longhua Fong. However, the broadcast coincided with just a few days after he was appointed as the Dragon Country Wind Music Ambassador. The key point is that this song is so powerful. It has left everyone even more amazed by Luo Chen's creative talent. At the same time, Luo Chen also noticed that many fans had left comments under his Weibo posts. They wanted him to upload this song to a music platform. This request is still within Luo Chen's capabilities. So he replied to the comment with the highest number of likes. Alright. I'll get on it right away. Chapter 106, Luo Chen has participated in so many variety shows? That fan just posted that comment to test the waters. To be honest, I didn't have high hopes. But who could have imagined that Luo Chen saw it and didn't say a word? He actually replied directly to him. Alright, I'll arrange it immediately. It's just a simple statement. But to the fan and even others who saw this reply, it made them feel quite warmed. Wow, Luo Chen's move really warmed my heart. If only Luo Chen would flip my card too. I wonder which music website Luo Chen will post the song on. He didn't mention it either. Anyway, it's just those few major music platforms. We'll just look for it when the time comes. That's true, but I hope Luo Chen can upload it to Wangi Cloud so I don't have to download other music apps. Everyone is wondering about it. When suddenly they saw that Luo Chen's Weibo feed had been updated. Everyone was taken aback at first, thinking, no way. Then they clicked on it to take a look. I discovered that Luo Chen had directly uploaded the audio file of the song A Laugh from the Sea to Weibo. It was available for free download and playback. No way, it's free? That's awesome. It's the studio version? I can listen to this without spending a dime? There's no need to make such a big deal out of it. Let's count them up. Out of all the songs Luo Chen has, not a single one is paid for, right? It does seem like that. Just for Luo Chen's actions, I'll definitely support the album. We have to support him. Luo Chen's songs are so good. Luo Chen just casually skimmed through the comments online. The song is free. That was something he had already decided on. After all, he doesn't need to make money from this. And if he wanted to make money, he had plenty of other options. Yesterday, Fong Lan also told him he had purchased the copyrights to his songs Fireworks or Cold and Half City of Sand to be used as theme songs for 2 films. They are currently in theaters. According to Fong Lan, the box office has been pretty good. After the movie ended, Luo Chen received another influx of funds. In fact, if Luo Chen were willing, so many variety shows would want to invite him to appear on their programs. Some have even offered as much as 8 million yuan per episode. However, they were all rejected by Luo Chen. The reason, of course, was that he needed to work on an album during this period. Of course, Luo Chen's thoughts, as well as those of his fans and netizens, are unknown. They simply noticed that most of the other singers' songs require payment. But Luo Chen's songs are so good to begin with. And they're not even charging for them. This made them admire Luo Chen even more. After that, Luo Chen no longer paid much attention to what was happening online, because he was about to dedicate all his time and energy to the recording of his album. In the days that followed, fans noticed that Luo Chen had disappeared again. To be honest, this wasn't the first time Luo Chen had disappeared from everyone's view. Last time, they didn't think there was anything wrong. After all, Luo Chen had never been the type to actively share his personal updates online. They wanted to know Luo Chen's whereabouts, which basically meant checking if he had appeared on any variety shows. However, ever since they found out that Luo Chen had transformed into a green dragon and participated in The Masked Singer, everyone immediately grew wary. They couldn't help but wonder if Luo Chen had secretly gone to participate in the show again. So many people started discussing it online. To be honest, Luo Chen has been missing for several days now. I can't help but wonder if he's participating in some other event. I agree. I've been watching that show Ace Battle lately, and there's someone on it who hasn't shown their face, but their voice sounds a lot like Luo Chen's. Come on, that's not Luo Chen. Luo Chen's voice is much more magnetic than that. That's the new guest on this episode of The War of Six Men. He's wearing a mask, and his build is somewhat similar to Luo Chen's. Now that you mention it, thinking about it carefully, he does seem a bit like him. Is Luo Chen really going on the show again? But to be honest, the voice doesn't sound like him, and if you look closely, there are still differences. But Luo Chen hasn't come out yet, and I just can't shake the feeling that something's off. Isn't he preparing for an album? You could at least post an update about preparing the album. When Fong Lan told Luo Chen about this, Luo Chen had just finished recording the 10th song of his album. With this, only 2 more songs remain for the entire album. Speaking of which, I can't help but mention the reason why. Originally, Luo Chen had also envisioned just 10 songs. But after giving it more thought, he decided to add 2 more songs. So the final album has 12 songs. That's not too bad. It's not a big deal for Luo Chen. The music video, however, will require a bit more time and effort. However, Manhwa Entertainment does have professionals in this field. Therefore, once Luo Chen presented his idea, they were able to complete it in a very short time. This is also one of the benefits of signing with the company. Moreover, given Luo Chen's current position in the company, combined with Fong Lan's influence, the entire company will do its utmost to meet his demands. There are also music videos for several songs. Luo Chen himself also participated in the filming. However, when he learned about the speculations circulating online, Luo Chen couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. He was clearly busy working on his album. But when it came to them, it somehow turned into me wanting to try the masked game again. Since you guys enjoy guessing so much, I'll let you guess as much as you want. Luo Chen thought to himself. So he told Fong Lan about his thoughts. After listening to him, Fong Lan said with some concern, "Are you sure you want to do this?" "I'm sure. It's just for fun." "Lan Jia, go ahead and make the arrangements," Luo Chen said firmly. Seeing this, Fong Lan didn't say anything else, and actually went to make arrangements. Over the next few days, netizens suddenly discovered something very strange. That is, in many variety shows, there is a person wearing a mask whose appearance and build resemble Luo Chen. In fact, some of these masked individuals not only resemble Luo Chen in appearance but also share certain characteristics with him. When playing the game, some of their movements also resemble Luo Chen's. This completely threw them off balance. Damn, did Luo Chen actually participate in the recording of this variety show? That's impossible. I counted specifically, and there were at least 8 variety shows featuring masked people who looked just like Luo Chen. Luo Chen couldn't have participated in so many shows, could he? Well, to be honest, I'm a bit confused. Some of their movements really do look just like Luo Chen. It's not just the movements. In the latest episode of The Voice of Dreams, there was someone whose voice sounded just like Luo Chen. I'm starting to wonder if Luo Chen really did participate in another episode. This is really tricky. Could Luo Chen have done this on purpose just to make us guess? It probably isn't that bad. Does Luo Chen have that much free time? Not only are netizens confused. Even Deng Jiqi, who claims to be Luo Chen's #1 fan, was shocked upon discovering this situation. Was also left speechless. Her rational mind told her that Luo Chen couldn't possibly be participating in so many variety shows. But her eyes kept seeing several masked Luo Chen on the screen. This made Deng Jiqi feel like her intelligence wasn't enough. Especially after the incident where Qinglong turned out to be Luo Chen. Deng Jiqi couldn't be sure that Luo Chen wouldn't pull off another such maneuver. He had originally planned to post this matter in the singers group chat, so everyone could discuss it and see if we could find any clues. But even as the biggest fan, I have no idea where to start. She felt that Xue Qian and the others probably couldn't figure out the truth either. So she gave up. What she didn't know was, Xue Qian and the others had actually noticed this situation long ago. However, they were all determined to prove their own intelligence. They just didn't discuss it in the group. Because they think they can handle it. But they haven't had the chance to prove their intelligence yet. When it came to figuring out which one was Luo Chen updated his Weibo feed first. I heard everyone's been looking for me lately? And many people are asking me which one of the masked people is me. First of all, thank you all for your concern. However, I am sorry to say that I will not be sharing that information at this time. If you wish to know, you will have to find out for yourselves. Of course, to verify everyone's answers, we will announce the results on Saturday evening at 8 p.m. 2 days later. I will be live on Douyin at 8 p.m. sharp and I will announce the answers then. I hope everyone can come and support me then. Thank you all in advance. Netizens saw Luo Chen's post on Weibo. Were both furious and delighted. It's quite contradictory, but it truly reflects their current state of mind. The frustration stems from Luo Chen not providing an answer and instead making them figure it out on their own. The excitement is because Luo Chen finally showed up and will even stream live on Douyin again at 8 p.m. on Saturday night. They were thrilled at the thought of hearing Luo Chen sing again, and their hearts were filled with joy. However, there was still one thing they had to deal with right now. That is, to identify the specific variety shows among all these programs. Which one of the masked individuals is Luo Chen? Meanwhile, in the recording studio of Yuehua Tower, Fanglan saw Luo Chen's latest Weibo post and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Is this why you asked me to arrange for those trainees who look like you to participate in the variety show? Luo Chen smiled and said, Lan Jia, it was just a whim to joke around with everyone. Besides, aren't you all having a good time right now? Besides, I'll tell them during the live stream in 2 days. Everyone should understand me. Fang Lan sighed helplessly, should understand? If they don't understand, then you'll be the one at a loss. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen smiled, don't worry, Lan Jia, it's okay. Seeing Luo Chen so confident, Fang Lan didn't say anything else. Her earlier words were just a gentle reminder to Luo Chen, jokes are fine, but don't take it too far. However, Luo Chen is indeed very independent and thoughtful in his decision-making. Fang Lan generally still trusts Luo Chen. Chapter 107, Live Stream, Celebrities Come to Support. After Luo Chen announced on Weibo that he would be live streaming on Douyin at 8 p.m. on Saturday night, Douyin also promoted the event. This has also made more people aware that Luo Chen will be going live in 2 days. While searching for Luo Chen on various variety shows, netizens are also eagerly anticipating the arrival of Saturday. Taking advantage of these 2 days, Luo Chen also finished recording the remaining 2 songs from the album. The rest was left for Fang Lan to handle. Luo Chen believes Fang Lan will handle this matter well. Finally, it was Saturday evening at 7 o'clock. At this point, there was just 1 hour left until Luo Chen's livestream. But many viewers had already entered Luo Chen's livestream. There's still an hour left, and I'm getting so anxious. I haven't seen Luo Chen in days, I miss him so much. Don't mention it. I've watched Luo Chen's previously recorded variety shows over and over again these past few days. By the way, did any of you guess which variety show the masked person was Luo Chen on? No, but there were a few who looked similar. However, upon further consideration, I'm not so sure anymore. Exactly, I feel the same way. It's really hard to guess. At the same time, in the singers group, Deng Jiqi, who no one had guessed was about to go live near Luo Chen. In the end, he couldn't resist asking in the group chat. Do any of you know which variety show the person wearing the mask is Luo Chen? Xue Chen, I really want to say I know, but the truth is I really couldn't figure it out. Li Ronghao, same here, this one was really tough to guess. Lin Junjie, I have no idea either, I'm completely clueless. Deng Ziqi. She knew that even as Luo Chen's #1 fan, she couldn't figure it out. How could these people possibly figure it out? I was too hasty. Dang, Ziki thought to himself. Now he's exposed his intelligence. In another villa, Reba and Yang Mi were sitting side by side on the sofa, with the screen of Reba's phone displaying Luo Chen's livestream. Yang Mi glanced at it and said, Reba, didn't you take promotional photos with Luo Chen for Douyin before? So your relationship should still be pretty good, right? Could you ask Luo Chen to write the theme song for our TV series 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, 8 Miles of Peach Blossoms? Upon hearing this, Reba felt a bit embarrassed and said, we just took a photo together, we're not that close. It might be difficult to ask him for help. Besides, honey, didn't you mention this to Yuehua before and get rejected? Heba didn't say that wrong though. She did add Luo Chen on WeChat earlier. Even though Reba really wanted to chat with Luo Chen. But for various reasons, the two of them haven't really talked much at all. Yang Mi frowned and said, yeah, Fong Lan just rejected him, saying that Luo Chen doesn't have time right now. Luo Chen might really be busy lately, isn't he working on his album? While speaking, Reba kept staring at the screen of her phone. She was still very concerned about Luo Chen. And she knows that Luo Chen will be streaming live tonight at 8 o'clock. Yang Mi, who was standing nearby, saw the live stream of Luo Chen on Reba's phone. She immediately came up with a plan. He couldn't help but whisper, Reba, aren't you one of the brand ambassadors for Douyin? Luo Chen is live streaming on Douyin tonight, and there's a good chance he'll host an interactive session with fans. Talk to the Douyin team and have them set it up behind the scenes so that Luo Chen can connect with you live. Then we can ask Luo Chen if he can help us create a theme song. Anyway, I think his album should be almost finished by now. Reba, what do you think of this idea? Upon hearing this, Reba felt a bit tempted. But she thought about how she would have to do it in front of so many people in the live stream. She felt a bit shy. However, Yang Mi beside her didn't give her a chance to avoid it. She directly used his phone to call Li Yao's number on the Douyin platform. Upon seeing the call connect, Reba could only politely make her request. On the other end, He Yao heard this unusual request and, though she didn't know why Reba was doing this, she agreed anyway. After hanging up the phone, Reba's cheeks were flushed with a hint of red. She wasn't sure if it was because of her earlier conversation with He Yao or because she was thinking about the upcoming livestream with Luo Chen. Meanwhile, Yang Mi beside him jumped up from the sofa with a smile. She shouted, yay, now we have a theme song. At the same time, there were many others who shared Yang Mi's thoughts. Many people also want Luo Chen to write the theme song. However, their requests rarely reach Luo Chen. They had already been rejected by Fong Lan. So they also thought about sending some gifts to Luo Chen in the evening. Boost his favorability and see if they could get Luo Chen to help write the theme song. As for the money spent on gifts, it's nothing compared to gaining Luo Chen's favor. They know exactly what's important and what's not. In addition, there are many other celebrities who have had dealings with Luo Chen, who are also waiting for Luo Chen's livestream. Getting ready to cheer for Luo Chen. An hour passed quickly. At exactly 8 o'clock, the previously dark live streaming room suddenly lit up. The next second, Luo Chen appeared on the screen in casual attire. The viewers in the live stream were momentarily stunned before quickly regaining their composure. Luo Chen had gone live. Immediately following, many fans who had followed Luo Chen's Douyin account. They also received notifications from Douyin on their phones. The live stream for the account you're following, Luo Xianrun, has started. See this notification. Those people immediately clicked on it. In an instant, filled with excitement, those people flooded into Luo Chen's livestream. Soon, the popularity rating in the livestream began to rise steadily. From an initial 1 million, it kept climbing higher and higher. 2 million. 5 million. Ultimately surpassing 10 million. In other words, Luo Chen merely made a brief appearance and sat there. Without saying a single word, the livestream had already gained so much popularity. This situation is simply unbelievable. Director Jian Yan witnessed this scene. The look of envy in his eyes was impossible to hide. He was the director of the variety show The Voice of Dreams. Every time the show aired, he would closely monitor the ratings. That was when Luo Chen was still participating in the program. Such a surge in popularity occurred. However, since Luo Chen left the show, none of his live streams have been as popular as today's. This was like a heavy blow to him, leaving him feeling utterly devastated. If only I had known, I never would have let Luo Chen leave. Jiang Yan regretted it once again. At the same time, the staff behind the scenes at Douyin were also monitoring the live stream data from Luo Chen's broadcast. Upon seeing this situation, the staff were utterly shocked. Damn, Luo Chen's popularity is terrifying. He Yao, standing nearby, couldn't help but smile at the sight. The show had such high ratings right from the start. It's hard to say how much it will rise in the future. This will definitely attract a lot of new users to Douyin. It seems to be confirming her idea. Soon, the staff exclaimed with joy. Manager He, preliminary estimates indicate at least 1 million new users. So many already, just after going live? Yao asked in shock. He even suspected that the staff had made a mistake. But after seeing the staff's confident expression, shock turned into joy. Yao exclaimed loudly, "Keep a close eye on the situation in Luo Chen's livestream. Make sure the live stream goes smoothly without a single hitch. After finishing today's work, we'll distribute the bonuses to everyone by the end of the month." Instantly, a look of joy spread across the faces of each staff member. At the same time, they were full of enthusiasm. However, Yao was thinking about how she had signed Luo Chen as the spokesperson for Douyin back then. It was truly the best decision she had ever made at Douyin. Speaking of the viewers in the live stream, the moment Luo Chen appeared, he immediately became excited. Damn, Luo Chen is so good looking. He looks so handsome even in a live stream without makeup. Wow, Mom, I'm in love. He's so handsome it's illegal. I want to hear Luo Chen sing. He's truly worth the wait. The live stream was flooded with comments. At the same time, many wealthy fans are sending gifts. For a time, the live stream's popularity continued to soar. Just then, a banner made of gifts swept across the top of the live stream screen. Deng Jiqi presents Luo Xianrun with 100 cosmic hearts. No way, 100 cosmic hearts? Is that for real? Of course it's real. Damn, how much does that cost? If I remember correctly, one cosmic heart costs 2,698 Dragon Country coins. 100 of them, do the math yourself. Wow, over 200,000. That's way too rich. No way, is the person giving the gift that singer Deng Jiqi? Ha, it really is her. I just clicked on her profile picture to check. When someone in the comments said it was Deng Jiqi, many people still found it hard to believe. So they clicked on it too, and discovered it was actually the singer Deng Jiqi. Everyone was instantly thrilled. Luo Chen is way too strong. Even Deng Jiqi came to support him during the livestream and sent so many gifts. There's nothing we can do about it. Luo Chen is just that charismatic. Yeah, not only is Luo Chen good looking, but he's also so talented and sings so beautifully. He's practically flawless. Now, it's not just about Deng Jiqi sending him gifts. Even if he said he likes Luo Chen, I'd believe him. Who knows, maybe Deng Jiqi really does like Luo Chen. Over there, Deng Jiqi saw the comments and her cheeks turned slightly red, looking a bit embarrassed. On the other hand, Luo Chen noticed that Deng Jiqi had suddenly sent him 100 cosmic hearts. He was a bit surprised. Because, in his impression, he didn't seem to have any connection with Deng Jiqi. However, on the surface, Luo Chen naturally wouldn't show it. Instead, he smiled and said, "Thank you for the gift, Miss Jiqi. I also really like your songs," Luo Chen said politely. But when it reached Deng Jiqi's ears, she took it seriously, thinking to herself, does Luo Chen really like my singing? At that moment, Deng Jiqi's heart was racing like a frightened deer. Meanwhile, the other celebrities lurking in the livestream noticed the interaction between Luo Chen and Deng Jiqi. Couldn't help but react. They all want to build a good relationship with Luo Chen. Chapter 108, Connected to a Female Celebrity? Soon, Xueqian also sent Luo Chen 100 cosmic hearts. Following closely behind were Li Ronghao and Lin Junjie. It seemed as though the three of them had planned it all along. Everyone was sending the same gifts. Wow, Xueqian has also sent so many gifts. Not only that, but Li Ronghao too. Lin Junjie is here too. They had already mentioned on Weibo that they were fans of Luo Chen, and it seems they are indeed genuine fans. That's right, they even said they'd buy 10,000 copies of Luo Chen's album. All I can say is, money really does make life easier. The livestream viewers were blown away by the star's extravagant spending. This is simply too extravagant. But just when they thought it was almost done, Guan Xiaotong appeared. She directly purchased 100 unicorns. And that's not all. Tang Yan is keeping pace as well. 100 unicorns. Director Jiang Yan gritted his teeth and also created 100 unicorns. Su Xiang, on the other hand, was surprised to see that Jiang Yan had done so many. With a sudden burst of determination, he went ahead and bought 100 cosmic hearts. I thought to myself that I had to surpass Jiang Yan no matter what. Jiang Yan saw that Su Xiang had deliberately sent gifts after him. And he even gave more than himself, nearly causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. You bastard, Su Xiang. You're trying to outsmart me at every turn. In addition, there are also other celebrity artists who have sent varying amounts of gifts to Luo Chen. For a moment, the live stream was filled with gift effects. Netizens were all stunned by this scene. Wow, is this for real? Is this really Luo Chen's live stream? This must be Luo Chen's fan meet and greet event. Is Luo Chen really that popular in the entertainment industry? This is a bit too much, isn't it? He hasn't even done anything yet, and there are already so many gifts. Do you think celebrities are as shallow as you are? In my opinion, they probably just want to build a good relationship with Luo Chen. You're right. Luo Chen's status is clearly different now. To be honest, it's not just the netizens. Even Luo Chen was a bit puzzled by this scene. After all, those who had previously crossed paths with him, coming to show their support, sending gifts, or something like that, that would be understandable. But there are some people whom Luo Chen has only heard of by name. They actually sent him quite a few gifts. This left Luo Chen feeling quite helpless. He quickly said, "Thank you very much for your support. However, there's really no need to send so many gifts. Just coming to watch my livestream is already the greatest support you can give me. Especially my fans, please do what you can." A few words were spoken, and the viewers in the livestream immediately felt very touched. Unlike in the past, when people watched other streamers, they always seemed eager for viewers to shower them with gifts. Wow, Luo Chen is so sweet. I think I'm falling in love. Get lost, Luo Chen is mine. Luo Chen has such a great sense of values. I love him. I won't buy it now, but I'll definitely get the album when it comes out. Yeah, support Luo Chen's album. I just don't know when Luo Chen's album will be released. Coincidentally, Luo Chen also saw this comment, smiled and responded, "I finished recording all the songs for the album. It'll be ready for production in a little while, and the release date should be December 18th. I think this album turned out pretty well, and I'm sure everyone will enjoy it when it comes out. I hope you'll all support it when it comes out. Otherwise, if sales are too low, I'll be in big trouble." The viewers in the livestream only realized at this point that all the songs in the album had already been recorded. In fact, sales will begin as early as the 18th. This instantly got them excited. Wow, the album is finally coming out. I can't wait. Luo Chen himself said it's good, so this album must be great. I'll definitely support it then and make sure the sales go through the roof. That's right, we can't let Luo Chen suffer too much. That's right, we have to keep up appearances. Netizens are very excited. Deng Ziqi, however, was still thinking about the previous question. Namely, which variety show featured the person wearing a mask who was actually Luo Chen. She had originally planned to wait for Luo Chen to mention it first. After all, Luo Chen had mentioned on Weibo earlier that he would reveal the answer today. But looking at Luo Chen now, he doesn't seem to have any intention of mentioning it at all. Instead, chatting away enthusiastically with the viewers in the livestream. This made Deng Ziqi a bit impatient. He sent a message in the singers group chat. Can someone remind Luo Chen to announce the answer in the livestream? 2 minutes have passed. No one in the group responded. It seems as though Deng Ziqi never asked at all. Don't you want to lose face? Deng Ziqi immediately understood what the others were thinking. Everyone claimed to be a fan of Luo Chen. He's also considered a public figure. If it were private, it wouldn't matter, and you could ask around. But doing it in a live stream in front of so many people. Shui Qian and the others really didn't want to lose face. The key point is also in their eyes. If we wait a little longer, Luo Chen might speak up on his own. At the very least, someone else will inevitably ask. This matter is not urgent. But they're not in a hurry, they can wait. Deng Ziqi can't hold back anymore. So, Deng Ziqi posted a comment. Can you tell us which masked person is you? Because I had previously sent gifts. So this comment is floating directly above the livestream. Other netizens saw this and immediately reacted. So Deng Ziqi was also looking for Luo Chen on a variety show. Now I have something in common with Deng Ziqi too. Wow, Deng Ziqi is so cute. He couldn't wait any longer and just asked. Who told Luo Chen to keep quiet all this time? This is hilarious. The whole internet is searching for Luo Chen. It seems I was right after all. Exactly. Everyone's been looking for him these past few days, but no one's found him yet. Luo Chen saw the comment Deng Ziqi posted and thought it was pretty funny too. It was just a joke anyway. But I didn't expect everyone to take it so seriously. He had originally planned to mention it later. Now that Deng Ziqi had asked, Luo Chen smiled and said, "Now I know that everyone really cares about me. As for which one is me, I don't think it's that important. The main point I want to convey through this is a lesson. Don't just trust what you see with your eyes, instead, judge with your heart." As soon as these words were spoken, Deng Ziqi was momentarily confused. However, some viewers in the livestream understood what he meant. Luo Chen is being so mean. Isn't he basically saying that no one is his? Is everything fake? So I've been looking for company for nothing these past few days? That's pretty much it, but Luo Chen has a point too. You can't judge things by appearances, you have to look deeper. Deng Ziqi saw the comments. He couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. No wonder I couldn't find it after searching for so long. It turns out there was never a Luo Chen to begin with. The other celebrities also realized what was happening at that moment. Though there was some resentment. But it's not enough to get angry. They knew that Luo Chen was just joking around. However, Luo Chen didn't give them much time to think about it. He quickly changed the subject and said, "To thank everyone for their support, I'll sing a song for you first. Which song would you like to hear me sing?" No sooner had the words left his mouth. The comments started rolling in like crazy. Singing Blue and White Porcelain is the best. Fireworks fade quickly. The east wind breaks through. Hu Haiquan is still the best. In short, everyone was talking about all kinds of songs. It even got to the point where people were arguing. Luo Chen had no choice but to continue speaking. Everyone, there's no need to argue. I'll sing Blue and White Porcelain first, and I'll sing the rest later when I have time. After saying that, Luo Chen started singing along with the accompaniment. The plain canvas outlines the blue flowers, the brushstrokes growing bold then fading. The peony depicted on the vase is as delicate as your first makeup. The delicate lines of the blue and white porcelain. A few minutes later, the song ends. The comments were once again filled with praise and applause. Even though Luo Chen had already said not to send gifts. At this point, everyone started sending gifts again. What's the cosmic heart, unicorn, and Douyin number 1? It really has everything. Gift effects have flooded the livestream. This has caused other streamers on the Douyin platform to see this scene. They were so envious they couldn't stand it. And what happened next with Luo Chen? Also sang several more songs, including Hu Haiquan, Dongfengpa, and Fireworks Are Cold. This left the fans watching the livestream both delighted and a little concerned about Luo Chen's voice. Shen good, you've sung enough. Shen good, you've sung enough. Yeah, no need to sing anymore. Let's just chat. We don't even have to chat. I just need to see Luo Chen. You guys are all perverts. Seeing the comments, Luo Chen felt a warm glow in his heart. Since everyone is saying that, I guess I'll hold off on singing for now. Glancing at the time, I felt it was about right. Earlier, the Douyin platform had already mentioned this to him. That during live streams, he could connect with fans and interact with them. This also helps strengthen the relationship between the streamer and their fans. It also serves as a way to give back to fans as a benefit. Thinking of this, Luo Chen said in a joking tone. It feels like I'm the only one talking here. That's not fair to me. When the fans in the live stream heard this, they didn't understand Luo Chen's meaning. Until Luo Chen continued to say that he wanted to go live with the fans. The fans suddenly understood and went wild. Oh, pick me, pick me. Luo Chen, choose me. I'm Luo Liyin. I'm also beautiful, kind-hearted, and have a lovely voice. It's not just netizens at this moment. In a villa, Reba and Yang Mi exchanged a glance. They immediately realized that the opportunity had arrived. Yang Mi smiled and said, Reba, make sure to let your charm shine through later. Whether Luo Chen can compose the theme song for the TV series depends on you. Upon hearing this, Reba blushed slightly and lowered her head, whispering softly. Luo Chen isn't the kind of person who can be persuaded so easily. That's what she said, but in her heart, she thought, if her charm could really move Luo Chen, that would be wonderful. Yang Mi, however, was unaware of Reba's thoughts and was still cheering her on. It wasn't just Yang Mi and her group at that moment, others like Deng Jiqi and the like were also silently praying that Luo Chen would connect with them. Soon, Luo Chen continued. There are too many people, and I can't choose. Let's do this, I'll turn on the live streaming feature, and whoever gets it first will be the one. Countdown now. 3, 2, 1. As soon as I shouted 1, it showed that someone had successfully connected. Immediately afterward, a tall, slender woman with a curvaceous figure and a delicate face appeared on the screen. Upon seeing that familiar face, everyone was startled for a moment, then immediately realized. This is Hot Ba. This can't be a prank by Douyin, can it? Hot Ba is also Douyin's spokesperson, and she even went live with Luo Chen. Does this mean that Reba is secretly watching Luo Chen's livestream? Oh my gosh, could Reba be secretly crushing on Luo Chen? It's not just Reba. Didn't Deng Ziqi do the same thing before? Wow, how many female celebrities are secretly into Luo Chen? Sigh, who can blame them? Luo Chen is just so charming. When Deng Ziqi saw that the person connected with Luo Chen wasn't him, he felt a little disappointed. And then saw someone in the chat saying that he was secretly crushing on Luo Chen, which made him feel a bit shy. However, when I saw that it was really Ni and Luo Chen going live together, I felt a bit embarrassed. Even though she had already made arrangements with the Douyin platform beforehand. But I'm still very excited and surprised. Chapter 109, Composing a Theme Song on the Spot? Reba was thrilled. But when Luo Chen saw that the person connected to him was Reba, he was a bit stunned. It was clearly an event she organized herself to connect with her fans. And it just so happened to connect with Reba? Fortunately, Luo Chen reacted quickly. He hurriedly greeted her, Hello, Miss Reba, it's a pleasure to be connected with you. Reba smiled brightly, Hello, Luo Chen. I'm very happy too. It was just a simple greeting. But the viewers in the live stream saw the smiles on both of their faces. It felt so beautiful and sweet. It instantly captured the hearts of CP fans. There were also many comments calling for the two to be together. When Reba saw the comments, she seemed a bit shy. Her cheeks also flushed a bit. She looked absolutely stunning. Yang Mi, standing nearby, saw Reba looking like a lovesick teenager. worried that the live stream time wouldn't be enough. Can't help but quietly remind. The theme song. Reba finally came to her senses. She said, somewhat embarrassed. Luo Chen, actually, there's something I need to ask you for help with. I just don't know if you're available. You need my help with something? Luo Chen was slightly taken aback, wondering what could be so important for Reba to ask him. However, he smiled and said, Hotba, go ahead and tell me what's on your mind. Reba, no longer feeling shy, quickly explained the matter of wanting Luo Chen to compose the theme song for the TV series. By the time Reba finished speaking, Luo Chen was just about to respond. He noticed Fong Lan pointing at herself and then making an X gesture. Luo Chen immediately understood that this must be because Reba and the others had already approached the company earlier. However, they had been rejected by Fong Lan. However, Reba said that the TV series was 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, 8 Miles of Peach Blossoms. And the theme song is available in the system store. All you need to do is redeem it. It's not much trouble, so Luo Chen smiled and said. Since Hotba has said so, it wouldn't be good for me to refuse. I can help you create the theme song. Why don't you send me the script file right now? Send it now? Are you in a hurry? She was already very happy after hearing Luo Chen agree. Today's goal had been achieved. Now look at Luo Chen, he's in such a hurry. She didn't quite understand Luo Chen's meaning at first. But she immediately sent the script file via WeChat. Luo Chen didn't hesitate and opened the file directly. After a quick glance, he found it to be almost identical to the TV series on Earth. Luo Chen then exchanged the song from the system store. At the same time, if he remembered correctly, both Reba and Yang Mi appear in this TV series. At the time, it was quite popular on Earth. The theme song was also very popular with many people. A good song should be heard by as many people as possible. With that in mind, Luo Chen then asked Fong Lan to fetch him some paper and a pen. Since it was a live broadcast, all of his actions were clearly visible to the viewers. Upon seeing Luo Chen's actions, the viewers in the live stream were all stunned. Luo Chen is about to compose a theme song on the spot. After just glancing through the script for no more than 5 minutes, he can already start composing a song? The script file must have a plot summary, right? Isn't this a bit too crazy? Can creative geniuses just do whatever they want? It's probably just a flash of inspiration. If I could actually create something like that right away, I'd be truly impressed. Don't even try to convince me, I'm already bowing down in admiration. When Reba saw Luo Chen's actions, she finally understood why Luo Chen had asked him to send the script file right away. Creating on the spot this kind of operation was something she had never seen before. It wasn't just her at that moment, all the netizens watching Luo Chen's livestream, as well as the celebrity artists, couldn't believe it. In their eyes, Luo Chen probably just had some inspiration. Which is why he wanted to write it down first. So I won't forget. However, Luo Chen's next words made them realize they were wrong. They saw Luo Chen take the paper and pen from Fong Lan's hands. Then smiled and said, I think Reba is quite concerned about this matter and should be in a hurry. So I'll get it written up for you as soon as possible. Write it as soon as possible? Reba swears she had no idea that as soon as possible meant that. Looking at Luo Chen's expression, it was clearly time to write immediately. Although she's not a singer, she has seen others compose theme songs. Those creators read the script over and over again. Then they begin the creative process. Even when inspiration strikes, it still takes a long time to turn it into a finished piece. I have never seen anyone like Luo Chen before. Just as someone said in the comments. After reading the script in less than 5 minutes, I started writing. Speaking of Luo Chen, he placed an A4 sheet of paper on the table. And slightly lowered his head. The tip of the pen glides across the paper. It makes a rustling sound. The live streaming equipment that Yuehua Entertainment prepared for Luo Chen was top-notch. Not to mention that the camera even directly captured Luo Chen's songwriting process. The audience could see it quite clearly. And it was so clear that it was almost too much. At this point, everyone was even more shocked. Holy crap, this is for real. They're actually creating it on the spot. This is way too impressive. To be honest, Luo Chen's handwriting is actually quite nice. He's still writing the melody, and you can already tell his handwriting is good? On the other side, Reba and Yang Mi exchanged a glance. The shock was beyond words. Because they didn't want their voices to appear on the live stream. Yang Mi whispered softly. Reba, Luo Chen is both handsome and talented. You'd better make the most of this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Reba glanced sideways at Luo Chen on the screen. She thought to herself, I'd love to, but who knows what Luo Chen is thinking. If it were anyone else, Reba believed she was still quite charming. But when it came to Luo Chen, she truly had no confidence. Just then, Luo Chen seemed to think of something and suddenly looked up. And said to the camera. I forgot to mention earlier, I might need a few more minutes to finish writing the song. I hope everyone can wait a little longer. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Chen lowered his head and continued writing. While the netizens still thought that Luo Chen couldn't come up with anything. Wow, Luo Chen's heavy breathing almost gave me a heart attack. Yeah, I thought he was going to say that today's livestream was over. Exactly, I also think he's run out of creative inspiration. Just as netizens were quietly watching Luo Chen create. A gift arrangement composed of 500 cosmic hearts floated across the livestream. Upon closer inspection, everyone realized it was a gift from Reba. This generous gesture once again left netizens in awe. Wow, 500 cosmic hearts. That's over 1 million in tips. Reba is so generous. Is this a reward for how hard Luo Chen worked on the song? Come on, that's so shallow. At the same time, many Douyin users, when they saw this gift package floating by, everyone was left speechless. What did Luo Chen do to make Reba send so many gifts? With this question in mind, everyone clicked on the link. This led to the live stream's popularity surged to 20 million. When the later viewers saw that Luo Chen was actually composing a song, they were all puzzled by what he was doing. Fortunately, there were still kind-hearted people in the live stream. Soon, someone explained the entire situation from start to finish. Fortunately, no one knew the truth. Everyone assumed that Luo Chen was writing a song because he had suddenly been inspired to create one. But when they found out that Luo Chen had only spent 5 minutes glancing at the script, and then wanted to create the theme song for the TV series, suddenly, I didn't know what to say. Meanwhile, many netizens have also shared this incident online. The news quickly went viral online. Soon, with the efforts of a large number of onlookers, Luo Chen created a theme song on the spot during his livestream. Reba directly sent Luo Chen over 1 million gifts. These two topics made it onto Weibo's real-time trending topics list. Luo Chen's popularity was already sky-high. And Reba is one of the hottest female celebrities in Manhwa. She has a huge fan base. So whether it's Luo Chen writing songs on the spot in the livestream, or Reba sending gifts to Luo Chen, both of these things are enough to capture everyone's attention. This has also led to a surge of people flooding back into Luo Chen's livestream. Soon, the livestream's viewership surged from 20 million to 30 million. Staff members monitoring Luo Chen's livestream data in the Douyin backend. They immediately reported this situation to Hiyao. Upon hearing that Luo Chen's livestream had surpassed 30 million viewers, Hiyao was so excited she couldn't contain herself. Originally, when she saw Luo Chen go live, there were already 10 million viewers. Hiyao immediately thought that signing Luo Chen as the Douyin spokesperson was a great decision. The best decision she had ever made on Douyin. But now it seems, it's not just a matter of being right. It's absolutely amazing. The higher the viewership for Luo Chen's livestream, the greater the rewards they'll receive on Douyin. And she is the person in charge of this matter. The more benefits she receives, the greater the benefits she receives. Rewards will certainly not be lacking, and you might even get a promotion. Time is ticking away, second by second. 8 minutes have already passed since Luo Chen began writing. Although everyone could witness the entire process of Luo Chen's creation, some netizens have grown impatient waiting. Especially some of the male fans of Hotba were already dissatisfied because Reba had sent so many gifts to Luo Chen. When she saw Luo Chen occasionally making changes on the paper, the doubts came flooding in. Is Luo Chen really up to this? If not, just sing. Everyone isn't here to watch you write. Yeah, you're struggling with that writing. You're right, don't push yourself. Just give up while you still can. You're just wasting everyone's time. I don't think the title of creative genius suits you either. What about finishing a TV drama script in 5 minutes and composing the theme song on the spot? Now it seems a bit like showing off. The male fans of Reba are cursing wildly, but Luo Chen's fans aren't pushovers either. They immediately launched a counterattack. Come on, it's only been a few minutes. You can't be in such a hurry. Writing takes time, let alone composing a song. Exactly. If you don't want to watch, just leave. No one invited you here. I think you're just asking for trouble. You insist on watching, and then you make a big fuss about it. Reba saw the heated debate in the comments. She felt a little guilty toward Luo Chen. If it weren't for her, things wouldn't have turned out this way. If Luo Chen hadn't written the song, it would have had a huge impact on him. Even if Luo Chen were to create the song himself. If it's not good, it will still be criticized by everyone. As a public figure, Reba is well aware of cyberbullying. This is not just something that comes to mind for Reba. Deng Ziqi, who boasts of being Luo Chen's #1 fan, is equally worried about Luo Chen at this moment. Even Xue Qian and the others now showed signs of worry on their faces. Soon, it was 10 minutes after Luo Chen had begun writing. Luo Chen put down his pen. He looked up and smiled slightly at the camera. Sorry for keeping everyone waiting. Chapter 110, a song written in just 15 minutes. Is this amazing? Seeing Luo Chen's actions, the viewers in the live stream were all buzzing with excitement. Was this scripted? I've been watching the time, and it's only been 10 minutes. Wow, you wrote a song in just 10 minutes? That's way too fast. It feels like Luo Chen is cheating. Never mind anything else, just looking at the lyrics makes it feel very poetic. Exactly, it's no wonder it's by Luo Chen. The lyrics alone are amazing. Right from the start, there were many fans supporting Luo Chen. However, there were also some male fans of Reba and others who keep questioning. Could it just be a song written on a whim? If it doesn't sound good, I'll be embarrassed. This is the theme song, so it has to fit the TV show itself. For a moment, the comments section was once again filled with heated debate. Speaking of Luo Chen, when he saw that Reba had given so many gifts, he smiled and said, "Thank you for the gift, Ms. Reba. You're too kind." Reba also responded with a smile. "I was just expressing my feelings, nothing more. Spending over $1 million just to express my feelings. No wonder those netizens all call her Hot Bo How." At the same time, Luo Chen also saw the comments in the live stream. Though he didn't really care, letting them argue wasn't what Luo Chen intended. Thinking this, Luo Chen spoke in a low voice. "I've already told everyone before, when looking at issues, you can't just believe what you see with your own eyes, you have to use your heart to judge. Therefore, I hope everyone will take the time to think things through before acting. Ultimately, you should decide whether or not to proceed." Then, Luo Chen took the guitar handed to him by Fanglan. He tuned it briefly. Then he continued. "Time is tight, so we won't need so many instruments to accompany us. Let's just use the guitar today. The name of this song is 3 Lives, 3 Worlds. I hope you all like it." As the words fell, Luo Chen bowed his head slightly and plucked the strings of the zither. A melody that was slightly melancholic and sorrowful drifted into everyone's ears. After the prelude, Luo Chen's deep, magnetic voice rang out. "Unable to hold on to the past, the light of the soul is extinguished. That single tear of farewell burns my chest. Love flows through heaven and earth, a heart races for whom? Across the 4 seas and 8 deserts, where am I? How should the years be laid to rest?" I just sang a line of lyrics. But whether it was the singing or the imagery in the lyrics, all allowed the live stream audience to feel the emotions that Luo Chen was trying to convey through his singing. That bittersweet melancholy of lovers parting ways, those unforgettable memories. It resonates deeply with many viewers. I thought a song created in just 10 minutes wouldn't sound good, but when it's Luo Chen, I realized I was wrong. It's truly excellent poetic lyrics and emotionally charged vocals. Luo Chen is amazing. It's no exaggeration to call him a creative genius. Some people even claimed that Luo Chen hired a ghostwriter or had a team behind him, but this song completely debunks those claims. That's right, Luo Chen's talent is beyond question. On the other side, Reba and Yang Mi exchanged a glance. Both saw disbelief in each other's eyes. The TV series 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, 8 Miles of Peach Blossoms is almost wrapped up. Therefore, the two are naturally very familiar with the script. As for Luo Chen's song, although he only sang a part of it, the emotions it conveys are perfectly in line with the TV series. This also indicates that this song was indeed composed by Luo Chen during this recent period, and that it was done after only spending 5 minutes reading the script. This is simply unbelievable. Of course, Luo Chen had no idea what everyone else was thinking. At that moment, he was still singing. Listen to the wind rustling, beating against someone's sorrowful heart. Longing grows in an instant, making me forget how long the night is. The tears in the palm of my hand grow so hot, I only wish to be madly in love with you for 3 lifetimes. Fallen flowers fill the sky, and once again I smell the fragrance of the zither. Wandering with you through the heavens and earth. By the time the song reaches this point, the helpless and entangled emotions of love are expressed very clearly. At the same time, a sense of sadness and melancholy began to spread among the live stream viewers. Gradually, the number of comments decreased significantly, and everyone seemed to be listening quietly once more. Reba and Yang Mi are even more silent. Their eyes were just a little moist. At that moment, they seemed to be transported by the music, recalling scenes from the filming process. Just then, the sound of the guitar grew louder. Luo Chen's singing also took on a hint of brightness. "If love is too barren, I'll accompany you in a dream. I will redeem all your tears, no matter how far this journey may be. How long have these 3 lifetimes been? Holding hands until the end of time. The wind is bleak, the mist is thick, the rain rolls down, and the snow falls heavily. Every step of the way, I'll be by your side. Hold my hand, don't be afraid, no matter what tomorrow brings. Even if we're destined to wander, even if we're at the ends of the earth." If the first part of the song is about the sorrow of parting and unforgettable memories between lovers, and the helplessness of 2 people who cannot be together forever, then comes the chorus. It's like revealing one's true feelings. "No matter how the world changes, no matter how the seas turn to fields, I will hold your hand until the end of time. Even if it means wandering the ends of the earth, I would do so without hesitation." Everyone felt this emotion in the song. It was also very moving. At the same time, I was once again amazed by Luo Chen's creative talent. Wow, that's so touching. Suddenly, I feel like falling in love too. 3 lifetimes, never parting. It's simply too beautiful. Luo Chen's lyrics are so well written. If it weren't for the live stream, I wouldn't believe this song was written in just 10 minutes. Not only are the lyrics well written, but the singing is also beautiful. There's no showboating, yet the emotions of the song are conveyed perfectly. Exactly. It's this kind of soft, gentle singing. It sounds simple, but it's the most heartfelt. Neither Reba nor Yangmi said a word. They were both lost in deep thought and reminiscence. It was mainly because Luo Chen's song was so well written. At that moment, the scenes from the filming became increasingly vivid in Yang Mi's mind. The 3 lifetimes of love and hatred between Bai Qian, the lady of Qingqiu, and Yi Hua, the grandson of the heavenly emperor. She was deeply immersed in the song. Meanwhile, the nearby Ri Ba was equally captivated by the music. But what was more important was the side profile of Luo Chen on the screen, his head slightly bowed. Ri Ba was already mesmerized. Meanwhile, in the live stream, the wind chime sounds originally in the song were replaced by Luo Chen's whistling. Instantly, the song took on a dreamlike quality. That melody, which is slightly upbeat yet subtle, captivates everyone. Immediately afterward, Luo Chen's voice rang out once more. Listen to the wind rustling, beating against someone's sorrowful heart. Longing grows in an instant, making me forget how long the night is. If love is too barren, I'll accompany you in a dream. I'll redeem all your tears, no matter how far this journey takes us. After a chorus, the guitar's pitch rises another notch. At the same time, Luo Chen's singing has also become more powerful. Holding hands tightly, love never fades. What need is there for a life of glory? All that is flashy eventually fades away, and all that is pursued with determination eventually vanishes with the wind. Why should the path of love be so full of twists and turns? How many storms must we endure before our hearts cease to waver? Let us recount the past together and wait for you. The wind has stopped, and the mist has cleared. The rain has stopped, and the snow has melted. Farewell to the breathtaking moonlight, and I'll be by your side. If the verse is laying the groundwork for the story of love and hate between lovers, then the chorus reinforces their resolve. And the final part serves as the conclusion for the 2 characters. It also elevates the love between the 2 to a higher level. No matter how many storms they face, their hearts remain steadfast. No matter how much time it takes. Even if the wind stops, the fog dissipates, the rain ceases, and the snow melts, I will still be here waiting with you. I will still be by your side. What a beautiful and resolute declaration. It left the live audience in awe and moved them deeply. As they grow older, many people actually begin to slowly lose faith in love. But Luo Chen is now using this song to tell them, no matter how the world changes, no matter how time passes, as long as 2 people love each other, love is always worth trusting. The most important thing is to have that unwavering belief. Ah, this song is absolutely amazing, so beautiful. If love is too barren, I'll accompany you in your dreams. The lyrics are amazing. I wish I could dream like that too, filled with love, hate, and passion. Alas, I'm uneducated. All I can say is, you're amazing, to Luo Chen. 5 minutes to read the script, 10 minutes to write the theme song, and it sounds so good. You're so talented. Luo Chen showed us with his actions what can be accomplished in just 15 minutes. Ha, you could write the theme song for a TV drama in 15 minutes. All I can say is that this move was so impressive, it made my scalp tingle. Even after the song ended, Reba and Yangmi were still lost in the music. Yangmi was fine, though, since she wasn't on camera, and no one noticed her. But Reba, with her delicate hands cradling her cheeks and her eyes filled with adoration, is vividly displayed on the screen. Many male fans were left heartbroken upon seeing it. However, many CP fans also think that Heba and Luo Chen are a great match. As a result, the comments section erupted in another heated debate. But no matter which side you're on, you can't help but admit it. Heba just looked really cute. But that cuteness doesn't belong to them. At the same time, many people have also started another round of gift-giving frenzy. What's this about the heart of the universe, unicorn, and Douyin #1? Even though Luo Chen had previously said not to send gifts, they still went crazy sending them after listening to this song. It can only be said that everyone is pretty generous. Speaking of Luo Chen, after he finished singing, he placed the guitar he was holding aside. He smiled and said, I wonder if Hot Ba Jia is satisfied with this song, 3 lives, 3 worlds? Ha! Upon hearing Luo Chen's voice, Reba suddenly snapped back to reality. Looking at Reba's expression, Luo Chen smiled and asked again. Reba felt a little embarrassed. But she still smiled and replied, I'm very satisfied. This song is really beautiful. Luo Chen, you're truly amazing. Thank you. Luo Chen responded politely. After chatting for a while longer, the 2 ended their call. At this point, Luo Chen also felt something was off. How could it be such a coincidence that he happened to come across Reba? Of course, Luo Chen naturally had no idea what the specific circumstances were. However, to ease his mind and also to compensate the fans, Luo Chen also decided to go live with a fan again. When this news was announced in the live stream, the audience went wild. Everyone was hoping to be the lucky one. Of course, in the end, the opportunity was snatched up by a girl. Meanwhile, many people had already shared the live stream video online after Luo Chen finished singing 3 Lives, 3 Worlds. It immediately caused a huge stir online. Chapter 111, First Album New Era. After watching Luo Chen's livestream where he composed and performed the song, many people, their initial reaction was, impossible. But after calming down, I realized how ridiculous that idea was. It's a live broadcast, after all, with so many people watching. Moreover, Hotba also provided the script file on the spot. How can all of this not be real? But it is precisely this reality that leaves them even more shocked. Unbelievable. 15 minutes. It only took 15 minutes to create such a beautiful song. This is absolutely crazy. A normal person couldn't even finish reading a script in 15 minutes, yet Luo Chen has already finished the theme song. Writing a song in 15 minutes is already tough enough, let alone a TV series theme song. I'm impressed. From now on, I'll only admire Luo Chen as a creative genius. He's truly amazing. No wonder he was called the hope of China's musical revival by Lu Han. Lu Chen is truly amazing. Netizens are in awe, and even celebrities within the industry are equally amazed. Many of them are singers themselves, so they know firsthand how difficult it is to create a song. Not to mention that the lyrics of Luo Chen's song are so poetic, and the song itself is so beautiful. Many singer-songwriters were impressed by Luo Chen's performance today. Finally realized just how vast the gap between themselves and Luo Chen truly is. Similarly, the emergence of 3 Lives, 3 Worlds further solidified Luo Chen's reputation as a genius. Despite this, Luo Chen did not require such fame to enhance his reputation. However, thanks to the efforts of netizens. Hashtag creative genius Luo Chen hashtag. Hashtag composing a TV drama theme song in 15 minutes hashtag. Hashtag 3 Lives, 3 Worlds hashtag. 3 topics quickly made it to the top of Weibo's trending list. And as time goes on, their rankings continue to rise. Let's talk about Luo Chen here. After chatting with the last fan for a while, not long after, Luo Chen ended today's live stream. Of course, before closing the live stream, Luo Chen took a quick look at the gift amounts. He estimated that he had at least 10 million in his hands. In other words, Luo Chen received nearly 20 million in gifts from just one live stream. Such a rapid pace of earning money left Fang Lan and Chang Xiao, who were watching nearby, speechless with astonishment. Chang Xiao quietly estimated his annual income and found it to be roughly around 1 or 2 million. In other words, Luo Chen's income from a single live stream was at least equivalent to half of Chang Xiao's annual income. That's terrifying. Of course, this also made her gaze toward Luo Chen with a newfound sparkle in her eyes. Taking advantage of Luo Chen's inattention, she left a red lip mark on his cheek. Luo Chen turned his head and gently scraped her delicate nose. Then greeted Fang Lan. Then he went back to rest. Nothing happened that night. By the next day, the topic about Luo Chen from yesterday had not only failed to die down, but rather seemed to be growing more intense. Even the hashtag Luo Chen composes the theme song for the TV series 3 Lives, 3 Worlds in 15 minutes is trending. This topic has directly topped the charts. This also allowed more people to see Luo Chen's livestream from yesterday. When people saw that Luo Chen could create such a beautiful song in just 15 minutes, many people once again sought out Fang Lan. They wanted Luo Chen to help them write songs. However, they were still politely refused by Fang Lan. Some people, though, were still a bit reluctant. They can only accept it when faced with Luo Chen and his group. After all, whether it was Luo Chen's current company, Yuehua Entertainment, or Luo Chen himself, who is involved in the promotion of Longhua Feng music, they don't want to offend him. It was only after Fang Lan had dismissed these people. She immediately received a call from Jiang Yan. Director Jiang, is something wrong? Mr. Fang, I do have something I need your help with. Please go ahead. Well, it's almost time for the New Year's Eve gala, and the station management has asked me to direct it. I would like to invite Luo Chen to participate in our Hangzhou TV station's New Year's Eve gala. Could you please help me talk to Luo Chen? It's mainly to ask him to consider it. I really want him to come. Fang Lan heard this and pondered for a moment, and replied, Director Jiang, I can't give you an answer right now. I'll discuss it with Luo Chen and get back to you later. Jiang Yan knew that Fang Lan was telling the truth, so he agreed. However, in the end, he still asked Fang Lan to put in a good word for him, to allow Luo Chen to attend if possible. Fang Lan agreed to this. What Fang Lan didn't expect was that, after hanging up the phone with Jiang Yan, Su Xiang's phone rang, and the purpose of his call was the same as Jiang Yan's. It was to invite Luo Chen to attend the New Year's Eve gala. Upon hearing this, Fang Lan's expression grew somewhat peculiar. However, she replied to Su Xiang in the same manner. Su Xiang was well aware of Luo Chen's current status, And in the end, he could only ask Fong Lan for a favor. And then hung up the phone. I thought that was the end of it. But then, one after another, directors and producers from several local TV stations started calling Fong Lan. With one goal in mind. That is to invite Luo Chen to participate in their station's New Year's Eve gala. Fong Lan could only use the excuse that she needed to discuss it with Luo Chen. And replied to them first. So, by the time Luo Chen and Chang Xiao arrived at Fong Lan's office, they saw Fong Lan sitting on the chair with a helpless expression on her face. Upon seeing this, Chang Xiao hurriedly asked, Lan Jia, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Fong Lan sighed and said, It's not that I'm uncomfortable, it's just that I'm feeling a bit emotional. Reflections? Chang Xiao was puzzled. What's there to feel nostalgic about? Fong Lan recounted the events of the morning. Then she asked, Luo Chen, which TV station's evening show are you planning to attend? Upon hearing this, Luo Chen paused for a moment. And replied, let's go to Hangqing Tai then. Fong Lan nodded. In truth, he had already guessed that Luo Chen would choose Hangzhou TV station. First of all, Hangqing TV station has a pretty good reputation. Secondly, the appearance fee is also decent. Of course, this isn't the main reason. Because, given Luo Chen's current appearance fee, other stations wouldn't dare to make an issue out of it either. It can only be said that Hangqing TV and Luo Chen still have some ties. Especially since the director of this New Year's Eve gala is Jiang Yan. Given this, it's not hard to guess why Luo Chen would choose Jiang Yan. However, Chang Xiao, who was standing nearby, didn't dwell on the matter. Instead, he continued with the previous question. So, Lan Jia, what exactly were you feeling earlier? Fong Lan glanced at her. Said, actually, it's nothing. I was just thinking that Luo Chen has really become a hot singer now. In this regard, Luo Chen is the most popular artist at Yuehua Entertainment. Chang Xiao had originally thought it was something else. He never expected it to be this. The words slipped out before he could stop himself. In my opinion, Luo Chen is the best. He's already the hottest artist in our company, even better than Han Gung. Hearing her words, Fong Lan replied coldly. Don't go spreading that around outside. Chang Xiao nodded in agreement. She wasn't stupid, she naturally understood that if this got out, it would still have an impact on Luo Chen. Immediately afterward, Fong Lan spoke again. Luo Chen, I went to check just now, and the album has been produced according to your requirements. You can take a look later. If everything is okay, we can start mass production. There are only 10 days left until the release date, so time is still quite tight. Many people in the industry are also keeping an eye on us, so this album release absolutely cannot go wrong. Luo Chen nodded in understanding. He had put a lot of effort into this album. And he absolutely cannot afford to fail. After all, as Fong Lan said, after the news that he was going to release an album spread, many people in the industry were paying close attention to them. If the album sales are too poor or other issues arise, then the rumors surrounding Luo Chen will certainly not be few. These days, there are certainly no shortage of envious people who would take advantage of someone's misfortune. Thinking of this, Luo Chen muttered to himself. Is this what they mean by he who wears the crown must bear its weight? Though the voice is faint. There were only 3 people in the office, and they were chatting together at the time. Therefore, Luo Chen's words were naturally overheard by Fong Lan and Chang Xiao. Chang Xiao might have just thought the statement was pretty cool. However, Fong Lan felt that Luo Chen's words truly captured the essence of the situation they were currently facing. She couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Luo Chen was indeed more than just a musical genius, but also possesses such foresight in his approach to problems. This time, the release of Luo Chen's album. If anything goes wrong, it would indeed cause significant trouble for Luo Chen. But if it succeeds, then Luo Chen's position within the industry will become even more solidified. Perhaps it is truly as Luo Chen said. He's wearing the crown. At this critical moment, Fong Lan became even more diligent. Following Fong Lan's lead, Luo Chen went to see the finished album. The album cover was designed by Luo Chen himself. It features Luo Chen wearing a black traditional Chinese robe with a golden dragon pattern embroidered on the right side of the chest, and he is performing the traditional Chinese fist salute toward the audience. This is the same outfit Luo Chen wore when he performed Hui Yuanjia on the stage of The Voice of Dreams. However, this cover looks more high quality. The album title is New Era. The meaning is also quite straightforward. It's about us starting a new era of Chinese style fashion. After reviewing the album, Luo Chen found no issues. Fong Lan immediately made arrangements and instructed the company to arrange for mass production. Meanwhile, the official Weibo account of Yuehua Entertainment Company has also officially announced the release of Luo Chen's new album. Luo Chen's debut solo album, New Era, will be released on December 18th. Stay tuned. The album cover featuring Luo Chen has also been added. Immediately after that, Luo Chen also announced the release of his album on December 18th through his personal social media accounts and Douyin account. Even though Luo Chen had already mentioned this news in his livestream earlier. When everyone saw it again, they were still very excited. Especially the album cover, which has left some female fans absolutely speechless. Chapter 112, this is an album that marks the beginning of a new era in music. Luo Chen is releasing an album. The impact of this news is no less than when Luo Chen created the theme song in just 15 minutes during a livestream. In fact, since there were already several topics related to Luo Chen trending on the hot search list. As a result, the buzz around Luo Chen's upcoming album release on December 18th is gaining momentum even faster. Within just a few hours, it has already climbed to the top of the Weibo trending charts. Despite the fact that everyone has long since grown accustomed to seeing topics related to Luo Chen trending on the charts. But it was just a simple announcement of an album release. It even made it to the trending topics, leaving those in the industry feeling quite shocked. After all, they are so desperate for a spot on the trending list, yet it is so difficult to achieve. But here with Luo Chen, it's as simple as eating and drinking. In fact, many netizens have commented under Luo Chen's Weibo post, leaving messages expressing their anticipation for Luo Chen's album. They looked as though they couldn't wait for the album to go on sale right away. This scene left them in awe. The current Luo Chen was indeed unrecognizable from his former self. At the same time, they also want to see how many copies of Luo Chen's album will be sold this time. If it's too low, that would be embarrassing. Soon it was December 15th. Which means there are only 3 days left until the release of Luo Chen's album. Perhaps it's because Luo Chen's popularity has become too overwhelming. The official music website of Manhwa Music Network, has announced its sales forecast for Luo Chen's latest album. 3 million copies. This news spread like wildfire, leaving many netizens in awe. No way, 3 million. Is that number for real? As far as I know, no one has sold that many albums in the last 10 years. Forget about 3 million. The highest sales in the past decade were probably by Lin Junjie, but even he only sold around 1 million at the time. 1 million in sales is a platinum album, 2 million is double platinum, and 3 million is triple platinum. If Luo Chen's album sales can reach 3 million, it'll be a triple platinum album. Luo Chen seems very popular right now, but achieving the milestone of a triple platinum album is still quite challenging, isn't it? I also think it's a bit of a long shot. Album sales are generally pretty low these days. Although Manhwa Music Network has provided a sales forecast for Luo Chen's album, but few believe that Luo Chen's album will achieve triple platinum status. Some even said, Manhwa Music Network has made an effort to help everyone better visualize what 3 million album sales actually mean. We have compiled and released the album sales rankings of singers over the past decade. Manhwa Music Network is an official organization. Both its credibility and reliability are very high. And after viewing the rankings, netizens, they found that it was indeed as someone had commented earlier. Over the past decade, Lin Junjie has had the highest album sales. One of his albums achieved platinum status. Total sales reached 1.35 million copies. After seeing this chart, those netizens who had already predicted that Luo Chen's album would sell 3 million copies were now expressing even stronger doubts. Some people even went to the Manhwa Music website to ask why they had made such a high prediction for Luo Chen's album sales. In response, Manhwa Music website responded that Luo Chen has a large fan base. This response, the netizens are actually not satisfied with. But the Manhwa Music website responded to them once, and that was enough. So why would they bother answering every question? The closer it gets to the release of Luo Chen's album, the more skeptical voices emerge online. Many of Luo Chen's fans saw this situation. However, they did not engage in online debates with them, but instead encouraged myself in private, thinking that even if they couldn't make steamed buns, they could at least save face. I must make sure that Luo Chen's album sells 3 million copies. This idea happens to align perfectly with Luo Chen's own thoughts, because Luo Chen has always believed that arguing endlessly is no match for letting the facts speak for themselves. Since none of you believe his album can sell 3 million copies, then Luo Chen will just have to show them. Some things cannot be deduced by common sense. Some people also cannot be viewed through the lens of common sense. As the time draws near, many offline physical record stores have also started to source their inventory from Yuehua Entertainment. However, it is likely due to the influence of online platforms. They didn't order much stock. Basically, each store only orders around 10,000 to 20,000 pieces. The most important thing is, with the advent of the internet age, the physical record stores that once lined the streets and alleys are now few and far between. Take Longdu as an example. There are probably only about 20 left now. Plus, these are mostly concentrated in major cities. There are still physical record stores around. So, Fong Lan did some calculations. The total number of albums that had been imported into all record stores was around 800,000. In other words, even if all the albums in these stores were sold out, It would only amount to 800,000. Not to mention that many shop owners actually sold out the entire album. They didn't have high hopes either. It is worth mentioning that among these 800,000, 300,000 were taken by a record store. The store is called Absolute Sound Record Store. It just opened last year. The address is in Longdu. The owner's name is Xiao Ju, a young man in his 20s. Many record store owners remained calm on the surface when they saw him bring in so many of Luo Chen's albums. But behind his back, they were all mocking him. They think he's a greenhorn. In today's sluggish record market, they still dare to stock so much merchandise? They're probably going to lose money. But what they don't know is, Xiao Ju is actually a fan of Luo Chen. He really loves Luo Chen's songs. And I also really like this album by Luo Chen. He is particularly fond of it and believes it will definitely achieve sales of 3 million copies. This is a fan's trust in Luo Chen. He also believes that Luo Chen will not let him down. Even when everyone else was not very optimistic. The clock struck 11 p.m. on December 17. That means there's only 1 hour left before the album goes on sale. This time, Luo Chen's album release is divided into 2 parts. One is, as previously mentioned, for sale in physical record stores. Here, physical albums are sold at a fixed price of 60 Manhwa coins per album. Another option is a digital album available for download on music streaming platforms. Primarily on 3 music websites, Manhwa Music Network, Penguin Music Network, and Wangi Cloud Music Network. The price for digital albums is set at 48 Manhwa coins per album. Of course, on these 3 music websites, you can also purchase physical albums. Leave your address, and the album will be shipped to you via express delivery. Time is ticking away. Even though it was late at night. But many people were still awake. Fans were waiting to buy Luo Chen's album. Industry insiders are waiting to see how well Luo Chen's album sells. In any case, everyone has their own opinions. Even online, there's been another heated debate over the prediction that the album sales will reach 3 million copies. There's only 1 hour left. I'll see how many people actually buy Luo Chen's album. Hey, don't go and sell 10,000 copies in an hour and make a joke of it. 10,000 copies or more. After all, Shui Qian and the others said they'd each buy 10,000 copies. I estimate there should be at least 50,000 copies. What's the difference between that and 10,000 copies? If Luo Chen's album sales flop this time, that'll be hilarious. Finally, the clock struck midnight. As soon as the time arrived, Longwei Music, Penguin Music, and Wangi Cloud Music. With just one click, you can see Luo Chen's album cover on the homepage banner. It shows Luo Chen wearing a black traditional Chinese robe with a golden dragon pattern embroidered on the right side of his chest, performing the traditional Chinese bowing gesture. To put it simply, this cover alone is enough to attract a lot of people. Plus, the confident tagline. Luo Chen's debut solo album, New Era, is now available across all platforms. This will be an album that ushers in a new era of music. The album cover is incredibly stylish, and the promotional tagline is bold and daring. Many of Luo Chen's fans saw this scene. They were overjoyed. Without hesitation, I clicked buy. However, in the eyes of those who disliked Luo Chen, anger naturally arose. An album that ushers in a new era of music, this is just too wild. Do you really think you can save the music of the Dragon Kingdom? Ning Mingfan is one of those who can't stand Luo Chen. The reason is simply because he is a male fan of Riba. When he saw his idol being so kind to Luo Chen during the livestream, she even sent Luo Chen so many gifts. Ning Mingfan couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Of course, he couldn't very well go and beat up Luo Chen either. But that didn't stop him from cursing Luo Chen's album to sell poorly. Thinking of this, he noticed that 3 minutes had already passed. He couldn't help but wonder how well Luo Chen's album sales were doing. So he clicked on it too. Instantly, all the song information for the album appeared. 1. Blue and White Porcelain. 2. Fireworks Are Cold. 3. Half City, Half Sand. 4. The First of the Hua Family. 5. 1,000 Times. 6. Benchao Gongmu. 7. The East Wind Breaks. 8. Double Nunchucks. 9. The Red Dancer. 10. Guanshan Wine. 11. Yushi Sai. 12. Along the River during the Qingming Festival. It must be said that despite disliking Luo Chen as a person, many of the songs on this album are familiar to Ning Mingfan. And I must admit, the songs are indeed catchy. If this were any other singer, any of these songs could easily be the lead single for an album. But Luo Chen put them all on the same album, which can only be described as talented and unrestrained. At the same time, Ning Mingfan also thought of a problem at this moment. That many of the songs on this album were ones that Luo Chen had previously performed on the show. Many people have heard them before. This is equivalent to the songs on this album for them. There's no mystery to it. If there's anything mysterious about it, it's probably the double-ended staff song. But Ning Mingfan absolutely doesn't believe that a single song could possibly drive the sales of an entire album. Thinking about it, Ning Mingfan muttered to himself, I don't believe your album sales will go up like this. If the sales are too poor, just wait and see how people on the internet will criticize you. But would things really turn out the way he imagined? Chapter 113, The Terrifying Money-Sucking Ability, Unparalleled Shock. To verify his hypothesis, he checked the sales figures for Luo Chen's album. Ning Mingfan clicked to purchase the single double stick. This is because only those who purchase the album tracks can view the album's sales figures. However, something unexpected happened. When he clicked purchase, the interface did not display a purchase confirmation. Instead, a friendly reminder border appears. This album does not currently support single track purchases. If you wish to purchase individual tracks, please do so after January 18. Single track purchases not available? Do you have to wait a month to buy it? Otherwise, you have to buy the entire album? When Ning Mingfan saw this scene, he was completely dumbfounded. He had never seen anyone sell albums like this before. Generally speaking, singers are paid based on the sales of their entire albums. However, when purchasing, customers can choose to buy a single track from the album. Or they can purchase the entire album. In other words, everyone is free to choose. This has led to many singers have a certain hit song in their albums that sells well, but the sales of the other songs, or even the entire album, are not doing well. However, in Luo Chen's case, such purchases of individual tracks are strictly prohibited. As a result, anyone wishing to purchase the songs must now opt to buy the entire album. Realizing this, Ning Mingfan couldn't help but feel indignant once again. There was no doubt about it. Luo Chen chose to sell his album in this way. It's because he has enough confidence in his album, believing that with his current popularity and catchy songs, there will be enough people to purchase the entire album. They don't have to resort to selling singles like other singers do. Despite the anger, but I still want to know the sales figures for Luo Chen's album. Ning Mingfan still had no choice but to buy the album. He then clicked to purchase the digital album. In his view, the number of people purchasing digital albums would definitely be greater than those purchasing physical albums. If even digital album sales aren't doing well, then he concluded that Luo Chen's album sales this time were not good. But when he clicked to purchase, another payment interface popped up. It clearly states that 48 Dragon Country coins are required for payment. 48 Dragon coins? What the hell? Ning Mingfan wasn't buying a singer's album for the first time either. Other singers charge no more than 3 Manhwa coins per song. Some singers even produce singles of lower quality yet still aim to boost sales. They even set the price of a song at 2 Dragon coins. However, Luo Chen's album has 12 songs. It actually costs 48 Dragon Country coins. This means that the price of a single song is 4 Dragon Country coins. It seems like there's only a 1 Dragon coin difference. But many people purchase them, and over time, the small amounts add up to a significant figure. Moreover, even digital albums are so expensive these days. What about physical albums? Aren't they more expensive? Ning Mingfan didn't hesitate and cancelled the payment interface directly, and then clicked to purchase the physical album. Immediately, the payment interface displayed that 60 Manhwa coins were required. Sure enough, physical albums are selling for 5 Dragon coins per song, which left Ning Mingfan feeling somewhat shocked. After all, in the era of online music, albums are already hard to sell. Not to mention the current downturn in the music market in Manhwa. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been 10 years since. Lin Junjae, who achieved the highest album sales, has only sold 1.35 million copies. And this album was released 7 years ago. Over the past 7 years, the music market in Manhwa has become even more depressed. In such circumstances, Ning Mingfan just couldn't believe it. Luo Chen set the album price so high. Sales will still be good. With this mindset, Ning Mingfan finally clicked to purchase Luo Chen's digital album. After all, it was still 12 Dragon Country coins short. After buying the album, Ning Mingfan didn't rush to listen to the songs right away. Instead, he clicked on the real-time sales column of the album. That was his original intention. It's just that when the interface displayed it, Ning Mingfan was dumbfounded. Album real-time sales, 76,754 copies. The first reaction upon seeing this number. You must have misread it. No hesitation. Ning Mingfan took off his glasses and wiped them repeatedly several times. He put them back on and looked again. It's still the same number. Damn it! Ning Mingfan couldn't help but exclaim aloud. At the same time, he caught a glimpse of the time in the bottom right corner of the computer screen, 008. Bang! Ning Mingfan slapped his hand on the table. The pain in his hand made him realize that it was all real. In other words, Luo Chen's album sold over 70,000 copies in just 8 minutes. A terrifying speed, a terrifying sales figure. At that moment, Ning Mingfan finally understood why Luo Chen had set the rule that the album could only be purchased in its entirety. It wasn't just because Luo Chen had confidence in his own album. He also has confidence in his fans. This is just the NetEase cloud music platform. What about the other two major platforms? Suddenly, this thought popped into Ning Mingfan's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Mingfan directly opened the Penguin Music website on his computer. As soon as he entered the interface, it suddenly crashed and exited. Ning Mingfan didn't pay much attention to it and opened the website again. But the same thing happened again. By the time he did it for the 5th time, he couldn't get in at all. Is the website down? With that thought in mind, Ning Mingfan switched to another music website, Manhwa Music Network. As an official music website, the technical aspects were flawless. Ning Mingfan easily accessed the album purchase interface. This time, he chose to purchase the physical album. The prices on all platforms are the same, at 60 Dragon Country coins. After payment is completed, Ning Mingfan also directly clicked on the real-time sales column for the album. Upon seeing it, he was completely stunned once again. Album real-time sales, 32,333 copies. And it's only been 15 minutes. After all, this is a physical album. The price is high, but let's not even go there. Now is the age of online music. How many people would still use albums to listen to music? So generally speaking, those who purchase physical albums are the most loyal fans. They don't buy them to listen to either. They're for collecting, or some people's intentions are even more straightforward. That is simply to support their idols. But looking at it this way, doesn't Luo Chen have way too many loyal fans? Ning Mingfan couldn't figure out what exactly made Luo Chen so charming. But he knew that those who would come to see Luo Chen humiliated this time were basically doomed to fail. Thinking of this, Ning Mingfan opened his Weibo and saw that the official Weibo account of Penguin Music had posted a message. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused by an overwhelming number of users accessing the website simultaneously, which has caused the server to crash. We are currently working to restore the website and will update you as soon as it is back online. We anticipate that the website will be back online within 10 minutes. We sincerely appreciate your patience and understanding. Sure enough, the Penguin website has crashed. Ning Mingfan thought to himself. It was only when he saw many people commenting below the post, urgently requesting to purchase Luo Chen's album and urging the website to act quickly. Ning Mingfan felt deflated, like a balloon that had lost all its air. He looked utterly dejected. Even when seeing the real-time sales data for the album, I had already overestimated the sales figures for Luo Chen's album in my mind. But now Ning Mingfan realized that he might have been wrong after all. Judging by the current situation, the music website in Manhwa has predicted sales of 3 million albums. Luo Chen clearly has the potential to achieve this. In fact, it might even surpass it significantly in the end. Of course, the exact sales figures remain to be seen. No one can know for sure. However, based solely on the achievement of 3 platinum albums, Ning Mingfan knew that Luo Chen's popularity would definitely skyrocket in the future. And this was precisely what he didn't want to see. But what happened next made Ning Mingfan realize that even if he didn't want to admit it, it won't make a difference. Because, an hour later, the 3 major music websites Manhwa Music, Penguin Music, and Wangi Cloud Music directly announced on Weibo that within an hour, the sales figures for Luo Chen's album. Manhwa Music Network, digital album sales, 450,000 copies. Physical album sales, 80,000 copies. Penguin Music Network, digital album sales, 230,000 copies. Physical album sales, 40,000 copies. Wangi Cloud Music, digital album sales, 320,000 copies. Physical album sales, 50,000 copies. This figure stunned everyone. In just 1 hour, the total sales of the digital album reached 1 million copies. The total sales of physical albums reached 170,000 copies. This is no longer something that can be described as simply terrifying. Just like the name of Luo Chen's album New Era. And just as the promotional slogan for Luo Chen's album states, this will be an album that ushers in a new era of music. Needless to say, the album sales alone speak volumes. It has ushered in a new era of music. Looking at it this way, isn't 3 million a piece of cake? Not only is it no problem at all, but Luo Chen even wants to make it a bit more challenging. Everyone thought Luo Chen's album wouldn't reach 3 million in sales and were mocking him, but now? The clowns are actually them? This is hilarious. Luo Chen probably didn't respond earlier because he was waiting for this moment. Exactly, arguing is pointless. Facts speak louder than words. They must be speechless now. How could they not be stunned? They thought they were the ones watching the show, but never expected that they were the ones playing the fool. Luo Chen's fans were all happy for him. However, there are also some curious individuals who have helped Luo Chen calculate the numbers. The total sales of the digital album are 1 million copies. At 48 Dragon Country coins per copy, that totals 48 million. Physical album sales, 170,000 copies at 60 Dragon Country coins each, totaling 10.2 million. When added together, that's 58.2 million. After deducting platform commissions and production costs, etc. Conservative estimate of profit, 36 million. In other words, Luo Chen's album sold 36 million copies within an hour of its release. It generated 36 million in profits. Such an astonishing ability to generate revenue has shocked everyone in the entertainment industry. Aren't singers supposed to be making no money from album sales these days? It said that selling 10 songs is as profitable as appearing on a single episode of a variety show? Why is it completely the opposite here with Luo Chen? Could this be the true meaning behind Luo Chen naming this album The New Era of Music? Chapter 114, Shocking. All classics. If we're talking about the album sales figures before they were released, there were still those who questioned Luo Chen's album. Well, such voices are now virtually non-existent. All that remains is curiosity about what level Luo Chen's album will ultimately reach. Will it truly achieve the triple platinum status predicted by the Dragon Country Music website? Or is it an even higher diamond album? At this moment, no one can give a definitive answer. However, by 8 o'clock in the morning, the three major music websites have once again released sales figures for Luo Chen's album. Manhwa Music Network, digital album sales reached 750,000 copies. Physical album sales, 120,000 copies. Penguin Music Network, digital album sales, 360,000 copies. Physical album sales, 70,000 copies. NetEase Cloud Music, digital album sales, 480,000 copies. Physical album sales, 90,000 copies. In just 8 hours, digital album sales reached 1.59 million copies. Physical album sales also reached 280,000 copies. Everyone is once again amazed by the sales figures for Luo Chen's album. No way, it broke Lin Junjia's record of 1.35 million album sales in just 8 hours? Yeah, that's insane. In just 8 hours, Luo Chen broke a record that had stood for 10 years. It's absolutely unbelievable. The digital album sales are already so high, but the physical albums sold so many copies too. To be honest, I'm blown away. I knew his vocal style was impressive, but I never expected the album sales to be this good. I'm out of here. I'm going to buy one and give it a listen. Unfortunately, I'm not well educated, so all I can say is you're amazing to Luo Chen. I have to say, Luo Chen's fans are really amazing. I bought one, and to be honest, it's really good. Netizens were shocked by the sales figures of Luo Chen's album. Many industry insiders were also surprised when Luo Chen's album was released. Bought it and listened to it. After listening to it, they seemed to understand why Luo Chen had named this album The Meaning of the New Era. Because every single song on this album can be called a classic masterpiece. National-level musician Lu Hong posted a message on Weibo. From the moment I heard Luo Chen's first composition of Blue and White Porcelain, I knew he was a young man with exceptional musical talent. So that time, I did an analysis of Blue and White Porcelain. And since then, I've been keeping an eye on Luo Chen. I've listened to every one of his songs and even conducted in-depth research on them. At just 20 years old, the talent he has demonstrated in music is already enough to astonish the world. Whether it's traditional Chinese-style songs or opera-style songs. Every song, whether it's the lyrics or the arrangement, is truly amazing. You can never quite figure out what he's thinking, but his work is always refreshingly new. This album clearly shows that Luo Chen put a lot of effort into it. Every song on it is a classic. And I can confidently say that this album will be the best album in Dragon Country music in the past decade. Just as the album title suggests, this is an album that marks the beginning of a new era in music. Don't miss out. Everyone should try to purchase a physical copy of the album. Because you won't regret it. It's no surprise that Lu Han will come out to praise this album. However, Lu Hang's evaluation of this album is so high. No one could have anticipated it. The best album in a decade, an album that ushers in a new era of music. An album you'll regret missing. These tags have sparked a lot of interest in this album. Following Lu Hong, Zhou Huajian also posted a Weibo message. As a musician who has been in the music industry for so long, when I first saw this album, I was thrilled and even excited. Because this album is simply amazing. The songs are classic, and the production is top-notch. It gives me a sense of being back in the 1980s and 1990s in China. It can be said that even during that golden age of music, Luo Chen's album is also top-notch. So I hope Luo Chen will continue to create and bring us more outstanding works. Finally, I would like to say that if you love music, then you must purchase this album. Or you'll definitely regret it. Another music industry heavyweight, even dubbed a kingmaker in the industry. Yet the reviews for Luo Chen's album remain exceptionally high. In fact, some even went as far as to say that if you don't buy this album, you'll definitely regret it. No one would believe that someone of their status would advertise Luo Chen's album for money or anything else. There is only one possibility. That is, Luo Chen's album is truly excellent. This has led many people to see Weibo and opt to purchase the album. What no one could have anticipated, however, was that this was just the beginning. Next, Li Keqiang, dubbed the fifth king by the media, also posted a Weibo message highlighting the outstanding aspects of Luo Chen's album. Finally, they also said that if you don't buy this album, you'll definitely regret it. This is just the beginning. Deng Jiqi, who claims to be Luo Chen's #1 fan, posted a message describing his feelings after listening to every song on Luo Chen's album. The post concluded with the phrases Luo Chen's great talent and I love Luo Chen. Additionally, an image is included after the text. This is the purchase record for buying 10,000 albums. Clearly, Deng Jiqi is trying to convey a message to everyone in this manner. I, Deng Jiqi, am Luo Chen's #1 fan. Meanwhile, Deng Jiqi's behavior has left her fans both amused and exasperated. Because Deng Jiqi immediately launched a fan giveaway on Weibo. And the prize was none other than Luo Chen's physical album. Clearly, for Deng Jiqi, listening to it himself wasn't enough. He had to bring along his fans to listen as well. This also allowed countless people to witness Luo Chen's charm. By the time it reached 8:30 a.m., Shui Qian, Li Ronghao, and Lin Junjie seemed to have coordinated their actions. They all posted a message on Weibo at the same time. The content also highly praised Luo Chen's excellent album. Every song is a classic masterpiece. A picture is also included at the end of the text. Nothing else. It was the purchase record of 10,000 copies of Luo Chen's album. This is to prove that they haven't gone back on their word. They have delivered on their promise. At the same time, the same applies to Deng Jiqi. They also launched a fan giveaway campaign on Weibo. The prize is none other than Luo Chen's physical album. Such a gesture has left countless netizens in awe of Luo Chen's charm. Just how many people has Luo Chen's musical talent truly captivated? And this is not the end of it. The popular female celebrity Reba posted a photo of herself holding Luo Chen's album and wrote, "The cover is really cool. The songs are really good. Great job. I strongly recommend everyone to buy it, or you'll really regret it." Yang Mi reposted Reba's Weibo post, but simply added a photo of herself holding Luo Chen's album. Whether it's Reba or Yang Mi, both are currently popular female celebrities. Their follower count on Weibo is staggering. This kind of promotion is still quite effective. Following closely behind are Guan Xiaotong and Tang Yin. It's unclear whether they had planned it in advance or if other factors were at play. But everyone's accompanying photos were of them holding copies of Luo Chen's album. However, it is clearly evident that everyone is carefully dressed. It seems like they're not just promoting Luo Chen's album for everyone. It's also to get Luo Chen's attention. Some netizens noticed this. They couldn't help but exclaim that Luo Chen's charm is unmatched. He has managed to captivate so many female celebrities. Luo Chen's album has received so many recommendations and praises. Everyone at Yuehua Entertainment is very happy. At the same time, many of the company's artists are also actively promoting Luo Chen on Weibo. Many netizens witnessed this scene. They couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder he's Luo Chen. He's got the credentials." At this point, everyone thought it should be over. But soon, the official Weibo account of the Longwei Music Association posted another message. Luo Chen's album New Era is truly outstanding, blending elements of ballads, hip-hop, opera, and rock. With its diverse styles and catchy tunes, it's truly a rare gem of an album. We hope you won't miss out on it. Upon hearing this news, it not only attracted many people to buy the album, it also left countless people in awe. No way, the Dragon Country Music Association actually recommended Luo Chen's album? This is crazy. So many celebrities are recommending Luo Chen's album. It sounds really good. I'll buy one and give it a listen later. Oh, don't forget that Luo Chen is the ambassador for promoting Longwufeng music. This is the kind of thing that suits his status. That's right, Luo Chen's creative talent is undeniable, and with so many people supporting him now, this album's sales could easily break 5 million. 5 million? That's insane. Netizens are still speculating. However, the Longwa Music website quickly updated its sales forecast for Luo Chen's album. From the previous 3 million, it was revised to 5 million. This means that even the official music website of Longwa Music Network now believes that Luo Chen's album can reach sales of 5 million copies. Although it hasn't yet reached the milestone of 10 million sales required for a diamond album. However, 5 million is more than enough to astonish everyone. This is just as Zhou Huajin said. Luo Chen's album would still be a hit even if it were released during the golden age of music. It would still be top-notch. Over time, the buzz surrounding Luo Chen's album has been growing steadily. Luo Chen's debut album, New Era, has broken the record for album sales in Longwa over the past decade. Longwa Music Network predicts Luo Chen's album sales will exceed 5 million copies. Numerous celebrities recommend Luo Chen's album. Luo Chan's album New Era features every song as a classic masterpiece. In just a few short hours. 4 topics related to Luo Chan's album made it onto the Weibo trending list. And the situation is escalating further. The situation online. Luo Chen naturally saw it as well. He even posted a message on Weibo to thank these celebrities. Other celebrities who followed suit need not be mentioned. However, Lu Hong and Zhou Huajian are different. Lu Chen thought to himself that he must pay them a visit someday to express his gratitude. At the same time, Luo Chen did not forget his previous promise to the physical education teacher. So he asked someone from the company to deliver a batch of signed albums early in the morning. I hope they like them. Chapter 115, Mission released a challenge to sell 1 million copies? While everyone's attention was focused on the 3 major music websites, offline record stores have also launched Luo Chen's albums. Longdu, Juyan Record Store is no exception. And it opens early in the morning. I thought it would be so early. There wouldn't be any customers. As it turned out, he was wrong. The store opens at 8 a.m. Soon, people started coming in to buy albums. And they knew exactly what they wanted. Is to purchase Luo Chen's album. It took me the entire morning. This store sold thousands of Luo Chen's albums. Keep in mind that this is an offline physical store. On an average day, there might only be a few customers. And sell a few albums. This kind of booming business situation has not been seen in many years. The boss, Xiao Ju, has always been a fan of Luo Chen. Seeing this situation, he was naturally very happy. First, you're earning your own money. Second, everyone likes Luo Chen's album, which means that Luo Chen's latest album is sure to sell well. At the same time, while visiting the store, Xiao Ju would also listen to Luo Chen songs. Especially when he discovered there was a new song on the album. He was even more thrilled. So, the song Double Stick was frequently played in the store. Quick, use the nunchucks, hum hum ha. Quick, use the nunchucks, hum hum ha 11. Those who practice martial arts must remember, the compassionate are invincible. Who is practicing Tai Chi, creating a stir? Quickly use the nunchucks, hum hum ha 11. Quickly use the nunchucks, hum hum ha 11. If I had likeness kung fu, I could fly over rooftops and walls. I would be an upright and unyielding person, full of integrity. Humph. This is the chorus of the song. When you first hear it, it might sound a bit strange. But after listening to it a few more times, you'll find it really addictive. Xiao Ju himself felt exactly the same way. He even felt like buying a pair of nunchucks to play with. In addition, many customers who came to the store to purchase the album. After hearing this song, I basically felt the same way as Xiao Ju. In fact, many people who bought the album, they actually went out and bought a pair of nunchucks. And such incidents weren't limited to Xiao Ju's shop. Many record stores are playing this song, which led to the album selling very well. More and more people specifically bought nunchucks to take home. Their reasoning is quite simple. That is, when listening to the song Double Drums, while playing with nunchucks. This has also led to many nunchaku sellers suddenly discover that their previously slow-selling nunchucks are now selling well. They've become bestsellers. When the clock struck 3 in the afternoon, Xiao Ju's store had already sold 8,000 copies of Luo Chen's album. If everything goes smoothly, selling 10,000 copies a day is definitely achievable. Just as he was feeling happy, a phone call came in. Looking at the name on the caller ID, Xiao Ju was somewhat surprised. Because this was the name of the owner of another record store in Longdu. Although they are connected, they are not close. Nevertheless, Xiao Ju still answered the call. As soon as the call connected, a pleading voice came from the other end. Xiao, my brother, there's something you've got to help me with. Xiao Ju furrowed his brows and said, what is it? It's about Luo Chen's album. You ordered 300,000 copies, right? You won't be able to sell them all in a short time, will you? I was wondering if you could lend me 50,000 copies first? I'll return them to you once I restock from Yuehua in a few days. That's probably not possible, Xiao Ju refused outright. Are you kidding? Luo Chen's album is selling so well right now. There's no way he'd lend it out. Besides, since the other party would ask him to borrow the album, it means that Yuehua Entertainment is currently not allowing them to restock. Or, to put it another way, Yuehua Entertainment is prioritizing fulfilling online orders for physical albums at this time. After all, no matter how good the sales are at record stores, in this day and age, they simply cannot compete with online orders. More importantly, online orders cannot be delayed for too long. Generally speaking, after customers place an order on the 3 major music websites, the product must be delivered to the customer's doorstep via express delivery within 3 days at the latest. Upon hearing Xiao Ju's response, the people on the other side, they didn't seem surprised at all. There aren't many cute little guys who can make it as bosses. I was originally planning to just hang up the phone. But then I heard Xiao Ju say, I definitely can't lend it to you, but I can sell you 50,000 copies at a price 20% higher than the purchase price. Would you be interested? 20% above the purchase price? The person on the other end of the phone thought about it and agreed. There was really no other option. We can't get the physical albums from Hu Haiquan right now. The only place with stock is Xiaoju. What's tragic is that back then they mocked Xiaoju for ordering too much inventory. Only to find out that in just a few days, they were proven wrong. Of course, for a businessman, one's reputation is naturally no match for money. Once you have the first one. Soon came the second record store owner who wanted to secure an album from Xiaoju. Xiaoju resorted to the same old trick. He sold another 50,000 albums. In the end, Xiaoju kept enough albums for himself to sell in the store. The rest were sold to his peers in the industry. This time, he was deeply grateful to Luo Chen. Without Luo Chen, how could he have earned so much? At the same time, he was also glad to be a fan of Luo Chen. Just as he had believed from the very beginning that Luo Chen's album would be a huge success. Luo Chen did not disappoint him. This album is truly excellent. Soon, the store was once again filled with Luo Chen singing. Quickly use the nunchucks, hum hum ha 11. Quickly use the nunchucks, hum hum ha 11. Those who practice martial arts must remember, the compassionate are invincible. Who is practicing Tai Chi, creating a stir? And this song isn't just playing in the store. In various places across Manhwa. On this day, countless people are purchasing Luo Chen's album. There were so many people listening to Luo Chen's songs. Fong Lan's office. Luo Chen and Chang Xiao were sitting on the sofa, leaning against each other. Suddenly, Fong Lan smiled and said, Luo Chen, as of just now, which is 5 p.m. The total digital sales of the album The New Era have surpassed 2 million copies. The total sales of the physical album have also reached 350,000 copies. At this rate, by midnight, it's really possible to break through the 3 million mark. When Manhwa Music Network predicted that your album sales would reach 3 million copies, they didn't believe it. Now, you've surpassed that 3 million sales figure in just one day. That's truly amazing. Fong Lan grew more and more excited as he spoke, clearly showing how deeply this album had impacted him. She had always thought that after being Luo Chen's agent for so long, she thought she knew him pretty well. But now she realized she was wrong. Luo Chen's talent in music is something you'll never be able to fathom. It's even beyond imagination. After Fong Lan finished speaking, Chang Xiao took up the conversation. Lan Jie, I just saw that Manhwa Music Network has revised its sales forecast for Luo Chen's album again. It's now been revised to 5 million copies. Although they have increased the number by 2 million, I still think their forecast is too low. Given that Luo Chen's album can sell 3 million copies in a single day, wouldn't that mean they'd end up selling 10 million copies in the end? Upon hearing this, Fong Lan and Luo Chen both laughed. Fong Lan explained. Xiao, the accounts aren't calculated that way. The reason why the album sold so well today is because everyone was waiting for it to be released. Plus, many fans will purchase it as soon as it's available, which is why we sold 1 million copies in just 8 hours. Therefore, many singers' albums see decent sales on the first day. But as time goes on, many fans have already purchased it, and it's basically impossible to achieve such high sales figures again. This is why Manhwa Music Network predicts that Luo Chen's album will ultimately sell 5 million copies. Upon hearing Fong Lan's words, Chang Xiao nodded in a half-understanding manner. But still couldn't help asking, so there's really no way that Luo Chen's album will sell 10 million copies? If it sells 10 million copies, it'll be a diamond album, and then everyone will know how amazing Luo Chen is. A diamond album. Not to mention Chang Xiao is really looking forward to it. Even Fong Lan is equally excited. However, she knew more than Chang Xiao. She understood that 10 million was just 7 million more than 3 million. But as mentioned earlier, sales on the first day are usually quite high. But it's hard to say what will happen after that. Even Luo Chen couldn't easily change that. After all, most of the people who buy albums are those who enjoy listening to Luo Chen's music. That is, the so-called fans. And they have to be the kind who really like Luo Chen. Most fans probably just like Luo Chen's songs. But when it comes to spending money to buy albums, they probably wouldn't do that. Of course, deep down, Fong Lan still harbored a sliver of hope. After all, anything was possible with Luo Chen. When Fong Lan and Chang Xiao were fantasizing about Luo Chen's album sales reaching 10 million copies, Luo Chen's expression, however, was slightly peculiar. Because the system, which had not issued any tasks for a long time, suddenly issued one at this moment. Task announcement: challenge the sales of the New Era album to exceed 10 million copies and achieve the Diamond Album achievement. Reward: 1 Diamond Treasure Chest. Do you accept? Diamond Treasure Chest? Such great rewards. It seems like the system also thinks this task is difficult. Despite the challenges, the Diamond Treasure Chest is still very appealing. Luo Chen naturally chose to accept. Immediately afterward, under the stunned gazes of Fong Lan and Chang Xiao, Luo Chen smiled and said, Hearing you talk like that, I really want to see what the Diamond album is all about. Chapter 116, is playing nunchucks while listening to double nunchucks the correct way to enjoy this song? Fong Lan and Chang Xiao both wondered why Luo Chen, who had remained silent all along, hadn't made a move yet. Suddenly announced his intention to aim for 1 million album sales. But Luo Chen didn't explain. And they didn't ask any further questions. Because Fong Lan knew that Luo Chen was a very decisive person. Since she had already decided to make this album achieve Diamond album status, there must be a good reason for it. Besides, once you really achieve that level of success, then it would be a significant milestone for both Luo Chen and the company. It's a good thing. As for Chang Xiao, there's no need to mention him. She trusts Luo Chen unconditionally. So, next, Luo Chen and Fong Lan discussed the matter. How to improve the album's sales. At the same time, online, something very interesting happened. The physical education teacher Shin Shi, whom I had previously discussed with Luo Chen, has posted a video on Douyin. The video shows him teaching physical education class and instructing the middle school students. A scene of him playing with nunchucks. All the students were holding a nunchaku in each hand. Then, under his guidance, waving the nunchucks in his hands. And the background music in the video. It is the song Double Stick from Luo Chen's album. Quickly use the double nunchucks, hum hum hi 11. Quick, use the nunchucks, hum hum hi 11. Those who practice martial arts must remember, the compassionate are invincible. Who is practicing Tai Chi, creating a stir? Even in the video. Shin Shi also did a solo performance. And his movements were actually imitating Luo Chen's moves from the music video for the song Double Nunchucks. This left many netizens who had watched the music video speechless. Wow, that action sequence is so cool. This teacher is a fan of Luo Chen. Last time, he even posted a video of himself chatting with Luo Chen on Weibo. Wow, this PE teacher seems like he's practiced before. He's really skilled with the nunchucks. Especially the part where he imitates Luo Chen's moves. That's pretty cool. It must be so much fun to be a student of this PE teacher. Not only can you follow the same idol and listen to Luo Chen's songs together, but now you can even imitate his nunchaku moves. This is really fun. The PE teacher is teaching nunchaku. The students are so lucky. So this is the proper way to listen to the song Double Nunchucks? You know what? There's actually some truth to that. The chorus is so catchy. The melody keeps playing in my head. The power of netizens is strong. And the video was quickly shared hundreds of thousands of times, with over 1 million likes. The comments also reached tens of thousands. This physical education teacher has suddenly become very popular. The video of him wielding nunchucks has also gone viral. Meanwhile, the physical education teacher's imitation of Luo Chen's double nunchaku moves has been praised by many as so cool. And this also appeals to many people who have not yet purchased Luo Chen's album but are eager to watch the music video for Double Nunchucks. They have chosen to purchase Luo Chen's album without hesitation. As a result, sales of Luo Chen's album have once again surged. Perhaps it was because he saw the physical education teacher Shin Shi swinging his nunchucks in a cool manner. So, many people followed suit. They also went to the store to buy nunchucks to play with. This has caused many nunchaku sellers are feeling a bit confused. How did nunchucks suddenly become so popular? Those who bought nunchucks actually don't know how to use them. So they watched Luo Chen's music video to learn some of the moves. Some even felt they were doing a pretty good job of it. They even tried to imitate Shin Shi and posted a video of himself wielding nunchucks on Douyin. The background music was all Luo Chen's song Double Nunchucks. After the Douyin staff discovered this situation, they promptly reported it to Hiyao. Hiyao knew that Double Nunchucks was a song from Luo Chen's album. And Luo Chen is not only the spokesperson for Douyin, he has also been of great assistance to Hiyao. After all, the last livestream had already solidified Hiyao's position within the company. And it's even possible that she might get promoted soon. So Hiyao immediately instructed the staff to increase the promotion of these videos of people practicing nunchucks. This also helped increase the sales of Luo Chen's album. For a time, many people browsing Douyin discovered a strange phenomenon. That is, they keep coming across videos of people wielding nunchucks. At the same time, the background music is the chorus from the song Double Nunchucks. Quickly use the nunchucks, hum hum ha 11. Quickly use the nunchucks, hum hum ha 11. Those who practice martial arts must remember, the compassionate are invincible. Who is practicing Tai Chi, creating a stir? Listen to it once, and it doesn't seem like much. And even a bit confusing. Listening to it twice, it's kind of interesting. Listen to it 3 times, and wow, that's really exciting. After listening to it many times, everyone realized that this song is really good. The chorus is really catchy. If you don't listen to it, it feels a bit off. But background music is only part of a song. So many people got hooked on it and decided to purchase Luo Chen's album. Later, the physical education teacher Shin-chi even posted a video specifically about it. The video showed all the students, including him, holding the album New Era in one hand and a pair of nunchucks in the other. Everyone sings and dances to the song Double Nunchucks. The video caption reads, "Thank you, Shen-gu, for the signed album. The songs are great, and we all love them." Seeing this video and reading this text, many people also recalled the conversation between Luo Chen and Shin-chi at the time, among which Luo Chen had clearly stated that once the album was completed, he would give each of them a copy. Luo Chen's Weibo did not mention this matter. Many people thought Luo Chen had forgotten. But now it turns out that Luo Chen not only forgot, but also sent the signed album to them early. This video, this scene, this image. Many netizens exclaimed that Luo Chen is truly warm-hearted and genuine. He said he would send the album, and he remembered it. The album has just been released. And it was sent over immediately. And unlike other celebrities, posting on social media about every little thing they do, they keep a low profile. In response, some netizens commented, "It's no wonder they're singers who make a living from their work, they don't need any hype." Perhaps even Luo Chen himself didn't expect that such a casual gesture could lead to so many consequences. December 19th, 8 a.m. 3 major music websites, Longwa Music, Penguin Music, and Wangi Cloud Music. Once again, the sales figures for Luo Chen's album were announced on Weibo. On the Longwa Music website alone, digital album sales reached 2.1 million copies. Physical album sales reached 220,000 copies. The combined digital album sales from the other two music platforms totaled 2.35 million copies. Physical album sales, on the other hand, reached 300,000 copies. This figure does not include albums sold in physical record stores. This figure is limited to the 3 major music websites. Luo Chen's album New Era has sold a total of 4.45 million digital copies. Physical album sales reached 520,000 copies. That means digital album sales alone reached 4.97 million copies. No one would think that in physical record stores, Luo Chen's album would sell fewer than 30,000 copies. Therefore, it took less than 2 days. Luo Chen's album has already reached the 5 million copies predicted by Longwa Music Network. The news spread like wildfire. Everyone was shocked. The sales speed of this album is too fast. It sold over 5 million copies in just over a day. I keep seeing reports saying that the music market in Longwa is currently in a slump. Singers' albums aren't selling well. But here in Luo Chen, how come they're selling so well and so quickly? Can other singers compare to Luo Chen? To be honest, the music industry in Longwa is indeed in a slump, so it's not that other singers aren't good, it's just that Luo Chen is too amazing, and this album is absolutely incredible. Ha, the person above hit the nail on the head. All I can say is that Luo Chen's creative talent is truly out of this world. Every song on the album is a classic, and even the new track Double Stick is amazing. That's right, Double Nunchucks is truly amazing. I even bought a pair of nunchucks. As netizens chatted, they eventually started talking about the song Double Nunchucks, and many even mentioned that they had bought their own nunchucks, feeling that swinging the nunchucks while listening to the song was incredibly exhilarating. Meanwhile, the head of the Dragon Country music website was feeling a bit stressed. He had originally thought that 5 million was already a large number. Luo Chen's album sales were already quite good on the first day. However, subsequent sales are sure to decline. The final estimate is around 5 million copies. I didn't expect that. In less than 2 days. To be precise, 32 hours, it was completed. The Longwa Music website had no choice but to revise its sales forecast for Luo Chen's album once again. From 5 million copies to 8 million copies. I thought that with such a strong momentum earlier, the numbers should start to decline soon. In fact, in their view, the market for Luo Chen's album had already reached saturation. After all, only those who truly love something would be willing to spend money on it. But this time, many netizens aren't too impressed. Time and again, I believe that the Longwa Music website will continue to revise the sales figures for Luo Chen's album. Exactly, I agree. Their predictions might work for others, but when it comes to Luo Chen, they're just unreliable. Actually, it's not really the fault of Longwa Music Network. After all, Luo Chen's album sales are so good it's completely defying the usual patterns. While mocking the Longwa Music website, some people also shared their opinions on the sales of Luo Chen's album in the comments below. Well, I can only say that the person in charge of Longwa Music Network isn't bold enough. If it were me, I would predict that Luo Chen's album would ultimately sell over 10 million copies and achieve diamond album status. However, some people have a different opinion on this matter. 10 million? That's a bit of an overestimate of Luo Chen, isn't it? I think the 8 million figure predicted by Longwa Music Network this time is quite accurate, give or take a few million. You're right, it's still too difficult to achieve diamond album status with the first album. All we can do is hope that Luo Chen's next album can achieve this level of success. As for whether this album will ultimately achieve diamond album status, some are optimistic, while others are not. As for online comments, as long as it is not malicious rumors or the like, Luo Chen had no intention of paying any attention to it. So he didn't update his Weibo either. Let alone the fact that he was already on his way to visit Lu Hang at that moment. Chapter 117, this piece is way too difficult. In the living room of a villa in the suburbs of Longdu. In the living room of a villa in the suburbs of Longdu, two elderly people sit across from each other at a table. Beside them was a woman who was thin and had a large head. It was none other than Lu Yu, the host of the show Lu Yu Yu Yu. And these two elderly gentlemen are no ordinary figures either. One is the renowned director Zhang Yimou. The other is national-level musician Lu Hang. This villa is Lu Hang's residence. Lu Hang knew that Luo Chen would come to visit today, so he had been waiting for him early. But I didn't expect that Luo Chen hadn't arrived yet. Instead, he ended up waiting for his old friend Zhang Yimou. Zhang Yimou had two purposes for coming here today. The first was to catch up with his old friend Lu Hang. The second is to ask Lu Hang to compose the soundtrack for his latest film. As for Lu Yu, he came along with Zhang Yimou. That's the talk show called Lu Yu's Date with a Celebrity, A Day in the Life. This episode's guest is none other than Zhang Yimou, which means that Lu Yu will be following Zhang Yimou throughout the day. Of course, it's just an interview and will not interfere with Zhang Yimou's activities. So when Zhang Yimou comes to Lu Hang's place, Lu Yu naturally followed along. Unlike on Earth, the Lu Yu's Big Name Day Out program here is broadcast live. For the private daily life of such prominent figures, many people remain quite curious. Therefore, the live stream's viewership remains quite high. It usually hovers around 10 million. At the same time, when many viewers saw that Zhang Yimou had actually come to seek out Lu Hang, a nationally renowned musician, the audience was very excited. I never expected that director Zhang Yimou and Professor Lu Hang are such good friends. Judging by how familiar they seem, they must have known each other for a long time. But a good relationship won't help this time. Zhang Yimou's requirements for the film's soundtrack are too high. I can see that Lu Hang looks a bit troubled. It shouldn't be that bad, right? Lu Hang is a master in traditional Chinese music. Composing a film score should be a piece of cake for him. Am I the only one who noticed how beautiful Lu Hang's granddaughter is? Ha, you're one of us. Too bad she just came out to make a cup of tea and went back into the room. Lu Hang, of course, had no idea about the netizens' comments. However, after listening to his old friend Zhang Yimou's requirements for the film's soundtrack, Lu Hang did indeed feel a bit stumped. He picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. He then walked over to the nearby chair and sat down. He picked up a pipa and held it in his hands. After tuning it a bit, placed both hands on the strings. Immediately afterward, a chilling sound echoed through the ears of everyone present. Those watching the livestream felt a chill run down their spines. Lu Yu also looked utterly stunned. Only Zhang Yimou remained unfazed, listening quietly. After 2 minutes, the music stopped. All the viewers in the livestream were completely blown away by Lu Hang's piece. One after another, they exclaimed, "No wonder he's a national-level musician. This piece, this playing ability, it's simply amazing." Meanwhile, Lu Yu, who had been watching nearby, was slowly coming to his senses. He noticed that Zhang Yimou had not shown any sign of joy. All that could be seen was calmness. It seems unaffected by the melody. Is it because he doesn't like the song? Lu Yu couldn't help but ask. Zhang Yimou sighed and said, "It's not that the piece is bad, it's just that it doesn't quite match the image I had in mind for the film's soundtrack." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu paused for a moment before asking again. "Director Zhang, are you saying that you didn't feel that sense of tension or horror in this piece?" Zhang Yimou nodded. "What I want is a piece that begins with the grim atmosphere of two armies preparing for battle, followed by the tension and terror of one side being defeated by a clever strategy, and finally ending with a desolate and melancholic ambience. I know this is difficult, which is why I came to Old Lu in the first place, but I didn't expect it to be this challenging." Before Zhang Yimou could finish, Lu Hang interrupted him. "Old Zhang, to be honest, your requirements are a bit high. If you give me enough time, I can try to see if I can compose a piece that meets your requirements. But now you're saying there's only half a month left, and I really can't guarantee I'll be able to do it." Zhang Yimou also knew that his demands for this piece were a bit high this time, and the deadline was very tight. But the release date for the film had already been set. There isn't much time left for him. If Lu Hang couldn't do it either, then he really didn't know who to turn to finish the piece. Lu Yu also knew that Zhang Yimou had very high standards for movies. Other directors might have compromised. But Zhang Yimou is someone who pursues perfection in film. Making him compromise is no easy task. So, for a moment, the living room fell silent. Lu Hang was thinking about the melody. Zhang Yimou was considering whether there were any other solutions. Lu Yu, however, chose not to disturb the two at that moment. Instead, he was organizing his own draft. Meanwhile, the live stream audience was quite lively at that moment. I didn't expect director Zhang Yimou to have such high standards. He wasn't satisfied with the previous piece, and it made my hair stand on end. Lu Heng's skills are beyond question, but as Zhang Yimou just said, the previous piece only had a somber atmosphere, which wasn't enough. He wants other moods as well. More somber, more tense and terrifying, so many demands for a single piece. No wonder even Lu Heng couldn't compose it in such a short time. But then again, if Zhang Yimou sets such high standards, doesn't that mean the movie will be great? Even the film score isn't finalized yet. Even if the plot is good, it'll probably still fall short. A few minutes passed. Lu Hong still had no inspiration. Zhang Yimou, on the other hand, fought long and hard but couldn't come up with a folk music master who was even more skilled than Lu Heng. As for Lu Yu, he began the interview again. Director Zhang, if you still can't find suitable background music in the end, how do you plan to handle it? Zhang Yimou picked up the teacup on the table, about to take a sip before answering. Just then, Lu Heng's phone rang. Zhang Yimou's attention was also drawn over. He saw Lu Hong pick up his phone and take a look. His previously troubled expression immediately relaxed. After answering the phone and chatting for a few moments, Zhang Yimou could even see the excitement on Lu Heng's face. Finally, Lu Hong hung up the phone. Zhang Yimou asked curiously, "Old Lu, who was that on the phone?" Lu Hong didn't answer directly but smiled and said, "You'll find out when he arrives. Who knows, he might even be able to help you with this piece." I shouldn't have mentioned it. Now that you mention it. Zhang Yimou became even more curious. Who could be so powerful that Lu Hong held him in such high regard? Even Lu Hong himself, a national-level musician, couldn't handle that piece. He actually claimed he could handle it. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu, who was standing nearby, lost all interest in continuing the interview. Sitting up straight, waiting for the person to arrive. The live stream audience was even more surprised. Is this real? Even Lu Heng couldn't handle that piece, and there are others who can? Though I'm not entirely convinced, since Lu Heng said it, this person must be exceptionally talented in composition. But how much stronger could they be compared to Lu Heng, a national-level artist? Who knows? We'll find out soon enough when everyone else arrives. Suddenly, everyone was waiting. It was only about 3 minutes later. Lu Heng, who had been sitting in the chair, suddenly stood up. What was this? No one knows what Lu Heng is up to. But soon, Lu Heng showed them the answer through his actions. Only Lu Heng walked to the door and opened the door. Then he waited in front of the door. Seeing Lu Heng's actions, everyone was stunned. This can't be a joke, can it? How could this person make Mr. Lu Heng wait at the door to greet him? Unbelievable. Who is this genius? I thought I was seeing things, but seeing everyone else say the same thing, I feel reassured. It wasn't just the netizens, even Zhang Yimou couldn't help but stand up at that moment. They looked on in astonishment at Lu Heng's actions. Lu Yu's mouth was wide open, looking utterly disbelieving. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait too long. It was probably just a minute or so. The two walked from outside to the front of the villa. At this point, everyone could already see their faces through the live stream. However, when the audience saw one of them, they erupted once again. Holy crap, it's Luo Chen. How did Luo Chen end up at Lu Heng's house? Who would have thought that Lu Heng was waiting for Luo Chen? The key point is, since the person who came was Lu Chen, why did Lu Heng go to the door to greet him in advance? Lu Chen doesn't seem worth it for Lu Heng to go to such lengths, does he? Yeah, Luo Chen has only been in the industry for a few years. This seems a bit excessive. This is probably just something Lu Heng wanted to do on his own. Luo Chen would never suggest that Lu Heng go out to greet him. Who knows? Anyway, I don't like Luo Chen's actions. That's right, Mr. Lu Heng is an elder after all. This is so impolite. Luo Chen had no idea that he had just arrived and was already being scolded by the live stream viewers. When he saw Lu Heng greeting him at the door, he was both surprised and flattered. Lu Heng was old enough to be his grandfather. Having such an elderly gentleman greet you at the door made Luo Chen feel quite uneasy. He hurried over to greet him. "Mr. Lu, you're really putting me in an awkward position. I came to visit you, but you should have stayed home." To my surprise, Lu Heng burst into laughter. "With that attitude, I knew I hadn't misjudged you." Saying that, he led Luo Chen into the house. Fang Lan followed behind, also carrying gifts. As soon as they entered the room, they heard Lu Heng laughing and saying, "Old Zhang, I just can't figure out that tune of yours. But I found someone who I think can do it." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yimou looked at Luo Chen with some suspicion. "Are you Luo Chen?" "Hello, Director Zhang, I'm Luo Chen." Luo Chen never imagined that he would encounter the renowned director Zhang Yimou so soon after arriving. He was even mysteriously assigned a music task by Lu Heng. Fan Lan, who followed behind, also looked at the people in the living room with a confused expression. She naturally knew who Zhang Yimou was. And she also knows Lu Yu. It looks like they're filming a program. But she had no idea why it was appearing here with Lu Heng. Lu Yu also stood up and greeted the two of them. After everyone had exchanged greetings, Lu Hong finally smiled and said to Luo Chen, "Old Zhang asked me to compose the soundtrack for his movie, but he wasn't satisfied with my music, so I thought I'd ask you to give it a try." He then went on to explain Zhang Yimou's specific requirements for the piece. During the process, Zhang Yimou also added a few points: grim, tense, terrifying, brutal, and desolate. Luo Chen repeated the requirements for the background music. He immediately fell into deep thought. Seeing Luo Chen's expression, Lu Heng's face lit up with anticipation. Zhang Yimou, on the other hand, wore a look of suspicion on his face. Unlike Lu Hong, who frequently paid attention to Luo Chen, Zhang Yimou, due to his previous work on a film, he knows little about Luo Chen. But out of trust in Lu Hang, Zhang Yimou was also willing to wait. Lu Yu knows more about Luo Chen than Zhang Yimou. However, even Lu Hang couldn't create such a melody. To be honest, she didn't have high expectations for Luo Chen to be able to create it. Even the viewers in the live stream felt the same way. If Lu Hong can't handle it, can Luo Chen do it? I think it's unlikely. While Luo Chen is highly skilled in creating Dragon Country folk songs, there's a significant difference between film scores and songs. Exactly, and Zhang Yimou has so many requirements for this piece, Luo Chen probably won't be able to pull it off. From what we saw earlier, Luo Chen's character isn't up to par, and if his character is lacking, his talent is probably limited as well. What the heck? How did you figure out that Luo Chen has poor character? Just now, Lu Hong said it was his own idea to go out and greet them, not Luo Chen's request. Yeah, Luo Chen's behavior just now also showed that he still respects his elders. I bet even Luo Chen himself didn't expect that. The viewers in the live stream were arguing because of him at that moment. Some questioning his ability to create a song that meets Zhang Yimou's requirements. Some have questioned his character, but there are also those who support him. It can only be said that in a big forest, there are all kinds of birds. Ideas are also all sorts of strange and unusual. About 5 minutes passed. Luo Chen snapped out of his reverie. Seeing his expression, Lu Hong hurriedly asked, "Luo Chen, how is it? Do you have any ideas yet?" Lu Hong clearly didn't expect Luo Chen to compose the piece on the spot. He was merely asking if he had any inspiration. After all, for creators, inspiration is crucial. Zhang Yimou and Lu Yu were also closely watching Luo Chen, even though their expectations for Luo Chen had not been high before. Seeing Luo Chen's current state, they couldn't help but hold on to hope. Only Fong Lan never doubted Luo Chen for a moment. Finally, as everyone had hoped, Luo Chen smiled and said, "It should be no problem." Chapter 118, a pipa melody that shook everyone. No big deal? Upon hearing Luo Chen's words, Zhang Yimou and Lu Yu couldn't hide the surprise on their faces. Lu Hong, on the other hand, wore a look of joy on his face. As for Fong Lan, he wore an expression that said, "I knew it." Everyone showed different expressions. The viewers in the live stream were no different. After just 5 minutes of contemplation, you were certain you could compose this piece? Writing a song is no big deal, it has to meet Zhang Yimou's standards. Isn't Luo Chen being a bit too presumptuous? It feels like maybe because he wrote the theme song in just 15 minutes during the live stream last time, it's made Luo Chen a bit too confident. To be honest, if I had Luo Chen's talent, I'd be feeling pretty confident too. But this time is different. If I can't come up with something, not only will Zhang Yimou and the others be unhappy, but Lu Hong will be disappointed too. That's right. Mr. Lu Hong values Luo Chen so much that he even went out to greet him personally. If Luo Chen were to make empty promises now, it would be disrespectful to Mr. Lu Hang. Lu Chen, however, paid no heed to the thoughts of those around him at that moment. He merely smiled at Lu Hang and said, "Old Lu, may I borrow your pipa?" Upon hearing this, Lu Hong instinctively agreed. Until he saw Luo Chen go to fetch the pipa. Lu Hong finally realized. Luo Chen's actions were far from just a simple burst of inspiration. He clearly intended to play the piece right there on the spot. Can you really do that? Lu Hong couldn't help but wonder. Even Lu Hong, a nationally renowned musician, had his doubts. Not to mention Zhang Yimou and Lu Yu, who were already skeptical about whether Luo Chen could compose this piece. As for the live stream viewers, the skepticism was even more intense. Is Luo Chen reenacting the same stunt from his last live stream? A feat? Don't wait for the next song to come on, it might not sound good. Even if the song is good, today is like a themed composition. If the song doesn't meet Zhang Yimou's requirements, it won't work either. Sigh, I admit what I said earlier. Luo Chen has indeed become a bit arrogant. I don't think it's just a little bit of getting carried away, he's about to take off for the sky. Everyone is still questioning it. But Luo Chen had already taken the pipa in his hands. He casually plucked the strings. Luo Chen was certain that this pipa was undoubtedly of the highest quality. Whether it was the material of the body, the feel in his hands, or the tone, it was all exceptional. Hold the pipa and sit down on the chair. After completing the preparatory work, Luo Chen finally raised his head slightly and smiled as he said, "A pipa melody for everyone." As the words fell, her right hand, with its slender, fair fingers, gently caressed the strings of the instrument. Immediately afterward, the aura around Luo Chen shifted. The people sitting in front of him, including Zhang Yimou, seemed to sense a chilling aura emanating from Luo Chen. Meanwhile, Luo Chen kept his wrists straight, his fingertips gently brushing against the strings of the instrument. Ding! 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 The intense sound of the piano echoed through the room, instantly filling the room with a sense of impending danger. And everyone couldn't help but sit up straight. Just as they had settled in, I saw Luo Chen's fingers deftly glide across the strings of the zither. The sound of the qin grew increasingly intense. It echoed in everyone's ears. It seemed as though an army was marching out before their eyes. The sound of drums and trumpets filled the air, and the cheers of the crowd echoed in their ears. It also ignites the passion within everyone's hearts. Even Zhang Yimou couldn't help but shout, "Good!" Lu Hong just glared at him, as if scolding him for disturbing Luo Chen's performance. Zhang Yimou turned his head away, feeling a bit embarrassed. This scene was seen by everyone in the live stream, who immediately started teasing him. Who knew Zhang Yimou had such a cute side? Ha ha! No way, with such a beautiful song playing, you guys actually have the mind to pay attention to Zhang Yimou? Exactly. While both pieces convey a sense of solemnity, the one Luo Chen is playing now is far superior to the one Lu Hong played earlier. Yeah, that opening note alone was enough to make me stand in awe. All I can say is that Luo Chen truly defies conventional logic. His creative ability is simply too powerful. It's still early days. Right now, it's just the beginning of the grim atmosphere. There are still several more requirements to meet. Luo Chen had no idea what everyone else was thinking at that moment. At that moment, his entire mind was completely immersed in the melody. Fingerpicking, strumming, plucking, sweeping, muting, and splitting. Various finger techniques and playing methods were constantly being performed in Luo Chen's hands, leaving the onlookers dazzled and speechless. The rhythm of the qin music grew from slow to fast, rich and powerful. Everyone's hearts and minds couldn't help but be immersed in it. The number of comments in the live stream also decreased significantly for a moment. But just then, Luo Chen's fingers brushed across the strings. The rhythm of the music suddenly changed, and a tense atmosphere spread instantly. And everyone couldn't help but feel tense as well. At that moment, they felt as though they were walking deep in the forest, unaware of where the ambush might be. Nor do I know where the way out is. It's as if enemies surround me on all sides. Every blade of grass and tree is an enemy. The sound of wind and cranes. This isn't over yet. Under Luo Chen's fingering, the melody changed once more, began to quicken. Everyone felt as though someone was approaching them from all directions. And the sound of the zither was the sound of footsteps. Gradually, more and more people gathered around. And the footsteps grew denser. A terrifying atmosphere. And panic-stricken minds. This left everyone with a spine-chilling sensation. At that moment, they felt as though they weren't watching a live broadcast, nor were they listening to Luo Chen's performance, but participating in a war. And participating in a war is one thing, but they were also the weaker side. They are the ones who were ambushed and attacked. Immediately afterward, Luo Chen's finger techniques changed again, sliding, plucking, and alternating between plucking and sliding, making everyone feel as though the enemy is already upon them, leaving them with no choice but to fight to the death. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves, clashing swords, and soldiers' shouts echoed in layers upon layers. Thrilling. Hearing this, everyone was deeply moved by the piece Luo Chen had just played. It's so amazing. How on earth did Luo Chen come up with this? It sends chills down my spine. All I can say is that Luo Chen is amazing. Goosebumps broke out all over my body. That part just now had me on the edge of my seat. Me too. The emotional impact of that piano playing is just too powerful. This kind of melody is simply beyond the reach of ordinary people. Exactly, the somber and ominous tone at the beginning, the tension and terror in the middle, the brutality and the requirements Zhang Yimou mentioned earlier. Now all that's left is desolation. There's nothing more to say. The last demand is something Luo Chen can definitely fulfill. It's not just netizens who are keeping track. Zhang Yimou himself was also quietly taking notes while listening. If one were to say that before listening to this piece of music, he would still make demands. However, now he feels that even Luo Chen's piece did not fully meet his expectations. He had also decided that this was the piece he wanted. It's really because this piece is so wonderful, and Luo Chen plays it so well. But Luo Chen has made his move. Will it fail to meet Zhang Yimou's requirements? Chapter 119, The Pipa Melody That Captivates All, 10-Faced Ambush. Luo Chen's performance remained unchanged. That tense, terrifying, and brutal atmosphere still lingered around everyone. Just as everyone thought the piece was about to end, Luo Chen's fingering changed once again. Crisp and decisive. strong and powerful. The rhythm of the qin also changes accordingly. With repeated notes, tight rhythm, the sound of horse hooves alternates. And everyone before them seemed to see two armies engaged in battle. The defeated side was fleeing in disarray. The victorious side is in hot pursuit. Then, a melancholy and tragic melody emerges. It seemed to foreshadow the tragic fate of the defeated side. Finally, after a quick strum of the four strings, it comes to an abrupt halt. The sound of the qin abruptly ceased. The sound of the qin ceased. But the crowd's thoughts had not yet fully emerged from the music. That melancholy, tragic, and harrowing melody seemed to linger on in their minds. It can only be said that the emotional impact of this piece is truly overwhelming. A few seconds later, Lu Hong stood up and applauded Luo Chen. Immediately afterward, the others also stood up one after another. Applause erupted. Luo Chen could only nod slightly in response. Everyone sat down again. Lu Heng's face was filled with shock. Luo Chen, this piece is truly wonderful, and your performance today was absolutely breathtaking. Your talent is truly inspiring, and your mastery of traditional instruments is truly awe-inspiring. If I'm not mistaken, you're only 20 years old. But your musical talent already surpasses so many people. I'll say it again, I hope you keep creating. You are the hope for the revival of Dragon Country's music. Although Lu Hong had already praised Luo Chen several times on Weibo. But people tend to forget what they see. In fact, one could even say that in the past, Luo Chen and his peers merely believed they had a natural talent for creating music in the Dragon Kingdom style. But today, when Lu Hong praised them directly, they acknowledged it. In fact, they even believe that Luo Chen's creative talent is even stronger. It's really because of the piece Luo Chen composed today. Has left everyone speechless. I must say, Luo Chen's performance today was breathtaking. I'm truly impressed by this piece. It's hard to believe that Luo Chen is only 20 years old. After all, he was playing the pipa today, a traditional instrument from the Dragon Kingdom that not many people learn. Of course. How many people would even bother to learn the pipa nowadays? Luo Chen plays it so well. His fingers are so nimble it's dazzling to watch. It's simply unbelievable. Mr. Lu Hong was right, Luo Chen is truly amazing. Upon hearing Lu Heng's words, Luo Chen responded politely. However, Zhang Yimou, who was standing nearby, exclaimed in amazement. Luo Chen, old Lu was right, you're a musical genius. This piece perfectly captures the effect I was aiming for. In fact, it's even better than I imagined. And you composed this piece after only 5 minutes of contemplation. That's truly impressive. To be honest, when old Lu said you could create a piece of music that meets my requirements, I didn't really believe it. But it turns out I was wrong. I really love this song. I'd like to purchase this song to use as the soundtrack for my movie. Would you be willing to consider it? After Zhang Yimou finished speaking, he stared intently at Luo Chen, as if he was afraid Luo Chen would refuse. Luo Chen pondered for a moment, and thought that using this piece as the soundtrack for Zhang Yimou's movie would also be a good idea. After all, while Zhang Yimou's films may not always achieve high box office numbers, but they still have a good reputation. It's not like the song has been completely overlooked. So Luo Chen smiled and said, Director Zhang, I can agree to grant you the film rights to this piece of music. I also believe you won't let this song go to waste. Immediately after, Luo Chen explained again. This piece wasn't something I composed in just 5 minutes. I had already had the idea in my mind beforehand. It just so happened that inspiration struck today, so I was able to create it in such a short amount of time. If you keep complimenting me, I'll start to feel a bit embarrassed. Although Luo Chen said he had already thought about it before. But it's understandable. This song was composed by Luo Chen on the spot today, which is more than enough to prove Luo Chen's talent. Moreover, at this moment, Zhang Yimou couldn't care less about this. Upon seeing Luo Chen agree to grant him the rights to the song, Zhang Yimou immediately breathed a sigh of relief, as if a weight had been lifted from his chest. Luo Chen, I really can't thank you enough. Without you, I probably wouldn't have found the movie soundtrack I wanted anytime soon. Zhang Yimou's sudden burst of enthusiasm made Luo Chen feel a little uneasy. He could only respond with a smile. Lu Hong, standing beside him, seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly asked in a serious tone, Luo Chen, what's the name of this piece? Upon hearing this, Luo Chen spoke with conviction, 10-sided ambush. 10-sided ambush? What a clever name. When you hear this name, and then think back to the melody you just heard, Lu Hong suddenly felt that this name was perfectly suited to this piece of music. This left Lu Hong in awe. A genius's mind is truly different. It wasn't just Lu Hang, the others present were also deeply impressed by Luo Chen's talent. Take Lu Yu, for example. Originally, his purpose today was to interview Zhang Yimou. But after hearing Luo Chen's song 10-Faced Ambush, Lu Yu had no interest in interviewing Zhang Yimou anymore. In her opinion, if Luo Chen agreed, he would like to interview Luo Chen right now. It's simply because the impact Luo Chen had on him was just too overwhelming. Whether it was the creative talent he had demonstrated in the Dragon Country wind music, or the fact that he composed this piece in just 5 minutes today, all of this made him want to learn more about Luo Chen. Unfortunately, Luo Chen has always participated in very few variety shows. And even when he has, it has been limited to music-related shows. That's why Lu Yu wanted to interview Luo Chen. It seems unlikely to be realized in the short term. Fang Lan was also aware of Luo Chen's thoughts. Therefore, many variety shows have been turned down by him, including Lu Yu's show, Lu Yu Yu Yu. At the same time, the audience in the livestream were also deeply moved by Luo Chen's piece. At that moment, I thought the piece had ended, but I never expected Luo Chen to have such a sorrowful and tragic melody waiting at the end. This piece truly fulfilled Zhang Yimou's requirements perfectly. Luo Chen is simply amazing. I think Luo Chen is being too modest. Although he had an idea in mind beforehand, creating something in just 5 minutes is still an impressive feat. I'm truly in awe of that. Luo Chen is amazing. Not only is the composition perfect, but the title is also so fitting. 10-Faced Ambush, that's exactly the feeling you get when you hear it. It can only be said that geniuses cannot be judged by ordinary standards, especially someone as extraordinary as Luo Chen. A Pipa piece titled 10-Faced Ambush left everyone who heard it today in awe. Of course, the melody is truly moving, and Luo Chen's performance is equally breathtaking. Chapter 120. This is a great contribution to promoting traditional instruments of the Dragon Kingdom. A performance of the 10-Faced Ambush Pipa piece made everyone present aware of Luo Chen's expertise in traditional Chinese music. His mastery of traditional instruments. Lu Hang even strongly urged Luo Chen to write down the sheet music for this piece, because he wanted to study it. And even said that if he had the opportunity, I would propose to the Dragon Country Music Association and see if it can be included as a required piece for everyone learning the pipa, such as Lu Hong. Luo Chen also admired greatly, because he could tell that Lu Hong truly loved this piece of music and was also deeply concerned about the inheritance and development of traditional Chinese music. He is not doing this solely for himself. Such a person is worthy of Luo Chen's admiration. Therefore, Luo Chen did not hesitate and wrote down this piece of music. He also hoped that through Lu Hong, more people would have the opportunity to hear this piece and even learn it. This is also beneficial for him. After all, it would significantly increase his reputation points. As for the specific details of the film soundtrack licensing, Luo Chen is confident that Fang Lan will handle this with Zhang Yimou's team. Finally, Luo Chen also brought out his limited edition album of the new era. As one of the reasons for his visit to Lu Hong today was to thank him for praising his album on Weibo earlier, and for bringing it to the attention of more people. On the other hand, we are also giving away a limited edition album to Lu Hang. The limited edition album is much more elaborately produced than the regular version. More importantly, it is currently unavailable on the market. Therefore, the significance is still different. Luo Chen also planned to give them as gifts to some close friends and elders. The others chatted together afterward. Lu Hong truly lived up to his reputation as a master of traditional Chinese music, having studied many traditional instruments of the Dragon Kingdom. Of course, it's not impossible that Lu Hong might have had the intention to show off a bit in front of Luo Chen. What Lu Hong didn't expect was that, in this regard, Luo Chen's knowledge was no less than his. In fact, there were many things he didn't know. Luo Chen knew more than he did. Seeing Lu Hang at a loss for words, Zhang Yimou also burst into laughter without holding back. This left Lu Hong feeling a bit down. At the same time, a video circulating online has gone viral. In the video, Luo Chen is seen at Lu Hang's home, playing the piece 10-Faced Ambush. Whether it's the grim and ominous atmosphere conveyed at the beginning of the piece or the tense and terrifying atmosphere in the middle, or the final tragic, desolate, and heroic melody, all of this left the viewers of this video deeply moved. Especially many young people, many of whom have never seen this style of pipa playing before. In their impression, instruments from other countries, such as guitars, pianos, and violins, are more common. Moreover, when they were young, they mostly learned these types of instruments. Upon first seeing a video of the traditional Chinese instrument, the pipa, being played, and to top it off, this piece was performed so beautifully. Moreover, the person playing the pipa is someone they are very familiar with, Luo Chen. In their eyes, he was a singer who combined both talent and idol status. To be honest, many people's impression of Luo Chen is limited to his dragon-style songs, but suddenly discovered that Luo Chen can also play the pipa, this ancient musical instrument, and even claimed that the piece was composed by Luo Chen himself. This blend of modern and classical elements. At first glance, it seems a bit incongruous. But after watching this video, they realized they were wrong. This song is so beautiful. It has captivated everyone. I admire Luo Chen, he can even play the pipa so well. To be honest, his fingerwork was so fast it made my eyes spin. That's absolutely incredible. I wonder what else Luo Chen can't do. The musical genius lives up to his reputation composing a song on the spot and performing it live, and it sounds this good. It wasn't until I watched this video that I realized traditional Chinese musical instruments could produce such beautiful melodies. They seem far superior to those of other countries. Now that I think about it, Luo Chen was right. Dragon Country's style is the coolest. Who else but the pipa could use a single instrument to depict the scene of a war? For a moment, everyone couldn't stop praising Luo Chen. At the same time, many people also gained a deeper understanding of the pipa. Soon, Luo Chen began to compose a pipa piece on the spot. 10-faced ambush. How many musical instruments can Luo Chen actually play? Several topics quickly made it onto the Weibo trending list and the Douyin trending list. As for the video of him playing the piece 10-faced ambush, it was shared millions of times on Douyin. It received tens of millions of likes and hundreds of thousands of comments. Some people even started to follow Luo Chen after watching his videos. Have even declared that they will definitely send their children to learn the pipa. He also said that once his child learned to play the pipa, he would upload a video of them playing to the internet for everyone to see. Netizens naturally supported such a kind-hearted parent. The only question is whether their children will like it or not. In fact, because of this comment, everyone rushed to leave comments under Luo Chen's Weibo post, requesting Luo Chen to release the sheet music for the song 10-Faced Ambush, so that everyone can learn it. Soon, the number of comments below broke the 1 million mark. It seems that everyone's interest in the pipa, this traditional Chinese instrument, has skyrocketed thanks to Luo Chen's video. Since Luo Chen doesn't check Weibo often, so Fonglan keeps a close eye on Luo Chen's Weibo updates. Upon seeing this situation, he quickly informed Luo Chen of the matter. Since Lu Heng insisted that everyone stay for dinner, so everyone stayed at Lu Heng's house for a while longer. When Fonglan mentioned this matter, everyone present heard it. Lu Heng burst into laughter. Luo Chen, if you can really get more people to learn and understand the pipa, then you've truly made a great contribution to promoting traditional instruments of the Dragon Kingdom today. The fact that a single video of playing the pipa could have such an impact is something Luo Chen never anticipated. However, this also shows that many people in Longwei are still interested in traditional Longwei musical instruments. It's just that in the past, the Dragon Country music market has been dominated by music from other countries, and everyone imitated the music of other countries. They are learning the musical instruments of other countries. Praise the music and instruments of other countries. This has led to many people being completely unaware of traditional instruments from the Dragon Kingdom. Naturally, there can be no talk of liking traditional instruments from the Dragon Kingdom. Lu Hong, on the other hand, has dedicated his entire life to folk music. He became a master of traditional Chinese music. But despite his desire to change this situation, he is unable to do so. Until Luo Chen appeared, Lu Hong saw a glimmer of hope. That's why he kept praising Luo Chen's music on Weibo time and again. And today, Luo Chen's performance was even more surprising. No wonder Lu Hang is so happy. Chapter 121, this is a masterstroke. But to be honest, even Luo Chen himself was taken aback when he saw this situation. Was quite delighted. He also hopes that more people will learn about and appreciate traditional instruments from the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, after registering the copyright, Luo Chen also took photos of the sheet music for the song and posted them online. Of course, since he posted it on Weibo, Luo Chen didn't forget to promote his album again. After all, the system task is still ongoing. Reaching a sales target of 10 million is still quite challenging. Luo Chen's post quickly went viral and was shared widely. The number of views even surpassed 1 million in a short period of time. Everyone was amazed to see that Luo Chen had released the sheet music so quickly. We're all very happy. Even some netizens who had previously studied the pipa immediately began practicing along with the sheet music, and practiced until he was satisfied. Many people have even posted videos of themselves practicing this piece online. This has also helped more people become aware of this piece. And many people who have heard it will go looking for the original version. So when they hear Luo Chen's interpretation of that version, they had to admit, Luo Chen's version is indeed the best sounding one. Whether it's the technique or the overall effect, it's the best. In this way, many people left comments under Luo Chen's post. They directly expressed their desire for Luo Chen to release a tutorial video about this piece of music. However, this time, Luo Chen didn't respond immediately. However, they weren't idle either and began teasing Luo Chen about his Weibo post, and also promoting his own album. Hey, when the album was released, there was no promotion on Weibo, but now that sales are so good, they're finally promoting it. It feels like Luo Chen is trying to compete with the music websites in Longwa. Now that you mention it, that does make sense. The Dragon Country music website is currently predicting that Luo Chen's album will ultimately sell 8 million copies. Luo Chen is definitely aiming to break that sales record. Doesn't that mean Luo Chen is aiming for a diamond certified album? Who wouldn't want to go for a diamond album if they had the chance? Setting such a high goal for the first album, it seems like Luo Chen is very confident. Pfft, Luo Chen is confident because he has got the talent. Unlike other singers who have no real skills and just know how to create buzz. Exactly, I love listening to Luo Chen songs, and I've even bought his album. Anyway, everyone can joke around. But there are also some people who, after seeing Luo Chen's promotional materials, also contributed their own efforts to the sales of Luo Chen's album. Meanwhile, Luo Chen also noticed the comments on Weibo. However, regarding their request for him to create instructional videos himself, Luo Chen felt that he might be quite busy, and might not be able to keep in touch as often as usual. After all, teaching videos aren't just about filming someone playing an instrument. There are many parts that require explanation. And even during practice, issues may arise that require further clarification. Luo Chen doesn't have many thoughts on teaching. However, Lu Hong seemed to have noticed Luo Chen's thoughts. He smiled and said, "Luo Chen, do you think filming a tutorial video is too much trouble?" Luo Chen said helplessly, "There is indeed some consideration in that regard, but I might not have much time to handle this. However, given the current high level of interest in learning traditional instruments from the Dragon Kingdom, I feel it would be unwise to dampen their enthusiasm. I'll wait and see how things go when I get back." I thought Lu Hong would be upset after hearing that. But Lu Hong didn't get angry, he smiled instead. Everyone was puzzled by his words. They all looked at him with some confusion. After all, Luo Chen's words had been quite clear earlier, which is that he might not have time to film the tutorial videos. Such behavior goes against Lu Heng's core philosophy of wanting more people to learn about and appreciate traditional Chinese musical instruments. Even if Lu Heng isn't angry, he shouldn't be happy either. However, Lu Heng's subsequent actions left them with no choice but to admire him. They even exclaimed that he was simply too cunning. Only to see Lu Hong directly call over his granddaughter, Lu Muyu. Smiling as he said, "Luo Chen, since you're so busy and don't have time to film this tutorial video, why don't you let Xiaoyun do it instead? Xiaoyun has been learning from me since she was a child and knows a bit about many ethnic instruments. I'm sure she can handle making a tutorial video." Luo Chen looked at Lu Heng's expression, which seemed to say, "I'm thinking of you." He didn't know what to say. It seems like Lu Heng's words are flawless. Since Luo Chen himself doesn't have the time, let his granddaughter Lu Muyun take his place in making those instructional videos. However, this is only possible if Lu Muyu is capable of doing so herself. Lu Hong mentioned earlier that Lu Muyu had been learning traditional Chinese instruments with him since she was a child and is proficient in most of them. And Luo Chen had no reason to doubt that. However, this piece, 10-Faced Ambush, is no ordinary composition. And it is still quite challenging to play. Luo Chen didn't believe that just by watching him play once, Lu Muyun would be able to do it. He guessed that Lu Heng's true intention was to have Luo Chen teach his granddaughter first. Thinking of this, Luo Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Truly, age brings wisdom. Everything was going so well earlier. You never know when they'll dig a hole for you. Luo Chen had thought of that. Zhang Yimou, as Lu Heng's old friend. How could he not know what Lu Hong was up to? Currently, it is merely a pretext to have Lu Muyu replace Luo Chen in composing the Pipa piece 10-Faced Ambush. But what happens afterward? Luo Chen will definitely create other pieces in the future. This is a big move. Even in Zhang Yimou's view, Lu Hong might have a deeper meaning. After all, Lu Muyu is only 19 years old now, with fair skin, beauty, and long legs. According to today's young people, she's at least a 95 out of 100. But Luo Chen is only 20 years old. He's handsome and talented. Such a grandson-in-law, Zhang Yimou is certain that Lu Hong will be absolutely satisfied. Of course, Zhang Yimou wouldn't dare to undermine his old friend's reputation. In fact, he even smiled and said, "Luo Chen, I think old Lu has a point. Now that everyone has finally developed a great interest in traditional instruments from the Dragon Kingdom, this is the perfect time to capitalize on this momentum and help them gain a deeper understanding of traditional instruments from the Dragon Kingdom. Since many people have expressed interest in sending their children to learn the pipa, therefore, having Xiaoyun teach online is also a great option." Following Zhang Yimou, Lu Yu also offered some words of advice. While they were talking, Luo Chen quietly glanced at Lu Muyun. He noticed that she didn't seem to have much of an opinion about it. In fact, Luo Chen could even faintly see the corners of her lips curling upward. Does this mean she's willing? Alright, since everyone says so, I have no objection to letting Muyun handle this matter. Luo Chen finally agreed. Seeing Luo Chen agree, Lu Heng's face lit up with a smile. And quickly said, "Then teach Xiaoyun to play it once." Luo Chen had no choice but to play it again. Then Lu Muyu demonstrated it on the spot. After watching, Luo Chen had to admit that Lu Muyu was indeed quite talented when it came to musical instruments. She had only watched Luo Chen play once. I was able to reproduce the piece almost perfectly. Some issues were pointed out by Luo Chen on the spot, and she was able to grasp them quickly. It only took half an hour. Lu Muyu was able to perform this piece beautifully. Basically, there won't be any problems. This also made Luo Chen look at Lu Muyun in a new light. After all, this piece is quite challenging in terms of finger technique and the techniques used during performance. However, the rest is straightforward. Luo Chen and Lu Muyun added each other on WeChat. Lu Muyu also mentioned that she would send the video to her once it was finished. If there are no issues, it can be posted online. Chapter 122, Luo Chen is truly a genius at promoting products. After leaving Lu Heng's house, he sat in Fang Lan's car. Luo Chen announced on Weibo that a tutorial video would be released later. This news left all the netizens who were waiting for a response speechless. They had thought that an hour had passed without any response from Luo Chen. It seemed like there wouldn't be a tutorial video after all. But I never expected Luo Chen to agree. In their impression, Luo Chen had never been so easygoing before. Are you sure this is Luo Chen's Weibo account? Being so accommodating doesn't seem like his style. After reviewing it 3 times, I'm certain it's Luo Chen's reply, but I'm still puzzled as to when he started posting so frequently on Weibo. Yeah, usually he doesn't even post once every 10 days or so, but today he's posted so many in a row. It feels a bit unreal. Ha, you're stealing the spotlight. Luo Chen must be having such a hard time. If he doesn't post, you're not satisfied, and if he does, you don't believe him. In my opinion, the only reason Luo Chen is working so hard is to sell more copies of his album. Ha, that's so true. He's posting on Weibo so frequently just to sell more albums. I give up. Luo Chen saw these netizens' comments and could only admit defeat. He truly hadn't expected that all he wanted was for them to learn more about and appreciate the traditional musical instruments of the Dragon Kingdom. Pay more attention to Dragon Country's traditional culture. And now it's being claimed that this is merely a tactic to boost album sales by posting so frequently. All I can say is that netizens really have some wild imaginations. However, since everyone seems to understand it this way, Luo Chen didn't really care either. After all, he did have similar thoughts himself. If we could just sell more copies of the album, that wouldn't be so bad. Anyway, the teaching videos aren't being produced by us. All I need to do is teach Lu Muyu. And given Lu Muyu's natural talent, a single piece of music would probably take her just an hour, absolutely no problem. It's not too much trouble either. It's acceptable. An hour and a half later, the car arrived at the bustling residential area. Luo Chen had already moved into the villa he had purchased in the past 2 days. Lan Jia, I'll head back first. You should also go home and rest early. Upon hearing Luo Chen's words, Fang Lan said helplessly, I want to rest too, but there are still matters to attend to at the company. And someone has to keep an eye on your album. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen smiled and said, that's really hard work for you, Lan Jia. Take care of yourself, don't overwork yourself. Some things can be done by others. Alright, I know. Go inside quickly. Luo Chen still trusted Fang Lan. So he turned and went inside. He just thought about Chang Xiao going out to record a show. Luo Chen could only say it was a pity. After returning home, Luo Chen relaxed his entire body. He picked up a book to read. At the same time, at a hardware store in Longdu, 2 customers walked in. A middle-aged man and a teenager, who appeared to be father and son. As soon as they entered, the young man shouted, Hey, boss, give me a pair of nunchucks. The boss was also a middle-aged man, just a bit bald on top. Upon hearing his words, he replied, The nunchucks are sold out. Sold out? The young man felt a bit disappointed. Yeah, they're all sold out. There have been too many people coming to buy nunchucks these past 2 days. But I've already ordered more. If you're willing to wait, you can come back tomorrow to buy them. Upon hearing that he would have to wait until tomorrow, the young man turned to leave. His father sighed beside him and said helplessly, Xiaolin, we've already visited so many stores today and everything's sold out. If we go looking for more now, we probably won't find any. The young man felt even more dejected upon hearing this. The boss chimed in. I think you should leave your phone number. When I get the goods, I'll call you. The middle-aged man thought this was also a good idea. So he left his number. The boss continued talking to himself. I bet you all came here to buy nunchucks after hearing Luo Chen's song Double Nunchucks, right? Everyone who's come to my place to buy nunchucks these past few days did so because they heard that song. Before this song came out, it was rare to see anyone come in to buy nunchucks, so I didn't stock up too much. But then, unexpectedly, Luo Chen's song made this thing an instant hit. Now, many of the owners at Longdu Equipment Store are very grateful to Luo Chen and even plan to present him with a banner of appreciation. Upon hearing this, the man nodded in agreement. Yeah, this kid has always loved listening to Luo Chen's songs. Yesterday, Luo Chen's album was released, and I was the first to buy it for him. I was listening to it just fine, but then that sports teacher's double nunchaku prank video went viral. People online are all saying that when you listen to the song Double Nunchucks, the proper way to enjoy it is by actually using double nunchucks. Seeing others do this, the child also wanted to buy a pair of nunchucks to play with. I thought nunchucks weren't that expensive, so I decided to buy him one. But I didn't expect that after going to so many stores, they all said they were sold out. Luo Chen is truly a marketing genius. As he spoke, the man couldn't help but sigh with admiration. The boss immediately nodded in agreement. Who could argue with that? Luo Chen's first song, Blue and White Porcelain, made Blue and White Porcelain an overnight sensation. Now he's come out with a double nunchaku song. I can't wait to see what he'll release next. I'm stocking up in advance. Ha! This kind of thing doesn't just happen at this store in Longdu. It's happening in other parts of Longwei as well. As the boss said. For the past 10 days or so, no one has come to buy nunchucks. So many stores didn't have much stock. As a result, Luo Chen's album sold out completely in just 2 days. The speed was so fast that it caught them off guard, wanting to restock. But this item doesn't have many buyers to begin with. So manufacturers didn't produce many of them. And they don't even have much inventory. Generally, they only produce after receiving an order. This has led to many manufacturers now working overtime to produce nunchucks. Which is why middle-aged men are not placing orders online. Because once you place an order, you might have to wait several days. He can wait, but the child is eager to play. We can't wait that long. I'll just have to go to the equipment store and buy one. But to my surprise, I arrived late, and the store had already sold out. At the same time, Ning Mingfan, who was playing video games at home, received a call from a friend. I remember you said you bought a nunchaku a long time ago. Do you still have it? Can I borrow it for a few days? Ning Mingfan didn't understand what this meant at first. Why would you suddenly want to borrow a pair of nunchucks? Could it be that? Ning Mingfan suddenly remembered that there was a song in Luo Chen's album called Double Nunchucks. Thinking of this, Ning Mingfan hurriedly asked. Did you come to borrow the nunchucks because of Luo Chen's song? Yeah, it's all Luo Chen's fault for making such a song. Now my son really likes it and insists I buy him a nunchaku to play with. But I checked several stores and they all said they're sold out. That's why I thought you might still have one, so I came to borrow it from you. Ding! Before he could finish speaking, Ning Mingfan hung up. He just wanted to know what had happened during the 2 days he had been playing games. When he saw that Luo Chen's album had such high sales in just 1 hour, he was confident that sales would easily surpass 3 million copies. Thinking that since the album sales couldn't affect Luo Chen, he stopped paying attention to it, instead spending 2 days playing video games. But now he's discovered the sales figures for Luo Chen's album might be even higher than he had imagined. Even now, it seems that Luo Chen's album sales might actually be boosted by the song Double Nunchucks. This was hard for Ning Mingfan to accept. The joy of playing games over the past 2 days had vanished in an instant, leaving only sadness filling my heart. Chapter 123, Presenting a Banner? Longwa Music Network revises its prediction again. The next day, at 8:30 in the morning, Luo Chen arrived at the company after receiving a call from Fong Lan. Before even reaching the company entrance, he saw a large crowd gathered in front. Luo Chen was momentarily confused about what was happening. Fans? I don't think so. Fans are usually stopped by security outside. Moreover, this group of people all appear to be in their 40s or 50s. They don't really seem like the type of fans who would follow someone all the way to the company entrance. Just as I was wondering, when suddenly one of them spotted Luo Chen. He shouted, "Luo Chen is here." Immediately, a crowd of people rushed over toward Luo Chen. Luo Chen didn't want to be surrounded by them, so he turned around and tried to run away. But when he turned his head, he saw Fong Lan. I have no idea when she showed up. Fong Lan reached out and stopped Luo Chen, smiling and said, "Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough." Alright, Luo Chen still trusted Fong Lan. And if anything really happens, with his mastery of martial arts, Luo Chen was confident he could protect himself. But when this group of people finally approached him, they saw that each of them had an excited and thrilled expression on their faces. And then they all turned to Luo Chen and expressed their gratitude. Why thank yourself for no reason? Asked Fong Lan positively, and saw one of them raise a banner. It read, "Thank you, Luo Chen. Thank you, nunchucks." Simple and straightforward. Luo Chen seemed to understand now. It seems like these people are here because of the song Double Nunchucks. He still remembers when he was on Earth. One of his favorite singers, Jay Cho, released this song, Double Drums. Something similar happened. At the time, it was also because the song Double Nunchucks was very popular. And everyone loved it. So many people went out to buy nunchucks. And merchants have made a lot of money. I never expected such a thing to happen here. How should I put it? This feeling is pretty good. Anyway, nunchucks were originally passed down from ancient times in the Dragon Kingdom. It can also be considered one of the traditional martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom. Now that so many people like it, Luo-chan thinks that as long as there are no accidents, it would be a good thing. So we had no choice but to accept this banner. Of course, it feels a bit odd, but I can still accept it. And when this group of people saw that Luo-chan had accepted, they were also very happy. And even a middle-aged man with a receding hairline shouted loudly, "Luo-chan, what song are you planning to release next? I want to stock up in advance." Upon hearing this, the others also pricked up their ears to listen, curious to find out if Luo-chan would really release a song related to an object next time. Then we can make another fortune. But Luo-chan wouldn't let them get away with it. Luo-chan smiled and replied, "Uncle, you're being a bit thoughtless. If I say it here, everyone will hear it. I'll tell you privately later. You can decide later whether or not to tell them." Upon hearing Luo-chan's words, everyone laughed. This was clearly just a joke. However, there are still some people who deliberately say, "Lao Si, if Luo-chan tells you alone later, you can't keep it all to yourself. You have to share it with all of us." Lao Si didn't know how to respond at first. He had only asked the question offhand. Seeing him looking a bit embarrassed, Luo-chan smiled and broke the ice. "It's still early. Why don't I treat everyone to something to eat?" I thought everyone would accept, but to my surprise, the fourth son said apologetically, "Mr. Luo-chan, thank you for your kindness, but I won't be going. The store still needs me to watch over it. The double nunchucks we ordered yesterday arrived. We can't delay any longer." He wasn't the only one who thought that. Others have also spoken out. There's still work to be done in the store. So Luo-chan could only chat with everyone for a little while longer before sending them on their way. After everyone had left, Luo-chan looked at Fong Lan helplessly and said, "Lan Jia, you already knew, why didn't you tell me earlier? I just wanted to surprise you. Besides, I only found out this morning. Who would have thought it would be because of a song you sang? It's made nunchucks so popular, and everyone really wants to thank you. To be honest, if I had known this would happen, I should have stockpiled some nunchucks. Maybe I could have made a fortune now." Fong Lan said with a smile, leaving Luo-chan with no choice but to smile wryly. Luo-chan hadn't calculated Fong Lan's net worth. However, simply by holding shares in Yuehua Entertainment Company, how could things have come to this? It can only be said that this incident has had a significant impact on Fong Lan. But that's understandable. The song Blue and White Porcelain also made blue and white porcelain popular. However, blue and white porcelain is still a relatively expensive item, and ordinary people can't really afford it. Unlike this double nunchaku, that was truly something that anyone who purchased Luo-chan's album would have. Listening to the song Double Stick, watched the music video for Double Nunchucks. Plus, a lot of people online are talking about how they feel when they listen to Double Nunchucks. Playing nunchucks is the correct way to enjoy this song. This has led many people to go out and buy a pair of nunchucks. Anyway, ordinary nunchucks aren't expensive, so everyone can still afford them. The two then went to Fong Lan's office. As soon as Luo-chan sat down, Fong Lan smiled and said, "Congratulations, Luo-chan. What's going on now?" "Lan Jia. All the banners were taken down early this morning. What else could be happening?" Fong Lan could tell from Luo-chan's expression that he hadn't checked Weibo yet. She explained. At 8 a.m. this morning, 3 major music websites Longhua Music, Penguin Music, and Wangi Cloud Music announced your album sales on Weibo. I compiled the statistics, and as of 8 a.m. today, the total digital sales of your album are 7.5 million copies. The total physical album sales are 990,000 copies. So your total album sales have now reached 8.49 million copies. This means you've once again shattered the sales forecast for this album set by Longhua Music. And it only took 50 hours. Luo-chan, you have no idea how excited I was when I saw this message. This is unbelievable. Given the current situation, your album really has the potential to achieve diamond album status. That's a diamond album. No singer has achieved that in years. Looking at Fong Lan, who was getting more and more excited as she spoke, Luo-chan was also very happy. Although he was still a little short of 10 million. But it is indeed as Fong Lan said. Achieving a diamond album status is no longer as difficult as it once was. In fact, it can be said that it is inevitable. It must be said that it is truly a twist of fate. I had thought that achieving sales of 10 million copies for this album would be quite challenging. In fact, even if it were possible to reach that figure, the time required would still be significant. But it's all because I chatted with that physical education teacher, Shinchi, earlier. Then I decided to give him and his students each a copy of my album. Little did he know that so many things would happen afterward. Shinchi and his students went viral for a video of them playing with nunchucks. Shortly after, many people rushed to buy the album and double nunchucks. Not only did this make Luo Chen's album a huge success, but it even sold out all the nunchucks. The merchants also made a fortune. It also made Luo Chen appear as a sales genius in their eyes. It's really quite interesting. But Luo Chen suddenly remembered another question. And smiled as he said, Lan Jie, since the sales of this album have already surpassed 8 million copies, has Manhwa Music website revised its final sales forecast for this album? Chapter 124, Mission Complete, Generous Rewards. Better not mention it. But when it comes to Manhwa Music Network's sales forecast for this album, Fong Lan couldn't help but laugh. Speaking of which, the head of Manhwa Music Network must be regretting it now. Last time they announced their prediction that your album would sell 8 million copies, netizens were already making fun of it. And now, just one day later, you've already surpassed that prediction. As a result, Manhwa Music Network has once again revised its sales forecast for your album. And what's even funnier is that they no longer mention specific numbers in their predictions. Instead, they've switched to simply declaring that your album can achieve diamond album status. Perhaps this is the only way to avoid the embarrassment of making another incorrect prediction in the future. Well, upon hearing this, Luo Chen didn't know whether to feel sorry for the head of the Manhwa Music website, or laugh at him. Mainly, if we predict based on the sales of albums released by most singers. The sales forecast data for Luo Chen's album provided by Manhwa Music website was relatively reasonable. This is why, even after seeing that Luo Chen's album sold tens of thousands of copies on its first day, they only revised their initial prediction of 3 million copies to 5 million. It was not an intentional exaggeration. Because, to put it bluntly, they are making predictions based on past data. What they didn't anticipate, however, was that when the singer was Luo Chen. When they applied the data to Luo Chen, they found that the deviation was too large. In fact, at this point, they could no longer trust the data. So in the end, we had no choice but to compromise. For Luo Chen, sales figures are no longer used to make predictions, but rather that this album will undoubtedly achieve diamond album status. It's just that he realized this a bit too late. Netizens, however, are delighted by this situation. This is really hilarious. They kept insisting, but in the end, they had to compromise. This isn't compromise, it's clearly giving in to Luo Chen's album. Damn, that's a great use of the word surrender. Manhwa Music Network really screwed up this time. Exactly. Last time they predicted that Luo Chen's album would eventually sell 8 million copies, I told them they'd regret it, but they didn't believe me. Yeah, in just one day, Luo Chen proved with his talent what it means to be amazing. It's not that Manhwa Music Network's predictions were off, it's just that Luo Chen's album is something else. It's not just the album, the song Double-Edged Sword is simply mind-blowing. Exactly, it sounds so intense, and everyone is mimicking the double nunchaku moves from Luo Chen's music video, causing double nunchaku to sell out everywhere. I've heard about this too. Apparently, many shop owners even sent Luo Chen a banner as a token of appreciation. Banners? How many nunchucks did they sell? It seems like they noticed everyone was still a bit skeptical. The netizen who leaked the information immediately posted the photos. The photo showed a group of people gathered around Luo Chen at the entrance of Yuehua Entertainment Company. One person can be clearly seen holding up a banner. It reads, "Thank you, Luo Chen. Thank you, nunchucks." Everyone who sees this photo will believe it, even if they didn't before. But this incident is simply too extraordinary to be true. Luo Chen wrote a song called Double Nunchucks, and suddenly made double nunchucks an item that was once very niche super popular. This move was absolutely brilliant. Many singers have also taken notice of the netizens' comments. Upon first seeing these words, they also wanted to try writing a song about an object like Luo Chen. Who knows, maybe it could even make a product go viral. And then you could make a fortune selling merchandise or even your songs. But after calming down, I realized. This process seems simple, as if all you need to do is write a song. But to achieve the same level of success as Luo Chen in making an item go viral, make an item become a bestseller, is extremely challenging. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so many years, and only Luo Chen has managed to achieve this level of success. But even so, the song Double Nunchucks by Luo Chen sparked a trend around the double nunchucks item. It quickly gained popularity online. Its popularity continues to grow. Finally, it even made it onto the Weibo trending topics list. As a result, has further boosted the sales of Luo Chen's album once again. It can also be seen as an indirect promotion for Luo Chen's album. Until 3 p.m. on December 20th. Yuehua Tower, 20th floor, a spacious office spanning over 100 square meters. Luo Chen was lying on a soft sofa, closing his eyes to rest. Suddenly, he heard the system's voice echoing in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. Reward, 1 diamond treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Enable. Luo Chen said without a moment's hesitation. He was extremely curious about the rewards inside the diamond treasure chest. Plus, this office had been specially renovated for him by Yu Hua, his very own office. Therefore, Luo Chen didn't have to worry about being seen by others. Diamond treasure chest unlocked. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the master level calligraphy skill. Master level calligraphy skill obtained. Master level Chinese painting skill. Master level chess skill. Next. Before Luo Chen could react, a mysterious and unfathomable force, as if traveling through time and space, suddenly descended upon him. Immediately afterward, Luo Chen felt an overwhelming flood of knowledge about calligraphy, traditional Chinese painting, and chess techniques surge into his mind. It was as if he had been born with this knowledge. And it's not just a little bit of knowledge. In today's terms, that's what we call knowing a ton. At least it's master level, not just some amateurish nonsense. It's no wonder it's a diamond level treasure chest. It immediately yielded 3 master level skills, leaving Luo Chen somewhat moved. Though this mission had been quite challenging. In fact, without a bit of luck, it's uncertain whether we would have been able to complete this task in the end. However, the rewards upon completion are quite generous. It can only be said that hard work pays off. Suddenly obtained 3 master level skills. Luo Chen also wanted to test his own abilities. However, after searching the office thoroughly, he did find a few pieces of paper. But I couldn't find a single brush. In the end, Luo Chen could only smile wryly. Such a newly renovated modern office. It's a bit of an oversight to expect to find a calligraphy brush. Out of desperation, Luo Chen had no choice but to go to Fonglan's place. And upon hearing that Luo Chen had come to find her, she actually wanted to get a brush. Her expression grew somewhat peculiar. At that moment, all her thoughts were focused on the sales figures of Luo Chen's album. And she just wants to see the album sales break 10 million as soon as possible. Achieve the diamond album status. However, Luo Chen himself remained calm and even had the leisure to practice calligraphy. No! In Fonglan's opinion, Luo Chen was just bored. That's why he suddenly felt like practicing calligraphy. In the end, she found a calligraphy brush and ink that someone had given her and handed them to Luo Chen. Upon seeing Fonglan's expression, Luo Chen knew exactly what she was thinking. However, Luo Chen had no intention of explaining either. It could only be said that Fonglan was currently so concerned that she had lost her composure. In Luo Chen's view, Fonglan just needs to calm down and think things through. And she would realize what she had overlooked. She is now solely focused on the total album sales on the 3 major music platforms. But she has forgotten that in fact, in physical record stores, Luo Chen's physical albums are also selling very well. This is precisely why, even before any news had surfaced online, Luo Chen's system had already determined that the mission was complete. Chapter 125, The Diamond Album. Everyone wants to ride the coattails of success. With a brush and ink in hand, Luo Chen exited Fonglan's office and returned to his own office. Fortunately, he had managed to find some blank paper earlier. So Luo Chen started practicing calligraphy on the table. Although he was still a bit clumsy with holding the brush and making the first strokes at first, but as Luo Chen gradually gained more practice, Luo Chen gradually began to master the brush in his hands. Additionally, he had already acquired master-level calligraphy skills. Therefore, over time, Luo Chen's handwriting has improved significantly. At the same time, on Weibo, as Luo Chen's album sales get closer to the 10 million mark for a diamond-certified album, the 3 major music platforms have adjusted the release date to ensure greater accuracy. They have agreed to announce the sales figures for Luo Chen's album every hour. This is to facilitate everyone's calculations. Fonglan has been keeping a close eye on this. And Fonglan wasn't the only one paying attention to this matter. Many netizens are also paying close attention to this matter. They also want to witness this historic moment. After all, even during that golden age, it was still extremely challenging for an artist's album sales to surpass 10 million copies and achieve diamond album status. Let alone in this era of declining music sales in the Dragon country's music market, where digital music dominates. Achieving such a feat in this era is undoubtedly far more challenging than it was during the golden age. December 20th, 4 p.m. The 3 major music platforms released the sales figures for the album New Era at the scheduled time. Many people have been closely monitoring the situation. So as soon as any news comes out on Weibo, everyone started adding up the data from the 3 major music platforms. Wow, the total sales of digital albums reached 8.35 million copies. The total sales of physical albums reached 1.2 million copies. That's a total of 9.55 million copies. Only 450,000 copies short. At this rate, the album sales should break the 10 million mark in just another hour. That's incredible. It's only been 64 hours since Luo Chen's album was released, and we're already just 450,000 copies away. That's right. That means it only needs another 65 hours for Luo Chen's album to achieve diamond album status. I wonder what other singers are thinking seeing this situation, huh? I bet they're jealous. Netizens' jokes may be late, but they will definitely not be absent. Take, for instance, the shock over the rapid rise in sales of Luo Chen's album. People have started teasing other singers again. But unfortunately, at this crucial moment, many singers are paying close attention to this place. Therefore, their comments have also been seen by many singers. Although they were angry inside, they really couldn't argue back. The netizens really hit the nail on the head regarding their psychological state. Seeing such achievements with Luo Chen's first album is truly impressive. How could one not envy or feel jealous? But there's nothing we can do about it. Family knows best. And one knows one's own worth. In this day and age, it is precisely this album by Luo Chen that has achieved such success. No other singer could have done it. For them, simply finding so many classic songs to put on an album was already an impossible task. Not to mention, Luo Chen's double nunchaku routine has gone viral. It's so popular that it can even boost the sales of a product. This is truly astonishing. At the same time, the heads of the three major music platforms, upon seeing the total sales figures for Luo Chen's album, we got in touch and discussed it. Subsequently, a decision was made, which was that every 10 minutes, staff members from the three major platforms would first compile the sales figures for Luo Chen's album. They check whether the figure has reached 10 million. If possible, then make it public. If there isn't any, then we'll just have to keep waiting. The purpose of doing this is to make the timing more accurate. But they had no idea that. In fact, Luo Chen's album had already sold over 10 million copies. And Luo Chen himself even knows the exact date, which was exactly at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. However, Luo Chen naturally wouldn't mention that. Soon, half an hour later, the official Weibo accounts of the three major music websites simultaneously posted a message on Weibo. It's unclear whether this was done to appease the situation, but the format of the copy is quite similar. The first line congratulates Luo Chen on his album New Era surpassing 10 million copies in total sales. To be precise, it is 10,001,000 copies. This achievement marks the album's diamond certification. Below are the sales figures for Luo Chen's album on various music platforms. Upon seeing this news, all netizens, singers, and industry insiders who are following the sales of Luo Chen's album, everyone is going crazy. Ha! Finally broke through 10 million copies. Luo Chen is awesome. The first album is already a diamond album. Luo Chen is just too strong. Only now do I understand the meaning behind Luo Chen naming this album New Era. Isn't this precisely signifying the arrival of a new era in music? Exactly. Didn't Luo Chen's promotional slogan say it all? This will be an album that ushers in a new era of music. Luo Chen has done it. Amazing. Luo Chen hasn't let us down. Netizens are thrilled beyond words. Especially Luo Chen's fans and those who have purchased his albums. At this moment, they all felt a sense of pride and honor. Although the album wasn't produced by them, they did at least participate in it. And they deserve credit for contributing to the album's sales of 10 million copies. Besides them, many other singers also took to social media to congratulate Luo Chen on achieving diamond album status. Most of the singers' posts were fairly standard. For example, congratulations to Luo Chen on his album New Era becoming a diamond album. However, Xue Qian, Li Ronghao, and Lin Junjie are a bit different. Their copy was similar, but they all paired it with their own selfies and emojis, with the words envy, jealousy, written on their faces on both sides. On the forehead is written, "Please take me with you." When this copy was released, other singers who saw it couldn't help but laugh. Han Hong commented below, "Men still have to rely on themselves." Deng Ziki, exactly, self-reliance is the way to go. Hu Yanbing, sorry, there's already a song about that. If the previous two were just joking around. But Hu Yanbing's is clearly showing off. How can one tolerate this? Xue Qian and the other two responded in unison, "If you're so capable, why don't you write one yourself? You're just relying on Luo Chen." Hu Yanbing, "If I can get Luo Chen to write one for me, isn't that my ability?" Netizens were also amused by this scene. Luo Chen, the main character, hasn't even shown up yet. And yet these few people are already arguing over who gets to latch onto Luo Chen's coattails. Chapter 126, 3,200,000,000 in 3 days. A brief display of calligraphy. Apart from Xue Qian and his group of troublemakers, many self-media marketing accounts and various Weibo influencers also commented on the fact that Luo Chen's album sold over 10 million copies, making it a diamond album. An album filled with classic songs is the dream of countless singers, yet Luo Chen has made it a reality. It is precisely due to his extraordinary creative talent that we have witnessed the birth of a diamond album. Music brings joy. Her debut album was a diamond-certified album. This talent and ability are truly astonishing. Luo Chen, well done. Praise the music. Finally, the Longdu Music Association has also issued another statement, defining this album, confirming the validity of the album's sales figures. This is a diamond album. For a time, many people were cheering for Luo Chen's album. If there were other matters, one could perhaps argue. But in the face of this diamond album, all excuses are meaningless. Because he's already a diamond album. Soon, the headlines of major portals and websites were flooded with discussions about Luo Chen and the diamond album. Some marketing accounts have even posted articles detailing exactly how much money Luo Chen made from this album alone. A lengthy article spanning hundreds of words was published. Ultimately concludes, after deducting the revenue share with the three major music platforms, album production costs, and other expenses, Luo Chen's album is expected to generate approximately 320 million yuan in profit. This figure has left countless netizens, and even celebrities, in shock. Originally, everyone agreed that making music wasn't profitable. Spending so much effort writing 10 songs and producing an album to sell is not as profitable as appearing on a single episode of a variety show. In the end, Luo Chen proved them wrong with facts. It's not that making music doesn't make money. It's just that they're not good at it. This has made the topic about Luo Chen even more popular, with the Weibo Heat Index reaching over 100 million. The New Era album achieves diamond status. Luo Chen is amazing. In just 65 hours, the album sales broke the 10 million mark, with Luo Chen raking in 320 million. Is making music not profitable? A series of topics related to Luo Chen quickly topped the Weibo trending list. For a time, discussions about Luo Chen were everywhere. Meanwhile, in the office, Luo Chen was practicing calligraphy. After more than an hour of practice, Luo Chen has mastered this masterful calligraphy skill. What's important is, his font can be changed at will. For example, the previous character Luo Chen was written in Yen style. But the next character might be written in the Shijin style. Then, whether it's cursive script, semi-cursive script, or other fonts, Luo Chen can master them all perfectly. This is very interesting. Next, Luo Chen wrote in flowing cursive script, "A great penguin soars with the wind for a day, rising straight up to 9,000 miles. But just as he finished writing, Fong Lan knocked on the door and came in. As soon as she saw Luo Chen, Fong Lan said happily, "Luo Chen, 10 million copies. We did it. This album is now a diamond album." Seeing Fong Lan so happy, Luo Chen couldn't help but smile and agree. Fong Lan quickly walked up to Luo Chen. She said again, "Luo Chen, you haven't checked your phone yet, have you? You have no idea how many people are praising you online right now. They envy you, and some are even jealous of you." Luo Chen smiled and said, "Lan Jia, I'll respond to them on Weibo later." "Don't worry." Fong Lan nodded, but she was still very excited and said, "Luo Chen, these past 3 days have been absolutely magical. This is just your first album, and it's already achieved such remarkable success. I never imagined something like this could happen. Not to mention 10 years, even in 20 years I haven't seen a singer as talented as you. If you release another album next year, you might even be able to achieve double diamond album status." Luo Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry at Fong Lan's excited expression. This album has achieved such remarkable results in such a short time. There was also an element of luck involved. But looking at Fong Lan like this, it seems like Luo Chen could easily achieve double diamond album status with just one more album next year. But Luo Chen hasn't thought that far ahead yet. A double diamond album requires album sales of 20 million copies. That's still quite a challenge. So Luo Chen pointed to the desktop and said, "Lan Jia, the album isn't urgent. Take a look at how I wrote this." Fong Lan finally stopped and casually glanced at the writing on the table. In her view, Luo Chen was just starting to practice calligraphy and thought he was pretty good at it. He wants to gain others' approval. Thinking about how high the sales of Luo Chen's album are, Fong Lan was also happy to say a few kind words for Luo Chen. But when she saw the flowing, cloud-like script, she was suddenly stunned. "Did you write this?" "Yes, it is. The ink isn't even dry yet." "You're already this good after just starting to practice?" "I learned a little bit before, so it's not too bad. I guess I have a bit of talent." Upon hearing Luo Chen's words, Fong Lan replied with a hint of irritation. "You call that a little talent? What about the ordinary people? How are they supposed to live?" Luo Chen laughed, "Lan Jia, so according to you, I'm highly talented, right?" "I don't know how talented you are, but I do know that most people couldn't possibly write in such a style." Immediately afterward, Fong Lan examined it carefully and read aloud. "When the great ping bird takes flight with the wind, it soars straight up to 9,000 miles. I've never heard this poem before." Fong Lan thought for a moment and said, "Luo Chen, you didn't write this poem yourself, did you?" "No, I didn't write it myself," Luo Chen replied. After speaking, Fong Lan stared intently at Luo Chen. Luo Chen hadn't expected that this line of poetry didn't exist. So he had no choice but to ruthlessly claim it as his own creation. Under Fong Lan's gaze, he nodded. Sigh. Fong Lan was completely shocked. Previously, everyone had thought that Luo Chen was merely talented in songwriting. But today she finally realized. They knew far too little about Luo Chen. They have no idea how much more Luo Chen is hiding. Just like this calligraphy, just like this talent for poetry. Luo Chen had never shown it before. And no one had ever imagined it. Thinking of this, Fong Lan couldn't help but smile wryly. Luo Chen, I really want to know what you can't do. Luo Chen smiled and said. Lan Jia, there's a lot I don't know yet. You'll find out in time. Fong Lan clearly knew that Luo Chen was just being polite. But she still unconsciously chose to believe him. Perhaps she thought that even the most talented person couldn't possibly be a genius at everything. But she had no idea that, if the system was reliable and the rewards were adequate, Luo Chen could truly become a genius in any field. Chapter 127, we absolutely must invite Luo Chen to participate in the Spring Festival Gala. Over the next few days, the online buzz surrounding Luo Chen and his album The New Era has begun to subside. It remains quite significant. Even the previous topics never even made it onto the Weibo trending list. This has also led many netizens to exclaim, no wonder it's Luo Chen. He's got the credentials. And Luo Chen also logged into his Weibo and posted a heartfelt message of gratitude. After all, no matter what, many people did congratulate him at the time. It is only proper to reciprocate such kindness. Of course, there is one more thing. That is, Lu Muyu's side is moving very quickly. She had already sent the pre-recorded tutorial videos to Luo Chen. And after reviewing them, Luo Chen found no issues. He just let her post it online. For this purpose, Lu Muyu even created a special account on Douyin. Subsequently, Luo Chen also followed her account and specifically reposted the tutorial video. It's also a way to drive traffic to Lu Muyu, I guess. Many netizens saw this video and they have indeed learned a lot from it. Subsequently, many people began following Lu Muyu's Douyin account. And soon, Lu Muyu's Douyin account surpassed 1 million followers. This also confirms that after the previous incident, many people have developed an interest in traditional instruments from the Dragon Kingdom. Upon seeing this, Luo Chen was still very happy. He was also considering whether to exchange a few more songs. But in the end, I decided against it, thinking that he would wait a little longer before making a decision. During those few days, Luo Chen has been making time every day to practice calligraphy, painting, and chess. Calligraphy and painting are one thing. Luo Chen specifically asked Fong Lan to get him a set of expensive brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. It was placed in the study of the villa. And it can be practiced by one person. Master-level calligraphy skills and master-level Chinese painting skills. He has already mastered them. And now, every day when he practices, he feels like he's doing something he's good at. I can calm my mind. It's a pretty good way to relax. However, you can't play chess by yourself. So Luo Chen found a chess-playing software online to play against others. In just a few days, I had mastered the skills of a master-level player. Luo Chen was quite pleased. He felt that the reward he received this time was quite good. As for the follow-up matters regarding the album, Luo Chen has completely entrusted them to Fong Lan to handle. Perhaps due to the high level of attention Luo Chen has been receiving in recent days, the album sales have been pretty good as well. Fong Lan is quite satisfied. She was even more motivated when it came to getting things done. He even fantasizes about this album breaking the 20 million sales mark. Achieve double diamond album status. Regarding this, Luo Chen did not comment. But he himself was not optimistic. At the same time, at the Longdu Music Association, in the president's office, Duan Jais, dressed in black casual attire, sat at his desk. Across from him was a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a suit and tie, looking quite sharp. He was none other than Chen Lingchun, the director of this year's Spring Festival Gala. Duan Jais picked up the tea on the table, took a sip, and looked up at his old friend's son. He said, "Xiao Chun, are all the programs for this year's Spring Festival Gala ready?" Chen Lingchun replied, "Uncle Duan, the programs are all arranged, but I can't guarantee the ratings for this one." "Can't guarantee it?" Duan Jais retorted. Although he said it in a calm tone. But when it reached Chen Lingchun's ears, it still made him shiver involuntarily. Looking at this old man who had watched him grow up, Chen Lingchun sighed and explained, "Duan Shu, I really can't guarantee that. Things are different now. Back then, it was New Year's Eve, and everyone would gather together to watch the Spring Festival Gala. But things are different now. Many young people don't like watching the Spring Festival Gala anymore. The ratings are bound to drop. The viewership ratings for the Spring Festival Gala have been declining over the past 2 years. Duan Jais is well aware of this. But the older generation still has deep feelings for the Spring Festival Gala. In fact, in their view, this is not just a simple evening performance. It is a gathering of the hearts of all the people of Longwa. It holds many beautiful memories. so he still wants to try to boost the Spring Festival Gala's ratings. Thinking of this, Duan Jia suddenly thought of a name. He asked in a low voice, Xiao Chun, is Luo Chen invited to participate in this year's Spring Festival Gala? Luo Chen? Chen Lingchun couldn't possibly not have heard of this name. This is a singer whose first album sold over 1 million copies upon release. But he couldn't help but smile wryly. Duan Shu, no. Upon hearing him say no, Duan Jia's expression darkened instantly. You must know how popular Luo Chen is now, why didn't you invite him? Chen Lingchun explained helplessly. Duan Shu, it's not that I don't want to invite him, but the Spring Festival Gala program isn't arranged like other satellite TV stations. We usually invite guests half a year in advance, set the program schedule, and allocate performance times for the guests. Half a year ago, Luo Chen was still an unknown person. At that time, none of us knew him. There was no way we could have invited him to perform on the Spring Festival Gala. And by the time he became famous, we had already arranged the performance time for each guest and the program schedule. It wouldn't be appropriate to invite him again now. I was planning to invite him for next year's Spring Festival Gala. Chen Lingchuan's words made a lot of sense. It also served as a reminder to Duan Jia's that Luo Chen had only taken half a year to grow from an amateur to this level. Such a rapid rate of growth is something even Duan Jizhe, who has been in the entertainment industry for so long, has never seen before. It is clear just how exceptional Luo Chen truly is. This only strengthened his resolve to get Luo Chen on the Spring Festival Gala this year. In her view, the only way to save this year's Spring Festival Gala ratings was to. Perhaps only Luo Chen can do it. Besides, the higher-ups have already approached him and asked him to figure something out. He hadn't thought of it before, but now, given Luo Chen's popularity and how much people love him, Duan Jia's realized that they really had to get Luo Chen to appear on the Spring Festival Gala. Thinking this, Duan Jia spoke in a low voice. Xiao Chun, I think your idea is still a bit hasty. Since Luo Chen is so popular this year, we should take advantage of his popularity and have him appear on the Spring Festival Gala this year. That's how you maximize profits, not wait until next year to invite him. Who knows what might happen then? Can you guarantee you'll still be the Spring Festival Gala director next year? And regarding the guest performance time and the program schedule you mentioned, I think you can adjust it a bit more. There must be a way to resolve it. If you can't figure it out on your own, I can go ask the higher-ups for help. I believe my seniority will get me some leeway. Chen Lingchun didn't expect Duan Jia to take it this far. Judging by his demeanor, if he didn't invite Luo Chen himself, I'm afraid Duan Jizhe might actually go so far as to ask the boss to intervene. Besides, Chen Lingchun had always been inclined to invite Luo Chen to perform on the Spring Festival Gala. But he hadn't made up his mind yet, so he decided to wait until next year. But Duan Jizhe's words made a lot of sense. He truly couldn't guarantee that he would still be the director of the Spring Festival Gala next year. He might even be replaced by his superiors due to poor ratings for this year's Spring Festival Gala. Thinking about it, Chen Lingchun nodded firmly. Duan Shu, rest assured, I will invite Luo Chen as soon as I return. Chapter 128, The Humble Director Jiang Yin. December 28, 10 days had passed since the release of Luo Chen's first album, New Era. Fan Lan remains deeply concerned about the album's sales performance. Of course, the results didn't disappoint her too much. As of now, the total sales of this album have reached 13.45 million copies. The results are still quite impressive. It has not stagnated after surpassing 10 million copies. However, the numbers also reveal that Fan Lan's goal of selling over 20 million copies of this album is still somewhat unrealistic. However, it's like finding a new path after a long journey. Just as Fan Lan was beginning to lose heart, she received a call from Chen Lingchun, the chief director of CCTV. And the purpose was obvious. That is to invite Luo Chen to participate in this year's CCTV Spring Festival Gala. Fan Lan didn't know why Chen Lingchun would invite Luo Chen to participate in the Spring Festival Gala at this time. She still agreed. Because Luo Chen had already told her that if it was possible, he still wanted to perform on the Spring Festival Gala stage. So after hanging up the phone, Fan Lan immediately shared the news with Luo Chen. Being able to participate in the Spring Festival Gala, Luo Chen was naturally delighted. No doubt his reputation points will increase significantly once again. After finishing this matter, Fan Lan reminded him again. Luo Chen, in 2 days we'll be heading to Hangzhou for the New Year's Eve Gala rehearsal. Get everything you need to bring with you ready. Alright, Lan Jia, I'm not a child anymore. I'll handle it myself. Luo Chen said with a mix of laughter and tears. I'm not treating you like a child, I just didn't want you to forget. Fan Lan didn't expect Luo Chen's reaction to be so strong. She was indeed worried that Luo Chen had been staying home these past few days, writing songs and practicing calligraphy, and had forgotten about the New Year's Eve Gala she was supposed to attend in Hangzhou in 2 days. She had underestimated Luo Chen in this regard. Even though they were at home, Luo Chen still had a clear idea of his schedule. There would be no room for forgetfulness. Of course, what was disappointing for Luo Chen was that Chang Xiao had been working outside all these days. He hasn't come back yet. And this time, Chang Xiao was also invited to the New Year's Eve gala. However, it wasn't for Hangzhou TV, but rather Shangnan TV. So the two of them probably won't be able to meet for a few more days. Time passed quickly. On the afternoon of December 30th, Luo Chen and Fong Lan arrived at the entrance of Hangzhou City Sports Stadium. Regarding this place, the two were no strangers. Previously, the Dream Voice Peak concert was held here. That time, Luo Chen won first place with his performance of East Windbreak. So here we are again. I still miss it a little. Under the guidance of the staff, the two arrived at the backstage singers' lounge. As soon as they entered, they saw Hu Yanbing and Zhang Liangying, the two mentors who had previously participated in the Dream Voice program together. They haven't changed. But Luo Chen has grown from an unknown newcomer into a top-tier singer. It must be said that in just half a year, the changes have been truly remarkable. Hu Yanbing still seemed very familiar with Luo Chen. He walked straight up to Luo Chen and smiled as he said, "Luo Chen, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for so long. Why did you wait for me?" Luo Chen said impatiently. If a beautiful woman had said that, it would have been fine. But as for Hu Yanbing, this guy, Luo Chen really didn't want to hear such words. Hu Yanbing, however, couldn't care less. He continued, "Luo Chen, I want you to write another song for me. It depends on my mood." Luo Chen responded indifferently. Writing a song isn't difficult. But I can't just let Hu Yanbing get away with it so easily. Otherwise everyone will come to him asking him to write songs, and that would be a loss. Hu Yanbing could tell that Luo Chen wouldn't agree to him today. So he didn't press the matter further. Instead, he thought he would wait a while and talk to Luo Chen privately. Now he understood. The power of the songs created by Luo Chen is truly immense. Not only are they beautiful to listen to, but with a bit of luck, they can even have other effects. For example, promoting products. In fact, it's not just Hu Yanbing who has realized this. Many singers are aware of this. However, due to Luo Chen's current status, and the fact that they have no connection with Luo Chen, therefore, they all went to Fong Lan's side. However, Fong Lan always politely declines such requests. As Fong Lan herself put it, every one of Luo Chen's songs is a classic masterpiece. And he himself is certainly no slouch when it comes to singing. So why give it to someone else? Fong Lan is still hoping that Luo Chen will release another album next year. Let's see if we can break the 20 million sales mark by then. Every song by Luo Chen is very precious to her. As for Zhang Jingying, she doesn't know if it's because she was rejected last time. She hadn't taken the initiative to greet Luo Chen at all. Luo Chen had never indulged him before. And now he certainly wouldn't go over there on his own. But the other singers in the lounge are. They all came over to greet Luo Chen. And Luo Chen also greeted them politely. After everyone had finished talking, Luo Chen found a spot and sat down. But just as he sat down, he saw the director Jiang Yan walking over. His face was filled with smiles. "Teacher Luo Chen, it's so great that you can come to our Hangzhou TV New Year's Eve gala. We've prepared a private resting room for you, but the staff forgot about it. I'll take you there now." Luo Chen never imagined that Jiang Yan would be so lowly now. He replied with a smile, "Director Jiang, I debuted on The Voice of Dreams. You really don't need to do this. Just call me Luo Chen. And as for a private restroom, that's not necessary either. I'm fine here." Jiang Yan never expected that even at this point, Luo Chen was still the same Luo Chen, his attitude toward others unchanged. This left him deeply moved. He has been a director for many years. He has met many celebrities. But those who can maintain the same attitude toward others like Luo Chen are naturally few and far between. But there are also many who are like that when they are not famous, treating others well. But once they became famous, his attitude changed completely. But unfortunately, many directors often have no choice but to indulge them. Otherwise, the show would be a disaster. And I'll have to take the blame myself. They've got their fans anyway. Some aren't even worried at all. So when they saw Luo Chen treating him like this, Jiang Yan felt that he really hadn't misjudged him. But he still insisted on sending Luo Chen to a separate restroom. Luo Chen didn't want to go at first. But when he saw Fong Lan say the same thing, Luo Chen eventually followed Jiang Yan to a specially prepared restroom for him. And they continued chatting for a while. Jiang Yan went to attend to other matters. After he left, Fong Lan finally explained. "I thought Director Jiang hadn't arranged a private room for you. I was planning to go talk to him about it later. Turns out it was a staff mistake." "Never mind then. Actually, I asked you to come here for a simple reason. Your current status is different from before. If you stay with them any longer, everyone will feel uncomfortable. So it's better to come here, where everyone will be more comfortable and at ease." "Alright. After Fong Lan's explanation, Luo Chen understood. It was simply a matter of their different statuses. If they stayed together, everyone feels uncomfortable and feel awkward when chatting. So it's better to have a private restroom by myself. That's actually not a bad idea. Chapter 129, One Person Carrying the New Year's Eve Show? After waiting for a while, staff members came to call him over for rehearsal. Luo Chen once again felt the changes brought about by his different status. Namely, he was the first to rehearse, although he might end up appearing later in the show. However, to avoid making him wait too long, we decided to let him rehearse first. As for the rehearsal order for the other singers, it is likely arranged based on their status as well. In response, Luo Chen could only say that this circle is pretty pragmatic. When you're famous enough, everyone will make way for you. That's probably why celebrities strive so hard to climb to the top. This time, Hangzhou TV invited Luo Chen to sing 3 songs. The appearance fee was negotiated by Fong Lan, and according to her, it was 12 million. The price isn't exactly low, but Hangchang Tai also has a requirement. They hope Luo Chen can sing a new song. Luo Chen agreed to this because he realized he hadn't sung a new song in a while. Of course, nunchucks are an exception, so Luo Chen was still quite interested. Since it was the first rehearsal, Luo Chen's performance went quite smoothly, and it only took about half an hour to finish. After that, Luo Chen didn't stay in the backstage restroom with Fong Lan either.